The summer of 1980 burned like a red-hot iron wok, clamping down over the small southern county town with suffocating heat. The asphalt road had been baked soft, sticky underfoot, like melted malt candy, while the plane trees along the street drooped their withered leaves, even their veins steeped in weariness. The cicadas that had screeched all morning had grown feeble by afternoon, each hoarse cry, filled with the helplessness of being roasted beneath the merciless sun. The afternoon sun hung venomous overhead, its searing light, so harsh one could barely keep their eyes open, yet Zhang Chenyu was pedaling a clanking old 28-inch bicycle, Su-wan perched on the back seat, the two of them bustling toward the outskirts of town. The bike basket was stuffed with an army green canteen, several white wheat cakes wrapped in oiled paper, and two small folding stools, all the gear they needed for a night of camping in the hills. Su-wan wore her black hair in two long braided plaits, their tips tied with red strings that swayed with the breeze, the bright red dancing with the braids in a delightfully eye-catching way. The white Dacron shirt on her body was already stained with faint patches of sweat on the back and under the arms. Clutching a small woven bamboo basket in her hand, she kept swatting at Zhang Chenyu's swinging arm from time to time, afraid of being jolted off. Zhang Chenyu ride steady, stopped swaying. Wang Lei and the others must have already gotten there. They'll laugh at us for dawdling again. Her voice was crisp as a mountain brook, carrying a hint of coquettish complaint. Once we reach the campsite, you're not allowed to spend the whole time chasing grasshoppers. Last time you went running after them and crashed into my basket, spilled all the wild strawberries. My heart just ached. Zhang Chenyu chuckled, pressing harder on the pedals. The bicycle wheels rolled over scattered gravel at the roadside with a crunching sound, jolting the bike, so that Su-wan swayed lightly on the back seat. He glanced back at her. Sunlight fell across the girl's flushed cheeks, where fine beads of sweat glimmered like tiny shards of light. His heart gave a sudden jolt, and he hurriedly turned his head forward again, shouting loudly, "Got it, got it. I swear I'll fill your basket with wild apricots 10 times sweeter than the ones that brat Wang Lei picked last time. If I can't pick enough, I'll hand myself over to you, and let you punish me however you want. You and your glib tongue." Su-wan pinched his waist, making Zhang Chenyu burst into another fit of laughter that carried far off on the blistering wind. At 20 years old, Zhang Chenyu had failed the college entrance exam after high school, and through his father's connections had entered the county hardware factory as an apprentice. Every day he followed veteran masters around the machine tools, his life neither bitter nor sweet, simply passing by in a dull, steady flow. Home, however, was harmonious and warm. His father, Zhang Jinglan, a small section chief at the hardware factory, spoke and acted with solid reliability, often pulling him aside in his spare time to talk about the ins and outs of the factory, teaching him to recognize machine tools and distinguish parts. His mother, Xin Xingyu, worked a sewing machine at the textile mill. Her deft hands not only created beautiful clothes, but also cooked dishes so fragrant they perfumed the whole alley, keeping the household in impeccable order. His elder brother, Zhang Chenyu, 3 years his senior, and studying at university in the provincial capital, wrote home, often every letter full of reminders for him to learn his trade well and not slack off, so that in the future he would have a skill with which to stand on his own 2 feet. Su-wan was his childhood playmate and had been his girlfriend for 2 years. Since the days they wore split-crotch pants, they had run together everywhere, climbing trees to raid bird nests, catching fish and shrimp in the water, their feelings for each other as sweet and thick as honey. With the factory rotating shifts these days, Zhang Chenyu had a few days off. He arranged a trip with Su-wan, calling on Wang Lei and several hometown friends to go camping together on Qingliang Mountain at the edge of town. Qingliang Mountain was not tall, but it was lush with vegetation and strewn with wild fruit, a place they had played in since childhood, hiding countless stories of their younger days. Only hidden within the mountain was a patch of forest their elders had warned them never to enter, a bewildering grove where people were said to easily lose their way. He had never taken the warning too seriously. When he rode the bicycle to the old locust tree at the foot of the mountain, he could see from afar that on the clearing within the woods, Wang Lei and the others had already propped up 2 oiled cloth awnings with thick branches. A campfire beside them sent up curling blue smoke, its scent mingled with a faint fragrance of grass and wood. "Chenyu, Su-wan, you finally made it," Wang Lei shouted, waving the hatchet in his hand, his voice loud as a gong. "I'm telling you, I just caught 2 pheasants fat as anything. We'll roast them tonight. Guaranteed so good they'll knock your teeth right out." Zhang Chenyu swung off the bicycle in one smooth motion, one hand gripping the handlebars to steady the bike, the other reaching back to support Su-wan on the rear seat. Su-wan hopped lightly to the ground, casually lifting the canteen from the basket and greeting Wang Lei with a smile. Only then did Zhang Chenyu unfasten the chain lock from the handlebars, wrap it twice around the tree trunk, and snap it shut with a crisp click. Several of them bustled about together, carrying their things under the awnings. Zhang Chenyu helped set down the small stools and added a couple of armfuls of dry wood to the fire. When he turned his head, he saw Su-wan being pulled along by Wang Lei's younger sister, heading toward the creek to help clean the pheasants and pick wild vegetables. "I'm going to pick wild apricots for you. I'll be right back," Zhang Chenyu called to Su-wan, and before she could answer, he grabbed the bamboo basket leaning against the wall of a nearby rock and strode quickly toward the deeper part of the forest. He kept his promise from that morning close to his heart. He had to bring back a basket of the sweetest wild apricots for Su-Wan. The path from the campsite to the apricot trees was not long, about half an hour's walk. He moved with practiced ease through a stand of low pines where the wind carried the fresh, resinous scent of pine needles that left his whole body feeling cool and comfortable. Treading over a thick carpet of fallen needles, his steps felt soft and springy. From time to time, he startled a few bouncing squirrels that shot up into the treetops, trailing their fluffy tails, peering curiously down at this intruder. Before long, he spotted in a hollow between the hillsides several crooked wild apricot trees. They weren't tall, but their branches reached far, sagging under clusters of orange-yellow and blush-red fruit, so heavy they swayed and dropped with every breath of wind, enough to make one's mouth water. He had just walked beneath the trees and raised his hand to pick the reddest apricot when a sudden whoosh sounded. A gray-brown blur shot out from the grass at the roots and streaked toward the deeper forest like an arrow. It was a wild rabbit, its ears standing straight up, round eyes darting back warily in his direction. "Hey, trying to run, are you?" Youthful blood surging the wild streak in his bones was instantly stirred. The thought flashed through his mind that if he caught it, he could bring back an extra dish for Su-Wan. Picking apricots could wait. In an instant, the idea of apricots was tossed beyond the highest clouds. He flung the bamboo basket down at the base of the tree and took off after the rabbit, shouting, "Just you wait till I catch you. We're adding an extra dish tonight." The rabbit ran with crafty speed, plunging only into the densest thickets and roughest ground, as though deliberately challenging him. Zhang Chenyu gave chase without let-up. Thorns ripped several gashes in the legs of his trousers, burning hot against his skin, but he paid them no mind, his eyes fixed solely on that gray-brown shadow ahead. Man and rabbit waged a tug-of-war through the forest. After a burst of sprinting, the rabbit would vanish into a thicket, leaving no trace. Panting, Zhang Chenyu would search for ages, parting layer after layer of branches, only for the creature to suddenly dart out from a different patch of grass, perching provocatively on a nearby rock and flicking its tail, its bright black eyes seeming to mock his failure to catch up. Fire rising in his chest, Zhang Chenyu gritted his teeth and kept after it. Walk, stop, search, pursue. Without realizing it, he crossed the boundary of the bewildering grove. The path underfoot shifted from a familiar forest trail to a steep, unknown slope strewn with loose stones and tangled vines. Around him, the trees grew ever taller, their foliage blotting out the sky so completely that barely a sliver of sunlight could penetrate. Consumed with chasing the rabbit, he never noticed that he had long since strayed from any familiar route and ventured into a part of Qingliang Mountain he had never set foot in before. Only when the rabbit finally vanished into the impenetrable trees did Zhang Chenyu abruptly stop, his heavy breathing unnaturally loud in the silent forest, his chest pounding like a small drum. He wiped sweat and dirt from his face and lifted his head to look around. Nothing but towering, unfamiliar trees, their trunks coated in thick moss. The ground was carpeted with decaying leaves that clung wetly to his shoes with every step. The direction of the campsite was nowhere to be seen, and there was not even a trace of the path he had taken. "This is bad. I really am lost." Zhang Chenyu's heart lurched, a wave of panic surging up inside him. He tried calling out Wang Lei twice. His voice circled through the forest and fell back lightly around him without even an echo in reply. Steadying himself, he was just about to retrace his way by memory when he heard not far off a faint rustling sound. Not the ordinary whisper of wind in the leaves, but something tugging at vines, a thin, fragmentary noise that carried an indescribable eeriness. Zhang Chenyu's heart tightened. Instinctively, he picked up a thick branch from the ground and gripped it in his hand for courage. Following the sound, he pushed aside waist-high wild grass. The blades brushed across his arms, leaving itchy red streaks in their wake. After only a few steps forward, a cave suddenly emerged before his eyes. The entrance was tightly entangled with vines and thorns like a natural curtain, leaving only a narrow slit. A chill seeped from the gap, laden with the damp, earthy smell of soil utterly different from the humid heat of the mountains outside. The breath of it on his skin was enough to send a shiver through him. A prickling curiosity surged up within him like wild grass, and his hand reached out toward the vines before he suddenly yanked it back. He looked up at the sky. The sun had already slanted considerably westward, orangered afterglow filtering through the gaps in the leaves as the forest around him slowly darkened. By his estimate, at least 2 hours had passed since he'd left the campsite. The cave looked bottomless, a black maw with no end in sight. If he really went in to explore, there was no telling how long it would take. Wang Lei and the others were surely worried by now, and soft-hearted Su-Wan had probably already cried herself into a panic. He suddenly remembered the elder's warning that to escape the bewildering grove, one had to follow the direction of the setting sun. Forget it. I'll go back and let them know first. Once everyone's asleep tonight, I'll come back and take a proper look. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Chenyu cast one last look at the shadowed entrance, feeling as though something in the darkness was watching him, sending a cold ripple down his back. Reluctantly, he turned away and, guided by the sinking sun, began groping his way back, stumbling with every few steps over roots and stones. By the time he staggered back into the campsite, night was already thickening. On the fire, the pheasants had been roasted down to charred skeletons. Wang Lei was bellowing his name, voice thick with anxiety, while the others held up pine torch flames, just about to head into the mountain to search for him. Suwan stood by the fire with reddened eyes, clutching the empty bamboo basket he had tossed aside that morning. It was she who, following his footprints and finding it beneath the apricot tree, had brought it back. Her eyelids were swollen like walnuts, and the instant she saw him, tears cascaded down her face. "Where the hell did you run off to?" Wang Lei rushed over and punched him in the chest the moment he saw him, not holding back in the slightest. Suwan was practically crying herself to death. "You went to pick wild apricots and disappeared for half the day. We shouted ourselves hoarse, and you didn't answer once." Zhang Chenyu scratched his head, guilt pricking at him as he took in Suwan's reddened eyes. He started to explain about getting lost in the cave, but the words died in his throat. Such a strange experience. If he told them, they might not believe him and would only mock him for being timid. "I chased the rabbit too far," he mumbled, spinning a vague lie. He reached up to wipe the tears from Suwan's cheeks. "Didn't even manage to find the apricots, and just ended up getting myself turned around. I made you worry." Suwan said nothing, only silently handed him an army green canteen. The water inside was still cool. She must have been holding on to it the whole time, unwilling to take even a sip. Her eyes reddened again, lips pressed into a tight line of sight that made Zhang Chenyu's heart twist even more. Night deepened as a mountain wind swept past with a chill, the bonfire crackling and snapping, sparks shooting high into the air and casting shifting light across his face. He gazed toward the depths of the mountain forest, mind lingering on that cave veiled in vines and on the nameless darkness that waited within. Tonight it was destined that sleep would not come easily. Night lay over Qingliang Mountain like a length of velvet steeped in ink, shrouding it completely. The campfire was gradually dying down, leaving only a few embers flickering in the darkness. The snores of his companions rose and fell, intertwining with the chirping of insects, forming an oddly peaceful lullaby. Zhang Chenyu lay on the straw mat beneath the makeshift awning, his eyelids flipping open and shut, yet never truly closing. The cave he had stumbled upon that afternoon when he lost his way pricked at his heartstrings like a fine needle, tugging at him again and again. The rustling of vines at the cave mouth, the chill seeping out through the cracks, and that vague, indescribable eeriness all circled round and round in his mind. He recalled how on his way back following the setting sun, he had secretly carved a few crooked notches into the trunks along the bewildering forest and pressed a moss-covered stone at a fork in the path during a brief rest. These marks only he could read, all made so he could slip back here tonight without a sound. He quietly turned onto his side and glanced at Suwan, who was sleeping beside him. The girl's breathing was even, her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow beneath her lids. The redness around her eyes from the day had faded and the corners of her lips were slightly upturned, as if she were lost in some sweet dream. Moving with deliberate care, Zhang Chenyu slowly sat up, slipped on a thin jacket, then groped by the fire for a dry wooden stick as thick as his forearm and gripped it in his hand. When entering the mountains at night, it never hurt to guard against snakes, insects, and wild beasts. Night dew soaked the hems of his trousers with a clammy chill. On tiptoe, Zhang Chenyu tried his best not to make a sound as he headed deeper into the forest in the direction etched into his memory. Guided by the marks he had left by day, he skirted the confusing forks that could easily turn one around. The fallen leaves underfoot rustled with every step, but their sound was swallowed by the insects and the wind. The night wind in the mountains carried the crisp fragrance of grass and trees, clearing his head and sweeping away most of the fatigue from chasing rabbits earlier that day. He moved very quickly. After all, he had just walked this way that afternoon. Relying on hazy memory and the guidance of the moonlight, he soon found his way to the steep slope tangled with vines. Here it is. Holding his breath, Zhang Chenyu studied the cave entrance before him in the dim moonlight. The vines were swaying even more violently than in the afternoon, and the chill leaking from the cracks was sharper, brushing his skin and making him shiver. He tightened his grip on the stick and carefully pushed the vines aside. Thorns hidden among them snagged his sleeve. He tore them free with a light tug. The barbs scraped across the back of his hand, leaving a few shallow red marks that he did not even notice. The entrance looked narrow and cramped, yet after a few steps inward, the space suddenly opened up. The soil and gravel beneath his feet were packed dense and hard, utterly different from the soft humus outside. Underfoot it felt solid without the slightest give, as though some heavy object had rolled over it countless times. The cave was so dark he could not see his hand in front of his face. A faint earthy tang lingered in his nose, intertwined with a trace of metallic chill that clashed with the natural scent of the mountain vegetation, hinting at some unfathomable mystery. Zhang Chenyu fumbled a box of matches from his pocket and struck one alight. The dim flame leapt, driving back the darkness before him, and froze him in place, making his breath hitch. Within the reach of the light, the surrounding rock walls bore obvious impact marks, pitted and uneven, their edges charred black by intense heat, clearly formed by some heavy object slamming into the mountain at high speed. And in the deepest part of the space lay a silver-white metal construct resting in utter stillness. It was about half the size of a room, its lines so sleek as to seem unreal, its surface utterly seamless, as if cast from a single piece of metal glinting with a cold sheen in the matchlight. Its surface was engraved with dense, bizarre patterns, winding and curling, neither script nor ornament. Under the weak light, they gleamed faintly cold, making it obvious at a glance that this was no ordinary object. Zhang Chenyu's heartbeat suddenly thundered like a drum, his throat gone dry. In his 20 years of life, he had never seen, nor even heard of, anything like this. What on earth was this thing? A treasure hidden deep in the mountains, or some machine part lost from a factory? He swallowed hard, tightened his grip on the stick, and advanced one cautious step at a time, afraid to disturb anything that might be lurking here. The flame cast his shadow wildly across the rock wall, stretching and shrinking, adding an extra layer of eeriness. The match burned down to his fingertips, scorching him into a sudden flick. The spark struck the hard ground and vanished in an instant. At that moment, the patterns etched on the hull of the craft suddenly emitted a faint trace of blue light, dimly illuminating the space before him. At that same instant, his fingertips brushed unintentionally against the silver-white metal shell. A barely audible hum vibrated from his fingertip through his entire body, like a current running along his nerves, tingling so that even the hairs on his head seemed to tremble. Immediately, the patterns carved into the hull began to light up one by one with a ghostly blue glow. The radiance flowed along the patterns like waking spirit serpents, winding and coursing about in an instant, making the entire hollow crystal clear, even the veins in the rock walls starkly visible. Instinctively, Zhang Chenyu stumbled back half a step. His foot slipped, and he nearly fell. The stick in his hand clattered against the metal hull with a crisp, ringing sound. Detected host possesses a strong spirit of adventure and exploration. Mental compatibility 98. 7. Binding requirements met. A gentle yet utterly emotionless mechanical voice abruptly exploded in his mind, as clear as if someone were speaking right beside his ear. Zhang Chenyu's scalp prickled. He jerked his head up, gaze darting around, gripping the stick so hard his knuckles whitened. Who's talking? The space around him was empty and echoing. Only his own voice answered, reverberating through the cave. Interstellar Single Crew Survey Craft Stardust Core Intelligence Hub initiating autonomous binding protocol. 100 years ago, this vessel was piloted by the first-generation captain. While traversing an uncharted nebula, it encountered an interstellar tempest and performed an emergency landing on Earth. The impact on landing directly destroyed the energy core, and the first-generation captain perished on the spot. Before death, the captain set the core intelligence to standby mode, keyed to adventurous spirit matching. Only a life form inheriting his daring, trailblazing nature would be qualified to reactivate Stardust and complete the unfinished mission of interstellar exploration. The mechanical voice sounded again, clear as though murmured at his ear. As the words fell, a door silently slid open along the side of the silver-white construct. A breath of air mixed with metallic chill and a faint herbal freshness flowed out. Zhang Chenyu's feet felt nailed to the ground. He could not move an inch. He stared at the door, filled with both fear and curiosity, afraid it hid some unknown monster, yet unable to resist the urge to see what lay beyond. After hesitating for a full half-minute, his curiosity finally won out. He hunched his shoulders and slipped inside, never loosening his grip on the stick. The light inside the cabin was brighter than outside. Several luminous panels were embedded in the walls, lines of dense blue characters dancing on their surfaces, none of which he could understand. At the very center hovered a transparent console, slowly rotating. Around it floated several small metallic components, bobbing gently as he entered, as though welcoming his arrival. Host Zhang Chenyu, human of Earth, age 20, physical condition good. Mental profile strong, desire for adventure, intense curiosity, willingness to break conventional restraints, fully aligned with the mental schema of Stardust's first-generation captain. Core Intelligence Hub now binding, 1050-100. Binding complete. As the mechanical voice fell silent, Zhang Chenyu felt a thunderclap inside his skull. A tidal wave of information surged into his mind. Star navigation maps, energy theories, far beyond Earth's, and every detail about this metal construct. Those abstruse formulae and principles became clear to him with just a single glance, as if they had been etched into his very bones. A swelling pain spread from his temples like countless fine needles pricking at once. He crouched on the floor, clutching his head, and only after a long while did he gradually adapt. As the ache slowly faded, his gaze fell beside the console, where a silver ring hovered quietly. The ring bore the same patterns as the ship's hull, glowing with a shifting ghostly blue light. Space ring activated. Current permission level primary. Storage capacity, 100 cubic meters. Currently supports storage of non-living matter only. The core's voice sounded at just the right moment. Stardust is equipped with a Zuma mustard seed spatial folding system and can freely shrink to palm size. Once shrunk, its volume is only 0.01 cubic meters, fully compatible with primary storage permissions. The ship's energy core is completely destroyed and requires the host to collect high-purity energy crystals and rare metallic elements. The core intelligence has transmitted to your brain the catalog of known substitute materials on Earth. In the same breath, it continued, you must also continuously engage in adventurous exploration to raise your mental strength level and unlock higher-tier permissions. Only then can the energy core be reconstructed, enabling interstellar flight and the completion of the first-generation captain's unfinished mission. Zhang Chenyu reached out and took the ring. The moment it brushed his fingertip, it turned into a streak of silver light and settled snugly around his index finger, fitting as though tailored for him alone. He willed it once, and the stick he had brought for self-defense vanished from his hand. Another thought, and it dropped back into his palm, as solid as ever. A tidal wave of shock and elation crashed over him. He strode out of the cabin and stood in the open, hollow eyes fixed on the silver-white survey craft. In his mind, he silently intoned, "Shrink and store." Before his eyes, the hull began to shrink rapidly, from half the size of a room to the size of a bench to the size of a palm, until it finally became a streak of silver light that flew of its own accord into the space within the ring. The hollow that had been fully occupied a moment ago now lay half empty. "This is incredible." He could not help but breathe out, his voice echoing through the open hollow. He thought of Sue once sleeping under the awning of his parents at home and his brother far away, of the machine tools at the hardware factory and the narrow alleys of the county town. A fierce conviction rose in his heart. This secret must not be spoken lightly. Core is primary permission enough to repair the ship, he ventured to ask in his mind. Primary permission can only be used to store repair materials. Reconstruction of the ship's core components requires unlocking intermediate permission, which in turn requires the host's mental strength level to reach LV. 2. Tip. The scrap machine tools at the hardware factory contain small amounts of basic metals suitable for refinement. The red crystal or vein deep within Qingliang Mountain can serve as a temporary energy substitute. Zhang Chenyu nodded, slightly tightening his fingers around the ring, while his other hand still gripped the stick. The chill seeping into his fingertips only made him feel more grounded. He did not bother to conceal the cave entrance elaborately. He merely drew the vines back into place at the opening, enough to keep any mountain villager from accidentally falling in and to prevent insects from stinging people again. Turning away from the hollow, he made his way back by the pale light of dawn, matching his path to the marks he had left by day. His steps were light, and he encountered no obstacles at all. The horizon was already paling to fishbelly white. Birds in the woods had begun to chatter, and morning mist coiled among the branches, thick with the freshness of grass and leaves. Zhang Chenyu drew a deep breath of the morning air, feeling an indescribable comfort suffuse his whole body. He reckoned he had spent about 1 hour inside the cave, yet he had not felt the time slip by at all. In the eastern sky, a streak of rosy cloud was slowly spreading, dyeing the distant mountains a warm orangerd. From this moment on, his life would never be the same. As autumn deepened, the maple leaves on Qingliang Mountain blazed crimson across the slopes. When the wind stirred, they fell toward the foot of the mountain like flickering tongues of flame. Yet the scrap heap in the backyard of the county hardware factory had become Zhang Chenyu's treasure ground. The moment the end-of-shift bell rang each day, he would change out of his oil-stained work clothes, then push his rattling heavy-frame bicycle straight toward the pile of discarded metal. Rusty gears, fractured bearings, scrapped machine tool guide rails. Junk in other people's eyes were priceless treasures in his. The voice of the Stardust's intelligent core would ring out in his mind, cold and precise. Titanium alloy detected in the guide rail, purity 12% extractable, chromium detected in the gear, compatible with primary energy components. He chose each piece with great care, and every time he finished selecting scrap, he would properly carry it all to the factory registration desk and pay for it at the going waste price. For an apprentice like him, this was no small sum. Nearly half of his monthly wages went into it, leaving his days pinched and frugal to the point that even money for cigarettes had to be saved. More than once his father Zhang Jinglan came across him while inspecting the backyard. Frowning, he kicked at the bundle of scrap tied to the bike's rear rack. "Boy, why are you buying this junk every single day? You're an apprentice and you don't study techniques properly with your master, always fooling around with these crooked paths instead." Chenyu only chuckled, pulling the handlebars protectively toward his chest. "Dad, I'm just studying how to grind parts. Look at this guide rail. What a waste to throw it away. I'll take it back and practice on it. Maybe I'll figure out something useful." Zhang Jinglan shot him a doubtful glare, but in the end said nothing more, only reminding him, "Just don't let it delay your proper work." Chenyu agreed again, and once his father had walked off into the distance, he swung onto his bicycle and rode home with a cheerful clatter. At first, he piled those discarded parts in a corner of their small courtyard. But as time passed, the pieces accumulated into a little mountain occupying more than half the yard, so that even walking required turning sideways. When his mother Zhang Chenyu tidied the yard and looked at that mound of iron lumps, she could only sigh. Chenyu, when are you going to clear out all this junk? If you keep stacking it up, there'll be no place left for us to dry grain. Her words jolted him awake. The house truly could not hold any more, and only then did he begin to think about renting a warehouse. Su Wan was the first to sense that something about him had changed. After finishing her shift at the textile factory, she would often wait for him at the Zhang family's courtyard gate, lunchbox in hand. Whenever she saw him pushing that heavily laden bicycle back, she never complained. She would simply move quickly to untie the ropes on the rear rack and neatly stack the parts by the wall. Then she would press the warm lunchbox into his hands. Eat slowly, don't choke. Inside there was always one more egg than usual. Once when Chenyu opened the box and saw 2 eggs resting inside, his eyes grew slightly hot. Biting into a steamed bun, he watched Su Wan squatting on the ground, helping him sort the parts into neat categories. Sunlight fell on her dark hair, turning it impossibly soft. Wan, he suddenly said, his voice a little hoarse, what I've been doing lately may be a bit absurd, and it burns through money. We can't fit these parts at home anymore, so I want to rent a warehouse. Su Wan lifted her head, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Whatever you're doing, I believe in you. She did not ask what he was planning at all. The very next day, she shoved into his hands all the private savings she had been hoarding for 3 years. That was the money she had set aside to buy a bicycle. It was a thick wad wrapped in a handkerchief carrying a faint scent of soapwort. I'm investing, she told him solemnly. If we make money, it's ours together. If we lose, I'll shoulder it with you. Even so, it still was not enough. After much deliberation, Chenyu braced himself and went to his parents. He dared not mention the secret of the stardust. He only said he wanted to rent a warehouse, take on small repair jobs for parts, and strike out on his own. His father Zhang Jinglan fell silent for a long while, then fished out a crumpled wad of money from a drawer, the private savings he had scraped together over many years. Your father doesn't have much ability, this is all I've got. Take it. Start your venture if you must, but don't deceive people. Craftsmanship lives or dies by conscience. His mother Zhang Chenyu also thrust into his hands a set of cloth and grain coupons. Eyes reddened as she urged, don't wear yourself out. Clutching the 3 bundles of money in his hands, Chenyu felt as if he were holding a small furnace against his chest, its warmth stinging at his eyes. He said nothing, only nodded with all his strength. The summer of 1981 was even hotter than the year before. The disused warehouse on the outskirts of town became Zhang Chenyu's main battlefield. His father had pulled strings to rent it. The price was low, but it was remote, surrounded by nothing but wild grass. Under the blistering sun, Chenyu and Su Wan made trip after trip to the warehouse, moving everything inside. Every scrap part piled in the little courtyard, and a discarded old lathe they scraped together money to buy from the hardware factory. The lathe's body was heavily rusted and groaned when it turned, yet it was far better than relying solely on hand grinding. Brand new files, calipers, and wrenches soon piled up to fill a whole room. There were no apprentices, no workers. From cleaning out the warehouse to repairing the old lathe, he handled everything alone. Su Wan assisted him, handing over tools, wiping down parts, scraping away rust. At noon, she would set up a briquette stove at the doorway to cook noodles, tossing in a handful of chopped scallions. The two of them would eat, drenched in sweat, yet feeling utterly at peace. When the early autumn wind began to carry a chill, the wooden sign, reading Chenyu Precision Parts Workshop, finally hung crooked and askew above the warehouse door. The red paint had been brushed on by Chenyu himself. The characters were far from elegant, yet stubbornly solid. When the workshop first opened, no one came at all. Chenyu was in no hurry. Each day, he guarded the warehouse, using the stardust core to refine rare metals from the scrap he had purchased, building up reserves to repair the starship, and then riding his heavy-framed bicycle through every street and alley of the county town. If someone's radio stopped working, he would come to fix it. If a neighbor's sewing machine jammed, he could puzzle it out and get it running again. Even the precision parts that the veteran craftsman at the hardware factory could not handle, he could grind to seamless perfection with his solid skill and the intelligent core's guidance. He charged fair prices and worked quickly, never cutting corners. Little by little, the neighbors all came to know that in the warehouse on the outskirts there was a young man, surnamed Zhang, whose hands were remarkably deft and who could handle any fiddly, troublesome job. That boy Chenyu is truly capable. My old electric fan that everyone said should be thrown out started spinning again after he tinkered with it for a moment. Word of mouth spread just like that, and more people began to seek him out. Some came asking him to repair farm tools, others entrusted him with small parts to fabricate. They were all inconspicuous odd jobs that earned little money, yet they allowed him to accumulate real tangible connections and to scrape together enough to buy new parts for the old lathe. Once repaired, the lathe ran far more smoothly, and its efficiency more than doubled compared with hand grinding alone. The turning point arrived on an afternoon in late autumn. Old Lee, a senior technician from the county agricultural machinery factory, came carrying a damaged cedar component. The part demanded high precision. The veteran masters at the factory had tried several times, but still failed to meet the standard, and the delay in the farming schedule left everyone frantic. Someone suggested to him, why not go try that Zhang Chenyu on the outskirts? Old Li came half in doubt, and when he saw only a single lonely old lathe in the warehouse, his heart sank. Chenyu, however, accepted the job, merely saying calmly, come pick it up tomorrow. Those words only unsettled Old Li further, yet he had no choice but to leave, half believing, half doubting. As soon as he left, Chenyu activated the intelligent core. In an instant, a three-dimensional model of the component flashed through his mind. Error margins, tool angles, machining paths, each line and figure as clear as if carved before his eyes. Recommend repairing the damaged area using refined titanium alloy. Precision can be controlled within 0.005 millimeters. Estimated processing time 2 hours. As the intelligent core's voice fell silent, Chenyu moved into action. He first took out from his storage ring a bar of titanium alloy refined by the stardust and clamped it firmly onto the lathe chuck. The lathe hummed to life, the intelligent core continuously calibrating parameters in real time. Gripping the control lever, his movements were so precise they seemed almost inhuman. Parts that would ordinarily take half a day to grind were under the dual support of the machine, and the intelligent core reduced to rough machining completed within just 2 hours. For the remaining fine correction, the stardust's miniature light beam took over directly. Invisible to the naked eye, the beam fell upon the damaged area, instantly filling the cracks and polishing the surface to a smooth like new sheen. All told, in less than 3 hours, a flawless component lay on the table. Early the next morning, Old Li hurried over, nerves twisted in his chest. The instant he took the part into his hands, he froze. Its luster, its precision surpassed even the original factory piece. When they mounted it on the cedar and tested it, the machine ran without the slightest hitch, not even a trace of extra noise. Stunned, Old Li could hardly close his mouth as he went back and spread the story throughout the agricultural machinery factory. Before long, the factory director came in person, bringing a drawing and offering a modest yet substantial order, a batch of precision components for farm machinery. Xiaozhang, Old Li says your craftsmanship is good, so I'll trust you this once. The director clapped him on the shoulder. These parts cannot afford even the slightest error. Chenyu straightened his back, confidence surging in his chest. Rest assured, I guarantee they'll pass inspection. It was the first proper order he had ever received. With that old lathe and the Stardust's cheat-like assistance, he finished in just 5 days what would have taken others half a month. At delivery, the director measured the components again and again with a caliper. Seeing zero error, he decided on the spot, from now on, these parts for our factory will be commissioned to you on a fixed basis. Once the news spread, every small factory and little workshop in the county town heard that in that inconspicuous warehouse on the outskirts there was a young man with top-tier skills. Orders began to flow in one after another, and Chenyu's workshop finally started to take on a respectable scale. With spare cash now in hand, the very first thing he did was pull Su-Wan along to the department store. In the glass display case, a Shanghai brand watch shimmered under the lights, its silver dial dazzling to the eyes. It was something he had coveted for a long time. Clutching the money, his heart racing, he paid and tucked the watch carefully into his breast pocket. At the department store entrance, he stopped the forward-walking Su-Wan and solemnly drew the watch from his pocket. Sunlight fell on the dial, scattering shards of light. Taking her hand, he fastened the strap around her wrist, saying softly, "Wan Wan, marry me." Tears instantly spilled from Su-Wan's eyes as she nodded, choking out, "I will." They then went to the best photo studio in the county town. Chenyu wore a newly bought Dacron shirt, while Su-Wan wore a red cotton dress, her braid tied with a new red cord he had just purchased. The Shanghai watch on her wrist gleamed strikingly in front of the lens. When the photographer called, "Give me a smile," Chenyu turned his head towards Su-Wan. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright as stars. At the moment the shutter clicked, it captured the two of them at their most youthful and unpolished. The wedding itself was simple yet lively. Both sets of parents sat in the place of honor, grinning from ear to ear. Wang Lei and the others clamored to make mischief in the bridal chamber, but Chenyu laughed as he chased them out. The new room was a small space partitioned off beside the warehouse, simple yet cozy. Their wedding photo hung on the wall, and candies and sunflower seeds were laid out on the table. Late at night, when everything was quiet, Chenyu sat at the bedside, watching the sleeping Su-Wan. Moonlight streamed in through the window, spilling onto her peaceful face. The watch on her wrist cast a faint, gentle glow. He reached out, gently brushing a strand of hair from her forehead, and silently promised in his heart, "Core, once I have repaired the stardust, I will take Wan Wan to see the stars in the universe." The intelligent core's voice remained as icy as ever, yet carried the faintest ripple. Host's objective recorded. Current energy material reserves 15%. Spiritual power level LV 1. Further accumulation required. Chenyu tightened his grip on the silver ring around his finger and looked out the window. The night sky was deep and vast, scattered with stars that seemed to call to him in silence. He knew that his voyage toward the sea of stars had only just begun. When the spring breeze of 1982 swept across Qingliang Mountain, even the air above the county seat seemed to hum with a festive bustle. Zhang Chenyu's Chenyu Precision Parts Workshop was no longer that lonely little stall in a warehouse on the outskirts of town. He held a stable, designated contract from the agricultural machinery factory in his grasp, and small factories and farm machinery stations from neighboring townships came one after another by reputation. Orders that had once been just a few thin sheets of paper now piled into a thick stack. Zhang Chenyu was no longer the young man who guarded an old lathe alone through sleepless nights. Through his father's connections, he had taken over a spacious old factory building on the edge of the county and added 3 brand new lathes. More crucially, borrowing the technology of the Stardust core, he had secretly modified these machines, installing precision calibration components of his own design so that their machining accuracy far surpassed the standards of this era. Only after completing all this did he hire 2 retired masters from a hardware factory, one expert in fine lathe work, the other in heat treatment of parts, both seasoned craftsmen with solid skills. On the day the new factory hung up its sign, firecrackers crackled for half a street. Wang Lei led a group of buddies over to join the fun, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Chenyu, from now on your boss Zhang. You'd better lead your brothers to a life of good food and good drink." Zhang Chenyu laughed as he handed out cigarettes, the corners of his eyes and brows brimming with barely concealed pride and vigor. He pulled the 2 old masters over to the lathes and pointed at the modified components. "Uncle Wang, Uncle Li, I've altered these machines. Just follow the process sheets I've posted, and the precision will be more than enough. They'll feel far smoother than anything you used before." The 2 masters, half skeptical, tried them out. When the lathes started, the cutting tools ran steady and true, the finished parts matching the required dimensions to the fraction of a millimeter. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. "Chenyu, this craftsmanship of yours is incredible. These modified machines are even better than the new ones in the factory," they exclaimed. Zhang Chenyu only smiled without explaining. His true edge had never been the speed of his own hands in shaping parts, but the ability, empowered by the intelligent core, to transform machine tools themselves. That was a skill no one else could ever replicate. In the days that followed, division of labor became crystal clear. Zhang Chenyu focused solely on modifying machines, designing machining processes, and handling the most precise core components. The 2 veterans, leading a few newly recruited apprentices, followed the processes on the modified lathes to mass-produce standard parts. Efficiency leaped severalfold, and no matter how many orders came, they could deliver on time. Only he himself knew that behind this thriving business lay the secret of the Stardust. In those days, guided by the intelligent core, he had dug up several dark red, faintly glowing ore stones from a mine in the neighboring county. They were barely enough to provide emergency energy for the Stardust, but the quantity was far too meager to sustain the pace of repairs. Late at night, when the machines in the factory had fallen silent, Zhang Chenyu rubbed the silver ring on his finger and asked inwardly, "Core, the natural red crystal, or is far too scarce? Can it be synthesized from materials currently available on Earth?" The intelligent core's voice sounded at once in his mind, cold yet distinct. "Host demand detected. Unlocking simplified synthesis formula for red crystal stone. All raw materials are obtainable on Earth. High purity graphite, 99. 5 rare earth neodymium boron powder thorium compound residues, industrial grade sodium hydroxide. Mix them in a ratio of 3:1,0. 5:0 and subject the mixture to high temperature, high pressure reaction to obtain crude red crystal stone with an energy conversion rate of 55 oil, compatible with the Stardust's temporary energy system." Hearing this, Zhang Chenyu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly pressed for further details. The core continued. "Graphite can be refined from discarded electrode rods from hardware factories. Neodymium boron powder can be obtained by dismantling the magnetic steel in scrapped motors. Thorium residues are byproducts of rare earth mining and are likely to be found in mine waste heaps. Sodium hydroxide can be purchased from chemical plants. The high-pressure reactor must be modified to provide a temperature of 1500 C and a pressure of 8 GPa to meet reaction conditions." He memorized the list of materials by heart. The very next day, under the pretext of purchasing machine tool components, he scoured all the hardware stores and chemical plants in the county, quietly stockpiling sodium hydroxide and discarded electrode rods, and then asked acquaintances to inquire at the neighboring county's rare earth mine about the whereabouts of thorium residues. The turning point came during that year's plum rain season. When they went up the mountain that day, the sky was still clear, yet the air felt oppressively heavy, as if filled with lead. Dragonflies skimmed so low in the mountain hollow that their wings brushed the grass. A local farmer muttered that suffocating heat breeds rain and joked that a thunderstorm was likely on the way. Neither of them took it seriously. They trudged up along the temporary gravel road the mine had carved out, their feet sinking into loose dust up to the ankles, every step awkward and uneven. They had just reached the waste heap and dug out half a sack of dark red thorium residues when the core in his pocket suddenly blared in urgent alarm. Strong convective cloud clusters rapidly forming. Under orographic lifting effects, precipitation formation speed exceeds standard models. Short-term intense rainfall mountain cloudburst level expected within 7 minutes. Mine slope stability insufficient, a risk of collapse detected. Zhang Chenyu's heart sank. He had long known that the Stardust Core's warnings were based on cosmic scale monitoring standards, yet predicting strong convective weather in Earth's mountains was a global challenge. Orographic lifting caused clouds to condense at extraordinary speed, bringing rainfall several times fiercer than on the plains. Clamping the sack under his arm, he shouted to the farmer, "Run down the mountain now. The downpour is about to hit." And the two of them bolted downhill. But the gravel road was already slick and treacherous. After barely 4 minutes of running, the sky suddenly went dark. Raindrops as large as beans pelted down with explosive cracks, soaking their clothes in an instant. Fog surged up in the mountains, visibility shrank to less than 3 meters. Wind and rain roared in his ears. In the confusion, a gully split him from the farmer, and their shouts for each other were swallowed by the storm. Zhang Chenyu's foot slipped, and he fell heavily into a small abandoned cave beside the path. Thunder rolled outside, rain poured like a waterfall, and from the direction of the mine came a dull rumbling boom. It really sounded like a collapse. The narrow cave was dark and cold. He wiped the rain from his face, and only after making sure the sack against his chest was still there finally let out a breath of relief. With no one else around, he stirred his thoughts, and the sack of thorium residues vanished into thin air safely stored within the spatial ring. Core, you warned of 7 minutes, so why did the rain come in just 4? He could not help but ask inwardly. The Core's reply was as calm as ever. Earth's atmospheric environment has not been integrated into the Stardust central database. Current monitoring relies solely on basic sensors. Strong convective systems in mountainous regions display localized abrupt characteristics. After water vapor converged and was lifted by terrain, condensation speed exceeded the initial calculation threshold. This falls within acceptable error margins. During interstellar voyages, the Core will connect to a full-dimensional environmental data chain, with early warning errors not exceeding 0.1 seconds. Only then did Zhang Chenyu relax a little. He asked again, is there any way to locate the way back? Current energy reserves are insufficient. Positioning functions cannot be activated. Post-spiritual fluctuations are intense. It is recommended to calm your emotions to avoid excessive energy consumption. Darkness and fear gradually pressed in on him. Zhang Chenyu gripped the silver ring so hard that his fingertips turned white. He thought of Su-Wan waiting for him at home, of his parents' instructions, of the unfinished red crystal synthesis and starship repair plans. A fierce will to live surged up from the depths of his heart. He could not die here. At that very moment, a low humming filled his mind, and the Core's voice suddenly rang out with striking clarity. Host's spiritual power has surpassed the critical threshold. Spiritual power level upgraded to LV1. Basic stealth function of the Stardust unlocked. Current maximum stealth duration 12 hours. At the same time, a faint gleam flashed across the ring, and a wave of warmth instantly flowed through his entire body. The roar of wind and rain outside seemed to grow softer. By the ring's dim radiance, he could make out the cave's exit. When the rain eased, he followed that faint light, stumbling his way back out. By the time he returned to the county, it was already deep into the night. Su-Wan was sitting at the factory door, waiting, her eyes red. Seeing him come back soaked to the bone and covered in mud, she burst into tears. "Where did you go? You scared me half to death." Holding her in his arms, Zhang Chenyu felt both warmth and ache in his heart. He simply said he had gone to the mine to collect raw materials, been caught in a sudden downpour, and after getting separated from the farmer, had hidden in the mountains for a while. Life moved forward as usual, and business at the workshop grew ever more prosperous, yet Zhang Chenyu was busier than ever. On one hand, he worked on modifying the newly acquired high-pressure reactor, strengthening its vessel with Stardust technology to ensure it could withstand the temperatures and pressures needed for red crystal synthesis. On the other, he used the stealth function to slip in and out of mines and waste yards more frequently until he had gathered all materials required for synthesis. The two old masters managed mass production work with impeccable order, leaving him nothing to worry about there. Only then did he have ample time to throw himself into red crystal synthesis and starship repair. One night, he took the Stardust out from the ring. Looking at its silver-white hull, a thought struck him, and he asked the Core, besides refining metal, can the Stardust itself manufacture some simple ship components, such as basic structural elements for repairing the hull? The Core paused briefly before answering. The Stardust is equipped with a primary self-fabrication repair system. When energy is sufficient, it can use refined metal materials to autonomously produce basic structural components for emergency repairs, enough to support flight to the nearest interstellar supply base. Advanced components require unlocking LV3 spiritual power and a high-tier energy core. A tremor ran through Zhang Chenyu's heart, and ecstasy surged up within him. This meant that as long as there was enough energy, the Stardust could heal itself. He no longer had to rack his brains over complex ship components, he only needed to focus on synthesizing red crystal and accumulating energy. The repair progress of the Stardust instantly accelerated by more than half. The next change came that summer. Lately, Su-won had almost no appetite. Everything she tried to eat made her want to vomit, and she could not bring herself to touch even her favorite sweet and sour ribs. Finding this odd, Zhang Chenyu took her to the county hospital for an examination. When they came back, Zhang Chenyu's face was radiant with joy. "Chenyu, you're going to be a father." Zhang Chenyu was in the workshop discussing modifications to the high-pressure reactor with the old masters when he heard this. The wrench in his hand slipped and clattered to the floor. He rushed to Su-won's side and carefully supported her arm, his voice trembling. "Really?" Su-won nodded, her cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with tenderness. In that instant, Zhang Chenyu's heart melted into utter softness. He immediately had Su-won quit her job at the textile factory and rest at home to nurture the pregnancy. Zhang Chenyu went a step further and simply moved in cooking nutritious meals every day, millet porridge, steamed egg, custard, carp soup, never repeating the same dish twice. The family atmosphere grew ever more harmonious, and even the humming of the factory machines seemed to carry a note of joy. Yet Su-won's morning sickness was severe, as she often vomited after eating and grew noticeably thinner. Seeing this, Zhang Chenyu's heart ached. No matter how busy he was each day, he made time to walk with her, sharing amusing stories from the factory to make her laugh. As he caressed Su-won's gradually rounding belly for the first time, he felt that compared with the distant stars of the universe, the peace before his eyes was what truly grounded him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the spring of 1983. Peach blossoms covered Qingliang Mountain in a sea of pink and white petals drifting all over the ground. In the delivery room, Su-won's cries came in broken bursts. Outside the door, Zhang Chenyu paced back and forth, palms slick with sweat. His father Zhang Jinglan patted him on the shoulder, trying to offer comfort, but he himself was so nervous that the corners of his mouth trembled. He did not know how long had passed when a loud newborn cry rang out from inside. A nurse emerged carrying a soft little boy in her arms and said with a smile, "Boss, Zhang, congratulations, it's a big healthy son." With trembling hands, Zhang Chenyu carefully took the child. The little one's eyes were closed, his cheeks flushed red, his tiny hand gripping Zhang's finger tightly. A scalding wave of emotion surged into his eyes. As he gazed at the small life in his arms, a name flashed through his mind: Zhang Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing, little star. He would bury his obsession with the cosmos within this name and guard this child as he grew. On the day of the full-month banquet, Zhang Chenyu set out several tables of food right in the factory, and all the workers came to offer congratulations. Wang Lei and his friends clamored to be the boy's godfathers. Flushed with drink, Zhang Jinglan clutched his son's hand, patting it again and again before finally squeezing out a single line: "Good lad, you haven't shamed your old man." After the feast, when night had deepened and all was quiet, Zhang Chenyu stood in the factory courtyard, holding the sleeping Zhang Xiaoxing, gazing up at the star-filled sky. The core's voice sounded in his mind: "Host's spiritual power is stable. All raw materials for red crystal synthesis are in place. High-pressure reactor modifications are complete. It is recommended to construct a secret workshop for red crystal synthesis and autonomous starship repair in order to avoid exposure." Lowering his gaze to the child in his arms, then lifting it back to the stars, Zhang Chenyu's eyes grew firm. He turned and walked into the factory, picked up a piece of chalk, and quietly marked off an area in the northwest corner of the building. Backed against Qingliang Mountain and naturally concealed, it was the perfect place to build a secret workshop. Night was deep and the stars blazed bright. Zhang Chenyu knew that his life had long since been branded with the mark of that star from the cosmos. And the road before him was only halfway walked. In the spring of 1983, just as the anxious air outside the delivery room was finally blown away by the warm breeze, Zhang Chenyu's life was cleaved cleanly into two distinct halves. By day, he was the owner of Chenyu Precision Parts Factory, guarding a few lathes that had been retrofitted by the intelligent core of the Stardust, and together with two seasoned veteran craftsmen, he watched batch after batch of orders turn from drawings into gleaming components. In the roaring workshop, Uncle Wang and Uncle Li held the operating levers with rock-steady hands, pushing the workflow forward step by meticulous step according to the procedures he had set, achieving an astonishing efficiency. Yet once night fell, Zhang Chenyu would always sit in a daze before the reserved open space in the northwest corner of the rented factory. This plant was leased for 3 years, and digging underground was too great a risk. If the landlord refused to renew the lease, all his efforts related to the Stardust would vanish like water thrown into the sea. He could only suppress for the time being the urge to build a secret workshop, and instead flipped through the spacecraft component blueprints again and again, silently calculating in his heart. Once he earned enough money, he would buy a piece of land of his own and build a factory that could truly conceal his secrets. As the days slid by in the alternation of orders and blueprints, Zhang Chenyu's mental power steadily increased through his unremitting daily focus and research. He no longer buried himself solely in modifying machine tools. More often, he would gaze intently at the interstellar material charts transmitted by the intelligent core, carefully comparing the properties of Earth's raw materials with the spacecraft's requirements one by one. This extreme concentration pushed his mental power threshold to break through again and again. Late one night, just after he had finished deducing an alternative raw material plan from a list of interstellar ores, the silver ring on his fingertip suddenly flashed with a gentle light, and the intelligent core's voice, tinged with rare cheerfulness, sounded in his mind. Detected host's mental power has steadily increased to LV. 1. 5. Dynamic stealth function of the Stardust unlocked. Can follow the host's movements, automatically evading infrared and sonic detection in real time, with no limit to invisibility duration other than the influence of mental power fluctuations. Joy surged in Zhang Chenyu's heart. With a mere thought, his entire person, along with the pencil clenched in his hand, silently melted into the darkness of the workshop. He tried taking 2 steps forward. That invisible barrier shadowed his movements, perfectly concealing even the body heat emanating from him. He raised a hand to touch the icy casing of a lathe, and could not help but let a faint smile tug at the corner of his lips. This function was countless times more useful than the previous fixed location stealth. The surprise did not last long. On a snowy night in early 1985, goose feather snowflakes drifted outside the window, while the furnace fire in the workshop painted Zhang Chenyu's face a fiery red. He was staring blankly at the projected map of Earth's mineral distribution from the intelligent core, trying to find among known ores a material that could match the hardness of the spacecraft's hull, when the intelligent core's voice abruptly sounded in his mind, solemn and unquestionable, carrying a detailed dossier of ores accessing the Stardust Interstellar Resource Database. A compatible Earth mineral has been matched. Zongbei cold iron ore. This ore contains type ultra-high hardness alloy components. Once refined, its hardness can reach 5 times that of Earth's military-grade steel, making it the optimal choice for repairing the spacecraft's outer armor. Another core raw material is Donghai deep-sea manganese nodules rich in rare metals, such as niobium and tantalum, suitable for forging the basic components of the spacecraft's power cabin. Both sources have extremely scarce reserves on Earth's surface and are largely distributed in regions rarely trodden by humans, requiring deep extraction. Zhang Chenyu stared at the slowly unfolding 3-dimensional model of the cold iron ore on his retina, a silver-blue crystalline structure labeled with melting point hardness, refining conditions, and a string of other data. And only then did he realize that this planet still hid treasures that humanity had yet to fully comprehend. He tightened his grip on the pencil in his hand, his brows knitting together. The snowfields of Zongbei and the deep waters of the East Sea. Neither was a place one could reach easily. But he knew even more clearly that this journey was one he had to make. Before setting out, the first thing Zhang Chenyu did was to hand over full management of the factory. He did not entrust it only to the 2 master craftsmen. He also brought Su Wan into the workshop, laying out the account books, order contracts, and detailed operating procedures for the machine tools one by one. Wan, I'm afraid this period will be hard on you, he said, holding Su Wan's hand, his gaze earnest. Uncle Wang and Uncle Li are skilled, but when it comes to the factory's finances and external coordination, I'll have to trouble you to shoulder more of it. While I'm away, both our home and the factory will depend on you. Su Wan looked into the sincerity in his eyes, then glanced at little Zhang Xiaoxing babbling in the cradle, and with reddened eyes, she nodded, not uttering a single word of dissuasion. She understood that a great undertaking weighed on this man's heart. All she could do was guard this home and this factory and wait for his return. The 2 master craftsmen patted their chests in guarantee, as well can you go without worry. With us and the lady boss watching over the factory, nothing will go wrong. On the night before his departure, Su Wan stayed up packing his luggage. Thick cotton coats, frostbite ointment, and non-slip rubber shoes were all carefully stuffed into his backpack. Before bed, she slipped into the kitchen again and stewed a pot of fragrant braised pork, poured it into an insulated lunchbox, and tucked it into his arms. Eat this on the way, don't go hungry. Zongbei is cold, remember to wear more. His mother Zhang Chenyu eyes also read, stuffed 2 large bags of medicinal herbs into his luggage. These are for preventing altitude sickness. If you feel unwell, steep them in water and drink, don't tough it out. Holding the warm lunchbox, looking at the gentle curve of Su Wan's brows, and then stroking his son's soft little cheek, Zhang Chenyu felt his heart ache and burn at the same time. He bent down to plant a kiss on Su Wan's forehead and whispered, when I return, I'll build a big house for you and Xiaoxing. Early the next morning, with his pack on his back, Zhang Chenyu boarded the northbound train. After a jolting journey, he arrived in Zongbei, where he was greeted by knife-sharp, piercing winds and air so thin it left one gasping. Altitude sickness struck fast and hard. Dizziness, nausea, chest tightness came one after another. Gritting his teeth, chewing the herbs his mother had given him, he trudged toward the direction of the ore vein with his backpack. The deeper he went, the sparser the signs of human life. All around were boundless snowfields and barren mountain ranges with hardly even a bird in sight. Relying on the dynamic stealth function, he easily avoided the patrols around the mining area and slipped silently into the depths of a rarely visited mine tunnel. The cold iron ore glimmered with a faint silver-blue sheen hidden in rock crevices flashing with tempting luster under the beam of his mining lamp. He struck off a chunk with a specially made pickaxe, and the intelligent core immediately gave feedback. Purity 92 meets the standard for spacecraft hull repair. As he lowered his head to collect the or stowing chunk after chunk of cold iron into the spatial ring, a low drawn-out wolf howl suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Zhang Chenyu's heart clenched as he snapped his head up to see at the mouth of the cave a pair of green, gleaming eyes locked onto him. It was a wild wolf, gaunt and bony, blood still clinging to the corner of its mouth. It was clearly starving. He instinctively retreated, fumbling for his backpack, only to remember that he had brought no weapon. Host, immediately extract refined cold iron fragments from within the ring and fold them into a triangular spike. As per the intelligent core's instructions, came the core's voice, cold as ice. The hardness of cold iron is 3 times that of earth steel. Pierce the wolf's vulnerable abdominal area, and you can fell it in a single strike. Without time to think, Zhang Chenyu sent out a thought, pulling several refined cold iron fragments from the ring, and following the intelligent core's guidance, rapidly folded and fixed them into a crude triangular spike. The wolf lunged at him in a sudden burst. He twisted aside and drove the triangular spike out with all his strength. The hardness of the cold iron far exceeded his expectations. The spike pierced through the wolf's hide with ease. The wolf let out a shrill, mournful howl and staggered away into the distance. Zhang Chenyu collapsed onto the icy ground, gasping for breath, his palms slick with cold sweat. Just then the intelligent core's voice sounded again, tinged with a trace of delight. Detected host's mental power erupted at a critical moment, increasing to LV. 2. High-efficiency refinement mode for the spacecraft unlocked. Refinement efficiency increased to 98 and processing time reduced by 70. He froze for a moment, then burst into elated laughter. This trip to Zongbei had truly not been in vain. After collecting enough cold iron ore, Zhang Chenyu rushed south, without pause, heading straight for the East Sea. In a small coastal town, he rented a shabby little fishing boat. The boat owner, eyeing his delicate scholarly appearance, could not help but advise, "Young man, the sea's been rough lately. It's fine to fish in the nearby waters, but don't go too far out." Zhang Chenyu smiled, slipping a pack of cigarettes into the man's hand. "Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look near shore. I won't go far." Half convinced, the boat owner steered the boat into the coastal waters, and once there, Zhang Chenyu used fishing as an excuse and asked him to wait in place. Gazing at the surging sea beneath his feet, he drew in a deep breath. The manganese nodules indicated by the intelligent core lay 200 meters below the surface, a depth impossible to endure without a diving suit. But he had dynamic stealth, and more importantly, the intelligent core could construct a temporary energy shield for him to withstand the crushing pressure and cold of the deep sea. Activate energy shield. Full body coverage, pressure adjusted to standards for a depth of 200 meters. Zhang Chenyu intoned silently. The silver ring on his fingertip flashed, and a transparent shield instantly enveloped him. He leapt, plunging into the icy sea. The frigid seawater swallowed him in an instant, yet the energy shield kept the chill firmly at bay. Guided by the intelligent core, he dove toward the depths. The farther down he went, the dimmer the light became, until darkness engulfed everything, with only the faint glow of the stardust ahead to lead the way. The pressure of the deep sea was like an invisible giant hand pressing hard against the shield, which creaked faintly. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Chenyu continuously mobilized his mental power to stabilize the barrier. He did not know how long had passed before he finally felt the soft silt of the seabed beneath his feet. Bending down, he groped through the sediment, and soon found fist-sized manganese nodules, pitted and rough on the surface, yet rich in rare metals within. He stowed the manganese nodules into the ring one by one, his heart brimming with joy. As he collected the final piece, his fingertips suddenly brushed against a warm crystal. The crystal radiated a faint purple glow like a tiny star in the pitch-black depths. Unknown energy crystal detected. Energy fluctuations stable and far exceed those of red crystal. Specific properties pending analysis, the intelligent core said, for the first time, carrying a hint of surprise. Zhang Chenyu's heart skipped a beat as he carefully placed the crystal into the ring, then dragging his exhausted body, swam back toward the surface. By the end of 1985, carrying an almost empty backpack, Zhang Chenyu returned to the county town. To the outside world, he claimed that this business trip had secured several sizable orders. He not only handed out generous bonuses to the factory workers, but also held in his grasp a considerable sum of savings, enough to purchase a piece of land of his own. Seeing how dark and thin he had become, Su Wan's eyes reddened at once. That very night, she stewed a piping hot pot of chicken soup. "Just look at you, you've wasted away. Drink some to nourish yourself," she urged. Sipping the savory broth, looking at the gentle arch of Su Wan's brows, and then touching the silver ring on his finger, which now held cold iron manganese nodules and that mysterious purple crystal, Zhang Chenyu's heart was filled with newfound confidence. He handled the matter of buying land with decisive efficiency. Rather than choose a bustling plot in the county center, he picked a stretch of wasteland on the outskirts backed by Qingliang Mountain. Far from residential areas and superbly concealed, it was an ideal location for a secret workshop. When dealing with the land administration office, he merely said he planned to build a new parts factory to expand production capacity. The clerks, seeing that he was a young entrepreneur of some renown in the county and that his paperwork was entirely in order, approved the application without delay. On the day of signing the contract, as his hand closed around the land use certificate stamped with a blazing red seal, the heavy stone in Zhang Chenyu's heart finally fell. Standing on the wasteland, gazing at the rolling ridges of Qingliang Mountain, he could almost see a brand new factory rising from the ground, and beneath it, hidden deep underfoot, an interstellar spacecraft on the verge of awakening. He lifted his head to look at the starry sky beyond the window. The silver ring at his fingertip glimmered faintly. At last he had land of his own, and his journey to the stars was drawing ever closer, step by steady step. From the end of 1985 to the autumn of 1986, all of Zhang Chenyu's energy was poured into that stretch of wasteland on the outskirts of the city, a plot backed by the slopes of Qingliang Mountain. The day after signing the land use certificate, he hired a construction crew to enter the site, publicly declaring that he was going to build a high-standard precision parts processing factory. The blueprints drawn overnight by him in consultation with the Corps' suggestions outlined a 3-story factory building above ground, the first floor as the production workshop, the second floor as offices, and a raw material inspection room, with a separate sample showroom convenient for receiving clients from the provincial capital's machinery plant, and the third floor fully utilized, half converted into dormitories for workers, and the other half into a canteen and storage room, solving both accommodation and storage for tools and consumables without wasting a single inch of space. The first basement level was planned as a parking area for small trucks and forklifts, mainly to store internal transport equipment and precision machine tool components unsuitable for open-air exposure, with entrances and exits designed to light truck standards, 3 meters wide and 2.5 meters high. Practical, yet inconspicuous. In the innermost corner of that first basement, Zhang Chenyu deliberately had the crew partition off a separate, enclosed research room, explaining to the outside world that it was a soundproof laboratory for tuning high-precision parts. The walls were poured entirely in concrete with added sound insulation, and the door was a fire door painted the same color as the surrounding wall, with no extra markings, so inconspicuous that no one would notice it without careful scrutiny. The rear wall of this research room was in fact the entrance to the second underground level secret workshop, a concealed hydraulic door engineered with technical support from the Corps, its switch cleverly hidden beneath a heavy laboratory table, only unlockable by entering a specific pressure code. The second basement level extended directly into the interior of Qingliang Mountain's massif. This was the true core area for his restoration of the Xingqianhao. Construction of the above-ground factory proceeded step by step, laying foundations, building brick walls, installing doors and windows, wiring, taking a full 4 months before a basic structure took shape. Excavation of the first basement's foundation pit and its concrete pouring were carried out in parallel, consuming another 2 months. By the time the exterior walls of the factory were painted and the internal wiring and plumbing completed, the floor leveling and door and window installation of the first basement were also finished. The whole site finally shed the chaos of barren land and took on the orderly appearance of a true factory. During this period, while keeping a constant eye on construction progress, Zhang Chenyu also negotiated with raw material suppliers and squeezed out time to handle orders from the old workshop, racing about every day without pause. Considering that running back and forth between the factory and home for paperwork and material purchases cost too much time, and that the factory would later need a vehicle for deliveries and pickups, he deliberately took 2 days off to scour the second-hand market and bought a half-used light truck. The truck was sturdy and durable, able to haul machine tool components and raw materials on weekdays, while also serving as his commute vehicle. He simply described it to others as the factory's official use truck, arousing no suspicion. As for the rubble produced by the secret excavation, he stored all of it directly into his spatial ring, needing no vehicular transport at all, and completely eliminating any chance of outsiders discovering it. He had long since finalized the purchase contracts for the new machine tools and specifically instructed the manufacturer to deliver only after the main factory structure was completed. It was not until the height of the summer of 1986, when the above-ground buildings and the first basement had all passed inspection, that he notified the manufacturer to ship the machines. On delivery day, 3 heavily loaded trucks rumbled into the plant, their beds packed with machine tools. His father Zhang Chenyu specially invited old colleagues to help unload, while his mother Zhang Chenyu followed with a kettle in hand, passing water and wiping sweat for the busy workers, her smile so wide it never left her face. She still worked at the textile mill and was most adept at meticulous tasks. All her life, she had longed for a stable family business. In the old days, Zhang Chenyu had been in the management of a machinery plant and possessed a keen discerning eye. He circled the 3 brand-new gleaming precision lathes twice, then noticed the 2 modified lathes moved over from the old workshop and could not help nodding in praise. "The accuracy of these new fellows speaks for itself," he said. "Add in the 2 you've modified, and in the future your factory, Chenyu, is bound to make quite a name for itself." Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Chenyu gently persuaded his mother-mom, "Those night shifts at the textile mill are really wearing you down. The factory just happens to be short of someone to manage the warehouse and canteen. You're meticulous by nature, you'll definitely excel at these tasks. The pay is higher than at the textile mill, and you won't have to stay up all night anymore." His mother already felt distressed seeing her son run himself ragged every day. Hearing this, she agreed on the spot and went to the textile mill the very next day to apply for unpaid leave from her position. However, Zhang Chenyu did not let his parents move into the third-floor dormitories. The old family house was not far from the plant. A 20-minute ride by bicycle was enough, and living at home was far more comfortable than a dormitory. He appointed his father as production director, responsible for monitoring order progress and product inspection. Drawing on many years of managerial experience, his father soon had the workshop running in impeccably orderly fashion. Once all the new and old machine tools had been moved into the first-floor production workshop and neatly lined up, only then did Zhang Chenyu, under the pretext of adjusting equipment parameters, lock himself alone inside the workshop. He sent Uncle Wang and Uncle Li to the warehouse with the apprentices to handle sorting, then activated the Xingqian Hao's dynamic invisibility function. Guided by the core, he took shards of cold iron ore from his secret space, ground them into tiny precision components, and installed them in the core transmission assemblies of the new machine tools. These components possessed hardness and smoothness far beyond Earth's industrial standards. Once installed, the new machine tools' precision rose by an entire grade, and their operating noise dropped significantly. Only after completing all of this did he open the workshop doors and let the workers come in to familiarize themselves with the equipment. The workers gathered around the new machine tools in amazement, exclaiming that these machines were far easier to use than in their original factory configuration. Zhang Chenyu merely smiled without explanation. In others' eyes, he was already a master of machine tool modification, and such minor adjustments were nothing out of the ordinary. Only after dealing with the miscellaneous affairs of the above-ground workshop did Zhang Chenyu truly begin construction of the second basement's secret workshop. By then, the construction crew had long since withdrawn, leaving only his family and a few trusted workers to guard the entire plant. Every late night, under the excuse of going to the underground research room to tune parts, he would openly enter that small compartment on the first basement level, lock the door behind him, activate the hydraulic door switch, and by dim light assemble a tunneling machine taken from his spatial ring. This tunneling machine, temporarily modified by the core, using refined cold iron or fragments, was far more powerful than ordinary equipment. The rock of Qingliang Mountain was extremely hard, yet before its bite it crumbled like tofu, turning into fine stone dust. He swept the stone dust directly into his spatial ring, and once the excavation was complete, would find a remote, uninhabited mountain gorge to dump it all at once. Throughout the entire process, not a soul was any the wiser. These nighttime excavations continued for a full 3 months, during which the second basement level extended more than 20 meters into the mountain, gradually forming a spacious chamber. To render the secret workshop even more concealed, he lined the passage behind the hydraulic door with sound-absorbing material and added a layer of high-strength steel plates on the rock walls of the second basement, ensuring that not the slightest noise from within could escape. By the autumn of 1986, the underground secret workshop was finally completed. Its outer shell of thick steel plates and soundproofing layers blocked all noise and detection signals, while the interior was divided into 3 functional sections: purification, smelting, and restoration. Only then did Zhang Chenyu carefully remove the Xingqian Hao from his spatial ring and let it rest quietly in the center of the restoration area, its silvery hull gleaming with a cold luster beneath the dim light. Above ground, the machines in the factory roared day and night as Uncle Wang and Uncle Li led several apprentices in operating both the new and old machine tools with growing proficiency. The 2 modified old lathes ran with exceptional stability and precision, their efficiency surpassing their original configurations, while the 3 newly installed machines more than lived up to expectations, producing parts with accuracy far beyond clients' requirements, so much so that the workers competed to use them. Zhang Chenyu shuttled through the workshop, checking products against order lists and occasionally admonishing, "Keep a close eye on the details," creating a scene of orderly, well-run production. As for Zhang Chenyu, each day after handling orders and the factory's sundry affairs, he would head straight into the underground research room on the first basement level, pass through the hydraulic door into the secret workshop, and start the spaceship's high-efficiency purification mode. The cold iron ore from northern Tibet, the manganese nodules from the East Sea, and that mysterious purple crystal were all fed by him one by one into the purification furnace. Under searing temperatures, the impurities within the ores were stripped away, leaving behind high-purity metals that shimmered with flowing radiance, mesmerizing to behold. During this time, the core continuously transmitted technical schematics for the spaceship's repair, densely packed circuits, and complex formulas unfolding across his retinal display, making Zhang Chenyu's eyes swim. He encountered no shortage of challenges. For instance, the fusion ratio between cold iron ore and manganese nodules, where an error by a hair's breadth would cause the alloy to become brittle, and the connection patterns of energy conduits, where the slightest mistake might trigger an energy leak. He often worked through the night testing and adjusting, napping for brief moments with his head on the research room's lab table when exhausted, nibbling on the steamed buns and pickled vegetables his mother had prepared when hungry. Worn out, he would fall asleep wherever he lay, only to appear in the workshop the next day with dark circles under his eyes, drawing teasing remarks from the workers that he was risking his life for the factory. Suwon noticed how busy he was and how often he went down to the underground research room, yet she never pressed him with questions. Knowing that her husband carried weighty matters in his heart, she not only helped him receive visiting clients, but also took the initiative to manage the workshop's accounts, keeping every income and expenditure in impeccable order. Sometimes when Zhang Chenyu returned late at night, she would still leave a light on and bring him a bowl of warm millet porridge. "Don't overwork yourself," she would say softly. "Your health is your capital." To conceal his secret, Zhang Chenyu deliberately expanded the scale of the workshop, took on more orders, and even established a long-term partnership with the machinery plant in the provincial capital. As orders increased, the noise of machines in the factory grew louder, workers' wages rose, and smiles blossomed more frequently on their faces. Watching the thriving factory, his father Zhang Jingguo patted him on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, "Chenyu, you really have a head for business, far better than your old man." His mother chimed in with a smile, "That's right, from now on our family will just follow you and enjoy a good life." Only Zhang Chenyu knew that all of this was merely to win time and funds for repairing the spaceship. The more prosperous the factory above ground became, the safer the secret buried below. One deep night in the smelting area, Zhang Chenyu followed the core's precise ratios and fed the purified cold iron and manganese nodules into the furnace. As the intense heat fused the two metals into a seething liquid, he held his breath and carefully adjusted the intensity of energy input. Sweat rolled from his forehead, down his cheeks, evaporating the instant it hit the floor. Beep. Metal fusion rate 99.9, meeting the standard for core component fabrication. Beep. Xingchen Hao core component restoration progress 10. As the core's prompts rang out clearly, Zhang Chenyu clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with expectation. Gazing at the silver glowing metal liquid in the furnace, he seemed already to see the Xingchen Hao piercing the atmosphere and soaring into the boundless starry sky. He lifted his head to look at the rock ceiling of the workshop, fingertips gently brushing the cold metal veins, his eyes filled with irrepressible anticipation. In the deep autumn of 1986, at the foot of Qingliang Mountain, the machines at the Qingyu Precision Parts Factory roared only during the day. As the lunch break whistle blew, Zhang Chenyu had just stepped out of the workshop when he was suddenly embraced by a chubby little figure. "Daddy, hold me." Little Zhang Xiaoxing, just over 3 years old, raised a shiny iron frog, his little face sprinkled with crumbs, his eyes sparkling like stars in a valley. Zhang Chenyu bent down to pick up his son, playfully weighing him in his arms and joking, "Our little Xing has gained weight again. If you get any heavier, Daddy won't be able to carry you." The little guy wrapped his arms around his neck, burying his head in his nape, and sweetly murmured, "Daddy, will you play frog jumps with me?" Suwon approached with a food box, playfully patting Zhang Chenji's arm. "Stop teasing our son. The cafeteria chef just steamed some red bean buns and made a small pot of pork and corn soup. Hurry and take the child to the office to eat." Zhang Chenji's eyes lit up and he ran towards the office with his son in his arms. Zhang Xiaoxing, smelling the delicious aroma, flailed his little hands excitedly in his father's embrace. The father and son squatted on the long bench in the office, munching on soft red bean buns and sipping delicious pork soup. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the phoenix tree leaves, casting a shimmering pattern on the ground. Even the sounds of machines from the workshop seemed to lighten up. They played until the sun began to set. The roar of machines in the workshop gradually subsided as workers packed up their tools, laughing and chattering as they headed towards the dormitory. Zhang Xiaoxing, tired from playing, rubbed his eyes and yawned, his little belly round and full, still savoring the red bean paste at the corner of his mouth. Suwon took her son's hand, wiped his mouth, and the family leisurely made their way to the dormitory. Once home, Zhang Xiaoxing had a few more bites of braised fish, dipping his little head into the sauce, and before long he dozed off on his little bed, his chubby hand still clutching the iron frog toy. After putting their son to sleep, Suwon leaned against the headboard, flipping through a new knitting magazine. After 2 pages, she gently furrowed her brow, set down the magazine, rubbed her heart, and quietly touched her little belly. Zhang Chenyu sat at his desk, illuminated by the dim light of the desk lamp, studying the antenna structure diagram projected onto his retina. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught her small movements and instantly understood. Suwon had mentioned this morning that she had been feeling nauseous and sleepy lately. Perhaps she was pregnant. He didn't say anything to disturb her. He simply paused his pen, a wave of warmth washing over his heart. The Xingqian spacecraft itself possessed powerful cosmic communication capabilities, able to establish connections with interstellar bases across billions of light years. Just to clarify, the ship was the private property of the former captain, so after his death, without anyone giving orders, the ship couldn't contact anyone else to retrieve it. What he needed to do was to install a matching directional antenna on Earth. When the day came for him to fly out of Earth, he would be able to use this antenna to make a cross-interstellar call back home to report his safety. As for contacting extraterrestrial civilizations, he hadn't even considered it. After all, the intelligence corps had warned him that exposing coordinates before mastering advanced energy sources was akin to inviting disaster. As night deepened, the factory completely quieted down, leaving only old Wang in the duty room to guard the gate. The employee dormitory area on the third floor was well organized, with 2 technicians sharing a room and 4 apprentices squeezed into a slightly larger one. The 20 square meter single room on the west side was specially reserved by Zhang Chenyu as a home, with floral curtains sewn by Suwon hanging by the window, gently swaying in the breeze. Zhang Chenyu first went to the underground workshop using the intelligence corps' efficient purification mode to process some ore. Once he saw the repair progress of the spacecraft's core components reach 15, he quietly returned to the dormitory. Suwon was already leaning against the head of the bed, her eyes half closed, nearly asleep. Hearing the movement, she drowsily asked, "Did you go to the workshop again?" Just got some parts done." Zhang Chenyu walked over, tucked her in gently, and whispered, "Go to sleep now. I'll take a stroll in the yard." Once Suwon was fast asleep, Zhang Chenyu carefully got up, put on his coat, and took the antenna parts out from the spatial ring. The factory was silent, only the sounds of insects buzzing in the night. Old Wang in the duty room, wearing reading glasses, was busy jotting down the day's duty details, completely oblivious to the shadow slipping by in the wall shadow. The autumn night breeze carried a chill, rustling the roof tiles. Zhang Chenyu, using the dynamic invisibility function, silently blended into the night. He swiftly assembled the antenna, securing it to the bracket next to the ventilation duct, merging it with the surrounding clutter. If one did not look closely, they wouldn't notice the difference. Antenna installation complete. Bidirectional directional communication link established. Currently supports unidirectional voice transmission from the spacecraft to Earth. Transmission from Earth to the spacecraft will require the energy core to be repaired to 50. The voice of the intelligence core resonated in his mind. Zhang Chenyu let out a sigh of relief, feeling reassured as he touched the cold antenna casing. He quietly slipped back to the dormitory, lay back down, and gently held his wife and child, the scent of soap bark from Suwon's hair and the faint smell of milk from the child lingering at his nose. Life continued as usual. Zhang Chenyu watched over the production in the workshop during the day and worked busily in the underground workshop at night. The factory's reputation grew larger. Parts produced from the modified machine tools he worked on had precision far exceeding that of state-owned factories, and even military machinery factories from the provincial city had sent people to investigate, leaving behind several letters of intent. The day they came to visit was a sunny day. 2 black sedans parked at the factory entrance, and 2 men dressed in Zhongshan suits stepped out, exuding a calm demeanor, with sharp gazes, clearly not ordinary bureaucrats. The leader, surnamed Zhao, handed over an introduction letter stating Provincial Industrial Technology Research Group. Without beating around the bush, group leader Zhao directly stated, "Boss Zhang, we have been paying attention to your factory for a long time. The machine tools you modified have a processing precision that exceeds our province's best. We would like to discuss 2 collaborations with you. One is the production of military auxiliary parts, and the other is to help us solve the precision issues of old machine tools." He pointed to the 2 modified machine tools in the workshop, his tone sincere. "Many of our old machine tools can't keep up with the demand. The parts produced are either unqualified or the efficiency is too low. You have this great skill. Can you help us figure out how to improve the performance of these old machine tools? It doesn't need to be perfect, though any improvement would be appreciated." Zhang Chenju's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a calm exterior, pouring tea for the 2 men. Group leader Zhao, "You jest. I'm just a small factory. How could I possibly handle military work, let alone modify old machine tools?" "Boss Zhang, there's no need for modesty." Group leader Zhao set down his teacup, pulled out a blueprint from his briefcase, and pushed it in front of him. "This is a precision gear for an agricultural machinery gearbox. We've consulted 3 major factories and none could achieve this precision. The batch of parts you made for the county agricultural machinery factory last month was tested. The error was even smaller than the blueprint requirements." He paused for a moment and added, "The terms of cooperation are very generous. We will help you coordinate the land and procedures needed for factory expansion. For any raw material supply issues you encounter in subsequent production and operations, we can connect you with channels to help reduce costs. The only requirement is that the quality of the parts must meet the standards. The machine tool upgrade plan must remain confidential, and the technological results must be shared to enhance our domestic industrial level. This was exactly what Zhang Chenyu was concerned about. He was troubled by the difficulty of finding rare materials, the slow pace of sorting through the waste at the mine. With the government's channels, the progress of repairing the Xingqian spacecraft could directly double. However, he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he frowned, pretending to hesitate. Group leader Zhao, it's not that I don't want to, but military orders carry too much responsibility. I'm also worried about potential mistakes in upgrading the machine tools. I fear. Don't worry. Another man, surnamed Wang, spoke. Military orders are all for routine parts, nothing classified. For the machine tool upgrades, we will send technical personnel to assist you in exploring improvements together. You won't have to bear the risks alone. We've checked your background. Your father is an old party member, and you yourself are diligent and dependable, a reliable person. They continued to chat for a long time, discussing everything from the processing standards of parts to the specific direction of machine tool upgrades, even down to details like the energy consumption of the modified machine tools must not increase, and the operating interface must retain the original style. During the conversation, the two men's eyes swept around the factory, completely oblivious to the ordinary antenna beside the rooftop ventilation duct. In their eyes, it was just a common TV reception antenna found in rural factories, utterly unremarkable. What they cared about was only Zhang Chenyu's excellent technology in modifying machine tools, and those two particularly useful lathes. Only after sending the two men off did the intelligence corps' alarm sound. Belatedly weak electromagnetic detection signal detected, originating from the other party's vehicle. No abnormal signals from the Xingqian spacecraft or the antenna detected. Current Earth technology cannot identify alien technology. Zhang Chenyu let out a sigh of relief, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. He turned back to the workshop just in time to bump into Su Wan, who was holding the awake Zhang Xiaoxing standing at the door waiting for him. The little guy waved his small hand and shouted, "Daddy, hold me." He reached out to take his son, who wrapped his chubby arms around his neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Su Wan smiled and handed him a thermos. The cafeteria just made chicken soup. You should drink some while it's hot. Who are group leader Zhao and the others? They look quite serious. They are here from the provincial government to discuss cooperation with our factory. Zhang Chenyu held his son, feeling warm inside. In the future, our factory will be able to gain a lot of conveniences, and we will earn more money, allowing us to buy more toys for Xiaoxing and build a bigger house. Zhang Xiaoxing, half understanding, shook the iron frog in his hand and giggled. Zhang Chenyu looked at the smiling faces of his wife and child, then glanced up at the antenna on the roof, his eyes filled with brilliance. He knew that when the Xingqian spacecraft was finally repaired, he would first pilot the ship alone to see that vast starry sky. The road ahead was long and fraught with unknown risks. He needed to carve out a safe path for his family first. And this antenna was the warmest connection between him and Earth. On a deep autumn morning in 1986, as dawn broke, the aroma of food wafted from the cafeteria of the Chenyu Precision Parts factory at the foot of Qingliang Mountain. Zhang Chenyu had just taken a few bites of scallion oil noodles when old Wang from the duty room rushed over with a crumpled notebook, saying, "Boss Zhang, Group Leader Zhao from the province has arrived, driving a military green jeep and bringing two technicians with heavy toolboxes, looking quite serious." Zhang Chenyu's heart sank, but he showed no sign of it on his face. He wiped his mouth and straightened his work jacket as he walked outside. Under the phoenix tree at the factory gate, Group Leader Zhao and Clerk Wang were smoking, while the two technicians in blue overalls stood straight behind them, their toolboxes tightly secured, with only the red-painted words "Provincial Mechanical Quality Inspection" visible. "Good morning, Boss Zhang. Hope I didn't interrupt your meal." Group Leader Zhao greeted with a hearty smile. It is an honor for Group Leader Zhao to visit personally. Zhang Chenyu extended his hand for a shake, his gaze sweeping over the toolboxes, understanding everything without needing to ask. He stepped aside to lead the way. "It's about the old machine tool renovation, right? In the workshop, there are two retrofitted machines which are old equipment I acquired earlier. You can take a look at them first. There's also a problematic machine that the provincial mechanical factory has struggled with, which I salvaged from the scrap heap last month. They reportedly sent 3 waves of technicians and still couldn't fix it, but I have figured out a way." As the workshop door opened, a roar of machinery hit them. 3 new precision lathes operated steadily, the sound of tools cutting into metal crisp and clear. Beside the 2 retrofitted old lathes, Uncle Wang and Uncle Li were busy with apprentices, the removed parts shining brightly. Only then did the technicians put down their toolboxes. With a click, they opened the locks, taking out calipers, micrometers, and feeler gauges. One crouched down to measure the dimensions of the freshly processed parts, while the other checked the alignment of the machine tool's guide rails with a feeler gauge, occasionally referencing the inspection sheet to record data. The more they measured, the brighter their eyes became, until one couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss Zhang, this renovation is incredible. The dimensional tolerance of the parts is controlled within 0. 0.005 millimeters, and the alignment of the guide rails also meets the standard with precision higher than the benchmark machine tools in the province by 2 levels. Zhang Chenyu smiled, without speaking, leading everyone to a corner where a rusty old lathe stood. Its nameplate had long been worn away, and its shell was covered in dents, clearly an old piece of equipment that had weathered many years. The issue with this one lies in the precision of the gear meshing and the adaptability of the motor power. The provincial mechanical factory wanted to scrap it for iron, but I thought it was a shame and bought it back at a low price. After pondering for a week, I drew up 3 plans. Today I'll start the renovation, ensuring it can compete with new machine tools. He pulled out a stack of densely packed blueprints and handed them over. Group leader Zhao and the technicians flipped through them, their brows gradually relaxing, and they slapped the blueprints, saying what took the provincial engineers 3 months to figure out you solved in a week. We will trust you with the renovation work. Now we can rest assured. Suddenly lowering his voice, Group leader Zhao leaned closer to Zhang Chenyu's ear. The higher-ups have approved a batch of special steel and rare earth materials to be delivered this afternoon, and we've also secured priority quotas for military industrial orders for you, on the condition that you share the renovation technical details to help improve the level of the provincial mechanical factory. Zhang Chenyu's heart surged with joy, but he maintained a calm demeanor, nodding seriously. Group leader Zhao, rest assured. Once the materials are in place, sharing the technology will not be a problem. I, Zhang Chenyu, will never forget my roots. After seeing off Group leader Zhao and his team, the sun climbed higher, and the factory's loudspeaker rang with the lunchtime bell. Zhang Chenyu quickly had a few bites of lunch at the cafeteria before hurrying to the underground research room. He didn't rush to activate the hydraulic door leading to the second underground level, but first organized the material list in the research room, thinking it would make the repair of the spaceship easier later. To his surprise, just as he flipped through 2 pages, the door to the research room was gently pushed open a crack. Suwan, knowing he had a habit of hiding here to work deliberately, did not knock, appearing at the doorway with a thermos. I knew you would be hiding here working again. You only had a couple of bites for lunch, so I specially made you chicken soup to drink while it's hot. Zhang Chenyu's heart softened instantly. He quickly closed the list, approached her, and took the thermos, lifting the lid to be greeted by a rich aroma. He scooped a spoonful and drank it down, warmth spreading through his body. Suwan wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and softly said, the workers in the factory are saying that you've taken a big order. Our factory is going to prosper. Zhang Chenyu put down the spoon, holding her hand, and all the words he wanted to say turned into a single sentence. Wanwan, once I finish this busy period, I'll take you and Xiao Xing to the city to buy new clothes and eat all the delicious food. I'm not after those things. Suwan shook her head, her fingertip gently tracing the dark circles under his eyes. Your safety means more than anything. Just as she finished speaking, the extension phone in the underground research room rang, the voice of Old Li, the security guard, booming cheerfully. Boss Zhang, the truck delivering materials from the province has arrived at the gate. There are 3 full trucks led by Old Zhou from the logistics department, who wants to verify the list with you in person. Zhang Chenyu's eyes lit up, but he deliberately slowed his actions, first squeezing Suwan's hand reassuringly and speaking softly. Wanwan, the materials from the province have arrived. I'm going to arrange the unloading. The basement was quite stuffy. Since you were pregnant, don't stay too long. Go back to the office upstairs to rest. I'll come up to find you once I finish. After saying this, he tidied her stray hair at her temples and escorted her to the stairs. Watching Suwan's figure completely disappear above the steps, Zhang Chenyu let out a sigh of relief and turned to rush towards the factory gate. Several large trucks were parked there, and workers were busy unloading. The special steel gleamed brightly, blinding the eyes, while bags of rare earth materials were neatly stacked. Old Zhou from the provincial logistics department was checking the quantities against the list. Seeing him approach, he smiled and said, Boss Zhang, this batch of goods was specially approved, and all specifications are in line with what you reported. Hurry up and check and sign. Zhang Chenyu thanked him repeatedly, directing the workers to unload most of the regular materials into the factory's public warehouse, while carefully selecting a small portion of special steel and rare earth materials for precision processing, instructing 2 reliable old workers to carefully carry them to the dedicated storage area in the underground research room. Once the workers left, he quickly sent away bystanders, confirming that there was no one left in the research room before swiftly storing the core materials in the space ring. After arranging all the unloading matters, Zhang Chenyu returned to the underground research room, locked the door, and quickly walked to the experimental station to press the pressure password. The heavy hydraulic door slowly opened, revealing the passage to the secret workshop in the second underground level. The passage was lined with thick soundproofing foam, making no sound as he stepped on it, and only the faint blue light emitted from the starship's core illuminated the way ahead. The second underground level was brightly lit, the furnace in the purification area glowing red, the crucible in the smelting area showing traces of molten metal, while the central restoration area housed the starship, its silver body glinting coldly. Zhang Chenyu hurried to the control panel, retrieving from the space ring the materials of the cold iron, or from the northern region, the manganese nodules from the East China Sea, as well as the purple crystal with energy far exceeding that of red crystal, along with the special steel and rare earth materials just received. Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged beside the starship's core component, fully activating his LV-2 mental power. This mental power, honed through trials in the northern snowfield and the deep sea of the East China Sea, had already condensed into a tangible form. As soon as his consciousness seeped into the core's prompt sounded in his mind, detected stable output of host's mental power core reconstruction progress 15, integrating cold iron, ore, and manganese nodule materials. Zhang Chenyu did not dare to be negligent. He guided his mental power along the core's patterns, precisely directing the refined metal powder into the fissures. The cold iron ore had a very high hardness, making it an excellent material for repairing the shell armor. The rare metals in the manganese nodules could strengthen the basic components of the propulsion chamber. That purple crystal with surging energy was identified by the core as the optimal substitute for core energy, while the special steel and rare earth materials perfectly filled the material gap in the spaceship's propulsion system. The mental power streamed continuously, beads of sweat rolling down Zhang Chenyu's forehead, dripping onto the control panel with a soft sizzling sound. His limbs began to ache, yet he gritted his teeth and refused to relent. After an unknown period, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw the fine fissures in the core component slowly being filled with molten metal glowing with a faint silver light. The core's prompt sound suddenly became urgent core fissure repair, completed, integrating energy from the purple crystal core reconstruction progress, increased to 35. Host's mental power resonates with the core permission unlock progress, increased to 40, unlocking the primary propulsion system preheating function of the starship. A wave of ecstasy surged in Zhang Chenyu's heart as he stroked the cold body of the machine, feeling the vibrations from his palm like the pulse of a giant beast awakening. That night, the roar of the furnace in the underground workshop continued unabated. Zhang Chenyu took all the materials from the space ring and activated the core's efficient smelting mode, causing the furnace temperature to instantly soar to several thousand degrees Celsius, melting the metal into a scalding liquid. He gritted his teeth, pushing his mental power to the limit, guiding the molten metal slowly into the starship's propulsion chamber and shell molds, ensuring every inch of structure was filled seamlessly, not daring to let there be any deviation. As dawn broke in the east, the core's prompt finally sounded passionately, detected that the main structure of the starship's propulsion chamber is complete, the shell armor repair is finished, and core energy has been integrated with the purple crystal core reconstruction progress, increased to 60. Permission unlock progress increased to 70, unlocking the starship's gravity adjustment system and atmospheric breakthrough protection system. Zhang Chenyu looked at the completely rejuvenated starship before him, its silver body glinting with a cold metallic sheen, the propulsion chamber emitting a deep hum resembling a giant beast ready to pounce. The years of patience and toil finally shone bright at this moment, and his eyes began to warm with tears. The departure from Earth to the universe was truly not far away. Just then the phone in the workshop suddenly screeched, piercingly loud in the quiet morning. Zhang Chenyu quickly picked it up, and the voice of group leader Zhao came through, filled with anxiety and a hint of panic. Boss Zhang, it's bad news. On the other end of the phone, team leader Zhao's voice was tinged with urgency, yet deliberately lowered in tone. Chenyu, the radar from the provincial office detected abnormal energy fluctuations at your factory, and the readings are quite significant. They are pushing for an explanation, so I'm giving you a heads up before sending anyone to investigate. Zhang Chenyu's knuckles tightened around the receiver, his fingertips turning white, yet he secretly sighed in relief. Team leader Zhao was clearly leaving him room to maneuver. He steadied his mind, his tone calm and devoid of any flaws. Brother, Zhao, this is a problem on my end. Not long ago, I modified an old retired machine tool and attempted to add a high-frequency resonance tuning device to calibrate the precision of the gear meshing. I suspect the parameters weren't set correctly, leading to uncontrolled energy overflow. High-frequency resonance tuning. Team leader Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then laughed in understanding. I thought so. No wonder the readings were unusual. You're quite bold. This kind of technology isn't something many dare to touch in our area. It was a method born out of necessity, Zhang Chenyu replied with a wry smile, his tone tinged with helplessness. The issues with that old machine tool were too stubborn for conventional methods to handle. I've already lowered the power of the device, and I'll optimize the shielding measures later to ensure this situation won't happen again. Team leader Zhao's voice came through the receiver, filled with relief. All right, with your word, I feel at ease. They'll file a report with the higher-ups stating it was a normal interference from machine testing, so they won't make a fuss and disturb your factory's production. Thanks, brother Zhao. Zhang Chenyu felt the weight lift completely from his heart. He shifted the topic lightly, his tone now carrying the shrewdness unique to a businessman. By the way, I'm contemplating venturing to Nanyang. The machinery market there has a significant gap. I plan to bring a few sets of our factory's precision parts as samples to negotiate some machine modification orders. I expect to be there for 3 to 5 years. Once I establish a steady foothold, it will also expand new avenues for our factory. Good lad, you have a long-term vision. If you need help coordinating customs procedures from the province, just let me know. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chenyu wiped the thin sweat from his brow with his fingertips still trembling slightly. He clearly understood the stakes. His Nanyang trip was merely a facade for everyone. The business negotiations were a cover, and his true ace was the stardust hidden within the ring capable of propelling him into the starry seas. He was now a nominal technical backbone in the province, and his factory was a crucial point for military supply. Any hint of flaw would not only hinder his escape, but also drag down his wife, children, and the entire factory. He turned towards the factory dormitory, building his steps slow and measured. The door on the 3rd floor was slightly ajar, warm yellow light leaking through the crack accompanied by the soft sounds of Su-Wan sewing. As he pushed open the door, Su-Wan was sitting by the window, her belly slightly rounded. The golden rays of the setting sun fell on her hair tips, enveloping her in a soft glow. She held a needle in her hand, looking up at him with a gentle smile in her eyes. Wan, I plan to run some business in Nanyang. Zhang Chenyu walked over, sat beside her, gently grasping her hand, and spoke with certainty. The machinery market there has great potential. I'll bring a few sets of precision parts as samples. If I secure some deals, it will bring long-term cooperation for the factory. I expect to be gone for 3 to 5 years. Once I establish a foothold, I'll return to be with you all. Su-Wan's hand hesitated for a moment as the needle pricked her fingertip, but she appeared oblivious to it, gazing at him with a hint of reluctance in her eyes, softly saying, "Make sure to pay attention to safety. You can rest easy, I'll be here with Dad." Zhang Chenyu's heart warmed as he pulled her into his embrace, rubbing his nose against the top of her head, inhaling the faint scent of soap. "I have to handle this myself. Don't overexert yourself while you're pregnant. I've already arranged everything for the factory." He didn't mention a word about the universe or the spaceship. Outwardly, he remained the diligent and hardworking factory owner, with his suitcase containing only a few sets of clothing and 3 boxes of neatly packaged precision part samples, appearing just like any other businessman heading out on a trip. But secretly, Zhang Chenyu's interstellar supply plan had quietly commenced. He knew that to do big business in the vast universe, he had to stockpile Earth's unique hard currency, those rare treasures that were invaluable in the eyes of alien civilizations. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the morning mist still enveloped the verdant air of Qingliang Mountain. Zhang Chenyu set off in the old truck that had been running for over a decade, the cargo bed covered with a layer of faded canvas beneath, which lay only a few tools for repairs and a stack of blank contracts, making it look like he was indeed heading out for business. He didn't disturb the factory workers, nor explained his itinerary in detail to his parents, leaving only a note on the dining table that said he was going to the provincial capital to meet suppliers and would return in 3 to 4 days. The truck drove away from Qingliang Mountain, speeding along the road. The scenery outside the window gradually changed from familiar green hills and fields to the towering buildings and bustling traffic of the city. Zhang Chenyu's hands on the steering wheel were steady, but his heart was turbulent. This journey was his first step from his homeland towards the starry sea, every kilometer stepping on a carefully woven disguise. Upon reaching the provincial capital, he headed straight for the largest industrial and agricultural wholesale market. The cacophony of voices hit him, the roaring of trucks and forklifts mingling with the calls of vendors and the sounds of haggling, creating a lively market scene. Blending into the crowd, Zhang Chenyu, dressed in faded work clothes, appeared to be just an ordinary wholesaler. In the industrial market, he browsed from one shop to another, examining each item, scrutinizing the purity reports of rare earth alloys, tapping on the plates of special steel to listen to their sounds, and ultimately finalized orders, with 3 wholesalers acquiring core materials needed for the repair of the Stardust and the manufacturing of interstellar equipment. In the agricultural market, he connected with mountain cooperatives and wholesale vendors, placing bulk orders for Highland wild honey, dehydrated mountain delicacies, and high-purity grain liquor. These products, bearing the unique imprint of Earth's ecosystem, were treasures that were priceless to alien civilizations. He also ventured into the handicraft market and hardware stores, gathering a large batch of bamboo-woven utensils, hand-forged tools, as well as high-strength ropes and stainless steel portable tools. These items were far more valuable in interstellar emergency scenarios and niche folk markets than flashy height. He requested all goods to be delivered directly to a large warehouse he had rented on the outskirts of the provincial capital. Hidden within a desolate factory area, the warehouse was in a remote location far from residential areas and without any surveillance coverage. He prepaid a year's rent, personally changed the lock on the warehouse door, leaving only one key in his pocket, stating outwardly that it was for storing supplies for export to Nanyang. Watching the first truckload of rare earth steel slowly enter the warehouse, the heavy plates being unloaded by the forklift stacking into a small black mountain, Zhang Chenyu suddenly frowned, speaking to the air. Core the Stardust is an interstellar spaceship equipped with spatial compression technology. Why is it that only this ring you are bound to can store items while the ship itself lacks a spatial warehouse? Even if it does, why were there no spare parts left behind? The mechanical voice of the core echoed in his mind, cold and clear, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. The original shipborne spatial warehouse of Stardust was damaged during a gravitational turbulence encountered during a jump, causing the core compression module to collapse and become irreparable. The civilization's spatial technology has tiered access. The shipborne warehouse requires authorization from the fleet's central command, and its energy consumption is 300 times that of the ring, making it unsuitable for individual control. As for the spare parts, Stardust employs a modular self-healing design, with regular faults repaired by nanorobots, eliminating the need to stockpile miscellaneous components. Once the core module is damaged, it must be recreated on a dedicated production line, and the components are not interchangeable. Moreover, when the previous owner abandoned the ship, they prioritized binding the energy core to the ring, and the repair module had already vaporized in the explosion. Zhang Chenyu nodded in understanding. It wasn't a matter of technological backwardness, it was simply that this spaceship didn't rely on spare parts for repairs. He withdrew his thoughts, watching as truckloads of goods continuously entered the warehouse, from heavy steel to neatly stacked mountain goods, from coiled ropes to boxes of tools, all piled high. These were the capital for his ventures into the universe. Once everything was in place, Zhang Chenyu chose a moonless night. The dark clouds blanketed the sky, not allowing a single beam of starlight to escape. He drove to the warehouse, turned off the headlights, and circled the premises 3 times under the cover of night, carefully listening to the surrounding sounds, confirming that there was only the chirping of insects and frogs within 100 meters and no one else around. He took out a pair of pliers, pried off the virtually non-functional temporary surveillance camera outside the warehouse, then locked the main door again before stepping into the center of the warehouse. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, and the warehouse was pitch black. Zhang Chenyu stood in front of the mountain of supplies, taking a deep breath, the air filled with the rusty scent of steel, the herbal aroma of mountain goods, and the rich fragrance of rice wine. He lightly brushed his fingertips over the inconspicuous ring on his 4th finger, a thought crossing his mind. In an instant, a strange light flickered in the darkness. The heavy steel boxes of mountain goods and bundles of tools seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, vanishing into the air at a visible speed. The warehouse was left with only the faint sounds of rustling and his steady breathing. In less than half an hour, the entire warehouse of goods was completely absorbed. Zhang Chenyu turned on the flashlight on his phone, the beam sweeping across the empty shelves, leaving only a thin layer of dust. He crouched down, carefully wiped away the footprints and fingerprints on the ground, then checked the lock on the main door once more before turning to leave. As the vehicle departed from the warehouse area, he did not look back. This warehouse was merely a temporary transfer station on his path to the universe. From now on, no one would ever know that it once housed wealth capable of triggering interstellar trade. Returning to Qingliang Mountain, Zhang Chenyu remained the diligent factory owner. He shared a steaming hot dinner with his parents, listening to his father's endless reminders about factory matters. He took a tour around the workshop, patting the shoulders of the older employees, overseeing the subsequent production arrangements, and ensuring all affairs were entrusted properly. On the night before his departure, Zhang Chenyu took Su Wan and Zhang Xiaoxing to the stream by Qingliang Mountain. The moonlight was bright, the stream flowed gently, reflecting the rustling reeds on the shore. Zhang Xiaoxing chased after fireflies, her silver bell-like laughter echoing in the night. Su Wan leaned against him, her head resting lightly on his shoulder, softly saying, "I'll be waiting for your return." Zhang Chenyu held her hand tightly, feeling her warmth in his palm. He looked up at the twinkling stars at the horizon, those flashing points gradually transforming into coordinates of interstellar routes in his eyes. He silently vowed, "Once I establish a foothold in the universe and complete that big deal, I will find a way to come back and bring you all with me." His space ring contained not only his ambitions, but also his concerns. That was a secret between him and the universe, known to no one. 3 days later, Zhang Chenyu carried the suitcase filled with parts samples and clean clothes, boarding the flight to Nanyang. At the moment the plane took off, he looked out the window for one last glance at the land that had nurtured him. Rolling green mountains, winding rivers gradually shrinking into a small silhouette beneath the clouds. The affection in his eyes was too thick to dissolve. A dozen hours later, the plane landed in a small town in northern Borneo. He carried his suitcase, traveling through the winding rainforest road where dense tropical plants lined the sides, the air filled with the humid scent of vegetation. Eventually, the vehicle stopped on a stretch of desolate tidal flat backed by the coast, where the setting sun cast golden rays over the sea, shimmering like scattered gold. Zhang Chenyu glanced around, confirming that there was not a soul in sight. Within a 10-mile radius, only the sound of waves crashing against the shore echoing repeatedly. Taking a deep breath, he traced the space ring with his fingertips, and with a thought. In an instant, a faint silver light pierced through the dusk. A spaceship with sharp lines and a highly futuristic design appeared out of thin air above the tidal flat, gently glowing. It was the Stardust. The accumulated supplies remained safely in the ring's space, waiting to become his capital for big business in some corner of the universe. Zhang Chenyu raised his head to gaze at the stars in the sky, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Nanyang was a facade, the universe was his stage. The big business was about to commence. He stepped into the cockpit, the cold metallic sensation spreading from the soles of his feet. The mechanical voice of the core resonated in the empty cabin, devoid of any emotion. Life signs of the pilot. Our stable ring space resources have been synchronized. Energy core remaining power is 17A, unable to initiate long-distance space travel at this time. Target fractured star, trading station journey of 0.8 light-years. Route planning, first travel at 0.6 times sublight speed for 12 Earth days. Reach the natural space node in the asteroid belt. Complete coordinate calibration, gravity field separation, and the jump engine charging will require 12 hours. Then initiate the short-distance jump to cover the remaining 0.72 light-years. The jump process will only take 30 minutes with a total time of 12 Earth days and 12 hours and 30 minutes. Zhang Chenyu did not rush to issue the navigation command. The first thing he did was connect to communications. Soon the slightly anxious voice of Su Wan came through the earpiece, sounding as clear as if she were right beside him. Chenyu, have you arrived? Why has there been no news for so long? He softened his tone and replied with a smile. I've arrived and just settled in, calling to let you know I'm safe. Everything is going well on my end. Don't worry, take good care of yourself, your parents, and Xiaoxing. After a few casual exchanges, he deliberately avoided all sensitive topics, and before hanging up he specifically reminded her that if others ask, just say he is conducting business in the Nanyang industrial area. Zhang Chenyu's gaze fell on the fluctuating parameters on the control panel. He pressed a finger down and spoke firmly. The profits from the first trade will be fully invested in the spaceship repairs, prioritizing the restoration of the energy shield, long-distance space, jump module, and nano self-healing production line. Instruction received. The current weapon system is inactive, and there is no shipboard space warehouse. It is advised to prioritize exchanging high-value, small-volume resources during trades. The red light of the core flickered and added. Zhang Chenyu looked out the porthole. The outline of Earth gradually came into view, the lush green mountains and waters of Qingliang Mountain, Su Wan's gentle brows and eyes, Xiaoxing chasing fireflies, and his parents' earnest reminders at the dinner table flashed through his mind. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only determination remained in his gaze. Initiate navigation procedures. Target the space node of Fractured Star, trading station. The pale silver spaceship slowly ascended its rear, emitting a soft blue light, like a blade slicing through dusk, silently breaking through the atmosphere and disappearing into the vast sea of stars. The Earth's monitoring equipment left no abnormal traces. On the third day of sublight speed flight, the spaceship entered a stable flight path. Taking advantage of the core's self-check interval, Zhang Chenyu dialed the communications again. Xiaoxing's childish voice came through instantly. Daddy, I miss you. Mommy made your favorite braised pork. He responded with a smile, listening to his parents' reminders on the other and repeatedly saying that business was going well, and finally reminding Su Wan to remember to go for her prenatal checkup on time. On the 7th day of flight, he took a few more minutes to talk, hearing Su Wan say everything was fine with her prenatal checkup. The baby in her belly was very healthy, and she laughed while complaining that Xiaoxing had mischievously picked the roses in the yard. Zhang Chenyu listened patiently, committing every casual conversation to memory. This was his warmest comfort in the cold universe. On the 12th day of sublight flight, the Stardust arrived at the edge of the asteroid belt. Outside the porthole, asteroids of various sizes floated in the pitch-black universe, fragments colliding and sparking, the pale purple cosmic ray light curtain flickering in the depths of the asteroid belt, which was the natural space node. The alarm of the core suddenly sounded. Abnormal gravitational wave fluctuations at the space node. Jump risk coefficient increased by 12. Do you wish to continue executing the charging and calibration procedures? Zhang Chenyu stared at the light screen, his palms slightly sweaty. He recalled the night before his departure when Su Wan leaned on his shoulder and said, I will wait for you to come back, remembering the unborn child still waiting in her womb and the heavy weight of their 3-year promise. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, continue execution, prioritize energy supply to the space stabilization system, reduce charging power by 10 to lower fluctuations. Instantly, a layer of silver-white shield illuminated the spaceship, and the charging progress bar on the dashboard rolled slowly. The core's notification sound rang every 10 minutes, reporting the progress of the gravity field separation. 12 hours later, the charging and calibration were completed. The spaceship trembled violently, and the scene before him distorted, stretched, and then reassembled. In just 30 minutes, the tremors ceased, and everything returned to calm. Short distance, jump successful, arrived at the outer space of the fractured star trading station, remaining journey 0.08 light-years sublight flight, for 1 hour to dock. The voice of the core sounded appropriately. After the jump stabilized, he did not bother to relieve his physical discomfort and immediately dialed communications again. Suwon's voice came through slightly nasal, saying that the new fruit trees planted at home would bear fruit next year, waiting for him to come back to taste them. Zhang Chenyu felt a tightness in his throat, softly responding. After hanging up, he gazed out at the unfamiliar starfield outside the porthole, remaining silent for a long time. Zhang Chenyu let out a sigh of relief, and looking up, a massive circular space station floated in the center of the asteroid belt, surrounded by various starships. The metallic shells were engraved with civilization totems he had never seen before, and neon signal lights flickered endlessly in the universe, resembling a bustling interstellar market. This was the fractured star trading station. The star dust slowly entered the docking area of the trading station. Just as it came to a stop, the voice of the docking guide came through the person wearing a silver-gray uniform, their forehead marked with the trading station's insignia. Incoming spacecraft, please present your civilization affiliation registration code and follow the instructions to the administrative hall to find Lia to complete the docking procedures. You may also consult about resource trading matters. As soon as the guide finished speaking, an alien with 6 arms squeezed to the door, its amber compound eyes spinning. When they landed on the old shell of the star, dust curiosity filled them. The multi-armed merchant Karen rubbed his 6 arms. His demeanor was not crude, but seemed to have precisely captured a business opportunity. I'm Karen, ideal in interstellar goods. Do you have any carbon-based ecosystem raw goods on this old model spaceship? I'm offering a fair price. Before Zhang Chenyu could respond, the guide stepped aside to block Karen. Merchants are not allowed to disturb visitors who have not completed registration in the docking area. For trading, please go to the market area. Karen reluctantly withdrew his hand, but did not leave far, standing nearby and gazing eagerly at the doorway of the star dust. Zhang Chenyu thanked the guide and followed the directions to the administrative hall. Inside the hall, order was maintained, and traders from various civilizations queued at different windows to complete their procedures. A woman with faint blue markings on her forehead was sitting behind the counter, focused on the light screen in her hands. She was Lia, the registration receptionist of the trading station. Seeing Zhang Chenyu approach, Lia looked up, her tone gentle, yet carrying an undeniable sense of authority. Incoming spacecraft, please register your civilization affiliation and pay the docking fee. Small civilian spacecraft, 200 universal star dollars per 24 hours, settled according to docking duration. If less than 24 hours, charged as 24 hours. You may choose to pay with credit points or exchange with equivalent resources. Zhang Chenyu had prepared in advance, taking out a small jar of Highland wild honey, 2 jars of 50-year-old sorghum liquor, and a pack of sun-dried wild mushrooms, neatly placing them on the counter. I'd like to exchange these resources for the docking fee. Additionally, I'd like to inquire about the exchange rates for star core crystals, nano-robot liquid, and dark pattern tribe defense materials. Before he finished speaking, the sweet aroma of honey mixed with the fragrance of liquor and the earthy scent of mushrooms wafted out, attracting the attention of several traders nearby. Karen had entered unnoticed, squeezing through the crowd and sniffing eagerly, his compound eyes wide with excitement. Leah's blue markings brightened a bit as she took out a portable detector and scanned the items on the table one by one. The data on the light screen rolled rapidly, and she soon spoke, providing a clear valuation. Highland wild honey, unregistered carbon-based ecosystem raw product, rarity 3 stars, valued at 1,500 universal star dollars. Aged sorghum liquor, pure carbon-based fermentation, liquid, rarity 2 stars, valued at 800 universal star dollars per jar, totaling 1,600 universal star dollars for both. Wild mushrooms, carbon-based fungal raw dried product, rarity 2 stars, valued at 600 universal star dollars. The total for the 3 resources is 3,700 universal star dollars. She paused and then reported the prices of the resources Zhang Chenyu wished to exchange. Star core crystal, 1 piece, 300 universal star dollars. Nano robot liquid, 1 portion, 180 universal star dollars. Dark pattern tribe defense materials are scarce resources at the trading station, with no official pricing, only available through civilian merchant channels for exchange. I want to exchange for 1 star core crystal and 1 portion of nano-robot liquid, with the remaining star dollars offsetting the docking fee. Zhang Chenyu looked directly at Lia's, tone calm. Lia nodded, her fingers swiftly operating on the light screen. The total for the star core crystal and nano-robot liquid is 480 universal star dollars. After deductions, you have 3,220 universal star dollars remaining, which can cover 16 days of docking, with 20 universal star dollars transferred to your temporary trading account. Karen immediately squeezed out from the crowd waving his 6 arms. I have the Dark Pattern Tribe defense materials. I can give you enough materials for 1,000 Universal Star Dollars enough to craft 10 close-fitting accessories. It's an ordinary-looking metal to the naked eye, but it can defend against low-level energy impacts and block spiritual detection. Zhang Chenyu nodded in agreement, turning to follow Karen to the market. The two found a small street food stall to sit down at. Karen skillfully ordered 2 servings of cold drinks made from crystal core fruits. Zhang Chenyu immediately activated the resource detection function of the core on his wristwatch, and a line of green text popped up on the light screen. Carbon-based, edible, non-toxic, contains trace energy replenishment components. Only then did he feel at ease to lift the cup and take a sip, the refreshing sweetness sliding down his throat, carrying a faint plant fragrance. Karen deftly opened a portable trading box and pushed a whole piece of silver-white Dark Pattern Tribe defense material in front of Zhang Chenyu, then dug out 2 treasures from the bottom of the box. This microspace coordinate anchor, 500 Universal Star Dollars, can mark 10 stable jump points more accurate than what the trading station sells. This energy conversion ring, 300 Universal Star Dollars, can absorb both light energy and thermal energy, crucial for emergency charging of the spaceship. If you want both, they'll give you a total of 700 Universal Star Dollars just to make friends. Zhang Chenyu felt a surge of happiness but kept a composed expression, transferring 1,700 Universal Star Dollars from his temporary account to complete the transaction, and casually asked, "Is there any rule to follow behind the lively fractured star trading station?" Karen took a big gulp of his cold drink, smacking his lips. "There are plenty of rules. First, don't show weapons in the trading area. The defense robots at the trading station are more numerous than mosquitoes. Second, don't touch the Dark Pattern Tribe's goods. Those guys are as petty as a pin and hold grudges. Third, if you see someone in a black cloak, keep your distance. They are observers from the SO civilization with a strange temperament, and they crush pirates like they are squishing ants, but they also don't like to meddle in other people's affairs." As he spoke, he leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "Let me tell you a fun fact. Last month, there was a silicon-based merchant who tried to pass off a pile of junk as star core crystals and was discovered by Lia, who immediately tossed him into the asteroid belt to feed the space worms. And also, although the space nodes in the asteroid belt look dangerous, the gravitational pull is most stable on the 15th of every month. Jumping at that time conserves the most energy. This is something I figured out after 10 years of trading." Zhang Chenyu listened attentively, committing every word to memory, and then asked, "What goods are most sought after around the Star Ring hub?" "Carbon-based raw goods," Karen answered without hesitation, "especially the plant and animal samples from your planet. High-level civilizations are scrambling for them. However, the Star Ring hub is a mixed bag, and the Bone Spike pirate group loves to lurk in that area. If you want to go, it's best to prepare extra shield energy. By the way, they absolutely hate carbon-based merchants. If they catch you, they'll dismantle both ship and person." The two chatted while eating, discussing the power distribution of the trading station and the trading taboos of various civilizations, with Zhang Chenyu benefiting greatly. In the end, Karen even proactively handed him a regular customer voucher, patting his chest and assuring, "In the future, if you have any goods, just find me. I guarantee you the best price." In Fractured Star Trading Station, my words still carry some weight. The transaction was successfully completed. Zhang Chenyu returned to the Stardust with the supplies from the Dark Pattern clan obtained from the multi-armed merchant Kellen, immediately starting the repair process. The nanorobotic liquid slowly seeped through the cracks of the spaceship, healing those minute scratches at a visibly rapid pace. The star core crystal was embedded in the energy core, and the previously dim control panel instantly lit up with the power of the energy shield soaring from 17 to 65. During the repair, Zhang Chenyu remained busy. A batch of high-purity energy crystals he obtained from Kellen was neatly stacked in the cargo hold, and he retrieved the low-tier civilization ores purchased from the fragmented star trade station, categorizing and refining them according to interstellar standards. These ores were useless on Earth, but served as core fuel for low-level civilization spaceships with profit margins as high as 3 times. He contacted the intermediary at the trade station and finalized an order of 10 tons of refined ores at a price of 80 Universal Star Dollars per ton, with the delivery location set at the supply station on the outskirts of the Star Ring hub. This way, he could complete the transaction on the way and save on interstellar transportation costs. After finishing these tasks, he activated the precision manufacturing function of the Stardust. The protective material from the Dark Pattern clan obtained from Kellen melted into a silvery liquid in the furnace, slowly solidifying into the dimensions he had set. He crafted a simple piece of silver jewelry for Su Wan, his parents, little Xing, and the unborn child. 1 bracelet, a pair of pendants, and 2 hand rings, all with a plain style, but hiding intricate designs with dark patterns engraved on the inner sides to guide energy. Next, he took out a small bottle of gene purification liquid obtained from Kellen. This liquid was colorless and odorless, capable of gently improving human functions, and enhancing the body's resistance to various external harms. Whether it was radiation, viruses, or physical impacts, it provided excellent protective effects. He injected the purification liquid into the dark pattern interlayer of the 4 pieces of silver jewelry. As long as the wearer kept it closed, the purification liquid would slowly release energy, quietly enhancing their physical quality and ensuring their safety. These ornaments looked no different from ordinary silver jewelry on Earth, and even when worn they would not raise any suspicion. Zhang Chenyu carefully stored them in the compartment space of his ring, his fingertips brushing over the cold silver bracelet, his gaze filled with tenderness. During his stay at the fragmented star trade station, Zhang Chenyu also sold some rare items he brought from Earth in batches. A couple of jars of aged sorghum liquor caught the eye of a wealthy dark pattern merchant who collected exotic wines, concluding the deal at a high price of 1,800 Universal Star dollars, far exceeding the base valuation. A jar of wild mountain honey became a hot commodity for a Zieger ecological scholar who raised the price to 2,000 Universal Star dollars for exclusive possession of this unregistered carbon-based sample, and a basket of wild mushrooms dried products was favored by the chef of an interstellar restaurant, eventually settling at 900 Universal Star dollars. In addition, a stack of handmade rice paper and a wolf hairbrush made the interstellar collector of ancient artifacts willing to pay 500 Universal Star dollars. A piece of translucent Hittian jade also drew competitive bidding from the elders of the Dark Pattern clan, ultimately selling for a high price of 1,200 Universal Star dollars. He conducted each transaction through the trade station's formal channels, both avoiding the risks of private transactions and accumulating credit points as an interstellar merchant. He maintained a routine of contacting Su Wan every 5 days. Each call was clear and smooth, with Su Wan telling him amusing stories about little Xing, discussing the health of their parents, and mentioning how the baby in her belly had grown a bit. He shared trivial business matters, customers he encountered, and local customs, each word steeped in longing, yet he never mentioned the universe or the spaceship. As the transactions concluded, Zhang Chenyu counted the earnings from this venture. The star core, crystal, and nano liquid had brought the repair rate of the spaceship's core module to 89. The protective material from the Dark Pattern clan had been made into jewelry for his family. The advance payment from the ore transaction had arrived at 800 Universal Star dollars, and adding the 6,400 Universal Star dollars from selling Earth specialties, the temporary trading account still had 7,200 Universal Star dollars left. Additionally, there was that miniature spatial coordinate anchor and energy conversion ring. These 2 small items would increase the safety coefficient of his upcoming voyage by 30%. The voice of the intelligence core resonated, accompanied by clear data analysis. Next target: Star Ring Hub, a high-level civilization trade distribution center capable of exchanging for shipborne spatial warehouse modules. Route planning: long-distance space, jump plus sublight speed, cruising, total journey of 2.8 light-years, first requiring a flight at 0.8 times sublight speed for 5 Earth days to reach the jump node at the outskirts of the Star Ring Hub, followed by 48 hours of charging calibration before initiating the long-distance jump, which would take 2 hours, with the remaining journey at sublight speed for 3 Earth days, totaling about 10 Earth days. Combined with the stay time at the fragmented star trade station, it just fit the 3-year promise. Before departure, he made one last call. Su Wan's voice was soft as she said little Xing had drawn a family portrait featuring Dad, Mom, him, and the baby in her belly, which would be put up on the living room wall when he returned. Zhang Chenyu smiled and agreed, carefully reminding her to attend regular checkups, to dress warmly in cold weather. After hanging up, the intelligence core's prompt sounded: all call records have been disguised as commercial communications, no risk of leakage. The pale silver stardust slowly departed from the docking area of the fragmented star trade station, heading towards the jump node outside the asteroid belt. Just as it exited the defense energy shield of the trade station, less than 300 kilometers away, the alarm of the intelligence core suddenly pierced the silence of the cockpit. Alert: unknown spaceship detected approaching at high speed. Energy characteristics match the Bone Spike pirate group. The enemy has locked onto our ship with firepower estimated to be 3 times that of ours. Zhang Chenyu's expression changed drastically, his fingertips instantly pressing the red emergency button on the control panel. Activate energy shield at maximum power. Initiate nano self-healing system. Evade the course. Prioritize deviation towards the asteroid-dense area. Immediately send a distress signal to the fragmented star trade station. The rear of the stardust suddenly erupted with blinding blue light, the ship hurtling towards the left side asteroid cluster like an arrow. Almost simultaneously, 3 scarlet laser beams struck like venomous snakes, accurately ensnaring the shield of the stardust. The silver-white shield instantly rippled violently, the energy values plummeting at a visibly rapid pace, and the alarm lights in the cockpit flashed wildly, the piercing buzzing almost shattering eardrums. Shield power remaining 47. Port armor damaged. Nano self-healing system overloaded. Repair efficiency decreased by 30. The voice of the intelligence core carried a cold mechanical noise. The enemy's 3 warships are encircling in a triangular formation, already entering close combat range. Zhang Chenyu stared at the screen. 3 fierce-looking pirate ships resembling parasites were covered in sharp bone spikes, their cannons continuously spewing deadly flames. The weapon system of the Stardust had not yet been repaired, relying solely on agile maneuvers and the cover of the asteroid field to avoid the onslaught. 100-meter-wide asteroid barely grazed the ship, the scorching airflow sizzling against the outer armor, while the following laser beam directly shattered that asteroid debris, flying and crashing against the shield of the Stardust, causing the shield power to plummet once again. Shield power remaining 29. Starboard thruster damaged, speed decreased by 15. The intelligence core warned urgently. The enemy launched ion restraining missiles, expected to hit in 10 seconds. Zhang Chenyu's heart lurched. If the ion restraining missile hit the spaceship's power system, would instantly collapse, leaving them at the mercy of the enemy. His gaze swept across the various parameters on the control panel, his fingertips flying over the virtual keyboard. Activate energy conversion ring. Convert reserve star dollars into temporary power. Initiate asteroid field gravitational evasion program extreme overload. The Stardust trembled violently. The blue light at the rear surged several times, the entire ship darting like a kite, with its string cut into the depths of the asteroid field. At almost the same moment, several ion restraining missiles flashing with purple electric light whistled through the air, narrowly missing the ship's tail and hitting a massive asteroid behind. The asteroid was instantaneously ionized into a dazzling ball of light, and the terrifying shockwave violently rocked the Stardust, sending items in the cockpit crashing to the floor. Shield power remaining 18. Multiple hull damages. Starboard thruster completely malfunctioned. The ship has lost power and is drifting towards the center of the asteroid belt. The voice of the intelligence core finally carried a hint of detectable panic. The enemy's firepower continues to suppress. The shield is about to rupture. Distress signal failed to send. Fragmented star trade station unresponsive. Zhang Chenyu clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. On the screen, the shield of the Stardust was growing dimmer, dense laser beams falling like a torrential rain, each strike causing the ship to tremble violently. He remembered Su Wan's smiling face, the family portrait drawn by little Xing, the unborn child, and the 3-year promise. Was it really going to end here? At that moment, a beam of deep blue light suddenly shot out from the depths of the asteroid belt, moving faster than thought, hitting the leading pirate ship with precise accuracy. The shield of that ship did not even ripple before its hull was pierced like paper, followed by a dazzling fireball that exploded, the intense shockwave instantly engulfing the entire warship, leaving no time for alarms to sound. Zhang Chenyu's pupils contracted sharply, and before he could react, the second and third beams of deep blue light followed in succession. The beams, like the scythe of death, accurately struck the remaining 2 pirate ships. The energy shield was utterly feeble against the deep blue beams. The hull sliced in half, the explosion illuminating the entire asteroid belt. Not even a single escape pod could be deployed. High-level civilization energy fluctuations detected. Energy levels exceed detection limits. A black ship with no markings is approaching. The enemy has not initiated an attack. The voice of the intelligence core's prompt suddenly became urgent. The enemy's hull has no visible weapons. Energy fluctuation characteristics unknown. Zhang Chenyu abruptly stood up and rushed to the window. He saw a completely black, extremely simple ship floating in the starry void not far away, its hull smooth as a mirror, devoid of any unnecessary ornamentation, yet exuding an oppressive aura that made one's heart race. That pressure was like an ancient behemoth, causing all the asteroids in the asteroid belt to stop colliding, quietly hovering in place. At the ship's window, it seemed a gaze was resting upon the Stardust, carrying a cold indifference that saw through everything. He immediately connected with Lia's communication, his voice hoarse from the aftermath of survival. "What is that black ship? Why did it help me?" Lia's voice was tinged with unmistakable awe, speaking rapidly. "It's the ISO. Observers from an ancient civilization. They never interfere with interstellar trade disputes, but will eliminate all pirates disrupting interstellar order. To have them come to your aid is simply extraordinary." Zhang Chenyu sighed in relief, his back already soaked with cold sweat, even his shirt sticking to his skin. He watched as the black ship slowly adjusted its direction, silently merging into the shadows of the asteroid belt, disappearing without a trace. Only at this moment did he truly understand that interstellar trade was never a smooth journey. The plundering of pirates, the indifference of high-level civilizations, and the lurking threats of unknown forces were everywhere. And his Stardust required more thorough repairs to stand firm in this vast sea of stars. His fingertips landed on the control panel, his voice hoarse yet firm and loud. "Abandon, leaving the asteroid belt. Reverse course. Target fragmented star trade station. Activate backup thrusters at maximum power. Energy conversion ring fully absorb radiation for charging." Command received. Energy shield power at 18 nano self-healing system on standby trade goods prepared. Backup thrusters activating reverse gravity anchor calibration completed expected to resume low-speed reverse travel in 5 minutes. The pale silver stardust's tail emitted a faint blue light dragging its battered body, turning direction toward the fragmented star trade station for a difficult return. Meanwhile, on distant Earth the night was deepening. Suwon sat by the window gazing at the starry sky, her fingertips gently caressing her abdomen where new life was being nurtured, carrying the longing across the starry sea, guiding the way home. Zhang Chenyu leaned back against the control chair, his fingertips still lingering with the tension from pressing the emergency button. Outside the porthole, the debris of the asteroid belt remained suspended in their established orbits, the fiery explosion of the pirate warship long extinguished in the cold vastness of space, leaving not even a spark behind. The completely black SO spaceship vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed, with only the continuous tremors of the stardust still recounting the deadly battle that had just concluded. The prompt tone of the core intelligence system sounded softly, accompanied by a barely noticeable mechanical noise, while the faint yet persistent hum of the backup thrusters resembled the last gasps of a dying being. The damage report on the screen blazed in stark red with alarming data. The starboard main thruster was completely destroyed, and the energy conduction lines had a damage rate of 67. The energy shield power was stuck at 18, with the surface shield covered in web-like cracks, threatening to collapse at any moment. The nano self-healing system, due to energy shortages, could only barely maintain the fissures from expanding, with 17 deep scratches visible on the hull, the deepest almost penetrating the armor. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and pressed the activation key for the reverse gravity anchor, and the cold mechanical prompt echoed in the cockpit. Reverse gravity anchor initiating target coordinates calibration, fragmented star trade station. The gravitational pull had been engaged with an estimated travel time of 72 Earth hours. This return trip, he had already planned two things in his mind. First, to completely repair the damage to the stardust, especially the main thruster and shield generator, as these were crucial for the upcoming journey. Second, to purchase a batch of high-purity antimatter energy storage blocks from the energy supply area of the trade station to avoid falling into the same plight of energy depletion next time. His temporary account still held 7 Universal Star credits, the leftover from selling Earth specialties and advance payments for minerals, but this amount had to cover both the repairs and the purchase of energy storage blocks, making it a bit tight. The safe navigation width calculated by the core intelligence system was a staggering 449 million kilometers, but for the Stardust, which had only 15 power left, the actual safe seam was merely 3 kilometers wide. This single-person exploration ship, measuring 28 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 8 meters high, at this moment resembled a severed metallic leaf struggling to maneuver through the dense cluster of asteroids. Outside the porthole, small asteroids measuring dozens of meters in diameter floated like gigantic rocks, their surfaces pockmarked and scarred from meteorite impacts. The larger ones, with diameters of over 100 kilometers, resembled gray mountains suspended in space, silently towering on either side of the navigation path. The nearest small asteroid was less than 50 meters from the hull, its cold, rocky surface reflecting a pale light under the distant starlight, and Zhang Chenyu could even see the grooves and cracks on it, as if he could reach out and touch them. In the past 2 days, Zhang Chenyu had not closed his eyes, blood vessels creeping into the whites of his eyes, his lips cracked and peeling. He directed all the remaining energy of the nano self-healing system to the critical parts of the cockpit, ensuring the control and life support systems were fail-proof, repeatedly checking the refined minerals in his spatial ring. That was a 10-10 order he had finalized with the intermediary, originally set to be delivered at the supply station outside the Star Ring hub, but unexpectedly encountered pirates just after leaving the defense perimeter of the fragmented Star Trade Station. Now, having escaped from death, he would have to continue this transaction after repairing the ship. These minerals were meticulously sorted and refined according to interstellar standards, useless on Earth, but serving as core fuel for lower-tier civilization spacecraft, with a profit margin of up to 3 times, making it imperative to avoid any mishaps. His fingers grazed the control panel, each press precise to the millimeter, cold sweat trickling down his forehead and sliding down his cheeks, leaving small damp patches on the panel. A mere half-meter deviation, and this 28-meter-long small vessel would collide with the stationary asteroids, instantaneously shattering into countless pieces, leaving not a trace behind. When the faint golden defensive shield of the fragmented Star Trade Station finally appeared in his line of sight, Zhang Chenyu's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, his shoulders slumping as if all his strength had been drained. That layer of shield radiated a warm glow in the dark universe, reminiscent of an oasis in the desert or a lighthouse in the darkness, instantly restoring a sense of security to him. 2 small and agile guide boats swiftly emerged from the shield, flashing soft yellow signal lights, and gently approached. The front of the guide boats emitted two faint blue tractor beams that landed precisely on the hull of the Stardust like two gentle hands guiding the battered spacecraft slowly into Dock No. 3. Inside the dock, the lights were bright and enormous mechanical arms were neatly arranged on either side, emitting a low hum. As soon as the ship came to a stop, several mechanical repair robots slid over their silver-white bodies equipped with high-precision scanning instruments, their agile mechanical arms gliding over the hull of the Stardust, producing a sizzling sound as they rapidly assessed the damage. The damage data on the screen was continuously transmitted to the main control system of the repair station, with lines of red warnings gradually transforming into blue repair proposals. After fully transferring the repair authority of the ship, he stood up and exited the cockpit. Since there were professional mechanical technicians responsible, he need not stay put. Instead, it was better to take this time to explore the trade market of the station and see if there were any valuable equipment or goods to secure additional guarantees for future interstellar travel. Leah's figure quickly appeared at the entrance of the dock, dressed in a sharp silver-gray work uniform. Striding up to Zhang Chenyu, her brow tightly knitted, her tone filled with lingering fear. "You are truly lucky." The vanguard team of the Bone Spike pirates had long been eyeing the merchant ships around the trade station. In the past half-month, 3 ships had already been hijacked by them with not even wreckage found. If it weren't for the SO observer intervening, you might have lost your life in the asteroid belt. Their main force is still lingering around the Star Ring hub, specifically targeting low-tier merchant ships. Without backing, you must be more cautious next time. Thank you for the warning. Zhang Chenyu nodded, his voice slightly hoarse, having just survived a life-and-death battle, his throat extremely dry. He'll leave the ship to you. Repair it to the highest specifications. Costs are not an issue. By the way, is there a reliable second-hand trading area in the trade station? I'm a mechanic myself and want to find some flawed robots or spacecraft parts to repair and use. Oh. Leah's eyes lit up as she pointed to the east side of the dock. Just walk straight ahead and turn left at the third corridor. That's the second-hand comprehensive trading area, often half the price of the new product display area. Many are battle-damaged repair parts or leftover defective goods, and the merchants will specify the faults with clear pricing. If you know machinery, shopping there is definitely a good deal, saving a lot of star credits compared to buying new ones. After bidding farewell to Leah, Zhang Chenyu headed straight towards the second-hand trading area, but passing by the comprehensive trading area, he suddenly had an idea and turned into the specialty trading area. In his spatial ring, he still had several Earth specialties that he hadn't had time to sell. 2 small jars of well-sealed cellar sorghum, wine, a can of crystal-rich Highland wild honey, and several pieces of hand-dried mushrooms. These items were not rare on Earth, but at the interstellar trade station, they were unique samples of carbon-based civilization. Previously, some casually sold items had earned him quite a few star credits, and now they were just right to save the day. He found a stall specializing in alien specialties. The vendor was a Zerg with compound eyes, and upon seeing the wine jars and honey that Zhang Chenyu produced, his compound eyes immediately lit up. After a simple inspection and tasting, the Zerg vendor quickly agreed to purchase the sorghum wine at a price of 150 universal star credits per jar, and the Highland wild honey was even priced at 20 universal star credits, while the dried mushrooms sold for 800 universal star credits. In just a few minutes, Zhang Chenyu had earned 550 universal star credits, and combined with the original 720 universal star credits in his account, he instantaneously managed to gather 1270 universal star credits, completely closing the funding gap. With ample star credits, Zhang Chenyu stepped lightly into the second-hand trading area. Upon entering the exhibition area, he was immediately greeted by a mixture of the smells of metallic rust and energy cooling fluid, with various scratched robots, disassembled spaceship engines, and shield generator parts neatly arranged on the shelves, each item labeled with its fault issues and prices. He raised his hand to activate the portable terminal on his wrist, with the core intelligence system synchronously connecting to the trade station's product database, transmitting relevant parameters in real time as he browsed, his gaze filled with the scrutiny of an expert. On a shelf in the corner of the exhibition area, an auxiliary, a 3 robot, caught his attention, with its label stating Energy Core Interface Contact Failure, some functional modules malfunctioning, priced at 700 universal star credits. Zhang Chenyu immediately recognized that this model normally retailed for 250 universal star credits, equipped with a superstring wave energy core, which represented high-level energy technology in the interstellar market, boasting an energy conversion rate of 99.999, with a standard endurance of 800 hours, and even capable of maintaining power for 300 hours at full capacity, while also being able to autonomously replenish energy by absorbing electromagnetic and thermal energy from the cosmic environment, with a recovery efficiency exceeding 60, perfectly compensating for his shortcomings in operating the ship alone. He crouched down and tapped the robot's alloy shell. The dull thud indicated intact internal structure. He then brought up the terminal's precision detection interface, activating a mini probe to quickly scan the internal wiring. The contact failure was due to oxidation forming a sulfide film on the metal contact points with a bit of interstellar dust lodged. The functional module failure was caused by high-frequency vibrations leading to the detachment of solder joints. With his skills, he could have it fully repaired in no more than half a day. He immediately bargained with the vendor and acquired it for 6500 Universal Star credits, saving 500 compared to the listed price. Not far away, there were several used R7 guard robots priced at 500 Universal Star credits, with faults primarily in the calibration offsets of their laser warning systems. Their solid-state ion core drive had an extremely stable performance with a standard endurance of 340 hours and could extend by 50 after activating energy recovery. The four-leg D1 reconnaissance dogs were even cheaper at only 300 Universal Star credits, with only exterior battle damage cracks, while the internal thorium-based fusion energy core remained intact, offering a remarkable 600 hours of endurance and stability under extreme conditions. He also spotted a few used antimatter energy storage blocks. Although they had lost 10 of their energy, they were priced at only a third of the new ones. These storage blocks, utilizing antimatter annihilation technology, had an energy density over 100 times that of traditional nuclear energy, and one could support the Stardust for emergency travel of 100 light-years, which would have no impact on their usability for him. He selected 2 of them, spending 100 Universal Star credits. As he reached the energy supply area, he confirmed that the price for the new high-purity antimatter energy storage blocks was 100 Universal Star credits each. Considering his funds and needs, he didn't buy the full 5 blocks, but only 3 costing 360 Universal Star credits, just enough to meet his basic emergency needs, with the remaining space to be filled after trading at the Star Ring hub. When he returned to the maintenance dock with all the items he had just bought stored in his spatial ring, the emergency repairs on the Stardust were nearing completion. The massive mechanical arms were tirelessly working, removing the damaged main thruster and replacing it with a new high-energy propulsion module. The shield generator was being disassembled and reconfigured, covered with protective material from the dark pattern race, shimmering with a faint silver light. The nanorobotic liquid was seeping into the hull's cracks, visibly healing the deep scratches at a remarkable pace. After recalibrating the star core crystal, it was embedded back into the energy core, causing the previously dim control panel to light up instantly, with the energy shield power steadily rising. A mechanical technician approached to report, "Sir, all damaged components of the ship have been replaced with defensive performance increased by 20. Final testing will be completed within half an hour." Zhang Chenyu nodded in gratitude, found a rest area to sit, and dialed Su Wan's encrypted voice channel. The moment the call connected, Su Wan's soft voice, laced with gentle laughter, began weaving tales of home. "Our little one drew a family portrait, 4 figures holding hands. He stands at the center, I'm on the left, gently resting a hand on my belly. You're on the right, tall and broad-shouldered, oi." And at the far edge, he sketched a plump round baby, declaring it his unborn brother or sister, and insisted it must hang in the most prominent spot in our living room once you return. Zhang Chenyu listened, his lips lifting unconsciously, yet his throat tightened thick with unspoken emotion. In his mind's eye, he saw Su Wan's tender smile, imagined Xiao Xing standing on tiptoes before the canvas, and felt his own eyes grow warm and faintly damp. He murmured quiet affirmations, repeatedly urging Su Wan to attend all prenatal checkups and stay warmly bundled. Then, in playful banter with Xiao Xing over the line, he let the child's bright, innocent laughter wash away much of the fatigue and tension that had weighed upon him for days. After ending the call, he withdrew a set of silver ornaments from his spatial ring. His fingertips traced the cool, smooth surface of the bracelet, each piece infused with gene purification serum acquired from Kryn, silently safeguarding his family's health. A chime signaled the completion of repairs. Zhang Chenyu settled the 4 Universal Stellar credits for maintenance, and 3 brand-new antimatter power cells, as well as the second-hand components he'd purchased, were delivered and securely mounted by service drones into the energy and cargo base. His account balance now stood at 2600 Universal Stellar credits. Without hesitation, he offered a small crystalline fragment of refined Titan iron ore, mined on Earth and purified via alien technology, as collateral. The merchant, impressed by its exceptional purity and value far exceeding the deficit, accepted without reservation. He entered the cockpit, already mapping out his plan. During transit, he would dedicate half a day to restoration, first clearing interface dust with an ion wind gun, then dissolving oxidation layers with specialized contact cleaner, followed by precision alignment using a high-tolerance jig, resoldering detached circuit joints, and finally verifying the stability of the core's superstring fluctuations. Once complete, interstellar voyages ahead would be markedly smoother. The cockpit's holoscreen glowed with verdant parameters, shield output at 75, main thrusters, fully charged nanoscale self-repair systems, primed both new and legacy power cells at full capacity, and hull armor integrity doubled. Zhang Chenyu drew a deep breath, a clear, confident smile spreading across his face as exhaustion dissolved entirely. His fingers settled onto the control panel voice resolute destination, the outer jump node of the stellar ring hub. Optimal route calculated. Engage maximum acceleration. The silvery stardust drifted smoothly from the repair dock, its aft thrusters erupting in brilliant cerulean light, brighter than ever before. Like a blade drawn from its sheath, the vessel cleaved through the glittering lights of Shattered Star trading station, surging toward the fathomless starfields. This time no trace of disarray remained. Only razor-edged renewal and a heart unwavering in its resolve to explore the cosmos. The station's pale golden energy veil shrank rapidly into a distant speck. Asteroid debris fell far behind. The Stardust's main drive hummed steadily, its hull vibrations settling into a calm, rhythmic pulse. Zhang Chenyu switched navigation to semi-autonomous mode. Instantly, the AI core assumed control of course calibration and meteoroid evasion, while he carried A3 robot to a corner of the cargo bay, transforming it into an impromptu repair station. A fine lavender-hued ion stream hissed from the ion wind gun, sweeping across the robot's power core interface, lifting away a microscopic veil of interstellar dust invisible to the naked eye. Beneath the grime, oxidized metal contacts emerged, dull and ashen. Dipping ultrafine fiber cloth into specialized cleaner, he gently wiped the corrosion away, revealing gleaming, lustrous metal beneath. Just as he bent intently over the circuit welds, the AI core's voice chimed. Tinged with faint urgency, anomalous energy signature detected 10 light-years ahead. Intensity Class C consistent with low-tier civilization propulsion emissions. Zhang Chenyu paused mid-motion, then raised a hand to summon the stellar map. There a crimson dot pulsed slowly, a trajectory overlapping part of the route to the stellar ring hub. His brow furrowed. Fingers flickered across the holo interface, pulling up trade route data for that sector. Precisely the known hunting grounds of the Bone Spike pirate syndicate. Lia's warning flashed vividly in his memory. Perfect timing, Zhang Chenyu murmured, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He abandoned the half-repaired robot, reverted to manual control, boosted shields to 80, and throttled main thrust down by 30%, dimming the ship's cerulean glow until it resembled a sluggish civilian survey vessel. The AI core swiftly parsed the red signal, a 50-meter rating craft, shields at only 30, its hull scarred with crude patchwork, identical to the Bone Spike Syndicate's favored junk-class vessels. More intriguing still was a fainter signal ahead, the distress signature of a small freighter clearly under duress. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Fingers danced across the console. The Stardust subtly altered course, slipping into the Raider's lateral blind zone, then deactivated active sensors, relying solely on passive radar to track its prey. On the holoscreen, the Raider's primary cannon flared crimson, its beam striking the freighter's shield in a thunderous impact. The defensive shimmer dimmed instantly, alarms shrieking in piercing discord. The freighter's escape pods had barely cleared the hull before the Raider's secondary battery reduced them to glittering cosmic dust. As boarding pods deployed and pirates prepared to loot, Zhang Chenyu moved. AI core, maximum thrust. Target Raider's engine bay. The Stardust's tail blazed with intensified sapphire light, slicing through the void like a silver lightning bolt, closing the distance in an instant. Forces slammed Zhang Chenyu backward against his seat. He gripped the control yoke with white-knuckled intensity as the targeting reticle locked flawlessly onto the Raider's engine compartment. Particle cannon, charge and fire. A slender azure beam lanced forth, striking true. Fire erupted from the Raider's engine bay, its thrusters died mid-pulse, and the vessel spun helplessly adrift in silent space. Shields at maximum. Prepare for boarding. Without pause, the Stardust coasted alongside the crippled Raider, docking clamps locking precisely onto its boarding corridor. He snatched a high-frequency resonance dagger from his spatial ring and hoisted the partially repaired A3 robot. Beside him, engage emergency combat protocol. Objective: eliminate all hostile life forms. A3's optical lenses ignited. Twin electrified batons snapped from its arms, crackling with cobalt arcs as it followed Zhang Chenyu into the boarding conduit. The moment they stepped aboard, a stench assaulted them. Cheap alcohol and corroded metal. Several pirates in battered armor scrambled toward the engine bay, firing wildly with plasma rifles. Zhang Chenyu sidestepped the barrage. His dagger flashed, a silver arc severing the lead pirate's weapon clean in two. The man screamed, toppling backward and dragging his comrades down with him. A3 surged forward, driving its electrified batons deep into armor seams. Blue lightning erupted. Pirates convulsed violently before collapsing, paralyzed and twitching on the deck. The engine bays breached. Total power loss. That ship came from Shattered Star. We never crossed them. Panicked shouts echoed down the corridor. Zhang Chenyu's gaze hardened. He pressed close to the wall and advanced swiftly. He spotted the security cam at the corridor's bend, flicked a microjammer toward it. With a sharp ZZT, the Raider's internal surveillance collapsed into static. Before the pirates at the turn could react, Zhang Chenyu lunged. kicking one hard to the deck. Pressing the dagger's icy edge to the man's throat, he demanded coldly, "Bonespike Syndicate. How much did you take?" The pirate trembled violently, jerking his chin toward the viewport. "Just that civilian freighter out there." Zhang Chenyu applied subtle pressure. The dagger's gleam forcing the pirate to shrink back, throat taut. "Where's your hull? What's inside?" The pirate paled, shaking like a leaf, pointing deeper into the ship, in the rear storage hold. "Same as the freighter, just 10 crates of generic parts plus some low-grade energy crystals. Nothing else, I swear." Zhang Chenyu silenced him with a swift, precise strike, knocking him unconscious. A-3 had already secured the bridge. The AI core was deep into the Raider's central system, its holoscreen scrolling through inventories of seized cargo. Zhang Chenyu strode into the storage hold. By the dim emergency lighting, he assessed the hull: 300 kilograms of low-grade energy crystals sealed in 10 pressurized canisters compatible with civilian vessel ports, 12 neatly stacked crates of universal mechanical parts, engine gaskets, shield emitters, navigation backup chips. All standard interstellar models, 2 crates of substandard high-yield fuel, 1 particle rifle with a ruptured barrel, and tucked inside a hidden drawer of the command console, a star chart detailing the Bonespike Syndicate's raiding routes. Without hesitation, Zhang Chenyu transferred every item into his spatial ring and extracted the Syndicate's foundational identification code directly from the Raider's core mainframe. Only then did he board the damaged freighter. Scanning its damage report, he calculated swiftly the Stardust cargo bay was long disabled, incapable of carrying much, but this freighter could serve perfectly as a transport. Moreover, the Stardust's miniaturization function wasn't unique. Its former captain had acquired the tech from a specific anomalous star region. Zhang Chenyu still held those coordinates in his personal star map. Perhaps a future venture awaited there. Though battered, the freighter's condition was superficial. Only engines and shields were compromised. The jump module remained intact. Using spare parts from the Stardust and anchoring in stable space, he could restore emergency functionality within 2 hours. More critically, he needed to resolve the vessel's identity. Back aboard the Stardust, he deployed the AI core's infiltration suite, embedding the Bonespike Syndicate's route ID code into the freighter's registry, erasing all prior ownership traces. Such codes served as gray sector transit identifiers, not open aggression signals. Only interstellar enforcement fleets or victims of Bonespike raids would flag them for retaliation. Merchant convoys would simply veer away, never engaging. He knew the unspoken law of the gray lanes. While pirate ships are ownerless, those who seize them commit no crime. Should anyone trace this vessel later, it would be deemed stolen Syndicate property. No inquiry would ever fall upon him. He ordered A3 to confine the unconscious pirates to the Raider's brig and planted a microdetonator deep within the ruined engine bay. With that, he activated the Stardust's compression sequence. The silvery vessel shrank smoothly to palm size, then vanished into his spatial ring with a casual toss. He boarded the repurposed freighter, set it to anchored standby, and retrieved the spare parts to begin repairs on its engines and shields. 2 hours later, every diagnostic alert on the main console blinked green. Seated in the command chair, Zhang Chenyu watched the parameters dance across the screen, his eyes alight with quiet satisfaction. Destination: Stellar Ring Hub. Initiate spatial jump. The freighter's stern glowed with deep crimson light, then vanished into the swirling maw of a wormhole swallowed by the infinite star sea. This time Zhang Chenyu knew his path as an interstellar merchant had truly begun. The disguised civilian cargo ship cut through the distorted light of the wormhole, plunging into the outer space of the star ring hub. In an instant, Zhang Chenyu's pupils contracted sharply, his heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand. At the end of his gaze, hundreds of circular space stations interconnected like the vertebrae of a cosmic behemoth, the silvery gray alloy hulls refracting a cold and magnificent metallic sheen under the blazing light of the stars. Countless spacecraft traversed the area, some elongated like blades trailing faint purple glows from their engines, while others were thick and fortress-like, surrounded by the faint light of energy shields, silently weaving into a flowing sea of steel stars. This hub resembled a giant beehive nestled at the center of the star domain, swallowing caravans and goods from countless civilizations, an overwhelming pressure descending upon all, making it hard to breathe. The civilian cargo ship beneath his feet, barely 100 meters long, felt minuscule amidst this grand tide of steel, as if a moment's inattention would lead to its complete engulfment by this extreme splendor. He suppressed the shock in his heart, skillfully maneuvering the helm with his fingertips, guiding the cargo ship into the designated docking area, completing the identity registration and navigation record as per procedure. Amidst the broadcast of the staff's universal language, he caught a key piece of information. The Star Ring Hub was hosting its triannual interstellar trade fair, with the final auction gathering wealthy merchants, collectors, and representatives from interstellar workshops from across the star domain, featuring popular items such as carbon-based native products and high-grade refined metals. Even before departing from Earth on the interstellar voyage to the shattered star trade station, Zhang Chenyu had activated the autonomous refining function of the stardust, gradually inputting the large quantities of titanium, iron, or chromium, or in other metal raw materials, brought from Earth into the refining furnace. After precise purification and molecular recombination by the intellect core system, these seemingly unremarkable ores from Earth were refined into high-grade metals with a purity of up to 99, all properly stored in the space ring. He carefully selected 3 prized items: a jar of century-old fragrant rice, wine its liquid thick as amber, which had once made the Zerg people at the shattered star trade station drool, when opened a piece of jade-like white jade with a texture as smooth as grease, with naturally formed cloud patterns resembling condensed star rivers, and a small batch of high-purity specialty high-grade metals, the core materials for low-tier civilization spacecraft engines. Zhang Chenyu immediately registered for the final auction of the trade fair, determined to sell this batch of goods for the highest premium. In the crowd at the registration desk, a familiar figure caught his eye, Clearin from the shattered star trade station. The two exchanged smiles, instantly reaching a mutual understanding, and on the spot, they finalized a long-term cooperation intention. Clearin would connect him with high-tier civilization buyers, and he would provide Clearin with a stable supply of carbon-based native products. After completing the auction registration, Zhang Chenyu knew that the disguised civilian cargo ship was of no further use, so he put it up for sale. As soon as the news broke, 3 low-tier civilization merchants rushed to compete for it. 2 of them secretly colluded, not only maliciously driving down the price, but also threatening to make it difficult for him to move in the Star Ring hub. Zhang Chenyu was too lazy to waste words with them. With a flick of his wrist, he directly drew a particle pistol shimmering with faint blue arcs from the space ring. The cold muzzle sight aimed directly at the leading merchant, coldly stating, "With your little tricks you dare to cause trouble in front of me." Before he finished speaking, the A3 robot beside him instantly activated its alert mode, its crimson optical lenses sweeping over the 3 and mechanical arms, ejecting 2 crackling electric batons. The troublemakers turned pale instantly, no longer daring to speak further, and retreated in dismay. Ultimately, Zhang Chenyu sold the civilian cargo ship to a sincere mechanical merchant for a price 10 above market value, the buyer particularly interested in the dark pattern craftsmanship of the ship's exterior. After the auction concluded, Zhang Chenyu did not rush to handle the subsequent orders, but headed straight to the military trading area and technology blueprint exchange in the western district of the hub. The military shop at the Star Ring hub was filled with various items, showcasing all sorts of powered armor. There were barrier-type powered armors made from heavy alloy armor plates, with honeycomb structures covering the mecha's surface, suitable for frontal assaults, scout-type powered armors, with lightweight titanium alloy frames emphasizing mobility and concealment. Most appealing to him was the nano-level adaptive powered armor displayed in the center of the showcase. Its entire body presented a silvery gray liquid metal texture which could normally compress into a palm-sized metal badge, and upon activation could instantly cover the whole body, forming a combat form that balanced defense and explosive power. Seeing his gaze fixated on the nano armor, the staff member immediately approached to introduce it. "Your eye for quality is commendable. This nano armor is equipped with an intelligent biological sensing core capable of synchronizing the wearer's neural responses with a delay of less than 0.01 seconds. The surface nanoparticles can switch forms based on the intensity of the attack, generating an ion shield when facing energy weapons and hardening into super alloy steel plates against physical impacts. It has an internal microweapon chamber capable of launching high-frequency shock blades and pulse laser cannons as both close and long-range attack modules, and is equipped with a space jump beacon for emergency escape with endurance sufficient to support a high-intensity interstellar encounter. By the way, the energy magazine for this armor is compatible with the plasma rifle you selected. In emergencies, it can be detached for recharging, saving you the trouble of preparing extra consumables." Zhang Chenyu pointed at the showcase. "I'll take 3 sets of this nano armor," while glancing at the nearby weapon rack, "and 5 high-frequency shock daggers, plus 2 portable plasma rifles along with 10 energy magazines." After finishing the payment, a light green prompt appeared on the terminal. "Your armor biological recognition has been bound. Only your neural signals can activate it. Anti-theft level S." He nodded slightly and turned to dive into the technology blueprint exchange next door. Inside the exchange, countless holographic blueprints hovered above the shelves, covering all aspects of interstellar civilization. Zhang Chenyu scanned through rows of light screens, swiftly swiping his fingertips to collect the labeled blueprints into the space ring. For spaceship modifications, he selected Starship Stealth Coding Optimization Plan, Emergency Repair Blueprint. For superstring engine and shipboard space, Warehouse Expansion Modification Guide. For energy technology, he picked Blueprint for miniature fusion reactor manufacturing and high-efficiency energy shield charging technology. For military Manufacturing, he gathered mass production process for plasma rifles and nano armor core component maintenance manual for planetary defense, planetary shield generator basic setup manual, orbital defense turret deployment and maintenance guide, ground air defense firepower networking plan, underground shelter radiation reinforcement technology, planetary energy barrier core energy supply design. He even included a few civilian technology blueprints. Interstellar crop soilless cultivation guide. High purity me. The shopkeeper, noticing his generous spending, deliberately pulled up the details page for the emergency repair blueprint for superstring engine, lowering his voice to remind him. This blueprint is a fragment missing the last 3 pages of key calibration parameters. The black market occasionally has the complete version, so if you go there, keep an eye out. After saying that, he also gifted a copy of the secret rules for black market transactions at the Star Ring Hub, repeatedly warning that black market trades must be bartered and one must avoid exposing their identity as a carbon-based native civilization. Before leaving the exchange, Zhang Chenyu turned towards the mining area and procured a large batch of vanadium or manganese or tungsten and other basic metal raw materials. These were core materials for refining high-grade metals sufficient to support his refining needs for several upcoming interstellar voyages. He also ventured into the robot specialty area, acquiring 3 multifunctional maintenance robots, 2 patrol warning robots, and 1 intelligent material sorting robot. In one go, each robot's terminal panel clearly labeled with functions. Maintenance robots excel in hull welding and energy line repairs. Patrol robots are equipped with infrared detection and soundwave deterrence devices, and sorting robots can automatically identify material attributes and generate inventory lists. He stored them all in the space ring. The final auction of the trade fair was held in the Dome Hall at the center of the hub, with thousands of seats filled to capacity. Traders from various civilizations gathered together, and intelligent translators converting various languages into the universal language, creating a bustling and lively atmosphere. The auctioneer was a tall, slender, silicon-based individual who floated at the center of the auction platform. With a wave of his metallic hand, the first item for auction appeared in the holographic projection. Dear guests. The first item was a star core crystal from the silicon-based civilization. It can stabilize the energy fluctuations of spacecraft jump engines. Starting bid, 800 universal star credits. The bidding immediately erupted, and ultimately this star core crystal was purchased by an interstellar transport company for 1,500 universal star credits. Following that, the live cultivation chamber from the Zerg, the stealth coding formula from the Dark Pattern clan, and the intelligent maintenance robot from the Mechanical clan took turns on stage, each item inciting significant competition, and the atmosphere in the hall gradually heated up. When the auctioneer's voice echoed again, all eyes focused on him. Next, let's take a look at 3 treasures from an unknown carbon-based civilization. Zhang Chenyu's 3 items took the stage in succession, instantly igniting the highest enthusiasm of the audience. As soon as the century-old fragrant rice wine was presented on the auction platform, its rich aroma wafted through the sealed chamber, drawing the attention of numerous collectors from carbon-based civilizations. A noble from the Dark Pattern clan was the first to raise his bidding paddle, his voice carrying a hint of tipsiness. 1,500 universal star credits. My family's wine cellar is in need of a bottle of vintage from the primitive carbon-based civilization, perfect for entertaining esteemed guests. Without missing a beat, a wealthy Zerg merchant immediately raised his bid, speaking urgently. 2,000 universal star credits. I'm willing to exchange 3 boxes of high-grade energy crystals. The age of this wine is already rare among carbon-based civilizations. The back-and-forth bidding escalated as prices soared. In the end, the noble from the Dark Pattern clan slammed his armrest, stating resolutely, 3,500 universal star credits. I must have this jar of wine. The entire hall fell silent. No one dared to bid further. Next up was the jade-like white jade, which, due to its smooth texture and unique natural cloud patterns, sparked fierce competition among interstellar collectors, ultimately selling for 2,800 universal star credits. The batch of specialty high-grade metals was even more fiercely contested, with 3 interstellar mechanical workshops fighting over it, eventually transacting at an astonishing 5,200 universal star credits. Following this auction, Zhang Chenyu's name spread within the trading community, and many merchants learned of a seller from a carbon-based civilization who possessed rare native products and high-quality high-grade metals. After the auction concluded, the threshold of Zhang Chenyu's temporary meeting point was trampled, with businesses flocking to him. He took the opportunity to extract high-grade metals, tea leaves, silk, and other earth specialties from the space ring, as well as energy crystals and universal parts captured from pirate ships, sorting and allocating 2/3 of them to corresponding merchants. Thanks to the fame gained from the auction, the quotes for these materials exceeded market prices by 20%, and he effortlessly completed the transactions, resulting in a significant increase in his account's star credit balance. Zhang Chenyu deliberately stored 1/3 of the materials, including the best quality high-grade metals, a few jars of well-preserved wine, and several pieces of jade, back into the space ring as a reserve for future dealings with other star domain merchants. As the transaction neared its conclusion, a technician clad in a dark-patterned robe approached unbidden, none other than the personal technician of the noble Darkweave clan member who had acquired the Baiju. The technician spoke directly, his tone brimming with genuine sincerity. "Sir, my master holds your merchandise in the highest regard. Having learned you still possess surplus carbon-based specialties and high-grade metals, he has expressly dispatched me to negotiate an exchange." With that, he summoned a holographic inventory list from his wrist terminal, which hovered suspended in the air between them. The list was densely populated with hundreds of items, ranging from starship modification components and energy cores to refined industrial equipment and military-grade fittings, each annotated with precise, technical specifications and exchange ratios. You may freely select any combination of items from this list provided their total value matches your remaining carbon-based specialties and high-grade metals. Upon agreement, the exchange shall be finalized. Zhang Chenyu's gaze swept across the list and instantly locked onto 3 items: a shipborne spatial storage module, an energy conduction optimization component for starships, and a compact ore refining apparatus. He pointed to them and met the technician's eyes. "These 3, I'll take them. How much of my goods would they require?" The technician tapped the holographic interface with practiced ease, his voice imbued with the quiet confidence of a seasoned merchant. "Once installed, this module offers a net capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. If used to store standard-issue nanoscale power armor disassembled into core components, it can accommodate 200 full sets at once. If instead loaded with folded lightweight interstellar shuttles, 15 vessels fit perfectly, hull stacked neatly within hull. Even raw vanadium or packed by density fills 4,000 tons per cycle. And should you choose to archive interstellar technical schematics as data crystals, thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, fit effortlessly within its volumetric expanse. You may stow whatever you wish. The space is generously abundant." He paused briefly, cross-referencing parameters with calm precision. Collectively, these 3 items equate precisely to 1 jar of Baiju, 5 kilograms of high-grade metal, and 2 pieces of jade. A spark ignited in Zhang Chenyu's mind. The shipborne spatial storage module was precisely the critical system he urgently required. He did not accept immediately but engaged the technician in meticulous negotiation, addressing installation logistics, compatibility of the energy component with the Stardust engine, and operational protocols and power requirements for the refining apparatus. Each clause scrutinized and mutually affirmed. Ultimately, consensus was reached. The technician would install and calibrate all modules on-site at no additional cost, and as a courtesy, optimize the Stardust energy recycling architecture, boosting overall efficiency by 15%. Zhang Chenyu led the Darkweave technician to a secluded, privately assigned dock within the orbital berth. To facilitate modifications, he retrieved the Stardust from his spatial ring, now shrunk to the size of a palm, and activated its expansion sequence with a press of the hull's concealment interface. A low, resonant hum emanated from within as the miniature vessel unfolded, its silvery alloy hull extending segment by segment, until it resolved into a sleek 28-meter-long warship, its fluid contours and exquisitely engineered structure gleaming under the steady light of the nearby star. No sooner had the spatial expansion's energy ripple dissipated than 2 figures in silver-gray uniforms strode briskly toward them, the dock's inspection officers. The lead officer raised his identification plaque, his gaze sharp and wary as it swept over the Stardust. "Our monitoring systems registered an anomalous spatial expansion signature. Please present official registration credentials and provenance documentation for this vessel." Zhang Chenyu was prepared. From his terminal, he projected holographic trade records and title transfer documents issued by the Shattered Star Trading Station, forged with Leah's assistance prior to departure, fully compliant with standard regulatory scrutiny. The projection shimmered before them as he spoke with unruffled composure. "This vessel was acquired through official auction at the Shattered Star Trading Station. All documentation is complete and valid. Due to its unique dimensional configuration, it is ordinarily stored in folded form. I expanded it only to accommodate these modifications. An oversight on my part, I neglected to file the required pre-expansion notification." The officer rapidly verified the files, his fingers gliding across the luminous interface. Finding no discrepancies, he glanced at the Darkweave technician and the array of modification tools nearby, and his tone softened perceptibly. "Documentation is in order. The Stellar Ring Hub mandates formal notification for all spatial folding vessel expansions, not as restriction, but to allocate computational resources for berth management and prevent electromagnetic interference with adjacent docks. This is merely a procedural omission. Filing the report retroactively suffices. By the way, your vessel's stealth coating shows severe degradation and microfractures are evident across multiple hull panels. The East District Maintenance Station offers full refurbishment, including structural reinforcement and engine thermal system upgrades. at a 20% discount versus market rates. Should you wish, I recommend visiting them. With that, the two officers turned and departed. Watching their retreating backs, Zhang Chenyu felt a decisive clarity settle within him. After traversing so many star systems, the Stardust was long overdue for comprehensive refit. He contacted the recommended maintenance station immediately. Their response was swift. Within 30 minutes, a specialized engineering team of mechanoid technicians arrived at the dock equipped with full diagnostic suites and modular upgrade kits. After conducting a holistic scan of the Stardust, the team presented a three-part upgrade proposal: first, replacement with a newly formulated darkweave stealth coating, capable of dynamically absorbing and refracting detection wavelengths, tripling concealment efficacy. Second, nanoscale welding reinforcement of all hull alloy plates to seal existing microfractures, augmented by integration of a lightweight energy shield generator. Third, overhaul of the engine thermal dissipation architecture, synergizing with the newly acquired energy conduction optimizer to ensure stable performance during sustained spatial jumps and eliminate overheating-induced system failure. Zhang Chenyu approved the plan on the spot, transferring a sum of stellar credits and supplementing payment with several ingots of high-grade metal drawn from his spatial ring. The engineers commenced work without delay. His own trio of multifunctional repair drones joined seamlessly, cutting, welding, and calibrating in flawless coordination with the mechanoid specialists. Observing the pace and precision, the darkweave technician volunteered to assist with energy circuit optimization, reducing the projected 3-day timeline by a full day. Upon completion, the Stardust emerged transformed, its silvery hull now sheathed in a matte, light-absorbing stealth coating, unobtrusive yet profound, while activation of the energy shield cast a faint, ethereal silver-blue luminescence. Exhaust plumes from the engine vents flowed with perfect uniformity and stability. The onboard intelligence core confirmed a 40% aggregate performance enhancement. This metamorphosis did not go unnoticed. Two silent observers watched intently from the shadows. One was the darkweave technician himself, whose gaze lingered on the vessel's dimensional compression technology and the newly applied stealth layer, eyes alight with unmistakable awe and covetous yearning. The other was a Zerg merchant who had trailed Zhang Chenyu discreetly, having heard rumors of his extraordinary, whereas he now witnessed firsthand both the vessel's autonomous scaling capability and its quantum leap in capability. His pupils contracted sharply, desire blazing almost palpably in his expression. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting glance mutual recognition flared, identical intent, identical restraint. Neither spoke a word. No sooner had the final calibration concluded than the Zerg merchant hurried forward, urgency and determination etched into every syllable. Esteemed sir, I offer you a brand new medium-class armed trade frigate plus 500,000 universal stellar credits in exchange for this vessel capable of autonomous dimensional contraction. Should you reveal the underlying principle, the price doubles, then triples. Before the echo faded, the darkweave technician stepped forward, voice grave and deliberate. Sir, my master pledges an equivalent valuation, the proprietary formula for our clan's apex tier protective stealth coating, and lifetime privileged trading access across the entire stellar ring hub, in exchange for shared access to this contraction technology. Zhang Chenyu shook his head, calm and unyielding. I sincerely appreciate both offers, but this vessel is my lifebound craft. Its transfer is categorically impossible. Moreover, I must be candid, this dimensional contraction capability is an intrinsic alien technology embedded within the vessel itself. I possess no understanding of its mechanics, and thus no knowledge to impart. At those words, the hopeful light in both men's eyes dimmed, replaced by crestfallen disappointment. Sensing their deflation, Zhang Chenyu shifted tone. However, I retain substantial reserves of carbon-based specialties and high-grade metals. Should new shipments arrive, or should I uncover even a fragment of insight regarding related technologies, I shall contact you both without hesitation. He withdrew 2 custom encrypted communication chips from his spatial ring and handed one to each man. These contain my secure channel. Collaboration remains open at any time. They accepted the chips with reverent care. Though denied the coveted technology, they had secured direct access to Zhang Chenyu himself. Exchanging a final glance, they departed, shoulders slumped, yet eyes fixed hungrily upon the Stardust, a narrative thread subtly woven into the future. Once they vanished beyond the dockway's far archway, Zhang Chenyu recalled the technician's earlier remark about the lightweight interstellar shuttles. A thought crystallized: 1,000 cubic meters of unused volume with sheer inefficiency. 2 foldable shuttles would serve not only as auxiliary craft for the Stardust, but also as indispensable assets during hazardous stellar exploration. He turned and strode purposefully back to the hub's aerospace marketplace. Vendors, recognizing his resolve, promptly offered. These 2 models dominate sales. One prioritizes velocity, reducing maximum range jump duration by 30%, ideal for emergency egress. The other emphasizes payload, boasting a cargo hold large enough for your repair drones and mineral samples. perfect for short-range survey missions. Zhang Chenyu gestured toward the display units and asked directly, what are their dimensions when folded? The vendor instantly pulled up the spec panel. Voice assured, pure mechanical folding. Segmented hull, nesting wings conforming flush to the fuselage seats, and consoles collapsing into layered stowage. Compressed to a perfect 60 by 60 by 60 centimeter cube. It's dense, requires mechanical arms for handling. He demonstrated the process. A deep, resonant click echoed as metallic segments interlocked, resolving into a compact, weighty cube. Solid, unyielding, and profoundly unlike the Stardust's effortless single-handed dimensional reduction. Without hesitation, Zhang Chenyu paid the stellar credits and transferred both shuttles directly into the shipborne spatial storage module. With all arrangements settled, he sat alone in the Stardust's cockpit, gazing out at the boundless expanse of stars, and a quiet, aching longing for home rose within him. He initiated a secure transmission, its signal piercing across billions of light-years to reach Earth. The moment the connection stabilized, Su Wan's voice came through, fragile yet radiant with joy. Chenyu, our son has been born. Today, November 12, 1986, a healthy, rosy-cheeked boy. Mom and Dad have been tidying the ancestral courtyard, saying they'll throw you a welcome home banquet the moment you return. Zhang Chenyu's eyes welled instantly. His hand trembled slightly around the comm device. Then Xiao Xing snatched the receiver, piping in with childish earnestness, Daddy, my little brother is so tiny, so soft. I'll protect him forever. I've drawn dozens of stars. I'll show them to you when you come home, and you'll teach me all their names. In the background, his parents laughed warmly, urging him to take care, stay safe, and cherish his health. His throat tightened, 1,000 unsaid words condensed into one vow. When I return from abroad, I'll bring home more than just myself. I'll bring triumph. And I'll give you all a surprise beyond measure. In that instant, the vast, indifferent cosmos warmed, infused with the tender, unbreakable gravity of home. With the trade fair concluded, Zhang Chenyu tallied his gains. Not only had he secured sufficient funds to restore the Stardust long-range spatial jump module, but he had also cultivated invaluable interstellar connections and amassed a robust reserve of tradable commodities. He had intended to depart immediately for the black market bazaar mentioned by Kren, but before initiating the Stardust launch sequence, he habitually pulled up the stellar chart for careful review. The star map on the light screen slowly unfolded, countless light points and flight paths interwoven. Zhang Chenyu originally intended to head straight to the black market when his gaze suddenly fixed on a star region marked ESO Star Space Folding Technology Research Institute. This star region was enveloped by layers of high-density interstellar dust belts and chaotic space currents, denoted on the star map as a high-risk navigation zone which ordinary spacecraft would not dare to enter. He enlarged the coordinates, his fingertips swiftly calculating on the light screen, and the intelligence core system popped up an eye-catching red alert. This star region has high-intensity spatial turbulence and energy storms. It is recommended to carry at least 3 spatial stabilization anchors. This journey will require a total of 27 risk space jumps with an estimated time of 4 Earth months. Zhang Chenyu calculated the time. He had been out of Earth for less than a year, and the 3-year limit was still quite ample. Moreover, as long as he could obtain the core principles of the spaceship miniaturization technology from the Research Institute, and then find more advanced space jump technology at the black market, the return time to Earth would certainly be significantly compressed. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he immediately modified the navigation coordinates, setting the Research Institute as the primary destination, temporarily placing the black market behind. He activated the main thrusters of the Stardust, and the modified engine emitted a steady and powerful hum as the silver-white battleship slowly departed from the docking area, its tail emitting a more condensed and dazzling blue light, like a sword piercing through the darkness, once again setting sail towards the unknown star region shrouded in dust and turbulence. This time his goal was clearer, his steps more resolute. He not only wanted to repair the spaceship, but also to become a cosmic merchant traversing the star seas, returning to his family with glory and wealth. The Stardust transformed into a silver-blue streak of light, entering the edge of the star region marked high-risk navigation zone, aiming directly at the ESO Star Space Folding Technology Research Institute. As soon as it crossed the critical line of the dust belt, the originally stable ship suddenly shook violently, and the alarm lights in the cockpit erupted into blinding red light. The intelligence core system's shrill scream nearly piercing the eardrums, warning. High-intensity spatial turbulence, detected energy fluctuation, level has soared to Class A. The spacecraft's shield pressure value has exceeded the threshold. Zhang Chenyu's pupils constricted sharply as he gripped the control stick tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Outside the window, the tranquil star sea abruptly distorted. Countless silver-purple turbulent streams roared like an enraged giant python, carrying the power to tear everything apart, slamming fiercely against the Stardust. The surface's invisible coating of the ship instantly burst with fine cracks. The pale, silver metallic sheen was scraped away by the turbulence, and a dull rumbling sound echoed through the cabin walls, shaking him to the core. Activate the energy conduction optimization component. Prioritize energy supply to the shield. Increase engine power to 80. Evade the core turbulence area. Zhang Chenyu's shout drowned out the alarm, his fingertips tapping swiftly on the control panel. The intelligence core system immediately responded, the energy conduction component buzzing as it operated at its peak. The previously dispersed energy was precisely converged, and the dim silver-blue shield suddenly brightened, forming an indestructible light barrier, barely resisting another wave of turbulence's violent bombardment. However, the furious turbulence did not cease. The chaotic gravitational field crazily tore at the spacecraft's trajectory. The stardust was tossed like a leaf in a storm, swaying left and right, the values on the dashboard fluctuating wildly, danger looming. Damn it! The turbulence strength is even higher than the intelligence core estimated. Zhang Chenyu gritted his teeth, his gaze suddenly brightening as it swept over the supply compartment. When the dark pattern technicians installed the space storage module, they included 3 emergency spatial stabilization anchors, precisely the life-saving tools for such desperate situations. Immediately retrieve the spatial stabilization anchors and fully activate the deployment program. 3 completely black stabilization anchors were launched from the ship's tail, and upon contact with the turbulence, they erupted with intense silver-gray anchoring waves. Visible waves spread outward, centered around the stabilization anchors, eerily calming the previously roaring turbulence within the anchoring range, forming a small, yet stable, safe area. Seizing the opportunity, the stardust stabilized its form, and just as Zhang Chenyu breathed a sigh of relief, the intelligence core system's alarm sounded sharply. Once more, localized space collapse detected. An energy singularity is forming, expected to affect the current area in 10 seconds. Zhang Chenyu's heart stopped, and he abruptly pushed the engine power to its limit. The stardust shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, enveloped in a silver-blue tail flame, racing towards the edge of the safe area. The engine's hum nearly broke through its limits. The ship's tremors grew increasingly intense, and the energy shield's glow flickered ominously, as if it would shatter at any moment. Just as the spaceship barely broke free from the collapse zone, a terrifying wave of spatial disturbance erupted behind, and the previously safe area was instantly torn into nothingness, leaving not even a ripple. The tremors of the ship gradually subsided, the alarm lights slowly extinguished. Zhang Chenyu let out a long sigh of relief, cold sweat trickling down his jawline and dripping onto the control panel. He leaned back in his seat, gazing out at the gradually calming star, his fingertips gently stroking the control stick. This turbulent encounter had thoroughly revealed to him the terror of high-risk star regions. He called up the intelligence core systems inspection report. The dark pattern's invisible coating had only a few faint scratches, and the performance of the energy shield and energy conduction components far exceeded expectations, withstanding the impact of Class A turbulence, leaving the core components of the ship completely undamaged. It seems this modification fee was worth it, Zhang Chenyu murmured softly, a glimmer of relief and determination flashing in his eyes. He wiped away the sweat, reset the flight path, and the stardust adjusted its direction, continuing towards the ESO Star Space Folding Technology Research Institute. Having undergone this baptism, the spaceship's performance had been tested in real combat, while he himself had gained a deeper understanding of the perils of interstellar travel. The road ahead was long and fraught with danger, but his goal had never been clearer. He needed to obtain the space folding technology of ESO Star to become a true cosmic merchant traversing the star seas, and to return to Earth with glory and wealth back to his family's side. The stardust, bearing the subtle traces of the turbulent baptism, slowly descended to the docking position at the Vorsa trade port on ESO Star. 3 silver-white patrol ships hovered for a moment, confirming that the spacecraft was normal before retreating, and a faint purple virtual guiding light appeared out of nowhere, outlining the path into the port. Outside the window, ESO Star's atmosphere was refracted by the interstellar turbulence into layers of dark purple halos, the light and shadow shifting with an air of mystery. This turbulence surrounding the planet acted as a natural barrier, with hardly anyone able to successfully traverse it, making Vorsa Trade Port a gathering place for top merchants of various races to conduct secret transactions. As Zhang Chenyu stepped out of the cabin, the cool air laced with a hint of stardust rushed towards him. A member of the ESO tribe, dressed in a light gold robe with 2 pairs of transparent wings, quickly approached, fanning a gentle breeze with his wings. He bowed to Zhang Chenyu with a palm-up gesture, his tone warm, yet slightly scrutinizing. "Welcome to Vorsa Trade Port, esteemed guest from afar. I am the exclusive guide here, tasked with helping first-time visitors familiarize themselves with the port's rules and customs to avoid accidentally violating taboos." "Thank you for the guidance," Zhang Chenyu replied, mirroring the gesture, his expression calm and unruffled, his tone gentle, yet concealing vigilance. I am an interstellar traveler passing through here, hoping to browse your port's market and see if there are any novel materials for exchange. The two walked side by side through the port's corridors, their eyes greeted by domed buildings adorned with light gold patterns that seemed to come alive, automatically regulating the surrounding temperature and absorbing stardust energy as building power, creating a uniquely comfortable atmosphere below. In midair, wingless anti-gravity floating cabins glided silently, their pale gold patterns glimmering, racing at high speeds without the need for fuel. Occasionally, ESO tribesmen spread their wings to skillfully weave between the floating cabins, showcasing the prosperous scene of an alien interstellar society. As they passed an unoccupied corner, Zhang Chenyu paused slightly, his peripheral vision scanning the surroundings to confirm there were no other races present. He casually tilted to the side, discreetly retrieving a small jade-green porcelain bottle from his spatial ring, the bottle sealed with ancient clay containing a portion of aged white wine. He did not hand it over directly, merely rubbing the bottle with his thumb, speaking casually, as if chatting about mundane matters. Since it's my first time here, I haven't brought anything decent. This is a little light wine from my hometown, not high in alcohol content, but smooth and mellow, hardly worth much, just a taste for you. The guide's gaze fell on the porcelain bottle, his nostrils slightly flaring, clearly intrigued by the faint aroma of the wine. As the exclusive guide of the trade port, he had seen many exotic treasures from other star domains, but had never encountered such a rich carbon-based brewed wine. He fluttered his wings, slightly feigning reluctance. "You are too kind, esteemed guest. Guiding first-time visitors is my duty. How could I accept your offering?" Zhang Chenyu had anticipated his polite response, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he directly pressed the porcelain bottle into his palm, his tone carrying just the right amount of familiarity. "It's just a bottle of wine. It's of little value. In the future, as I move around the port, I may need your assistance, such as which stall owners are stubborn, which materials involve tribal interests. These nuances are difficult for outsiders to grasp." This statement was left intentionally vague, neither explicitly stating bribery nor failing to communicate his needs clearly. The guide grasped the cool porcelain bottle, his fingers tightening slightly, and his gaze towards Zhang Chenyu now held a touch of genuine warmth. He spread his wings, lowering his voice. "You are indeed a straightforward person, esteemed guest. Rest assured, from now on at Vorsa Trade Port, I will not refuse any assistance I can offer." In the market ahead, the elder selling nebula crystals is a solitary ESO elder, stubborn but not malicious. Then there are the rock tribes, or stalls. Their vanadium, or purity, is high, yet they often pass off inferior goods. If you want to see, I'll help you. Keep an eye on it. Zhang Chenyu understood this was the guide's reciprocation for accepting his favor. He remained expressionless, merely nodding slightly, his tone calm. "Thank you, then." The two continued forward, and the guide's conversation clearly increased, not only actively introducing the backgrounds of various stall owners in the market, but also subtly hinting at the hidden rules within the port, such as which areas were the Vorsa family's forbidden zones, which materials required additional star element transaction fees, and even mentioning the private channels for circulating star core fragments. Star core fragments. Zhang Chenyu's heart stirred, though his expression remained calm, his fingertips gently stroking the communicator at his waist, his tone as casual as discussing ordinary ores. "This is the first I've heard of it. I've traveled through many star domains and have not seen such energy materials. I imagine the supply is limited." "Naturally." The guide's tone grew increasingly proud, gesturing towards the market direction. "We ESO star happen to guard a star core ruin, and the star core fragments are mined from that ruin. Only we can stabilize the acquisition in the entire star realm. Up ahead is the market, esteemed guest. Take a look. Those who can set up stalls here are either top merchants from various races or tribal elders holding scarce resources. Every transaction involves resources capable of bankrupting small civilizations." Entering the market, the sense of commotion was slightly stronger than in the corridor, yet it still retained an underlying fervor. Stalls were sparsely distributed on both sides of the pale golden-patterned corridor, with the vendors being various: the Rock Clan, with dark shells and fingertips that could spray lava; the Thunder Clan, radiating faint blue electric light and speaking with crackling sounds; and the Eso Clan, who manipulated goods with their tentacles, each exuding a heavy aura and sharp gazes clearly not easy to provoke. The Eso vendor was polishing a shimmering nebula crystal with slender tentacles, while the Rock Clan vendor silently arranged high-grade metal ores. Merchants from various clans huddled around the stalls, lowering their voices to bargain, their tones filled with probing and calculation, devoid of the usual market clamor, yet brimming with invisible tension. Zhang Chenyu strolled with great interest, his gaze slowly sweeping over each stall, finally stopping in front of one filled with nebula crystals. He was actually eyeing the crystal's ability to absorb stardust energy to nourish the ship's circuits, but feigned a casual demeanor, slowly squatting down, glancing at the crystals glowing with a faint purple halo, showing no intention of reaching out. The vendor behind the stall was an elderly Eso man, his thin wings long lost their luster, but his eyes remained sharp. Seeing him squatting silently for a long time, he took the initiative to poke a fist-sized crystal with his tentacle, his voice raspy. The guest looks unfamiliar. You must be from another star domain, right? This nebula crystal, a treasure fished out from the chaotic river of stars, can shine for 3 days and nights at night. Hanging it in a ship is 100 times more useful than a lighting device. Zhang Chenyu finally leisurely lifted his gaze, glancing at the crystal with a slightly dismissive tone. It looks fine, but isn't it a bit delicate? I heard someone say that it loses color when touched by a living being. If this is on the ship and gets bumped, wouldn't it be ruined? He deliberately picked at its flaws, not wanting the old man to sense his need for the crystal. The old man immediately became anxious, swiftly gathering the crystals closer, afraid they might get damaged, his tone laced with urgent defense. What you said is quite ignorant. Although this crystal appears delicate, it is actually very hard. Ordinary bumps won't harm it at all. The color loss from human contact is only temporary. You just leave it in stardust to sunbathe for half a day, and it will immediately return to normal. Eager to sell the crystal, he refused to easily concede on the price, busy emphasizing the benefits of the goods. Zhang Chenyu's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile as he leisurely took out a sealed jar of white wine from his spatial ring, the earthen jar still smeared with fresh mud seal, exuding an ancient aura. He did not immediately twist open the seal, but casually held the wine jar in his palm, speaking in a flat tone. This is the only hometown brew I have, quite valuable back home. I originally planned to keep it for myself. He feigned weakness, pretending not to intend to trade the wine for the crystal, actually waiting for the old man to make a move. The aroma of the wine wafted from the cracks of the mud seal, carrying the rich scent of fermented grains and the essence of time, causing the old man's thin wings to tremble slightly. The old man stared fixedly at the jar of white wine, his throat involuntarily moving, hesitating for a moment before tentatively speaking. If the guest truly wishes to trade 1 jar of wine for 3 of my finest crystals, how about that? Zhang Chenyu scoffed, as if he had heard a joke, raising his hand to retract the wine jar. 3. Old man, do you take me for a fool? This wine back home needs to be stored for 5 years to mature. 1 jar is enough for a tribe to drink for 3 days and nights. Those 3 broken beads aren't even enough to fill a gap in my teeth. The old man panicked, his tentacles flailing, fearing the deal would fall through, hastily changing his offer. 5. At most 5. Any more, and I would really be at a loss. These crystals are what I risked my life to fish out from the chaos. Zhang Chenyu continued walking, not looking back as he waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. If the deal doesn't work out, we'll still be friends. We'll just look elsewhere. He calculated that the old man couldn't resist the temptation of the wine, and the more he wanted the crystals, the more indifferent he appeared. Sure enough, just as he took 2 steps away, the old man's urgent voice called out from behind, wait. 12. 12 of the roundest crystals for 1 jar of wine. No more than that. If there's more, I really will be at a loss. The old man gritted his teeth, conceding he simply couldn't bear to part with the good wine, so he reluctantly offered more crystals. Zhang Chenyu then slowly turned around, showing no sign of triumph, instead frowning, appearing to have been taken advantage of. All right, seeing that you're of age, 12 it is. But if even 1 is cracked, this deal is off. He feigned reluctance as he handed over the wine jar, yet in his heart, he was already elated. These 12 crystals would nourish the circuits of the stardust for quite a while. The old man was overjoyed, quickly picking out 12 of the best crystals, wrapping them in star leaves, and stuffing them into Zhang Chenyu's hand, snatching the wine jar like a treasure and hiding it in the dark compartment beneath the stall, fearful of being seen by other merchants. Zhang Chenyu held the heavy star leaf package as he rose, glancing again at the anti-radiation fruits in the bamboo basket beside the stall. This was truly the hard currency he wanted, essential for resisting radiation during interstellar travel. He still pretended to be casual, kicking the edge of the bamboo basket, his tone laced with disdain. These fruits look wilted. How long have they been sitting here? The old man hurriedly patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, guest. These anti-radiation fruits are very durable. They won't spoil even after 6 months. We rely on them for our voyages to fend off radiation. They are a lifesaver. Seeing that Zhang Chenyu seemed a bit interested in the fruits, he began to think of ways to exchange more valuable items for these unsold fruits. Zhang Chenyu then slowly took out a small sealed jar of dried chili peppers, weighing it in his hand. This is all the hometown seasoning I have left. It makes meat taste divine, and you can't buy it even with money in the stars. The old man's eyes lit up, staring directly at the jar of dried chili peppers. Food on Esostar is usually bland, and this spicy seasoning is a rare commodity. He quickly spoke up. 1 jar of seasoning for 30 pieces of fruit. That's quite a fair trade. Zhang Chenyu raised an eyebrow, pretending to pull the jar back. 30 pieces. Do you think anyone would even ask for these fruits at the market? My seasoning is priceless in the stars, at least 50 pieces. The old man, anxious, waved his hands. 35 pieces. At most 35 pieces. Any more, and I would truly be at a loss. These fruits are a lifesaver. He gritted his teeth, conceding a step. He simply couldn't resist the allure of the rare seasoning. Zhang Chenyu then relented, frowning as he handed over the seasoning. Fine, 35 pieces it is. But if any are rotten, I won't take responsibility. The old man swiftly picked out 35 plump fruits, carefully accepting the seasoning jar as if it were a treasure. The guide quietly watched the entire transaction, his smile growing more pronounced, and the look he gave Zhang Chenyu had a hint of approval. The guest certainly knows the ways of trade. That's quite rare. Zhang Chenyu, playing with the nebula crystal in his hand, smoothly shifted the topic, maintaining a calm tone, as if just casually mentioning the resources on your star are indeed decent. But after wandering for so long, I heard an interesting rumor. Apparently someone can make ships shrink. I wonder if it's true. He had finally brought up the real purpose of his visit, yet still feigned a casual tone, showing no sign of urgency. A glint of sharpness flashed in the guide's eyes, and his expression instantly became serious, shedding the previous casualness. He glanced around to confirm that no one was nearby, leading Zhang Chenyu toward a secluded lounge deeper in the market. You are indeed well informed, but this method is not available to everyone on SO Star. Only the Woza family can provide it, and there are strict rules. Absolutely no sharing and no reselling to other civilizations. Whether you can successfully exchange depends on the resources you bring and whether they are substantial enough to catch the Woza family's eye. The lounge was a simple domed room with the walls engraved with pale golden patterns and a long table made of starwood set in the center. After sitting down, Zhang Chenyu wasted no time and directly pushed 3 items toward the guide: a fist-sized high-purity vanadium or sample, a sealed jar of white wine, and a set of advanced ship power modification blueprints he had found at the Star Ring Hub. These are just things I casually brought along. The vanadium ore is commonly used in ship modifications, and the blueprints were a lucky find. If you think they are acceptable, you can take them to the Woza family to have a look. If not, treat it as making a friend. He spoke lightly, as if these items were worthless. The more he desired the ship-shrinking technology, the more indifferent he pretended to be. The guide's fingers slowly glided over the cold vanadium or sample, carefully flipping through the modification blueprints, his eyes gradually flashing with surprise and recognition. This ship power modification plan happens to be a category we are currently lacking in the Woza family. He pondered for a moment, looking at Zhang Chenyu with utmost seriousness. I can help you convey this to the Woza family, but once a deal is made, you must swear an oath never to resell the method for shrinking ships to other civilizations. Otherwise the Woza family will stop at nothing to hunt you down. Zhang Chenyu raised an eyebrow, already overjoyed in his heart, yet maintaining an unruffled exterior, extending his hand to gently clasp the guide's tentacle. That's fine. I'm not interested in reselling the technology, just want to use it myself. Let's make the deal. After reaching a consensus, the guide immediately contacted the Woza family through his personal terminal and soon received a reply. Agreement to exchange the blueprints for the ship-shrinking technology would be directly sent to Zhang Chenyu's terminal, while he was required to leave the vanadium or sample and the modification blueprints. The white wine would be an additional gift. After the transaction was completed, Zhang Chenyu's terminal successfully received the detailed blueprints for the ship-shrinking technology, with pale golden patterns flowing on the screen detailing the technical principles, modification steps, and core components. He was overjoyed, yet maintained his calm, continuing to stroll around the market. Under the guide's discreet pointers, he completely let loose, patiently haggling over every rare item not found on Earth. Small items like nebula crystals and anti-radiation fruits were directly stuffed into his spatial ring after negotiations. As for the 3 anti-gravity floating chambers, a set of pale golden temperature control building modules, 2 mini mineral detectors, and 10 pounds of high-purity vanadium iron. He didn't bother discussing transport, simply stating the docking bay of the Stardust for the vendors to arrange delivery. Lastly, he traded half a jar of white wine for a small bag of star core fragment samples and an invisible coating maintenance liquid. He carefully gauged every transaction, lowering prices while ensuring the vendors didn't feel excessively taken advantage of, with the guide occasionally chiming in to help him finalize many advantageous deals. Only after all the transactions were wrapped up did Zhang Chenyu slowly return to the docking bay. From afar, he saw several sealed cargo boxes piled beside the hatch of the Stardust. The delivery personnel sent by the vendors had already left, clearly adhering to the port's rules, dropping off the goods and retreating without daring to take a closer look at the ship. He sighed in relief, quickly moving the cargo boxes into the cabin, instantly adding several small hills to the 1,000 cubic meter cargo hold, and he also transferred the newly purchased items from his spatial ring to the cargo hold. Inside the cabin, Zhang Chenyu placed the star core fragment samples next to the console, sliding his fingers over the screen, carefully browsing the blueprints for the ship-shrinking technology, unable to suppress a smile. This trip to SO Star could be considered a bountiful return. He walked to the porthole, gazing at the pale purple atmosphere of SO Star, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Next, he would first utilize this technology to optimize the shrinking feature of the Stardust before heading to the SO Star Space Folding Technology Research Institute to explore more core space technologies. The light in the cabin was adjusted to a soft glow, and the spaceship's miniaturization technical drawings on the screen were magnified to the extreme. Every faint golden line and every parameter of the core components filled the entire screen densely. Zhang Chenyu's brow furrowed slightly as his fingertips glided back and forth on the screen, occasionally pausing to focus intently on the star core fragment sample. He lightly touched the screen with his fingertip, following the annotations on the drawings to dissect the technical principles one by one. This was not a simple physical folding, but rather a method of altering the spatial anchoring coordinates of matter, allowing non-biological entities to be wholly contained within an independent hyperspace dimension. The hyperspace and the real space were connected only by an energy fissure, which neither altered the structural performance of the object itself nor prevented it from achieving a visibly miniaturized state. In reality, the limit of volume compression entirely depended on the stability of the energy fissure. This technology had an ironclad restriction: once biological signals were detected within the anchoring program, it would lock down completely and could not be activated. The starship's miniaturization capability already existed, but what he was researching at this moment was how to replicate this technology and apply it to other non-biological materials. However, while the parameters on the drawings seemed straightforward, the practical application was fraught with challenges. Any slight deviation in the calibration of the energy threshold would cause the hyperspace fissure to shatter, or any minute error in the setting of the anchoring coordinates could result in materials being forever trapped in hyperspace. Zhang Chenyu sat cross-legged in front of the control panel, having examined the star core fragment sample countless times. The faint energy fluctuations released by the star core fragments could serve as a guiding source for the hyperspace anchoring, but matching these fluctuations precisely with the anchoring program for the materials proved to be a challenge. He compared the drawings and simulated the process repeatedly in the intelligence core system, with failure alerts sounding one after another. Energy fissure unstable simulation failed, anchoring coordinates misaligned, material locking failed, guiding wave frequency mismatch program terminated. Time passed minute by minute, and the atmosphere of SO star gradually transitioned from a pale purple to the soft glow of dawn. Zhang Chenyu's eyes were bloodshot, and his fingertips had developed a thin callus from long hours of tapping the control panel. He thought about replicating the technology with just a piece of paper, which seemed utterly fanciful. Should he abandon it? At worst, he could rely solely on the starship's own miniaturization feature, and the materials could simply be stored in the cargo hold. After all, 1,000 cubic meters of space was still sufficient. But as soon as this thought emerged, he extinguished it. He recalled when he was back home running through every street and alley to gather the initial capital for interstellar trade. He remembered negotiating with various merchants at the Shattered Star trading station to protect the starship until the late hours, and he recalled Su Wan's words in the communication, "Wait for your return." He could not give up. Zhang Chenyu took a deep breath, sat up straight again, and with trembling fingers opened the historical simulation records in the intelligence core system, reviewing the data line by line. Suddenly, he remembered what a technician from the Dark Pattern clan had mentioned when installing the spatial warehouse module: the principle of resonance matching for hyperspace anchoring, where the frequency of the guiding source's fluctuations must perfectly align with the material frequency of the anchored object to stabilize the fissure. That's it, resonance. He brightened, immediately adjusting the parameters to perform resonance calibration between the energy fluctuation frequency of the star core fragment and the material frequency of the floating chamber. This time, the intelligence core system's alert finally changed. Resonance matching degree 98, hyperspace anchoring stability, rate 95, simulation successful. Zhang Chenyu let out a long breath, the tension in his shoulders finally easing, and his back was already soaked with cold sweat. It's time to take action, he murmured to himself, rising and walking towards the cargo hold. The cargo hold door of the starship slowly slid open, revealing 1,000 cubic meters of space, where 3 anti-gravity floating chambers quietly rested on one side, alongside 2 folding shuttles and a set of temperature control building modules with faint golden patterns. These were treasures he had scavenged from SO Star, and now they would become the first batch of test subjects for validating the hyperspace miniaturization technology. Zhang Chenyu first approached the anti-gravity floating chamber, and following the operational procedure on the drawing, connected the debugging terminal to the concealed interface of the chamber. A pale blue energy glow flickered on the terminal screen as his fingers flew over it, inputting a series of commands. This was the key to opening the hyperspace fissure. Buzz, a low humming sound resonated, and a layer of fine silver blue light dots enveloped the floating chamber. But the next moment, the light dots suddenly became chaotic, and the energy membrane instantly developed cracks. It certainly isn't easy. Zhang Chenyu gritted his teeth, quickly adjusting the resonance frequency, raising the guiding wave power of the star core fragment by 3 percentage points. The light dots gradually stabilized, the energy membrane recondensed, and slowly began to retract. The outline of the floating chamber rapidly faded and shrank in reality. In just a few seconds, the chamber, originally the height of a person, transformed into a palm-sized metal badge with the faint golden patterns on its surface still clear, subtly flowing with the energy fluctuations of hyperspace. Zhang Chenyu picked up the miniaturized floating chamber badge, weighted in his hand, and couldn't help but smile. This weight was merely that of the hyperspace anchoring device itself, while the actual mass of the floating chamber had long been completely isolated in hyperspace. With the success of the first attempt, he remained cautious in the subsequent operations. He explored a more efficient storage method, not limiting it to one object per badge, but categorizing and stacking materials with similar frequencies, integrating them into the anchoring program. 2 floating chambers and 2 folding shuttles were consolidated into one badge, and the sizable temperature control building module was bundled together with 10 boxes of high-purity energy blocks, shrinking into another badge with more complex patterns. Along the way, he encountered 2 instances of energy fissures shattering, and after repeatedly adjusting the parameters over a whole afternoon, he finally completed the miniaturization of all the materials in the cargo hold. In the blink of an eye, the spacious cargo hold became empty, and the originally packed 1,000 cubic meters of materials had ultimately reduced to 3 palm-sized metal badges neatly arranged in the corner of the cargo hold. After completing all this, Zhang Chenyu slumped onto the floor of the cargo hold, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. He looked at those metal badges and was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of accomplishment. He had finally mastered this technology, no longer limited to the starship itself, but capable of storing all non-biological materials into hyperspace. Behind this achievement were countless failed simulations, bloodshot eyes, and a persistence that nearly led to giving up. It was not an exceptional talent, but rather the result of hard work and tenacity. Zhang Chenyu took a moment to catch his breath, then pushed himself up from the floor, collecting the 3 material badges into his spatial ring. This 100 cubic meter ring was currently occupied by less than 1/10 of its space, more than enough. He checked the hyperspace anchoring system of the starship, once again a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. His fingertips brushed over the badge that integrated the temperature control module and energy blocks, and his mind was already outlining countless possibilities. No longer needing to visit any spatial folding technology research institutes, with the core logic of this hyperspace anchoring, he could explore and extend this technology into broader fields. For instance, those large building components that took up space in interstellar trades, or even entire prefabricated houses, could be classified and miniaturized into a badge for easy carrying as long as the resonance frequencies of different materials were mastered. This was his own unique technological trump card. With this thought settled, he turned and walked towards the control panel, swiping his fingertip across the screen to bring up the star map he had saved. The coordinates of the black market were clearly marked in a corner of the star region, and there was no need to ask anyone for directions. The real trouble lay in the high-density dust belt and chaotic spatial flows that stretched between SO Star and the black market. On the screen alongside the label SO Star Spatial Folding Technology Research Institute, a red risk warning continued to blink. Zhang Chenyu's gaze skimmed over that area, and his fingertip directly locked onto a narrow passage on the star map that had not been detailed. He knew this was the necessary route through the turbulent zone, with only the laws of turbulence fluctuations missing. He didn't bother looking for any seasoned navigators, directly dialing the communication of the owner of the general store at SO Star's port. The owner had previously purchased his Longjing tea and was quite eager for Earth specialties. When the communication connected, Zhang Chenyu wasted no words, and a small can of exquisitely packaged tea and 2 bags of dried cured meat popped up on the screen. I want the turbulence safety period data for the Stardust passage. Just 2 things, the duration and the low point duration. You don't need to worry about anything else. I have a map. The store owner's eyes lit up as he fiddled with the Earth specialties on the screen, pretending to sigh. This is not easy to obtain. I have to ask someone to check the star chart records. If you want it, you can have it, Zhang Chenyu said, pretending to cut off the communication, his tone flat, without revealing any emotion. He was well aware that this was merely the other party's bargaining tactic. These small items, which were everywhere on Earth, were rare on SO Star, a guaranteed profitable deal. The owner indeed became anxious, quickly calling him back and swiftly sending the data. Turbulence occurred every 67 Earth days, lasting 72 hours, and during the low point the turbulence intensity would drop to 17 of the peak, sufficient to support the entire journey. Zhang Chenyu received the data and promptly sent the specialties over without any further chit-chat. He would not reveal his intention to go to the black market, nor would he mention spatial technology. To outsiders, he merely appeared to be an ordinary merchant trying to save on fuel. In the following 3 days, the starship entered full combat readiness. He kept busy taking 2 jars of aged white wine to the trading market of SO Star in exchange for 6 brand new spatial stabilizing anchors. With the original 3 anchors, he now had a total of 9, which was enough to support the entire journey, even with potential losses. He filled the remaining space in the cargo hold with spare energy blocks and Earth specialties, and then using the categorized stacking method, he activated the hyperspace anchoring program, with one click shrinking all materials into 3 badges and easily storing them into the spatial ring. The emptied cargo hold significantly enhanced the starship's maneuverability. The intelligence core system was preloaded with 27 sets of jump coordinates, and he specifically set the turbulence overload automatic anchoring command, pushing the power of the hyperspace anchoring system to full capacity, with the resonance frequency precisely matched to the material parameters of the stardust passage. The countdown on the intelligence core ticked down, and 2 hours before the turbulence low point arrived, the starship silently departed from SO Star's port. He did not rush into a long-distance jump, but controlled the spaceship to complete 2 short-distance low-risk transitions in near-Earth orbit, taking only 15 minutes to steadily dock at the edge of SO Star's gravitational field. The starlit sky outside the porthole gradually took on the unique pale purple glow of the stardust passage, and the turbulence intensity values on the screen continued to drop, as if the air itself could smell the scent of safe passage. The intelligence core system suddenly popped up a striking comparative data outbound blind navigation, took 120 Earth days, return journey relying on mapped coordinates, turbulence low point is expected to take 8 Earth days, with risk level reduced to be great. Zhang Chenyu glanced at it, lightly tapping the screen with his fingertip. The outbound journey involved exploratory navigation and hard charging, just avoiding a grade turbulence took nearly 100 days. The return trip had precise coordinates and a window period, naturally leading to a stark difference in efficiency. The window period has arrived, Zhang Chenyu said in a deep voice, pressing the jump button. The starship transformed into a silver-blue stream of light, plunging into the star-dust passage. During jumps 1 to 9, he released 3 spatial stabilizing anchors after every 3 jumps. The pale blue anchor points illuminated in the depths of the passage like coordinate nails embedded in space, steadily controlling the turbulent spatial flow, while the intelligence core system made real-time adjustments to the coordinates, keeping the anchoring stability rate on the screen above 92. Along the way, he encountered 2 waves of small meteorite clusters. He directly called upon the safe avoidance points marked on the outbound journey, requiring no temporary calculations, and in just 2 hours, he sped through, saving a full 5 days compared to the outbound journey on the same route. During jumps 10 to 18, the starship entered the core of the passage's weak flow zone. Zhang Chenyu adjusted the guiding wave power of the star core fragments to the maximum, achieving resonance with the material frequency of the passage. The hyperspace fissure remained astonishingly stable, with not a trace of energy leakage. This section had previously been the most perilous part of the outbound journey, with turbulence wrapping around energy storms that repeatedly tore at the ship's body, forcing him to stop for repairs 3 times. Now, however, it was as smooth as walking on level ground, and the ship's invisible shield didn't even trigger a single alarm. During jumps 19 to 27, the speed of the starship increased, and the starlit sky ahead gradually became clearer. At the moment the last jump was completed, the spaceship broke through the final layer of dust barrier, the red warning on the screen completely dissipated, and the star markers of the black market's outer safety zone lit up clearly. The timer displayed that the entire journey took 8 Earth days, half a day less than expected. The extra time was spent dealing with randomly appearing micro-energy turbulence and the concealed docking verification at the black market's periphery. Zhang Chenyu leaned back in his seat, his fingertips brushing over the stardust samples in his spatial ring. Those were high-purity stardust collected during the critical phase, excellent materials for researching hyperspace anchoring technology. With 4 out of 9 spatial stabilizing anchors remaining, they lay securely in the storage compartment. No matter how he calculated, this was a profitable deal for him. The starship turned its bow towards the entrance of the black market, slowly sailing away. The stardust slowly sailed into the docking area on the outskirts of the black market, where the scene outside the porthole suddenly transformed. There were no orderly port buildings, only densely floating meteorite pods, modified warships, and trading buoys flashing with neon indicators. The engine flames of various spacecraft intertwined, creating a flowing sea of light, while the air was filled with the pungent odor of interstellar fuel mixed with the electronic noises of alien merchants hawking their goods, chaotic yet alluring. Zhang Chenyu did not rush to disembark. He first activated the stardust cloaking shield and set up the automatic alert system in the core intelligence before finally opening the hatch and stepping out. He had already paid the docking fee at the compliant berth in the docking area with the endorsement of the black market management, ensuring the safety of the spacecraft. He donned a loose robe of the dark pattern clan, concealing his earthling features with only a pair of sharp eyes visible. Before leaving, he deliberately took a jar of white liquor from the cargo hold as a sample. He was already well versed in the technology of superspace compression, and as long as he gathered the materials later, he could produce it in bulk without needing to reveal his hand now. Zhang Chenyu walked slowly towards the busiest trading square in the docking area, holding the unopened jar of white liquor, his fingertips stroking the address note exchanged from the grocery store owner. In the center of the square stood a massive holographic trading screen scrolling with information about various rare treasures, star core fragments, super space engine blueprints, gene enhancement potions, and even alien slaves marked as limited editions. Zhang Chenyu's gaze swept across the screen, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Most of these items were mere gimmicks to deceive novices. The real valuable goods were hidden deep within the private trading pods of the black market. As he reached the edge of the square, a flare merchant with antennae and dark green skin approached him, his voice sharp and thin. Sir, would you like to see my treasures? The freshest Zellastar spores can increase your spacecraft's speed by 30%. Zhang Chenyu glanced at the merchant, his steps unhalted, his tone flat, not needed. The flare merchant, undeterred, followed a few steps. How about a space stabilizing anchor? I have 3 for sale at a low price. I have enough anchors. Zhang Chenyu did not look back and walked straight towards a trading pod named Stardust Station in the corner of the square. The door of the trading pod was a transparent energy membrane. As Zhang Chenyu approached, a scanning beam flashed across the membrane, followed by a cold electronic voice identity verification. Past welcome. Inside, the lighting was dim and a rich aroma reminiscent of sandalwood wafted through the air, but with a clearer, more refreshing woody aftertaste, inducing an inexplicable tranquility. A middle-aged man in a black suit wearing monocles was sitting behind the bar polishing a silver energy gun. Upon seeing Zhang Chenyu enter, he lifted his eyelids. Feel free to look, but don't touch if you're not buying. Zhang Chenyu did not hold back, walking straight to the bar and sitting down, slamming the jar of white liquor on the table. Let's cut to the chase. I have a batch of rare liquor from a carbon-based unknown planet and would like to exchange it for something substantial. The middle-aged man's gaze fell on the liquor jar and his pupils slightly constricted. He set down the energy gun, lightly rubbed his fingers over the jar's clay seal, his tone tinged with reminiscence. This sealing technique. I tasted it once at the trading fair of the Star Ring Hub, and it was quite potent. Good eye. Zhang Chenyu leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his tone still flat, but underscored by undeniable confidence. I need high-purity stardust samples from deep within the Stardust Passage, as many as possible. Additionally, I require a core trading directory of the black market, including information on hidden sellers and scarce resources. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, feigning contemplation. High-purity stardust is not cheap. This jar of liquor can only get you half a gene of samples. As for the core trading directory, it's a black market secret and cannot be disseminated. Zhang Chenyu sneered inwardly. This old fox was trying to haggle with him again. He had anticipated the response and calmly added, 1 jar is just a sample. I have a total of 50 jars. Moreover, I have a batch of brocade silk, far more flexible than the interstellar fibers you commonly use, making it perfect for protective suit linings. The middle-aged man's breath slightly caught. He had only seen silk like this at high-end auctions in the Star Ring Hub, worth its weight in gold. He fell silent for a few seconds, finally relenting. I'll give you 3 gene of stardust samples, and I can provide you with the core trading directory, but it can only be viewed, not copied. Additionally, I can throw in a favor. They'll tell you that there will be a private auction in the black market in 3 days featuring a complete primary star core as the main item. If you're interested, you can try your luck. Zhang Chenyu's heart stirred. A complete primary star core was exactly the material he needed for crafting equipment. However, he maintained a composed facade, nodding slightly. Deal. The middle-aged man immediately sent someone to retrieve the stardust samples and trading directory, then handed Zhang Chenyu a black metal token. This is your ticket for the auction. Use this to enter. Remember, the auction only accepts hard currency, star core fragments, rare metals, or products from carbon-based planets like yours. Zhang Chenyu took the token, weighing it in his hand, a smile creeping onto his lips. He stood up, preparing to leave, and as he reached the hatch, he turned back to add, by the way, all my goods are on the ship. If you want to trade, feel free to contact me at any time. Exiting Stardust Station, Zhang Chenyu headed straight for the Dark Moon Mercenary Core base, marked on the core trading directory. Having a reliable crew was fundamental to forming a fleet. Without dependable crew members, even the best warships were merely piles of scrap metal. The base was hidden deep within the meteorite pods of the black market, and the owner, Cold Moon, was a woman with silver hair, her gaze as cold as ice, standing behind a row of tall bioengineered humans, all clad in black combat suits, exuding an aura of seasoned combat experience. 20 experienced crew members covering control, maintenance, and weapon systems must have experience piloting ships larger than escort class. Zhang Chenyu tossed a jar of aged white liquor, the clay seal etched with intricate ancient patterns. This liquor on our planet is a top-tier collection of the wealthy, worth every gram. 5 jars for the entire crew. Cold Moon pried open the clay seal, the rich scent of the liquor wafting out. She took a sip, and the coldness in her eyes softened significantly. Deal. The people will directly escort you to the berth, and you can activate the sleep pods to get them started. Half an hour later, a transport ship carrying the bioengineered sleep pods docked beside the Stardust. Zhang Chenyu watched as 20 bioengineered crew members lined up, and he called out Captain, his previously anxious heart finally settling. He settled the crew onto the Stardust and pulled up the warship control tutorial in the core intelligence system, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the basic commands first. With the crew settled, Zhang Chenyu, accompanied by 2 bioengineered assistants, headed straight for the largest military warship trading dock in the black market, Iron Dome Dock. Deep inside the dock, over a dozen high-level warships lay quietly in wait, the most eye-catching being a pitch-black deep space assault ship measuring 150 meters in length, 40 meters in width, and 35 meters in height, covered in nano-armor, its ion main cannon's muzzle flashing with a ghostly blue light. Parked alongside it were 2 heavy escort ships, each 100 meters long, 30 meters wide, and 25 meters high, with their side cannon arrays neatly arranged. Further out were 3 high-speed interceptor ships, each 60 meters long, 18 meters wide, and 12 meters high, their streamlined hulls exuding a sharp sense of speed. These 6 warships formed a distinct size hierarchy sufficient to support a small fleet. The owner, Iron Arm, was a burly clawed man wrapped in metallic armor who, upon seeing the bioengineered assistant beside Zhang Chenyu, flashed a look of surprise. Zhang Chenyu wasted no words and walked directly to the deep space assault ship, pointing out 3 hidden defects. The ion main cannon's cooling duct layout is unreasonable. It will overload after 3 consecutive shots. The cloaking shield's energy interface has gaps, making it easy to be detected by high-frequency scans. The bridge's defense system cannot withstand hits from medium missiles. Iron Arm's expression changed repeatedly, his voice deep and resonant. What do you want in exchange? 3 jars of aged white liquor. Zhang Chenyu tapped on the liquor jar, speaking with certainty. This liquor can fetch sky-high prices in the noble circles of the black market. In exchange for this assault ship, 2 escort ships, and 3 interceptor ships, it's not a loss. Just open my berth and my crew will take over the adjustments. Iron Arm's throat bobbed. This batch of warships was retired stock, occupying berths and incurring maintenance costs. Trading for something that could quickly be liquidated was a guaranteed profit. He stomped his foot hard. Deal. If you have more of this liquor in the future, prioritize me. In less than an hour, 6 warships docked sequentially around the Stardust, which was 85 meters long, 22 meters wide, and 18 meters high, resembling lurking black hunters. The bioengineered crew members immediately boarded the ships, familiarizing themselves with the panels and adjusting the weapons, while the dock echoed with the low rumble of mechanical operations. Zhang Chenyu was not idle. He led 2 mechanized bioengineered assistants into the pitch-black deep space assault ship. He directly implanted the superspace anchoring resonance algorithm he had brought back from ESO-STAR into the deep space assault ship's cloaking shield core. Previously gapped energy interfaces were precisely filled by the algorithm, tripling the shield's concealment. He also installed a pale gold pattern temperature control module on the ion main cannon of the escort ship, completely resolving the old issue of overloading during continuous fire. The modifications for the 3 high-speed interceptor ships were more ingenious. He did not alter the hulls at all, merely adding a set of miniaturized space compression warehouses to the cargo holds of each interceptor ship. The core resonance chips of the warehouses were precisely calibrated using the superspace technology he had mastered. Upon completion of the modifications, the spare energy compartments, ammunition boxes, and maintenance components originally standard for the interceptor ships were all classified and stored within the compression warehouses, shrinking into 3 palm-sized metal badges. The cargo holds suddenly had 3 times the loading space, just enough to fit the small detection radar and Stardust sample storage cabinets. Throughout the modification process, the bioengineered crew members learned alongside him, as Zhang Chenyu broke down the operating logic of the superspace compression warehouses into simple commands, inputting them into each ship's core intelligence system, allowing a fleet that would normally take months to mesh to achieve basic coordination within half a day. After finishing with the warships, Zhang Chenyu turned to the metal trading area, exchanging 2 pieces of silk, publicly claimed to be the top weaving craftsmanship of the planet, supplied exclusively to the royal family, for 500 tons of high-purity interstellar universal metal ingots. This was hard currency in the universe, necessary for subsequent equipment, crafting, and warship repairs. He then detoured to the specialty street, exchanging the remaining silk for a box of star firestones, 3 pieces of cloud silk, and a small jar of sweet crystal fruit. The star firestones glowed in the dark, suitable for bringing back to Earth for research. The cloud silk was lightweight and durable, perfect for the interior lining of the assault ship. The sweet crystal fruit was refreshingly crisp, and he casually tossed one into his mouth, immediately feeling invigorated. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chenyu had hardly slept yet felt invigorated. He had traded away more than half of the Earth's specialties on his ship, gaining a nascent interstellar fleet, a group of bioengineered crew members capable of piloting warships 500 tons of high-purity metal ingots, and a collection of peculiar alien specialties. On the day of the auction, Zhang Chenyu did not attend at all. He stood on the bridge of the deep space assault ship watching as the energy parameters of the 6 warships all lit up green on the display screen, with the bioengineered crew members reporting in unison, all ships ready, a smile filling his eyes. Suddenly the communicator rang. It was the middle-aged man from Stardust Station, his tone filled with regret. What a pity that primary star core went unsold. If you had gone, you might have snagged a deal. Zhang Chenyu chuckled lightly, his tone flat. Not interested. What I wanted is already in hand. He hung up the communicator and turned to issue a command to the core intelligence system. All warships form up, target Stardust Passage, prepare to set sail. Home. The roar of engines was deafening as the fleet of 7 warships slowly departed from the black market dock, heading towards the direction of Stardust Passage. Outside the porthole, the starry sky was vast, while Zhang Chenyu's gaze had long been cast toward the distant Earth. The low rumble of the engines vibrated through the alloyed deck of the bridge as a fleet of 7 warships sliced through the pale purple nebula of the Stardust Passage, making steady progress towards Earth. Zhang Chenyu sat in the command chair of the deep space assault ship, his fingertips gliding across the 3-dimensional model displayed on the screen. Within the image, the anatomical structure of the bioengineered crew was dissected into dense streams of data, with every detail meticulously annotated, from the neural connection ports to the bionic materials of the muscle fibers. On the control panel before him lay a weapon modification manual procured from the black market, alongside a small fragment of nanomaterial armor, which was slowly shifting its shape in response to the commands of the intelligence core. Captain, the 3rd interceptor has sent a detection signal. Unknown floating debris detected in the midsection of the Stardust Passage, suspected to be the wreckage of an abandoned cargo ship with anomalous energy fluctuations. The cold voice of the bioengineered first officer came through the communicator. Zhang Chenyu's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand to zoom in on the star map. A red dot in that area was moving along an irregular trajectory, which was far from the ordinary motion expected of mere wreckage. The Stardust Passage was a known stronghold for space pirates, who often used abandoned ship bodies as camouflage to ambush passing solitary fleets. All personnel enter level 3 combat readiness. He commanded in a low voice, his fingers swiftly sliding across the screen. 2 heavy escort ships to take positions on the left and right flanks, shields fully deployed. 3 interceptors advanced 10 miles in a triangular formation to scout, prioritize harassment upon encountering the enemy, and avoid entanglement. The Stardust will remain at the rear, responsible for energy resupply and long-range support. Remember, this battle is not only to defeat the pirates, but also to seize their warships intact and integrate them into our fleet. As the orders were given, the fleet formation quickly adjusted. The deep space assault ship held steady at the center, while the heavy escort ships spread out like wings, and the high-speed interceptors darted forward like 3 silver lines racing into the depths of the nebula. Zhang Chenyu did not rush to focus on the front line, but instead called up the training interface for the bioengineered crew. He cracked the control permissions obtained from the Dark Moon Mercenary Corps and programmed the basic commands for the warship's weapon systems into a bionic neural adaptation program. Your advantage lies in reaction speed, but your weakness is your ability for autonomous judgment. He addressed the lined-up bioengineered images on the screen. Now I am adding a battlefield learning command to your core module. Every time you fire, every time you evade, you must record data and optimize your action logic. Additionally, keep a close watch on the engines of the pirate warships. Disable armor-piercing rounds and switch to shockwave weapons. I want live ships, not wreckage. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden alarm blared. Captain, it's the Bloodfang pirate group. Their main forces consist of 2 modified cruisers and 10 small assault boats. Zhang Chenyu abruptly looked up. On the star map, dozens of red dots surged forth like a tide, instantly surrounding the 3 interceptors. He recognized the pirates' tactics at a glance. They intended to eliminate the most maneuverable interceptors first, then encircle the main fleet. Intercepting ships withdraw, immediately utilize the shields of the escort ships for combined defense. Zhang Chenyu's voice was chillingly calm as his fingers continued to sync the newly written adaptation program to all the bioengineered cruise terminals. Deep space assault ship, charge the ion main cannon. Target the engine compartments of the pirate cruisers. Control the power carefully, only incapacitate the power systems, do not breach the hull. The deep space assault ship trembled slightly as the muzzle at the bow gathered a blinding blue light. At that moment, Zhang Chenyu noticed that the operational data of the bioengineered crew on the screen was changing rapidly. They were no longer mechanically executing commands, but were autonomously adjusting the angles of the escort ship's shields based on the trajectories of the pirate assault boats, and the accuracy of the shockwave weapons fire was continually improving. Interesting. He chuckled softly and decided to delegate part of the weapon system's permissions. Free firing, remember, return alive, and compile a report on what you've learned. Also prepare the boarding team. once the pirate warships are incapacitated, rush in and take control of the command room. This ambush had become Zhang Chenyu's best testing ground and an excellent opportunity to expand his fleet. As he commanded the fleet's counterattack, he also studied the tactical evolution of the bioengineered crew. Some excelled at predicting cannon trajectories, while others were adept at shield energy allocation. He recorded this data in real time, integrating it into the optimization of the neural adaptation program. Simultaneously, the nanomaterial armor fragment in his hand was also being dismantled into numerous pieces. Combining it with the weapon modification manual, he designed a variable-form shipborne closed defense cannon scheme. The pirates' cannon fire fell like raindrops and the shields of the escort ships rippled. Zhang Chenyu focused on the energy readings and suddenly commanded, "Lower the shield's power by 30, divert excess energy to the secondary cannons. The interceptors will maneuver behind and attack the flanks of the pirate cruisers. Avoid vital spots. I want those 2 cruisers." The sudden shift in tactics caught the pirates off guard. 2 thick shockwave beams tore through the nebula, striking precisely at the power cores of the cruisers, causing their hulls to instantly lose power and drift in the starry sky. Meanwhile, the 3 interceptors darted like daggers, wreaking havoc among the small assault boats that had lost command. Boarding team launch. With a command from Zhang Chenyu, the bioengineered team aboard the Stardust raced towards the incapacitated cruisers in their shuttles. Armed with energy weapons, they quickly secured the command room, bypassed the warship's permission locks, and captured all the pirates. The fierce battle lasted 2 hours, and when the last pirate assault boat was destroyed, Zhang Chenyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning against the command chair, he gazed at the battle report on the screen. 0 casualties for the fleet, and the tactical execution efficiency of the bioengineered crew had improved by 27. More importantly, 2 modified cruisers and 3 reparable small assault boats had been completely seized. The original fleet of 7 ships had instantly expanded to 12. "Captain, during the battlefield cleanup, we found a batch of unprocessed robot core components on the pirate ships, along with a large quantity of ammunition and energy reserves." Zhang Chenyu's eyes lit up. "Transport everything back to the cargo hold of the Stardust." He stood up, looking out at the newly added fleet outside the viewport, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Immediately organize a repair team to use the nanomaterial armor fragments to patch up the damage on the assault boats. Furthermore, divide the bioengineered crew into 2 groups. One to continue familiarizing themselves with the existing warships, and the other to take over the newly acquired cruisers." The fleet continued its steady course as the nebula of the Stardust passage flowed slowly outside the viewport. Zhang Chenyu plunged into the cargo hold of the Stardust, facing a control panel filled with the robotic core components seized from the pirate ships. Fist-sized energy cores still radiating a faint warmth, logic chips covered in intricate patterns flickering with a weak red light, and several bionic mechanical arms lying quietly on alloy trays. He donned insulating gloves made of nanomaterials and picked up an energy core, tracing his fingertips over the scratches on its surface. This was a modified version from the pirates with unstable output power, but a much higher energy density than any standard products he had encountered. Zhang Chenyu opened his portable intelligence core terminal, connecting the core's data interface to the terminal, and a chaotic stream of data immediately appeared on the screen. His fingers flew over the keys, removing redundant code and embedding his previously researched hyperspace anchoring algorithm into the energy core's voltage stabilization module. Buzz. A soft sound echoed as the energy core's light shifted from a chaotic red glow to a stable light blue. He then picked up the logic chip. The chip's pins were slightly oxidized, and Zhang Chenyu carefully cleaned them with a special cleaning agent, then wrote the underlying protocols for the bioengineered neural connections into the chip's driver program. After completing all these tasks, he assembled the chip energy core and bionic mechanical arm together, connecting them to a temporary power source. The joints of the mechanical arm moved slightly, first tentatively lifting, then accurately grasping a nearby nut and securely screwing it into the designated hole. It worked. Zhang Chenyu murmured to himself, a smile spreading across his face. This modified robot, while lacking the autonomous combat capabilities of the bioengineered crew, was cost-effective and simple to control, making it perfect for filling the gaps in the maintenance teams of the new fleet. He immediately sent this modification plan to all the bioengineered maintenance teams, including detailed disassembly and assembly tutorials. The bioengineered maintenance teams that received the plans swiftly established 3 simple production lines in the cargo hold of the Stardust and the spare parts warehouses of the 2 modified cruisers. The first batch of bioengineered personnel responsible for disassembly and sorting worked with a precision that bordered on rigidity, categorizing and extracting the energy core's logic chips and mechanical arms from the pirate components, cleaning the oxidized pins with ultrasonic cleaners, and reconnecting damaged circuits with nanometal wires. The second batch, responsible for assembly and debugging, strictly followed Zhang Chenyu's plans, programming the voltage stabilization algorithms into the cores, writing the neural protocols into the chips, and piecing together the components into complete repair robots. The third batch responsible for quality inspection and acceptance connected each robot to the warship's intelligence core, testing the accuracy of the mechanical arms and energy endurance, immediately incorporating qualified ones into various ship maintenance teams, while sending unqualified ones back for disassembly. There were no unnecessary instructions or complicated communications. The bioengineered crew relied on the optimized data from the battlefield learning module, their efficiency steadily increasing. Initially requiring half an hour to assemble a single robot, they later completed one in just 10 minutes. When the indicator light of the 100th repair robot lit up with a stable blue glow, Zhang Chenyu just received the repair report for the cruisers. He looked at the screen filled with dense production data and warship status, his smile growing more pronounced. In the coming days they had much to do: robotic autonomy, logic, bioengineered, tactical coordination, weapon upgrades and modifications, and the integration of this new fleet, none of which could be overlooked. The fleet, now comprising 12 warships, roared with engines that sounded even more resounding than before, advancing relentlessly towards Earth. 3 days later, the barren starfield at the edge of Xingqian was designated by Zhang Chenyu as a temporary training ground. Pale violet nebulae draped the firmament like gauze. 12 warships hovered in the void, their formation so exact it resembled a frozen river of stars. The deep space assault ship occupied the center. 2 heavy escort vessels and 2 modified cruisers formed a four-cornered screen, their turrets turning ever so slightly, ready at a moment's notice. 3 high-speed interceptors and 3 repaired assault craft fanned out on the perimeter like 6 nimble pieces, extending the vigilant ring for miles. Zhang Chenyu sat in the main control chair of the deep space assault ship, his fingertips brushing the holoscreen as he synchronized the exercise parameters to every ship's intelligence core. This exercise is designed to simulate multidirectional encounters and emergency repairs to damaged ships. His voice traveled clearly through the encrypted comms to each terminal of the biocybernetic crew. Biocybernetic personnel will handle tactical execution and battlefield judgments, while maintenance robots are assigned to each ship's repair teams. Remember, I do not want lone blades, but a clenched iron fist. The star map on the holoscreen flared. 10 red dots representing simulated enemy vessels surged toward the formation from 3 directions. The intelligence cores simultaneously issued randomized damage directives. Once the drill begins, 2 friendly ships will be adjudged to have shield compromised and engine power reduced, and must be repaired within 10 minutes and returned to combat. Begin exercise. At the instant the order fell, the outer interceptors moved first. They did not charge Hedon, but used the cover of an asteroid belt, skimming like silver shuttles to strike the flanks of the simulated enemy. The biocybernetic crew manned the turrets. Each energy projectile was fired with surgical precision at the assault craft's thrusters, crippling maneuverability without inflicting irreversible destruction. A point Zhang Chenyu had stressed: the purpose was cohesion, not annihilation. The simulated enemy's fire, however, was no less fierce. A searing beam of energy grazed the port side of the left heavy escort. The intelligence core immediately flashed a blinding red alert: port shield generator damaged by 30%, power core output efficiency reduced by 15%. In the escort's command chamber, the reaction of the biocybernetic captain was astonishingly swift. It did not order a panicked retreat. Instead, it adjusted course to evade follow-up fire while opening the repair channel. Repair teams prepare at port shield sector. Robots will replace the damaged modules. Biocybernetic personnel will calibrate the energy conduits. Time limit 5 minutes. 2 figures reached the damaged area in an instant. The maintenance robot's bionic manipulator was astonishingly dexterous. It pried open the alloy casing of the shield generator, deftly extracted the charred wiring, retrieved a spare module from the parts locker, welded, connected, and secured it in a seamless sequence that took no more than 3 minutes. Beside it, a biocybernetic crew member held a portable tuning device, fingertips flying as they recalibrated the shield output to its peak. Shield restored, power system output stabilized. The heavy escort accelerated anew. Its bow main cannon charged, and a thick shockwave beam tore through the void, shattering, with surgical accuracy, the main control system of a simulated enemy vessel. Zhang Chenyu watched the coordinated data pulse across the holoscreen, a sliver of satisfaction kindling in his gaze. The synergy between the maintenance robots and the biocybernetic crew far exceeded his expectations. Robots assumed all repetitive, high-precision physical labor, while biocybernetic personnel concentrated on judgment and decision-heavy tuning. Complementary, their repair efficiency doubled compared to an albio-cybernetic crew. Even more gratifying was the performance of the 2 modified cruisers. The biocybernetic units manning those cruisers had clearly integrated the experience held within their battlefield learning module. They did not simply mimic the assault ship's Hitandran tactics. Exploiting the cruisers' voluminous hulls and formidable firepower, they erected a dense curtain of fire at the fleet's rear. When several simulated enemy vessels slipped through and attempted to breach the line, the cruiser's secondary batteries opened in unison and turned them into fleeting fireworks against the stars. At the 8th minute, an unexpected incident occurred. A repaired assault craft was struck in its engine bay by simulated fire. The intelligence core's cold prompt sounded engine power completely severed, incapable of autonomous navigation, adjudged to withdraw from the battlefield. By the exercise rules, that craft should have been taken out of action. But the maintenance robot charged with repairs executed an action beyond its programming. It hauled 4 spare power cores, clambered onto the engine casing, and forcefully paralleled the core's energy interfaces to the craft's emergency wiring. A faint hum and tremor ran through the hull. The assault craft's engines glowed once more. Speed was markedly reduced, yet its guns remained fully operational. Interesting, Zhang Chenyu said with a raised brow as he summoned the robot's operation log. The log revealed that during assembly, this batch of robots had inadvertently been loaded with redundant data from the bio-cybernetic battlefield learning module and had thereby acquired a capacity for emergency improvisation. He did not intervene. Instead, he watched with keen interest. The half-crippled assault craft under the bio-cybernetic captain's command slowly looped toward the rear of the simulated enemy formation. It aimed at the enemy flagship's communications array and fired a single shock projectile with pinpoint accuracy, instantly crippling the adversary's command system. Bereft of direction, the simulated enemy scattered like loose grain. Drill concluded. When Zhang Chenyu's voice rang out, the volley of fire in the starfield subsided. The holoscreen displayed the final battle report. Simulated enemy annihilated friendly ships, sustained 0 permanent damage, damaged ships, average repair time 4.2 minutes, fleet cooperative combat efficiency improved by 35%. Through the comms channel came the uniform, synchronized response of the bio-cybernetic crew. Zhang Chenyu leaned back in the command chair and gazed through the viewport at the 12 vessels arrayed in tidy ranks, a razor-sharp light flickering in his eyes. He tapped a line of commands on the holoscreen: extract and archive the maintenance robot's autonomous improvisation data to refine their core programs, incorporate the cruiser's tactical schemes into the fleet's universal combat manual. The sea of stars stretched endlessly, and the journey home remained distant. Yet this fleet, tempered in battle and practice, had already begun to show its edge. His campaign, however, had only just begun. The day after the drill, the lights in the cargo hold of the Stardust were brightly lit all night. Zhang Chenyu stood before a holographic projection of a modified cruiser, his fingertips gliding over the main gun array on either side of the ship. The weapons left by the pirates were formidable, yet their energy conversion rate was extremely low, with sluggish firing intervals and erratic accuracy. On the ground behind him, dozens of maintenance robots were busy around a pile of dismantled gun components, the high-frequency whirring of their mechanical arms intermingling with the low hum of the intelligence core terminal, creating a unique symphony. Disassemble the main gun's energy interface and replace it with the voltage stabilization module from the Dark Moon mercenary group, Zhang Chenyu commanded, without looking back, his voice imbued with undeniable certainty. The bioengineer beside him immediately synchronized the command to the robots. These iron machines, embedded with the pirates' modification algorithms, were no longer mere tools that followed programmed instructions. They could autonomously adjust the connection precision based on the wear of the components. A maintenance robot designated Alpha 7 was the first to act, deploying a high-frequency laser cutter from its front mechanical arm, precisely slicing through the alloy shell of the main gun interface, revealing the aging yellowed wiring inside. Another robot, Beta 3, extended its biosynthetic tentacles, carefully peeling away the wires one by one, while its built-in scanning module rapidly operated, transmitting the three-dimensional structural data of the interface in real time to the intelligence core terminal. Zhang Chenyu focused on the parameters flickering on the screen, his fingertips flying over the virtual keyboard as he input the adaptation parameters for the backup energy conduit of the deep space assault ship. Alpha 7, connect the new voltage stabilization module. Pay attention to the sealing degree of the interface, and the error must not exceed 0.01 millimeters, he ordered in a deep voice. Alpha 7 immediately retrieved a voltage stabilization module, glowing with a faint blue aura from the spare parts box. Its magnetic suction device at the end of the mechanical arm accurately adhered to the module's edge and slowly guided it into the interface slot. The welding nozzle emitted a fine plasma flame, seamlessly welding the module to the interface, and the cooling system activated immediately, forming a transparent protective coating on the surface of the interface. Meanwhile, the Beta 3 robot disassembled the targeting system of the pirates' main gun, importing hundreds of sets of artillery trajectory data recorded by the bioengineer during the drill into the new targeting chip. As the chip loaded the data, a string of faint blue data streams illuminated its surface. Zhang Chenyu walked to the holographic projection, calling up the energy distribution model of the cruiser. The pirate's design was too crude, with the main gun sharing the energy circuit with the shield. Once the shield was activated, the main gun's power would drastically decrease. He swiftly slid his fingertip across the screen, connecting the spare energy conduit disassembled from the 150-meter-long, a 40-meter-wide, and 35-meter-high deep space assault ship to the main gun system, forcing the addition of an independent energy link in the model. On the model, the blue energy bar, representing the main gun, instantly filled up, no longer exhibiting the previous fluctuations. Coat the main gun barrel with a layer of nano armor. He suddenly spoke, his gaze falling on a palm-sized piece of nano armor on the control panel. Enhance the heat resistance and reduce the firing interval by half. The maintenance robots immediately understood the command. The Gamma-12 robot extended its mechanical claw, placing the nano armor fragment into a high-temperature furnace, where the temperature soared to 3,000 degrees Celsius and the fragment quickly melted into liquid. Next, the spraying arm of the Delta V robot reached out, evenly coating the interior wall of the gun barrel with the liquid armor, the atomized armor particles clinging to the wall like a fine rain, solidifying rapidly upon encountering the cold, forming a protective layer as thin as a cicada's wing, yet indestructible. After the spraying was completed, the detection arm of the Epsilon 9 robot swept over the gun barrel, with a prompt appearing on the screen: protective layer thickness meets standards, heat resistance increased by 200. The modification work lasted for 3 whole days. When the first rays of dawn pierced through the darkness, Zhang Chenyu pressed the button for the main gun test. Buzz! The muzzle of the cruiser's main gun gathered a dazzling blue light, its brightness several times greater than before the modification, yet there were no signs of energy leakage. Seconds later, a beam of light shot out, accurately hitting a meteorite in the starry sky. The screen instantly displayed a series of data: energy conversion rate increased by 40, firing interval shortened by 52, accuracy improved by 38. Perfect, Zhang Chenyu murmured with a smile in his eyes. He did not stop his pace, immediately synchronizing this modification plan to the intelligence core system of another cruiser. The maintenance robots split into 2 teams to simultaneously commence work, further enhancing their efficiency. Meanwhile, Zhang Chenyu also made adjustments to 3 repaired assault boats. He installed a small shockwave weapon seized from the pirate ship at the bow of the boat and replaced it with a high-speed thruster obtained from the black market. The modified assault boats had their speed increased by 30% and their firepower significantly enhanced, transforming them into a nimble guerrilla squad. A week later, 12 warships regrouped at the temporary drill site. The deep space assault ship anchored at the center, flanked by 2 heavy frigates, each 100 meters long, 30 meters wide, and 25 meters high, with 3 high-speed interceptors, each 60 meters long, 18 meters wide, and 12 meters high, patrolling the perimeter like swords, while the remaining warships performed their respective duties, forming a tightly knit formation. Zhang Chenyu sat in the command chair of the deep space assault ship, watching the red dots flickering on the screen. The number of simulated enemy ships this time had doubled. Drill start. The moment the command was given, the 2 modified cruisers opened fire first. A series of precise beams shot out, instantly shredding the shields of 3 simulated enemy ships. The power of the modified main gun was astonishing, with firing intervals so short that they were jaw-dropping, the dense barrage wove a net completely enveloping the simulated enemy ships. The 3 high-speed interceptors and 3 assault boats plunged into the enemy formation like sharp blades. Relying on their agility, they wove between the simulated enemy ships, with the assault boats' shockwave weapons accurately striking the enemy engines, while the interceptors seized the opportunity to deliver finishing blows, rendering them completely incapacitated. The 2 heavy frigates steadfastly held their positions on the flanks of the fleet, shields fully activated, intercepting all incoming fire. Maintenance robots and the bioengineers stood ready. Once any warship was damaged, they could complete repairs in the shortest time. This drill was even more intense and exhilarating than the last. As the last simulated enemy ship was destroyed, Zhang Chenyu looked at the battle report on the screen, his smile growing wider. The modified fleet's overall combat power had been increased by a full double. He stood up, looking out at the deep starry sky through the porthole, the coordinates flashing on the screen, pointing towards the solar system. The smoke of the Stardust Passage had long dissipated, and the return route was utterly clear. All fleet personnel, attention. Course locked towards the solar system. Target the permanent shadow area on the far side of the moon. Zhang Chenyu's voice echoed through the fleet's communication channel. Activate the highest level of stealth procedures and prohibit all unnecessary signal emissions. The engines of the 12 warships lit up with a faint blue glow simultaneously, the massive ships quietly changing direction, slowly sailing towards the starfield that nurtured human civilization. Days later, on the far side of the moon, this quiet place, forever forgotten by Earth, was now welcoming a group of visitors from deep space. The 12 warships silently entered the permanent shadow area, the 150-meter-long deep space assault ship precisely maneuvering into the depths of a massive crater, while the 2 heavy frigates and 3 high-speed interceptors spread out to form a dense alert net around the crater. The full-spectrum signal jamming device instantly activated, completely concealing the fleet's whereabouts in the moon's dust. Zhang Chenyu stood on the bridge of the deep space assault ship, watching the slowly unfolding topographic map of the moon's far side on the screen, his fingertip traced across the location of the crater's core, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. All maintenance robots form up and gather immediately at the core of the crater. His voice rang out again. The heavy frigates are responsible for mining the lunar core energy ores, and the high-speed interceptors will enhance perimeter patrols to prevent any unknown signals from approaching. The moment the command was issued, the warship's hatches opened simultaneously. Thousands of maintenance robots surged out like a tide, with the Alpha 7 and Beta 3 formations taking the lead, their front mechanical arms deploying high-powered drilling machines, beginning excavation against the hard rock layers of the crater wall. The sound of the faint blue laser beams cutting through the rock layers turned into silent vibrations in the vacuum environment, transformed by the intelligence core terminal into a low-frequency hum that reached Zhang Chenyu's ears. The Gamma 12 formation dragged giant alloy plates dismantled from the deep space assault ship, methodically laying out the framework for the base at the bottom of the crater. The nano-armor coating was evenly sprayed on the surface of the alloy plates, rapidly solidifying upon encountering the low temperatures of the lunar surface, forming an indestructible protective layer. The spraying arms of the Delta 5 formation were busy laying energy pipelines, continuously transporting the lunar core energy ores mined by the heavy frigates to the central energy conversion furnace of the base. Zhang Chenyu boarded a small shuttle and descended to the construction site at the bottom of the crater. The low gravity of the lunar surface made his steps particularly light, and the holographic mask isolated him from vacuum and radiation, with real-time construction data flashing on the screen. He walked to the energy conversion furnace, watching the blazing faint blue flames within. This was the energy released by the lunar core energy ores, sufficient to sustain the operation of the entire base and fleet. Intelligence Core, activate the base's concealment system, Zhang Chenyu commanded in a deep voice. Concealment system is starting. Surface camouflage layer generation complete with 99.9 integration with the surrounding meteorite terrain. A cold electronic voice echoed as the base framework at the bottom of the crater slowly sank, a layer of camouflage identical to the crater wall material gradually covering it. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, it would have been nearly impossible to discover that beneath this quiet far side of the moon a deep space fortress was quietly rising. Zhang Chenyu gazed up at the starry sky, the outline of Earth faintly visible in the distance. That blue planet was the home he longed for. He turned to walk into the shuttle, retracting the foldable body into the spatial ring, then left a command on the communicator. Bioengineers, to guard the fleet robots, continue to improve the base facilities. I will return to Earth for a while. The shuttle's engine slowly started, the faint blue light piercing through the silence of the moon's far side. Zhang Chenyu sat in the pilot's seat, watching the Earth grow closer on the screen, a faint smile curving his lips. The lunar fortress was established, the blade was in hand. It was time to return to his homeland. The Stardust finally landed on a desolate mountain near Qingliang Mountain, where Zhang Chenyu stowed the shuttle, changed into the clothes he wore when he left the country, and walked in the direction of his memory of home. On a Saturday evening, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the small courtyard of Qingliang Mountain in a warm light, filling the air with the rich aroma of cooked food. The whole family was gathered around the dining table, with the eldest son Zhang Xiaoxing holding a bowl of rice, a few grains stuck to his cheek. The youngest son, born in 1986, was cradled in his wife, Su Wan's arms, babbling and tugging at the tablecloth, amusing the old cat lounging nearby, which lazily flicked its tail. Brother Zhang Chenchuan sat to one side, next to an unfamiliar girl, the two of them whispering to each other, their eyes filled with affection. The courtyard door was gently pushed open, and Zhang Chenyu's figure appeared at the entrance. At the sight of him, the clatter of bowls and chopsticks suddenly ceased, and the air fell silent for a few seconds. Father Zhang Jinglin's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the chopsticks, causing some food to fall from the tips, yet he remained oblivious. Mother Shen Qingyu's eyes instantly turned red, and the soup spoon in her hand clattered against the bowl, startling the old cat that had been dozing in her lap, causing it to jump up. The unfamiliar girl also hurriedly stood up, her handkerchief crumpled in her grip, her face a mixture of shyness and surprise. "Chenyu, you finally came back." Shen Qingyu was the first to regain her composure, her voice trembling as she stood up and bumped her knee against the table leg, not even stopping to rub it as she hurried towards the door. Zhang Chenyu quickly stepped inside, first giving his parents a hearty hug, his palm brushing over his father's, slightly stooped back and touching the new strands of white hair at his mother's temples, his nose feeling slightly sour. He then reached out to ruffle Zhang Xiaoxing's head, wiping away the rice grains from the child's cheek before carefully taking the soft young son from Su Wan's arms. The little one, unbothered by the stranger, stared at him with wide, curious eyes, reaching out his small hand to grab the hem of his clothing, babbling happily. Su Wan's eyes turned red instantly as she grasped his arm, her fingertips trembling slightly. "You finally came back. A few days ago you said you were almost here, but I didn't expect you so soon. It was a smooth journey, so I arrived earlier than expected." Zhang Chenyu held her hand and returned the warmth of his palm, soothing her cool fingertips, his gaze filled with warmth, then turning towards the girl beside his brother with a puzzled expression. Zhang Chenyu slapped his forehead as he remembered the matter at hand, quickly pulling the girl closer and smilingly introducing her to Zhang Chenyu. "Little brother, this is Lin Xiaoya, my university classmate. We just registered our marriage last month. In your rush to leave, I didn't get a chance to mention it to you. It was only when you called back recently that I brought it up. Xiaoya, this is my younger brother Zhang Chenyu, whom I often tell you about." "Hello, uncle," Lin Xiaoya said shyly, her face flushed. "Hello, hello." Zhang Chenyu quickly nodded, looking at the fair-faced girl before him, sincerely happy for his brother. "Brother, not bad, keeping it well hidden, and you come back with a sister-in-law." That remark made the whole family laugh, and Lin Xiaoya's face turned even redder as she stood awkwardly to the side, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Zhang Chenyu patted his shoulder, his own eyes reddening. "You brat, you've been away for a year, only occasionally calling Su Wan, and whenever we ask her, she always says you are busy." "Yes, uncle. Big brother talks about you every day, saying that you must be making a name for yourself out there, and sister-in-law always tells us that you are doing well." Faced with the chorus of questions from the family, Zhang Chenyu smiled and waved for everyone to sit down, then pulled out a delicate velvet box from his canvas bag. "Don't rush to ask, I brought back gifts." As the box opened, it revealed several pieces of simply styled silver jewelry, 3 smooth bracelets, a pair of small longevity locks, and 2 well-crafted belts with the buckles glimmering with a matte silver sheen. Though these ornaments appeared simple, the inner sides were engraved with energy guiding patterns that ordinary people could not understand. They were crafted using special techniques in deep space, capable of subtly resisting high-intensity energy impacts. He first picked up the 3 bracelets, placing them on the wrists of his mother Zhang Chenyu, his wife Su Wan, and Lin Xiaoya, lightly brushing his fingertips over the inner patterns, speaking gently. "These were custom-made for safety while I was negotiating business abroad. Xiaoya, this is our first meeting, so I didn't prepare anything else. Please don't mind it." Lin Xiaoya quickly waved her hands, holding the bracelet on her wrist, her eyes sparkling. "I don't mind, thank you, uncle." Next, he carefully hung the 2 longevity locks around Zhang Xiaoxing and the youngest son's neck, the locks cold and smooth, with simple, auspicious patterns engraved on them. Zhang Xiaoxing touched the unfamiliar longevity lock, grinning. "Dad, this looks really nice. It's even better than the toy you said you'd bring me last time." Finally, Zhang Chenyu handed the 2 belts to his father and older brother, smiling, as he said, "You 2 run to the factory every day. The belts wear out easily. These are sturdy and will last a long time." Zhang Jinglan received the belt, his fingertips brushing over the cool buckle, remaining silent, only looking down at his son's weary face, his throat tightening. Zhang Chenyu directly took off his old belt and replaced it with the new one, tugging at his waistband and grinning. "Hey, this fits perfectly. Much better than the one I wore until the edges frayed." Everyone held their ornaments, curiously rubbing them, and the atmosphere at the dining table instantly became warm and lively. Su Wan looked at him, her eyes slightly red. "You've been out for so long, always thinking of us. Every time you called, you'd ask if we needed anything." Zhang Chenyu looked down at the youngest son in his arms, who was staring at him with wide round eyes, pondering for a moment before speaking seriously. "This child hasn't been named yet, let's call him Zhang Xingao," signifying looking towards the distant future, hoping he can have broad horizons and great achievements in the future. Xingyao Zhang Jinglan repeated the name, nodding his head, his rough palm gently tapping on the table. "A good name with meaning." The whole family nodded in agreement, Shin Chenyu beaming with laughter. "You're well read. This name sounds bright and hopeful." Zhang Chenyu casually explained that he was delayed abroad due to business negotiations and specifically reminded everyone to keep this matter confidential for the time being, so as not to alarm others. As the family chatted and ate, the sky outside gradually darkened, but the light in the room was warm and reassuring. Zhang Xiaoxing clung to him, asking about interesting stories from the outside world. He recounted some trivial anecdotes for the child, while Su Wan sat beside him, occasionally serving him dishes. Lin Xiaoya also gradually relaxed, joining in the laughter, filling the room with warmth. As night deepened, the chirping of insects in the courtyard gradually faded, leaving only a dim yellow bedside lamp burning in the room. Su Wan settled the 2 sleeping children and turned around to be gently embraced from behind by Zhang Chenyu. Her shoulder trembled slightly as she held his wrist in response, her fingertips brushing over the new thin calluses on the back of his hand, her voice tinged with choking emotion. "This time you're back, you won't leave again, right?" Zhang Chenyu lowered his head, resting his chin on her head, the familiar scent of soap lingering on his nose, and the heavy stone in his heart finally settled. I won't leave. I will always be with you from now on. You're lying. Suwon turned around, her eyes red, but smiling as she lightly punched him. You said in the last call that the business there isn't settled yet, and would take some time. I thought. That was to keep you from worrying. Zhang Chenyu raised his hand, gently wiping away the moisture at the corner of her eyes, his fingertip tracing her cheek. Every night, while I was away looking at the starry sky, reminded me of the warm lights at home. Each time I called you and heard you say that Xiaoxing scored full marks again, and that Xiaoyao could call for Mama, now it made all the difficulties worthwhile. Suwon leaned closer to him, pressing her ear against his chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat, her lips slowly curving into a smile. After you left, Dad's old cold legs acted up twice, and Mom went to the temple every day to pray for you on Brother's wedding day. She even mentioned that it would have been great if you were here. I know. Zhang Chenyu tightened his arms, lowering his voice slightly. Those silver ornaments weren't made by some master craftsman. I forged them with my own hands abroad, and wearing them can protect you all. And that bottle of purification liquid, remember to drink it on schedule. It's good for your health. Suwon was momentarily stunned, looking up at him. What kind of business are you doing outside? Zhang Chenyu's gaze darkened a bit, his fingertips gently brushing through her hair. He didn't explain clearly, but said it's a business that can help our country and our family stand tall in the future. After a while you will know. He paused and added, for now don't mention this to Dad, Mom, and Brother to keep them from worrying. Suwon looked at the seriousness in his eyes, nodded, and wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his embrace. I trust you. Whatever you do, I trust you. The moonlight outside spilled in through the window, falling on their intertwined hands, peaceful and warm. Zhang Chenyu looked down at the person in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. Only he knew the grand waves of the future concealed behind this tranquility. That night, after the family had fallen into a deep sleep, the courtyard was silent. Zhang Chenyu quietly walked to the old locust tree outside the courtyard, dialing that familiar secret number. On the other end of the line, team leader Zhao fell silent for half a minute upon hearing his voice. Zhang Chenyu had said a year ago that he was going abroad for business, and then lost contact. He thought the other party was merely facing setbacks in business, not expecting to hear this voice again. Is it you? Team leader Zhao's voice was filled with disbelief. It's me, team leader Zhao. Zhang Chenyu lowered his voice slightly. I'm back, and I have something important to deliver to the country. We'll meet at the Qingliang Mountain Parts Processing Factory warehouse at dawn tomorrow. Come alone. Team leader Zhao didn't ask more and replied in a deep voice, okay, I'll be there on time. After hanging up, Zhang Chenyu looked up at the night sky, the moonlight hazy, the outline of the moon occasionally obscured by clouds. His fingertips unconsciously glided over the phone screen, and after unlocking it, what popped up was the real-time monitoring interface of the moon base. The bridge lights of the deep space raid ship were still bright, and the maintenance robots were making final adjustments to the base's defense system, with a small line of text in the lower right corner reading base energy, reserves sufficient stealth status good. There is his fleet, and all the confidence he had while traversing deep space. He retracted his gaze, tightening his grip on the metal hard drive hidden in his pocket, the texture of the hard drive's shell pressed against his palm, carrying a slight chill, as if reminding him that he was about to embark on a journey concerning the fate of his family and country. The next morning before dawn, the warehouse of the Qingliang Mountain Parts Processing Factory was illuminated only by a dim yellow light. Team leader Zhao arrived alone, and upon seeing the metal hard drive handed over by Zhang Chenyu, frowned in puzzlement. Zhang Chenyu merely said lightly, the contents inside will allow our country's equipment to take a big leap forward. Team leader Zhao hurried back to the Military Research Institute with the hard drive, and the technicians worked overnight to decode it. When the energy modification technology for deep space warships, the design diagram for the independent main gun energy network, and the precise coordinates of the moon base and fleet appeared on the screen, the entire research institute erupted into chaos. The technicians looked at those revolutionary designs, their faces flushed with excitement, trembling as they spoke. The news was reported overnight, and the higher-ups urgently convened a closed-door meeting. Looking at the images of the moon base captured by satellites, the clear alloy framework and main gun caliber on the screen made the atmosphere in the conference room extremely tense. Everyone realized that this technician running a small factory in Qingliang Mountain held the trump card capable of reshaping the global landscape. A mixture of shock and a hint of hidden fear ultimately solidified into a resolute decision at all costs reach a cooperation with Zhang Chenyu. Section Chief Zhao entered the warehouse once more, accompanied by a general bearing golden stars on his shoulders. His gait steady, his brow etched with the sharpness of one long tempered on the battlefield. Comrade Zhang Chenyu, this is General Qin of the General Armament Department. Section Chief Zhao said, his tone laced with deference. The military's highest echelons have reviewed all your conditions overnight, and General Qin has come here in person to coordinate with you. General Qin extended his hand, broad-palmed and warm. his voice resonating like a bronze bell. "Comrade Xiao Zhang, the nation places its trust in you. We accept every one of your terms, unreservedly." The expansion of the Qingliang Mountain Parts Factory would be fully managed by the military, personnel, materials, and funding at your sole discretion. Technology transfer would be strictly confined to Daxiao. This line we uphold with the solemn honor of soldiers. Zhang Chenyu nodded, then drew from his chest a protocol document already prepared in advance. He pointed to the supplementary clause at the document's end, his gaze piercing and resolute. "What I seek is not fame or fortune, but for Daxia to chart its course among the stars, unshackled, no longer beholden to others." He added firmly, "This line must never be crossed, no matter what resistance arises." General Qin scanned the clause, then gave a firm, weighty nod. Taking the pen, he signed his name at the bottom. The strokes bold and vigorous, the ink settling upon the page like a silent proclamation heralding a new era. "Rest assured, the nation and its people stand unwaveringly with you. And whoever dares breach this line must first reckon with the rifle in my hands." As they stepped out of the warehouse, the eastern sky glowed with the pale light of dawn. Morning rays pierced the clouds, spilling across the silhouettes of Qingliang Mountain. Zhang Chenyu lifted his gaze toward the horizon, where the moon's outline lingered faintly within the brightening sky. He knew the lunar farside base was growing in quiet certainty. Earth's cosmic age had already begun, here in this hushed, luminous dawn. As morning light pierced the mist over Qingliang Mountain, Zhang Chenyu stood already inside the parts factory workshop. Rust crept across the cast-iron shells of aging machine tools. The acrid scent of engine oil mingled with the metallic tang of shavings. A group of workers stood clustered around a C-6140 lathe, whose chuck had seized. Wrenches struck the chuck bolts with dull hollow clangs that made paint flake from the control console. In a corner of the workshop, scrap heaps overflowed with defective parts. Bearing blanks at the top still bore visible machining burrs unmistakable to the naked eye. General Qin stood nearby with three impeccably uniformed technical experts from the military, their factory technical reports crumpled tightly in clenched fists. Red annotations leapt from the pages: machining tolerance 0, 1 mm, pass rate 58, single shift output under 100 units. This was the foundational ground they were entrusted to transform for deep space technology, a reality so starkly backward it tightened the chest. "General Qin, please arrange to clear the 300 square meter plot on the west side of the workshop." Zhang Chenyu's voice broke the silence. In his hand, he held a folded blueprint, his fingertip tracing dense mechanical schematics. "Within 3 days, I require an beam steel framework erected there. Minimum height 6 meters, with a concrete hardened floor capable of bearing 20 tons per square meter. Also summon senior machinists from the Provincial Machine Tool Research Institute and top-tier welders from Defense Industry Enterprises. The more experienced, the better. Masters with over 20 years service are preferred." Without hesitation, General Qin pulled out an encrypted communicator and issued orders. The rapid, crisp responses crackling through high-frequency waves confirmed that manpower and resources had been prepositioned for this transformation. His eyes fixed on Zhang Chenyu's blueprint, brimming with anticipation. "Name any equipment you need. We can deploy precision metrology instruments and specialized welding rigs from the military immediately. And I've already assigned an engineer battalion to handle site expansion, guaranteed completion within 72 hours. Zhang Chenyu nodded and turned toward the open space at the workshop center. From a 100 cubic meter spatial ring at his waist, he withdrew a palm-sized metal case and pressed the silver button on its side. With a soft click, the case sprang open, revealing a control chip interlaced with nanoscale circuitry and 3 thumbnail-sized sensors, the core control module stripped from maintenance robot Alpha 7, and the fulcrum upon which he would pivot the entire industrial upgrade. "Attention, everyone. Over the next 3 days, our sole mission is this: to grant these veteran machines rebirth." Zhang Chenyu's voice filled the workshop via a temporary loudspeaker. He raised the control module, his fingertip resting on the soft blue luminescence pulsing across its surface. "Embedded here lies a servo control algorithm capable of elevating machining precision tenfold, and an automation logic system that triples production efficiency. Your task is simple: weld this intelligence into every machine's control cabinet, so that each learns to work with absolute, unwavering precision." Before his words had fully faded, the 3 military technical experts had already gathered around him. They knelt on the floor, cradling the module with reverent care, fingertips brushing the intricate traces of its multi-layered circuitry, words failing them entirely. Even the module's surface-level wiring architecture alone sufficed to shatter their prior understanding of automated control. Zhang Chenyu spoke no further. Instead, he withdrew a portable holographic projector from his spatial ring. At the press of a switch, a slender column of pale blue light shot upward, projecting a crystal-clear, 3-dimensional schematic onto the ceiling, the retrofit plan for the C-6140 lathe. Every component was meticulously annotated: a servo motor to be installed on the main spindle, the the feed system to be replaced with ball screw assemblies, the control panel to be interfaced with the new module, even the tool turret redesigned for automatic tool changing. Step 1. Overhaul the machine's power and control systems. Zhang Chenyu tapped the hologram. Virtual layers of the mechanical structure unfolded in sequence. Replace the outdated asynchronous motor with the permanent magnet synchronous servo motor salvaged from the repair robot, resolving unstable torque delivery. Then integrate the control module into the lathe's PLC system and rewrite its firmware. I've preloaded the algorithms onto this USB drive. Just copy and install. He reached into his pocket and handed a gleaming silver USB drive to the eldest of the military technical experts. Workers and engineers sprang into action without delay. Sparks erupted as steel was cut. Arcs from welding torches bathed the workshop in blinding daylight. Zhang Chenyu moved steadily among them, pausing now and then to guide workers adjusting the mounting angle of servo motors. Masterly tightened the motor base bolts to exactly 400 Newton meters, no deviation allowed. He clapped a seasoned technician on the shoulder as the man secured the motor. Servo motors demand extreme installation precision. An uneven base induces eccentric rotation, rendering even the finest calibration meaningless. The veteran immediately set down his wrench, retrieved a torque wrench from his pocket, and adjusted each bolt with meticulous care. Sweat traced paths down his temples, soaking his work shirt, but he remained oblivious. When the first retrofitted C6140 lathe emitted its low resonant hum, the entire workshop fell utterly silent. A metal billet fed automatically into the spindle. The laser cutter descended precisely onto its surface with a soft sibilant hiss. 3 minutes later, a 50mm diameter bearing race emerged perfectly formed. The military technical expert responsible for inspection lunged forward, calipers snapping shut on the race's inner wall. His eyes widened, his throat convulsed. He spoke in a trembling voice. Precision, within spec. Inner diameter 50. 000 mm. Tolerance merely 0.008 mm. Exceeding even the design requirement. A roar of jubilation erupted across the workshop. Workers slapped each other's shoulders, laughter crinkling the corners of their eyes. After decades spent before lathes, none had ever produced a part so flawless. Zhang Chenyu only smiled faintly. Again from his spatial ring he withdrew a sealed stainless steel canister. Inside a viscous pale blue liquid, a simplified version of nanoarmor, coating refined from deep space ores. Less protective than the full-grade variant, yet sufficient to dramatically enhance tool and die wear resistance. Step 2. Coat all cutting tools and dies with this. He opened the canister, releasing a subtle metallic aroma. With a glass rod, he dipped a trace of the coating, watching it flow slowly, shimmering with pearlescent luster. This 5-micron thick layer extends high-speed steel tool life tenfold and boosts cold stamping die abrasion resistance 5-fold. Henceforth, machining high-strength alloys will no longer risk chipped edges or deformed dies. Demonstrating the process himself, he first cleaned tools ultrasonically, then evenly sprayed the coating onto cutting edges using a high-pressure nozzle, and finally cured them in a hot air oven at 120°C for 30 minutes. Workers accepted the canister with reverence, following Zhang Chenyu's instructions to coat tools and dies one by one. When the first coated turning tool was mounted and tasked with cutting chromium nickel alloy steel, the clean, crisp sound of machining silenced every breath in the room. 5 minutes later, the cut was complete. The finished part emerged with an edge polished mirror smooth. Running a finger along it revealed not a trace of burr. The veteran operator cradled the part, tears welling instantly in his clouded eyes, tracing furrows down his weathered cheeks. 50 years at the lathe, and I've never seen such clean, decisive work. Before cutting, this steel demanded a new tool every half hour. Now, 5 parts processed, and the cutting edge still gleams. 3 days passed like the blink of an eye. On the cleared western plot, a gleaming new beam steel framework rose tall, its anti-rust blue paint shimmering beneath the sun. The freshly poured concrete floor had just hardened. 20 retrofitted lathes stood in perfect alignment beneath the steel canopy, each main spindle glowing with a soft blue luminescence, each servo motor humming with deep resonant authority. Across the workshop walls hung a bold red banner, tolerance 0. 1 mm efficiency, 300 pass rate, 98 inch. Zhang Chenyu stood at the head of the production line and pressed the start button. The first alloy billet advanced automatically into the lathe. The laser cutter descended with surgical precision. The ball screw actuators guided the tool turret with fluid grace. Coolant misted across the workpiece, scattering fine droplets. Finished parts were lifted by robotic arms, conveyed along belts to the final inspection zone, where coordinate measuring machines operated autonomously, streaming real-time dimensional data to monitoring screens. The entire process flowed seamlessly, no manual intervention required. Work once demanding 10 laborers for an entire day could now be completed by a single machine in 1 hour. Standing beside him, General Chen watched the cascading figures on the display screen. his fingertips trembling faintly. He bent down, picked up a newly inspected voltage-stabilizing module housing, and ran his thumb along its flawlessly smooth interior wall, his voice thick with awe. This is nothing short of a miracle. We used to require 3 separate processes to fabricate housings like this. Now, one operation suffices. Xiao Zhang, with this production line, our weapons modernization will never again be hindered by part shortages. Zhang Chenyu shook his head, gesturing toward the mountain of qualified components stacked at the line's end. This is merely the beginning. These parts will manufacture voltage-stabilizing modules and independent energy linkage components for deep space warship main cannons. Only by first fortifying our industrial bedrock, ensuring domestic factories can produce ultra-precision components, can we successfully graft deep space technologies onto indigenous weaponry, transforming our national arsenal at its very core. He paused, his gaze lifting beyond the workshop walls to the vast cerulean expanse above and farther still toward the moon. There on the lunar far side, energy conversion furnaces burned fiercely and nanoarmor production lines whirred ceaselessly. The spark kindled at Qingliang Mountain has taken flame. His voice was low, resonant, like a vow etched in stone. Now it is time to spread this fire to every industrial base across the nation. As dusk settled, the first batch of finished voltage-stabilizing module parts was loaded onto military trucks. Their cargo beds were shrouded in heavy canvas, the crimson 5-point stars emblazoned on their side panels vivid against the fading light. Engine roars receded into the distance. The truck's tail lights dwindled along the winding mountain road, dust swirling slowly downward in the amber twilight. Zhang Chenyu stood at the workshop entrance, gazing into the sky ablaze with sunset hues, his eyes flashing with incisive resolve. The first step of industrial foundation building had been accomplished. Next came the localization and modernization of weapon systems, the practical deployment of lunar core energy technology, and the nationwide adoption of nanomaterials. A path stretching toward the stars and beyond was unfolding steadily beneath his feet. The afterglow of the setting sun swept across the new-shaped steel frame in the workshop, casting interwoven shadows on the ground. General Qin raised his hand and patted Zhang Chenyu's shoulder, his fingertips still carrying the slight chill of metal parts, the shock in his eyes not yet fully fading, yet his tone had already regained the unique steadiness and decisiveness of a soldier. Xiao Zhang, the model for Qingliang Mountain has been established. He took a rolled-up, encrypted map from the hands of his accompanying aide, gently rubbing his fingertips over the red star on the cover. Next, we will spread this fire across every industrial stronghold in the 9 provinces. The aide stepped forward and slowly unfolded the map on the workshop's control table. It was a densely annotated national industrial distribution map, red lines connecting 3 major military industrial bases, blue dashed lines radiating out to civilian manufacturing clusters, and countless small black dots representing scattered small and medium-sized machinery factories, each mark twinkling with a faint light. In the corner of the map, there was a sticky note stating, "Prioritize the supply chains for rare earths and special steel," which was an additional clause hastily added by General Qin. General Qin's fingertip landed heavily on the red mark of the North China plain so forcefully that it nearly punctured the paper. Step 1. Prioritize the transformation of the 3 core military industrial bases. The weapons industrial city in North China, responsible for producing core components for artillery and armor. The shipbuilding heavy industry cluster in East China, the cradle of our aircraft carriers and destroyers. The aerospace industry park in Northwest China, bearing the precision manufacturing of fighter jets and rockets. These 3 locations are the lifeblood of national defense equipment and also the places most urgently in need of high-precision parts. He turned to the communications aide behind him, his voice booming like a bell. Notify them to dispatch 3 engineering brigades to rush to these 3 locations overnight. Each brigade should be equipped with shaped steel high-grade concrete, as well as precision measuring tools and ultrasonic cleaning machines for military reserves. Within a week, they must complete the construction of the workshop steel frames and ground hardening, strictly adhering to the standards set by Qingliang Mountain. 6 meters in height, 20 tons per square meter load-bearing with no room for compromise. Additionally, each base will be provided with 2 mobile nano-coating spraying vehicles operated by technicians from Qingliang Mountain to prevent any technology leaks during transport. The communications aide stood at attention and saluted, just about to turn away, when Zhang Chenyu suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment." Everyone's gaze turned in unison as Zhang Chenyu walked over to the aide, taking out 3 palm-sized signal transmitters from his spatial ring. Install these on the spraying vehicles and connect them to the main control system of Qingliang Mountain. If the spraying vehicle leaves the designated safe area, or if the coding formula is accessed illegally, the transmitter will automatically alert General Qin and me. General Qin's eyes lit up. He patted Zhang Chenyu's shoulder, his tone filled with approval. Thoughtful. This is how it should be, nipping risks in the bud. The communications aide took the transmitter, carefully examining the deep space mineral patterns on it solemnly, placing it into his briefcase. Understood. Guaranteeing absolute security. He turned and quickly walked towards the encrypted communications vehicle, the sound of the keyboard ringing crisply in the workshop. The vehicle marked JH-001 flashed by in the twilight, a designation exclusive to the military's encrypted communications. General Chen's gaze returned to Zhang Chenyu, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness. How many technical backbones do you need to mobilize from your side? I can arrange a special plane to transport the skilled workers from Qingliang Mountain, and military technical experts will fully cooperate, splitting into 3 groups to accompany them. We must ensure that every transformed workshop achieves a precision standard of 0.01 millimeters with a yield rate of no less than 98. No need for many personnel, just send 10 core technicians from each base. Zhang Chenyu bent down and took out 3 palm-sized encrypted hard drives from his spatial ring, their matte silver shells engraved with subtle deep space mineral patterns which served as his specially added anti-counterfeiting markings. The key is to bring the technical standards with us. These 3 hard drives contain the complete set of 3-dimensional drawings for machine tool, transformation servo control algorithms, coding spraying processes, and acceptance standards for each step. Only your fingerprint can unlock the contents inside. Moreover, the hard drives have self-destruct programs. If there is any anomaly in the reading permissions, all data will be wiped within 3 seconds. General Chen took the hard drive, running his fingertips over the mineral patterns, looking up at Zhang Chenyu with raised eyebrows. This pattern is identical to the mineral fragment you gave me last time. Exactly. Zhang Chenyu took out the fragment from his pocket, placing it next to the hard drive, the patterns matching precisely. This unique anti-counterfeiting mark ensures that even if someone copies the hard drive, they cannot replicate the hidden codes in this pattern. General Chen suddenly understood, carefully placing the hard drive inside the inner pocket of his bulletproof vest, patting the pocket as if holding 3 heavy gold bars. Rest assured, these items are more precious than my life. I have arranged for a guard company to monitor the safe where the hard drives are stored 24 hours a day. Not even a fly can enter. His fingertip moved towards the blue dashed lines of the Yangtze River Delta and the Pearl River Delta, his tone softening slightly. Step 2. Engage civilian high-end manufacturing enterprises. The core parts factory for lithography machines in the Yangtze River Delta, the chassis production line for new energy vehicles in the Pearl River Delta, and the high-end bearing manufacturing base in northeast China. These enterprises have a solid technical foundation and highly skilled workers, making transformation yield quick results. He took out his portable encrypted communicator, pressed a series of commands, and the screen flashed green text saying, "Sent. I have already communicated with the comrades in the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, and in 3 days the heads of 120 high-end manufacturing enterprises from across the country will gather at Qingliang Mountain for an on-site observation meeting. Let them see with their own eyes what kind of energy these old machine tools can unleash after being equipped with servo motors and nanocoatings. The observation meeting will be kept confidential, and all attendees' mobile phones and recording devices will be uniformly sealed with 3 layers of security checks before entering." General Chen smiled slightly. At that time, let them watch the transformed production line complete 10 people's work in 1 hour with parts processed to a smoothness finer than a mirror. I don't believe they won't be tempted. Zhang Chenyu chuckled in response, nodding in agreement. The upgrade of civilian manufacturing can not only enhance our product competitiveness, but also provide supporting precision parts for the military-industrial system, creating a virtuous cycle of military-civilian integration. For instance, the motor bearings for new energy vehicles, if transformed to meet precision standards, can be directly used in the drive systems of armored vehicles, saving half of the R&D costs. Exactly. General Chen's fingertip finally glided over the densely packed black dots on the map, his gaze deepening. Step 3. Sink into the capillaries of the basic industry. Thousands of small and medium-sized machinery factories across the country may seem unremarkable, but they are the foundation of the industrial system. The screws for automobiles, the gears for machine tools, and the bearings for household appliances all rely on their production. These factories are small in scale and low in funds. The transformation costs will be shared equally by the military and local finances, and the Technical Promotion Center will send personnel to guide them on-site, ensuring they fully grasp the technology. He paused, looking at Zhang Chenyu, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. I plan to establish a Technical Promotion Center in each province manned by a technical team trained at Qingliang Mountain. The center will be responsible for providing technical guidance for machine tool transformations and the supply of nanocoatings. However, the mass production of coating materials must be prioritized. Can the refining technology for deep space minerals be entrusted to the military's chemical base? I guarantee that the entire production process will be encrypted with sentries on duty in the workshop 24 hours a day, ensuring that not a single detail leaks out. The refining base will be located in the northwest Gobi Desert with a 300-kilometer radius of no man's land, ensuring absolute concealment. Zhang Chenyu pondered for a moment, his fingertips lightly tapping on the control table, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound. Half a minute later, he looked up at General Qin, his gaze sharp and resolute. That's fine. But the core components of the refining equipment must be produced by Qingliang Mountain. The control chip in the core component will have a unique deep space algorithm embedded in it, and it can only be activated when paired with the signal tower at the far side of the moon. I want to ensure that every drop of nano-coating is firmly in our hands, never to be coveted by anyone. Just as General Qin was about to respond, the accompanying technical expert Professor Li suddenly interjected. Engineer Zhang, I have a question. Will the chip with the deep space algorithm be affected by the Earth's magnetic field? The electromagnetic environment in the northwest Gobi is complex. If the signal pairing fails, wouldn't that delay the mass production schedule? Zhang Chenyu turned to look at Professor Li, smiling slightly. Professor Li, don't worry. I have added a redundancy module to the algorithm to resist electromagnetic interference, ensuring that even in strong magnetic environments, the signal stability can be maintained at over 99.9. Moreover, the signal tower at the far side of the moon uses directional pulse transmission, which has a strong penetration ability. The 300 kilometers of Gobi is not a problem at all. Professor Li nodded in realization, repeatedly agreeing. Good. So well thought out. Good. Let's proceed as you said. General Qin laughed heartily, nodding heavily, his hand patting Zhang Chenyu's shoulder with a steady force. I will place the order for the refining equipment right now. As for how many materials and how many hours of labor you need, just say the word, and the military will fully cooperate. I have already allocated 500 tons of special steel to the warehouse at Qingliang Mountain, all of which are high-strength alloys matching those of aircraft carrier decks, enough for you to build the first batch of refining equipment. He looked at his military watch on his wrist. The dials glow particularly clear in the twilight. The evening glow on the horizon had already turned a deep purple, and the outline of the distant mountains gradually blurred. On the inner side of the watch's dial, a line of small characters was engraved, guarding every inch of Great Xia, protecting the stars and seas for thousands of miles, which General Qin had inscribed when he joined the army. I will return to headquarters now to convene an expansion meeting for the entire army. General Qin adjusted the collar of his military uniform and turned to walk towards the military off-road vehicle parked at the workshop door. In 3 days, the first group of military-based transformation teams will arrive at Qingliang Mountain for training. On your side, just ensure the technical backup is ready. The rest I will handle. By the way, the energy conversion furnace at the far side of the moon is being monitored by military satellites without any abnormal fluctuations, so you can rest assured. Zhang Chenyu nodded, suddenly remembering something, calling out to him, General Qin. General Qin paused, turning back to look at him. I have already uploaded the drawings for the core components of the first batch of new machine tools to your encrypted terminal, Zhang Chenyu said. When the military-based teams arrive, they can process the components directly according to the drawings without waiting for any updates from my side. Received. General Qin raised his hand to salute, his voice resonant. Great Xia will not forget everything you have done. The accompanying aide and technical experts followed closely, their steps perfectly synchronized. The engine of the off-road vehicle emitted a low roar, its headlights piercing through the thickening twilight, 2 beams of light illuminating the winding mountain path. The wheels rolled over the gravel on the ground, producing a rustling sound as they gradually moved away. In the back seat of the vehicle lay an unsealed document, the cover reading, Deep Space Fleet Formation Plan. Zhang Chenyu stood at the workshop door, watching the tail lights of the off-road vehicle disappear around the bend in the mountain road, his gaze once again cast towards the moon in the sky. There, the energy conversion furnace at the far side of the moon was burning brightly, its pale blue flames illuminating the silent lunar soil. In his pocket, he carried the mineral fragment, the pattern on the fragment identical to the markings on the encrypted hard drive. The spark of Qingliang Mountain has already been transformed into a raging fire by General Qin's deployment, and this road leading to the stars and the sea is being paved wider and longer across the land of Great Xia, fueled by this raging fire. 3 days later, on the mountain road of Qingliang Mountain, dust was swirling as 3 columns of army green vehicles entered in succession. The technical teams from North China Weapon Industry City, East China Shipbuilding Heavy Industry Group, and Northwest Aerospace Industry Park, along with the engineering troops allocated by General Qin, all marched into the transformation workshop. The words "Pioneers of Military-Civilian Integration in Industrial Transformation" printed on the sides of the vehicles stood out prominently in the morning light. A temporary observation shed had already been erected in the open space outside the workshop. The canvas roof of the shed was emblazoned with large red characters stating Military-Civilian Integration Industrial Upgrade. The heads of 120 private high-end manufacturing enterprises were gathered around the remodeled machine tools, marveling at them and engaging in animated discussions. Some reached out to touch the nano coating on the machine tool's guide rail, feeling a cool and smooth surface under their fingertips. Others were photographing the speed of the automatic tool, changer the shutter, clicks echoing continuously. At the observation event, 20 remodeled machine tools were operating at high speed, their cutting sounds crisp like the keys of a piano. The splashes of cutting fluid carried a faint metallic smell, yet there was no sign of the oil stains that used to be present. The chief engineers from the 3 major military-industrial bases gathered in the inspection area, watching the numbers jump on the coordinate measuring machine, their expressions revealing a hint of concealed concern. Engineer Zhang, it's not that we are afraid of the challenge. Wang Lei, the chief engineer of North China Weapon Industry City, held a somewhat wrinkled machine tool, designed blueprint dampened by sweat, speaking earnestly. The old machine tools at our base have aged cast iron beds and severely worn guide rails. Even if we directly implement Qingliang Mountain's transformation plan, the precision can only reach 0.02 millimeters. Using such machine tools to manufacture cannon tube modules would not meet the spiral precision required by deep space warship weapon systems. The shells produced might deviate by hundreds of meters from the target. Li Jiangwo, the chief engineer of Northwest Aerospace Industry Park, nodded in agreement, his rough fingertip pointing at the precision spindle structure on the blueprint, the thick calluses on his finger rubbing against the paper. That's right. The tolerance requirement for the airfoil blades we need to manufacture is 0.005 millimeters, which is even higher than that for cannon tubes. No matter how well the old machine tools are transformed, it is only a temporary solution. The stress deformation of the bed remains. To truly break through the precision barrier, we need to manufacture new machine tools. Chun Tao, the chief engineer of East China Shipbuilding Heavy Industry, took over the conversation, his voice steady as cast iron with a rare weightiness from the Jiangnan waterways. We are considering that rather than expending effort to transform those soon-to-be obsolete old devices, it would be better to use the remodeled machine tools from Qingliang Mountain to directly produce the core components of a new generation of high-precision machine tools. This would solve the problem from the root. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. The military's supervising officer frowned slightly, about to rebut. After all, the plan to transform the old machine tools had already been reported to the headquarters, and changing direction at the last minute might delay the project, but was stopped by Zhang Chenyu raising his hand. Zhang Chenyu focused on the lines on the blueprint, lightly tapping his fingertip on the notation for the high-precision spindle, a flash of approval flickering in his eyes. You have hit the nail on the head. Transforming old machine tools is merely a stopgap measure. Manufacturing new machine tools is the fundamental approach to industrial upgrading. He turned and walked toward the steel frame factory on the west side of the workshop, waving for everyone to follow. I am already prepared. The rolling shutter door of the factory slowly rose, and amidst the roaring sound, dozens of core component blueprints for new machine tools floated in the air through 3 holographic projectors with red and blue lines outlining every detail of the mechanical structure. From the thread profile of ultra-precision ball screw to the winding layout of permanent magnet synchronous servo motors to the cross-sectional parameters of hard alloy guide rails, with nanocoating, every part's dimensional tolerances were marked with precision to the millimeter. Even the chamfer radius was accurate to 0.01 millimeters. The first step is to use the remodeled machine tools to produce the core components of the new machine tools. Zhang Chenyu's fingertip traced the holographic blueprint, the red highlighted lines moving accordingly. The machine tools from Qingliang Mountain can achieve a precision of 0.008 millimeters, which is sufficient to process key parts like the spindle box and tool holder slide of the new machine tools. I have already programmed the processing techniques for the parts into the machine tools control system, optimizing even the tool feed paths. You just need to press the start button. He looked at Wang Lei, his tone firm. Your North China base excels in heavy machinery processing, responsible for producing cast iron components for the beds and large gantry frames. Your hydraulic press has sufficient tonnage to produce cast iron blanks with more uniform stress distribution. East China base has top-notch ship welding technology suitable for making the steel structure frames of the machine tools, and the non-destructive testing standards used for ship hull welding are more than sufficient for machine tool frames. Northwest base specializes in precision parts, leading the processing of spindles and ball screws. Your grinding technology will come in handy. Each fulfills its role, maximizing efficiency. The 3 chief engineers' eyes brightened as they gathered around the holographic projection, their noses nearly touching the virtual blueprint, their previous concerns dissipating. Wang Lei even took out a measuring tape and began to measure the bed dimensions in the projection, muttering to himself, this dimension fits perfectly in our workshop. But what about the CNC system for the new machine tools? Li Jiangguo suddenly brought up a key issue, his tone tinged with anxiety. Our CNC system still lacks in interpolation precision and response speed. When processing complex curves, the tool paths exhibit significant zigzag patterns, failing to meet the requirements of the blueprint. Zhang Chenyu smiled, retrieving a black chip module from a 100 cubic meter space, ring the indicator light on the module, glowing a faint blue. I have already prepared this for you. This is the core algorithm of the control system I developed for you, which I have localized and made into a universal CNC module. Installing this into the new machine tools will enhance the interpolation precision by an order of magnitude, and the response speed will be 3 times faster than imported systems. Moreover, this module is compatible with our existing PLC interfaces, requiring no rewiring. Wang Lei grabbed the chip, his fingertips trembling slightly. This small chip, roughly the size of a fingernail, held the key to a qualitative leap for domestic machine tools. Sweat instantly formed in the palm of his hand as he clutched the chip. Suddenly, a voice filled with skepticism arose from the crowd. Zhou Mingyuan, the chairman of a photolithography machine parts factory in the Yangtze River Delta, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and with the light of the holographic projection reflecting off the lenses, spoke cautiously. Engineer Zhang, though your words are persuasive, the cost of manufacturing new machine tools is not low. We private enterprises prioritize input-output ratios, and the research and development costs of a new machine tool could cover the transformation of 10 old machine tools. If we invest funds but fail to meet the expected precision, the cost-benefit analysis won't add up. His words immediately resonated with many private entrepreneurs who nodded in agreement. Chairman Zhou is right. The owner of an electric vehicle chassis factory in the Pearl River Delta took over dressed in a tailored suit, but with grease stains visible on his bare forearms. Our production line was just upgraded 2 years ago, costing us a full $300 million. If we switch to new machine tools now, wouldn't our previous investments go down the drain? Another factory manager from a bearing plant in northeast China added, and what about after-sales service? The after-sales teams for imported machine tools are always available, but if our new machine tools malfunction, who will repair them? Zhang Chenyu did not immediately rebut, but instead raised his hand, signaling the technicians to start a remodeled machine tool that was processing. The robotic arm precisely fed a bearing steel blank into the spindle, the 3-jaw chuck automatically, centering and clamping it, while the laser cutting head, glowing with a faint purple light, descended accurately, and the high-speed rotating tool cut into the steel blank, emitting a fine zzz sound. 3 minutes later, a shiny bearing ring was automatically ejected, landing on the conveyor belt, where it was cleaned, dried, and finally sent to the inspection table. He picked up the ring and approached Zhou Mingyuan, offering it. Chairman Zhou, please feel the surface of this part. Zhou Mingyuan hesitantly accepted the ring, his fingers gliding over the inner wall, and he was instantly stunned. The surface felt as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any machining tool marks, even more refined than the parts processed by their imported machine tools. He couldn't help but scratch it with his nail, leaving no trace whatsoever. This is the effect of the nanocoating. Zhang Chenyu explained with a smile, then gestured for the technicians to display the inspection data report from the coordinate measuring machine on the large screen. This is the part processed by the remodeled machine tools with a precision of 0.008 millimeters. And the new machine tools produced can achieve a processing precision of 0.003 millimeters. Chairman Zhou, the current precision requirement for the photolithography machine parts produced by your factory is 0.01 millimeters. Using the new machine tools, the yield rate can improve from the current 60 to over 99. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the private entrepreneurs present, his voice clear and forceful. As for costs, I can assure you all that the core components of the new machine tools can be produced using the remodeled machine tools, resulting in R&D costs that are 70% lower than importing directly. Additionally, the military and local finances will cover 30% of the procurement subsidies for small and medium-sized enterprises, and for large enterprises ordering over 50 units, the subsidy rate will increase to 40%. The subsequent technical maintenance will be provided free of charge by the technical promotion centers in each province. Our trained technicians will be on standby 24 hours a day, ready to be called upon. Zhou Mingyuan gazed at the fluctuating red qualified data on the screen, then looked down at the bearing ring in his hand, his brow gradually relaxing. After pondering for a moment, he reached out and firmly grasped Zhang Chenyu's hand, the grip so strong it nearly crushed the other's bones. Engineer Zhang, I believe in you. Our factory will be the first to sign up, ordering 10 new machine tools. Priority for processing photolithography machine parts. Other private entrepreneurs seeing this also raised their hands, voices overlapping. We want some too. Order 8 units. Reserve 20 for us. For processing electric vehicle chassis. Northeast Bearing Factory requests to order 15 units. The atmosphere on site instantly became lively as the skepticism turned into a rush to place orders. Staff members moved through the crowd with order books, the sound of pens scratching on paper, like composing a prelude to industrial upgrading. Without delay, the technical teams from the 3 major military-industrial bases immediately began to take action. The technicians from the North China base operated the remodeled heavy lathe, starting to cut the cast iron components for the new machine tools, the cooling fluid mixing with shavings, splashing and refracting fine light. In the sun, the welders from the East China base, dressed In heat-resistant protective gear wielded special welding guns to weld the steel structure frames of the machine tools seamlessly, sparks flying like falling stars. The precision machining team from the Northwest base focused on processing the spindles, the grinding wheel of the grinder spinning at high speed, producing sparks as fine as silver threads, leaving no room for even the slightest error. Zhang Chenyu moved between various workstations, occasionally stopping to offer guidance. He approached the machine tool at the North China base, observing the processing of the bed blank, patting the shoulder of the old technician operating the machine. Ensure the aging treatment of the bed is done well. If natural aging is insufficient, use artificial aging. Place the blank in the aging oven, heat it to 200 degrees Celsius, maintain that temperature for 12 hours, then cool it slowly to completely release residual stress, otherwise the machine tool will deform with prolonged use. The old technician nodded, quickly pulling out a notebook to jot down the parameters, his pen moving rapidly across the paper. He then moved to the grinding station at the Northwest base, watching the technician grinding the ball screw, pointing at the thread profile. The thread processing for the ball screw must use diamond tools with cutting speeds controlled at 300 meters per minute. The cooling fluid must be nano-level grinding fluid. The abrasive particles in this grinding fluid are only 1 micron, able to remove the tiny burrs generated during processing and form a protective layer on the thread surface. Lastly, he arrived at the servo motor installation station, watching the technicians calibrate the coaxiality between the motor and the spindle. The coaxiality error between the servo motor and the spindle must not exceed 0.001 millimeters, otherwise it will affect the processing precision. Using a laser alignment tool for calibration is 100 times more accurate than manual adjustment. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the Qingliang Mountain workshop, the lights shone brightly throughout the night, and the roar of machines never ceased. The technicians took turns on duty, napping on folding beds in the workshop when tired and grabbing bites of bread when hungry, though every pair of eyes was bloodshot, yet sparkled with excitement. When the first brand-new high-precision CNC machine tool was fully assembled in the Qingliang Mountain workshop, the entire factory erupted in cheers. The silver-gray machine tool body gleamed with a cold, hard metallic sheen. The nano-coated guide rails were so smooth they reflected human silhouettes. The screen of the CNC system displayed fluctuating precise parameters, with the backdrop being the mechanical blueprint of a deep space warship. On the side of the machine tool was printed 5 large red characters, Dixia Manufacturing, High Precision. Wang Lei personally operated this new machine tool, donning white gloves and gently tapping the control panel. A titanium alloy blank for an aircraft engine blade was fed into the spindle. The 5-axis linked tool holder moved flexibly, and the laser cutting head, glowing with a faint purple light, moved precisely along the curve of the blade. The cutting sound was fine and even reminiscent of silkworms munching on mulberry leaves. In less than half an hour, a smoothly curved blade with a precision tolerance of 0.005 millimeters was automatically ejected. It's done. Li Jiangwo, holding a coordinate measuring machine, stared at the screen, displaying fluctuating green qualified data, shouting in excitement, his voice cracking. The precision fully meets the standards. It's even better than parts produced by imported machine tools. Chun Tao was even more thrilled, slapping the machine tool's body, his palm striking the cold metal with a dull sound. With this machine tool, the efficiency of the ship's propulsion propellers we manufacture can be improved by 20%, and the noise can be reduced by half. Our warships will sail in the sea without being detected by the enemy's sonar. General Qin arrived upon hearing the news, clad in camouflage, with dirt on his pant legs, clearly just returned from another military industrial base. Looking at the 10 new machine tools lined up in the workshop and the incredibly precise processed parts, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly cutting the roots of the problem." Using remodeled machine tools to create new ones, and then using the new machine tools to create national heavy-duty equipment, this path is the right one. Zhang Chenyu stood beside the new machine tool, watching the parameters fluctuating on the screen, his eyes gazing into the distance. Outside the window, the morning sun was slowly rising, its golden rays illuminating the metallic surface of the machine tools, reflecting a dazzling light. These brand new machine tools were like sparks about to be sent to industrial bases across the country. The industrial system of Dixia would also undergo a transformative rebirth in the sweeping momentum of these sparks. The roar of the new machine tool echoed in the workshop of Qingliang Mountain as an urgent order was delivered to Zhang Chenyu. The handwriting of General Qin was forceful. The new machine tools are about to be deployed, and the energy bottleneck issue urgently needs to be resolved. The controllable nuclear fusion experiment site in the Northwest has encountered a technical bottleneck. Immediate support is needed. Zhang Chenyu ran his fingers along the edge of the paper, his fingertips brushing over a fist-sized, deep blue crystal quietly resting in his space ring. This was a star core fragment he acquired from interstellar trade, capable of stabilizing the plasma confinement magnetic field of the fusion reactor, which had previously lacked a suitable application opportunity. Now the time had come. He did not bring many accompanying personnel, only carrying a metal box containing the analysis data of the star core fragment, and hopped onto a military transport plane heading for the northwest. As the plane landed at the experimental site deep in the Gobi Desert, the setting sun dyed the undulating sand dunes a molten gold color. Within the 1,000-acre experimental site, the silver-white fusion reactor device stood like a giant sword piercing the earth with tall cooling towers emitting white mist, yet there was a suffocating silence in the air. Chief Engineer Zhang Chenyu had long been waiting on the tarmac. This elderly expert with hair white as snow had bloodshot eyes and trembled as he shook Zhang Chenyu's hand, saying, "Engineer Zhang, you finally made it." The magnetic confinement wall of the tokamak device would suffer local damage after each discharge, lasting more than 30 seconds with a plasma escape probability as high as 47, failing to meet the requirements for stable power generation. "We have tried more than a dozen material coatings, all to no avail." Zhang Chenyu followed him into the main control room, where a gigantic display screen showed densely packed parameter curves. The red danger warning light flashed every few minutes, painfully piercing the eyes. The material strength of the magnetic confinement wall is insufficient, and the magnetic field distribution is also uneven. Zhang Chenyu pointed to a part of the screen where the curve fluctuated violently. "The niobium titanium alloy you are using will rapidly collapse in structure under the impact of high-temperature plasma. Moreover, the existing magnetic field generators cannot create an absolutely symmetrical confinement field. Once the plasma shifts, it will breach the wall." Zhao Qiming sighed and pulled out a thick stack of experimental reports from the drawer. "We already know the problem lies here. However, the domestic material processing technology can at most raise the temperature limit of niobium titanium alloy to 5,000 degrees Celsius, while the core temperature of the fusion plasma reaches a staggering 100 million degrees Celsius." Zhang Chenyu said, nothing, opening the metal box he brought and importing the analysis data of the star core fragment into the main control system. The model of the deep blue crystal structure instantly filled the entire display screen. This was a type of superlattice structure never seen on Earth, with each unit cell acting like a miniature magnetic field generator capable of spontaneously forming a stable confinement field with a temperature limit reaching a shocking 1 billion degrees Celsius. "This is..." Zhao Qiming's voice suddenly rose, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. "The biomimetic material formula of the star core fragment." Zhang Chenyu called up the material synthesis process. "Using our newly built high-precision machine tools, we can process this superlattice structure tungsten-based alloy and coat it with a layer of nanometer-level star core coating. The issue with the magnetic confinement wall can be resolved in one go." He paused and added, "The processing accuracy of the new machine tools can reach 0.003 millimeters, enough to depict the microscopic structure of the unit cell. Moreover, I have optimized the coil winding process of the magnetic field generator. Using the precision grinding technology from the Northwest base, we can control the error in coil turns to within 1/10th, ensuring the magnetic field distribution is absolutely symmetrical." Zhao Qiming stared at the formula on the screen, his fingers trembling as they traced over the complex chemical equations, suddenly slapping his thigh. "Brilliant. This coating not only withstands high temperatures, but also actively absorbs plasma particles tailor-made for fusion reactors." As the news spread, the technicians in the experimental site erupted in excitement. 3 high-precision machine tools, urgently transported from Qingliang Mountain, were set up overnight as a temporary processing workshop beside the experimental site. The technicians from the Northwest base stood guard by the machine tools, hardly daring to blink. The blanks of the superlattice tungsten-based alloy were sent into the machine tools, and the 5-axis linkage cutter precisely carved out nanometer-level unit cell patterns, the cutting sound fine as spring rain tapping on window panes. The spraying of the star core coating was even more critical. The technicians heated the coating material to a molten state according to the parameters provided by Zhang Chenyu, then evenly sprayed it onto the alloy surface, with high-pressure airflow forming a protective film as thin as a cicada's wing. Zhang Chenyu stood in the processing workshop, occasionally leaning down to observe the cutting trajectory of the cutter or calibrating the pressure parameters for spraying. He watched a young technician adjust the feed speed of the machine tool and couldn't help but reduce the feed amount by another 0.001 millimeters. The depth error of the unit cell pattern cannot exceed the nanometer level, or it will affect the stability of the magnetic field. The young technician quickly nodded, his fingers flying over the control panel, sweat beads rolling down his cheeks, dripping onto the metal shell of the machine tool, instantly evaporating into white mist. For 3 days and nights, the lights in the processing workshop never went out. When the first brand-new magnetic confinement wall was delivered to the reactor device, the entire experimental site held its breath. In the main control room, Zhao Qiming hovered his finger over the start button, hesitating to press it. Zhang Chenyu patted his shoulder, speaking steadily, "Don't worry, the data won't lie." Zhao Qiming took a deep breath and pressed the button. A deep roar echoed as the exterior of the reactor device gradually lit up with a pale blue glow. On the display screen, the plasma was firmly confined at the center of the magnetic field, resembling a swirling blue flame, stable and intense. Time passed by second. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 10 minutes. The red warning light did not flash again. Stable operation for 10 minutes. In the main control room, it was unclear who shouted first, but immediately a deafening cheer erupted. The technicians embraced each other, some even moved to tears. Zhang Chenyu looked at the steady parameter curve on the screen, tears streaming down his face. We did it. We finally have a controllable nuclear fusion device that operates stably. Zhang Chenyu watched the blue flame, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew this was just the beginning. Outside the experimental site, several trucks loaded with core components of new machine tools were racing along the Gobi Road. Following the steps of the National Science and Technology upgrade, after the upgrade of the energy system, the comprehensive popularization of materials science would follow. And these new machine tools would become the fulcrum for the entire Daxia industrial system upgrade. The sun completely sank below the horizon, and the night enveloped the Gobi. Yet the lights of the experimental site shone as bright as day. Within that light lay the confidence of a nation and the ambition of a civilization reaching for the depths of space. Zhang Chenyu raised his hand, brushing the edge of the space ring. Beneath the cold metallic touch, a fist-sized, entirely black interstellar material furnace lay quietly dormant. This was a treasure he traded for with aged, aromatic white wine from a merchant in the Zeta galaxy, capable of refining interstellar ores into a purity of 999, far exceeding the limits of existing furnaces on Earth. With the energy issue resolved, next it's time for materials science to undergo a true revolution. He murmured softly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Zhang Chenyu looked over at the sound, curiosity filling his gaze. Engineer Zhang, what are you murmuring about? Shouldn't our focus now be on the miniaturization of fusion energy? Miniaturization is inevitable, but before that, Zhang Chenyu turned to look at him, speaking with certainty. We must first create materials capable of supporting a miniaturized fusion reactor. The alloys currently available on Earth lack sufficient strength and corrosion resistance. He raised his hand and tapped on the screen of the main control system, calling up a previously undisclosed material list, listing the names and properties of several interstellar ores, from the star-fallen steel that can withstand the high temperatures of stars to the deep blue stone that can shield against neutron radiation, each far exceeding the cognitive limits of Earth materials. These things, Zhang Chenyu frowned as he looked at the list. Where are we supposed to find them? Even if we do find them, with current technology, we have no way to refine them into usable materials. I have the ores, and I also have the refining equipment. Zhang Chenyu smiled, no longer keeping them in suspense. He turned and walked to a corner of the experimental site, where several inconspicuous metal boxes were piled up. He brushed off the dust on the boxes and pressed a hidden button on the side of one. With a slight buzzing sound, the shell of the metal box slowly opened, revealing a small furnace entirely black and covered with intricate patterns. This was the interstellar material furnace. The moment the furnace was activated, a faint silver glow illuminated its surface, and the surrounding air seemed to be slightly distorted. This is... Zhang Chenyu's eyes widened as he quickly approached, reaching out to touch the furnace's outer shell, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier. The interstellar material furnace, Zhang Chenyu explained, can refine various interstellar ores in an absolute vacuum and under the high temperatures of controllable nuclear fusion. Moreover, it consumes very little energy. A small fusion reactor can keep it running for a year. He paused and continued, next what we need to do is use this furnace to refine the first batch of interstellar alloys. Then, using the new machine tools, we will process these alloys into the shells of small fusion reactors, armor plates for deep space warships, and the body materials for 6th-generation fighter jets. Once the material issues are resolved, Zhang Chenyu's gaze swept across every corner of the experimental site, his voice strong and resolute. That's when we truly begin to build. To build aircraft that can soar into the skies, to build submarines that can dive into the waters, to build warships that can roam the starry seas. Zhang Chenyu looked at the furnace glowing with silver light, then at the list of interstellar materials on the screen, trembling with excitement. He knew that a revolution in materials more astounding than the energy revolution was about to quietly unfold in this deep Gobi desert. And the spark of this revolution was held firmly in Zhang Chenyu's hands, waiting for the moment to ignite. Under the metallic dome of the underground explosion-proof workshop, the interstellar furnace, with its pitch-black exterior, emitted a cold glow, while the connecting fusion energy pipelines vibrated with a low hum, their walls flowing with a faint blue energy halo. Zhang Chenyu stared intently at the fluctuating data streams on the furnace's main control screen, his brow slightly furrowed. Inside the furnace chamber, tungsten, titanium, and chromium, 3 types of high-purity metal ingots, had been heated to a molten state, their bright red liquid metal rolling like magma. Yet the progress bar for lattice reorganization was stuck at 37, unmoving. The magnetic field strength is insufficient and atomic activity is suppressed. Zhao Qiming leaned in, his voice laced with anxiety. The conventional magnetic field pattern simply cannot break through the lattice barriers of terrestrial metals. If this continues, these metals will only burn down to a pile of scrap iron. Zhang Chenyu remained silent, his fingertips swiftly sliding across the touchscreen to call up the magnetic field compression mode for the furnace. The parameter curves on the screen changed drastically. The red line, representing magnetic field strength, suddenly soared, breaking through the limit threshold of terrestrial equipment. Initiate high-energy magnetic field compression. Set frequency to 17.8 Hz and gradient to 0.03 Tesla millisecond. His voice was steady yet laced with undeniable determination. Use the surplus energy from the fusion reactor to forcibly increase the power in the furnace chamber. The technicians immediately complied. The heavy humming suddenly rose, silver arcs of light illuminating the furnace as the invisible magnetic field radiated outward from the chamber, causing the air to ripple visibly. The liquid metal inside the furnace seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. The rolling magma instantly flattened into a layer of metal, its color shifting from bright red to dazzling gold. On the main control screen, the simulation animation of atomic collisions refreshed wildly, the dense lattice of tungsten atoms torn apart by the magnetic field, allowing titanium and chromium atoms to surge in beginning chaotic collisions in the high-energy environment. Not good, a technician exclaimed in shock. The metal phase transition is out of control. The lattice structure is about to collapse. On the screen, the green curve representing lattice stability plummeted sharply, threatening to fall below the safety line. Zhao Qiming's face turned pale in an instant, reaching for the emergency stop button. Don't stop. Zhang Chenyu grasped his hand while his other hand precisely tapped on the touchscreen. Adjust the magnetic field frequency, reduce it by 0.2 Hz, and simultaneously activate radial magnetic field compensation, raising the gradient to 0.05. The moment the command was issued, the furnace's humming fluctuated, the minor adjustment of the magnetic field frequency altering the rhythm of atomic collisions within the chamber. The originally chaotic groups of atoms seemed to be infused with order, the density of tungsten, the toughness of titanium, and the corrosion resistance of chromium perfectly interlocking at the nanoscale. The progress bar on the main control screen jumped sharply: 38, 45, 72. Finally stopping at 100. Lattice reorganization completed. Just as the cheers began, Zhang Chenyu was fixated on the microscopic structural model of the alloy on the screen, shaking his head slightly. He raised his hand to enlarge the model, pointing to a slight lattice defect. The atomic arrangement here still has deviations which will undermine its radiation resistance. Increase the preheating temperature of the star core coating by 50 degrees and adjust the high-pressure airflow pressure during spraying to 0.8 MPa of filling the defects with the coating. As he spoke, he took out the star core coating formula chip from his spatial ring and inserted it into the main control system. The screen immediately displayed the molecular-level spraying path of the coating, intricate as a spider's web. Zhao Qiming looked at the perfect superlattice structure on the screen, then glanced at the calm Zhang Chenyu, unable to help but sigh. This craftsmanship would be comparable to that of engineers from interstellar civilizations, wouldn't it? Zhang Chenyu smiled faintly, his gaze falling on the metallic gleam of the alloy in the furnace. The door of the high-pressure spraying chamber slowly slid open, and the scorching airflow, carrying metallic particles of the star core coating, rushed toward him, bringing with it a strange roasted aroma. Several technicians carefully pushed the spraying platform, gingerly placing the freshly produced superlattice alloy ingot inside. The surface of the ingot still glowed with a dark golden warmth, the intricate lattice patterns shimmering like fish scales under the light. The star core coating is preheated to the specified temperature, and the high-pressure airflow pressure is stabilized at 0.8 MPa. Zhang Chenyu's voice came through the communicator, calm and without a trace of ripple. The nozzle of the spraying gun buzzed to life, and the faint blue metallic mist fell precisely like threads upon the surface of the alloy ingot. The particles of the star core coating, carrying extremely high activity, surged into the tiny lattice defects upon contact with the alloy, filling and solidifying to form a protective film as thin as a cicada's wing. Zhao Qiming stood behind the observation window, his eyes fixed on the thickness detection curve of the coating on the screen. The curve was as steady as a straight line, with the error consistently controlled at the nanoscale. So precise, he couldn't help but exclaim. This coating not only fills the defects, but also forms a symbiotic structure with the alloy lattice, improving its radiation resistance by at least 30%. Zhang Chenyu did not respond, his fingertips gently tapping on the control panel, raising the precision of the spraying path by another 0.001 millimeters. He looked at the microscopic structure simulation on the screen, a trace of barely perceptible satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This was even better than the sample presented by the merchant from the Zeta Galaxy during their transaction. 3 hours later, the spraying was complete. When the chamber door opened again, the alloy ingot had transformed completely. Its surface was covered with a layer of faint blue coating radiating a warm glow under the light. When gently tapped, it produced a sound as clear as a bell. The technicians lifted the alloy ingot onto the testing platform, and various precision instruments immediately began to operate. Laser thickness gauges, radiation resistance testers, high-temperature strength testing machines. The data continuously flashed on the main control screen. Temperature resistance exceeded 30,000 degrees Celsius. Neutron radiation resistance improved 300-fold. Material strength reached 20 times that of tungsten steel. Each piece of data announced triggered a wave of low astonishment. Zhang Chenyu clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles turning white, yet his face was filled with uncontainable joy. Zhang Chenyu looked at the final test report and nodded slightly. He turned to Zhang Chenyu and said in a calm tone, "It can be sent to the machine shop now for fine processing according to the dimensions of the deep space assault ship's armor plate." Zhang Chenyu snapped back to attention and nodded vigorously. "I'll arrange it immediately." The lights of the machine shop were blinding, and the heads of 3 high-precision machines emitted a fine humming sound. The specially coated alloy ingot was steadily sent into the machine tool, the 5-axis coordinated robotic arm moving flexibly, the cutting head precisely aligning with the surface of the alloy. The cutting sound was as fine as silkworms gnawing on mulberry leaves, with hot metallic shavings falling like rain, forming a layer of shiny metal dust on the ground. Zhang Chenyu stood beside the machine tool, his gaze fixed on the cutting trajectory of the head. The young technician gripped the control lever, his palms sweating and soaking the gloves, occasionally glancing up at him with a look full of tension. "Stabilize the feed speed a bit more." Zhang Chenyu's voice was not loud, but cut through the roar of the machine. "The thickness tolerance of the armor plate must not exceed 0.002 millimeters. This relates to the pressure-bearing capacity of the reactor's outer shell." The technician quickly complied, making slight adjustments on the control panel. The parameter curve on the screen immediately smoothed out, and the marks left by the cutting head were as smooth as a mirror with no burrs visible. Zhang Chenyu held the test report, pacing back and forth in the workshop. Each processed armor plate was immediately sent for pressure testing. The hydraulic press repeatedly applied pressure, breaking through the limits of terrestrial materials, but those faint blue alloy plates remained utterly unyielding, barely even deforming. "Perfect. Absolutely perfect," Zhang Chenyu exclaimed, holding a test report, rushing to Zhang Chenyu's side, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. "The pressure resistance has reached 50 times that of existing titanium alloys. The corrosion resistance is even more outrageous. After soaking in strong acids and bases for 3 hours, the surface showed not a single mark." Zhang Chenyu merely glanced at the report and replied, "Not enough. Once the small reactor is finalized, this batch of materials must be further optimized to withstand cosmic radiation and meteor impacts during interstellar travel." As soon as he finished speaking, a synchronized sound of footsteps came from outside the workshop. General Chen entered with a few impeccably dressed officers, striding confidently. General Chen's gaze swept over the faintly glowing alloy armor plates, then landed on the operating machine tools, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He picked up a freshly processed armor plate, which felt cold and heavy in his hands, yet exhibited an unusual toughness. "Zhang Chenyu," General Chen's voice was steady and powerful, "can this batch of materials support the construction of 10 small fusion reactors?" Zhang Chenyu nodded. "Currently, the output can produce 20 standard armor plates per day. As long as the purification production line keeps up, expanding production is not a problem." "Great." General Chen clapped his hands decisively. "I have coordinated the National High-Purity Tungsten Titanium, or mining. The first batch of ore will arrive here within 3 days. From today onwards, the Northwest Test Site will be the core base of the National Fusion Energy Program." He paused, looking at Zhang Chenyu with anticipation in his gaze. "The development of the small reactor will be entrusted to you and Chief Engineer Zhao. I want to see the first small fusion reactor capable of grid connection within 3 months. Can you do it?" Zhang Chenyu met his gaze, the corners of his mouth finally curving into a faint smile. "I guarantee to complete the task." 3 days later, a train loaded with high-purity tungsten titanium ore rushed onto the dedicated tracks deep in the Gobi, the ore glinting with a cold, hard metallic sheen under the sunlight. The expansion project of the purification workshop was completed simultaneously, with several automated production lines operating at high speed, crushing, grinding, and purifying in one go. The processes that originally required manual operation were replaced by automated robotic arms derived from new machine tools, increasing efficiency tenfold. Zhang Chenyu practically lived at the test site, spending his days calibrating cutting parameters in the machine tool workshop and his nights optimizing magnetic field control logic beside the furnace. His eyes were slightly darkened, yet he remained spirited, a relentless flame always burning in those eyes. Zhang Chenyu felt distressed for him, pulling him to rest, but he waved his hand. "He'll sleep enough on the day the reactor connects to the grid." The assembly work for the small fusion reactor was in full swing in the underground workshop. Special alloy armor plates were cut into precise modules assembled into the core body of the reactor. The protective layer of the star core coating was meticulously sprayed into every crevice of the chamber, ensuring that plasma would not escape even a smidgen. General Qin visited the workshop every day, saying nothing, just watching the busy figures and the gradually taking shape silver reactor, his anticipation growing deeper. On a morning a month later, the wind in the Gobi carried a cool breath. The core body of the first small fusion reactor was finally completed. It was a full 3 times smaller than the prototype at the Northwest test site, with a silver-blue body, smooth lines resembling a finely crafted piece of art. In the control room, everyone held their breath. Zhang Chenyu stood at the control panel, his fingertips resting on the start button. Zhao Qiming gripped the test report, his palms sweating. General Qin stood at the back of the crowd, his gaze sharp as an eagle. All systems ready, requesting startup. The technician's voice trembled slightly. Zhang Chenyu took a deep breath and ordered in a deep voice, start. The moment the button was pressed, the reactor emitted a low humming sound. A faint blue light spilled out from the seams of the chamber, gradually enveloping the entire machine. On the main control screen, the plasma was firmly constrained within the core magnetic field, its rotation stable and temperature constant. Voltage normal. Current stable. Magnetic field confinement rate 100%. Each report intensified the atmosphere in the control room. When the screen displayed the 4 words, "Grid connection successful," the entire control room erupted. Cheers filled the air, some embraced in excitement, while others were in tears. Zhao Qiming clutched his chest, tears streaming down his face. It worked. It really worked. General Qin approached Zhang Chenyu, firmly patting his shoulder, his voice hoarse, yet powerful. "Good lad, you have made a great contribution to the country." Zhang Chenyu looked at the stable curves dancing on the screen, a smile of relief blooming on his lips. He turned to gaze out the window as the sun rose from the horizon of the Gobi, its golden light spilling across the earth. At that moment, his personal communicator gently vibrated. He looked down, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, which soon transformed into deep contemplation. On the communicator was a line of encrypted information. The core components of the second batch of new machine tools are in place, and the construction of the aerospace base is on schedule. Zhang Chenyu tightened his grip on the communicator, his fingertips pressing slightly. The spark of energy has been ignited, and the foundation of materials has been firmly established. Next, it is time for aerospace and deep space technology to take that crucial step. On the day the news of the successful integration with the grid spread throughout the national military-industrial system, 3 transport planes laden with experts from the Army Equipment Research Institute broke through the morning fog of the Gobi Desert and landed at the Northwest test site. General Qin led a group of gray-haired experts directly to the underground workshop, where Zhang Chenyu was already standing in front of a special alloy plate shimmering with a faint blue glow, holding a palm-sized metal module. Meeting the eager gazes of the crowd, Zhang Chenyu spoke first, his tone calm, yet imbued with penetrating power. With fusion energy and special alloys in place, we no longer need to focus on modifying traditional weapons. We will leap forward and create individual equipment suited for space warfare. Everything from weapons to armor will be designed according to deep space standards. He raised his hand and tossed the metal module to Director Wang beside him, his fingertips drawing clear lines in the air. First, we will create a star core-powered Gauss rifle. The barrel will be forged from special alloys lined with a star core coating capable of withstanding a chamber pressure 30 times that of traditional rifles. The high-density alloy projectiles we fire will have a range exceeding 10 kilometers in a vacuum, easily piercing through any current individual armor as if tearing through paper. Director Wang gripped the module, his fingers trembling, and Zhang Chenyu added the rifle body will integrate a micro-fusion energy pack, allowing for 5,000 consecutive shots on a single charge, and enabling external connections to the soldier's armor energy system, ensuring no concerns about endurance. Next is the deep space individual armor. Zhang Chenyu pointed at the alloy plate, his voice steady. The shell will be made from lightweight special alloys weighing only half of current bulletproof vests, yet able to withstand direct fire from a Gauss rifle, as well as blocking cosmic radiation and meteor debris. The armor will feature an embedded life support system capable of maintaining oxygen supply for 72 hours in a vacuum. The joints will use a nano-flexible alloy, ensuring no interference with tactical movements. He paused, throwing out a more critical design. Most importantly, the back of the armor will be equipped with a micro-vector thruster powered by fusion energy, allowing soldiers to maneuver freely in space or at the edge of the atmosphere, jump higher, run faster, and even float for short periods. Finally, there is the individual deep space detection radar. Zhang Chenyu activated the holographic projection on his wrist, displaying complex radar parameters. We will miniaturize the core algorithms of the interstellar radar and integrate them into the armor helmet with a detection range of 5 kilometers, capable of locking onto small targets in space and penetrating the atmosphere to capture concealed signals on the ground or in deep water. Even targets hidden in underground bunkers will not escape its scanning. Director Wang and the other experts listened with wide eyes. Someone unable to hold back. Engineer Zhang, if this equipment is produced, won't our soldiers become space superheroes? Zhang Chenyu smiled lightly. Not superheroes. It simply ensures that our soldiers can survive on any battlefield, whether on Earth or the starry seas. Production capacity is not an issue. General Qin interjected, his voice resounding. The test site will immediately expand by 30 special alloy production lines, prioritizing the core components for individual equipment. Within a month, I want to see the first complete set of space individual equipment ready for combat testing. Zhang Chenyu suddenly spoke, interrupting General Qin, pointing to the main control screen to bring up a pre-prepared plan. The efficiency of the interstellar furnace far surpasses Earth's equipment, and with the new machine tool's 5-axis linkage cutting technology, the processing cycle for core components can be compressed to 72 hours. A month is not for building equipment, it's for completing extreme environment testing. Vacuum low temperatures, intense radiation overload shocks. None of these tests can be omitted. We must ensure zero defects once the equipment is deployed. General Qin was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Good. Well, do it your way. 72 hours for the prototype, and for the rest of the time, test it rigorously. With the military order issued, the underground workshop at the Northwest test site erupted with excitement. Zhang Chenyu personally supervised the production line, guiding the technicians in forging the Gauss rifle's barrel. The alloy's lattice pattern must be precise, with an error margin not exceeding 0.001 millimeters, otherwise unstable chamber pressure could lead to catastrophic failure. He took a freshly forged barrel, placed it on the testing instrument, and nodded slightly only when the parameters displayed on the screen met the standards. The development of the individual armor was equally urgent. Zhang Chenyu watched the flexibility tests on the armor's joints, observing the mechanical arm repeatedly bending the alloy plates until he confirmed that no cracks appeared after thousands of bends, then said solemnly, "It can be mass-produced." The debugging of the deep space radar in the helmet was the most critical step. Zhang Chenyu imported the core algorithms of the interstellar radar into the chip and personally wore the helmet for testing. A bird 5 kilometers away was clearly locked onto the holographic screen, with even the wing flapping frequency visible. He switched modes, and a metal pipe 10 meters underground was instantly marked. Perfect. Zhang Chenyu removed the helmet, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. 72 hours later, in the temporary assembly shed of the Gobi target range, a set of silver-blue space individual equipment quietly stood on a rack. The alloy shell shimmered with a cold light, the vector thruster on the back flickering with a pale blue glow, and the visor of the helmet reflected the colors of the sky. In the following 20 days, this set of equipment was subjected to various extreme tests. After being placed in a vacuum chamber at -180 degrees for 72 hours, the armor shell showed no deformation. In a radiation chamber, it endured radiation equivalent to a year in space, and the internal electronic components functioned as normal. In the overload test chamber, it withstood shocks from 20 times the gravitational force, yet the flexible alloy at the joints remained agile. On a clear morning a month later at the Gobi target range, sunlight broke through the clouds and shone on a stretch of empty sandy ground. The space individual equipment that had undergone extreme testing was now worn by an elite soldier. Zhang Chenyu stood on the observation platform and issued a solemn order: testing begins. The soldier raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Instead of the loud bang of a traditional rifle, there was only a soft hum. The high-density alloy projectile whistled out, puncturing a fist-sized hole in a heavy armor target 3 kilometers away. Immediately after, the soldier activated the vector thruster on his back, pale blue flames shooting out as his body slowly ascended, stabilizing at 10 meters in the air, capable of agile turning and diving. He switched the helmet's radar mode, and a simulated bunker 3 meters underground at the edge of the target range immediately appeared on the holographic screen. The soldier adjusted the rifle's muzzle, firing a bullet that accurately penetrated the bunker. Applause erupted from the observation platform. Director Wang was flushed with excitement, pointing at the equipment, and said to General Qin, "General, with this thing our soldiers can really engage in combat in space." General Qin looked at the soldier hovering in the air, a sharp light flashing in his eyes, and turned to Zhang Chenyu, "Engineer Zhang, this batch of equipment should be prioritized for the special forces at the border. The border has been unstable lately. It's time to let some people witness our resolve." Zhang Chenyu nodded, his gaze fixed on the silver-blue equipment. The blade of the stars has been forged, and its edge awaits to be revealed. The first step from Earth to the starry sea begins with this set of individual equipment. As the cheers from the target range were still echoing, Zhang Chenyu handed a new plan to General Qin, his tone still steady. "The technology for individual equipment has matured. We can now proceed with dual lines. First, expand 10 production lines for mass production, completing the assembly of the first 1,000 sets of equipment within a week for deployment to various special forces. Second, initiate the development of a dual-use spacecraft with the airframe skeleton forged from special alloys equipped with a micro-fusion engine and miniaturized deep space radar balancing both supersonic cruising within the atmosphere and near-Earth space combat capabilities. General Chen took the plan, glancing at the sharp lines of the fighter jet design, and immediately made the decision approved. I will coordinate with the Ministry of Commerce to globally procure high-purity tungsten, titanium, chromium, and other military-grade metals at any cost to supply the test site. The dust-free workshop for the aircraft development must be completed within 3 days. At the moment the command was issued, a global metal procurement storm suddenly erupted. The procurement team from the Great Xia surged into international metal trading markets in London, Shanghai, and elsewhere simultaneously, with orders for military-grade, high-purity metals increasing tenfold. The originally stable metal prices skyrocketed, and those rare mineral veins that had long been ignored suddenly became hot commodities fought over by various nations overnight. This unusual activity quickly penetrated the nerves of intelligence agencies across nations. In the dimly lit underground command center of the Pentagon, the walls were covered with analysis reports as the CIA director's fingers pounded heavily on the table, his face dark enough to drip water. The procurement list from the Great Xia is too abnormal. All core military materials. Our satellites have captured images of the Northwest Gobi test site, frequently designating no-fly zones, with thermal signal intensities far exceeding those of conventional military factories, even comparable to nuclear fusion tests. Before his words could end, an encrypted intelligence report was urgently transmitted. Report: 3 of our reconnaissance planes experienced sudden strong signal interference while hovering near the Great Xia border, rendering their radars completely inoperative. In the South China Sea, our allies' 2 frigates attempted to approach the territorial waters, but were repelled by a fishing boat from the Great Xia. That fishing boat was faster than our destroyers. A series of bad news plunged the command center into silence. Subsequently, various overt and covert probes followed. Western media repeatedly hyped the Great Xia military expansion theory, calling for metal import sanctions against Great Xia. Several clown-like nations dispatched reconnaissance planes to circle closely along the Great Xia airspace, attempting to spy on the secrets of the test site. Even more dangerously, a country detained a fishing boat from Great Xia in the South China Sea, attempting to use it as leverage to force Great Xia to reveal its cards. In the face of this series of provocations, the Great Xia Ministry of Foreign Affairs maintained a response of only 8 words: normal procurement, no comment. Meanwhile, the Northwest test site was already bustling with activity. All 10 production lines for individual equipment were operating at full speed, the golden red flames of the interstellar furnace burning day and night, with scorching heat waves hitting the face. Smart mechanical arms precisely completed welding, spraying, and assembly processes, and within less than a week the first 1,000 sets of silver-blue deep space individual armor were neatly stacked in the temperature-controlled combat readiness warehouse, accompanied by Gauss rifles and energy supply packs. At the same time, the development of the dual-use spacecraft was also advancing rapidly. Zhang Chenyu personally oversaw the jet processing workshop, watching as special alloy blanks melted into golden red liquid metal in an ultra-high energy magnetic field before being precisely injected into molds. Adjust the magnetic field gradient by another 0.02 Tesla. He focused on the fluctuating parameters on the main control screen, his voice steady. The lattice pattern of the airframe cannot have any deviation, otherwise it will affect the structural stability at 30 Mach. The technicians immediately complied, and the parameter curve on the screen stabilized. Debugging the microfusion engine is even more critical. Zhang Chenyu imported the energy control algorithms acquired through interstellar trade, his fingertips quickly sliding across the touchscreen, reducing energy consumption by 30% while doubling the thrust. On the day the prototype of the aircraft was nearing its final assembly, an emergency alert suddenly rang out at the border. 3 reconnaissance planes belonging to a certain country disregarded multiple warnings from the Great Xia Air Force, directly intruding into the Northwest airspace, targeting the core area of the test site. Meanwhile, in the South China Sea, reports came in that the detained Great Xia fishing boat was being treated brutally by the opposing frigate, with crew members narrowly escaping injury. The intent to provoke was evident. General Chen's call went straight to Zhang Chenyu's phone, his tone as cold as frost. Zhang Chenyu, it's time to show them our resolve. Zhang Chenyu put down the debugging tool in his hand, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, his voice resolute. Deploy individual equipment to the border special forces and immediately carry out the expulsion mission for the aircraft prototype. Initiate the first combat patrol. The instant the command was given, the Northwest Border Air Force Base erupted with a deafening roar. 100 special soldiers clad in silver-blue deep space individual armor jumped in unison onto the transport plane, the vector thrusters on their backs glowing with a pale blue light. The transport plane soared into the sky, charging directly into the clouds, while the reconnaissance planes that had intruded into the airspace were still frantically scanning ground signals, completely unaware of the imminent doom. Target locked, warning, ineffective, authorization to shoot down. The soldiers' voices came through the encrypted communication channel, calm and unperturbed. They activated the armor's vector thrusters and leaped from the transport plane, their silver-blue silhouettes resembling soaring eagles, agilely turning and diving from 10,000 meters high. The Gauss rifle in hand gleamed with a cold light. There was no loud bang of a traditional rifle, only a faint hum as the high-density alloy projectile whistled out. The first reconnaissance plane's engine was instantly penetrated, trailing thick black smoke as it fell helplessly towards the no man's land beyond the border. The remaining two reconnaissance planes, terrified, turned to flee but could not escape the pursuit. The bullet from the Gauss rifle accurately struck a wing, causing the aircraft to lose control and explode into two fireballs midair. Meanwhile, in the South China Sea, 10 special soldiers clad in individual armor sped towards them on speedboats, activating their thrusters and gliding over the waves, their silver-blue figures carving sharp arcs on the surface of the sea. The soldiers on the opposing frigate were still brandishing their machine guns, but when the bullets from the Gauss rifles pierced the deck, shattering the gun positions, they immediately huddled for cover. In less than 10 minutes, the detained fishing boat was successfully rescued. The soldiers landed on the deck of the frigate, and the deep space radar in their armor helmets had already locked onto the commander in the bridge. "Leave the territorial waters of the Great Xia immediately," a cold voice came through the armor's loudspeaker system. "Next time you dare to come, it won't be as simple as destroying weapons." The frigate captain, looking at the group of soldiers resembling heavenly warriors, turned pale with fear and scrambled to issue orders. "Quick, withdraw." This shocking scene was clearly captured by satellites and spread across the globe. Media outlets that had hyped the Great Xia threat theory were rendered speechless. Countries attempting to sanction Great Xia's metal imports quietly canceled their proposals. The fleets that had provoked in the South China Sea fled in the night, disappearing without a trace. In the workshop at the Northwest test site, Zhang Chenyu glanced at the data from the aircraft prototype, then looked out at the transport planes whizzing by, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The mass deployment of individual equipment and the emergence of the airspace fighter was just the beginning. While other nations were still grappling with skyrocketing metal prices, the military-industrial upgrade of Great Xia had already entered a new era. General Qin walked up to Zhang Chenyu, watching the border images transmitted on the screen, and said solemnly, "Their probing has ended. Next, it's our turn to truly draw our swords." The images of the border expulsion battle spread across the globe in an unforeseen manner. As the silver-blue individual armor cut through the waves, the Gauss rifle pierced the deck of the escort ship, and the vector thrusters dragged a pale blue tail flame. Hovering at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the entire world fell into silence. The Western media's hype instantly shifted from the military expansion of the Great Xia to a frantic panic. An emergency meeting at the Pentagon lasted the entire night, with the head of the nation's self-proclaimed world police pounding the table and shouting, "This is not individual equipment. This is alien technology." Panic quickly escalated into a conspiracy of joint strangulation. In just a week, fleets from 17 countries assembled under the pretext of maintaining regional security, forming an imposing joint fleet that sailed fiercely towards the territorial waters of the Great Xia. The iron giants of the aircraft carrier battle group overshadowed the skies. The roar of the carrier-based aircraft shattered the clouds, and nuclear submarines lurked in the deep sea, watching intently. The Great Xia must surrender the individual armor technology within 48 hours and destroy all new equipment, otherwise the fleet will directly enter the territorial waters. The ultimatum from the joint fleet spread to every corner through a global live broadcast. In the command room of the Northwest testing ground, the atmosphere was tense enough to squeeze water. General Qin stared at the radar screen filled with red dots, his fist clenched tightly. There is only one prototype of the space fighter, and less than 2,000 individual equipment in service. We cannot hold back so many fleets. Director Wang, in a panic, was sweating profusely. "Even if we run all production capacity, it will take half a month to gather 5,000 sets of armor. Mass production of the fighters is even further away." Zhang Chenyu stood silently by the window, a glint of cold light passing through his eyes. Outside the territorial waters of the South China Sea, the flames of war suddenly ignited. 1,500 soldiers in deep space individual armor took off on transport planes, activating their vector thrusters and plunging like silver meteors towards the joint fleet. The only prototype space fighter broke through the clouds. Its speed at 30 Mach left the carrier-based aircraft in the dust, and the deep space radar on board precisely locked onto every warship of the fleet. "Attack!" With the commander's order, the hum of the Gauss rifles echoed across the sea and sky. High-density alloy projectiles whistled out, instantly penetrating the decks of several escort ships, triggering explosions in their ammunition holds. The space fighters' cannons spat, flames accurately tearing apart the formation of carrier-based aircraft, even evading several anti-ship missile locks with its agile supermaneuvering. In just 10 minutes, 3 escort ships of the Joint Fleet sank and 20 carrier-based aircraft were shot down. However, the significant disparity in numbers soon became apparent. Over 100 warships from the Joint Fleet opened fire simultaneously, with a dense barrage of missiles raining down and anti-aircraft fire weaving an impenetrable net. Although the energy shields of the individual armor were sturdy, they could not withstand the continuous bombardment of multiple missiles, causing silver-blue figures to fall from the sky. A missile grazed the engine of the space fighter, causing black smoke to billow from its tail, forcing it to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield and hide in the clouds to evade fire. The Great Xia's trump card is nothing but this. The commander of the Joint Fleet stood on the flagship's bridge watching the Great Xia troops retreat on the screen, and his arrogant laughter echoed through the channel. Continue the attack. Crush them for me. The bombardment became even denser, and the number of soldier casualties continued to soar as the defense line of the Great Xia was being progressively compressed. In the command room of the Northwest Testing Ground, everyone's expressions darkened. General Qin stared at the screen, his nails nearly digging into his palm. Zhang Chenyu. If this continues, our soldiers won't hold out. Zhang Chenyu finally moved. He raised his wrist, pulling up the long-sealed, encrypted channel, and as his fingertip pressed down, his voice was calm, yet carried immense weight. Moon Fort, activate Level 1 combat readiness. 12 warships, all personnel engage. Target South China Sea Joint Fleet airspace. No need for concealment, direct attack. At the same moment, in the permanent shadow area of the moon's far side, the energy glow surged suddenly. The cold electronic voice of the intelligence core terminal echoed in every warship's cabin. Level 1 combat readiness activated. Deep Space Assault Ship main engine preheating, heavy escort ship shields charging, high-speed interceptor ship engines igniting, modified cruiser main guns calibrating, and modified assault boat formation standing by. Combat robots Alpha, Beta, and Gamma formations all activated. The camouflage layer of the crater was suddenly ripped open, and the engines of the 12 warships simultaneously lit up with dazzling blue light. The 150-meter-long Deep Space Assault Ship remained at the center of the formation. 2 heavy escort ships positioned on either wing, 3 high-speed interceptors sliced through the silence of the moon's far side like swords, while the main guns of 2 modified cruisers gathered horrifying energy, and 3 modified assault boats followed closely, carrying the hum of shockwave weapons. Tens of thousands of combat robots poured out from the warships, hatched the drilling machines of Formation Alpha transformed into laser cannon tubes, the bionic tentacles of Formation Beta shot out alloy battle blades, and the spraying arms of Formation Gamma switched to energy shield generators. The leap engine activated, and the figures of the 12 warships instantly disappeared behind the moon. In the sky over the South China Sea, the Joint Fleet's bombardment was at its peak. Just as the flagship commander was about to order a full attack, a strange ripple suddenly appeared in the airspace behind the fleet. 12 menacing-looking warships silently emerged. Without any warning, the main guns of the modified cruisers fired first. The energy system personally modified by Zhang Chenyu increased the firepower fourfold. 2 dazzling blue beams cut through the sky, hitting 2 destroyers of the Joint Fleet with precision, instantly piercing their hulls and exploding into fragments in a burst of flames. The high-speed interceptors maximized their speed, their 60-meter-long hulls darting through the fleet like 3 silver flashes. The missiles from the carrier-based aircraft couldn't keep up with their trajectory and were instead shot down one by one by the interceptors' secondary guns. Even more despairing for the Joint Fleet was the fact that tens of thousands of combat robots poured down like locusts from the warships. They disregarded the missile bombardments with energy shields, enduring the artillery fire, laser cannon tubes accurately piercing the engines of carrier-based aircraft, and alloy blades cutting through the warship's armor, directly attacking the energy core. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown fleet detected. Unknown mechanical forces detected. The piercing alarm rang out repeatedly, and the radar screens of the Joint Fleet were instantly filled with red dots. The flagship commander's face turned as pale as paper, watching as the 150-meter-long Deep Space Assault Ship slowly raised its main gun. The light gathered at the muzzle bright enough to blind a person, his voice trembling. Hurry! Withdraw! But it was all too late. The main gun of the Deep Space Assault Ship roared to life, a beam of blue light penetrating the heavens and earth, instantly striking the flagship of the Joint Fleet. There was no earth-shattering explosion, the bridge was vaporized, and the command system of the flagship was completely paralyzed. The heavy escort ship's shields fully deployed. The pale blue light curtain formed a chasm, stopping all artillery fire from the Joint Fleet. The shockwave weapons of the modified assault boats activated with full force. The invisible shockwaves spread out, causing the fleet's warships to lose control and collide with each other. The charge of the combat robots was even more devastating. They trod on the fallen debris of carrier-based aircraft, stepping on the shattered decks of warships, mercilessly subduing the soldiers who stubbornly resisted, showing no mercy. In just half an hour, the once mighty Joint Fleet was thoroughly defeated. Over 100 warships, half sunk, half lost power, floated on the sea like scrap metal. Nearly all carrier-based aircraft were annihilated, with countless debris floating on the surface. Nuclear submarines awkwardly surfaced, afraid to make any movements. Zhang Chenyu's voice through the global live broadcast resonated in every corner of the world. Joint Fleet immediately withdraw from the territorial waters of the Great Xia. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. From now on, the territorial waters of the Great Xia shall not allow any foreign military to step foot. In the bridge, the officers of the Joint Fleet who had lost command looked at the screen showing the terrifying deep space assault ship and the swarming combat robots, falling into complete despair. In the global live broadcast footage, 12 warships hovered above the territorial airspace of the Great Xia, tens of thousands of combat robots forming an iron defense line, the pale blue glow illuminating the entire sea area. In the command room of the Northwest Testing Ground, thunderous applause erupted. General Qin looked at the footage on the screen, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. Zhang Chenyu, your trump card was hidden too deep. Zhang Chenyu looked out at the blue sky, gazing at the territorial waters protected by the starship, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised his wrist, pulling up the encrypted channel. Once more, Moon Fort, activate the lunar transport route. The first batch of combat robots deploy to the coastal defense line of the Great Xia. Received. The hatch of the transport ship in the lunar crater slowly opened. The edge of the individual armor, the roar of the space fighter, the pressure of the starship, and the iron hooves of the combat robots. From Earth to the Moon, from land to the star, see the blade of the Great Xia finally emerged from its sheath. The images of the Joint Fleet's defeat were imprinted on the screens of every country through the global live broadcast signal. When 12 alien standard warships hovered in the South China Sea airspace, and tens of thousands of combat robots swept the battlefield like a tide of steel, the world fell completely silent. The first to jump out and soften their stance were those small countries that had waved flags alongside the world police. Their foreign ministries issued statements overnight claiming never to have participated in military actions against the Great Xia, even actively extending an olive branch, hoping to cooperate with the Great Xia in civilian aerospace. As for the self-proclaimed world police, the attitude was intriguing. The White House spokesperson at a press conference avoided discussing the fact of the fleet's defeat, only ambiguously stating hopes to maintain dialogue with the Great Xia to avoid misjudgments. The Pentagon even urgently sealed all analysis reports regarding the Great Xia's individual armor and space fighters, fearing to provoke this suddenly revealed fanged Eastern power. The reactions of various European countries split into two factions. Old powers were busy counting the assets of their own fleets, secretly reducing their military deployments in the Asia-Pacific region, while some countries reliant on the Great Xia's supply chain publicly expressed support for the Great Xia's just actions in maintaining territorial sovereignty, fearing to have their economic lifeline cut. Even the usually neutral countries began to adjust their policies towards China. In the United Nations General Assembly, the proposal to condemn the military expansion of the Great Xia was stillborn, replaced by an initiative calling for global sharing of aerospace resources. It was clear to discerning eyes that this was an attempt to ride the coattails of the Great Xia to share in lunar resources. In the command room of the Northwest Testing Ground, General Qin flipped through diplomatic notes from various countries and couldn't help but laugh. These guys change their faces faster than flipping pages in a book. Just a few days ago, they were shouting for blood, and now each one has become a peace messenger. Zhang Chenyu did not laugh. He pushed a document labeled Top Secret in front of General Qin, his tone steady. Their softening is only temporary. The shortcomings of the individual equipment and space fighters had become very obvious. Too few in number, limited production capacity. The environment of Earth was too easily restricted, and resources were finite. We need to move the main manufacturing factories to the Moon. General Qin stared at the three-dimensional blueprint of the lunar heavy construction dock. On the proposal, his pupils suddenly constricting. Can the environment of the Moon support large-scale military production? The permanent shadow area of the Moon's far side is a natural concealment site. Zhang Chenyu pulled up the terrain data of Moon Fort, his fingertip gliding over the extended area of the crater. The geological structure there is stable, with abundant helium-3 and lunar core energy, or reserves sufficient to support factory operations. More importantly, producing warships and equipment on the Moon will not be interfered with by any external factors. He paused and added, in addition to the construction dock, we also need to simultaneously build a lunar transport shuttle production line. In the future, equipment and resources produced on the moon can be quickly transported to Earth via shuttles, forming an integrated military-industrial system between the Earth and the moon. General Qin did not hesitate for a moment, waving his hand decisively. Full support. Whatever manpower and materials are needed, I will coordinate personally. 3 days later, 3 modified aerospace fighter jets carrying top aerospace engineers, material scientists, and skilled technicians broke through the pale blue halo of the stratosphere, slowly decelerating in the thin helium layer on the far side of the moon. Outside the fighter jet's window, the once desolate and silent crater had transformed into a bustling construction site, where repair robots split from 12 warships operated like precise gears, raising clouds of lunar dust that glimmered with tiny silver particles under cosmic rays. This scale is even more shocking than expected. As the fighter jet hovered, material scientist oldly adjusted his radiation-proof glasses stuck to the window, gazing at the Alpha Team drilling machine that was excavating the rock wall below, his voice filled with astonishment. Those silvery drilling machines, equipped with the plasma drill heads specially developed by Zhang Chenyu, moved smoothly over the hard lunar rock, as if cutting through butter, each excavation precisely controlling the flatness of the rock wall, with debris being simultaneously sucked into the recycling chamber to avoid contaminating the subsequent construction environment. The fighter jet smoothly landed on the temporary takeoff and landing platform, where Zhang Chenyu was already waiting. He wore a lightweight deep space protective suit, his eyes sharp as an eagle behind the helmet visor, his fingertips constantly sliding over the intelligent core terminal on his wrist, retrieving construction data in real time. Welcome everyone. Time is of the essence, so let's get straight to the point. He raised his hand to signal everyone to follow him, his steps unceasing. The core of the lunar dock is fully closed-loop autonomous production. Your task is to ensure that the special materials transported from Earth are perfectly compatible with the local lunar resources. The intelligent core will simultaneously share the core algorithms for interstellar construction. As they proceeded along the temporary pressure-resistant passage, the roar of the construction site grew increasingly clear. The beta team's robotic arms were assembling the main framework of the factory, achieving a frequency of 3 times per minute. Those special alloy plates airlifted from Earth had undergone nano-level precision forging, with surfaces covered in energy conduction patterns barely discernible to the naked eye. The suction cups at the ends of the robotic arms accurately attached to the plates with a deviation of no more than 0.01 millimeters. The liquid metal sealant sprayed at the joints solidified instantly upon cooling, forming a seamless connection that combined both toughness and strength. This sealant mixes lunar core extracts capable of withstanding extreme temperature differences from 180 to 120. Zhang Chenyu pointed at the pale silver sheen at the joints of the framework. The far side of the moon lacks atmospheric protection, making cosmic radiation and meteorite impacts commonplace. The subsequent Gamma team will coat the framework surface with 3 layers of nano-armor, with the outer layer being a radiation-resistant ceramic-based composite, the middle layer a resilient alloy for energy buffering, and the inner layer an insulation membrane with a very low thermal conductivity, ensuring the factory's longevity for a century. Upon reaching the underground control room, the holographic projection of the intelligent core terminal was dynamically displaying various parameters. Zhang Chenyu approached the main control screen, gently tapping to enlarge the 3-dimensional model of the energy system. The core of the factory's energy is the lunar core energy conversion furnace. We have established an energy conduit that extends 3,000 meters deep, directly connecting to the lunar core's lava belt. The geothermal and radioactive decay energy of the lunar core is converted into electricity through superconducting coils with a conversion rate of 89, enough to support 10 fully automated production lines operating at full capacity, achieving true self-sufficiency. He turned to the engineering team beside him, his tone serious. The production line must achieve an unmanned closed loop. From the mining of lunar core ores, electromagnetic smelting to precision component processing and equipment assembly, everything must be coordinated by the intelligent core without human intervention. I require you to optimize the smelting process utilizing the lunar low-gravity environment to reduce internal metal porosity and enhance material density. The processing stage should use 5-axis linked laser cutting with precision control at the micron level. The assembly line must achieve modular docking with efficiency increased by more than 10 times compared to similar factories on Earth. Understood. The engineers responded in unison, promptly taking out their portable terminals to record the parameters. Oldly rubbed his chin and raised a question. Engineer Zhang, the purity of the local lunar ores is not as high as that of refined ores from Earth. Would direct smelting affect the performance of the components? Zhang Chenyu had already prepared, pulling up a smelting plan. I have designed a gravity gradient separation technology that utilizes the density differences of different elements to achieve precise separation in a low-gravity field, combined with plasma impurity removal, which can elevate the ore purity to 99. 97, completely meeting military-industrial standards. Meanwhile, the development of the Earth-Moon shuttle was also advancing simultaneously. In the research workshop on the other side of the factory, 3 shuttles in their early stages were parked on the stands crafted from a composite material of titanium alloy and carbon fiber glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Zhang Chenyu drew inspiration from the folding design of his personal vehicle, optimizing the aerodynamic layout for the lunar low-gravity environment. The wings could fold along the central axis of the fuselage, reducing the volume by 2/3 during parking, greatly saving storage space. The shuttle is equipped with a miniature fusion engine that uses deuterium-tritium mixed fuel capable of making 3 round trips between Earth and the Moon on a single charge with a maximum load of 500 tons. He pointed at the transparent observation window of the engine compartment where plasma was flowing slowly. We have also added vector nozzles that enable vertical takeoff and landing without the need for complex runways. The runway is built on the flat crater outside the construction dock. Zhang Chenyu called up the blueprint, tracing a red marked line with his fingertip. The runway is 3 kilometers long and 50 meters wide, with a surface paved with pressure-resistant anti-slip, sintered lunar bricks capable of withstanding the immense impact force during the shuttle's takeoff and landing. The navigation system employs quantum positioning with an error margin of no more than 1 meter, with signal shielding activated throughout to avoid detection by all orbiting satellites, ensuring the concealment of Earth-Moon transport. For the next month, the lunar base entered a frenzied construction phase. The engineering team and intelligent robots worked in tandem, optimizing production processes during the day and adjusting equipment parameters at night, with almost no rest. Zhang Chenyu led by example, sleeping only 4 hours each day, spending most of his time in the workshop and control room, solving one technical challenge after another, from calibrating the temperature control system of the smelting furnace to adjusting the precision of the laser cutter and testing the power system of the shuttle. He was personally involved in every detail. Once the spraying arm of the Gamma team experienced a program disorder resulting in uneven thickness of the nanocoating, Zhang Chenyu worked overnight to troubleshoot and discovered that the lunar magnetic field had interfered with the signal transmission. He immediately modified the algorithm, adding a magnetic field compensation module, allowing the spraying arm to adjust working parameters in real time, and the issue was quickly resolved. The lunar environment is complex, any oversight could lead to serious consequences. He warned everyone at the morning meeting, "We are not just constructing a factory, we are building the deep space defense line of the Great Xia, and we must ensure absolute perfection." A month later, when the first rays of sunlight pierced through the twilight line of the Moon, illuminating the crater on the far side, a massive silver-white factory rose from the ground, resembling a slumbering steel beast. The towering factory directly pierced the pitch-black lunar sky, the nano-coating on its exterior refracting a faint blue-purple halo under the sunlight. The robotic arms of the automated production line swung tirelessly day and night, their rhythm as precise as a symphonic movement. One piece after another of lunar core ore was fed into the electromagnetic smelting furnace, melting into high-purity metal liquid that glowed faintly blue. This metal liquid was poured into precision molds, cooling into blanks for various parts. The 5-axis linked laser cutter operated at high speed, processing the blanks into sharply defined precision components. Finally, the assembly robotic arm pieced together the components one by one, forming sets of equipment at the end of the production line. Outside the factory, the 3-kilometer-long runway stretched straight like a silver ribbon. 3 brand-new Earth-Moon shuttles quietly parked beside the runway, their bodies marked with the striking Great Xia red, with the fusion engines at the tips of their wings glowing softly blue. Inside the cockpit of the shuttle, the all-LCD instrument panel clearly displayed various data, and the autopilot system had completed the planning of the Earth-Moon flight path. Zhang Chenyu stood in the control room of the construction dock, watching the production data flickering on the screen, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The intelligent core terminal indicated that all 10 production lines had been debugged, and the capacity of the first production line had reached 110 of the design standard. Intelligent core, start the first production line of the construction dock. He commanded in a deep voice, prioritize the production of deep space individual armor and core components for aerospace fighters, and maximize output. Receive. The electronic voice of the intelligent core terminal sounded, starting the first automated production line. Ore smelting begins, component processing begins, armor shell assembly in progress. Energy system load stable, all parameters normal. The pale blue energy glow gathered at the end of the production line, and the robotic arms methodically conducted the assembly. In less than an hour, a brand new deep space individual armor slowly slid down the production line, coming to rest on the testing platform. Compared to the versions produced on Earth, the armor produced on the lunar surface was 30 lighter, while its strength was enhanced by 50. The energy core at the chest was powered by lunar core crystal, or doubling its endurance. The helmet visor of the armor integrated infrared detection, quantum communication, and life support systems, making it adaptable to various extreme environments. Excellent. The aerospace engineer beside him was flushed with excitement, reaching out to touch the armor, but was stopped by Zhang Chenyu's raised hand. First, conduct real combat testing. He ordered, initiate simulated meteorite impact and radiation tests. The testing platform immediately powered on, sending the armor into the testing chamber, where it instantaneously endured impact forces equivalent to 10 times Earth's gravity and intense doses of gamma radiation. After the tests concluded, the intelligent core terminal indicated that the armor structure was intact and all functions were normal. This efficiency, this performance, is simply a miracle. The engineers erupted in cheers, the fatigue of recent days dissipating in an instant. Zhang Chenyu nodded, his gaze turning toward the Earth outside the window. That azure planet floated in the pitch-black universe, its clouds swirling quiet and serene. He knew that the completion of this lunar dock not only marked a new era for the Great Xia's aerospace industry, but also signified that humanity's exploration of the universe had taken a significant step forward. Just then, the intelligent core terminal popped up a new message, an encrypted file transmitted synchronously from Earth by General Qin. Zhang Chenyu opened the file, a knowing smile flashing in his eyes. The file contained the minutes of an internal meeting from the Pentagon, written in English filled with reluctance and jealousy. After the battle in the South China Sea, the starship combat capability of the Great Xia completely overwhelmed the world, rendering the U.S. military's military deployment in the Asia-Pacific region ineffective. The minutes mentioned that they had attempted to launch reconnaissance satellites to monitor the far-side lunar base, but were directly interfered with by the energy shield of the lunar fortress, resulting in total satellite signal loss. After several failed attempts of probing, these countries completely extinguished their thoughts of provocation and turned their attention to cooperation. In the meeting minutes, they even drafted a Lunar Resource Development Cooperation Agreement willing to offer the most advanced aerospace engine technology and deep space navigation systems as bargaining chips, merely hoping to partake in the lunar resource development, even proposing to participate in the subsequent construction of the lunar dock. General Qin's postscript was simple: these guys have finally seen reality. As for cooperation, you can make the decisions, the national level will fully support you. Zhang Chenyu closed the file and turned to the engineers beside him. Notify everyone the first test flight of the Earth-Moon shuttle is to be prioritized. The first batch of lunar-produced equipment is to be delivered to the Northwest testing ground, allowing the soldiers to quickly adapt to the new gear. He paused and added, additionally, send a message back to Earth. Cooperation can be discussed, but the rules must be set by us. First, all cooperation projects must be conducted under the leadership of the Great Xia. Second, core technologies must never be leaked. They can only participate in the downstream segments of resource extraction. Third, cooperation profits will be divided 7,030, with us taking 70 and them 30. Accept these conditions, and then we can sit down to discuss the details. Understood. The engineers immediately took their leave, their faces unable to hide their pride. Who would have thought that once constrained in the aerospace field, they could now compel global powers to bow down and set the rules of the game? In the control room of the lunar fortress, the pale blue light illuminated Zhang Chenyu's figure. He walked to the window, gazing at the 12 warships hovering above the crater, silent, yet steadfast as loyal guardians. In the distance, the fusion engine of the Earth-Moon shuttle slowly started, its pale blue tail flame cutting through the lunar sky, heading toward Earth. The lunar dock was established, and the Earth-Moon route was now a reality. From now on, the defense line of the Great Xia will extend from Earth into the starry sea. The footsteps of the Great Xia will tread upon every corner of the solar system. And those former ambitious figures could only gaze up at the starlit sky belonging to the Great Xia from the boundaries of the rules, watching this Eastern power shine brilliantly on the cosmic stage. In the debugging area of the Lunar Fortress spaceport, the vacuum environment is silent, with the streamlined Earth-Moon shuttle enveloped in a pale blue energy shield, the body of the craft shining coldly under the cosmic diffuse light. Zhang Chenyu's fingertip pressed the confirm button on the debugging control panel, and the real-time data from the intelligence core flooded the screen in milliseconds, with the power core energy stored at 100 and the orbital calibration deviation value 0. At 0.3 light-years, the entire ship's defense system is activated at level 3, with hundreds of aerospace indicators locked down at optimal values. All systems are adjusted, the helium-3 fuel in the power core is fully loaded, and the Earth-Moon dual-end navigation base station calibration is complete. The engineering supervisor leaned in to report, his fingertips still pressing the parameter lock button on the control panel, his voice trembling with tense excitement. The test flight route has avoided the gravitational Lagrange point disturbance zone between the Earth and Moon, with no celestial obstructions throughout the journey. Zhang Chenyu raised his eyes, and outside the spaceport 12 warships were arrayed in AV formation with the deep space assault ship stationed at the center, while the heavy frigate and high-speed interceptors phased array radar continuously scanned the surrounding area within 100,000 kilometers, designating the entire region as an absolute no-go zone. Initiate the test flight. The intelligence core will take over orbital monitoring. Throughout the process, the warship formation will escort to the Earth-Moon Lagrange L2 Any unidentified targets will be warned to leave. No need for further instructions. His command was firm and concise, finalizing the key parameters with a flick of his wrist. Set the shuttle's cruising speed to level 1. The deviation throughout the journey must not exceed 5 kilometers. Understood. The electronic voice resonated synchronously throughout the debugging area, the main control room of the lunar fortress, and the 12 warships, as the shuttle's power conduits suddenly emitted a deep humming sound. The pale blue helium-3 energy, flowing like a tide within the conduits, and the tail flame nozzle instantly ignited with a dazzling blue light. As the alloy hatch of the launch platform slowly slid open, the craft shot out like an arrow, breaking free from the energy shield, and the 12 warships immediately followed their engine's blue light, leaving several straight trails in the dark starry sky, steadfastly escorting the shuttle towards the azure Earth. At the same moment, in the encrypted superluminal communication channel of the lunar fortress main control room, Zhang Chenyu's proposed framework for cooperation in Earth-Moon resource development was directly transmitted to General Qin's terminal on Earth via quantum communication. The clauses were ironclad, with no room for negotiation. The cooperating party must submit a full set of active aerospace core technology records, including rocket propulsion, deep space navigation, and orbital construction, with the moon resource development profits allocated 70 to Daxia, and the entire process of exploration, extraction, and transportation monitored by the lunar fortress. Any unauthorized deep space activities would be considered a direct violation of Daxia's sovereignty over the Earth-Moon region. 3 minutes later, General Qin's encrypted reply was concise and firm. The entire case is approved, with full cooperation from diplomatic and military channels. Between the Earth and Moon, the shuttle flew steadily along the Silver Line route planned by the intelligence core, with no clutter on the radar screen. However, as it reached the gravitational buffer zone between the Earth and Moon, the intelligence core suddenly emitted a light sound, detected 3 unidentified satellites in geosynchronous orbit deviating from their designated path, approaching the shuttle's trajectory at a speed of 0.2 Mach, suspected of close monitoring. No need to pay attention. Zhang Chenyu's voice transmitted through the communicator to the escorting warship. The deep space assault ship will initiate low-frequency electromagnetic interference to drive them away. With the order given, the bow of the deep space assault ship instantly lit up with a light purple electromagnetic shield, and low-frequency interference waves surged toward the 3 satellites. In less than 10 seconds, the intelligence core screen displayed unidentified satellite navigation systems have failed, deviating from their path by 120 kilometers and forced to return. Throughout the process, the shuttle's speed remained unchanged, with the trajectory deviation consistently controlled within 3 kilometers, showing no signs of being affected. This was the technological deterrence of the Daxia starship, rendering the opponent's probing utterly meaningless without firing a shot. After 4 full hours, the shuttle's tail flame slightly shrank, completing its deceleration with the faint resistance of Earth's atmosphere, and steadily landed on the dedicated electromagnetic landing pad of the Northwest test site. The moment the hatch opened, silver-gray lunar equipment was swiftly unloaded by mechanical arms. 30 sets of deep space individual combat armor and 20 sets of core components for aerospace fighters. Compared to the Earth version, the lunar-produced armor uses titanium-iridium alloy smelted in the vacuum of the Moon, with the shell thickness reduced by 20 and the nano-armor patterns at the joints woven tightly, while the energy module's volume is halved. But due to the helium-3 energy module's enhancement, the endurance label boldly indicates double the endurance. The turbine blades of the fighter's core components, processed in the Moon's zero-gravity environment, have precision improved to the nanoscale, pushing the thrust-to-weight ratio beyond the limits of the Earth version. The military testing team had long been lined up, waiting with armor-donning component assembly and live ammunition simulation, starting simultaneously, all assisted by intelligent mechanical arms, increasing efficiency threefold compared to conventional methods. Under the Gobi Sun, armor-piercing rounds struck the lunar-produced armor at a speed of 1.8 Mach, leaving only a shallow mark on the exterior, with defense performance improved by 80 compared to the Earth version. The testing soldier wearing the armor could easily overcome a 3-meter alloy barrier and execute a 180 high-speed turn as if walking on flat ground, with maneuverability enhanced by 60. After assembling the fighter's core components, the thrust-to-weight ratio in the test bench doubled, with data flashing on the testing screen, causing the pupils of all officers present to dilate sharply. As the test data was relayed back to the lunar fortress in real time, via 5G quantum dual channels, Zhang Chenyu stood beside the first production line of the lunar dock. This automated production line, transformed by alien black box technology, operated with mechanical arms at a precise rate of 3 times per second, seamlessly welding, assembling, and injecting helium-3 energy. A new set of deep space individual combat armor slid off the production line, with each set produced every 40 minutes, reaching a full capacity of 36 sets in a 24-hour triple shift. The screen displayed clear measured data, and General Chen's encrypted communication was immediately integrated. His excited voice, even transmitted across the interstellar channel, was clearly audible. 500 sets of armor, 300 sets of fighter components, the military's first additional order. The first batch must be delivered within a week. Rest assured. Zhang Chenyu's gaze swept over the tirelessly working mechanical arms on the production line, and he raised his wrist to issue orders. Activate the second production line of the lunar dock in full modules, set the smelting furnace temperature to 1800 C, and prioritize the production of backup helium-3 power cores for the shuttle and lunar helium-3 extraction drilling machines, with production capacity set at 1.5 times that of the first line. With the command given, a previously silent area deep within the lunar dock suddenly lit up. Pale blue energy shields unfolded layer upon layer, and the red-hot smelting furnace of the second automated production line was the first to start up with lunar basalt, or achieving a purity of 999 after vacuum smelting far exceeding Earth's industrial standards. The precision fixtures of the processing module opened and closed with a deviation controlled at the micron level, 100 times more precise than Earth's most advanced 5-axis machining. The mechanical arms of this production line were larger and the fixtures were heftier. In addition to the integrated industrial equipment for Earth-Moon operations, special modules for Starship component production were reserved, adapted for the current 12 warships' lunar maintenance and component replacement, covering everything from the deep space assault ships' titanium-iridium alloy armor plates to the sealed rings for the modified cruisers' power cores, comprehensively addressing all needs. The Starship component module will simultaneously activate raw material reserves, and the regular maintenance schedule for the existing 12 warships will be incorporated into the production line schedule. The electronic voice of the intelligence core was calm and steady, and the screen immediately displayed the warship maintenance list with the first batch of maintenance components scheduled for 3 days later. Meanwhile, outside the lunar fortress, the communication channels were bombarded with messages. Responses from the Pentagon, the European Space Agency, and the Russian Space Corporation appeared in quick succession, filled with implicit reluctance, yet no one dared to raise a single substantial objection to the framework clauses, only attempting to blur the technical parameters during the documentation phase. Moreover, some countries subtly mentioned in their replies the joint development of near-Earth asteroid resources, attempting to bypass the clause allocating 70 of lunar resource development profits, only to be directly dismissed by General Chen. According to the framework, all deep space development falls under the jurisdiction of the Earth-Moon Cooperation Framework. The 3 satellites that they previously attempted to monitor the shuttle with remain in a state of navigation failure, drifting aimlessly under Daxia's technological deterrence. Even the most basic probing has become self-deprecating. Zhang Chenyu quickly reviewed all replies, his fingertip tapping on the screen to relay precise instructions back to General Chen. The first round of negotiations will take place 1 week later in geosynchronous orbit on the Daxia-modified cruiser Hua Xingno 1. Inviting them aboard for discussions. The technology documentation must be submitted for Intelligence Corps review 48 hours before negotiations, and any missing or incomplete items will directly disqualify them from negotiations. Setting down the communicator, he turned towards the massive viewport of the lunar fortress main control room. Outside, the azure Earth hung in the center of the starry sea, and in the direction of the northwest test site, a faint blue flash of live ammunition testing briefly flickered, indicating that the live ammunition tests of the first batch of lunar-produced equipment were nearing completion and all data met the standards. On the main screen of the Intelligence Corps, the planning map for the Earth-Moon Transportation Network was rapidly unfolding, with 10 fixed shuttle routes clearly marked, directly connecting the lunar construction dock to the 3 major space bases in Northwest Earth, East China, and South China, each route node annotated with Starship garrison plans, with 10 fixed flights per month, a maximum cargo capacity of 50 tons per ship, and the Earth-Moon Logistics Transportation Channel officially taking shape. Intelligence Corps, Zhang Chenyu's gaze drifted past the Earth, looking into the depths of the starry sea, where the faint light of Mars twinkled in the darkness. He tapped the Starship expansion planning map. Based on the existing 12 warships, initiate the preliminary design for the deep space fleet expansion. The lunar dock should not only serve as a parts production base, but also become Daxia's deep space shipbuilding port, with the first planned additions of 2 modified cruisers and 5 high-speed interceptors utilizing lunar resources for mass production on the Moon. Received the Deep Space Fleet Expansion Plan is under simulation, and the Lunar Starship Mass Production Raw Material Exploration Plan is simultaneously initiated with core resource reserves such as titanium-iridium alloy and helium-3 fuel reaching 30 compliance. The pale blue light reflected on Zhang Chenyu, as well as on the technical data production plans and route layouts displayed throughout the main control room. The lunar dock is established rules set production capacity increased and channels formed. The ultra-pure alloys smelted in the vacuum of the moon, the efficient drive of helium-3 energy, and the industrial transformation by alien black box technology have enabled Daxia's industrial system to undergo a leap forward. The full-domain deterrence of 12 warships, the high-speed transportation of the Earth-Moon shuttle, and the comprehensive monitoring by the lunar fortress have allowed Daxia's defense line to formally extend from the land, seas, and skies of Earth to the vast starry sea. Those countries standing outside the boundaries of the rules can only gaze up at the lunar space guarded by Daxia's 12 warships from the surface of the Earth, watching the blue light of the Earth-Moon shuttle back and forth in the starry sky, observing the production lines of the lunar dock running day and night, and witnessing the rapid rise of Daxia's lunar industrial system. This starry sea has undeniably become Daxia's home ground. 1 week later, in geosynchronous orbit, 2 Daxia-modified cruisers will hover in the designated airspace, their star emblems prominent, and phased array radars fully operational, with Closian defense cannons in standby mode. An interstellar game centered around technology and governed by rules is about to unfold aboard Daxia's starship. Zhang Chenyu knows that this is just the beginning. The true vastness of the starry sea lies further in the deep space, and Daxia's shipbuilding port has quietly laid its foundation on the moon. Daxia's journey among the stars is unstoppable. At an altitude of 3600 kilometers in geostationary orbit, 2 modified cruisers of the Great Xia, Huaxing No. 1 and Huaxing No. 2, hovered like horns, their silver-gray hulls reflecting a cold, hard metallic sheen in the vacuum. The phased array radar swept the entire area at a frequency of kilohertz with no unidentified signals within a million-kilometer airspace, while the close defense gun's muzzle slightly elevated, gathering a faint blue energy glow at low power, ready to fire. The giant main screen in the ship's negotiation room displayed no trace of Earth technology, only the star map, lunar dock production line, and alien equipment disassembly diagrams obtained from interstellar trade. The disassembly diagram of the deep space assault ship's nuclear fusion power core, the core structure of the alien helium-3 conversion furnace, and even the material ratios of starship-grade nanomaterials. Each item represented core technologies that Zhang Chenyu had acquired from interstellar trade, surpassing Earth's current technological dimension. Zhang Chenyu stood at the main position, the intelligent core terminal on his wrist flickering lightly. The glaring red vulnerabilities in the technical reports from various countries were shocking, yet none caught his eye. The deep space rocket technology from the US, the orbital construction technology from the European Space Agency, and the so-called core achievements in space from various countries were nothing more than toys in front of the schematics obtained through interstellar trade. He swiped his fingertip across the screen, projecting the analysis report onto the main screen. The red highlights indicated not only undisclosed gaps, but also the precise judgments given by the intelligent core. The technology level lagged behind the interstellar universal standards by at least 3 generations, lacking integration value and registration significance. The negotiation teams from various countries have boarded the ship, and the communications equipment has been temporarily stored, reported the communications officer. The door opened, and representatives from various countries entered one by one, their eyes immediately stunned by the alien technology schematics on the main screen. The U.S. representatives' pupils dilated, staring intently at the disassembly diagram of the nuclear fusion power core. That intricate energy guiding structure represented a field they had never even theoretically approached. The European representative looked at the material ratios of the nanomaterials, unconsciously tightening his briefcase, within which lay the so-called core technology registration, now appearing utterly laughable. Only the Russian representative maintained a relatively composed demeanor, yet could not hide the shock in his eyes. They had long been aware that the Great Xia possessed alien technology, but they had never imagined the gap would be so vast. Silence fell over the room, only the faint buzzing of the intelligent core terminal echoed in the soundproof cabin. Zhang Chenyu spoke first, his voice cold and unwavering, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. The technical registrations from all of you have been analyzed by the intelligent core. The conclusion was clear: Earth's existing space technology held no value in front of the interstellar technologies mastered by the Great Xia. Whether you concealed private matters or reported inaccurately to me, it was merely adding to the laughter. Even if the Great Xia has a technological advantage, lunar resources belong to all of humanity as common property, and the 70-30 profit-sharing rule is too harsh, the U.S. representative said, suppressing the shock in his heart and forcing the usual negotiation posture. We are willing to offer the entire set of space technology as leverage, demanding a redefinition of the profit-sharing ratio, and the Great Xia must share some deep space exploration technology. The entire set of space technology. Zhang Chenyu's lips curled into a faint smirk as he raised his hand to lightly tap the terminal. The main screen instantly switched, displaying clips of his transactions with interstellar civilizations, the bustling scene of a cosmic trading port, various starships, and alien equipment on display, as he exchanged scarce Earth materials like silk and bygeo for stacks of precise interstellar technology blueprints. Although the footage had been blurred, it was enough for the representatives to see clearly that the source of the Great Xia's technology had long transcended the boundaries of Earth. The so-called full set of technology you possess. Zhang Chenyu's fingertip pointed at the interstellar technology level assessment chart on the main screen, is classified under Earth technology as basic technology of a primary civilization, and in interstellar trade, you don't even qualify to exchange for a ton of interstellar universal metal. When I traded with cosmic civilizations, the assets I used were Earth's unique scarce materials, not these outdated technologies. Do you think it's appropriate to offer worthless items in exchange for lunar resource extraction rights? These words struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of the representatives from various countries. They finally recognized the reality: the Great Xia was no longer a competitor standing on the same dimension as them, but rather a pioneer that had mastered interstellar technology and opened up interstellar trade. In the eyes of the Great Xia, Earth's technology was truly worthless. One representative from a certain country was still unwilling to give up, attempting to use joint pressure as leverage. If the Great Xia insists on not making concessions, we will unite with other countries to establish a deep space development alliance, bypassing the Great Xia's framework to develop lunar and near-Earth asteroid resources. Bypass. Zhang Chenyu raised his wrist, issuing commands to the bridge. Huaxing No. 2. Activate the interstellar electromagnetic interference system demonstration, range surrounding airspace of 1,000 kilometers. As the command fell, the negotiation room's porthole slowly opened. Outside, the bow of Huaxing No. 2 lit up with a pale purple electromagnetic curtain, and an invisible interference wave spread outward, centered on the hull. The backup locators carried by the representatives from various countries all emitted piercing alarms at that moment, and the screens instantly went black. Those devices they concealed on their bodies, trying to monitor the technology of the Great Xia cruisers, were rendered completely inoperable under the interstellar-level electromagnetic interference. What shocked them even more was that the main screen synchronized to display the full monitoring image of the lunar fortress, clearly marking all satellites and spacecraft in Earth's near-Earth orbit on the star map, even accurately locking onto a certain country's hidden probe in the asteroid belt. The starships and lunar fortresses of the Great Xia are equipped with interstellar-level monitoring and defense systems. Zhang Chenyu's voice resonated through the vacuum of the porthole, each word cold as ice. Your so-called alliance, under the threat of interstellar technology, is nothing more than a group of ants attempting to stop a chariot. Daring to bypass the Great Xia's rules means completely losing all qualifications for activities in deep space. Outside the porthole, the close defense gun of Huaxing No. 2 suddenly activated a low-power energy projectile, slicing through the vacuum, accurately striking a distant abandoned satellite, which instantly disintegrated into powder, its fragments being precisely captured by the hull's gravitational system without a trace of dispersal. This was not a warning, it was a blatant display of strength. The Great Xia had the capability to control all deep space territories and destroy any target that did not abide by the rules. The negotiation room fell into dead silence, the representatives exchanging glances, their expressions of reluctance and luck utterly crushed. They finally understood that there had been no room for bargaining in this negotiation from the beginning. The rules set by the Great Xia were based on an absolute advantage in interstellar technology: either comply or be completely excluded from the deep space era. The U.S. representative was the first to relent, his tone filled with helplessness. We accept the 70-30 profit-sharing rule and are willing to complete all technical registrations cooperating with the Great Xia's monitoring requirements. The representatives from the 4 European countries and the Russian representative followed suit, each expressing their agreement, and no one dared to voice any objections. Only 2 small countries continued to try and entangle, requesting the Great Xia to share basic interstellar exploration technology. Zhang Chenyu was too lazy to waste words, directly ordering starship soldiers escort the 2 out of the ship, permanently revoke their qualifications for cooperation in lunar and deep space activities. 2 soldiers stepped forward in response, their movements standard and unquestionable, politely escorting the 2 out of the negotiation room. No one dared to resist. Throughout the process, the alarm sound of the interstellar electromagnetic interference and the satellite reduced to powder had already shattered all their hopes. The remaining representatives from various countries signed the cooperation commitment on the spot, clearly outlining all terms. The cooperating parties must complete all Earth space technology registrations within 72 hours. The Great Xia will only archive with no intention of integration lunar resource extraction to be fully subject to the interstellar level monitoring of the lunar fortress extraction equipment. Must undergo review and modification by the Great Xia, adding simple interstellar technology modules to ensure compatibility with the lunar environment and extraction profits strictly distributed at a 70-30 ratio, with the Great Xia having priority in extracting core resources like helium-3 for energy supply of interstellar technology equipment. Zhang Chenyu finalized the list of initial compliant cooperating parties. China, Russia, and the 4 European countries lightly tapping on the terminal to issue several commands through encrypted interstellar channels directly reaching the lunar fortress, and General Chen's terminal, the lunar dock, will initiate modifications for the simple interstellar modules for the cooperation partners' extraction equipment. No need to integrate core technology, just ensure basic compatibility. The first fixed transportation flight from Earth to the Moon will set sail immediately with a cargo capacity of 60 tons, carrying modified parts and monitoring equipment escorted by 2 high-speed interceptors and utilizing interstellar-level navigation. On the Earth side, General Chen will coordinate and open the basic lunar exploration coordinates to the cooperating parties, and without the Great Xia's permission, they must not step into the core extraction area, even by half a step. As the order was given, the 3 ends responded simultaneously. In the lunar dock area, the mechanical arm of the second production line picked up the simple interstellar compatible modules for modification of the cooperating parties' drilling machines and smelting furnaces. These modules were merely corner-cutting technologies Zhang Chenyu acquired from interstellar trade, yet they would drastically enhance the lunar compatibility of Earth's extraction equipment. As the mechanical arms operated, a faint blue glow of interstellar energy flickered and vanished with the modification efficiency increasing tenfold compared to Earth processes. In geostationary orbit, the Earth-Moon Transport Shuttle was activated, the Starship's interstellar-level navigation system locking in the flight path, with 60 tons of modified parts and monitoring equipment, securely loaded 2 high-speed interceptors immediately escorting the shuttle's tail flame, illuminating with a faint blue nuclear fusion glow. That was the energy core of miniaturized interstellar technology. The speed improved by 40 compared to Earth's power systems, with the trajectory deviation controlled by the intelligent core within 2 kilometers, a straight silver line leading directly from Earth to the construction dock on the far side of the Moon. On the Earth side, General Chen quickly coordinated synchronizing the lunar shallow resource exploration coordinates to the terminals of the representatives from various countries, while ordering the Great Xia Space Base to be on high alert, monitoring all deep space activities of the countries, and once any incursions were detected, immediately activating the interstellar level warning system. At this moment on Earth, major industrial bases continued to operate according to the Great Xia's technological upgrade steps, with machine tools and energy devices modified based on interstellar blueprints, producing at full capacity. Although Earth's original technology was looked down upon by the Great Xia, it was undergoing unprecedented fundamental upgrades driven by interstellar technology. In the negotiation room, representatives from various countries had gradually left the ship. Zhang Chenyu remained in the empty cabin gazing at the blue Earth outside the porthole, while the intelligent core terminal projected the latest data. The technical registrations of the first batch of cooperating parties had started uploading, with the lunar dock's simple interstellar modules achieving a daily modification volume of 50 sets, and the cooperating parties' extraction equipment to be fully modified within 72 hours. The interstellar level monitoring network in the lunar core extraction area had been fully activated. Any minuscule incursion signals would be precisely captured, and 10 fixed Earth-Moon transport routes had been enabled, with interstellar-level navigation and escort systems becoming the solid link for the Great Xia to control the Earth-Moon transport. Intelligent core Zhang Chenyu's gaze crossed the Earth, looking into the depths of the star sea where the direction of the cosmic trading port lay, and countless unknown interstellar civilizations. The faint point of Mars flickered in the pitch-black universe, marking his next target. Archive all the technical registrations from the cooperating parties on Earth without needing analysis or research. Initiate the mass production plan for interstellar technology equipment at the lunar dock, prioritizing the maintenance of 12 warships at the interstellar level while promoting the expansion of the deep space fleet, ensuring all new starships are equipped with core interstellar technology. The lunar dock must become the shipbuilding port for the Great Xia's interstellar starships, simultaneously sort the interstellar trading list, and filter Earth's scarce materials in preparation for the next interstellar trade. Receive the technical registrations from Earth have begun. Archiving the mass production plan for interstellar technology equipment has been incorporated into the lunar dock production line schedule. The interstellar level maintenance for 12 warships will commence in 3 days. The deep space fleet expansion plan is under simulation, and the list of scarce materials for interstellar trade has been compiled with adequate reserves of Earth-exclusive materials such as silk, bygeo, and tea. The electronic voice of the intelligent core was steady and calm as the images on the main screen switched again, depicting the lunar docks production line operating day and night, assembling core interstellar technology equipment in an orderly fashion. Between Earth and the moon, the faint blue tail flame of the shuttle traced a silver line across the starry sky, weaving back and forth. Deep within the star sea, the star map slowly unfolded, marking the coordinates of the next cosmic trading port and the deep space areas the Great Xia was about to explore. At an altitude of 3600 kilometers, the Huaxing No. 1 cruiser slowly departed the negotiation airspace, heading towards the Earth-Moon route node, the Great Xia star emblem on the hull reflecting the faint blue glow of interstellar technology shining brightly. The starship's interstellar radar continued to scan, guarding the Great Xia's Earth-Moon transport and also protecting the first step of the Great Xia towards the Star Sea. In this onboard game, the Great Xia revealed not a shred of core interstellar technology, yet relying solely on corner-cutting intimidation, it established the absolute rules for Earth-Moon resource development. For in Zhang Chenyu's eyes, in the face of the interstellar technology mastered by the Great Xia, Earth's existing technology was simply trivial. Cooperation was merely a temporary measure for the Great Xia to reduce internal resistance from Earth and steadily advance its deep space strategy. The rules have been set, the Star Road has been opened. The Great Xia, with interstellar technology as its core, the lunar dock as its base, and the Earth-Moon transport as its vein, holds the power to formulate rules for the Star Sea, embarking from Earth towards the vast universe and stepping steadily towards those unknown interstellar civilizations. Those countries that remain within the boundaries of the rules set by the Great Xia can only scrape by with what little technology Earth has to offer within the areas delineated by the Great Xia. They looked up not only at the Great Xia's lunar fortress and starships, but also at the vast and boundless Star Sea that the Great Xia was about to step into. And this was merely the beginning of the Great Xia's interstellar journey. Next time Zhang Chenyu's steps will leave the Earth-Moon system, heading towards deeper space, using interstellar trade as a bridge and interstellar technology as a blade, carving out a Star Sea path that belongs to the Great Xia. On the far side of the moon, a pale blue wash of interstellar energy bathed the construction dock. The second production line's robotic arms meshed purification modules for helium-3 with micron-level precision. The first batch of fusion drill miners adapted for asteroid extraction had completed a rudimentary interstellar retrofit. Silver-gray energy conduits sprawled like a spiderweb from the mining site, running directly to the lunar core energy conversion station. Inside the conversion station, the fusion fuel furnace belched a steady pale blue flame. The helium-3 conversion efficiency was stubbornly locked at 98.7. The purified liquid fuel flowed through sealed pipes and poured ceaselessly into gigantic storage vats. The interstellar alloy cladding of the tanks gleamed with a cold matte finish in the vacuum. The storage capacity, rated at the 10 million megawatt scale, had been charged to 42%. Zhang Chenyu stood before the enormous viewport of Yubeo's main control room, his gaze tracing the energy core beyond. 5 retrofitted drill miners were synchronously tearing through basalt layers, pale blue helium-3 gas coursing through pipes toward the conversion station. Around the extraction site, 12 warships formed a ring of tight defense. A deep space raider anchored the core, heavy escort ships and high-speed interceptors arrayed in successive layers. Phased array radars swept the region at interstellar frequencies, carving the mining site and the surrounding million-kilometer volume of space into an absolute protected energy zone. Xi has synchronized and transmit the full-chain lunar energy development data and the near-Earth deep space defense system planning draft. Zhang Chenyu tapped his wrist terminal, and the main display unfurled. The lunar energy map, extraction zones, conversion station, storage vats, and pipe networks were all precisely annotated. Red protective warning rings hovered around every core installation, and a three-dimensional defense schematic spread in layered relief. From the lunar surface to the Earth-Moon L2 point and outward to the Neary asteroid belt, 3 invisible defensive lines were crisply drawn across the star chart. Received. Daily helium-3 extraction had reached 120 tons. After conversion, the liquid fuel reserves could sustain Earth-Moon transport and Starship operations for 15 days. The Neary Deep Space Defense Planning Draft had been loaded, its core emphasis on a three-dimensional defense for the lunar energy domain and an Earth-Moon deep space early warning interception system. Zai's electronic voice intoned evenly as defense parameters on the screen began to flicker. All construction standards were pegged to interstellar technological levels. Before his words faded, General Chen's encrypted communication came through from Earth, his tone unavoidably grave. Chenyu, we just detected 3 unidentified unmanned probes cutting into Neary deep space from the edge of the asteroid belt, closing on the lunar energy zone at sublight velocities. Their trajectories are erratic. They appear fitted with covert sensors and/or analysis gear. Most likely a foreign power is using interstellar probes as a pretext to reconnoiter our lunar energy facilities. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Chenyu's eyes. He jabbed the main display, and Jiha immediately locked precise coordinates. On the star chart, 3 red dots raced across the asteroid belt's rim only 800,000 kilometers from the lunar energy defense perimeter. They just finalized the cooperation pretext and are already making clandestine moves. They still haven't learned the rules. He said in a low voice, Jiha, elevate the lunar energy domain 3-dimensional defense net to level 1 alert. Dispatch 3 high-speed interceptors to engage, preserve 1 probe intact for source tracing, and destroy the other 2. Also use this opportunity to test the newly deployed interstellar Closian defense system. Acknowledged. Level 1 alert for the energy domain defense net activated. 3 high-speed interceptors are en route. The interstellar Closian defense system is fully charged and interception trajectories have been plotted. With the command issued, lunar airspace snapped into a state of combat readiness. 3 high-speed interceptors tore out of the ring of vigilance. Their fusion cores pushed to the limit, exhaust drawing 3 straight bands of pale blue light as their speeds leapt into the sublight regime, closing on the unknown probes. Surface defenses around the lunar energy core activated in concert. Several interstellar electromagnetic jamming towers rose slowly from the ground as lavender interference waves radiated outward from each base station into deep space, instantly blanketing the 50,000-kilometer approach corridor and severing covert sensing and navigation signals. Over the conversion station and storage vats, translucent nanoenergy shields ascended, driven by purified helium-3. Pale blue energy veins flowed across their surfaces, encasing the core facilities in an unyielding envelope. At the Earth-Moon L2 point, a freshly completed deep space early warning station came online. Giant detection radars swept at interstellar frequencies, parsing the probe's flight paths, propulsion signatures, and payloads, and relaying the data in real time to UBAO's main control and the interceptor terminals. The probes weighed roughly 2 tons, powered by micronuclear drives equipped with high-resolution stealth optics and helium-3 composition analyzers. Unarmed, they nonetheless possessed superluminal data uplink capability, initially disguised as civilian deep space observation devices and concealed along the asteroid belt's edge. Interceptors at designated interception point requesting permission to engage. The interceptor captain reported over an encrypted channel, his voice steady and controlled. Execute interception. Ship 1 deploy the electromagnetic capture net. Ships 2 and 3 fire the interstellar Closian batteries to destroy the remaining targets. Control fire intensity to prevent debris from endangering the energy defense zone. The next instant, in the ink-black vastness, Ship 1's bow flared pale blue as an electromagnetic capture net woven from concentrated interstellar energy snapped outward like a colossal web toward one of the probes. The probe sensed the threat and attempted an evasive burn, but its navigation systems had already been locked by the jamming field. Its hull convulsed, velocity plunged, and it was enveloped by the net. All electronics failed as it became a powerless derelict. Meanwhile, the muzzles of Ships 2 and 3 lit with a piercing blue as 2 interstellar energy rounds launched with surgical precision, striking the other probes. In the vacuum, there was no sound. Both probes were instantaneously vaporized by the high-temperature energy rounds, leaving not a single shard, utterly erased amid the stars. The entire engagement took no more than 3 minutes. 1 probe captured, 2 destroyed. The interception was clean, decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Back in UBAO's main control, the screen displayed the disassembly of the captured probe as Jiha parsed its core components at millisecond speeds. Probe core parts trace to American military contractors. The stealth optics are their latest model. The helium-3 composition analyzer can precisely measure He3 content in ore. The data uplink points to American Near deep space monitoring stations. The device carries simple course alteration and concealment modules matching their Near aerospace technological ceiling. It lacks true deep space cross-domain navigation capability. As expected, hidden under the guise of civilian observation at the asteroid belt's edge, hoping to exploit a defense blind spot. Zhang Chenyu sneered. Send the probe's teardown data, the full interception footage, and its prior concealment trajectory to General Qin. Have him forward everything to the American negotiation delegation and deliver one message: Daxia's lunar energy core area is an absolute no-go. If they dare spy again, not only will cooperation be revoked forever, Daxia's starships will approach their deep space monitoring stations. Data synchronized. General Qin replies, execute immediately. The American negotiation delegation has received the information, no response yet. With the sudden probe crisis resolved, Zhang Chenyu felt some of the tension in his chest ease. He swiped the main display and zoomed the star chart back to the lunar energy core. The swift interception had been accurate, but it underscored that the current defense architecture, though nascent, required refinement, especially for complex concealment-friendly zones like the Near asteroid belt. Without hesitation, he began finalizing the construction details of the deep space defense system. Full-line construction directives for the Lunar Energy Domain three-dimensional defense net and the Earth-Moon Deep Space Early Warning Interception System were issued from UBAO's main control, transmitted straight to the lunar shipyard and the major Earth spaceports. The Lunar Energy Domain's defense would be built as a no-dead zone three-layer protection system centered on the core energy facilities. On the surface, dense arrays of electromagnetic jamming towers and nanoenergy shield stations would ring the energy zone. The jamming towers would deliver full-spectrum interference, making any form of covert sensing impossible. The shield bases, networked and coordinated by JIHA, could modulate protective intensity in real time according to threat level, so that when one site was struck, the entire shield grid would simultaneously harden. In the air, 12 warships would form a concentric vigilance ring. The inner layer, anchored by a deep space radar, would secure a 100-kilometer core with interstellar-grade radars capable of detecting micron-scale projectiles to prevent microprobe infiltration. The middle layer of heavy escort ships would cover a 50-kilometer band armed with large-caliber main guns and whole-area electromagnetic suppression systems for medium to long-range interception and area denial. The outer layer of high-speed interceptors would patrol a 1,000,000-kilometer expa. Complementing this was a deep space early warning interception system that spanned the entire Earth-Moon transit network. At three key nodes, the Earth-Moon L1 and L2 points and the Near asteroid belt entrance, giant deep space early warning stations would be constructed, each equipped with interstellar long-range radars extending detection to 10 million kilometers. They would not only precisely track sublight objects, but also possess advanced trajectory prediction capabilities to anticipate unknown targets' flight paths, buying precious time for interception. All warning stations would be synchronized by JIHA to form an unblinking surveillance net covering Earth-Moon and Near deep space. Along 10 fixed Earth-Moon transport lanes, interstellar interception bases would be deployed, outfitted with electromagnetic capture nets, rapid-fire Closian batteries, and high-power energy projectile launchers capable of precise interception of medium and small unknowns, providing zero dead zone protection for transport routes. Each energy transport vessel would be escorted by 2 high-speed interceptors for the entire voyage. Yes. At the moment the command was issued, the lunar surface and Earth responded in synchrony, initiating a defense facility construction and deployment project that spanned the entire area of the Earth-Moon system, unfolding with interstellar-level efficiency. On the lunar surface, the pale blue energy flow of the construction dock instantly surged to full capacity, with the third production line officially designated as the exclusive line for defense equipment. Hundreds of heavy robotic arms previously in standby mode immediately operated at full load, their hydraulic axes humming lowly within the vacuum chamber as they precisely grasped interstellar-grade alloy billets and energy core components, commencing mass production of nano-energy shield modules and electromagnetic interference tower spare parts. Inside, the vacuum smelting furnace flames surged to 10,000 degrees Celsius as the interstellar alloy plates melted and took shape under high temperatures. After precision cutting at the micron level, they became flawless protective bases and core components of the interference towers. The pale blue energy flow coursed through the production line, completing energy charging and system calibration for each set of equipment. The digital screens of the production line displayed real-time updates with a stable production capacity of 20 nano-energy shield modules and 10 electromagnetic interference tower spare parts per hour, continuously transporting defense materials via orbital transport vehicles to the surrounding energy zone, providing ample support for the defense system. Around the energy core area, over 500 engineering robots spread out according to the optimal coordinates planned by the intelligent core, their treads rolling over the lunar basalt. The robotic arms accurately pounded stakes and built bases as new electromagnetic interference towers were arranged in a circular pattern with a 100-meter interval, their silver-white bodies rising sequentially on the lunar surface. The number of nano-energy shield bases doubled, with hemispherical bases seamlessly connecting to the energy transport pipeline network, the pale blue energy patterns slowly flowing across the surfaces of the bases. The airspace coordinates of the 12 warships were also reoptimized. The deep space assault ship remained stationed in the central airspace of the energy zone, while 2 heavy frigates advanced 100 kilometers toward the near-Earth asteroid belt. 6 high-speed interceptor ships expanded the patrol radius in that direction to 1.5 million kilometers, directly elevating the airspace defense level for the near-Earth asteroid belt by 1 tier, thoroughly filling the defense gaps left by the complexity of the airspace, ensuring that the three-dimensional defense network of the lunar energy core area was flawless. On the Earth side, General Chen promptly coordinated the nation's top aerospace engineering teams and heavy industry enterprises. The Jiuquan and Wenchang spaceports entered wartime production status simultaneously, with the giant factory brightly lit. Robotic arms worked alongside engineers to complete the forging of a giant detection radar antenna modified based on interstellar trade blueprints. The antenna panel exceeding 100 meters in diameter underwent precise calibration meeting all detection parameters to interstellar standards. The nuclear fusion power module completed the final round of full-load testing, operating continuously for 72 hours without any faults, with core indicators far exceeding the predetermined standards. The first batch of 3 core components for the deep space early warning stations were carefully hoisted into the sealed cargo hold of the Earth-Moon transport shuttle. Each shuttle was accompanied by 2 high-speed interceptor ships for full escort set to depart for the Moon within 1 hour. It was expected that within 72 hours the deep space early warning station at the Earth-Moon Lagrange L2 point would complete its full upgrade, officially increasing its detection range to 10 million kilometers, enhancing the detection accuracy for the entire near-Earth asteroid belt by 50, truly achieving full-dimensional precise monitoring of the airspace and celestial bodies in that area. In the deep space between Earth and the Moon, 3 professional deep space patrol teams had completed their emergency formation and material resupply. The modified cruiser, Huaxing No. 3 led the first team as it slowly set sail from geosynchronous orbit with its phased array radar fully operational. The pale blue detection waves expanded outward from the hull into deep space, heading toward the Earth-Moon Lagrange L1 point to commence the first comprehensive routine patrol. The patrol fleet for the near-Earth asteroid belt directly arrived at the designated alert airspace with 3 high-speed interceptor ships spreading out in a triangular formation to conduct a net-style vigilance check on the edges of the asteroid belt, releasing batches of onboard miniature detection drones to infiltrate the gaps of the asteroid group, leaving no suspicious airspace, potentially hiding equipment unchecked. Meanwhile, construction of the interception stations at 20 key nodes of the Earth-Moon trans. The escort fleet for the energy transport ships also completed a comprehensive adjustment, with 2 high-speed interceptor ships forming a protective barrier on either side, securely guarding the transport ship in the center. The pale blue nuclear fusion exhaust plume traced a stable safety route through the starry sky as transport ships traveled back and forth between Earth and the Moon day after day, continuously transporting the refined liquid helium-3 energy from the lunar surface to Earth, injecting it into major energy conversion stations nationwide, providing core power for Earth's industrial upgrades and aerospace development. While the defense system was being built at full speed, helium-3 energy development on the lunar surface showed no sign of slowing. The 5 nuclear fusion drilling machines in the mining area maintained high-speed operations, with the interstellar alloy teeth of the drill heads continuously breaking through the hard basalt layers. The pale blue helium-3 gas flowed steadily through the double-layer sealed pipelines toward the conversion station, with the temperature monitoring screens on the outer walls remaining stable within the safe range. Inside the conversion station, 10 nuclear fusion fuel furnaces simultaneously emitted stable pale blue flames, with the conversion efficiency of helium-3 firmly locked at 98.7. The purified liquid helium-3 was injected into the giant energy storage chamber through a multi-stage sealed filtration system at a steady pace of 1.2 per hour, with the digital screens of the chamber updating in real time, reflecting the energy storage capacity of 10 million megawatts. Every second, the numbers on the screen continued to fluctuate upward. The purified liquid helium-3 fuel was precisely allocated by the intelligent core to 3 core purposes. Part of it was continuously supplied through the Earth-Moon transport pipeline and the Starship energy interface to starships, Earth-Moon shuttles, and various deep space patrol teams, providing inexhaustible power for Earth-Moon transport, deep space vigilance, and patrol, ensuring that all ships and aircraft remained in a state of full energy readiness. Another part was directly injected into the energy cores of ground defense facilities through dedicated energy pipelines, providing continuous energy support for electromagnetic interference towers, nano-energy shield bases, and closing systems, ensuring that the defense system remained in a state of full activation. And yet another part was stored in high-seal interstellar alloy storage tanks, undergoing the highest specification vacuum sealing for stacking in dedicated energy storage warehouses on the lunar surface, laying a solid. Zhang Chenyu approached the giant viewport in the main control room of the lunar fortress, once again his gaze slowly sweeping over the lunar energy zone where the scene before him had transformed dramatically. Defense facilities were layered upon the lunar surface, with the pale purple glow of the electromagnetic interference towers intertwining with the pale blue light of the nano-energy shields, forming an invisible yet indestructible protective barrier that tightly enveloped the entire energy core area. 12 warships quietly patrolled the airspace along predetermined routes, their silver-gray metallic sheen reflecting cold light under the cosmic rays like loyal interstellar guardians, silently guarding the lunar energy core of the Dasha. Looking up at the deep space between Earth and the Moon, the pale blue tail flames of the Deep Space Patrol fleet wove through the starry sky, their trajectories forming a safety net covering the entire Earth-Moon system. In the distance, the Deep Space Early Warning Station slowly rotated its giant radar antenna with pale blue detection waves sweeping across the vast star sea, while the patrol ships and drones in the direction of the near-Earth asteroid belt shuttled back and forth with the net-style checks never ceasing. Energy transport ships under the protection of the escort fleet steadily sailed along the designated routes, their pale blue tail flames forming a line in the dark starry sea. A safe, efficient, and stable Earth-Moon energy transport line, increasingly solid under the protection of the indestructible defense system, became the core energy link connecting Daxia to the Moon and paving the way to deep space. The intelligent core terminal on his wrist vibrated, gently popping up the latest summary of global defense and development data. A series of precise numbers jumped into view. The three-dimensional defense network of the Lunar Energy Zone had completed 80 of its deployment, with the remaining 20 being the full system adjustment and optimization of software expected to finish all construction within 24 hours. The defense in the direction of the near-Earth asteroid belt, due to its elevated priority, had already been completed 100 ahead of schedule, remaining in a state of continuous Level 1 alert. The Deep Space Early Warning Station at the Earth-Moon Lagrange L2 point completed its first round of upgrade testing, with its first full-power detection accurately capturing the real-time trajectories of 12 near-Earth asteroids, while also identifying 3 abnormal signal points from foreign civilian observation devices which have been marked and are under 24-hour real-time monitoring. Alt-H. Gazing at the data on the screen, Zhang Chenyu's resolve grew stronger. He gently tapped on the intelligent core terminal, gradually zooming out the view of the star map from the Lunar Energy Zone to deep space and finally to the faint Martian light point deep within the star sea. Although this detection crisis has been successfully resolved, the underlying issues it reflects cannot be ignored. The outside forces' covetousness and apprehension towards Daxia's deep space energy development have never ceased, and near-Earth deep space is merely the starting point for Daxia's journey into the star sea. The farther Mars, the asteroid belt, and even broader outer space represent the future directions for Daxia's deep space energy development and exploration. Intelligent core. Zhang Chenyu's voice was steady and strong, resonating in the quiet main control room of the lunar fortress as he continued to gaze towards the direction of Mars in the star sea. Once the defense system deployment is completed and passes the full load testing, initiate the preliminary exploration plan for asteroid energy extraction, immediately forming a professional deep space exploration team to conduct precise exploration and geological analysis on the asteroids rich in helium-3 and rare minerals within the near-Earth asteroid belt, simultaneously mapping detailed resource distribution and celestial body geological charts. Extend the detection range of the Deep Space Early Warning Interception System towards Mars to 15 million kilometers, achieving full coverage monitoring of airspace from near-Earth to the vicinity of Mars, preemptively identifying various navigation and detection risks. He paused briefly, lightly tapping the Martian light point on the star map, his fingertip gliding over the stars on the screen, continuing. Remember, the universe energy development of Daxia has always been about both expanding territories and building shields to defend them. First, we must safeguard every inch of the near-Earth deep space, solidifying the star border shield belonging to Daxia before steadily advancing into deeper star seas. This is the bottom line as well as the foundation. Within the star border, the rules of Daxia are the only guidelines, impervious to the covetousness and infringement of any external forces. Any attempt to cross Daxia's bottom line will incur a painful price. Receive. The electronic voice of the intelligent core resonated smoothly and clearly, instantly recording and analyzing all commands, synchronizing them to the Lunar Construction Dock, the Earth Aerospace Command Center, various starship fleets, and exploration equipment research teams, with all execution units entering preparation mode for the exploration plan. The pale blue interstellar energy flow gently flowed across the screen in the main control room of the lunar fortress, linking the near-Earth asteroid belt in the direction of Mars in a straight line. As the star shield began to form, Daxia's deep space energy development officially took a solid and determined step toward the farther star sea. On the enormous star chart screen in the Yuebao main control chamber, pale blue energy filaments wove together into a three-dimensional network enveloping the entire Earth-Moon domain. The electronic voice of the Jiha Shuha spoke evenly through the silent cabin. Full domain calibration of the Earth-Moon three-dimensional defense grid complete. Initiating combat mode disturbance tests. Loading simulated scenarios: high velocity, meteor swarm impact, transstellar electromagnetic interference, unauthorized near-Earth airspace incursion. At the issued command, the nanoenergy shield bases across the lunar energy sector flared to life, layers of pale blue barriers unfurling to cloak the core area in an impenetrable hemisphere. The Deep Space Early Warning Station at Lagrange L2 spun its colossal radar dishes at high speed, its detection waves locked precisely onto the simulated meteor trajectories. Point defense batteries raised their barrels in unison while electromagnetic jamming towers emitted faint violet interference fields, forming an integrated interception array with the early warning station. Real-time data cascaded across the screens. The meteor swarm shattered against the shield's electromagnetic interference accurately nullified the intrusion signals, and the point defense interception rate remained fixed at 100%. 3 high-risk scenarios passed the test in full. Zhang Chenyu stood before the star chart, tapping the electronic signature field to accept the report. Pale blue filaments flickered across the interface. Acceptance confirmed. Jiha Shuha, he murmured as he scanned the dense defensive lattice on the display. His voice, steady daily patrol of the Earth-Moon defense system will be coordinated with the national space support teams. Without core directives, routine control data need not be reported. Acknowledged. Daily patrol privileges transferred. Core command channel remains open 24 hours. His wrist terminal vibrated sharply as an encrypted communication request from Qin Shangjiang popped up. In the holographic projection, Qin Shangjiang spoke. Without preamble, Chenyu, the defense grid has been accepted. You are to depart for near-domain deep space exploration. I have dispatched 3 high-speed escort frigates and 2 survey auxiliaries to form a protective squadron. They will arrive at the lunar far side berth in 1 hour. Zhang Chenyu shook his head minutely and declined, plainly unnecessary. The Xingqian is a single-operator exploration vessel. Its maneuverability far surpasses any squadron. Moreover, the coordinates of the core resource and infrastructure sites for this survey require the highest level encryption. Multiple personnel increase the risk of leakage. He paused, then defined the core division of labor. General Qin, my principle remains unchanged. I will locate and pin the sites. You will execute ground construction and operations. Core coordinates will be encrypted end-to-end by me, and the Shuha on-the-ground teams need only follow the coordinates and standards. This is the most efficient form of cooperation. Qin Shangjiang fell silent for a moment before nodding. Very well. As you requested, all domestic spaceports and heavy industry units are on standby. Once coordinates and commands arrive, immediate activation. When the communication ended, Zhang Chenyu turned and left the control room, boarding the private shuttle ladder bound for the far side berth reserved for him. Within the sector isolated by the nanoprotective shield, the Xingqian lay moored in silence. Its silver-gray hull gleamed with a cold light under cosmic rays. The streamlined frame reduced interstellar drag to a minimum. The bow's array of survey instruments sat beneath a pale blue protective shroud, poised to spring into action. As he boarded, the bridge lights came alive, and the projection of the Jiha Shuha shimmered above the console. Full system self-check of the Xingqian initiated. Survey suite, faster than light engine, full spectrum stealth systems, and power core, all nominal. Survey instruments calibrated. Zhang Chenyu took the captain's seat and skimmed his fingers across the console. The star chart unfolded. The core of the near-Earth asteroid belt, the critical segments of the Dihua corridor, and the contours around Lagrange L4 and L5 were depicted with crystalline clarity. Engage full spectrum stealth. Plot course. Destination: the near-Earth asteroid Qinglangsing. Depart. Full spectrum stealth engaged. Course plotted. FTL engine warming. Xingqian departing. The silver hull eased away from the far side berth. A pale blue fusion plume stirred to life at the stern. Without a sound, the vessel slipped free of lunar orbit and merged into the ink-black sea of stars. The stealth suite instantaneously masked all emissions. The Xingqian became an invisible shadow in space, bearing straight for Qinglangsing. On the bridge, the Jiha Shuha linked the ship's spectrometer, resource density scanner, and spatial curvature profiler to perform layered sweeps of the intervening starfields. Pale blue detection waves rippled outward from the hull. Data on Xingsujing abundance, metallic hydrogen, water ice concentrations, planetary geology, radiation flux, and corridor safety streamed continuously to the main console. Zhang Chenyu's gaze hardened. He personally verified each set of critical readings. Whenever a discrepancy appeared, he ordered the Shuha to rescan and recalibrate. The coordinates for Qinglangsing on the star chart were refined again and again until they locked upon a stable pocket at the heart of the near-Earth asteroid belt. Hours later, the Xingqian hovered at Qinglangsing's orbital band. The bow sensors fixed upon an asteroid roughly 100 kilometers across. A precise annotation popped up on the screen: Qinglangsing. Xingsujing purity 92.7%. The surface mineral layer averaged a thickness of 150 meters. Shallow veins formed a reticulated network. The geological structure was stable with no intense radiation or frequent tectonic activity. This was a rare high-energy ore whose storage density eclipsed helium-3 by an order of magnitude. It was prime material for deep space propulsion and starship core power, and a strategic resource central to Dacia's deep space development. Jiha Shuha initiate full field survey mode. Conduct a surfacito shallow depth sweep of King-Langsing to map the three-dimensional distribution of veins, simultaneously deploy survey drone swarms to perform zonal surface sampling and verify deposit purity and extractability. His fingertip touched the console, his voice remained calm. Acknowledged. Full field survey mode initiated. Survey drone swarm deployed. Three-dimensional vein mapping in progress. Hundreds of micro-survey drones fanned out from both flanks of the Xingqian and descended with surgical precision across King-Langsing. Drill heads pierced the basalt crust to collect Xingsujing samples. On the bridge's 3D chart, the asteroid's volumetric profile unfolded, faint gold tracery threaded through its interior, vein paths gradually coming into focus. Scanning deepened and revealed a concentrated rich zone on the northern face preliminarily judged to exceed 93% purity. The first batch of samples streamed back to the Xingqian, and the Zhihashuha completed its analysis in an instant. Data flashed across the screen. King-Langsing, Xingsujing average purity 93.1%. Shallow veins are easily exploitable, no harmful accompanying minerals detected, suitable for unmanned mining clusters. Radiation across a 1,000 kilometer perimeter is low and debris belts are sparse, meeting conditions for infrastructure and corridor construction. Zhang Chenyu traced the 3D map, with his finger marking the northern enrichment zone, and a flat southern plain designate the north as the core extraction field and the south as the infrastructure touchdown. Simultaneously scan the million-kilometer starfield around King-Langsing to select defensive nodes and corridor anchor points. The moment the Zhihashuha began the surrounding area scan, the bridge's stealth system screamed a crimson alarm. The electronic voice sharpened non-local cosmic band signal detected. 3 unidentified small warships are executing FTL jumps and closing rapidly. Distance to Xingqian 8.0 kilometers. Vessels unmarked. Weapon systems charging. Assessed as hostile targets. Zhang Chenyu's fingers clenched on the console as his eyes flicked to 3 red pips racing across the star chart. A chill ran down his spine. Maximize stealth. Deploy Xingqian's emergency defense shield. All survey drones return immediately. Lock onto enemy hull coordinates and analyze weapon signatures. Simultaneously attempt intrusion into enemy shipboard systems and crack their core data. A translucent pale blue energy field instantly solidified around the silver hull. Bow sensors whirred frantically as the Zhihashuha launched an interstellar intrusion protocol. Streams of pale blue code scrolled across the console. Analysis returned immediately. Enemy class light raiding craft armed with pulse ion cannons. Hull composed of low-tier interstellar alloy. No full domain shields. High mobility but fragile defenses. Shipboard encryption extremely weak. Intrusion channels open. Estimated weapon range in 30 seconds. An interstellar distance of 800,000 kilometers collapsed in an instant. The 3 angular menacing silver-black raiders blossomed into the Xingqian's forward sensors. Their bow conduits flared a harsh magenta as 3 ion beams, each bearing cataclysmic energy, hurtled toward the Xingqian. Hard left, evasion the first salvo. Engage point frequency electromagnetic countercannon and target their muzzles. Zhang Chenyu's order left no room for hesitation. The Xingqian slipped through the starfield like a darting fish. The 3 ion beams grazed the energy shield and slammed into a trailing field of asteroid fragments, reducing a 100-meter boulder to powder in an instant. Almost simultaneously, 6 mini electromagnetic countercannons burst from the Xingqian's flanks. Pale blue muzzles flashed, and 6 precise electromagnetic streams struck the raiders. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous detonations shattered the silence as the raiders' ion muzzles were torn apart. Magenta energy eddies erupted at their bows. The ships shuddered violently. Seizing the moment of enemy disarray, the Zhihashuha's intrusion program pierced the raiders' core database. A faint swath of gilded coordinates flickered across the screen and was rapidly encrypted and stored. The lead raider had clearly underestimated the defenses and retaliatory power of this lone survey vessel. After a brief loss of control, the 3 craft reformed into a triangular pincer. Rapid-fire batteries extended from their flanks, and a deadly hail of energy projectiles rained toward the Xingqian. Boost shield output to 100%. Link the Shuha to precision intercept. Open interstellar encrypted comms, and relay a level 1 under-attack signal to the Earth-Moon defense grid. Share coordinates. Zhang Chenyu's voice cut through the tenseness. The Xingqian's pale blue shield thickened several-fold. Zhihashuha synchronized with the point defense array, and dozens of micro-interceptors sprouted around the hull, weaving an impenetrable web of fire that obliterated incoming projectiles in brilliant flares across the void. The raiders' maneuverability exceeded expectations. Their triangular formation tightened as they attempted close-quarters boarding. Boarding bay doors yawned open, and several small attack drones speared forward, aimed directly at the energy shield. They want to die? A cold glint passed Zhang Chenyu's eyes as he slammed his palm onto the console. Activate Xingqian's concealed weapon, the Star Core pulse cannon. Charge to 30% and direct a focused blast at the enemy formation's core. The bow survey array split in an instant, revealing a jet-black muzzle. Pale blue interstellar energy congealed furiously. After 2 seconds, a compact, coherent pulse beam leapt forth and struck dead center into the triangle of 3 raiders. Boom. A violent explosion rocked King Langsing's orbital band. The lead raider's hull was blown into a gaping maw as its power core detonated into a searing fireball. The remaining 2 ships were hurled by the shockwave, grievously damaged, their defenses collapsed, and their FTL drives failed. The 2 surviving ships showed fear and attempted to emit jamming signals to flee, but the Xingqian sensors held them fast. As Zhang Chenyu prepared to order follow-up fire, Jia Shuha announced enemy homeworld coordinates successfully extracted and encrypted. Earth-Moon defense support signal received. 6 high-speed interceptors have transited FTL and are closing a distance to Xingqian 5.0 kilometers, the estimated arrival 1 minute. Enemy surviving vessels are initiating self-destruct protocols. Deploy the shield for full domain protection. Evade the self-destruct shockwave. Collect wreckage samples and analyze the civilization tier. Before the last words had faded, the 2 crippled raiders detonated into enormous fireballs. Shockwaves and debris surged toward the Xingqian, but were wholly absorbed by the vessel's thickened energy shield. Moments later, 6 silver-gray high-speed interceptors pierced the Star Sea and arrived at King Langsing's vicinity, forming a hexagonal escort that enveloped the Xingqian. Qin Shangjiang's anxious voice crackled over the bridge. "Comms Chenyu, are you all right?" Zhang Chenyu peered out at the approaching interceptors, exhaled, and rubbed his brow. His tone, still composed, "I'm fine. The Xingqian suffered light damage. The 3 light raiders have been neutralized. We are recovering wreckage samples for analysis. The King Langsing deposit and survey apparatus remained intact." During the engagement, the Jia Shuha had already breached the raiders' ship systems and extracted their homeworld coordinates along with portions of their stellar activity logs. Clearly, this near-domain deep space harbored unknown marauders. On the bridge display, the Jia Shuha unfolded the infiltrated intelligence alongside the wreckage analysis, unfamiliar stellar sigils, unregistered interstellar alloy components, and a band of faint gold cosmic coordinates interlaced on screen. A nascent hostile low-tier extraterrestrial civilization had for the first time revealed itself within Daxia's deep space exploration horizon. As for the Xingsujing strata of King Langsing, after the earlier energy impact, they showed only a faint luminescence and no fissures, still stable. Zhang Chenyu tapped the screen to bring the intelligence to the forefront, and in a low voice to Qin Shangjiang said, "Describe the intercepted data first. These raiders have already bared nearly all their secrets." The intelligence core immediately synchronized its voice with an electronic tone, conveying a precise, analytical feeling. "The coordinates of the enemy's main star have been located in the desolate starfield outside the near-Earth asteroid belt, approximately 3.2 light-years from Qinglan star. There are no stable stellar light sources within the starfield, suggesting that its main star is a resource-depleted rocky planet, which is also the core reason for its long-term plundering of deep space resources. Secondly, the activity data extracted by the shipborne system indicates that this civilization has no fixed colonized starfields, relying solely on the main star as a base, dispatching multiple squadrons of light assault ships that randomly roam and plunder within the near-Earth asteroid belt. Each squadron consists of 3 to 5 ships with no heavy combat vessels configured, suggesting that their civilization's overall industrial and military level is extremely low and capable of constructing large warships. Thirdly, the material analysis chart of the enemy's ship flashed across the screen, and the intelligence core continued to analyze the enemy's ship structure, employs low-grade interstellar alloys exhibiting weak impact resistance. The onboard weapons are limited to pulse-ion cannons and rapid-fire energy guns lacking shield technology. Moreover, their faster than-light jump technology can only achieve short-distance jumps, with an accuracy error exceeding 1.0 kilometers. The locking of Qinglan star this time was indeed a coincidence detected due to the faint energy fluctuations during the exploration of the stardust, not a planned reconnaissance. Finally, the wreckage sample analysis revealed obvious signs of manual assembly in the ship's components lacking standard mass production features. The energy core is of poor quality fission energy with an energy conversion rate that is less than 1/3 of the current technology in the Daxia, collectively determining them as a low-tier interstellar plundering civilization with no large-scale combat capabilities and posing a threat only to defenseless deep space resource points. The 6 interceptors' Closian guns were fully charged, and the radar scanned the entire airspace for residual threats. General Qin's holographic projection gazed at the intelligence data on the screen, his expression slightly easing. It seems that this group of enemies does not pose a significant threat for now. However, the coordinates of this main star may prove to be quite useful. A temporary no-flee zone has been established in the surrounding area. The engineering ship and heavy frigates have set sail from the far side of the moon, and the faster-than-light navigation route has been calibrated, expected to arrive in 4 hours. Should we delay the exploration and wait for support to arrive? No need. Continue the exploration and simultaneously activate the defense and navigation planning around Qinglan Star. Zhang Chenyu shook his head, pointing to the airspace coordinates around Qinglan Star on the star map. His gaze briefly swept over the faint golden coordinates of the enemy's main star, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Though these plunderers are weak, they remain a hidden danger. The defense system for Qinglan Star must also take them into account. Seize this opportunity to finalize a comprehensive development plan for Qinglan Star. First establish defenses, then expand mining and simultaneously build dedicated transportation routes to transform Qinglan Star into a core energy stronghold in near-Earth deep space. Look at the intelligence core. Issue the following commands in succession. First, complete a precise scan of the 1 million kilometers starfield surrounding Qinglan Star, selecting 8 defense points arranged in a circular pattern to guard the star body and 4 navigation anchor points connecting the Earth-Moon shipping route with the Qinglan Star construction area. The 8th defense point needs to be advanced 5.0 kilometers towards the enemy's main star and equipped with long-distance warning radar. Second, encrypt the mining map of Qinglan Star defense points and navigation anchor coordinates, synchronizing them to the Earth-Moon Defense Network and General Qin's terminal. The coordinates and analysis report of the enemy's main star should be encrypted separately and classified as top secret. Third, continue deploying exploration drones to complete sampling across the entire star domain of Qinglan Star, creating a high-precision mining plan of fourth, the collected star marrow crystal sample. Understood. The full area scan has restarted. The selection of defense points and navigation anchor points is in progress. The coordinates for defense point 8 have been adjusted and exploration drones have been released a second time. Under the operation of the intelligence core, the detection waves of the stardust once again swept across the Qinglan starfield, a light blue glow traversing the pitch-black star, with coordinates being accurately marked. 8 defense points evenly distributed in the 2.0 to 5.0 kilometers airspace around Qinglan Star, covering blind spots in the rubble belt navigation entrances and the airspace blind spots towards the enemy's main star. The 4 navigation anchor points link the relay station at the Lagrange L1 point directly to the Earth-Moon transportation route, forming a prototype of a safe transportation corridor for Earth-Qinglan energy. Among them, the 3rd anchor point is adjacent to the solar power station at the Lagrange L1 point, allowing for direct energy supply, enabling transport ships to recharge mid-route, significantly enhancing transportation efficiency. The adjusted 8th defense point has moved into the core of the rubble belt, directly facing the enemy's main star, becoming a frontline early warning post in the defense network of Qinglan Star, filling the defense gap in that direction. On the screen, the 3-dimensional development map of Qinglan Star gradually took shape. The northern core mining area was divided into 10 sections, each section reserved for drone takeoff and landing channels and mineral transportation pipelines, allowing for synchronous mining and centralized transport. The southern construction area clearly designated a control center for unmanned mining, a primary processing base for star marrow crystals, and a docking port for transport ships, even pre-planning the positions for storing interstellar alloys and energy supply stations, reserving ample space for subsequent development. The circular defense belt centered around Qinglan Star formed a 3-layer protective net, with the inner layer focusing on close-range interception, the middle layer responsible for airspace monitoring and early warning, and the outer layer tasked with long-range deterrence. For the outer layer defense points facing the enemy's main star, 2 additional electromagnetic eye. Zhang Chenyu's fingers repeatedly traced the 3-dimensional map, making slight adjustments to the boundary of the northern mining area, designating a densely packed shallow mineral vein area as a test mining zone. Mark the coordinates of the test mining areas separately. The first batch of unmanned mining clusters will land here to verify the interstellar adaptability of the mining equipment. Once the data stabilizes, we will expand to other sections. The intelligence core immediately responded, marking the test mining area on the map with a prominent white line clearly distinguishing it from other sections. In the communication room, the exploration drones of the Stardust had completed sampling across the entire star domain of Qinglan Star, collecting a total of 217 mineral samples covering all distribution areas of the star body's mineral veins. The high-precision mining plan was thus finalized, with the map precisely indicating the direction, thickness, and purity variations of each mineral vein, providing an exceedingly precise basis for the path planning of the unmanned mining equipment. The full-dimensional analysis of the star marrow crystal samples has also been completed, and the data far exceeds expectations. The average purity is 93.5, with the highest purity reaching 95.2, and energy stability at 98.2, showing no energy dissipation in a vacuum or cosmic radiation environment. After mining, it only requires simple sealing for transportation, fully conforming to the standards for large-scale industrial mining. Meanwhile, the supplementary analysis of the enemy civilization by the intelligence core has also been completed. This civilization lacks interstellar reconnaissance capabilities across light years, and their positioning of Qinglan star was merely coincidental. The activity range of their assault ship squadrons does not exceed 1 light year around the main star, and they will not return to the Qinglan star area in the short term. 4 hours later, 4 massive engineering ships and 2 heavy frigates arrived as scheduled in the Qinglan starfield. As the engineering ship entered, the designated airspace operations immediately commenced, with the giant mechanical arms on both sides of the ship synchronously extending to slowly deploy the prefabricated interstellar alloy bases at each defense point and navigation anchor. The light blue interstellar alloy components quickly assembled in the Star C. The main framework of the deep space interception base was completed at the first defense point in just half an hour. The electromagnetic interference towers and Closian guns were subsequently hoisted into place, commencing system debugging. The long-range warning radar at the 8th defense point was the first to be installed, and upon activation it immediately began a full-area scan towards the enemy's main star direction, with light blue detection waves fanning out into deep space. The relay station at the navigation anchor point also commenced construction, with solar panels and energy shield generators being installed in sequence, quickly taking shape as a small energy supply station. The 2 heavy frigates then entered the circular defense belt, coordinating with the 6 high-speed interceptors to delineate their respective alert airspaces, initiating 24-hour uninterrupted patrols. The interceptors were responsible for rapid mobile reconnaissance, while the frigates relied on the defense points for fixed-point defense. The dual-layer defense net seamlessly connected, firmly guarding Qinglan Star and the surrounding navigation routes. The Stardust quietly hovered above the southern construction area of Qinglan Star, with the panoramic windows of the bridge capturing the construction scenes outside. The light blue tail flames of the engineering ship traced busy trajectories across the dark Star Sea, and the sounds of assembling interstellar alloy components faintly transmitted through the communication channel, intertwining with the electronic alerts of the intelligence core. Zhang Chenyu stood in front of the window, his gaze sweeping across the emerging defense bases and relay stations, landing on the surface of Qinglan Star, which shimmered with a faint glow. This once nameless small asteroid was gradually radiating a unique brilliance in the near-Earth asteroid belt due to the discovery of star marrow crystals and the Daxia's deep space development layout. The coordinates of the enemy's main star now quietly lay in a corner of the star map, becoming the first potential threat locked in the Daxia's deep space exploration. He raised his hand to gently tap on the control panel, making final encrypted backups of the mining map of Qinglan Star, the mining plan, the defense layout, the navigation design, and the enemy civilization analysis report, storing them separately in the core database of the Stardust, the cloud of the intelligence core, and the top-secret server of the Earth-Moon Defense Network, achieving triple data backups and thoroughly eliminating the possibility of coordinate and development data leakage. The electronic voice of the intelligence core calmly announced, "The full-area exploration of Qinglan Star has been completed, with a total of 17 high-value star marrow crystal veins marked, 8 defense points, and 4 navigation anchor points, all accurately located. The long-range warning radar at the 8th defense point is operational, and the engineering ship has completed the main construction of 3 defense bases and 2 navigation relay stations, with the prototype of the Earth-Qinglan transportation corridor established. The analysis of the star marrow crystal samples is complete, and the development instructions for the unmanned mining cluster have been synchronized to the far side of the moon base and Zhochuan Heavy Industries, with the first batch of mining equipment entering mass production. The full-area scan in the direction of the enemy's main star shows no anomalies, and no signals from enemy ships have been detected. Zhang Chenyu raised his hand to press on the wrist-mounted intelligence terminal, sending the final instructions to General Qin and the Earth-Moon Defense Network. The exploration and marking of Qinglan Star is complete. The defense construction, mining preparations, and navigation setup will be initiated simultaneously. The Stardust will remain in the Qinglan Star field to conduct full calibration for subsequent construction until the test mining area yields, or, and the Earth-Qinglan transportation corridor officially opens. Additionally, instruct the far side of the moon base to expedite the development of the core components for the Chenyu flagship. The first batch of star marrow crystals from Qinglan Star will be prioritized for the construction of the Chenyu, ensuring the rapid formation of the fleet's core combat power. Meanwhile, synchronize the analysis report of the enemy civilization to the National Deep Space Strategy Research Center for assessment of subsequent countermeasures and reconnaissance plans. General Qin's holographic projection immediately replied, "All instructions have been received, and the various units are advancing according to plan." The construction team for the Chenyu at the far side of the moon base is prepared for the adaptation of the star marrow crystal energy core, awaiting the arrival of the first batch of mineral materials. The National Deep Space Strategy Research Center has received the intelligence and is conducting a special analysis. Hanging up the communication, Zhang Chenyu looked again at the Qinglan star outside the window. At this moment, the light blue shields of the defense bases were gradually illuminating like halos of protection encasing Qinglan star. The radar antennas at the 8th defense point slowly rotated, silently guarding against the deep space direction, while the relay station at the navigation anchor point flickered with soft white light guiding the incoming transport ships. The engineering ships continued their busy work, rapidly constructing the foundation for the unmanned mining control center in the southern construction area, marking the full-scale opening of Qinglan star's development. In the pitch-black star, see the glow of Qinglan star intertwined with the lights of various facilities, echoing the faint light of the distant Earth-Moon twin stars. The concealed silhouette of the stardust flickered in this brilliance like a silent guardian witnessing a crucial step in Daxia's deep space development. On the star map of the Earth-Moon deep space, the coordinates of Qinglan star were marked with a conspicuous golden hue aligning with the Earth-Moon twin stars, and the Lagrange L1 point revealing a newly formed energy transportation route on the star map. Meanwhile, the coordinates of the enemy's main star were marked with a red warning symbol, a juxtaposition of gold and red becoming the first pivot point and warning point in Daxia's near-Earth deep space layout. Zhang Chenyu's gaze had long since transcended Qinglan star, resting on the depths of the near-Earth asteroid belt on the star map, where more resource points awaited exploration and more star fields awaited expansion. But he understood that only by securing this first stronghold of Qinglan star, fortifying defenses, stabilizing mining, and making the Earth-Qinglan transportation corridor a steady energy artery, while closely monitoring potential threats, could Daxia's deep space development journey proceed more steadily and further. Exploration continues and defense never ceases. This is the principle he has set, and also the foundation for Daxia's advancement into the star sea. The pale blue defensive barrier of Qinglan star rippled delicately across the starry sea, while the drilling beams in the experimental extraction zone pierced through the vacuum, illuminating the faint golden veins of star marrow crystal ores. Zhang Chenyu stood at the center of the Stardust spacecraft's bridge, his fingertips gently pressing the metallic panel engraved with alien patterns on the control console. This was the core bargaining chip he obtained in his early dealings with alien civilizations, a set of dark crystal annihilation energy technology far beyond human comprehension, and the only trump card enabling humanity to break through the energy ceiling. The electronic voice of the intelligence core suddenly rose in pitch, carrying the sharpness of data breakthroughs. The preliminary detection of the first batch of star marrow crystal extraction in the Qinglan star experimental mining zone is complete. Purity 94. 7R crystal core energy activity, stable compatibility with alien dark crystal annihilation modules at 89, breaking theoretical thresholds. The metallic panel lit up in response, the blue alien patterns crawling across the entire control console, like living creatures intertwining with the golden glimmer of the star marrow crystal, casting a calm light in Zhang Chenyu's eyes. Execute the dual plans. His voice was cold and decisive without a hint of hesitation. Deep space enemy detection plan. Release 30 Shadow Blade-class nanostealth probes advancing in 3 waves in a triangular formation equipped with a gravity wave cloaking system, approaching the enemy's main star's outer space within 1.0 kilometers, focusing on scanning fleet deployments, energy hubs, and air defense blind spots. If detected, immediately remain silent and dormant, only transmitting data without revealing our presence. Crystal Energy Origin Plan. Activate the ship's core extraction chamber to conduct initial extraction of the first batch of 1,200 kilograms of star marrow crystal for dark crystal annihilation energy, simultaneously transmitting the entire set of adaptive technology to Earth with the highest encryption level. Received. Shadowblade probes are being deployed. Gravity wave cloaking has been activated. The flight paths for the 3 waves have been calibrated, and we expect to approach the enemy's main star in 60 hours. The dark crystal annihilation extraction chamber has been preheated. The star marrow crystal is in the chamber, and energy extraction is starting. The side door of the Stardust cargo hold slid open silently, and 30 diamond-shaped probes the size of fingernails slipped into the starry sea like phantoms, their bodies covered with anti-detection coatings that completely absorbed interstellar radiation, even suppressing gravity waves to below cosmic background levels. Using the cover of the interstellar debris field, the 3 waves of formation sped towards the desolate star field 3, 2 light-years away, leaving no trace in the pitch-black deep space. At the core of the ship in the extraction chamber marked with alien patterns, the pale golden star marrow crystal was placed into the levitating chamber, and the blue annihilation energy surged along the patterns, colliding with the star marrow crystal in an instant, only causing a faint ripple of light. This was the alien standard form of mass energy conversion, a high-level energy explosion efficiency 100 times greater than controllable nuclear fusion. On the screen, the energy values skyrocketed, the blue curve suddenly breaking through the peak as the intelligence core announced with a clear tremor, initial extraction completed. 1 gram of star marrow crystal extraction of dark crystal energy is equivalent to 400 tons of standard coal fusion energy, with an extraction efficiency of 93%, and the residue can be re-refined into special-grade interstellar alloy materials. The dark crystal energy has been stored in the antimatter isolation storage chamber, yielding a total of 1,116 units of core energy. This string of data represents humanity's confidence to step out of the solar system and establish a foothold in deep space. Zhang Chenyu immediately connected to the encrypted holographic communication with General Qin. As the image unfolded, a low murmuring erupted in the Deep Space Command Center behind General Qin. The blue-dark crystal energy patterns flowed across the screen, the alien adaptive patterns and energy parameters clearly listed, and the efficiency figures 100 times that of nuclear fusion shocked everyone into silence. General Qin, this is dark crystal annihilation energy, the core technology, one obtained from trading with alien civilizations in my early years. Zhang Chenyu's voice resonated steadily through the encrypted channel. Today, the star marrow crystal has achieved perfect adaptation, and humanity has officially grasped intergenerational energy. Based on this, Earth will immediately launch a full-scale deep space resource saturation collection and defense system upgrade plan. Follow my orders. First, the lunar helium-3 base will immediately undergo strategic transformation, with helium-3 nuclear fusion serving as the basic energy guarantee for people's livelihood and basic industry, while dark crystal annihilation energy will be the strategic core prioritized. For deep space fleets and core defenses, 3 dark crystal energy reserve warehouses will be built on the lunar surface with elite guards stationed, and a dedicated star marrow crystal detection center will be established. Second, the near-Earth asteroid belt exploration fleet will be expanded to 30 teams, each equipped with 2 escort ships, 5 mining ships, and 3 crystal mineral detection ships, launching a comprehensive exploration with no blind spots, fully exploiting any star marrow crystal veins at any cost, and delivering them directly to the Qinglan star. Extraction. He pointed with his fingertip at the red warning mark of the enemy's main star on the star map, his gaze cold and serious. Additionally, 5 dark crystal annihilation extraction bases will be immediately constructed on Qinglan star. The engineering ships will suspend non-core infrastructure, prioritizing the construction of extraction bases and defense stations. Qinglan star, as a deep space anchor point, must achieve energy self-sufficiency and flawless defense. General Qin stood up abruptly, his eyes blazing, his voice resonating. All orders have been received. Highest level encrypted transmission. The Military Industrial Research Institute, Aerospace Administration, and Deep Space Development Command are all at the highest state of readiness. The lunar base will immediately transform. The asteroid belt fleet will immediately expand. The defense network upgrade plan will be fully launched, and all members of the Chenyu research team will be on duty waiting for the dark crystal energy parameters. The moment the communication was cut off, humanity's deep space pioneering with Qinglan star and Earth as dual pivot points began with a thunderous roar. On Earth, the 3 major aerospace bases of Jiuquan, Wenchang, and Xichang simultaneously lit up with defense satellites and radar equipment carrying dark crystal energy adaptation modules soaring into the sky, their tail flames painting half the horizon red. In low Earth orbit, 30 exploration fleets sped into the asteroid belt like arrows released from a bow, with crystal mineral detectors fully operational, leaving no energy fluctuations of star marrow crystals unchecked on the lunar surface. Large engineering machinery worked day and night, progressing simultaneously with helium-3 extraction and dark crystal energy reserve construction, the pale blue nuclear fusion light and blue-dark crystal energy light intertwining. In the space around Qinglan star, 4 giant engineering ships adjusted their mechanical arms, abandoning the subsequent construction of the unmanned mining control center, focusing entirely on building the main framework of the extraction base. The alien standard energy pattern templates were precisely spliced together, interstellar alloy components layered upon one another, and the blue energy flow began to circulate within the framework, rapidly forming the outlines of the 5 extraction bases in the starry sea. 6 heavy escort ships and 6 interceptors formed a double-layered patrol circle, cruising rapidly around Qinglan star, while the long-distance warning radar at Defense Point 8 operated at full power, sending pale blue detection waves sweeping into deep space, coordinating with the electromagnetic interference towers powered by dark crystal energy to weave an impenetrable defense net. Meanwhile, in the deep space 3, 2 light-years away, the first wave of Shadow Blade probes had completed 3 interstellar jumps, quietly approaching the outer 150 kilometers of the enemy's main star, taking cover behind interstellar dust. On the screen, the images returned by the probes revealed a gray-black, desolate rocky planet, floating in the darkness, surrounded by dozens of damaged light assault ships. In the gravitational field, their hulls covered with meteorite impact marks, energy signals weak and chaotic, clearly showing signs of long-term wandering and plundering. On the planet's surface, 6 red light clusters flickered periodically, indicating the enemy's energy hubs, but they were covered by rudimentary alloy shields, the light clusters flickering inconsistently, with extremely unstable energy fluctuations. The first wave of formation has approached the enemy's main star's outer security zone, detecting 37 light patrol ships, no heavy battleships, no deep space defense satellites. The anti-air firepower in the equatorial space is dense, but outdated, and there are defense blind spots about 2.0 kilometers wide at the poles. Energy hub signal fluctuations are abnormal, initially assessed to be powered by low-quality fission energy, with the shield's energy coverage at only 67. As soon as the Intelligence Corps' announcement finished, the detection data on the screen suddenly jumped. Core vulnerability detected. The energy transmission link from the enemy's 6th energy hub to the main star's core control center was exposed with no protection at all, and the link material was made of low-grade conductive alloy, with poor interference and impact resistance. Once destroyed, it would directly paralyze 30 of the main star's air defense firepower. The second and third waves of formation have arrived at the designated ambush points with no risk of detection. Zhang Chenyu leaned over, staring at the screen, his fingertips lightly tapping the control panel, his gaze fixed on the thin red energy transmission link, his eyes resolute, showing no hint of underestimation. The defensive vulnerabilities of this group of plunderers were far greater than imagined, but the crudity of their energy systems also confirmed previous analyses. They were indeed a low-level civilization, drifting in deep space, solely relying on numerical superiority. However, the more necessary it was to understand their entire situation. Keep the probes silent, slowly approach within 1.0 kilometers along the 2 polar blind spots. Focus on scanning the terrain around the 6th energy hub, confirm the specific location of the core control center, and simultaneously check if there are hidden fleet docks within the main star. All data will be encrypted in real time and transmitted back to the Earth-Moon Defense Network strategic database. He issued a low command: leave 3 probes to monitor the 6th energy hub, while the others continue to infiltrate the core area, ensuring that no alarms are triggered. Received. The probes are adjusting their flight paths as instructed, silently infiltrating, and the 6th energy hub has been placed under 24-hour real-time surveillance. Before he finished speaking, the Intelligence Corps' urgent announcement suddenly rang out, barely concealing its excitement. Good news from the second vein of the Qinglan Star experimental mining zone. The extracted star marrow crystal has a purity of 95.3, qualifying as a special grade crystal mineral with the single-gram extraction efficiency rising to 95, equivalent to 420 tons of standard coal fusion energy. The first defense satellite equipped with dark crystal energy adaptation modules has successfully entered orbit, and the Lagrange L2 warning radar has completed its energy upgrade, ensuring full coverage of the near-Earth asteroid belt, capable of accurately capturing 0.1 level energy fluctuations. 2 pieces of good news sounded like thunder in the dark star sea. On the screen, the blue dark crystal energy light, the golden star marrow crystal light, the pale blue defensive barrier, the rocket tail flames soaring from Earth bases, and the images returned by probes of the enemy's main star vulnerabilities intertwined to form a grand, yet treacherous tapestry of deep space pioneering. The 1116 units of dark crystal energy were not just cold numbers, they were the key for humanity to unlock higher-level star seas. The 30 Shadow Blade probes loomed over the enemy's head, like silent watchers, capturing all their weaknesses, safeguarding this intergenerational energy revolution. The first dark crystal annihilation extraction base on Qinglan Star has completed its main construction, with blue energy patterns flowing up the tower like a blue sword pointing towards the star sea, and the first batch of special grade star marrow crystals is being transported to the extraction chamber, preparing for more efficient energy extraction. Earth's 30 exploration fleets have detected 3 star marrow crystal vein leads in the near-Earth asteroid belt, and the mining ships have begun targeted drilling, the pale golden crystal light flickering in the asteroid belt. Zhang Chenyu gazed out of the porthole at the starry sea, where the blue energy patterns of Qinglan Star intertwined with the pale blue defensive barrier, turning this asteroid into the most dazzling deep space anchor point in the star sea, while the distant Earth-Moon binary stars shone with unprecedented brilliance. He raised his hand to synchronize the enemy's main star vulnerability data and probe images to Earth's Strategic Research Center, his fingertip tracing the line from Earth to Qinglan star, and then to the enemy's main star, his eyes resolute. This transformation initiated by dark crystal energy is not an end, but a true beginning. Exploration continues, defense persists, crystal energy breaks boundaries, and the star sea is being pioneered. With Qinglan star as the spear, the solar system as the shield, dark crystal energy as the core, and star marrow crystal as the vein, humanity's path into deep space has officially entered a new era. And as the probes slowly approach the enemy's main star 2 light-years away along the polar blind spots, all of its hidden weaknesses behind the desolation were gradually being uncovered. A silent dark war has quietly begun in the depths of the star sea, and humanity is already holding the winning cards. The starry sea stretched black as ink, biting cold, seeping into the marrow. 2 light-years away, the enemy's primary world, bereft of any stellar guardian, hung in silence like a slab of gray-black meteoric iron frozen solid by cosmic ice. Against the faint glow of background radiation, it loomed as a dead solitary point. Interstellar dust eddied around it, at glacial pace, bound fast by its congealed gravity, as if even spacetime itself had sunk into stillness here. Only the 2,000-kilometer-wide defensive blind zone spanning its polar regions, a jagged rift cleaving the void, offered the sole viable passage for Shadow Blade-class nanoscopic stealth probes. 9 diamond-shaped probes skimmed the dense asteroid belt, their hulls trembling in resonance with drifting debris gliding inward like deep-sea fish toward the primary world's core airspace, 10,000 kilometers from its surface. Their onboard gravitational wave cloaking systems suppressed all emissions beneath the universe's ambient noise floor. Meanwhile, antiquated early warning arrays on the planet's surface rotated blindly, scanning in vain. No ripple of data disturbed their readings. These 9 shadows were indistinguishable from the starfield itself, soundless, traceless, unseen. The core intelligence nexus's voice, compressed to a near imperceptible tremor, resonated precisely within Zhang Chenyu's neural interface, and the Stardust command bridge, lean exact without a shred of redundancy, probes have breached the outer sentry net. Coordinates of the Polar Subterranean Nuclear Command Center locked, latitude 8712 and longitude 1403e. Surface shielding comprises only 3 layers of low-tier interstellar alloy. Anti-aircraft firepower density is 1/10 that of equatorial zones, confirmed as the sole critical vulnerability in this civilization's defensive architecture. The primary world schematic flared instantly awake, a crimson that pulsed faintly over the pole. From its several pailored energy conduits lanced outward in radial fury, like desiccated vines coiling around bone, locking unrelentingly onto planetary energy hubs across the globe, their pathways grotesquely sinuous. Strikingly, the main conduit feeding Power Hub 6 lay fully exposed in the vacuum's frigid hush, utterly unprotected by any energy shield. Its midsection communications node hung isolated in open space, its metallic hull pocked with craters of varying depth from micrometeorite impacts, a raw gaping wound, torn open across living flesh, glaringly vivid under the starfield's indifferent light. Probes 2 and 3 have secured lock-on to the northern and southern polar docking bays. High-resolution imagery, now streaming live. The display snapped sharply, revealing both bays buried deep within permanent shadow inside colossal impact craters. Thick interstellar alloy doors warped and rustiatin curled at the edges like broken teeth, half covering the squalor within. Dozens of light assault vessels lay haphazardly stacked, hull scarred by overlapping gouges, and crude emergency welds layered like scabs. Some revealed fissile power cores directly to vacuum, their faint ruddy glow flickered weakly, erratically, as if gasping its last breath, and even their energy bleed radiated a coarse, labored sluggishness. Core Intelligence Nexus's analytical stream blazed down the screen's flank, parameters leaping like lightning. Northern and southern docking bays harbor 21 and 19 light assault vessels respectively, all critically damaged, hull integrity compromised beyond 60%. No combat readiness protocols respond. Designation confirmed reserve fleet. This civilization possesses no standardized industrial or repair infrastructure. Survival hinges entirely on scavenging and welding. All facilities and vessels are assembled from salvaged wreckage. Natural decay, compounded by zero maintenance, has driven degradation to terminal levels. Cross-referenced with prior battlefield debris analysis and cultural signatures, barren rocky planetary substrate pronounced hand-forged rubble style assembly traces. Formal designation recommended Shattered Stone Clan. To be archived under strategic intelligence. Zhang Chenyu leaned forward, eyes fixed on the display, his knuckles tapping once, soft, precise, against the cold metal console. His voice, low and heavy, settled into the absolute stillness of the bridge like an irrevocable decree approved. Upon the star map beside the enemy world's crimson alert marker the words, Shattered Stone Clan Primary World, burned forth in stark glacial white. This band of low-tier marauders adrift in the abyss had at last been given an identity, and those two characters formed the perfect epitaph, a civilization forged not from ambition or artifice, but from desperation, patched together piece by broken piece from the barren detritus of the Starry Sea. The Shattered Stone Clan's true reserves proved even more meager than sensor data suggested. Their so-called reserve fleet was little more than a heap of barely contiguous scrap, incapable even of coordinated formation flight, let alone any organized counterstrike. Yet, just as the core intelligence nexus shifted to high-frequency scanning mode, preparing for granular internal analysis of the northern docking bay, the energy spectrum display erupted violently. A faint violet speck flickered at the farthest recess of the bay's gloom, swift as a shooting star vanishing before the eye could register its passage, dissolving utterly into the starfield's ambient dark. Anomalous energy signature detected. The Nexus's probe beams swept the region at maximum frequency, its electronic voice acquiring an unprecedented hesitation, a rare tremor in its otherwise flawless logic not matching Shattered Stone fissile spectrum, not aligned with any known human technological framework. Energy fluctuation magnitude 0.03 standard units, irregular pulsing pattern. Origin and nature remain unidentified. A purified image of the violet energy motif appeared separately on-screen, delicate mercurial, formless as drifting silk, utterly alien beside the Shattered Stone Clan's coarse, chaotic red fissile patterns, separated by a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. Zhang Chenyu's gaze locked rigidly onto the anomaly. A flash of sharp intensity ignited deep within his pupils. His fingers flew across the interface, unlocking a private, heavily encrypted database, decades-old stellar energy motifs collected through perilous barter with extraterrestrial civilizations, each file stamped with the indelible marks of blood and fire. The violet motif scrolled past each archival reference, patterns aligning then snapping apart, until at the very brink of dismissal it brushed against the foundational waveform of dark crystal annihilation technology, a fleeting, almost imperceptible resonance, then shattered into total divergence, leaving nothing behind but illusion, like moonlight on water impossible to grasp. Expand northern docking bay scan radius to 100 kilometers. Initiate continuous silent 24-hour surveillance. Energy expenditure irrelevant. Dig to the root of this signal. He commanded, voice taut, knuckles whitening with pressure, his eyes dark with a vigilance so profound it seemed to swallow light. The Shattered Stone Clan could not even manufacture standardized hull plating, let alone master dark crystal technology, a leap spanning generations. That violet trace held only two possible origins, either the lingering echo of alien wreckage stumbled upon in the void, or something else older and deeper lying in wait within this seemingly barren expanse, a leviathan slumbering in the abyssal dark, using the Shattered Stone Clan as mere ants to observe humanity's expansion into the deep void. Meanwhile, on Qinglan star, humanity stood at the golden threshold of deep space development, its own unique luminescence blooming amid the ink-black sea of stars. The distinctive azure gleam of dark crystal annihilation technology now slowly replaced the original cerulean defense veil, becoming the celestial sigil of this small world. In the frigid quiet of the near-Earth asteroid belt, it shone with exceptional brilliance, a sapphire star anchoring humanity's stride into the interstellar dark. In the southern infrastructure zone of Qinglan star, 4 colossal engineering vessels worked ceaselessly, their mechanical arms sweeping like titanic hands, completing final commissioning tests for the first dark crystal annihilation extraction facility. Alien-designed azure energy traceries crawled alive across the facility's spire, intertwining with the soft golden radiance of stellar marrow crystals. A brilliant column of light pierced the heavens, cutting through the star-black void, to blaze across the asteroid belt as a luminous river, tracing warmth across the cold. 1 metric ton of premium-grade stellar marrow crystals entered the central extraction chamber. Instantly, torrents of azure annihilation energy surged along pre-engraved channels. Energy metrics spiked visibly on screen. The core intelligence nexus's announcement rang with unmistakable elation, breaking the infrastructure zone's hush. First dark crystal annihilation extraction facility has officially entered mass production mode. Premium-grade stellar marrow crystal extraction completed. Yield 320 units of high-purity dark crystal energy, purity level 99. 1. Extraction residue transferred to secondary refining chambers. Output 800 kilograms of premium interstellar alloy feedstock, purity 98. 7. 0 resource waste. The heavy transport vessel's sealed cargo bay slid open with a low resonant hum vibrating through vacuum. All 320 units of dark crystal energy were hermetically sealed within antimatter isolation containment cells. outer multi-layer interstellar alloy plating clamped shut with crisp metallic clicks, locking the volatile annihilation energy inside with absolute airtight certainty. Two heavy escort frigates immediately assumed dedicated convoy vectors. Their point defense cannons rose smoothly, charging continuously, barrels gleaming with lethal coldness. Hull-wide battle readiness surged to alpha level as they accelerated toward the Lagrange L1 relay station. Their precious cargo essential for calibrating the Kenya-class flagship's lunar base power core, the very foundation of humanity's next-generation deep space navigation. Failure was unthinkable. For additional dark crystal annihilation extraction facilities have completed structural assembly and dark crystal energy integration, entering low-power trial operations. Thus, Qinglan Star now operates a fully autonomous end-to-end supply chain for stellar marrow crystals, mining, extraction, storage, and transport. Golden-hued or carriers wove ceaselessly between northern mining zones and southern extraction facilities, and Azure energy freighters shuttled steadily between Qinglan Star and Earth-Moon transit lanes, their engine trails stitching a fine luminous net across the starfield. This once obscure minor planet had transformed utterly into the solar system's inaugural deep space crystal energy nexus, a pulsing sapphire, heart-pumping cross-generational core energy into humanity's expanding deep space infrastructure. Defensive architecture too underwent a silent quantum leap under Zhang Chenyu's precise command. Beneath the visible grid, hidden pieces had already been deployed, weaving a death net invisible to all eyes. The Stardust's massive shipboard manipulator arms moved with surgical precision, lowering 10 dark crystal-powered stealth interceptors onto interstellar alloy mounting bases at 8 critical defensive nodes across Qinglan Star. Each cannon settled flush, seamless, gapless, before its outer shell flowed like liquid, hardening instantly into high-grade anti-detection coating, perfectly matching the base's hue and erasing all trace of its presence. Without explicit activation via core intelligence nexus authorization, even a craft approaching within 100 meters would remain utterly unaware of their existence. These 10 weapons lay coiled in darkness, serpents waiting silent and patient for prey to draw near. And at Defense Node 8, the forward sentinel directly facing the Shattered Stone Clan's primary world, hidden behind long-range early warning radar arrays, a deep space tactical missile silo had been secretly constructed, its structure flawlessly mimicking the surrounding asteroid terrain. 5 dark crystal missiles rested within their azure energy traceries, faintly shimmering. With a range spanning 1 light-year, their composite armor-piercing warheads had undergone final calibration, capable of breaching the main hull armor of low-tier interstellar civilization's capital ships. This was Qinglan Star's deadliest concealed weapon. Covert defense deployment complete. The core intelligence nexus projected Qinglan Star's new 3-dimensional defense schematic onto the main display, luminous lines of overt and covert systems interlaced seamlessly, forming an impenetrable lattice enveloping every cubic centimeter of surrounding space. All 8 defensive node stealth interceptors activated and calibrated. Deep Space Tactical Missile Silo 8 responds exclusively to dual authorization, yours and the core intelligence nexuses. Qinglan Star's visible grid hidden gambit dual-layer defense system is now fully operational, providing total coverage across 1 million kilometers of surrounding space. On the surface, 3 concentric cerulean defense veils continued their gentle, steady rotation, performing routine airspace monitoring and basic interception, deceptively serene yet impervious. Beneath them, dark crystal-driven stealth armaments waited in absolute silence, hunters of the night sheathing all edge and glare, until the moment prey emerged, and then, only then, would they strike with lethal finality. The defensive upgrades within the inner solar system are advancing at full speed, powered by dark crystal energy, weaving a denser, farther, and more indestructible deep space defense net to firmly protect humanity's deep space territory. All early warning radars and electromagnetic interception cannons at Lagrange points L1, L2, and L4 completed the core replacement with dark crystal energy within 72 hours, and the pale blue detection waves expanded into deep space at 3 times the previous range, like a vast net slowly unfurling, capable of accurately capturing even the faintest energy fluctuations. Even the slightest energy fluctuations of level 0.05 cannot escape detection, regardless of how subtle they are in the sea of stars. The entire near-Earth asteroid belt and a vast expanse of space 2 light-years in the direction of the Shattered Rock Tribe's home star have been incorporated into humanity's all-weather uninterrupted detection range. This deep space garden of humanity is now firmly under control. The He-3 mining area at the lunar base has completed its strategic transformation, with 3 giant dark crystal energy storage silos rising from the ground like iron towers, standing tall amidst the desolation of the moon's far side. The special elite guard troops have all moved in, clad in battle armor and charging their weapons, standing ready, the dedicated detection center for star essence crystal, has also officially begun operations with various high-precision equipment running at full speed, achieving seamless integration of on-site mineral detection, classification, transport, and extraction, enhancing overall operational efficiency by over 40. Humanity's deep space resource development is advancing with thunderous momentum. Reports of successful explorations from 30 specialized exploration teams in the near-Earth asteroid belt continuously streamed into the bridge of the Stardust ship, the broadcast from the intelligence core resonating with uncontainable excitement, echoing throughout the bridge. High-purity star essence crystal veins discovered in asteroid belt regions B3 and C7, with an average purity of 94. 2. Large-scale mining has been initiated. Accompanying mining and transport ships have completed their escort formations for full protection. In regions D9, E2, and F1, signs of star essence crystal veins have been detected. High-precision crystalline mineral detection ships are hastening their approach for exploration, with mineral vein marking and accurate reserves assessment expected to be completed within 24 hours. Each discovery of mineral veins is accompanied by the rapid deployment of mining teams, with pale golden drilling beams lighting up sequentially in the asteroid belt, like twinkling stars interweaving with the bluish energy transport trails, together weaving a brilliant net in the dark sea of stars. Humanity's resource saturation collection in deep space is rapidly spreading throughout the near-Earth asteroid belt. The once barren asteroid belt has now become the core area of humanity's deep space development, brimming with vitality. The encrypted holographic communication from the lunar base has arrived as scheduled, with a pale blue holographic projection unfolding in the center of the bridge. The lead researcher of the Chenyu ship's development team is unable to contain his excitement, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes stretching with joy. In the background, under the cold white lights of the dust-free workshop, the prototype of the Chenjia's power core stands silently, like a slumbering giant beast emanating a cold glow of technology and immense power. Commander Zhang, the initial construction of the Chenjia's power core has been completed. The dark crystal energy adaptation tests have officially begun, and all initial parameters perfectly match design standards with no anomalies. It is expected to complete core dimensional adjustments within 15 days, awaiting subsequent dark crystal energy supplies and weapon system installations. Humanity's first intergenerational deep space flagship is about to make its debut. The screen quickly cuts to the interior of the power core, where the blue-dark crystal energy light patterns slowly circulate within the core chamber, pulsating like the beating heart of humanity, carrying vibrant, everlasting power. Each circulation emits immense energy fluctuations. This is the core of humanity's first intergenerational deep space flagship, the foundation upon which humanity can firmly stand in the sea of stars and venture into even more distant realms. Zhang Chenyu slightly nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips, a glimmer of comfort flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to issue the detailed instructions for subsequent dark crystal energy supplies, the urgent broadcast from the intelligence core suddenly erupted, tearing through the tranquility of the bridge like thunder. Alert. The Shattered Rock Tribe's home star has experienced a sudden violent disturbance, with 12 light assault ships forming a fleet, forcibly breaking away from the home star's gravitational field, speeding towards the near-Earth asteroid belt along the interstellar debris trail. The piercing red alarm lights are flashing wildly within the bridge, casting a crimson hue on everyone's faces. The short, sharp alarm sounds reverberate throughout the bridge, each one striking at the heart. The star map quickly shifts to the space surrounding the Shattered Rock Tribe's home star, where 12 bright red dots are slowly moving out of its gravitational range. The trajectory of their superluminal jumps appears vague and erratic, with energy signals consistently held at a low power state, exhibiting no clear navigation patterns, resembling a swarm of headless flies colliding in the sea of stars. The data analysis from the intelligence core is accelerating at maximum speed, with parameters refreshing in real time and red warning characters continuously popping up. The enemy fleet has not activated full power for navigation, with no clear heading. The precision error for superluminal jumps exceeds 1.0 kilometers, fully consistent with the technical characteristics of the Shattered Rock Tribe. It is preliminarily determined to be a conventional raiding reconnaissance, but it cannot yet be confirmed if it is directed towards Qinglan Star. The third wave of the Shadow Blade detectors is immediately activated silently, tracking the 12 enemy ships closely along the interstellar debris trail. The signals from the detectors perfectly blend with the background of the sea of stars, making it impossible for the enemy ships to detect even when they are right at hand. On the screen, the trajectory of the enemy ships slowly extends on the star map, a pale red line inching closer to the boundary of the near-Earth asteroid belt, getting nearer to Qinglan Star. Keep the detectors in absolute silence. Continue tracking and relay the enemy ship's location, energy signals, and trajectory in real time, without any exposure, Activate Level 1 alert for Qinglan star. Immediately raise the power of the net defense barrier to 80. Keep the dark chest defense system silent. Do not activate any traps and do not reveal any hidden cards. All external exploration teams are to converge towards Qinglan star at full speed with escort ships providing tight protection. All mining equipment to be shut down immediately and everyone to enter battle readiness preparing for all combat scenarios. Zhang Chenyu's commands were issued one after another, his tone steady and devoid of any panic, as if these 12 enemy ships were merely a speck of dust in the sea of stars. Yet his gaze was as cold as the ice in the depths of the star. See his fingertips tracing the path of the shattered rock tribe's fleet on the star map, radiating a calm and sharp focus honed through countless battles. These 12 enemy ships arrive too suspiciously perfectly timed, just as the crystal energy hub of Qinglan star has taken shape and the solar system's defense upgrades are not yet fully completed while the Chenyu is still in the debugging phase. Humanity's deep space layout is at its most critical moment. This is no coincidence. Perhaps it is a routine raid by the Shattered Rock Tribe, but more likely they have sensed the energy fluctuations in deep space and wish to probe humanity's vulnerabilities and limits. General Qin's encrypted holographic communication was immediately connected to the bridge, with a holographic projection unfolding beside Zhang Chenyu. In the projection, General Qin's expression is grave, his brow furrowed. In the background, the command center of the Earth-Moon Defense Network is displaying the real-time trajectory of the Shattered Rock Tribe's fleet, with countless staff members busy. Intense, the red alarm lights illuminating the entire command center. Commander Zhang, the National Deep Space Strategy Research Center, has urgently analyzed the results. The enemy fleet's departure likely represents a probing action. It is recommended to preemptively activate Level 2 defense for Qinglan star, dispatching intercept fleets to the outer side of the near-Earth asteroid belt for early interception to nip the danger in the bud. Zhang Chenyu stared at the 12 slowly moving red dots on the star map, his fingertips lightly tapping on the control panel. The metallic sound of the taps was exceptionally clear in the quiet bridge, one tap after another striking at the hearts of everyone, bringing calmness. After a moment, he slowly shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the pale blue defense barrier of Qinglan star, then falling into the deep star sea in the direction of the Shattered Rock Tribe's home star. That star sea is as dark as ink, hiding countless unknowns, his voice firm as iron, carrying an undeniable resolution. No need, hold your position. His fingertip pointed to a defenseless mining point in the near-Earth asteroid belt on the star map, a deliberate flaw left by humanity. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes, like a hunter spotting prey in a trap. Since they want to probe and test our limits, let us put on a show for them. Allow them to enter the near-Earth asteroid belt, thoroughly assess their raiding tactics, firepower configuration, and combat methods, and see just what these Shattered Rock Tribe plunderers can do, ensuring they do not return. On the bridge's main screen, the images transmitted back by the Shadow Blade detectors are exceedingly clear. 12 Shattered Rock Tribe light assault ships are clumsily navigating through the debris belt, their energy signals fluctuating wildly, hastily changing course to avoid asteroids, lightly colliding with the debris, producing dull sounds, and the pale red energy glow flickering, revealing their crude and outdated technology, like a group of toddlers taking their first steps in the sea of stars. Meanwhile, the pale purple energy dot in the northern dock remains silent in the corner of the monitoring screen, like a secret buried in darkness, refusing to reveal its true nature, akin to a pair of eyes silently observing everything from the depths of the star sea. In the depths of the star sea, the dark chess pieces have been placed, the net has been laid, and the enemy's presence is drawing closer. That unknown pale purple energy signal is like a thorn deeply embedded in Zhang Chenyu's heart, preventing him from relaxing or letting his guard down. He knows that this signal is the true unknown, the real threat. He understands better than anyone that humanity's journey into deep space has never been smooth, and that there are always hidden enemies, not just those visible on the surface. The Shattered Rock Tribe may be mere ants in the sea of stars, incapable of stirring up significant waves, but the unknowns hidden behind the desolate star fields, those mysterious signals that can resonate even with dark crystal technology, and those presences lurking in the darkness are the true potential threats humanity must be wary of, like reefs concealed in the deep sea. A moment's negligence could lead to shipwrecks and loss of life, jeopardizing humanity's deep space layout. At this moment, Qinglan star stands quietly amidst the intertwining of blue crystal energy and pale blue defense barriers in the dark star sea, like an indestructible deep space anchor point, like a silent guardian protecting humanity's hopes in deep space. It awaits the impending probe, the prey, to step into its trap, and also anticipates a pre-planned, thunderous counterattack, a battle in the sea of stars that belongs to humanity. The starry ocean stretched infinitely, with fragments of stone and dust swirling like flowing frost in the cold, desolate void. Giant meteoroids ranging from several to tens of kilometers in diameter drifted slowly under gravitational pull, their surfaces pockmarked with interstellar ice, glinting with a cold, hard matte finish under the distant star's faint light. 12 light assault ships of the Shattered Rock clan flitted clumsily through the debris of the near-Earth asteroid belt, resembling lost wild ducks. The faint red fissure patterns on the hull flickered erratically, while the thin cicada-like protective layer vibrated frequently from impacts with meteoric debris. Each collision caused a sharp fluctuation in the ship's energy signals, and the residual spatial ripples from their faster-than-light jumps bore rough and clumsy traces carving twisted paths through the starry sea. The Shadow Blade 3 Squadron's 7 probes transformed into true phantoms of the starry sea, lurking in the shadowy folds of 6 massive meteoroids. The ship's gravity wave cloaking system reduced their signals below the cosmic background level. High-definition lenses captured the scene through the gaps in the meteoroids, locking onto the 12 poorly coordinated ship silhouettes. The real-time feed displayed on the main screen of the Stardust Bridge showed that the Shattered Rock clan's vessels exhibited no semblance of formation, occasionally drifting apart by tens of thousands of kilometers only to huddle together unpredictably. In a desperate bid to avoid the massive meteoroids obstructing their path, they veered hastily several times, their tail energy thrusters erupting with chaotic red glows. 2 of the ships even collided violently in their panic, the faint red fissure energy spilling out and dissipating into fleeting wisps in the star sea, exposing rusted, blackened metal frame. The Shattered Rock clan's formation is 1-2 light towers from the core of the near-Earth asteroid belt with no clear course yet. Energy signals are continuously outputting at low power, and no long-range detection devices have been activated. The electronic voice of the core intelligence system was calm and cold. The cumulative damage rate of the hull has been steadily rising due to impacts from meteoroids, currently at 11. The propulsion systems of ships 3 and 7 have minor faults with speeds 17 below the formation average. It is determined that they are unaware of our detection and have made no countermeasures or alert actions, and there are no signs of high-level detection equipment aboard. Zhang Chenyu stood before the bridge's viewing window, his tall figure casting a shadow as his fingertips lightly touched the cold, hard alloy porthole. The cool metallic sensation spread to his palm, and deep within his gaze reflected the faint red glows of the 12 vessels in the star sea. His expression was cold and unperturbed, with only the flutter of his eyelashes casting a faint shadow in the light of the screen. On the star chart, the blue crystal energy glow towards the direction of Qinglan star shone steadily like a piece of jade embedded in the starry sea. The soft blue defensive energy shield at 80 power enveloped the small asteroid gently, like a translucent eggshell. The surface of the shield displayed subtle energy flows that circulated slowly, intentionally, keeping its brilliance subdued. Meanwhile, the hidden interception cannons at the 8 concealed defense points and the Deep Space Tactical Missile Silo No. 8 remained absolutely silent. High-level anti-detection coatings blended perfectly with the cold gray matte of the meteoroid terrain under the starlight, with the cannon openings and silo doors seamlessly merging with the surrounding rock faces as if they were an integral part of this star field, never having left a trace of artificial presence. All exploration formations have completed their circular assembly around Qinglan star. 27 exploration ships have entered the protective circle of the escort fleet, which is arranged in 3 layers: outer layer for vigilance, middle layer for interception, and inner layer for protection, with no defensive blind spots. The communications officer's voice was steady, suppressing any tension. All star crystal mining equipment has been shut down, and the temporary explosive protective layer on the surface of the star crystal vein has been activated. 3 dark crystal energy supply ships from the far side of the moon have entered the Lagrange L1 point, waiting in concealment. Core adjustments for the Chenyu have been paused, and all technical personnel have transferred to combat readiness positions. On the star chart, the blue light representing humanity's deep space forces resembled a lurking lion folding all its sharp edges beneath its wings. And the deliberately left undefended mining point in the near-Earth asteroid belt was now starkly exposed in the star sea. An asteroid less than 20 kilometers in diameter, scattered with dozens of piles of light golden star crystal mining residue glinting enticingly under the starlight. Several heavy drilling machines were half buried in the rubble, their energy connection points still hanging with blinking emergency indicator lights. There was even a small material transport ship awkwardly parked in a depression on the asteroid surface, its door wide open, revealing a small amount of star crystal powder inside, presenting a completely unguarded and easily accessible appearance. This was bait set by Zhang Chenyu himself, a sweet lure calculated to appeal to the Shattered Rock clan's greedy nature, enticing them to bite willingly. Zhang Chenyu slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the star chart, where the light golden point of the mining site shone, his tone flat and emotionless. General Qin's 3rd encrypted communication request was just received 3 minutes ago. The communications officer quickly responded, adjusting the holographic projection to the secondary screen. General Chen's serious face appeared on the screen. I still recommend dispatching the 1st and 7th Interception fleets to conduct a feint attack 50,000 kilometers outside the mining point to deter the Shattered Rock Clan from entering the core area of Qinglan Star's 100-kilometer defense circle. Additionally, the Earth-Moon Defense Net has fully entered a Level 2 alert with 18 interception ships having completed assembly in near-Earth orbit ready for faster-than-light jumps. Zhang Chenyu's gaze fell on General Chen's tightly knit brow on the secondary screen, shaking his head slightly. He raised his fingertip to the coordinates of the mining point on the star chart, gently tapping it. His cold, resolute voice reverberated clearly in the quiet bridge reply to General Chen: execute, according to the original plan, and all interception fleets maintain silence, standing by. The Shattered Rock Clan's strength is not enough to breach our bright network defenses, and they do not merit our serious engagement. A few words, yet they made all personnel in the bridge feel a jolt, collectively holding their breath, their fingertips dancing over the control panels like butterflies executing every combat readiness order with precision. Everyone understood that this seemingly imbalanced standoff in the Star Sea was never about simply defeating these 12 shabby assault ships. They aimed to uncover the full extent of the Shattered Rock Clan's capabilities. These 12 ships were merely a stepping stone thrown into the Star Sea by humanity. At that moment, the real-time image on the bridge's main screen suddenly showed abnormal movement. The 12 vessels of the Shattered Rock Clan, which had been scattered and drifting, began to slowly converge. Though they still exhibited no semblance of formation, the distance between the ships fluctuated erratically, yet they all turned their bows towards the undefended mining point, the faint red light patterns on their bows suddenly brightening multiple times, indicating that the only close-range weapons aboard had been charged. That weak yet persistent red light was a clear signal that the Shattered Rock Clan had detected their prey. The seemingly unguarded mining materials and equipment had become the only beacon that lured them deeper into this Star Sea. The Shattered Rock Clan's formation has locked onto the undefended mining point. Course correction is complete, and their overall speed has increased by 30, surpassing their usual cruising speed limit. The electronic voice of the core intelligence system suddenly raised a hint of frequency. All ships' close-range weapons have entered a low-power charging state, with energy fluctuation levels rising from 0.08 to 0.2, reaching their conventional firepower peak. The hull propulsion systems are operating at overload, with energy dissipation increasing by 40, indicating preparation for close-range plunder with no evasive probing actions. On the main screen, the faint red patterns of the Shattered Rock Clan's vessels, while suddenly brightening, still appeared as dull orange. The charged firepower was insufficient to penetrate the outer shell of the temporary protective layer at the mining point, posing no substantial threat in the face of humans equipped with dark crystal technology. A slight cold arc curled at the corner of Zhang Chenyu's mouth, a sharp glint flashing in his gaze as he spoke in a deep voice: Shadow Blade 3 Squadron, withdraw, 0 kilometers, maintain long-distance, silent monitoring, and avoid their radar scanning range. I'll reduce the power of the Qinglan Star's bright network defensive shield to 60, intentionally weakening the energy response of the shield in the direction of the mining point. Open a 10-meter wide gap in the temporary protective layer at the mining point, positioning it in the area with the densest materials. Let them in. The moment the order was issued, a subtle gap quietly opened in the glowing protective layer beside the faint golden point of the mining site on the star chart, with no energy fluctuations and no warning. Exposed star crystal mining materials, half-buried drilling equipment, and an open transport ship were laid bare in the cold Star Sea, like a tender piece of meat presented directly to the hungry wolves. And the 12 assault ships of the Shattered Rock Clan, as anticipated, were utterly blinded by the spoils so close at hand, crazily charging towards the gap. Their speeds increased once more, disregarding the deadly risk of meteoroid collisions. They squeezed through the narrow gaps between two massive meteoroids. The already layered welding marks on the hulls cracked loudly under the scraping of the meteoroids, and the faint red fissure energy gushed forth, trailing long streaks of light in the Star Sea like bleeding wounds. Yet even so, they showed no hesitation. The red light of their bow cannons grew increasingly brilliant as they charged towards the gap, their greedy nature laid bare at this moment. The Shattered Rock Clan's formation is still 0.3 light hours from the mining point, with the cumulative damage rate of their hulls rising to 15. The left protective layer of Ship 4 has completely fallen off, and Ship 9 is experiencing minor energy leakage. The formation is about to enter the outer perimeter of the Qinglan Star's 1 million kilometer defense circle. The electronic voice of the core intelligence system reported with a barely perceptible acceleration in rhythm as the 12 red lights on the star chart surged straight towards the mining point, unambiguously falling into the trap laid by humanity. All hidden defense points have entered a level 1 standby state, and the invisible interception cannons have activated dark charging with an energy injection rate of 30 and no energy overflow. The missile silo number 8 is preheating, and the fire control system is locking onto the real-time trajectories of the 12 vessels, continuously correcting the ballistic parameters. Zhang Chenyu's voice suddenly grew stern, his fingertips swiftly tracing across the star chart to lock onto every red light's coordinates. All units maintain absolute silence. The dark defense system has not received my dual orders with the core intelligence system. Do not fire even if the shattered rock clan lands on the mining point. Hold your positions. His gaze swept across every tense figure in the bridge, finally landing back on the main screen, where the 12 red lights rushed in. He stated word by word, all units remember, we are not hunters, merely net weavers. The true show has just begun. Before his words had barely faded, the shattered rock clan's formation had reached the mining point with the 12 vessels hovering chaotically above the asteroid. The belly hatches opened and countless small landing pods surged out like a swarm of locusts, their bodies similarly wrapped in faint red fissure patterns, crashing chaotically through the debris. Many landing pods collided with meteoric fragments the moment they launched, exploding into clouds of red mist, yet the remaining ones fearlessly charged towards the rocky surface. The high-definition lens of the Shadow Blade probe zoomed in, clearly transmitting the landing pod's descent onto the main screen. The hatches exploded open, and a group of shattered rock clan members clad in tattered battle armor surged out, their armor marked with signs of repairs, wielding crude energy chisels and cutting guns, rushing straight towards the pile of star crystal materials with greed in their crimson eyes. They scrambled chaotically for the mining materials, stuffing star crystal particles haphazardly into their armor's storage bags. Some even shoved and struck each other over a large chunk of crystal. Others wielded cutting guns carelessly against the heavy drilling equipment, attempting to dismantle metal components, but triggered emergency alarms due to their ignorance. They violently smashed the alarms, continuing to dismantle recklessly. A few even boarded the small transport ship, greedily scraping every last bit of star crystal powder, and after failing to start the ship, they vented their frustrations by shooting at it. The entire mining site descended into chaos, the shattered rock clan's greed and crudity magnified infinitely, while their mothership remained hovering in midair, oblivious to the danger, the charging light patterns of its close-range weapons dimming. The shattered rock clan's landing personnel exhibited no tactical coordination, their individual equipment was rudimentary, and the power of their energy weapons was at 0.05 level. The mothership had no peripheral alert deployments. With the hull's defensive power reduced to 50, it was determined that they had no defensive positioning mindset, with their plundering actions being purely instinctual. The core intelligence system recorded and analyzed in real time. Zhang Chenyu gazed at the chaotic scene on the main screen, his gaze growing colder, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the edge of the control console, the sound of metal clashing resonating distinctly in the quiet bridge. His gaze suddenly swept over the corner of the monitoring screen, where a faint purple energy signal from the shattered rock clan's forward base continued to glow, silently imperceptible, yet always present, showing no fluctuations due to the ongoing plundering. Continue monitoring, recording all actions of the shattered rock clan, analyzing their individual combat capabilities and ground coordination patterns. Zhang Chenyu stated in a deep voice, all dark defense points on Qinglan Star maintain their original state. The escort fleet should slightly adjust their formation to completely cover the mining point with firepower, inform the far side of the moon base to keep the supply ships on standby. In the bridge, no one dared to relax in the slightest. All eyes were fixed on the main screen, watching the shattered rock clan's frenzied plundering at the mining point, observing the 12 unguarded motherships, and witnessing humanity's web tightening gradually. The star sea remained silent, the debris slowly drifting, while the chaos at the mining point and the tension in the bridge intertwined in the cold void, brewing a thunderous strike that was about to arrive. The tension within the bridge erupted under Zhang Chenyu's sudden and stern command, the cold light that had settled in his eyes finally transforming into a blade, shattering all hesitations regarding testing the waters. His fingertips pressed heavily on the red command button, the pads gliding over the cold alloy patterns, his voice echoing like thunder across the silent bridge. Invisible interception cannon, full power launch, all 32 tactical missiles from Bay No. 8, fire at once, lock onto the core propulsion chambers of the 12 fragments clan motherships. No survivors, just instant destruction. The outer formation of the escort fleet advanced 5.0 kilometers, forming a firepower blockade. Any landing pods attempting to return would be met with lethal force. As the dual commands were synchronized, the electronic voice of the intelligence core suddenly rose in pitch, bearing a decisive tone. Dual command verification. Through for the dark defense system. Energy injection for the invisible interception cannon. At 100 no energy leakage. The 32 tactical missiles from Bay No. 8 have completed. Preheating fire control parameters are corrected. The outer formation of the escort fleet has activated sublight speed propulsion. The firepower blockade is about to take shape. At this moment, the 8 dark defense points around Qinlan Star finally tore off their disguise, merging seamlessly with the asteroid landscape. Underneath, the high-level anti-detection coating the cold, gray cannon barrels suddenly elevated their muzzles, gathering a dazzling light of pale blue-dark crystal energy. This energy coalesced without firing, creating subtle ripples in the fabric of space as 8 robust blue beams simultaneously tore through the void like 8 swords of thunder descending from the heavens with the might to obliterate, charging directly towards the 12 fragments clan motherships hovering over the mining point. Almost simultaneously, the hatch of Bay No. 8 slid open quietly, and 32 silver-white missiles shot out like arrows released from a bow, their dark crystal guidance patterns lighting up and tracing 32 precise trajectories, each locking onto its core propulsion chamber. The silence of the starry sea was abruptly shattered as blue beams and silver shadows intertwined, carrying the sharpness of humanity's deep space power, colliding fiercely with the 12 unprepared red lights. Above the mining point, the fragments clan motherships still hung motionless in midair, their belly hatches wide open sluggishly, receiving returning landing pods. The charged light patterns of their close defense cannons had dimmed nearly to extinction. The fragments clan on the bridge were still arguing over the quantity of looted mining crystals, with even the warning systems left unactivated. It wasn't until the light of those 8 blue beams illuminated the faint red fission light patterns on the hull that they finally sensed the arrival of death. Crimson pupils dilating and shock mouths emitting incomprehensible roars, yet they had no time to react. The first blue beam of the dark crystal interception cannon struck the far left fragments clan mothership No. 1 with precision. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the pale blue energy instantly engulfing the entire ship. The thin, cicadawing-like protective layer of the fragments clan instantly dissolved before the dark crystal energy, like paper, as the blue beam pierced straight through the hull, striking the core fission energy furnace. The pale red fission energy and pale blue dark crystal energy violently collided within the ship, leading the entire mothership to begin disintegrating from the inside. The metallic skeleton twisted and fractured under the energy shock, the surface welding marks exploding outward as pale red energy and metal debris were hurled into the starry sea. Within mere moments, the mothership No. 1 transformed into a dispersing cloud of red mist, leaving no trace behind. Almost simultaneously, all 32 tactical missiles struck their targets in succession. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous dull explosions detonated across the starry sea as 11 fragments clan motherships crumbled one after another under the precise bombardment of dark crystal missiles. Some ship bodies were directly torn in half. The fission energy from their propulsion chambers surged, chaotically forming patches of crimson energy clouds in the starry sea. Others were accurately pierced through their cores by the missiles, instantly turning to debris. Only the 6th and 9th motherships remained locked together due to their collision, with a missile targeting the propulsion chamber of the 6th mothership, striking first. The violent explosion shredding the 6th ship's hull, causing its core fission furnace's energy to erupt uncontrollably, creating a crimson energy shockwave that swept directly over the nearby 9th mothership. The already damaged 9th mothership had a protective layer riddled with holes, utterly defenseless against the shockwave from the 6th mothership's explosion. The crimson fission energy instantly penetrated the hull, igniting its own energy reserves. 2 explosions nearly overlapped as the 2 motherships disintegrated in a tangle, pale red light patterns twisting and dissipating in the starry sea, while metallic debris and spilled energy mingled into a single mass, ultimately turning into dust among the stars. In just 10 seconds, all 12 fragments clan light assault ships were annihilated. On the mining point, those fragments clan members, still frantically plundering, gazed up at the 12 red beams that had vanished in an instant, staring at the crimson energy clouds exploding in the starry sea, completely entranced. They stood frozen in place, holding energy chisels and cutting guns, their crimson eyes filled with confusion and fear, until the firepower blockade of the outer formation of the escort fleet was established and pale blue cannon beams swept across the rocky surface, snapping them back to reality, unleashing terrified shrieks as they scattered in flight. Outer formation of the escort fleet, clean up the remaining targets at the mining point, leave no survivors. Zhang Chenyu's voice was cold and steady, his gaze sweeping over the fleeing fragments clan on the main screen. Shadowblade Team No. 3-0 advance forward, conduct a full scan of the mining point and surrounding star regions to confirm if there are any overlooked targets. Understood. The 10 warships of the escort fleet slowly approached above the mining point, the cannon barrels at their bow glowing pale blue as low-power dark crystal energy rounds were fired in succession, accurately hitting every fleeing fragments clan member. Those fragments clan warriors clad in tattered armor were utterly powerless against the human cannons. Some were directly struck by energy rounds transforming into clouds of red mist. Others attempted to hide behind piles of mining materials or drilling equipment, but were destroyed along with their cover. Still others tried to board undamaged landing pods to escape, only to be locked on by shadow blade detectors, and as soon as the landing pods left the rocky surface, they were precisely shot down. The chaos at the mining point vanished in an instant, leaving only a ground strewn with mining materials, damaged equipment, and residual pale red energy, as the escort fleet's cleanup operation was precise and swift. Report to the captain: all 12 Fragments clan motherships have been destroyed with no fish slipping through the net. A total of 137 remaining Fragments clan members at the mining point have been completely cleared. Shadowblade Team No. 3 is currently scanning the surrounding star regions, and no other abnormal targets have been detected. The communications officer's voice carried a hint of excitement as his fingers danced over the control panel, transmitting the latest battle report to the main screen. Dark defense points have completed. Firepower discharge cannon barrels are cooling. There are 28 missiles remaining in Bay No. 8, ready for immediate replenishment. The outer formation of the escort fleet has completed the perimeter alert around the mining point. On the main screen, the 12 red beams representing the Fragments clan completely vanished, leaving only the pale golden light point of the mining point and the blue light points of the human warships shimmering against each other, the red and blue intertwined in the starry sea, ultimately concluding with a blue victory. The staff within the bridge finally relaxed, relief appearing on their tense faces. Some even instinctively raised their hands to wipe the sweat from their brows. This exhilarating thunderous strike had completely shattered the threat posed by the Fragments clan. Zhang Chenyu stood before the observation window, his eyes still glinting with cold light, devoid of any joy of victory. His fingertips tapped lightly on the control panel, once more his gaze falling upon a corner of the surveillance screen. The faint purple energy signal from the Fragments clan's forward base still silently glowed, merely flickering slightly, when humanity opened fire before returning to its previous state, as if the thunderous strike just now was nothing more than an inconsequential firework in the starry sea. Is there any activity from the purple energy source? Distance trajectory energy signal report all, he said in a deep voice. The intelligence core immediately reported the purple energy source shows no significant displacement, still at its original coordinates 1.8 light hours from Qinglan star. The energy signal remains below the silent threshold with no detected weapon charging or hull propulsion fluctuations. Only upon our opening fire did a single 0.01 level energy frequency fluctuation occur, deemed as passive detection of energy eruption with no active countermeasures. Zhang Chenyu's brow furrowed slightly. The Fragments clan had been instantly annihilated, yet this purple light remained completely still, neither hastening to retreat nor launching an attack, even refraining from active detection. This was far from the reaction expected of a simple forward base. Either the force behind this purple light truly looked down on the Fragments clan, treating them as an inconsequential pawn, or the other party's patience surpassed imagination, with their current silence merely a wait for a better opportunity. Shadowblade Team No. 3 deploy 4 detectors, advancing in a fan shape towards the purple energy source from the center of the mining point, maintaining quantum stealth, conducting silent detection throughout, and immediately retreating to report upon discovering any anomalies. Zhang Chenyu issued the command. The power of the Qinglan star's bright network defense screen is restored to 100, and the dark defense points re-enter silent disguise. The escort fleet will contract its formation with the inner layer of escort reconnaissance ships, while the middle and outer layers will form a circular alert, sealing the mining point's temporary protective layers breaches, restoring it to a fully enclosed state. Additionally, he turned to the communications officer. Reply to General Qin: all 12 Fragments clan assault ships and landing personnel have been completely annihilated with no residual threats around Qinglan star. The Earth-Moon Defense Network can lift the second-level alert. Simultaneously inform General Qin that an unknown faint purple energy signal source exists at the Fragments clan's forward base with no detected activity. We have initiated long-distance silent detection. Understood. The communications officer quickly recorded the orders and executed them. I am encrypting the transmission now. The bridge returned to order as the staff each performed their duties, implementing the commands for battlefield cleanup and fortification. In the starry sea, the blue light points of the escort fleet slowly contracted, forming a tightly knit circular alert, while the temporary protective layer of the mining point reclosed. The pale golden mining materials once again enveloped beneath a white luminescent shield, leaving only a ground of debris, testament to the thunderous strike that had just occurred here. The 4 detectors of Shadowblade Team No. 3 advanced like 4 ghostly shadows towards the purple energy source, the quantum stealth system compressing their signals to the extreme, inching closer to the mysterious pale purple under the cover of the rubble. Zhang Chenyu remained at the observation window, the cool alloy pane against his palm, his gaze fixed on the immovable purple light deep within the starry sea, his expression solemn. He understood that this thunderous strike, while having completely obliterated the fragment's clan's living forces, had not genuinely unraveled the mystery of that purple light. The other party's silence was more daunting than any active attack. They were observing, testing, waiting for humanity to reveal more of its cards. And the exhilarating victory just experienced was merely the prologue to this cosmic game. The net has been cast, the pieces eliminated, yet the true opponent still lurked deep within the starry sea, separated by the cold void, confronting humanity from afar. Above the starry sea of Qinglan star, beneath the seemingly calm surface, turbulent currents continued to surge. The waves of the star sea surrounding Qinglan star had yet to settle. The cold light in the bridge of the star dust reflected Zhang Chenyu's solemn expression as he tapped on the star map with his fingertips. The three-dimensional model of the fragmented rock clan's outpost immediately unfolded, with the coordinates of the core energy tower control center and command cabin highlighted in red. All escort ships pay attention and execute the three-layer suppression precise core retention plan. Target the fragmented rock clan's outpost. Set sail. The moment the command was given, 8 escort ships synchronized with the star dust and activated their dark crystal propulsion systems. A pale blue flame suddenly lit up the dark void, and the fleet accelerated to 1.2 times the speed of sublight, like a blue blade cutting through the star sea, rushing towards the target. The bridge was filled with data streams from the intelligence core, rapidly updating in real time the distance to the target, the energy fluctuations of the base, and the surrounding airspace environment. Distance to target 1.5 light seconds. The energy signal of the fragmented rock clan's outpost is stable, no shield response. 3 patrol ships at a speed of 12 knots, without any alert posture. There are no other ship signals in the surrounding airspace safe to engage. The journey of 1.5 light seconds gradually shortened under full speed advancement. As the outline of the base magnified to occupy half the main screen, Zhang Chenyu raised his hand to signal. Warships slow down to sublight speed. Deploy in a circular array. Main cannon charged to 60. Secondary cannon preheated. Missile bays prepared with 3 armor-piercing, 2 concussion ratio. Lock on the energy tower and patrol ships, avoiding the control center and command cabin areas. In an instant, the 8 warships adjusted their positions, spreading out evenly in a circular formation around the star dust, with their bows all aimed at the outpost. The barrel of the dark crystal main cannon slowly raised. Pale blue energy gathered at the muzzle, emanating a chilling light. The secondary cannons turned towards the base's surface anti-air emplacements, entering standby mode. At that moment, the fragmented rock clan's outpost appeared completely unguarded and crude. An outpost built on asteroid debris, with crooked metal supports embedded in rough rock surfaces. Some supports had long rusted and broken from interstellar radiation and meteorite impacts, and even the outer layer's simple metal protective panels were riddled with holes lacking any shield protection. The 3 small patrol ships were covered with layers of welding marks, their exposed metal frames and pipelines clearly visible as they aimlessly drifted within thousands of kilometers around the base, occasionally adjusting course in a hurry to avoid floating debris, their thruster nozzles spitting out chaotic red light, revealing their crude technology. First layer of suppression concussion bombs to cover the entire area paralyzed the base's communication and early warning systems. Zhang Chenyu's command landed coldly. Dozens of concussion bombs shot out from the missile bays of each ship, simultaneously cutting through the cold void, with white trails landing accurately in the core area of the base. With no shields to impede them, the concussion bombs detonated directly on the surface of the structures. Dense pale white shockwaves swept over the entire base, instantly short-circuiting the communication lines and warning sensors inside. The already crude control console screens went dark, accompanied by a chorus of buzzing short-circuit sounds, with not a single operational warning device remaining. Communication and warning systems paralyzed. Second layer of suppression, main cannon precise strike on the energy tower and patrol ship's secondary cannon clear the surface anti-air emplacements. 8 robust blue beams shot out simultaneously from the dark crystal main cannons like 8 swords of lightning, directly targeting the 3 fission energy towers at the core of the base. The unprotected energy towers were no match for the attack. The moment the blue beams penetrated the metal shell, the internal fission energy furnace lost control immediately. After a piercing sound of metal distortion, they exploded with a deafening roar, shattering the energy towers into pieces, with scalding metal fragments flying everywhere, crashing against the base's structures with dull thuds. The 3 patrol ships, just sensing the threat, had no time to take any evasive actions before being accurately targeted by the armor-piercing projectiles, their fragile hulls pierced at the core, instantly blowing them apart into debris, with pale red fission energy and metal scraps drifting slowly through the star sea. Meanwhile, the secondary cannons continued to fire low-power dark crystal energy projectiles, systematically destroying the base's surface anti-air artillery and lookout towers. The anti-air artillery collapsed under the energy projectile strikes, and the metal supports of the lookout tower snapped in half, crashing heavily at the edge of the helipad. The entire surface defense of the outpost was instantly obliterated, leaving only the ruined structures and burning debris silently floating in the void. Third layer of suppression sustained coverage of naval firepower on the base's entrance's landing craft formation to penetrate. 30 landing craft surged out from the belly hatches of each ship, their dark crystal protective layers glowing with a pale blue halo. Under the cover of the warship's firepower, they sped towards the only proper helipad of the base. Inside the landing craft, 300 human soldiers donned dark crystal battle armor, with tactical screens in their helmets refreshing the three-dimensional map of the base's interior and the target coordinates of each team. They held neural suppression rifles and high-energy cutters with binding shields hanging at their waists, their expressions sharp as eagles' fingers resting on the triggers waiting for landing. The landing craft landed steadily on the helipad, covered in debris and metal scraps. As soon as the hatch slid open, the soldiers charged out like tigers, descending a mountain, advancing in 3 tactical formations, as per the predetermined plan, their movements brisk and decisive without any delay. The front clearing team, 50 soldiers as the vanguard, wielding high-energy cutters to quickly breach the base's main hatch. In the passage behind the hatch, more than a dozen fragmented Rock Clan soldiers were frantically aiming crude energy guns, blindly shooting towards the door. Pale red energy projectiles struck the soldiers' dark crystal battle armor, leaving only faint white marks. The soldiers did not pause. The pale purple beams from their neural suppression rifles fired continuously, accurately hitting the leading fragmented Rock Clan soldiers, who stiffened instantly under the impact, collapsing to the ground without the ability to resist. A few stubbornly resisting fragmented Rock Clan soldiers attempting close combat attacks were swiftly subdued by the clearing team soldiers, using tactical batons, creating a safe path of advance for the subsequent troops. Middle route control team, 150 soldiers split into 2 groups, one rushing towards the base's control center, while the other guarded the passage intersection to prevent any counterattacks from remaining enemies. Inside the control center, 4 fragmented Rock Clan technicians were frantically typing at the control console, trying to destroy the ship's route and coordinate data. Some even grabbed energy axes, attempting to smash the core components of the control console. The control team soldiers rushed in just in time, executing a precise tactical charge that knocked the energy axes aside. Then they struck 2 technicians with neural suppression beams. The remaining 2, sensing the danger, attempted to escape through a side door, but were accurately trapped by the soldiers guarding the entrance with binding shields, unable to move. The soldiers quickly connected portable data extraction devices to the core of the control console, with pale blue data streams rapidly scrolling across the device screens, starting to extract all tracks, coordinates, and operational data of the base in full. The rear capture team, 100 soldiers, advanced towards the base's command cabin, located at the innermost part of the base, serving as the command center for the entire outpost. 8 fragmented Rock Clan soldiers guarded the entrance, wielding more advanced energy weapons than ordinary soldiers, and had set up a simple energy cannon. The capture team soldiers did not charge in recklessly. Instead, they first executed precise shots to shatter the energy cannon's barrel, then threw 2 concussion bombs into the guarded area. Taking advantage of the moment when the fragmented Rock Clan soldiers were disoriented, they swiftly advanced and subdued all the guarding soldiers in no time. As the hatch was forcibly blasted open by high-energy cutters, 3 high-ranking fragmented Rock Clan members, adorned in armor marked with tribal insignia, frantically attempted to swallow a data chip, wanting to destroy crucial evidence. The capture team soldiers reacted quickly, shooting out a specially designed binding net that ensnared the 3 individuals tightly. They then moved in to hold their chins and successfully retrieved the data chip that had not yet been swallowed, completing the whole motion fluidly in just a few seconds, completely controlling the 3 high-ranking members of the fragmented Rock Clan. The entire clearing process took no more than 20 minutes. All remaining fragmented Rock Clan defenders inside the base were either captured or killed. Most ordinary soldiers were rendered incapable of resistance by neural suppression rifle hits, while a few stubborn resistors were precisely shot down. 3 high-ranking members who controlled the core routes and 4 technicians were successfully captured, with no one escaping. Report, Captain, the outpost has been cleared. The entire area from the main cabin to the command cabin is now under control. 7 core targets of the fragmented Rock Clan have been captured, and the data from the control center is being extracted at full speed. The voice of the landing force commander came through the communication channel to the bridge of the Stardust, with the orderly sounds of soldiers clearing the battlefield and guarding captives in the background. Continue to guard the captives, extract complete data, and have the warships clear firepower on the non-core areas of the base to thoroughly destroy any possibilities of reuse. Zhang Chenyu's order was given, and the main cannons of the 8 warships charged again. Multiple blue beams shot out, destroying the barracks, warehouses, backup energy stations, and other structures of the base one by one. The entire outpost, except for the temporarily controlled control center and command cabin, was reduced to ruins. Meanwhile, the intelligence core completed cross-verifying the data from the control center with the data chips of the captives. A series of clear star domain coordinates instantly appeared on the main screen, with red light points steadily flashing on the star map. Captain data extraction is complete, and it completely matches the core coordinates in the captive chips, with an accuracy of 99. 2. The true coordinates of the fragmented rock clan's mother star have been locked in. 1. 2 light-years away, located in a barren star field of the outer asteroid belt. This area has been preliminarily detected to have weak energy signals, primarily of fission energy, with no high-level technological fluctuations detected yet. The Shadow Blade Formation's 6 detectors will immediately dive at full speed along these coordinates, activating quantum, cloaking at 0.5 light seconds from the mother star, silently mapping the mother star's terrain, surface defense layout, ship inventory, and energy distribution, transmitting data in real time, prohibiting any form of exposure. Zhang Chenyu tapped the star map with his fingers, and 6 blue light points representing the Shadow Blade detectors immediately moved towards the new coordinates. The remaining 4 detectors will continue to follow the purple light signal source, monitoring all movement and energy anomalies. Report immediately upon any situation. Shadow Blade Formation received, executing orders. The purple light signal source has shown no anomalies, and the energy signal remains below the silent threshold, unaware of all our actions. Leave 2 escort ships to defend at 0.1 light seconds around the outpost. Initiate full area scans to prevent any remnants of the fragmented rock clan from returning. Zhang Chenyu added, the remaining warships will return to Qinglan Star with the Star Dust, escorting all captives to the detention cabin, arranging for special personnel for interrogation. At the same time, connect Qinglan Star with the Dark Side base for encrypted communication, starting subsequent defensive and research tasks. After the orders were given, 2 escort ships detached from the formation, deploying defenses around the ruin-like outpost, while the other 6 escort ships adjusted their course with the Star Dust speeding towards Qinglan Star. Inside the detention cabin, 7 fragmented rock clan captives were tightly locked by binding shields, with fear and violence reflected in their crimson eyes, yet they could not emit a complete roar. The core data chips in their hands became crucial clues for humanity to uncover the mother star of the fragmented rock clan. On the star map, the silhouettes of the Shadow Blade detectors were quietly approaching the true mother star of the fragmented rock clan, while the mysterious pale purple signal source remained silently standing in deep space, revealing no trace. On the bridge, Zhang Chenyu stood before the observation window, gazing at the newly locked red coordinates deep in the star sea. His fingertips lightly tapped the control console, his eyes gleaming with a cold edge. The outpost has been cleared, captives secured, the main star coordinates clarified, and the foundation of the fragmented rock clan has been exposed to humanity's vision. Humanity's deep space layout would, riding on the momentum of this suppression, advance at full speed. The construction of the Crystal Domain Defense System and the development of dual-purpose battleships for pure offense and defense are already on the verge of launch. In the Star Sea game, advancing step by step at this moment, the arrow pointing towards the fragmented rock clan's mother star, following the captive's traces, has already been drawn, just waiting to gather power before striking a thunderous blow. As the faint blue flames of the Starlight cruiser merged into the light curtain of the Qinglan Star's orbit, the entire human deep space industrial system shifted to full-speed operation under Zhang Chenyu's command. The forging workshop of the main ship port at Qinglan Star, the precision processing center at the far side of the moon, and the engineering space station at the Lagrange point roared in unison. Dark crystal alloys were forged into standardized blanks in the ultra-high temperature furnace, and after micron-level cutting by CNC machines, they transformed into sharply defined ship modules flowing orderly on an automated conveyor belt, becoming the core cornerstone of humanity's deep space steel defense line. In front of the command screen at the Chenyu Research Center, holographic projections displaying the modular disassembly diagrams of the Starbreaker-class pure offensive ship and the Territory-class pure defensive ship covered an entire wall. The three-dimensional models of the 5 core modules, firepower, protection, power, command, and supply, floated in midair with interface parameters, power compatibility, and energy transmission data, refreshing in real time as blue data streams. The research team stood around the screen with engineers from the Starship Manufacturing Bureau, their fingertips rapidly tapping on the virtual operation panel, repeatedly calibrating the precise details of module connections. The cold white light reflected their focused expressions, with only the low hum of the equipment echoing in the room. The trial production of the Starbreaker-class core firepower module is complete. The engineer's voice from the Manufacturing Bureau came through the encrypted communication filled with excitement over breaking through technological barriers. The dark crystal main cannon tube module passed the energy endurance test, and each submodule of the 6-tube missile bay is independently supplying power normally with a standardized interface error of 0.008 millimeters, fully compliant with the core standards for modular assembly. The scene cut to the heavy forging workshop at Qinglan Star, where a giant module shining with a cold blue metallic luster stood silently in the center of 8 heavy mechanical arms. This was the core firepower module of the Starbreaker-class pure offensive ship, with a single-barrel dark crystal main cannon tube that could be embraced by a person embedded in a thick dark crystal alloy base, the cannon mouth gathering the lingering faint blue energy glow. Surrounding the base, 6 missile bays were evenly arranged in a circular formation, each bay being an independently replaceable submodule, with the electromagnetic latches at the bay doors in a state awaiting activation. At the bottom and sides of the base, dozens of standardized docking interfaces unfolded like metallic tentacles with conductive contacts inside gleaming silver, allowing for seamless docking with power and command modules without manual calibration. Several heavy mechanical arms slowly extended, accurately gripping the preset lifting points of the module. Under the precise control of the AI core, the 1,000-ton firepower module was steadily lifted and slowly transported to the dedicated modular assembly dock. The hydraulic rods of the mechanical arms made a soft sound, moving smoothly without a hint of wobble. Almost simultaneously, a synchronized report came from the far side of the moon base. The first set of core protection modules for the Territory-class pure defensive ship had successfully undergone trial production. The multi-layered nested nanocomposite armor was disassembled into dozens of standardized armor plates measuring 1.2 meters by 1.2 meters, with quick-release slots set on the edges of each armor plate, allowing for individual disassembly and replacement by mechanical arms without the need for complete removal. The full-area shield generator module was completely sealed within an independent dark crystal alloy protective cabin with 3 layers of sealing protection on the energy interface and triggering device. Even if the outer layer of the cabin was damaged, the core components could be quickly disassembled and replaced without affecting the overall shield system's operation. According to modular standards, initiate the core assembly of the dual ships. Zhang Chenyu's command was delivered, coldly transmitted through the communication channel to the assembly docks at Qinglan Star in the far side of the moon. The 2 assembly docks activated simultaneously with dozens of light and heavy mechanical arms stretching out like a dense forest from all sides. The holographic positioning device on top of the dock projected precise 3-dimensional positioning lines, accurately marking the assembly positions of each module. On the Qinglan Star side, the firepower module of the Starbreaker class slowly descended, precisely docking with the dual dark crystal reactor power module. At the moment the positioning lines completely aligned, the metal latch locked tightly under hydraulic power, emitting a dull metallic clash, and the faint blue energy flow quickly flashed through the interface, with the compatibility indicator lights between the modules switching from red to green lighting up in succession. The core modules of the Starbreaker-class pure offensive ship were assembled in just 45 minutes, achieving a 7-fold increase in efficiency compared to traditional shipbuilding methods. Modular assembly efficiency verification passed emergency replacement simulation test for damaged modules. Initiate immediately. The electronic voice of the AI core echoed in the dock. Before the words faded, a testing mechanical arm on one side of the assembly dock suddenly shot out a beam of simulated high-energy projectile, accurately striking one submodule of the Starbreaker-class missile bay. The module instantly lit up with a red alarm, and the damage indicator light at the bay door flashed rapidly, prompting the AI core to immediately determine module damaged, urgent replacement required. The standby mechanical arms nearby immediately responded, with one arm accurately gripping the latch of the damaged submodule, quickly disassembling and removing it. Another arm simultaneously transported a brand new spare missile-based submodule to the designated position, and with a light sound of the electromagnetic latch, the module was docked, completing the entire replacement process in less than 10 minutes. The alarm lifted and the function of the missile bay fully restored, all without any manual operation. Inside the bridge, Zhang Chenyu stood before the main screen, watching the real-time testing data refresh on the screen, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. The core advantages of modular shipbuilding had fully manifested. Standardized mass production allowed for unlimited expansion of module reserves, rapid assembly significantly increased the speed of fleet formation, and the emergency replacements after battle damage represented a qualitative leap in the survival and recovery capabilities of warships on the battlefield. This meant that humanity's deep space fleet would completely break free from the efficiency constraints of traditional shipbuilding, possessing the core capability for sustained combat and rapid replenishment. While the shipbuilding project advanced at full speed, the modular construction of the Qinglan Crystal Domain Defense System was also simultaneously deployed in the airspace surrounding Qinglan Star. On 10 rocky asteroids in the asteroid belt surrounding Qinglan, star construction mechanical arms worked tirelessly day and night to build fixed dark crystal interception cannon module bases. Each base consists of 3 core components: cannon tube module, independent energy module, and early warning detection module, with each module independently installed and networked for control. If any module is damaged, it can be directly disassembled and replaced on-site without the need for complete reconstruction, truly achieving one cannon, one damage, one replacement. The 4 existing bases at the Lagrange points L1, L4 were rapidly transformed into defense relay module nodes, adding ultra-high power deep space detection modules and encrypted communication modules, extending humanity's deep space detection range by an additional 0.5 light-years, achieving Filaria all-angle early warning monitoring from Qinglan star to the outer asteroid belt, where no faint energy fluctuations could escape detection. The far side of the moon base dispatched 30 spare shield generator modules, which were delivered in batches by 10 heavy transport ships to the near-Earth orbit of Qinglan star, arranged in a modular array to construct the first layer of the Filaria basic dark crystal energy shield. The shield modules were evenly distributed in a circular formation in orbit, with each module linked via energy waves. If any module was damaged, the AI core would immediately shut down the shield in that area, and once the new module was replaced, it could be restarted with one click without affecting the overall protective power and coverage of the shield. To ensure the efficiency of transporting and constructing the defense modules, the mining fleet even temporarily paused the extraction of some low-purity star marrow crystal veins, reallocating 10 transport ships to join the defense module transport convoy, while the escort fleet split into 3 routes to provide comprehensive protection for the transport lines and construction areas. In the airspace surrounding Qinglan star, transport ships carrying standardized modules were seen shuttling everywhere, while the cold light of construction mechanical arms flickered on the surface of the asteroids. The faint blue energy shield was slowly taking shape in orbit, and the outline of the crystal domain sky defense was becoming clearer amidst the dark starry sea. Meanwhile, as humanity rapidly built and deployed defenses in the space of the Shattered Rock Clan's home planet 1.2 light-years away, 6 Shadowblade detectors had completed a Filaria micron-level precision mapping, with massive amounts of data being continuously sent back to the Qinglan star AI core through encrypted channels, forming a cross-validation with the interrogation testimonies from the deep confinement chambers of Qinglan star, fully uncovering the core details of the Shattered Rock Clan. Captain, the Shattered Rock Clan's home planet is provisionally named the Shattered Wasteland star, and the Filaria 3-dimensional mapping has been completed. The mapping data completely matches the interrogation testimonies. The AI core projected a holographic image of the Shattered Wasteland star on the bridge's main screen, revealing a barren rocky planet of gray-black occupying the entire screen, with no atmosphere covering the planet's surface. Abandoned mines were densely scattered like spider webs, and low crude metal settlements were strewn across the pockmarked surface. A few wisps of faint red fission energy smoke slowly rose from the ground, showcasing the desolation. The entire planet relies solely on fission energy for support, with no advanced technological facilities. 3 underground docks are hidden within large abandoned mines, and the more than 100 light patrol ships inside are all hand-assembled, lacking standardized designs, making them irreparable after battle damage. Only 56 simple energy cannons are deployed on the surface, distributed around the 3 docks, with short range and low accuracy, effective strike range insufficient to reach 10,000 kilometers. The synchronized visuals from the interrogation room came in real time, showing 3 high-ranking members of the Shattered Rock Clan clad in tribal insignia battle armor, tightly bound by force shields, their once violent red eyes now stripped of fury, leaving only fear. Under the neural deterrence and the precise mapping evidence presented by the AI core, they completely caved in, providing not only details about the defense layout of the Shattered Wasteland star, but also revealing a key piece of information. 6 months ago, a mysterious purple light ship had approached the outer space of the Shattered Wasteland star without making contact, leaving behind a batch of crude energy weapons in exchange for a small amount of low-purity star marrow crystal material, previously plundered by the Shattered Rock Clan. The Shattered Rock Clan had never seen any beings from the purple light ship, viewing it only as a powerful, mysterious traitor. Zhang Chenyu's brows furrowed suddenly, his knuckles lightly tapping the control panel, producing a dull sound. The Purple Light faction had long been aware of the Shattered Rock Clan's existence, even deliberately supporting them, using them as a pawn to test humanity's deep space capabilities and plunder star marrow crystal resources. The destruction of the outpost base may have already been anticipated by them, while the Shattered Rock Clan was merely a discarded piece they threw to humanity. Continue to dig deeply into all intersections between the Shattered Rock Clan and the Purple Light faction, maintaining uninterrupted interrogation without missing any details. Zhang Chenyu said solemnly, his gaze turning to the purple light signal source coordinates on the main screen before issuing another command. Starship Manufacturing Bureau, accelerate the mass production of the core modules for both ships. Once the first Starbreaker class and Territory class complete all assembly and live-fire tests, immediately incorporate them into the escort fleet's combat readiness sequence. Defense construction team ensure that the first layer of the full area defense network around Qinglan Star is completed within 72 hours, and all modules must be activated into combat readiness mode. Received. Responses from various departments came through the communication channel simultaneously, firm and powerful. At this moment, 4 shadow blade detectors monitoring the purple light signal source reported an urgent anomaly. The purple light ship, hidden in deep space, emitted 3 beams of short-frequency directional energy signals in quick succession with extremely narrow signal bands and underwent multiple layers of encryption processing. The AI core could only decipher a few meaningless characters, unable to piece together complete semantics, but through the signal's emission trajectory, it was determined that it pointed towards the outer solar system deep space, not in the direction of the Shattered Rock Clan's home planet, the Shattered Wasteland Star. What was even more alarming was that after the signal was emitted, the energy fluctuations of the purple light ship showed a brief increase, as if it had activated its invisibility propulsion system and began to slowly move towards the direction of the signal emission, deliberately avoiding the densely monitored areas of human deep space, clearly aware of humanity's monitoring range and detection capabilities. Deploy 4 additional shadow blade detectors to support the purple light monitoring team. Increase quantum stealth power to maximum, maintain a safe distance for continuous tracking, and prohibit any form of exposure, transmitting its trajectory and energy fluctuation data in real time. Zhang Chenyu decisively commanded with a cold sharpness in his gaze. The modular production line of Qinglan Star roared continuously, with dark crystal alloy modules flowing orderly on the conveyor belt, the sounds of metal colliding echoing in the dock. 3 fixed dark crystal interception cannon bases in the surrounding asteroid belt had already been completed with their cannon tubes aimed at deep space, entering a state of readiness. The coordinates of the Shattered Wasteland Star were marked as high-priority extermination targets on the star map with red warning dots flashing continuously, and that mysterious purple light still moved slowly in the distant deep space, leaving behind a signal mystery, like a thin veil of clouds shrouding humanity's deep space territory. Amidst the star sea, the modular steel torrent was rapidly forging. The crystal domain sky defenses fortifications steadily rising, and the extermination plan against the Shattered Rock Clan was quietly brewing as humanity's deep space game entered a new era of modular offense and defense. Yet Zhang Chenyu knew that this was only the beginning. The true test lay ahead. The deep space outside Qinglan Star is a colorless, silent expanse of darkness where even the tiniest specks of dust are tamed by the gravitational pull of stars floating as tranquil points of light. 2 cold blue ship silhouettes burst forth from their orbits, their standardized modular hulls cutting sharp geometric angles in the faint starlight, while the titanium alloy surface gleams with a matte metallic hue. The connections between propulsion energy firepower and defense modules emit faint blue energy flows flickering like living springs, embedding the new shipbuilding logic of modules as hull into this void. The exquisite synthesis of the star-rending class pure assault ship features 4 heavy propulsion modules arranged like wings with warm red flames swirling around the nozzle edges. 6 high-power energy modules interlock in a matrix around the ship's core, their half-transparent protective panels revealing the dark crystal reactions that surge like waves. 3 single-barreled dark crystal main cannon modules are lined up along the ship's main axis, their inner spiral grooves gleaming with a cold silver light, the cannon muzzle slightly raised, aimed directly at the deep space target area. 2 6-2 missile bay modules lie in wait beneath the ship's belly, their hatches electromagnetic locks glowing with a faint purple light, primed for launch. Only one simple command module is tucked at the ship's rear, ceding all space to the attack units, making the entire ship like a sharpened blade ready to pierce the void, its lines so sharp they seem almost decisive. The Domain-class pure defense ship is a seamless mobile fortress. 4 propulsion modules just sufficient for cruising, while the ship's core is filled with 8 large-capacity energy modules, silver energy conduits winding around the hull like veins with not a strand of energy leaking from the interfaces. 12 all-domain shield modules are arranged in a circular array along the hull, the energy patterns on the generator surfaces flowing slowly in combat readiness like a slumbering star ring. 8 layers of nanocomposite armor modules are stacked, the matte coating able to absorb 90 of detection waves. The electromagnetic buckles at the armor seams clicking tightly, with electrical sparks crackling like the gnashing of steel fangs. The folding mechanical arms on both sides of the two ships glimmer with the cold light of lubricating oil at their joints, while spare modules are neatly stored in the storage bay, with the intelligence core pressing the optimal replacement paths awaiting commands. Arriving at the test firing zone, initiate live ammunition test. Firing. The intelligence core will record parameters throughout with a margin of error of 3 thousandths. Zhang Chenyu's command emanated from the bridge of the Stardust, precisely delivered to the command modules of the two ships via quantum communication links. The cleanup operation against the Rift Star is imminent. This test firing is not a drill, but a rehearsal for real combat. Each module's performance is the lifeblood that will sustain the fleet in days to come. With the command set, the star-rending class assault ship tears through the silence first. 3 groups of dark crystal main cannons charge simultaneously, the energy module's output power ramping up instantly as faint blue energy streams cascade into the cannon barrels, the energy orbs condensing at the muzzle shift from a ghostly blue to a deep azure, the surrounding void distorted by the energy rippling with fragmented light patterns. Seconds later, 3 deep muffled booms resonate through the deep space as 3 thick blue beams burst forth like divine spears, trailing thousands of meters of luminous tails, accurately striking the 100-meter-sized asteroid target. The energy waves instantly tear through the rocky exterior, with mantle materials erupting like lava into stardust, followed by a cataclysmic explosion as the target disintegrates into a shower of debris in the blinding light, with rocks of varying sizes scattering everywhere, ultimately swept into a faint mist by the stellar winds. Before the dust settles, the ship's belly hatches thunderously open, 2 missile bays unlocking in unison, dozens of armor-piercing projectiles screaming forth with oranger tails like a swarm of bees attacking a moving target, the projectiles striking precisely at the energy weak points marked by the intelligence core, all hitting the core with explosions illuminating the deep space, while the energy supply to the main cannons and missile bays remains steady. The energy flows at the interfaces, circulating as calmly as still water. The test firing of the star-rending class firepower module has met the standards. The main cannon's power exceeds preset levels by 17, with a missile hit rate of 100 and an energy conversion rate of 89, all modules adapted without any abnormalities. The electronic voice of the intelligence core emitted a clear frequency fluctuation, reporting in real time. Then the domain-class defense ship faced its test. The testing platform at Qinglan Star's shipyard instantly activated as dozens of simulated high-energy projectiles rained down like a storm, the faint purple beams weaving a dense net of firepower bearing down on the ship with a destructive force. In a critical moment, 12 shield modules activated simultaneously as a pale blue energy shield rapidly unfolded like a dome enveloping the ship with a semi-transparent barrier. As the energy projectiles collided with the shield, a burst of silver-blue light particles exploded, rippling across the shield's surface, yet it remained intact. Still, 3 beams of light penetrated through the shield's gaps, crashing heavily against the armor modules, producing a thunderous clang that shook the ship, with 2 armor plates instantly denting metal shards flying, as 1 shield module emitted a piercing shriek from overload, prompting the ship to flash a blinding red alert. Activate the damage control module replacements. Unlock the mechanical arms. Position the spare modules. As soon as the command was issued, the folding mechanical arms on both sides of the ships unfolded, like cheetahs pouncing on their prey, their hydraulic joints emitting a low hum, moving with precision akin to a surgical operation. 1 mechanical arm's alloy claw firmly gripped the electromagnetic buckle of the damaged armor as the fingertip laser cutter swiftly severed the lock, quickly withdrawing the deformed armor. Another arm was already waiting with the spare armor, and at the moment the damaged module detached, the new module aligned perfectly, the electromagnetic buckle locking with a click, the pale blue energy flowing rapidly along the interface, completing the module adaptation. Meanwhile, the failed shield module was completely removed, with the new module quickly embedded along the sliding rail, the energy interface automatically locking together, taking only 8 minutes in total. The red alert suddenly extinguished, the shield reactivated, and the armor performance restored to peak levels. Replacement efficiency improved by 20 over the preset standards. The domain-class defense and damage replacement test has met the standards. The 2 ships are finalized, initiating modular mass production across the entire star domain. Zhang Chenyu's voice concealed an unmistakable determination. The Starship Manufacturing Bureau responded immediately as the modular production lines at Qinglan Star and the far side of the moon surged into full operation. Gigantic mechanical arms swiftly danced in the workshop, cutting, forging, and assembling seamlessly. Our propulsion, energy, main cannon, shield, and other universal modules were continuously produced, with mass production efficiency increased by 50. Various spare modules were neatly stored in the shipyard's enormous warehouse, piling up like mountains ready to be assembled, as needed, forming assault ships, defense ships, and support ships within hours, marking the official entry of humanity's deep space fleet into the era of modular shipbuilding. As the two ships completed their test firing, 6 Shadow Blade probes had quietly approached the Rift star space zone, now at 3 light hours away. Covered in anti-detection coatings, the probes penetrated the crude fission signal early warning network of the Fragment Clan like deep space phantoms, relaying real-time information of the core anomalies of Rift star back to the command center at Qinglan star. On the holographic main screen, 3 underground docks of Rift star were clearly visible. The dock was illuminated by glaring orange-yellow lights, with over 80 hand-assembled light patrol ships densely parked, their hulls marred by rough welding marks, yet radiating a savage fierceness. Fragment Clan warriors with grayish-blue skin howled as they moved their muscular arms, bearing low-purity star marrow crystal materials and fission energy tanks, forcefully stuffing them into the ship hulls. While the rough cannon mouths of the ships were charged to a dark red, with energy fluctuations highly unstable. Outside the docks, tens of thousands of Fragment Clan combat personnel gathered for training, swinging energy axes and electromagnetic spears, their roars reverberating through the probe's audio modules, causing the display screen to tremble slightly. Clearly, the destruction of the forward base has prompted them to launch a counterattack across the star domain. More crucial intelligence followed swiftly. The probes precisely mapped the coordinates of the Fragment Clan's shared fission energy storage, 210 meters underground, covered by 30 meters of hard rock above, with one ventilation shaft to the west and another to the south. The rock layer only 5 meters thick, with the ventilation ducts directly connected to the energy core. The intelligence core marked the 2 ventilation shafts as red core strike targets with coordinates accurate to the centimeter, while the structural analysis of the rock layers and optimal energy strike angles were updated in real time. Fragment Clan, you are walking into your own trap. Zhang Chenyu's gaze was as cold as ice, his finger heavily circling the energy storage location on the star map. Monitor throughout the fleet will gather energy, will be charged personnel, deployed, any anomalies reported in real time. Before his voice faded, the control panel monitoring the purple light signal source suddenly blared a red alert warning. The purple light ship is returning, currently position 08 light hours outside the defenses of Qinglan star, releasing 3 micro-invisible reconnaissance drones sneaking through the gaps in the asteroid belt. On the main screen, the purple light ship, which had been concealed for days, lay quietly in ambush, its hull's purple light converging to an extreme, almost blending into the deep space. The 3 micro-reconnaissance drones floated like dead leaves towards the asteroid belt, using the rubble for cover, slowly approaching the human defense perimeter, clearly intending to exploit the Fragment Clan's movements to spy on the core secrets of modular shipbuilding and crystal domain defenses. To pick up a bargain, one must first see if they have the life to take it. Zhang Chenyu sneered, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Activate the anti-invisibility detection network, all interception gun arrays to level 1 combat readiness, lock onto the reconnaissance drones, shoot them down on the spot, and recover the wreckage intact. The fixed dark crystal interception artillery arrays in the asteroid belt surrounding Qinglan star immediately responded, their gun bodies slowly turning the anti-invisibility detection modules, activating invisible detection waves spreading like a spider web over the entire defense perimeter. As the 3 reconnaissance drones entered the detection range, they were accurately locked onto, and the energy modules of the artillery arrays charged instantly, with beams of blue light shooting forth like lightning, striking the reconnaissance drones in an instant. 3 faint fireballs flashed through the deep space as the wreckage of the reconnaissance drones fell towards the asteroid belt, with the nearby patrol ship immediately approaching, its mechanical arms carefully retrieving the wreckage into the analysis chamber. The intelligence core rapidly disassembled and analyzed the wreckage, and the results weighed heavily on everyone. The reconnaissance drones were equipped with high-precision, star marrow crystal concentration detection elements, with a sensitivity of 1 part in a billion, capable of accurately capturing mineral vein energy fluctuations. The built-in deep space coordinate recorder had documented the core area coordinates, such as the Qinglan star shipyard and star marrow crystal veins. The purple light forces had long coveted Qinglan star's star marrow crystals, and this time they aimed to profit by leveraging the Fragment Clan. Initiate the modular upgrade of the crystal domain defense system. Execute immediately. Zhang Chenyu decisively commanded all fixed interception artillery arrays to be equipped with high-power signal jamming modules to shield all frequency detection, the orbital shield modules to be coated with anti-detection materials to reduce radar cross-section. Quickly assemble 10 modular micro-unmanned patrol ships, deploying a combination of propulsion, full-frequency detection, close-range artillery to cover all gaps in the asteroid belt, constructing a dual-layer defense network of fixed bases and mobile patrols, sealing off all infiltration channels. The defense construction team worked through the night transport ships shuttling between defense nodes as gigantic mechanical arms operated precisely in the starry sky, rapidly installing signal jamming modules and anti-detection coding modules. The assembly of modular unmanned patrol ships was also highly efficient, with propulsion detection and close-range artillery modules seamlessly fitting together, the energy flow flashing past, and within hours 10 patrol ships departed the shipyard heading into the asteroid belt for all-weather patrol. With the support of modularization, the crystal domain defenses of Qinglan Star stood as firm as a copper wall and iron bastion, impenetrable. Once the test firings of the two ships, the crystal defense upgrades, and the intelligence reconnaissance of Rift Star were all finalized, Zhang Chenyu immediately summoned the fleet command team, convening a cleanup operation meeting on the bridge of the Stardust. The holographic star map floated at the center, clearly displaying the terrain of Rift Star dock locations, energy storage coordinates, and the deployment of the Fragment Clan, while the performance parameters and module combinations of the two ships were displayed alongside, with the command team quickly deliberating, ultimately finalizing a swift and decisive cleanup plan, leveraging the tactical flexibility of the modular fleet to adapt to the rapidly changing battlefield. For this cleanup, a special mixed fleet will be formed according to module functions: 2 domain-class defense ships, dismantling 3 sets of propulsion, and 2 non-core energy modules, adding 2 sets of ultra-high-power shield modules to provide a mobile shield barrier for the Vanguard, braving the first wave of counterattacks from the Fragment Clan to create a strike window for the assault fleet. 4 star-rending-class assault ships as the core, with main cannon and missile bay energy priorities maxed out, concentrating all firepower directly at the 2 ventilation shafts of the energy storage, ensuring a single strike to penetrate the rock layer, triggering an explosion at the energy storage to incapacitate all their combat capabilities. 6 support ships with propulsion close-range artillery strong binding capture modules to clear the surrounding scattered ships, precisely capturing the Fragment Clan high-ranking members with binding force fields set to maximum, leaving 1 domain CL. Zhang Chenyu's finger struck heavily on the coordinates of Rift Star on the star map, his voice laced with undeniable authority. All participating fleets proceed to the shipyard immediately to complete module adaptations and spare module loading, have the ship's mechanical arms conduct damage replacements and debugging, and ensure the supply bays are fully stocked with energy blocks and repair materials. Cleanup fleet set sail today. With the order issued, Qinglan Star's main shipyard erupted into a frenzy of activity. In the starry sky, gigantic mechanical arms unfolded like a forest, various functional modules being precisely hoisted onto each ship's hull, with the sounds of electromagnetic locks snapping shut, energy interfaces connecting, and mechanical arms humming, intertwining into a stirring symphony of deep space. Spare modules, energy blocks, and repair materials were loaded in an orderly manner, the module interfaces of the combat ships glowing with pale blue light, the mechanical arms folding in weight, and the main cannon and shield modules entering a pre-charging state, the pale blue and dark red lights swirling along the hull, exuding a murderous aura. Meanwhile, on Rift Star, the Fragment Clan's fleets were still accelerating their assembly, roaring and clamoring to flatten Qinglan Star, unaware that every move had already been scrutinized. Those 2 ventilation shafts' weak points had become fatal vulnerabilities. They also did not know that a steel torrent composed of fully modular warships was rapidly slicing through the dark space, racing towards their home planet with a thunderous force. In the orbit of Qinglan Star, the pale blue flames of the cleanup fleet ignited in succession, forming a brilliant river of stars racing towards Rift Star at full speed. The modular production lines at the shipyard continued to roar, producing more functional modules to forge a solid backing for humanity's deep space domain. Meanwhile, outside the defense perimeter, that mysterious purple light ship remained quietly in ambush, its hull's purple light flickering as if waiting for the right moment, yet wary of something. The winds of deep space had never been so tumultuous. A thunderous cleanup operation was already poised to strike, yet shadows lurked behind, quietly roiling as the greater game had only just begun. In the outer space of the Liahuang Star, the asteroid belt's cluster of debris sprawls like lurking reefs, weaving this desolate void into a natural concealed barrier. At the moment the 12 warships of the extermination fleet completed their short-range segmented jump, the fierce flames of the propulsion module suddenly withdrew into the ship body as the specially designed anti-detection coating perfectly blended with the deep space's dark hues, severing all active signals. Only the previously deployed Shadow Blade probe transmitted the real-time dynamics of the fractured rock clan back through encrypted quantum channels, with not a trace of energy leakage throughout the entire process, allowing the fleet to lie in wait like phantoms amidst the shadows of the debris, patiently awaiting the net's closure. The fractured rock clan fleet has gathered 90 of its ships, with 40 of the hulls departing from the underground dock, moving into the void in a non-tactical scattered formation. The energy signals are chaotic, with no evasive actions against detection. The electronic voice of the intelligence core resonated in the bridge of the stardust, while on the holographic star map, the red dots representing the fractured rock clans surged like a disordered ant swarm, whereas the carbon-based civilization fleet's identifier remained hidden in the blind spot of the gravitational interference zone of the asteroid belt, completely silenced from the interstellar detection perspective. Zhang Chenyu lightly tapped the control panel. The sound of his knuckles hitting the hard alloy was particularly clear in the silent bridge. His commands were as sharp as a blade, resonating with clarity. All units activate full domain electromagnetic silence, full frequency, signal, shielding the domain-level defense ships advance to deploy double-layer shield barriers obscuring all hulls, mechanical arms, and supply base. Unmanned patrol ships advance to construct a 3-layer anti-invisibility detection net. Any unidentified targets are to be shot down directly without identification, and no detection waves are allowed to touch our ships. Immediate combat readiness to exterminate all living forces on Liahuang star, leaving no trace. With the command given, 2 domain-level defense ships surged forward like arrows released from a bow, while 12 groups of shield modules simultaneously erupted with pale blue energy torrents. The twin domes thunderously took form 100 meters in front of the fleet, completely enveloping the entire extermination fleet. This layer of shield serves not only as an indestructible defensive barrier, but also as an impenetrable invisible cover. Any detection wave daring to penetrate will be instantly distorted and scattered. Not only the hull structure, but even a glimmer of metallic reflection cannot be captured. 6 unmanned patrol ships sped off in different directions, laying a net of detection at crucial points within the asteroid belt. While the anti-invisibility detection modules were fully activated, the intangible detection waves spread out like a fine spider web over 100 kilometers, and the low, dangerous hum of the closed defense cannon modules charging resonated with their muzzles gleaming, coldly pointing at every possible blind spot in the void. All ships in the fleet immediately retracted their exposed structures, mechanical arms folded into the hull like sharp blades. The backup module bays sealed tightly with thick alloy armor, and the energy flows at the joints were completely concealed deep within the ship's body. From the outside, each warship appeared as a unified entity with sharp angles, lying silently behind the shield like ancient hunters poised to strike, their presence heavy and still waiting for their prey to step into the death trap. At this moment, outside the atmosphere of Liahuang star, over 80 fractured rock clan light patrol ships had unleashed a coarse roar and charged forward. These warships, crudely assembled from discarded parts, displayed a complete lack of tactical coordination. The crude main cannons and electromagnetic guns fired in a haphazard manner, dark red energy projectiles streaking through deep space in twisted trajectories, raining down on the shield barriers of the domain-level defense ships like a torrential downpour, a terrifying spectacle, yet ultimately futile. Shield module power maintained at 80 withstand the first wave of attacks. Support ships spread out to the wings, closed defense cannons locking onto stray projectiles, no leaks allowed. The attacking ships calibrated their targets, relying on the shield charging at full speed, completely obscuring their hull details. Zhang Chenyu's voice carried no trace of wavering, yet it exuded a chilling decisiveness transmitted through encrypted channels to every warship. Energy projectiles crashed against the shield like hail, erupting in a shower of silver-blue sparkles like magnificent, yet deadly fireworks. The surface of the shield rippled violently, yet remained as steadfast as a rock, unmoved. A few lucky stray projectiles that penetrated the barrage were intercepted with precision by the orange closed defense barrage as they entered the range of the support ships, exploding into sparks in the void, having no chance to approach the main fleet. The charge of the fractured rock clan was akin to striking a stone with an egg, their fleet instantly disintegrating amidst the chaotic counterattacks. Some ships collided uncontrollably, metal debris slowly drifting in deep space, becoming a cold embellishment in this deathly void. In the dark depths of the battlefield's periphery, the purple radiant ship lay in wait like a ghost, its hull's purple glow dimmed to the extreme, attempting to capture effective signals from the battlefield using passive detection equipment. However, the electromagnetic silence of the carbon-based civilization fleet and the shield's cover rendered this battlefield an absolute visual blind spot for it. Only able to capture the chaotic energy signals of the fractured rock clan and the faint energy fluctuations when the shield resisted attacks, yet unable to penetrate even the pale blue barrier, let alone discern the outlines of the hulls behind it. The purple radiance ship floundered in the void like a headless fly, utterly lost. Captain, the enemy is maintaining full electromagnetic silence. The shield is blocking all detection waves. It can only be determined that it is a heavy firepower fleet of a carbon-based intelligent civilization, and based on technological characteristics and interstellar intelligence, it is highly likely to be elite forces of an unknown carbon-based civilization with specific ship types, configurations, and numbers being entirely unknown. The technician's voice was tinged with undeniable anxiety, the operation screen displaying only a chaotic array of energy waveforms with not a shred of effective information retrievable. Release micro-drones to infiltrate through the gaps in the asteroid belt close to the shield to capture details. I want to see what cards these carbon-based beings are hiding. The captain of the Purple Radiance commanded coldly, a mix of unwillingness and shadow swirling in his eyes, his fingers clenching tightly around the edge of the control panel. 3 palm-sized micro-invisible reconnaissance drones were quietly released, their surface anti-detection coating indistinguishable from the debris, using the cover of asteroids to slither toward the gaps in the shield, attempting to penetrate the pale blue barrier to spy on secrets. But as soon as they entered the detection range of the unmanned patrol ships, they were instantly locked on. Invisible target detected, coordinates X71. 2 Y24. 5 shoot it down. Second target X68. 9 Y27. 3 shoot down. The closed defense cannons of the unmanned patrol ships fired instantly. Several threads of blue light shot out with pinpoint accuracy, like the scythe of death slicing through the void. The 3 reconnaissance drones didn't even touch the edge of the shield before being turned to ashes in a violent explosion, their faint flames extinguished in an instant. The mechanical arms of the patrol ships promptly extended, quickly retrieving the wreckage, leaving not a single technical fragment or trace of the explosion. On the screen of the Purple Radiance ship, all signals from the reconnaissance drones were instantly lost, leaving behind only the dead silence of electromagnetic noise, like a resounding slap in the face, shattering their last hope of surveillance. The expression of the captain of the Purple Radiance turned as dark as a cold pond, his tightly clenched fist bulging with veins, yet he made no further moves. He knew very well that continuing to deploy probes was futile. The anti-detection measures of this carbon-based civilization fleet were impenetrable, making it impossible to even approach, let alone spy on the secrets of their hulls. At this moment, the core of the battlefield's extermination operation was reaching a thunderous climax. The main cannon of the attacking ship is fully charged, targeting the southern vent fire. Zhang Chenyu's command rang out like thunder in the encrypted channel. Behind the shield barrier, the main cannons of the 4 attacking ships charged simultaneously, pale blue energy coalescing into a dazzling orb at the muzzle, yet completely concealed by the shield with not a glimmer of light escaping, as if it had never existed. Seconds later, 3 thick beams of blue light suddenly pierced through the energy channels preset by the shield, like 3 blades slicing through the darkness, wrapped in the momentum of destruction, striking accurately at the 5-meter-thick weak point of the energy storage facility on the southern side of Liahuang Star. Boom! The rock layer instantly shattered under the terrifying energy impact, debris and crimson magma erupting like a volcanic explosion, sending waves of scorching energy surging into the energy storage facility through the ventilation duct, triggering violent localized explosions. The orange-yellow flames from the underground dock broke through the atmosphere of Liahuang Star, carving a blinding trajectory in the dark void. The fractured Rock Clan fleet immediately fell into unprecedented chaos, their anguished roars attempting to break through the radio channels, yet were completely cut off by the strong electromagnetic shielding of the carbon-based civilization fleet trapped in this despairing void. Missile bays retarget the western vent, completely detonate the energy storage facility. Leave no chance for resurrection. The attacking ship's missile bay quietly unlocked dozens of armor-piercing rounds, trailing long tails of flame, whistling out along the energy trajectory of the main cannon, precisely penetrating the western rock layer and fiercely drilling into the core of the energy storage facility. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the deep space. The shockwave from the fission energy storage facility swept in all directions like a tsunami, tearing a massive rift in the surface of Liahuang Star. The underground dock collapsed entirely under the shockwave, with the unlaunched fractured Rock Clan warships buried beneath the rubble, while the fleet taking flight became like driftwood, without roots, scattering and fleeing in the torrent of energy like helpless strays with no means to fight back. Support ships enter the battlefield, close defense cannons clear the wrecked ships, capture modules locking onto the core combat power of the fractured Rock Clan, maintaining shield coverage throughout. Not a single survivor is to escape. 6 support ships emerged from behind the shield like specters, always within the extended range of the domain-level defense ship's shields. The orange projectiles of the closed defense cannons rained down like a storm, accurately harvesting the scattered patrol ships, each shell precisely hitting the core of the hull, taking away a life. The capture module's strong restraining force field enveloped the flagship of the fractured Rock Clan leader in an instant. The fractured Rock Clan warriors on the ship roared and violently struck at the force field, while the cannon fire against the force field merely rippled, akin to striking an egg against a stone, helplessly watching as they were slowly dragged towards the shield by the support ships, with no details of the hull exposed, not even a trace of the carbon-based being's presence detectable. In the heat of battle, a stray projectile fortuitously penetrated the barrage, striking the side of an attacking ship. The surface armor module, showing immediate signs of damage, metal fragments floated in the void. Almost instantly upon impact, the emergency shield of the ship activated, the pale blue light screen firmly covering the damaged area, leaving no chance for observation. The mechanical arms on both sides of the ship swiftly unfolded, precisely docking with the backup module bay. The damaged module was firmly gripped by mechanical claws, instantly disassembled and removed from the hull, while a new armor module rapidly embedded into the slot, like building blocks, completing the locking process. The entire modular replacement took only 90 seconds, achieving over 3 times the efficiency of traditional repairs, with no stray signals from mechanical operations leaking out. From a distance, the purple radiant ship could only capture a blur of energy fluctuations, entirely unable to determine that this was a modular replacement, mistaking it for a natural energy leakage following hull damage, unaware of the terrifying technology of this carbon-based civilization, filled only with confusion and unease. Throughout the ordeal, the purple radiant ship could only watch from afar the flames and chaos of the battlefield, observing as the fractured Rock Clan fleet was destroyed one by one, witnessing this carbon-based civilization's fleet traverse like specters behind the shield, yet never able to discern a complete outline of a single hull, let alone any special structures. It could judge that this fleet possessed formidable power, yet it could not ascertain the source of this strength. It sensed the existence of heavy firepower, strong defenses, and rapid support, yet could not discern their structures or even determine the number and specifications of the ships deployed by the enemy. This group of carbon-based beings was like a riddle wrapped in a fog, enveloped in this deep space, leaving the purple radiant ship both fearful and despairing. The highest level of anti-detection is not about intentionally misleading, but rather about fundamentally isolating all possibilities of probing, rendering the existence in the shadows incapable of grasping even a single trace of conjecturable clues, only able to live in endless suspicion and fear, unable to find peace. The remnants of the Sui-Yin vessels have been swept clean, their core combat forces lie captured, and Lai Wang Star's energy infrastructure has been reduced to ruin. The voice of Jiha sounded on the bridge with cold precision. On the holographic star chart, every red mark denoting the Sui-Yin tribe had vanished. The power that had entrenched itself on Lai Wang Star was now consigned to history. Deploy the garrison fleet. Establish a holding point in Lai Wang Star's orbit. Erect orbital-grade signal jamming towers. Enforce total electromagnetic silence and sever all internal and external communications. Zhang Chenyu's command was steady as a mountain, imbued with unquestionable authority. Before the sentence concluded, he added, release the robotic contingents and humanoid operatives to autonomously carry out prisoner intake, mop up residual personnel, classify and control detainees, and conduct interrogations. Execute the entire operation independently, with zero human intervention. I absolutely prevent any trace of carbon-based life from leaking. Focus interrogation on the Sui-Yin homestar, coordinates territorial scope and the surrounding interstellar environment, and squeeze every last useful scrap of intelligence. Acknowledged. Garrison deployment and robot and humanoid units are initiating in synchrony. A domain-class Guardian and 2 support vessels peeled away from the main force and completed a covert deployment into Lai Wang orbit. Masked by shield cover, they reconfigured into a silent metallic bastion that hung above the planet like a mute satellite. The orbital jamming towers roared to life. A dense electromagnetic barrier wrapped the planet in layers, preventing any internal signal from escaping. Lai Wang Star was transformed into an isolated covert control zone. At the same time, a support hangar door eased open and dozens of machines and humanoid operatives filed out. Their movements were fluid as flowing water, their gazes keen as hawks. They displayed the agility and resolve of autonomous consciousness, far removed from cold, unintelligent devices. Combat units wore matte black armor etched with fine sensor patterns, equipped with non-lethal restraint cannons and omnidirectional life-scanning arrays. Their footsteps were measured like veteran soldiers, landing without a sound. The humanoid operatives were indistinguishable from carbon-based beings, skin texture and micro-expressions uncannily lifelike, breathing simulated in subtle rises and falls. They carried portable energy binders and swept their surroundings with vigilant eyes, forming a flawless complement to the robots. Act according to plan. Robot Team 1 will sweep the northern sector for residual foes. Team 2 will receive prisoners and escort them to the high-pressure interrogation chambers. The humanoid squad will control non-combatants and deploy concealed surveillance nodes simultaneously. Interrogation priorities: the Sui-Yin homestar coordinates territorial bounds, interstellar allies, and adversaries. Autonomously verify testimonies and extract every shred of intelligence. The lead combat robot issued a low directive-laced order. Its electronic tones were crisp. It exchanged data with its kind over a dedicated band, its decision logic meticulous as a high-order intelligence. Acknowledged. Execute the interrogation process under the highest deterrence standard to ensure no intelligence is missed or falsified. The robot squad assigned to interrogation responded immediately, turning and surging toward the detention point. The black armor flashed a cold sheen beneath the starlight. Their division of labor was precise and their coordination seamless. All decisions were autonomous and adaptable. Using omnidirectional life scanners, the combat robots conducted exhaustive sweeps of Li Huang's surface, subterranean docks, and hidden caverns. Even survivors concealed within rock fissures were pinpointed. When facing stubborn resistance, the robots fired their non-lethal restraint cannons without hesitation. A faint violet beam instantly paralyzed peripheral nerves, robbing foes of the ability to fight back with efficient, unhesitating action. The humanoid squad received the captured core combatants. They issued commands in the Suiyan mother tongue, their tone icy and authoritative, guiding defiant leaders and commanders one by one toward the garrison's high-pressure interrogation chambers. The chamber bristled with biosignal detectors, brainwave analyzers, and lie detection systems. Metal walls cast a cold glow, and an imperceptible psychic pressure filled the air. The interrogation proceeded entirely under autonomous robotic control, with no human interference, completely erasing traces of carbon-based involvement. The interrogation was taut with tension. The robots avoided crude violence, instead applying precise biosignal analysis and stepwise logical pressure to dismantle the Suiyan mental defenses. A robot stood before the Suiyan leader, its cold electronic eyes boring into him. In the sealed chamber, it demanded the homestar coordinates and territorial bounds, threatening permanent confinement in a vacuum cell until all energy had been exhausted and death followed. At once, the chamber's holographic projection flared to life, playing clear images of the Suiyan fleet's annihilation, energy depot explosions, and the devastation of their homeland to amplify the leader's despair. At first, the Suiyan leader refused to cooperate. Bloodshot eyes aflame with rancor, he spat insults and threats, attempting to cling to racial honor as his shield. But the interrogation robot had already recorded lie indicators, sudden heart rate spikes, and chaotic brainwave signatures. It coldly presented the facts. Your fleet has been obliterated. Li Huang's energy system has collapsed. Reinforcements from your home will never arrive. Resistance is futile. Valuable intelligence will be met with basic survival guarantees and stable detention conditions. A nearby humanoid supplemented with composed, cutting words. They know the Suiyan tribal law. If the core force is annihilated, the tribe will expunge its line. Persist in resistance, and you will leave no descendants and endure unending torment. The humanoid even mimicked subtle Suiyan microexpressions, deepening the leader's psychological fracture. Under relentless psychological pressure, factual assault, and logical dismantling, the Suiyan leader's defenses collapsed. His scarlet eyes dimmed, he slumped in the restraint chair, and finally divulged the precise interstellar coordinates of the home star, the scope of his domain, and the distribution strengths and diplomatic stances of neighboring powers. The interrogation robot immediately cross-referenced the confession with the star chart database, validating it against known celestial coordinates. Once confirmed, all intelligence was encrypted at the highest level and archived, then sent one way through a quantum channel back to Qinglan Star. No paper or electronic backup was left on Li Huang, eliminating any possibility of leakage. For the elderly logistics personnel and other non-combatants, the humanoid squad implemented isolation and containment. They were escorted to remote valleys on Li Huang, provided with basic sustenance and survival gear, while invisible surveillance nodes, seamlessly integrated with the natural environment, watched them in silent observation. No unnecessary communication occurred, yet every movement was recorded, ensuring there was no latent threat and no trace of carbon-based contact. Throughout the operation, robots and humanoids made autonomous decisions and acted independently, flexibly adapting. If hidden Suiyan fighters appeared, robot teams instantly coordinated to clear them. If non-combatants became agitated, humanoids used precise tribal language to intimidate and pacify. They exchanged information over internal encrypted bands and coordinated with an efficiency far surpassing carbon-based forces, maintaining absolute electromagnetic silence so that no extraneous signals leaked. The traces of carbon-based civilization were perfectly scrubbed away. The main fleet slipped away under the cover of an asteroid belt's detritus. Engine flares were dimmed, the propulsion signature folded back into the hull, and they melted into the blackness of deep space like ghosts, leaving no discernible trajectory, as if they had never occupied that sector. On the battle's perimeter, the Zimong lay in patient ambush. Its consoles displayed only a scatter of electromagnetic noise. It could not capture the withdrawing carbon-based fleet's trace, nor detect a single movement of the robots and humanoids on Li Huang's surface. Their energy signatures had merged with the planet's geological energies, and the orbital shield sealed them into perfect invisibility. The Zimong was blind, forced to wait in the void with mounting resentment and fear. Captain, the enemy has fully withdrawn. They left no navigational signature. Li Huang Star is under complete electromagnetic sealing, we cannot detect any actionable information. The carbon-based civilization's technology and counter-surveillance measures exceed our interstellar intelligence expectations, the chief technician reported, with helplessness and frustration, his hands hanging limp at his sides. The captain of the Zimong stared at the planet whose fires were fading. Shadows and apprehension churned behind his eyes. His fists were clenched white at the knuckles, his thumb pressed deep into his palm. These carbon-based beings possessed such a formidable deep space fleet. We know nothing of their technology, combat strength, or origins. Until we ascertain the facts, we must not act rashly, lest we bring about our own ruin. He was silent for a moment before issuing an icy order: withdraw. Fortify the outer perimeter of this sector with long-range monitoring, and keep Liwang Star under close surveillance. Under no circumstances are we to approach. The Zimong turned, and its purple radiance contracted to nothing as it slid silently out of the sector. Yet the unease lodged in its hull like a rising tide. It would never know that the potent, seamlessly coordinated carbon-based fleet had been backed by a formidable array of autonomous, intelligent robots and humanoid operatives. Nor would it comprehend that those carbon-based beings had concealed the truth to such an extreme degree, entrusting capture, interrogation, and intelligence work entirely to these non-human forces so that no trace of carbon-based life could be detected. On the bridge of the Xingqian, Zhang Chenyu watched the Zimong vanish. His gaze was as steely and cold as frozen iron. A thin, cold smile curved his mouth as his fingertip traced Liwang Star's coordinates on the holographic chart. Jiha received the interrogation data transmitted by the robotic squads to encrypt and archive it, then synchronize it with Qinglan Star's core database. Record the full process: counter-surveillance, deployment, combat breach, modular rapid replacement, and robot autonomous handling. All subsequent fleet deep space operations shall be executed according to this standard. Notify the Starship Manufacturing Bureau to accelerate fleet production and expand robotic and humanoid forces. All readiness work is to be carried out in absolute silence. No secret may be leaked. Command received. Interrogation intelligence has been received. Data is being encrypted at the highest level and archived. Silent execution standards have been synchronized to the core terminals of all departments. Deep space remained hushed as Li Huang's fires faded into the cold void. The orbital garrison stood silent like an unseen guardian. On the planet's surface, robot and humanoid squads continued their autonomous containment, ghosting through ruins and valleys as the most secret and keen blades in the carbon-based civilization's deep space strategy. The cleansing fleet's main force had already slipped back to Qinglan Star. In unknown corners of deep space, they continued refining their power. Their lights were swallowed by darkness, shields impenetrable, and the robot's footsteps remained steady and soundless. A tempest gathered in the void. Those eyes peering from the dark would never know what unfathomable carbon-based force confronted them, nor grasp that these beings had already woven an inescapable net to protect their civilization and secrets, waiting to deliver a fatal blow the moment prey strayed inside. The aftermath of the fractured rock clan's extermination battle dissipated in the deep space as Zhang Chenyu led the Stardust fleet to hover steadily in the synchronous orbit of Qinglan Star. This mining star, fully under his control, was located 3 light-years from Earth, its surface veins shimmering with layers of pale blue fluorescence. Thousands of intelligent mining mechs were autonomously operating along the vein patterns while the shield barrier of the forward space station flowed slowly, marking this deep space resource outpost. On the bridge's holographic screen, the trajectories of the rudimentary detection nodes around the fractured rock clan's home planet still flickered faintly, remnants of the combat data from the extermination battle. At that time, in the fractured rock clan's homestar region, he had precisely locked onto all their main strongholds and core combat capabilities with high-level quantum detection, intentionally leaving these rudimentary edge detection devices as targets for practical defense testing. However, he did not expect that these outdated devices, several levels behind in technology, would also capture the faint energy traces of the Stardust's native nanosystem. This unexpected oversight led him to finalize the nanosystem upgrade plan immediately after taking over the Qinglan Star mining veins. He raised his wrist to activate the encrypted quantum channel directly connecting to the main control core of the lunar base 3 light-years away. The instructions were cold and straightforward without any redundancy. Immediately convert the entire production line to manufacture upgraded nanocore units using the high-purity star marrow crystals of Qinglan Star as the sole material, enhancing the cluster networking and all-domain energy shielding modules. All-domain intelligent entities are to autonomously match adaptation parameters according to the fleet type, undertaking the fleet's nano-upgrade tasks, autonomously scheduling execution, without the need for secondary instructions. The moment the instructions penetrated the void and arrived, the operations at both Qinglan Star and the lunar base initiated synchronously with no delay whatsoever. On the Qinglan Star side, the intelligent mining fleet immediately entered a full load state. The alloy mechanical arms of the heavy intelligent mining mesh broke through the hard, or layers, and the star marrow crystal, or glowing with ice blue fluorescence, was precisely collected and sent to the accompanying autonomous purification chamber. Inside the purification chamber, the ultra-high temperature furnace autonomously heated to 3000 K, melting the raw, or into liquid crystal slurry, which was then refined through 3 layers of magnetic selection to remove impurities and low-temperature directional condensation, ultimately crystallizing into cylindrical star marrow crystals with a diameter of 2 centimeters. These were standardized materials that could be directly connected to the lunar base's mass production line, with a purity of 99. The unmanned transport ships had already autonomously queued outside the ore veins, with their hatches precisely docking at the purification chamber's discharge port, where the crystal columns were loaded into temperature-controlled vacuum-sealed chambers, with each chamber precisely containing 1,000 columns, all operations conducted without any contact. Once the sealed chamber was filled, the transport ship's propulsion module initiated a low-power start, and the pale blue plasma tail flame tore through the Qinglan Star region, racing along the preset deep space flight path. The asteroid belt and gravitational turbulence zones along the route had already been pre-planned by the intelligent core for obstacle avoidance, allowing for fully autonomous navigation straight to the lunar base's furnace area. Throughout the process, Qinglan Star only fulfilled the singular function of mining standardized purification. All star marrow crystal materials were sent directly to the lunar base, without any intermediate storage or unnecessary processing. Zhang Chenyu did not linger at Qinglan Star. The main propulsion module of the Stardust slowly lit up, and the pale purple plasma tail flame erupted smoothly as the ship gradually adjusted its heading to return to the lunar base. He was well aware that Qinglan Star was merely a core resource outpost for deep space colonization, equipped only with simple facilities for star marrow crystal extraction, purification, and basic defense, lacking any precision processing or technical mass production capabilities. While the lunar base, serving as his fully automated main base rooted in near-Earth deep space, housed a giant enclosed workshop buried hundreds of meters beneath the lunar soil. It not only contained hundreds of high-precision, fully automated production lines supporting modules for crystal material precision processing and warship upgrade docks, but also stationed a core team composed of top aerospace engineers, materials scientists, and experienced technicians. Led by Chief Engineer Li Wei, who had followed Zhang Chenyu since the construction of the lunar dock, along with over 20 experienced technical backbone members. Their office area was separated from the central control room by a blast-proof glass wall. During the voyage, Zhang Chenyu called up the encrypted data terminal, packaging the practical surface parameters of the nano armor, containing basic anti-detection, efficiency, surface repair, response speed, etc., along with the technical cooperation framework, into an encrypted data packet, sending it to the Earth's official Deep Space Administration. Within the data packet, critical technologies such as the nano cluster, networking algorithm, core energy, shielding principles, and mass production processes were tightly sealed. The postscript contained only a few words stating clearly nano anti-detection technology is for sale, exchangeable for star marrow crystal raw or in industrial precision forged materials. All materials must be delivered directly to the lunar base's intelligent verification area by your intelligent transport ship, and upon passing inspection, basic anti-detection adaptation will be completed for 3 experimental ships of the Earth official with core functions not to be unlocked. 3 hours later, the encrypted confirmation signal from the Earth administration arrived on schedule, accompanied by a detailed material transport plan. The first batch of 50 tons of star marrow crystal raw ore and 200 sets of high-hardness industrial precision forged components had been dispatched by a heavy intelligent transport ship from Earth's synchronous orbit, traveling along a near-Earth deep space route directly to the lunar base. The transport ship was equipped with Earth's latest autonomous obstacle avoidance system, operating in real-time conjunction with the lunar base's intelligent core and human technical team to ensure precise navigation. Both categories of materials were essential for the mass production of upgraded nano units at the lunar base. Star marrow crystals served as the core energy material, while precision forged materials were used to maintain the intelligent mechanical arms, furnace nozzles, and other high-precision, easily worn components of the production line sent directly to the lunar base for the technical team to verify on-site before being put into production, eliminating any intermediate steps. Several hours later, the Stardust successfully entered the lunar base's dedicated intelligent dock. The heavy titanium alloy hatch closed autonomously at a speed of 2 meters per second, and the cabin's negative pressure dust removal system activated instantly, sucking away all the interstellar dust and micrometeorite particles clinging to the ship's hull, making the cold, hard titanium alloy surface even more polished. The all-domain 3-dimensional parameter matching device on the dock's ceiling lit up with a pale blue scanning light, conducting a comprehensive scan of the Stardust's hull. Every detail from the ship's sharp angles and the main cannon's spiral grooves to module joints and propulsion nozzle grills transmitted real-time data to the lunar base's main control intelligent core and the human technical team in the adjacent monitoring room. Li Wei was closely monitoring the screen with two engineers, his fingers rapidly sliding across the touchpad to zoom in on the scanning data of the ship's main cannon's muzzle. Old Zhang, the Stardust main cannon muzzle has a wear of 0.03 millimeters. We need to increase the thickness by 5 when applying the nano units, or it may affect the energy shielding effect. Zhang Chenyu nodded slightly as he gazed at the Stardust through the one-way blast-proof observation window. Adjust according to your plan and synchronize the parameters with the intelligent core. The intelligent core completed the precise parameter alignment between the upgraded nano units and the Stardust's native nanosystem in just 0.5 seconds, incorporating the wear compensation plan into the execution instructions. Li Wei leaned down and reported softly, the dock's equipment inspection is complete. The work robots are fully charged and the parameter matching has no deviations. We can start the upgrade at any time. Zhang Chenyu nodded and commanded, initiate the Stardust's full domain nanosystem upgrade. The moment the command was issued, dozens of small intelligent work robots autonomously drove out from the sliding tracks on the dock walls, each equipped with multi-axis, flexible mechanical arms and precise delivery devices for the nano units. They planned their movement routes autonomously along the Stardust's hull, with the micro nozzles at the end of the mechanical arms closely adhering to the ship's surface, evenly spraying the upgraded nano units. In the monitoring room, the technical team monitored the spraying progress in real time, with the screen displaying hundreds of monitoring frames accurately capturing the attachment density of the nano units on every part of the ship's hull. Suddenly, the engineer Wang Lei, responsible for monitoring the main cannon area, shouted, Li, the attachment density of the nano layer on the left side of the main cannon is too low, only 89 of the preset value. Li Wei immediately switched the screen and quickly adjusted the parameters on the panel. It's an issue with the robot's nozzle angle. Lower the nozzle of robot 3 by 15 degrees and increase the spraying pressure by 3 standard atmospheres. Wang Lei executed the operation immediately, and the density value on the screen rapidly rose, stabilizing at 98 of the preset value after 2 minutes. Done. Wang Lei sighed in relief, but Li Wei frowned slightly. Record this parameter combination. All subsequent warship main cannon areas must adhere to this standard. The initial algorithm of the intelligent core still hasn't considered the impact of muzzle curvature. The native 0.8 micron level nano units of the Stardust were awakened across the board, and a faint microglow appeared on the ship's surface akin to a swarm of bees suddenly awakening from slumber, while the upgraded 0.3 micron level nano units forged from the standardized star marrow crystal columns of Qinglan Star served as core networking nodes, rapidly completing intelligent integration with the native nano units. The native nano units autonomously undertook structural connections and basic surface damage repair functions, while the upgraded nano units connected all native units along the ship's preset energy pathways, forming a dense protective network that spanned the entire ship. The pale golden nano units flowed like moving gold dust, gently spreading along the smooth edges of the Stardust's hull, drilling into the spiral grooves of the main cannon's muzzle, adhering to the sealing adhesive seams of the portholes, filling the micrometer gaps at module joints, and even covering the heat dissipation grills of the propulsion nozzles without omission. In just 2 hours, a layer of film as thin as a cicada's wing formed, tightly enveloping the entire Stardust. The originally cold and hard titanium alloy's metallic luster was completely subdued, transformed into a dark matte texture that highly matched the deep space's inky color. The energy fluctuations driven by the star marrow crystal core were layer upon layer obscured by the nano clusters, and even the ship's own metallic electromagnetic reflection characteristics were rendered indistinguishable. In the monitoring room, the technical team gazed at the final form of the nano armor, and Wang Lei couldn't help but exclaim, perfect. It's even better than the preset molding effect. The shielding rate in the cannon area was measured at 99.2, exceeding expectations by 3 percentage points. With the upgrade autonomously completed, the advanced intelligent detection equipment at the lunar base initiated a comprehensive real-world test on the Stardust, from traditional radar waves and infrared signals to high-precision quantum detection and gravitational wave scanning. All detection methods were employed in succession. On the screens of the central control room and the monitoring room, only a nearly imperceptible ripple of energy was captured. Had it not been for the previously marked precise coordinates of the Stardust, this ripple would have been indistinguishable from the natural cosmic rays surrounding the lunar base. The propulsion module autonomously initiated a test start, and the pale blue plasma surged out from the nozzle. The nanoclusters at the nozzle's edge instantaneously deformed to form countless micrometer-level flow channels, allowing the plasma to be expelled accurately through the channels without any spillage. Our real-time data on the propulsion energy character A simulated meteorite fragment with a diameter of 10 centimeters was accelerated to 3,000 meters per second, crashing into the side of the stardust. At the moment of contact, the nano-units at the impact point rapidly coalesced into a high-density lattice protective layer, emitting a sound barely audible, dissipating all impact forces. As the impact dispersed, the surrounding nano-units autonomously filled in the gaps, and within 0.2 seconds, the impact point was as smooth as before with no scratches or deformations. The upgrade of the Stardust nanosystem is complete with a detection evasion efficiency of 99.4 and an energy concealment efficiency of 98.9 and an adaptive repair response time of 0.2 seconds. All parameters exceed the preset optimal standards. The electronic voice of the main control intelligence core at the moon base resonated steadily, while the human technical team in the monitoring room simultaneously completed the data verification. Li Wei sent the verification report to Zhang Chenyu's terminal, smiling as he said, "Old Zhang, our nano armor has improved by 17 compared to the prototype in the lab. This star marrow crystal is truly a great material." Zhang Chenyu slightly nodded, lifting his wrist to tap the tactical terminal, issuing a mass production command to the moon base intelligence core and the human technical team. All production lines are to operate at full capacity to produce upgraded nano units, autonomously matching parameters according to the fleet type. Star-splitting class attack ships focus on main cannon firing, energy concealment, and muzzle protection. Domain-level defense ships enhance hull structure protection and debris resistance. Support ships adapt to maintain temperature shielding and radiation blocking for supply bays, and the nano upgrades for the entire fleet will be executed autonomously by the global intelligence entity, with the technical team responsible for production line parameter inspections and anomaly corrections, retaining only intelligent alerts for parameter anomalies. After the command was issued, the giant workshops of the moon base entered a state of full-speed operation, transforming into a precise production battlefield where intelligences and humans collaborated. The standardized star marrow crystal columns delivered directly from Qinglan Star were autonomously unsealed and sent into the furnace by intelligent robotic arms. After melting into liquid crystal slurry, they were directly injected into the molding molds for the nano units. The star marrow crystal, or sent from Earth, was sent to the moon base's crystal processing module. Material scientist Zhang Chenyu was closely monitoring the furnace's temperature curve, occasionally adjusting the parameters. Engineer Li, this batch of raw or from Earth has a higher impurity content than that from Qinglan Star by 0.02. I have increased the furnace temperature by 50 K and extended the impurity removal time by 10 seconds to ensure the purity meets standards. Li Wei responded from the central monitoring area, received, synchronized the updates to all processing module parameter libraries. Meanwhile, 200 precision forged material components had already been sorted and verified by technician Lao Zhao's team. Lao Zhao measured the thickness of each forged material with calipers. Engineer Li, the precision of this batch of forged materials is within 0.01 millimeters. No problem, they can be delivered for production line use. Hundreds of intelligent robotic arms operated in synchrony, like a silver-gray forest. The faint sounds of metal transmission, the low hum of pipeline operation, and the soft golden glow during the formation of nano units intertwined. The human technical team remained stationed in the central monitoring area, where dozens of screens displayed the operational parameters of each production line in real time. Suddenly, a robotic arm on one production line halted, and the intelligence core issued an anomaly alert warning. The nozzle of the robotic arm on production line 7 is clogged. The output of nano units is interrupted. The engineer responsible for production line 7, Xiao Chen, immediately stood up. I will handle it. He donned a lightweight protective suit and quickly rushed to the site with his toolkit, opening the maintenance hatch of the robotic arm and using an ultrasonic cleaning device to focus on the nozzle, completing the cleaning in under 3 minutes. When he returned to the monitoring room, production line 7 had resumed normal operation. Xiao Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. The clog was caused by the crystallization of star marrow powder. I added a layer of polytetrafluoroethylene coating inside the nozzle, so this issue should not occur again. The nano upgrades for all warships were autonomously completed in their respective dedicated intelligent docking bays, with the human technical team only responsible for the initial calibration of the docks and the final acceptance of the upgrades. After each warship was upgraded, Li Wei would take core members to conduct manual spot checks using specialized detection instruments to scan critical areas of the hull, ensuring the uniformity of the nano layer thickness and compliance with concealment performance. The domain-level defense ship Pancher has passed the spot check with a nano-layer thickness deviation of 0.05 microns and concealment efficiency of 98.7. Wang Lei signed off on the acceptance report, synchronizing the data for archiving. Meanwhile, the Earth officials' heavy intelligent transport ship successfully arrived at the moon base's material verification area, with the docking bay doors autonomously connecting. Intelligent verification robots and human verification engineers immediately boarded the ship to conduct comprehensive inspections of the purity and quantity of star marrow crystal, as well as the hardness and precision of the forged materials. Chenyu used a portable spectrometer to test the purity of the star marrow crystal, while Lao Zhao tested the hardness of the forged material. Engineer Li the purity of the raw ore is 99, 97, and the hardness of the forged material is HRC 62, both meeting the contract requirements. The inspection data was transmitted in real time to both the Moon Base and the Earth Commission, and after passing verification, the intelligent robotic arms autonomously unloaded the cargo under the engineer's supervision, delivering the materials to the processing modules and production line warehouses. The 6 exclusive intelligent operational robots at the Moon Base also completed their final test flight calibrations under Wang Lei's leadership. Wang Lei controlled the robots to simulate takeoffs and landings. The navigation system calibration is complete, and the power core load is normal. We can set sail. After the robots autonomously set sail, he added, I have already input the adaptation parameters for the Earth test ship into the robot system, so they can operate directly once they arrive. I have set the core function access passwords which only our team can unlock. 7 days later, relying on the continuously delivered standardized star marrow crystal materials from Qinglan Star and the precision forged materials supplied by Earth, the full fleet's nanosystem upgrade was successfully completed through the collaboration of the Moon Base Intelligence Corps and the human technical team. Zhang Chenyu led the Stardust back from the Moon Base. When the Stardust entered the synchronous orbit of Qinglan Star, dozens of upgraded warships had already autonomously formed a formation in orbit, their matte black and gold hulls blending into the pale blue glow of the Qinglan Star's mineral belt, with not a single extraneous energy signal leaking and no obvious metallic reflections. The entire fleet resembled deep space phantoms lying in wait in the mineral star's domain, silent yet imposing. Initiate silent patrol for the entire fleet, covering the residual detection zones surrounding Qinglan Star to the Fractured Rock clan's home planet, autonomously testing the practical efficacy of the nano armor and simultaneously clearing all residual detection nodes of the Fractured Rock clan, shutting down all active signals and retaining only the encrypted quantum link within the fleet. Zhang Chenyu's command was transmitted through encrypted channels to the main control systems of every warship. As soon as the command was given, the entire fleet autonomously adjusted its formation, with the Stardust leading at the forefront. All warships' propulsion modules activated in low-power mode. The faint golden nano armor glimmered under the starlight, barely perceptible, before completely merging into the boundless deep space. All energy signals from the fleet were autonomously converged and concealed by the nano clusters, while the weak gravitational disturbances generated during travel were minimized to the utmost, leaving only a trail as thin as a thread racing towards the Fractured Rock clan's home planet. As the fleet passed through the simple detection nodes left by the Fractured Rock clan, the screens of those devices displayed only chaotic cosmic background radiation, remaining completely oblivious to the human fleet that was so close. Accompanying unmanned cleaning ships simultaneously activated their operations with energy-cutting beams, precisely locking onto each detection node, instantly destroying them. The debris of the nodes slowly drifted in deep space with no energy signals leaking and no explosive flashes. Meanwhile, on the far side of a derelict planet 5 light-years away, the Purple Radiance ship lay in wait, intently observing the movements around Qinglan Star and the Fractured Rock clan's home planet. Inside the bridge, the technician repeatedly adjusted all detection equipment on the ship, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his fingers rapidly struck the control panel, his voice filled with anxiety and despair. Captain, we've scanned the area from Qinglan Star to the Fractured Rock clan's home planet within a 50 light-year radius, but can only detect the natural radiation from the star marrow crystal veins of Qinglan Star. All detection nodes of the Fractured Rock clan are gradually disappearing, yet there are no energy signals or navigational tracks from any ships. It's as if they vanished into thin air in deep space. The captain of the Purple Radiance gripped the armrests of the command chair tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, anxiety and deep apprehension swirling in his gaze as he commanded sharply, maximize the power of all detection equipment and expand the scanning range to 100 light-years. The star marrow crystal veins of Qinglan Star are a crucial resource in this star domain. The moment the other party eradicated the Fractured Rock clan, they rapidly seized the mines to establish a base. They cannot possibly be a random wandering force. They must have undergone exceptional detection evasion technological modifications, completely concealing themselves. The technician immediately executed the order, cranking the power of the detection equipment to its limits. The scanning waves spread outward like a tide across the star domain, yet still yielded nothing. After a long while, the technician slumped back in his chair, his voice hoarse. Captain, all detection frequency bands show no effective signals. The other party's fleet has completely concealed itself. We cannot even determine their ship class or faction affiliation, and we have no way to lock onto their traces. The captain of the Purple Radiance stared at the calm cosmic radiation wave patterns on the screen, a chill rising in his heart. He knew better than anyone that the annihilation of the Fractured Rock clan was no mere coincidence of star domain conflict. This suddenly appearing unknown force acted with such ferocity and planning, precisely seizing the mines, rapidly constructing production bases, quickly completing the comprehensive detection evasion upgrades of the entire fleet, and even clearing detection nodes without a trace of signal leakage. Such execution capability is far beyond what an ordinary wandering fleet could possess. What troubled him even more was that the other party could complete the adaptation modification of their hull using star marrow crystals in such a short time, creating such an extraordinary detection evasion armor. The technological foundation and resource control behind it were unfathomable. He had no idea where this force originated from, why they targeted Qinglan Star, or even the race and civilization level of the other party, but he was certain of one thing: the demise of the Fractured Rock clan was only the beginning of the upheaval in this deep space. This unknown force, seizing the star marrow crystal veins, a core resource, and possessing such invisible navigational capabilities, would undoubtedly not stop at Qinglan Star. The long-standing balance in this star domain had already been completely shattered by this mysteriously arriving power. The intelligent mining fleet of Qinglan Star continued to extract and purify from the mineral veins with standardized star marrow crystal columns continuously delivered to the moon base by unmanned transport ships. The nano production line at the moon base continued to roar as Li Wei worked with his team to optimize the parameters of the third production line. Chenyu was in the laboratory researching composite formulas of star marrow crystals and other materials, while Wang Lei and Lao Zhao were repairing the intelligent operational robots that had just returned from their missions. The human technical team and the intelligence corps worked day and night in collaboration, forging the invisible protective blades for the new warships to be built. Zhang Chenyu stood on the bridge of the Stardust, gazing out at the fleet hidden in deep space and the layers of pale blue fluorescence emanating from Qinglan Star below, his expression solemn and resolute. The eradication of the Fractured Rock clan was merely the prelude to his path of deep space colonization. The star marrow crystals of Qinglan Star are the inexhaustible resource foundation for humanity's roots in deep space. The fully intelligent technology of the moon base and the core human team are the dual core blades for humanity's exploration of the starry sea. And this set of nano armor forged from star marrow crystals and mass-produced at the moon base serves as humanity's most solid and stealthy invisible shield in the unpredictable battles of deep space. From now on, with resources and technology empowering each other, intelligence and humanity working in tandem, and near-Earth and deep space coordinated and lay out humanity's deep space colonization path, will ultimately sail through this vast star sea, going further and further. The booming of the massive workshop at the far side of the moon base reverberated through the rock layers, while the icy blue light of the star marrow crystal flowed through the circular smart transport tunnel resembling a suspended galaxy. The nano coating on the tunnel's inner wall refracted crystal light, vividly illuminating the patterns on each piece of star marrow crystal blank. The residual warmth from the fleet's nano armor upgrades still lingered on every precision device in the workshop, with faint red traces remaining at the seams of the metal supports from high-temperature forging, and the hydraulic rods of the intelligent mechanical arms glistened with fresh lubricant. In the prior defense battle of the Qinglan Star vein, the practical verification of 12 first-generation modular prototype ships had shown initial effectiveness. Although they successfully repelled the attack from the crushed rock race, issues such as module adaptation delays, cumbersome configuration switches, and core processes being easily disrupted were exposed. At this moment, the core area for the precision processing of star marrow crystals and the mass production of nano units was fully covered by a pale blue quantum positioning light network, with countless fine light threads interweaving into a three-dimensional lattice, accurately locking thousands of modules awaiting assembly, transforming into an exclusive testing ground for the first standardized mass-produced modular carrier aimed at converting the combat experience of the initial prototype into a mature technology suitable for scalable application. Zhang Chenyu had just completed a silent patrol around the Qinglan Star, his military boots echoing crisply against the anti-slip metallic plate of the workshop observation platform. As he stepped onto the central observation platform, Li Wei and Chenyu, along with the core technology team, were already waiting there, each wearing white lab coats dusted with star marrow crystal powder, their eyes showing the red veins from days of hard work. The terminal screen displayed the final debugging parameters of all standardized modules, with green data streams refreshing like a waterfall. Li Wei's tone was solemn, yet unable to mask his seriousness. Old Zhang, all standardized modules have been mass-produced with 50 sets each for the 5 core categories: energy, main cannon, shield, cargo hold, and propulsion, with error control within 0.003 millimeters, fully meeting the requirements for universal adaptation. There are also exclusively developed processing workshop modules with only 3 units completed as required. The 178 sets of combat fault data from the first-generation prototype ships have all been integrated into the optimization algorithm, and core startup permissions have been double encrypted. Your tactical terminal is bound by bioelectric waves dual retinal verification, and the core authorization key from the Earth General Office needs to be activated by the signatures of 3 directors, while other personnel are only granted access to the basic operation interface, with no permission to view even the data streams of core processes. Chenyu's fingertips glided across the holographic screen, bringing up the 3-dimensional cross-section of a special module, the internal structure unfolding like a precision clock. The processing workshop module is transplanted from the moon-based workshop's mature star marrow crystal purification and nano-unit manufacturing processes designed for extreme miniaturization. The first-generation prototype ships lacked this in situ processing system, and after sustaining damage they could only return to base for repairs, wasting 72 hours just for round trips. This time we have filled this gap. Look here, she pointed to the miniaturized furnace inside the module, which uses a star marrow crystalline chamber capable of withstanding temperatures up to 120 degrees Celsius, allowing it to directly melt high-purity dark crystal alloy. And this set of high-precision, intelligent processing arms, with 36 microsensors at the joints, has a processing error of no more than 0.001 millimeters. Its interface is universal with all standardized modules, and after connection the nano-robots will automatically adapt and shape themselves, seamlessly integrating whether fitted on a fortress or an exploration ship, with core process modules encrypted throughout, featuring built-in anti-tamper chips that will sever the data interface upon detection of unauthorized intrusion, completely eliminating the possibility of leakage. Zhang Chenyu nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon the light network space below the observation platform. Thousands of silver-gray standardized modules floated quietly, their dark crystal alloy shells glimmering with the cold light of star marrow crystal, plating the surface of the plating etched with fine slip-resistant patterns, and the circular universal connection ports treated with nano sealing, with conductive contact points inside gleaming with a silvery sheen echoing the upgraded first-generation prototype ship not far away in the dock. The seams of those first-generation prototype ships still bore slight assembly marks, while the standardized modules before him had every edge meticulously polished by nano-robots, with electromagnetic clasps at the interfaces glowing with a faint purple light, poised in a ready state. He raised his wrist and tapped the tactical terminal, the metal strap tightening automatically around his wrist, the screen illuminating with a soft blue light as he issued orders. Initiate the standardized configuration assembly test. First, complete the basic form verification, and finally connect the processing workshop module, recording parameters throughout with core permissions synchronized to the Earth General Office. This time we must ensure that all configurations meet the requirements for combat deployment, avoiding the adaptation flaws faced by the prototype ships. The electronic voice of the intelligence core immediately resonated through the workshop, clear and devoid of any noise. Command received. The standardized configuration assembly test has commenced. Quantum positioning light network power raised to 80, nano-robot cluster activated, and backup energy modules entering thermal standby. The modules within the light network suddenly moved in unison as if drawn by an invisible hand. 6 star marrow crystal energy modules first aligned precisely, each module's side printed with numbers and energy output indicators. The moment their circular connection ports engaged, a faint golden arc flickered and vanished like a meteor streaking across the void. Compared to the 3.2 seconds adaptation delay of the first-generation prototype ships, this time the energy and data link achieved zero latency communication, with the indicator lights on the module's surface changing from red to yellow and then to green, completing adaptation in just 0.8 seconds. 12 star marrow crystal main cannon modules then unfolded around the energy module in a 12-faced polyhedron, the pre-installed nano-robots instantly pouring out like a silver mist. Each robot, no larger than a sesame seed, carried high-precision polishing tools, quickly spreading and polishing along the assembly seams, transforming the originally sharp connection points into smooth curved gun mounts. The star marrow crystal plating on the mount polished to a mirror-like smoothness, reflecting the patterns of the surrounding light network. The issue of limited turning angles for the main cannons of the first-generation prototype ships was completely resolved, with this iteration increasing the turning angle by 30%. The gun body was fitted seamlessly with the energy module, with not even a hair's breadth capable of being inserted between the seams, preventing any energy leakage, while a layer as thin as a cicada's wing of nano-protective coating formed at the muzzle, matching the upgraded fleet standards with precision, the surface of the protective layer pulsing with pale blue energy ripples rising and falling like breathing Next, 8 universal shield modules layered over the exterior, each module's shell engraved with complex energy guiding patterns. The nano-robots simultaneously adjusted the shielding patterns on the module's surface, ensuring the energy fields of the 8 layers of shields seamlessly merged into a complete spherical framework. The blind spots in shield connections that had previously appeared on the first-generation prototype ships were entirely filled, the pattern layout replicating the energy concealment logic of the nano-armor, truly achieving full domain protection without dead angles. As the shield activated, the pale blue barrier expanded like a soap bubble, the surface rippling with fine waves, securely protecting the internal modules. The intelligence core displayed in real time that the shield's energy density reached 100 joules per cubic centimeter, far exceeding the 800 joules standard of the first-generation prototype ships. Finally, 20 structural support modules precisely filled all gaps the nano-robot swarm, forming a dense silver-gray crystal membrane on the surface of the entire assembly, with a membrane thickness of only 0.5 mm, yet capable of withstanding impacts of over 100 tons, merging dozens of modules into a static war fortress without any assembly marks. The cannon muzzles hidden within the gaps of the shield framework, exuding a cold metallic sheen that far surpassed the first-generation prototype ships and externally purchased warships in deterrent power. Completion of the static war fortress configuration assembly taking 9 minutes and 27 seconds, with energy communication rate at 100, shield field coordination rate at 99. 8. With nano-shaping adaptability at optimal. Compared to the first-generation prototype ship's core performance improved by 47, configuration switching speed doubled, and energy loss reduced by 32. As the voice of the intelligence core concluded, low cheers erupted within the workshop, technical team members high-fiving each other, the fatigue in their eyes replaced by joy. Reconstruct the maneuverable attack ship configuration, dismantle redundant modules, install conventional propulsion, vector maneuvering modules, retain 4 main cannons, basic nano-armor modules, and execute rapid reconstruction according to wartime standards. Zhang Chenyu's command rang out again, interrupting the brief celebration. As the command was given, the outer shield modules and some support modules autonomously detached, precisely returning to their positions within the light network, their movements flowing like water. 6 energy modules retained, 4 rapidly reorganizing with 4 main cannon modules, while 2 star marrow crystal conventional propulsion modules connected seamlessly at the tail of the assembly, the guiding blades at the nozzles slowly unfurling in a spiral arrangement with a vector maneuvering module installed on the side, its surface's attitude sensors continuously rotating to calibrate spatial coordinates. At this moment, the nano-robots on the surface of the modules became active again, reshaping the carrier's form like flowing silver frost. The connection between the tail propulsion module and the main body was molded into a streamlined fairing to minimize resistance during deep space travel. The gap between the side maneuvering module and the main cannon module was filled by nanocrystals into a fitting tactical side wing, the surface of the side wing featuring fine air intake holes, ensuring no interference with the main cannon's full-range rotation while enhancing the carrier's maneuverability. In 7 minutes and 12 seconds, the square and heavy war fortress was completely transformed into a streamlined attack ship approximately 30 meters long. The first-generation prototype ship required 15 minutes for such reconstructions and face-turning stalling issues, but this time not only was the speed doubled, but the stealth capabilities were upgraded simultaneously. The matte silver-gray hull capable of absorbing 95 of detection waves, matching the upgraded fleet with no additional energy signals leaking during silent patrol, resembling a predator in the dark. Completion of the attack ship configuration reconstruction with propulsion module, thrust meeting standards, achieving a maximum speed of 1.5 times sublight speed with stealth performance on par with the fleet, overall combat capabilities surpassing the modified standard of externally purchased star-cracking class attack ships, improving by 62 compared to the first-generation prototype ships. Zhang Chenyu's commands were issued consecutively, with the configurations for the defense ship, heavy transport ship, and exploration ship following suit in assembly and reconstruction. The defense ship replaced its main cannon module with a double-layer universal shield module, while the nano-robots molded the ship's body into a rounded shield shape, with shield patterns intertwining into a flawless defensive mesh, every line corresponding to an energy node. The propulsion module was designed to be recessed, balancing defense and basic maneuverability. Previously, the defense ship of the first-generation prototype had experienced a brief 0.3 seconds shield failure due to insecure module connections in combat, but this optimization resolved that hazard through dual fixation with electromagnetic clasps and nano-glue. The heavy transport ship centered around the energy module symmetrically spliced 10 constant temperature cargo modules, with the insulation layer of the cargo holds inner wall made from star marrow crystal fiber material capable of controlling temperature variations within 0.5 5 degrees Celsius with 2 jump propulsion modules connected at the tail. The nanocrystals seamlessly sealing the cargo connection points with protective standards matching those of the support ship's material hold, enabling cross-domain transport of specialized materials such as star marrow crystals and precision, or filling the gap left by the first-generation prototype ship's lack of dedicated transport configurations. Within 4 hours, all 6 core configurations of the War Fortress attack ships, defense ships, transport ships, exploration ships, and static defense shields were validated. In times of war, the fastest emergency reconstruction would take only 5 minutes and 38 seconds, with all forms freely combined from standardized modules. After being shaped by nanobots, the functionality and form achieved optimal compatibility with no redundancy whatsoever. Compared to the initial prototype ship's single configuration temporary adjustment mode, the standardized mass production modules truly realized the design goals of full scene coverage, second-level reconstruction, and on-site supply. The energy conduction efficiency between modules was elevated to 98, far exceeding the initial 85. As the basic configurations were fully debugged, 3 special modules, entirely silver and black, slowly emerged within the light web. Processing workshop modules slightly larger than conventional cargo modules, with finely engraved encryption patterns on the surface. Each pattern served as an independent firewall, and the star essence crystal plating at the connection points was denser, radiating a profound luster, clearly indicating their uniqueness. Connect the processing workshop module and complete the docking with the exclusive War Fortress of Qinglan star, initiating core permission verification. Zhang Chenyu's tactical terminal screen popped up with the permission verification interface. He raised his hand to align his retina with the scanning area, pressing his fingertip against the biosensor. The moment a green light flashed, the terminal emitted a soft ding sound, indicating that the permission verification was successful. One processing workshop module slowly approached the reserved interface of the War Fortress. Nanobots immediately surged forth, covering the connection point like a tide, seamlessly linking the module with the fortress while shaping it into an integrated processing chamber. Inside the module, miniaturized furnaces, high-precision intelligent processing arms, and star essence crystal purification components unfolded one by one. The inner wall of the furnace glowed with a dark red sheen. The alloy claws of the processing arms opened and closed with precision, and the filtering membrane of the purification component fluttered like cicada wings, perfectly replicating the essential core process of the Moonback workshop at a miniaturized scale. This was the core capability that the initial prototype ship had been missing. With this system, the modular carrier could perform module repairs, raw material purification, and spare part processing directly on the battlefield, greatly enhancing sustain. The processing workshop module has been successfully connected, core permissions bound to Zhang Chenyu's tactical terminal and the Earth Administration's exclusive key. The core process module is securely locked, and the basic operation interface is open with a nanoplastic adaptation rate of 100. The voice of the AI core resonated steadily as Li Wei looked at the real-time data and added the other 2 modules. One will be docked with the flagship of the Earth Administration's direct exploration fleet, while the other will be reserved as a backup at the Moonback base. The production quantity is strictly limited, and you will personally oversee the production of the core components with no additional production. On the other side of the workshop, 3 modular mass production lines were operating at full speed. Intelligent robotic arms moved like a forest of steel, accurately grasping the cast star essence crystal alloy billets and placing them on the workbench of the CNC machine. The tools spun at high speeds, emitting a piercing cutting sound, while metal shavings fell like snowflakes into collection boxes, which were then automatically conveyed to the recycling system. Nanobots completed the surface plating and crystalline presetting before modules left the factory fully automated without human intervention. The sensors on the production line monitored every step in real time, and any deviation would immediately halt the machine for adjustments. Only the production area of the processing workshop module was completely sealed off, with heavy alloy doors equipped with a triple lock of fingerprint, password, and permission. The core components were monitored throughout the process by Zhang Chenyu and technicians dispatched by the Earth Administration, while the remaining production lines were only responsible for the production of basic modules, having no access to the core processes of the processing workshop module. The first batch of 200 basic modular units has a production completion rate of 60. 3 days later, 300 core modules will be completed, sufficient for assembling 3 static war fortresses on Qinglan, star 20 mobile combat ships, as well as the 8 exploration ships, 4 defense ships, and 2 transport ships required by the Earth Administration's exploration fleet. Li Wei synchronized the mass production data to Zhang Chenyu's terminal, updating the 3D model on the screen. The processing workshop module on Qinglan Star will be primarily used for on-site fine processing of star essence crystals in the ore vein area, enhancing the purification efficiency by 20 compared to the main workshop at the Moonback base, providing spare parts processing and supply for surrounding modular carriers. The module for the official exploration fleet will handle new resources from outer domains on-site, eliminating the need for back-and-forth trips to the moonback base, significantly saving transport costs and time. This is a vast improvement over the initial prototype ship's efficiency of repairing for half a month after one operation. The unmanned transport ship from Qinglan Star has set sail with the first batch of basic modules loaded, operating in low-power silent cruise mode throughout the journey, with engine energy fluctuations controlled below the cosmic background radiation threshold. The encrypted quantum link is fully activated using a one-time key with no exposure risk. Wang Lei's voice came through the communicator with the low hum of the transport ship's engine audible in the background. The station personnel at the Qinglan Star base have completed the pre-duty briefing, clarifying the permissions and rules for the processing workshop module, only responsible for basic operational processes. Core functionality unlocks must be authorized by you or the Earth administration, and even cleaning can only be done with designated tools, strictly prohibiting access to the core area. Zhang Chenyu raised his hand, and the tactical terminal projected the distribution of star essence crystal veins on Qinglan Star alongside the Earth administration's exploration routes in outer domains. With a light tap, he issued the final orders. 1. The Moonback Base and Qinglan Star will simultaneously initiate the assembly of modular carriers, prioritizing the construction of 3 static war fortresses on Qinglan Star, with 1 bound to the processing workshop module, fully enhancing firepower and shields to secure the core star essence crystal vein. The processing workshop module is strictly for on-site processing and supply, and unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from accessing it too. Assemble a complete set of modular carriers for the Earth administration's direct exploration fleet, with the flagship exclusively bound to the processing workshop module, and core personnel from the official side taking over permissions to support resource expansion in outer domains. 3. Received. The assembly site at Qinglan Star is ready and awaiting the arrival of the modules. The Earth administration's exploration fleet has completed its assembly and is waiting for the modular carriers to take shape. The commands quickly spread across the Moonback Base and the 2 deep space hubs of Qinglan Star. Zhang Chenyu immediately turned and walked towards the module reserve area on one side of the workshop, where a complete set of core modules adapted for personal action had already been sorted according to his needs. 2 small star essence crystal energy modules, only the size of a palm, yet capable of providing 72 hours of high-intensity energy supply. 3 portable all-domain shield modules that could be folded to the size of a credit card, unfolding to form a protective barrier with a diameter of 3 meters. 4 rapid-fire ion cannon modules as small as pistols with a firing rate of 300 rounds per minute, and a set of mini basic components for the processing workshop module, all matching the core units suited for his 100 cubic meter space ring, while larger modules had been arranged for direct delivery to his spaceship's cargo hold by intelligent transport ships. He raised his hand to touch the inconspicuous black ring on his wrist. As he activated the energy, a faint golden light flashed across the surface of the ring, which opened to reveal its vast internal storage space. Zhang Chenyu leaned down and pushed the sorted core modules into the ring's light circle one by one. The silver-gray modules transformed into flowing light the moment they touched the light circle, being completely absorbed without a trace of delay. Once the entire set of personal exclusive modules was stored, the ring returned to its ordinary appearance, as if nothing had happened, leaving only the lingering cool touch of the star essence crystal on his fingertip. I have secured the core modules on my end. Keep an eye on the larger modules being transported to the ship and deliver them to the docking station along the silent route. Zhang Chenyu reminded Li Wei, then looked up at the deep space outside the workshop. The glass of the observation window was made of multi-layer nanocomposite material, allowing a clear view of distant stars and nebulae, his eyes reflecting a determined light. His spaceship's cargo hold had 1,000 cubic meters of compressed space, while the ring concealed the core combat power for personal action. The two complemented each other, sufficient to support any unexpected deep space operations. This upgrade was only made possible after the initial prototype ship proved the feasibility of the modular route in actual combat. At this moment, the unmanned transport ship loaded with basic modules transformed into a nearly imperceptible glimmer, speeding towards Qinglan Star in the vast starry sky. The intelligent mining fleet on Qinglan Star continued mining in the ore vein belt, with star essence crystal pillars flowing continuously through the transport channels, their natural patterns on the surface as clear as annual rings, providing a steady supply of raw materials for the subsequent assembly of modular carriers. Next to the processing workshop module at the Moonback Base, the Earth Administration's dispatch personnel had completed the handover of the core key, forming a double-lock control, with Zhang Chenyu's tactical terminal firmly grasping this core processing technology vital for human deep space colonization. 5 light years away on the dark side of an abandoned planet, the detection screen of the Purple Radiance ship suddenly captured an extremely faint energy fluctuation of star essence crystals fleeting like a trivial speck of dust against the cosmic background. The technician repeatedly adjusted all detection equipment, pushing the scanning power to its limit, yet the screen remained filled with the chaotic cosmic background radiation, unable to capture even the slightest signal from the ship. "Captain, there has been another anomalous energy fluctuation from the direction of Qinglan star. The characteristics of the fluctuation are fainter and more complex than before when the enemy cleared detection nodes and patrolled with their fleet, making it impossible to determine the target type." The technician's voice carried a hint of anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The captain of the Purple Radiance gripped the armrests of his command chair tightly, knuckles turning white from the force's eyes filled with a deep-seated apprehension. This unknown force had always operated silently, from swiftly eliminating the rock fragment race and occupying star essence crystal veins to creating ultimate anti-detection armor, and now presenting this hardly detectable weak fluctuation. Their technology was evolving at an unimaginable speed. He had only seen the combat power of the enemy's initial modular battleship, which still leaked faint energy during module assembly and exhibited noticeable stuttering when changing direction. He was unaware that they had completed standardized mass production upgrades and were about to reveal an impeccable trump card, while he remained oblivious to any of the enemy's details. He didn't know that the fleeting fluctuation came partly from the modular transport ship heading towards Qinglan star, whose engine employed star essence crystal quiet technology, resulting in energy leakage being only 110 that of the initial prototype ship. The other half came from the weak star essence crystal energy dissipating from Zhang Chenyu's space ring when he stored the core modules, reduced by 99 due to the ring's anti-detection coating. He was even unaware that the power hidden behind the cold light of the star essence crystals had grasped standardized mass-producible modular infinite combat power, while also addressing the core shortfall of on-site processing and supply, firmly controlling core technology and personal combat strength taking root and growing in the vast star sea through incremental steps. And humanity's deep space journey under the invisible guardianship of nano-armor and the hardcore support of standardized modular carriers officially entered a new phase, with that space ring containing core combat power in the hands of the protagonist. From the practical validation of the initial prototype to the mature implementation of standardized mass production, humanity finally possessed the confidence to traverse the star sea, boldly advancing into the unknown territories of the cosmos. In the Qinglan Starry Sky Domain 3, standardized modular war fortresses hovered in a stable triangular formation, their star marrow crystal alloy hulls gleaming with a cold hard silver-black sheen under the faint light radiating from the stars. The onekilometer diameter static defense shield formed a translucent dome completely enveloping the core space of Qinglan star and the surface mining area. The nanopatterns on the shield trembled slightly with the flow of energy, and the 98 energy conduction efficiency of the modules allowed the shield's response speed to triple compared to the initial prototype. The energy core was seamlessly connected to the surface mining station of Qinglan star, forming a deep space defense system that integrated offense and defense. The voice of the station commander came through the encrypted quantum link, mixed with the low hum of intelligent mining machinery and the slight tremor of star marrow crystal ores. All weapon modules are in standby status, level 1 energy core reserve at 98, capable of responding to a full area saturation assault. On Zhang Chenyu's tactical terminal, a three-dimensional star map included Qinglan star and the surrounding Twilight star regions within the monitoring scope. The coordinates of the fractured rock clan's forward base were marked as red alert points. This was the first stop where humanity eliminated the alien mining operations 2 light years ago. At that time, Zhang Chenyu led the team to defeat that outpost, capturing 8 core members of the fractured rock clan and eliminating over 300 scattered soldiers. Unexpectedly today, alien warships have followed the trail here. Just as his fingertips brushed against the button to trigger the routine patrol command, the terminal suddenly popped up a glaring red alert. A hurried buzzing shattered the silence of the command cabin sensor on the perimeter of Fortress No. 3 has detected 3 high-speed energy signals jumping from the direction of the fractured rock clan's forward base, with a curvature trajectory heading straight for the core space of Qinglan star. The energy characteristics match those of an unknown alien light assault ship, with a travel time of 2 minutes and 20 seconds to the defense circle and no communication response requests suspected of a deliberate assault. Fortress No. 3 maximize shield power, all-point defense artillery arrays fully locked on intercept the first wave of impact. Fortress No. 2. Activate the flank propulsion module maneuver to the target's rear to cut off their return jump route. Fortress No. 1. Conceal the signal of the processing workshop module. Only activate the conventional main cannon to support hold firmly the Qinglan Starry Sky domain and the surface mining area. Zhang Chenyu's fingers swiftly slid across the terminal, the commands instantly transmitted to the command posts of each fortress through the second-level response system of the modular warships. The moment the commands landed, the outer space of Qinglan Star was torn apart by dark red particle beams. 3 unknown alien light assault ships initiated the attack first, and several high-energy particle beams sliced towards the defense shield of Fortress No. 3. The point of impact triggered a sky full of energy ripples, causing the shield's star marrow crystal patterns to glow a fiery red. The energy reserve briefly dipped to 94, but under the second-level supply of the modular energy core, it quickly rebounded to 98. The defense shield's pressure resistance meets standards. Point defense artillery arrays intercept with full force. On both sides of Fortress No. 3's hull, dozens of rapid-fire point defense artillery simultaneously unleashed a dense barrage of energy projectiles, shooting down all subsequent micro-armor-piercing missiles launched by the enemy. The explosive flashes resembled scattered sparks fleeting in the vast starry sea. Meanwhile, the flank propulsion module of Fortress No. 2 freed itself from the steering lag of the initial prototype ship, completing tactical maneuvers with a minimal turning radius. The main cannon locked onto one of the assault ship's engine compartments, and a condensed star marrow crystal energy beam shot out, hitting the target's core precisely. Target engine compartment hit. The enemy's power core is destroyed, losing mobility and jump capability. The remaining 2 assault ships, seeing the situation, attempted to retreat, only to find their return route had already been blocked by Fortress No. 2 and was firmly locked on by the crossfire from the Fortress group. Fortress No. 1's main cannon continued to fire, with the star marrow crystal energy beam's power increased by 30 compared to the initial model. Each hit opened charred gaps in the enemy's biological armor. Under the unified coordination of the intelligence core, point defense cannons, main cannons, and auxiliary interference weapons seamlessly connected, weaving an impenetrable web of firepower, giving the enemy no chance to breathe. Target No. 2's armor is damaged by 75. Energy signals continue to decline. Target No. 3 is attempting to force a breakout. Should we capture them? The request from Fortress No. 2's commander came in real time. Zhang Chenyu's gaze deepened as he called up the interrogation plan for the previously captured Fractured Rock clan members on the terminal spare. Target No. 2. Destroy the other 2. Control the firepower precisely, retain the enemy's communication core and data panel, and bring them back for interrogation at the fortress. Before his words could fade, the point defense cannon of Fortress No. 3 accurately struck the cockpit of Target No. 3, causing the ship to lose control instantly and dragging a long trail of flames towards the outer asteroid belt of Qinglan Star. Meanwhile, Target No. 2, now devoid of power, was firmly captured by the towing beam of Fortress No. 2, slowly being dragged towards the temporary docking bay of Qinglan Star. The entire encounter lasted only 8 minutes and 7 seconds, with 0 casualties for humanity, none of the modules of the Fortress group damaged, and the energy reserve of the defense shield remaining above 95. The standardized modular combat power showcased overwhelming superiority in its first real combat in the Qinglan Starry Sky domain. At the first moment of the battle's conclusion, Zhang Chenyu, accompanied by Li Wei and 2 alien linguists, headed straight to the dedicated prisoner chamber area on the bottom level of Fortress No. 1. This area was constructed from star marrow crystal alloy with walls capable of completely shielding internal and external energy and signals. The nanoenergy suppression layer could precisely suppress alien energy surges. More than a dozen independent prison cells were arranged in a hexagonal pattern, with the central control panel monitoring the life signs, energy fluctuations, and physical conditions of the captives in real time, designed specifically for interrogating alien prisoners. Inside the prisoner chamber, 8 Fractured Rock clan captives had already been detained here. They were the core personnel captured during humanity's purge at the Fractured Rock clan's forward base 2 light years ago: 1 mining supervisor, 2 area supervisors, and 5 mining technicians responsible for the exploitation, scheduling, equipment maintenance, and daily interface with the alien fleet at the forward base. They comprised the core management of the Fractured Rock clan in this star region. Meanwhile, over 300 ordinary mining laborers within the outpost either fled or were defeated and were still being hunted down in the surrounding star regions. At this moment, the Fractured Rock clan's chief supervisor was firmly bound to the interrogation chair in the core cell by star marrow crystal bindings. The deep gray rock-like surface continuously shed fine rock fragments due to anxiety and vigilance, and its compound eyes shrank into thin slits under the cold white cabin lights, emitting a low rhythmic clicking sound, which was their species' unique alert signal. More notably, there was a fist-sized light yellow crystal in its chest, weakly flickering. This was the life core of the Karen Rock clan, the rock core which at this moment, due to insufficient energy, glimmered dimly, nearly extinguished. In the adjacent cell, an unknown alien pilot had just been escorted to his position. The blue-hued humanoid body was firmly secured by high-strength nano-bindings, revealing a body covered in faint blue energy patterns after the biological armor was stripped away by technicians. Rage and hostility filled its eyes with red veins, and it emitted a fierce low growl showing extreme resistance to all detection and contact from its surroundings. Technicians were urgently attempting to crack its spacecraft's data panel, but due to the alien's highly complex encryption algorithm, they were struggling to make breakthroughs in a short time. Interrogation had become the only shortcut to obtaining core information. Zhang Chenyu was the first to approach the cell of this alien pilot, his cold gaze penetrating through the high-transparency observation screen. The amplification system gradually activated, and his voice was steady, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. State your racial name. Why did you attack Qinglan Star, and why did you control the Fractured Rock Clan to mine star marrow crystal? This is your only path to survival. The pilot raised its eyes filled with disdain and resentment towards carbon-based life forms. It produced a series of obscure, unintelligible alien howls from its throat. The wave analysis system activated by the linguists could only capture chaotic energy resonances, failing to achieve effective translation. Zhang Chenyu lightly tapped the control panel, causing the nanoenergy suppression layer's power to slowly increase. An invisible energy suppression instantly enveloped the pilot. Its blue-hued body trembled violently, the energy patterns on its surface dimmed instantly, and it emitted a painful wail, curling up uncontrollably as the light of its core energy source began to flicker violently. I have no patience to waste with you. Zhang Chenyu's voice was cold, devoid of warmth. Every 10 minutes, the power of the suppression layer increases by 10% until your core energy source is completely depleted and turns to cosmic dust. The suppression of the energy layer grew increasingly intense, the pilot's wails gradually turning hoarse. The defiance in its eyes was replaced by extreme pain, and the blue skin even began to show fine cracks, the light of the core energy source flickering erratically. Approximately 25 minutes later, it could no longer hold on, using all its strength to squeeze out a string of awkward, fragmented syllables from its throat. The linguists immediately captured the sound waves and quickly recalibrated their analysis. Finally, clear text appeared on the terminal screen. Zeta Clan. I am from the Zeta Clan. Zeta Clan. Zhang Chenyu's gaze tightened slightly as Li Wei quickly recorded the name of this race on the tactical terminal, achieving the first breakthrough of crucial information. Did you attack Qinglan Star to reclaim the mining veins of the Fractured Rock Clan, or do you want to monopolize the star marrow crystals of Qinglan Star? You treat the Fractured Rock Clan as slaves, forcing them to mine at various forward bases, don't you? Upon mentioning the Fractured Rock Clan, the Zeta Clan pilot's eyes flashed with unabashed disdain. Breathing heavily, it replied with difficulty in the still awkward human language, Karen Rock Clan. Lowly rock race. Should be mining energy for the Zeta Clan. Qinglan Star. New mining veins. How could lowly carbon-based beings interfere? Karen Rock Clan. These four words fell onto the terminal screen like thunder, and Zhang Chenyu exchanged glances, with Li Wei finally learning the true name of the alien race previously referred to as the Fractured Rock Clan. The Karen Rock Clan, a primitive rock civilization deemed lowly by the Zeta Clan and reduced to slaves for interstellar mining. Karen Rock Clan. Zhang Chenyu repeated in a deep voice, pressing on with core questions. Where is their home planet? How much control force have you deployed on their home planet? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Zeta Clan pilot suddenly widened, its eyes biting down hard with its jaws. Having triggered the energy self-destruct pouch in its mouth, the pale blue energy toxin rapidly spread through its throat to its entire body. The energy patterns on its surface darkened and dimmed at a visible speed. The technicians immediately activated the emergency intervention program, injecting energy neutralizers, but it was too late. Seconds later, the life sign curve on the monitoring screen flattened completely. The Zeta Clan pilot had lost all breath. Damn it, there was already a self-destruct mechanism. Li Wei cursed under his breath, quickly examining the opponent's spacecraft data panel. The encryption algorithm is too complex, we can't crack it in a short time. The only Zeta Clan survivor is gone. But at least they obtained a key piece of information. Their true name is Karen Rock Clan, and the Zeta Clan's attack on Qinglan Star was to monopolize the star marrow crystal veins here, completely disregarding the fate of the Karen Rock Clan. Zhang Chenyu's expression did not change. As if expecting this, he turned and strode directly toward the core prison cell of the Kalong Yanz's chief overseer. He raised his hand and activated the cell's two-way communications and high-definition projection, allowing the overseer to hear every interrogation utterance from moments before and to witness the Zeta tribe pilot's self-destruction in full. He also magnified the four characters Kalong Yanzu across the inner wall display of the cell and said in a low voice, "He is of the Zeta tribe, an alien force that raided Qinglan Star, and you are the Kalong Yanzu." There was no needless flourish. Those two lines of naming landed like thunder upon the overseer's heart. its compound eyes fixed on those unfamiliar characters that nevertheless felt carved into its blood, then glanced at the pilot's corpse on the observation screen. Yellow flecks flashed violently, the clicking in its throat quickened until it seemed about to shatter. Its rocky body trembled uncontrollably, the restraint locks groaning under stress, while fine rock fragments trickled from its surface and joints. The physiological convulsion of a Kalong Yinzu gripped by ultimate fury and a struck tribal core. It had never imagined that these strange humans would be the first to utter the tribe's true name. One, the Zeta tribe had sought to erase across 1,000 years instead of that humiliating epithet of mining rock slaves. What shook it further was Zhang Chenyu's gaze, which had landed with surgical precision on the Yinha embedded in its chest. The Kalong Yanz's most secret life, core, a thing rarely even mentioned among kin. The Zeta tribe strike team has been annihilated across Qinglan Star's space. Zhang Chenyu's voice came slowly, each word cold and hard, striking at the essence. They came for the Xing Suijing, and for the Xing Suijing they died. From beginning to end, they never cared whether you lived or died. That single sentence rent open the overseer's millennia of suppressed emotion. The Yinha within its chest convulsed violently, though its light dimmed. What came through the translation system was no longer the orderly resonance of rock layers, but a choking sound of strata fracturing, coarse, muffled, unbearably rending. The grief of an enslaved civilization lodged in its bones. It has been 1,000 years, they never cared. The overseer's resonance stammered, each syllable soaked in blood and tears. This is the Yinha, the life of the Kalong Yinzu. We rely on it to absorb the pure energy from Xing Suijing to live. A trace of impurity erodes the Yanhe's walls, but the Zeta tribe only gives us the leftover slag after extracting 99% of the crystal. Those slag heaps are mixed with crystal suppressant agents. They are not enough to sustain even the Yanhe's basic functions. Countless kin have watched their Yinha slowly cool, fissures webbing from the core outward, turning to stubborn stone that shatters at the gentlest gust. Its body trembled with agitation, an old fissure along its flank, a wound left by a collapsed mind dusted with inerasable, or paled as it spoke. Our rocky dermis can absorb interstellar dust and cosmic rays to repair wounds, but without pure star energy, the impurities embedded in our tissues can never be purged. Every energy pulse feels like grinding gravel inside. It is agony to the marrow. A hatchling should awaken its Yinha at 100 years of age, but without pure energy, it remains loose rubble. A falling chunk from the pit is enough to crush it to pieces. The Zeta tribe's energy whips target the Yinha directly. The overseer's resonance leapt, steeped in unbearable resentment and fury. The yellow flecks in its eyes were threaded with red. They burn through our dermis with high heat to sear the Yinha. It is the pain of the soul being roasted. We cannot even wail. All we hear is our Yinha sizzling inside like overheated stone plunged into cold water. They haul away the Xing Suijing we mine to power their warships, and we scavenge for the less than 3% of residual energy in the slag, fighting even to lick a single scrap. Panting, its rocky chest heaved, the Yanhe's light flickered. Our homeworld Kalong has surging geoduct energy. The Yinha can resonate with the geoduct, drawing energy like roots drink soil. Then the Yinha gleams like Xing Suijing, and its dermis hardens like alloy. But the Zeta tribe built 3-star energy suppression towers fixed at the 3 nodal points of the geoduct, locking our clan core and severing the Yanhe's link to the geoduct. They labeled Kalong as a crushed rock, world erased our tribal marks, treated us as mining slaves, worn out, broken, then discarded. Tens of thousands of our people survive by the slag they dole out. Each year 1,000 turn to stubborn stone, their corpses crushed and mixed into the ore, so we end up digging up our own kin. The overseer's voice sank into hopelessness. The Yanhe's glow was so faint it seemed about to go out. This is not living. It is mere endurance. We are tools kept by the Zeta tribe in their pits. The Kalong Yinzu chief overseer's compound eyes drooped. Within the yellow flecks gathered 1,000 years of grievance and despair. The pain of a people stripped of name and root, butchered at will, humble and unbearably heavy. Zhang Chenyu regarded it, his voice still steady, but now suffused with resolute strength. I will give you a chance not to endure, but to live. Tell me the exact coordinates of Kalong, the layout and weaknesses of the star energy suppression towers. Human warships will help you pull those towers down, reconnect you to your roots, and let your Yinha resonate with Kalong's geoduct once more. Silence fell in the cell, broken only by the overseer's heavy rock breathing and the faint hum of the nano-energy suppression layers. The overseer looked at Zhang Chenyu's determined eyes on the observation screen and felt the power in his words. The Yinha in its chest could not help but quicken, its light brightened fractionally. It thought of Kalong's subterranean geoduct, surges of kin freely absorbing Xing Suijing to heal their bodies of the joyous resonance when hatchlings completed their Yinha awakening, a chorus like a sea of stars. At last the Kalong Yinzu chief overseer slowly raised its head, its compound eyes fixed on the observation screen. From its throat came a slow, resolute resonance of the strata. On the translation display, lines of anguished yet hopeful words appeared. Our home world, Kalong, lies in the core region of an asteroid belt 11 light-years beyond the Zeta tribe's forward base. The Zeta tribe labeled it a crushed rock star to erase our tribal mark. They used 3 star energy suppression towers built on the 3 nodal points of the geoduct with tower bodies implanted with geoduct inhibitors that not only lock the clan core, but render the Yinha incapable of sensing geoduct frequencies. Tens of thousands of Kalong Yinzu survive only on the inferior slag the Zeta tribe dispenses. The crystal suppressant agents in the slag cause a steady decline in Yinha activity. Each year, over 1,000 kin calcify into stubborn stone, their bodies crushed and mixed into the ore for recycling. It paused. Under Qinglan Star's sky, intelligent purge drones continued to sweep for residual Zeta signals. The modular fortress static defense shield still hung taut, its silver-black hull glinted coldly guarding this newly born mineral world. In the fortress lower-level cell, the Zeta tribe's hegemonic visage and the Kalong Yanzis millennia of suffering were laid bare. The clan's survival mechanism, Yinha energy absorption and dermal self-healing, unfolded in 3 dimensions through the overseer's tearful account, and the species' bone-deep resilience stunned every human present. Human deep space expansion would no longer be mere resource extraction and fortification. It had gained the heavier burden of defending freedom, upholding civil dignity, and dismantling interstellar tyranny. On the star chart, the coordinates of Kalong in the core of the asteroid belt 11 light-years away began to glow like a lamp that had sat dark for 1,000 years, finally finding salvation. Zhang Chenyu's fingertip rested on that point, with steady light gathered in his eyes. Next stop, Kalong. To free the Kalong Yinzu, shatter the Zeta tribe's chains, restore the Yanhe's link to the geoduct, and renew the rocky dermis vitality. Humanity's path through the starry sea was now fated to break all injustice and defend the survival and dignity of every civilization. While the Kalong Yinzu chief overseer's resonance had not ceased, Zhang Chenyu raised his hand and issued orders. Li Wei immediately allocate a grade pure Xing Sui Jing. Prepare energy rations calibrated to Kalong Yinzu Yinha dosages. Activate Nutrition Bay 3 to retrofit the clan's energy absorption mechanism, install geoduct frequency simulators, and filter out all crystal suppressant contaminants, ensuring energy purity at 99.7% or above. Received. Li Wei's fingers danced, the tactical terminal linked to the fortress logistics at once. 2,300 kilograms of a grade Xing Sui Jing are in reserve, enough to supply all Kalong Yinzu prisoners for 7 days. Nutrition Bay 3 is unloading the carbon-based adaptation module and replacing it with clan-specific energy conduction panels. A retrofit completes in 3 minutes. Inject trace interstellar dust extract. It was just reported from its statement that silicon components enhance their dermal repair efficiency. Inject 5 milligrams per liter of energy fluid with particle diameters controlled below 1 micron to avoid clogging the absorption interfaces. Zhang Chenyu's gaze lingered on the overseer's dim Yinha within the cell as he added, synchronize rations for all captives dosed by body size, have, and extend rations for hatchlings. Monitor Yinha awakening responses closely, record absorption efficiency, Yinha luster, and dermal repair data every 10 minutes. Cease supply immediately upon any anomaly. 3 minutes later, the modular fortress logistics conduits began to hum with the unique energy of Xing Sui Jing. 10 technicians pushed specially designed energy supply bays into the cell block. The module's hulls were forged from Xing Sui Jing alloy and lined with nanostar energy conduction nets. Dozens of neatly cut A-grade Xing Sui Jing slabs were embedded in the bay floors, releasing a soft pale yellow halo through converters that subtly echoed the Yanhe's glow. The bay wall's geoduct simulators emitted faint low-frequency vibrations, precisely mimicking Kalong's natural geoduct oscillations. Release the overseer's restraint locks, maintain a 3-meter safety distance, and enable non-contact energy conduction. No sooner had Zhang Chenyu spoken than the Xing Sui Jing restraints around the core prison retracted. The Kalong Yinzu chief overseer staggered forward a step, its compound eyes fixed on the Xing Sui Jing within the supply bay. The Yinha in its chest thudded violently, and its light flared several degrees brighter. Tentatively, it extended a rocky hand. The moment its fingertip brushed the energy halo, a suppressed, strata-resonant sigh escaped. The rough, rocky surface at the fingertip flaked away, revealing beneath it a delicate dark gray texture. The technicians immediately adjusted the geocurrent simulator's frequency from 10 Hz to 3 Hz, and a gentle low-frequency vibration spread through the containment cell. In an instant, the young rock's rock core steadied in its glow. The white vapor on its surface dissipated, energy absorption efficiency climbed back to 45%, and the translation system captured a soothing resonance like newly formed strata trembling. The technician breathed a sigh of relief and reported that the rock core disorder was under control and slowly recovering. He explained that the young rocks had never been exposed to pure high-concentration star energy, so the influx behaved like torrential rain on parched earth prone to energy congestion. The chief overseer explained to Zhang Chenyu that low-frequency geocurrent oscillations could guide energy to flow evenly within the rock core, and that this was how their people on Kalong Star had once tended young rocks. Zhang Chenyu nodded and ordered immediate adjustments to all young rock supply parameters, reduce energy concentration to 80%, maintain low-frequency geocurrent guidance throughout assigned staff for real-time monitoring, and respond instantly to any anomaly. Once the Kalong Rock Clan's energy supplies stabilized, Zhang Chenyu told the chief overseer that the current measures were temporary and that after the suppression towers were destroyed, Kalong Star's ley lines would restore energy, fully freeing their people from the pain of deprivation. He added that the operation plan would be finalized, and that based on the principle of rock core resonance, bespoke energy weapons would be forged to return to them the combat strength the Zeta clan had taken. The chief overseer's compound eyes brightened with hope as he recalled that the War Rock Army could once channel rock core energy into condensed star energy rock blades. The Zeta clan had not only stolen those weapons, but had deliberately sabotaged their energy extraction techniques, and Zhang Chenyu assured him that the engineers would conquer the problem. Zhang Chenyu brought up the weapon design schematics and revealed on the holoscreen the silhouette of a weapon with a handle of Xing Sui Jing alloy and no physical blade. The Star Energy Rock Blade was designed to connect seamlessly to a rock core via a dedicated interface, precisely extract and amplify the core's energy to form a controllable energy edge whose power scaled with the core's reserves, all without causing any damage to the rock core. Seeing the schematic, the overseer's rock core emitted a joyful resonance, the voice trembling with reborn excitement at the prospect that restoring the Star Energy Rock Blades would boost their combat power by at least 30%. The overseer turned to the star map on the observation screen and explained that of the 4 lanes through the asteroid belt, 2 outer lanes were controlled by the Zeta clan and heavily defended with 10 light frigates and energy minefields triggered by grade energy signatures, while their rock cores were grade and could pass safely. The other 2 secret lanes were known only to the Kalong Rock clan's core echelon and contained natural energy turbulence that masked warship signals and avoided Zeta detection, but those passages were narrow and could only admit single ships in sequence, requiring 10 minutes to clear them all. Pointing out 3 lighted nodes on the star map, he identified the 3 suppression towers corresponding to Kalong Star's ley nodes: Chien Peak, Heijing Valley, and Lanqijian. Each 100 meters tall, wrapped in energy shields with energy interfaces at their bases, guarded by Zeta elite detachments of 50 equipped with energy rifles and star energy manacles that emitted high-frequency oscillations to disrupt rock core energy flow and could reduce a bound fighter's combat effectiveness to 10%. He added that 300 war rock soldiers in the underground caverns excelled at close-quarters ambush and rock camouflage, able to meld with surrounding stone and remain difficult to detect. The chief overseer explained that once a suppression tower's energy shield was disabled, those troops would immediately strike from within to eliminate the guards and cooperate in destroying the energy interfaces. Zhang Chenyu brought up the tactical map for the modular warships and had the operational routes of 10 fortresses marked in red, announcing that the 10 modular war fortresses would move in 3 columns. Column 1 would be led by Zhang Chenyu, carrying the Kalong core echelon and 20 elite human soldiers into Kalong Star via the secret lanes to strike the 3 suppression towers directly, each fortress mounting 3 Xing Sui Jing main batteries focused on the energy interfaces. Column 2 under Li Wei would command 4 fortresses to breach the Zeta outer lanes as a bait fleet to draw escort forces, and by at least 20 minutes for the infiltration teams, Column 3's 5 fortresses would deploy on the asteroid belt's periphery to establish defensive positions with interceptor missiles and point defense guns to intercept Zeta reinforcements and cover the infiltrators' withdrawal. He indicated that the War Rock Army would be responsible for internal assaults, prioritizing the removal of those bearing star energy manacles, while human warships provided aerial support, with main batteries striking the energy interfaces and covering the War Rock Army's advance. The operation was scheduled for 72 hours from now, when the asteroid belt's energy turbulence would peak and maximize transit signal masking, and when the Zeta clan's supply cycle would rotate suppression tower guards, rendering defenses at their weakest. That same 72-hour window would also coincide with a minor ley lines peak on Kalong Star, raising the rock core's energy absorption efficiency by another 10% and further bolstering their combat strength. The chief overseer pledged to provide rock core resonance codes to unlock the secret lanes, and to contact the War Rock Army through the clan core an hour in advance, and he noted that Zeta escort ships had an energy detection blind zone 3 meters beneath their hulls, which they could exploit to evade detection by hugging that corridor. As the plan was finalized 5 light-years beyond Qinglan Star at the Zeta border hub, the enormous interstellar command station's red alarms flared wildly cold crimson light, flowing across cyan hulls and casting all Zeta faces into grave focus. A communications officer reported that Qinglan Star's Vanguard squad had been out of contact for more than 12 hours, that quantum communications were completely severed, and that the last transmitted signal indicated 3 light assault ships had been destroyed with energy signatures matching human modular warships. The Zeta communications officer knelt the cyan carapace, trembling as battlefield residue analysis indicated that the humans' Xing Sui Jing main batteries had a 30% power increase, their defensive shields responded with extreme rapidity, and the Vanguard's particle beam strikes had caused no effective damage. Behind the command console, the Zeta border commander Molak rose abruptly. Molak was massive, a cyan form sheathed in scarred heavy bioarmor. His surface energy veins flared crimson with fury, and his eyes shone with menace as he denounced the lowly carbon-based creatures for destroying his Zeta Vanguard. He declared that Qinglan Star's Xing Sui Jing deposits and the Kalong rock slaves belonged to the Zeta clan. Molak summoned the star map and marked Qinglan Star in glaring red, ordering immediate retrieval of all Qinglan Star data to analyze the humans' warship combat capability, shield weaknesses, and power cores. He issued orders to assemble 30 heavy cruisers and 50 light frigates into an expeditionary fleet, which he would personally lead to arrive at Qinglan Star in 72 hours to destroy the human fortresses and reclaim the deposits. He commanded that every warship be fitted with energy amplifiers and the main batteries pushed to maximum, but his chief of staff Keyes urged caution and advised reconsideration. Keyes stepped forward with a steady voice, warning that the humans' ability to annihilate a Vanguard indicated formidable strength, that 72 hours was insufficient preparation, and that more intelligence was needed or they risked catastrophic losses. Molak rebuked Keyes as overly cautious, dismissing humans as a nascent deep space civilization and questioning how they dared swagger with a few modular warships. Molak insisted that the Vanguard's failure was due to carelessness and that his border fleet was elite enough to crush carbon-based beings, stressing that the Kalong deposits were a principal energy source for the border hub that could not be lost. Keyes persisted that committing the entire force to attack Qinglan Star would leave Kalong Star defenseless and risk a revolt by the Kalong rock slaves, placing them between two enemies. Keyes argued for sending reconnaissance to probe the human strength before striking, while Molak contemptuously insisted that rock slaves could not overturn their rule as long as the star energy suppression towers stood. Molak snorted and arrogantly declared that the Kalong garrison could suppress any disturbance without further debate, ordering departure in 72 hours and warning that dissenters would face military justice. He added stern commands to notify the Kalong garrison to double suppression tower defenses, assign 20 more energy riflemen to each tower, activate reserve shields, and to inspect all Kalong rock slaves, especially those of the core echelon, and execute anyone exhibiting abnormal energy fluctuations or gathering. He ordered all lanes through the asteroid belt sealed with bidirectional locks, forbade any rock slave from leaving, and demanded strict prevention of intelligence leaks. Keyes bowed in reluctant compliance under Molak's ferocious stare. After the communications officer withdrew, the command station filled with brisk military transmissions as reports of fleet movements, supply runs, and weapons calibration overlapped the atmosphere of preparation, tense to suffocation. Molak stared at Qinglan Star on the star map with a cruel smile and dismissed humans as another ant daring to challenge Zeta hegemony. He vowed that once their fortresses were destroyed, he would drive the Kalong rock slaves to Qinglan Star to mine day and night until their rock cores cooled and they were reduced to worthless stone. Unaware of this, in Kalong Star's underground caverns, more than 300 war rock soldiers had already received the chief overseer's message via resonance through the clan core. They gathered at the rift in the ley lines and absorbed the scant, leaking energy the rock cores in their chests, emitting a steady, resolute resonance like ancient war drums echoing in the dark. Their stony hides bore old scars, and some warriors' rock cores had dulled to calcified hues, yet the yellow pinpricks in their eyes burned like fierce flames kindled by a longing for freedom and an enduring hatred of the Zeta clan. The War Rock Army's leader pressed a hand to a young soldier's shoulder, and a calm resonance spread through the cavern as he declared that 1,000 years of waiting had led to the moment to reclaim their freedom. The young soldier's rock core resonated with exaltation, and the stone on his fist glowed faintly as he vowed that for their people and for Kalong Star they would fight. They pledged that once the suppression towers were destroyed, the Zeta clan would be repaid in blood. The War Rock troops immediately drilled assault formations. Though their movements were sluggish from low core activity, every swing and charge carried the thunder of shattering stone gusting across cavern rubble with clattering force. They quietly amassed strength in the dark, waiting for the 72-hour signal and the dawn that would come with the destruction of the suppression towers and the return of freedom. Meanwhile, within the modular fortresses near Qinglan Star, the Kalong Rock clan's energy resupply continued, the young rock's core awakening rate rising to 41% as technicians worked overtime to forge the star energy rock blades. The first finished blade was handed to the chief overseer, who gripped the Xing Sui Jing alloy hilt as rock core energy flowed through the interface into the weapon and instantly condensed a pale yellow energy blade half a meter long that hummed with resonance and made the air tremble. The overseer swung the star energy rock blade inside the cell, carving a fierce arc as the energy edge sliced the air and left a faint trail of star energy. His compound eyes shone with astonishing brightness, and his voice brimmed with the thrill of rebirth as he proclaimed that this was their weapon stolen by the Zeta clan and finally reclaimed. Zhang Chenyu stood at the tactical console, watching the routes between Kalong Star and the Zeta border hub on the star map, his fingertip tracing the red blips of the Zeta expeditionary fleet while a cold light gathered in his eyes. Intelligence indicated the Zeta fleet was assembling at full speed and would depart for Qinglan Star in 72 hours, while the human Kalong Alliance would head for Kalong Star. A stellar conflict over freedom and servitude, survival and dignity, was poised on the brink. Under the boundless starfield blades gathered unseen, the asteroid belt 11 light-years away would become both the end of Zeta enslavement and the starting point of the Kalong Rock clan's rebirth. In 72 hours, the asteroid dust would ring with the resonance of rock cores and ley lines, and with it the thunder of a collapsing hegemony. Inside the encrypted tactics room of the Qinglan Star Fortress, the cold white holographic light reflected the figures of Zhang Chenyu and the chief supervisor, while the air was filled with the faint warmth emitted by the operation of the star energy equipment. Zhang Chenyu's fingertips hovered over the parameter panel for dark frequency communication, his gaze sharp as a blade locked the geological base frequency. At 3 Hz, control the fluctuation threshold within 0.01 seconds. During the transition, the synchronization error between the battleship's shield and the dark frequency of the Karen star's geological pulse must not exceed 0.3 seconds. Interstellar communication relies entirely on the resonance field of the geological pulse. Even the slightest deviation could render the signal lost in the void. The chief supervisor pressed his rock-like hand against the holographic screen, and the 3D model of the Karen star's geological network instantly unfolded. The reddish-brown geological patterns spread from the planet's core to its surface, forming a thin, yet stable low-frequency resonance field in the cosmos, perfectly covering the asteroid belt between Qinglan Star and Karen Star. The natural resonance energy of the Karen star's geological pulse can radiate 10 light-years. This is the foundation of our interstellar communication. He pointed to the west side of the Chien Peak Suppression Tower. The area with the weakest shielding field has a 1.5-second signal penetration window, just coinciding with the energy pulse cycle of the battleship's transition, allowing the dark frequency signal to accurately merge into the geological network without being detected by the Zeta tribe. The technicians gathered around the control console, their fingers flying as the battleship's geological frequency adaptation device and directional signal amplifier were simultaneously activated, emitting a low resonant hum. Captain, frequency adaptation is complete, currently synchronized with the Karen star's geological resonance field at 99.7. The directional amplifier has locked onto the direction of the geological resonance field, and the signal attenuation rate in low power mode is only 0.2. A technician turned to report the nanocoding and geological shielding module have completed their linkage, allowing for simultaneous signal concealment and module feature masking with no energy leakage whatsoever. Zhang Chenyu nodded, his gaze sweeping over the fluctuating data streams on the panel. Maintain real-time monitoring. Any parameter anomalies must be reported immediately. In stark contrast to the precision and solemnity of the tactics room, the Karen Rock clan supply area pulsated with a heavy vitality. The stone bodies of the adult Rock clan warriors shimmered with the nourishing dark gleam of star energy as they wielded star energy rock blades, repeatedly practicing slashing and stabbing in the virtual shooting range. These weapons were crafted by human technicians based on the principles of geological core resonance, seamlessly interfacing with the geological core, capable of precisely extracting and enhancing the core's energy, forming half-meter-long pale yellow energy blades that generated subtle energy ripples as they cut through virtual targets. Several core warriors approached the human technicians, their broad palms lightly tapping the ground, causing stones to rise and settle, then knocking out rhythms of varying lengths with their knuckles. This was a simple battlefield signal agreed upon by both sides, requiring no words, merely transmitting commands of advance, conceal, and surprise attack through the resonance of the rocks, breaking down the barriers of communication in silent understanding. Young rocks curled up in specially designed star energy nurturing pods surrounded by faint blue low-concentration star energy missed, the awakening rate displayed on the monitor flickering at 45.3. The caretakers adjusted the nurturing parameters in real time, while the geological simulator emitted a gentle low-frequency vibration, guiding the star energy to flow steadily within the cores of the young rocks, showing no signs of disorder. One young rock raised its small stone hand, the core emitting a weak yet determined resonance, as if responding to the geological pulse call from afar at Charon's star. At this moment, in the underground caves of Charon's star, the rocky ground near the geological fissure glowed with a warm reddish hue, the core hub of the Battle Rock Army, the Rock Tribe's exclusive communication node embedded deep within the fissure, pulsing in sync with the geological energy. The core of the Battle Rock Army leader pulsed slowly in his chest. Suddenly, a faint resonance sound transmitted from the depths of the geological pulse, perfectly matching the frequency of his core. This was a signal sent by the chief supervisor through the interstellar geological dark frequency. Encrypted resonance commands were injected into the cosmic geological resonance field via the directional amplifier of the Qinglan star battleship, crossing light-years of distance along the resonance field, accurately merging into the Charon star's geological network, ultimately transmitting to the core hub undetectable by the monitoring devices of the Zeta tribe. The leader closed his eyes, the pulse frequency of the core suddenly accelerating, breaking down, and relaying the tactical instructions from the signal to the warriors beside him. The Cheyenne Peak team will focus on the energy interface, the Black Crystal Valley team will clear the peripheral guards, and the Blue Stream Canyon team will be responsible for holding off reinforcements. His rough stone hand drew clear lines on the ground. Core mission: first clear the shackles bearers, then guard the interface until the Allied forces arrive. Not a single step can be wrong. Over 300 Battle Rock soldiers swiftly divided into 3 assault teams, their cores synchronously trembling, producing an orderly response akin to the low rumble of ancient war drums, the resonance being absorbed by the geological patterns of the cave, not leaking a shred outward. Outside the suppression tower of Charon Star, Zeta tribe garrison points were illuminated by purple energy searchlights sweeping back and forth around the cave, patrol teams marching mechanically in a net-like search. This was an increased defense order issued by Morak, with the guards at each suppression tower increased to 80, adding 20 energy riflemen and backup shields activated. The sounds of metal armor scraping against the ground echoed in the vast cave as the Battle Rock soldiers pressed against the rock walls, their stone bodies merging with the surrounding rocks, even their breathing deliberately slowed to minimize the resonance of their cores. Suddenly, a young soldier's body trembled slightly, a fine layer of white frost appearing on the surface of his rock. This was a sign of core calcification, a weak resonance leaking out, drawing the attention of the nearby patrol team like a spark in the dark. The leader's eyes narrowed, his palms suddenly pressed against the ground, geological energy rapidly flowing along the rock patterns, precisely injecting into the young soldier's core, forcibly suppressing the leaking resonance. The patrol team's searchlight swept over the area where they were hiding, 3 times the beam passing over the camouflaged rocky surfaces of the soldiers without detecting any anomalies before slowly moving away. The young soldier's core emitted a guilty resonance. The leader gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm as the crisis dissipated in silence. The patrol leader spat in annoyance, waving his hand. It's just the natural fluctuations of the geological pulse. Continue the search, don't waste time. Suddenly, an alarm sounded sharply at the tactical command platform of Qinglan Star Fortress. On the holographic screen of the battleship's monitoring system, 3 new red dots appeared in the asteroid belt area, marking the locations of Zeta tribe's temporary energy monitoring stations, forming a triangular monitoring net covering the exits of secret routes. Morak truly left a backup plan. Li Wei pointed at the screen, his brows furrowed. Fortunately, their detection range targets only the high-energy signals of conventional battleships, while our nanocoding can absorb detection waves across all frequency bands, and the geological dark frequency signals are concealed within natural resonance. They can't catch any trace. He paused, swiftly proposing a plan. Let the decoy fleet set out an hour early, load the signal amplification module, simulate the transition characteristics of a conventional battleship, and divert the attention of the monitoring stations, creating an absolute concealment window for the infiltrating forces. Zhang Chenyu tapped the command platform with his fingertips, his gaze sharp as a blade, and after a moment, he firmly agreed, let's do it. He turned to the chief supervisor. Immediately send a short-frequency emergency dark signal to notify the Battle Rock Army, delaying the assault time by 10 minutes to match the rhythm of the decoy fleet. The chief supervisor nodded in agreement, his palm pressed against the tactical screen, injecting the resonance energy from the core hub into the signal transmitter. A shorter, more concealed dark frequency pulse signal, after calibration by the geological frequency adaptation device, was directed and sent to the cosmic geological resonance field by the directional amplifier. This signal, like a stone thrown into a deep pool, created only a slight ripple in the resonance field as it spread, without any high-energy leakage undetectable by any monitoring devices of the Zeta tribe. In the underground caves of Karen Star, the Battle Rock soldiers' cores trembled in unison, receiving the delayed instruction. Taking advantage of this valuable 10-minute window, they made the final preparations. Several warriors skilled in gathering geological energy pressed their palms to the ground, condensing the dissipated geological energy leaking from the cave into translucent makeshift energy shields, distributing them to each soldier. Those responsible for nurturing the core's crushed concentrated star energy crystals, evenly applying them to the calcified surfaces of the cores for temporary nourishment. The leader checked each soldier's rock blade connection. These simplified blueprints for the rock blades had long been transmitted via geological dark frequency communication and were now perfectly connected to the warrior's cores, shimmering with a faint energy glow. In the cave, the resonances of hundreds of cores were low and uniform, like an impending volcanic eruption, restrained, yet full of power with not a shred leaking outward. Inside the modular battleship dock of Qinglan Star, the sounds of mechanical arms at work intertwined with the buzzing of energy charging. 10 modular fortresses were undergoing final module replacements. The infiltrating fleet switched to silent propulsion modules and geological shielding modules, producing no sound or energy fluctuations during navigation. The decoy fleet was equipped with firepower deception modules and signal amplification modules to simulate the energy characteristics of capital ships. The defense fleet donned interception modules and energy supply modules to provide continuous support for the entire battle. The moment each battleship completed its module replacement, the nanorobot coating on the hull instantly restructured across the entire surface. Millions of nanorobots quickly filled all module seams and interfaces, transforming the originally segmented hull into a smooth, dark surface free of any edges or seams, completely mimicking an integrated hull visually and energetically, thoroughly concealing its modular characteristics. Simultaneously, the coating activated a full-frequency stealth program capable of actively absorbing radar waves, infrared signals, and geological detection waves, and could simulate the appearances and energy characteristics of asteroids and stardust, becoming the most solid concealment barrier for the Allied forces. The first batch of mass-produced star energy rock blades was precisely delivered to the cargo hold of the infiltrating fleet by mechanical arms as the core warriors of the Karen Rock clan boarded the ship one by one, their stone feet thudding heavily and firmly on the metal deck. When the last warrior boarded the battleship's hatch slowly closed, the transition engine began to preheat, and the faint blue energy glow was rapidly absorbed by the nanocoating with no energy leakage surrounding the hull. In deep space, the 10 modular battleships of Qinglan Star sailed away from the fortress one after another. The decoy fleet raced ahead toward the outer pathway of the asteroid belt, controlled by the Zeta tribe, actively releasing simulated conventional battleship transition signals to draw the attention of Zeta tribe escort ships. The infiltrating fleet and defense fleet closely followed, slowly advancing toward the hidden pathway of the asteroid belt. This route was known only to the core layer of the Karen Rock clan, so narrow that only a single ship could pass through with less than 10 meters, separating the asteroid walls from the hull and the natural energy turbulence acting like an invisible barrier, further masking the ship's signals. The battleship's nanocoating synchronously mimicked the rocky textures of the asteroids, merging seamlessly with the stardust as the engine's glow was suppressed to the utmost, producing not a single disturbance of stardust. The temporary monitoring stations and patrol teams of the Zeta tribe were oblivious to it all, continuing their futile searches. Meanwhile, on the surface of Karen Star, the 3 teams of the Battle Rock Army set out from 3 hidden passages in the caves, their stone bodies perfectly blending with the rocks and soil of Karen Star, like moving mountains approaching the 3 suppression towers in a winding manner. The leader looked up at the rocky layer above the cave, the core resonating with the Allied fleet in the distant starry sky, through the geological resonance field forming a faint response. This was a tacit understanding spanning light years, the final build-up before the ultimate confrontation between freedom and enslavement. The 72-hour countdown had quietly entered its final seconds. The signal of the geological dark frequency was secretly transmitted between the binary stars, the nanocoating cloaking the Allied fleet in an invisible disguise, while blades slipped stealthily through the asteroid belt. The Battle Rock soldiers in the caves poised for action. The arrogance and complacency of the Zeta tribe led them to miss the last warning opportunity. A critical siege battle concerning the fate of Karen Star was about to erupt suddenly under the cover of stardust. The star dust of the asteroid belt was as thick as ink, with fine rock fragments drifting slowly under the gravity of the universe. Occasionally, the fleeting glimmer of colliding meteors flashed and vanished, not even allowing the residual warmth to disperse before being engulfed by the boundless darkness. The infiltration fleet of humanity and the Kalen Rock clan was advancing at a turtle's pace along the hidden passage of the asteroid wall. On both sides of the 10-meter-wide passage, jagged asteroid peaks loomed like the fangs of a giant beast. The distance between the ships and the rocky surface was barely 3 meters, and the star dust brushed against the dark hull of the ship, leaving only the faint hum of the life support system inside. The silent propulsion module of the modular battleship was pushed to its limits, the pale blue energy flow tightly locked by 3 layers of shielding. The engine's tremors were entirely absorbed by the shock absorption layer, and the entire fleet glided like a lurking shadow through the star dust, with only the faint green points on the tactical screen marking their positions easily disrupted and swallowed by the star dust, if not careful. Zhang Chenyu stood at the flagship's command platform, his fingertips resting on the cold light screen. On the three-dimensional model of the asteroid belt, the energy turbulence of the hidden passage was torn and fluctuated at a frenzied frequency. The red dot of the Zeta Clan's monitoring point flickered brightly 3 light-years away at the passage's exit, while the signal from the decoy fleet had already exploded in the outer passage. The decoy fleet has reached the outer minefield of the Zeta Clan. The signal amplification module has simulated the characteristics of 5 main battleships, and 10 light frigates are racing towards us at full speed. The first-level alert for the minefield is activated, and all monitoring waves have been diverted. Li Wei's voice came through the encrypted communication wrapped in a rush of electrical noise. There are only 6 minutes and 10 seconds left in the defense gap at the passage exit. If we delay any longer, we won't make it. The overseer pressed close to the light screen as the rock core in the chest of the rock resonated violently with the geomagnetic field. The yellow dot of the compound eye fixed tightly on the concentration of star dust at the passage exit. The natural star dust belt is still thickening. It can obscure 80% of the signals. The exit sentry only had basic detectors unable to penetrate star dust and nanocoating. But the narrow passage was the only exit, only 100 meters wide. Any slight movement would mean disaster. It pointed out a reddish-brown line with its fingertip. After passing the narrow passage and traveling 2 light-years, we can reach the low orbital path of Kalen's star. However, the passage is a dead end. Taking a detour would inevitably crash into the asteroid cluster and trigger a rockslide. Forcing our way through would expose us. Zhang Chenyu's brow furrowed slightly. His fingertips swiftly traced commands on the tactical screen. All ships switch to single-ship navigation. Increase the distance to 500 meters. Charge the main gun of the Star Essence Crystal to 50 and prepare the close defense guns for action. Strictly prohibit full power on the main gun, and no energy leakage is allowed. In case of attack, only the close defense guns may retaliate. We must hold on until the fleet passes. The flagship sped up first, its nanocoating camouflaging it seamlessly with the surrounding star dust. The ship's front detector swept over the narrow passage, and the light screen fell into dead silence, with no high-energy signals detected. But just as the flagship's bow barely entered the narrow passage, the alarm of the flagship blared sharply. On the tactical screen, 2 faint purple dots suddenly lit up in the center of the star dust within the narrow passage. These were the Zeta Clan's micro-mobile patrol boats, blocking the middle of the passage with energy detectors, scanning the passage inch by inch in low-frequency mode, sending ripples through the star dust wherever the beams passed. It's Morax-enhanced patrol boats. Each has 2 shooters equipped with small particle cannons, no shields, but they can transmit signals in real time. The Overseer's rock core dimmed sharply. The compound eye locking onto those 2 light points. The detection range is 200 meters. If we move now, the particle cannons will lock onto us. Once the signal is sent, all the escort ships in the asteroid belt will have to come over. The asteroid walls on both sides of the narrow passage were covered with web-like rock seams, and the star dust swirled faintly through the seams. Zhang Chenyu's gaze sharpened as he instantly locked onto the area of the rock seams. Ships No. 3 and No. 7 immediately released nanointerference robots to infiltrate the narrow passage along the rock seams, shielding the patrol boats' detectors and communicators. The interference must last at least 30 seconds to allow all 10 battleships to pass. Not a second less. 2 silver streaks, as thin as hair, silently shot out from the bellies of ships No. 3 and No. 7 and millions of nanointerference robots merged into the rock seam eddies like star dust, racing towards the patrol boats at high speed. These micron-level robots were equipped with dedicated frequency disruptors that could accurately cut off the Zeta Clan's communication bands and simulate low frequencies from the geomagnetic field, completely confusing the detector's judgments. But the movement speed of the robots could not keep up with the scanning rhythm of the patrol boat detectors. On the light screen, the detection beams were closing in on the rock seams where the robots were sneaking, and there were only 10 seconds left before they would be scanned. Accelerate. Full interference. Zhang Chenyu shouted softly. The nanorobots suddenly sped up, and in the instant before the detection beams passed, attached themselves to the patrol boat's detectors and communicators. In the next second, the patrol boat's detector screen instantly glitched, flashing frantically, and the signal bar of the communicator dropped to 0. The angry curses of the 2 Zeta Clan shooters were faintly heard through the distorted static drifting into the flagship's listening devices. Damn, broken equipment. Another malfunction. Send a signal to the base. It can't go out. Now's the time. Full speed ahead to the narrow passage. As soon as Zhang Chenyu's command fell, the flagship shot into the narrow passage like an arrow released from a bow, barely brushing past the side of the patrol boat. The nanocoating's disguise kept the Zeta Clan shooters unaware as they continued to angrily pound on the detector, cursing as they checked the connections. 10 battleships rushed into the narrow passage and sequenced the 500 meters distance, allowing the fleet to weave through like a swimming dragon, with stardust surging on both sides of the ship, not even causing the slightest disturbance in airflow. Yet at the moment the last battleship's stern was about to exit the narrow passage, the Zeta Clan patrol captain suddenly fixated on the star dust at the stern. The flow of star dust was off. Normally star dust drifts chaotically, but where the battleship had passed, the star dust formed a faint tail flow, fleeting yet precisely captured by him. No, it's not a device malfunction, he shouted, raising his hand. The particle cannon's muzzle instantly aimed at the faint tail flow. There are intruders. Fire! Bang! A pale purple particle beam suddenly shot out, grazing the stern of the last battleship and slicing through, striking the rear asteroid wall. As debris exploded, the high temperature of the particle beam scorched the battleship's nanocoating, turning the dark coating red in an instant, and a sliver of star energy signal abruptly leaked out, a spark in the darkness, blindingly bright. Oh no, the signal leaked. The Overseer's rock core throbbed violently, the compound eye filled with anxiety. The patrol captain's gaze instantly locked onto that glimmering red, and he pressed hard on the communicator. Sound the alarm. There are intruders in the hidden passage. Before his fingertip could touch the communicator button, a pale yellow energy blade suddenly penetrated the patrol boat's cabin, precisely shattering the communicator, and metallic fragments exploded along with the stardust. It was a core warrior of the Kalen Rock clan leaping out from the battleship's window under the cover of the stardust. The star energy blade condensed from the rock core, glimmered coldly, moving as fast as lightning. The Zeta Clan shooters were caught off guard, raising their hands to pull the trigger of the particle cannon, but the warrior raised his hand to conjure a rock crystal shield that firmly blocked the attack, the shield rippling with fine waves, nearly shattering. The warrior let out a muffled grunt, his rocky palm smashing into the chest of the Zeta Clan shooter, the immense force piercing the blue-hued body through the cabin and plunging into the endless stardust without even a scream escaping. The other shooter, sensing danger, turned to jump off the boat to escape, but a beam of tethering light shot out from the hull, locking him tightly, like an iron chain, dragging him back into the ship in less than 3 seconds. However, in those 3 seconds, although the shattered communicator did not send out a complete alarm, it emitted a chaotic energy pulse that drifted towards the Zeta Clan monitoring station. Though weak, it was enough to alert the monitoring station to the anomaly. Nano repair robots immediately repair the coating. Full energy shielding for the entire fleet. Zhang Chenyu's voice was cold, his fingertips swiftly gliding. All battleships accelerate by 50, deviate from the regular patrol route, and navigate along the geomagnetic resonance belt. The monitoring station will detect within a minute. At most, we must break out of the asteroid belt before the escort ships surround us. The hull of the damaged battleship suddenly unleashed millions of nano repair robots, covering the reddened coating like a silver tide. The high temperature was quickly cooled, and the dark asteroid patterns were covered anew, completely cutting off the leaking star energy signal. The fleet sped away from the narrow passage, the tail flow formed by the star dust being rapidly flung away. However, on the tactical screen, the red dots of the Zeta Clan monitoring station suddenly lit up, 3 detection waves scanning wildly towards the narrow passage, followed by the rumble of engines echoing from deep within the asteroid belt. 5 light frigates were racing towards the narrow passage at full speed, and their main guns had begun charging. The escort ships are coming. They are still 10,000 kilometers away, and they'll lock onto our position in 3 minutes. Li Wei's voice was urgent. The decoy fleet is still in the minefield and can't make it in time for support. No need for support, just hold on until we reach Kalen Star's orbit. Zhang Chenyu raised his hand to lock onto the escort ship's direction. Open all close defense cannons, release stardust interference bombs to disrupt their targeting systems. Do not fire the main gun, do not expose combat capabilities. We must hold on until we merge with the Battle Rock Army. Dozens of stardust interference bombs shot from the hull, exploding behind the fleet and forming a dense barrier of stardust. The detection waves from the escort ships swept across the barrier, instantly glitching, and the targeting systems were thrown into disarray. The captain of the Zeta Clan escort ship cursed and ordered an increase in speed, but could only blindly fire in the star-dust barrier, with particle beams exploding in the star-dust, unable to even touch the shadow of the fleet. The fleet sped towards Kalen Star under the cover of the star-dust barrier, while deep within the geomagnetic field of the Chi Yin Peak on Kalen Star, the chaotic pulse drifting from the narrow passage unexpectedly resonated with the geomagnetic resonance field of Kalen Star. The rock core of the Battle Rock Army suddenly trembled violently. Next to the energy interface at the bottom of the suppression tower, Zeta clan guards were patrolling with energy rifles when the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to shake violently. The rock patterns on the ground glowed with a reddish hue at a visible speed, like a sleeping giant dragon suddenly awakening, and heat waves erupted from the rock, seams carrying the rich energy of the geomagnetic field. What is this? Geomagnetic energy. Isn't the suppression tower locked? One guard looked astonished, raising his hand to report via communicator when the ground suddenly shattered and several stone figures leaped out from the rock seams. The pale yellow star energy rock blades traced sharp arcs in the shadow of the suppression tower, filled with millennia of hatred rushing straight at the Zeta clan guards. Ambush. The Kalan rock slaves are rebelling. The scream shattered the silence, and the assault of the Battle Rock army erupted ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, in the low orbital path of Kalan Star, the infiltration fleet of humanity and the Kalan Rock clan finally broke through the last layer of star dust, 10 dark modular battleships hovering above the clouds. The main gun of the star essence crystal at the bow slowly lifted, gathering a pale golden energy glow that precisely locked onto the energy interfaces at the bottom of 3-star energy suppression towers. The muzzle's glow, though intentionally suppressed, carried the momentum of a thunderous storm. From the communicator, the calm, yet passionate resonance of the Battle Rock army leader came through. The coalition has arrived. Destroy the suppression towers. Take back Kalan Star. The lurking of the star dust stealth was over, and the battle of attrition officially began. The crimson clouds of Kalan Star's low orbit were disturbed into ripples by the low rumble of starship engines. 10 modular battleships hovered in a triangular offense and defense formation, their main guns powered by star essence crystals radiating a pale golden energy that remained coiled at the ready, while the star energy patterns at the muzzle writhed like living things, firmly locking the energy interfaces at the base of the 3 energy suppression towers. On the tactical screen, the main gun's charging progress stabilized at 80, while the double-layer energy shield around the hull had quietly unfolded. An outer light blue basic shield layered with a georesonance shield made of a nanocoating merging the fleet's energy signals with Kalan Star's geomagnetic field. This was the core defensive configuration of the modular battleships, serving as the first line of defense against the incoming Zeterian reinforcements. Zhang Chenyu's fingertip rested on the tactical screen, with real-time, synchronized ground images of the Warrock army flowing across it at the peripheries of the suppression towers near Chien Peak. Haging Valley and Lanshi Gorge. The ochre glow of the geomagnetic field had already torn through the first line of defense of the Zeterians. The stone-like figures of the rock warriors surged forward through the gunfire, but were halted 100 meters away by the light purple energy shield of the suppression tower's outer wall. The rock crystal shield collided with the Zeterian shield wall, exploding into a shower of stone debris and energy sparks. The resonant voice of the Warrock army leader echoed through the geomagnetic field to the fleet. The suppression tower's shield is linked to the geomagnetic lock. Breaking through is difficult. We need precise bombardment from the starship artillery to strike the shield's nexus. All ships heed the command. Main guns calibrate to target the energy nexus of the suppression tower's shield. Closed defense artillery groups enter interception mode and activate the tri-layer fleet-linked shields. Fire in 3 seconds, leaving 20 energy to maintain shield defense. Zhang Chenyu's voice resonated through encrypted communications to the fleet as the energy modules of the modular battleships instantaneously completed precise energy redistribution. The flagship at the center of the fleet deployed its main shield first, while the auxiliary shields of the other 9 ships quickly connected to it, forming a dense light blue barrier around the triangular formation. The main gun's golden light blazed brightly, yet was still tightly contained by the nanoshielding layer, not releasing a single ripple. 3, 2, 1. Fire. 10 pale golden beams of star essence crystals suddenly pierced through the low orbit, like 10 fallen stars accurately striking the energy nexus of the 3 suppression tower shields. The moment the beams touched the light purple shield, the shield wall trembled violently, as if burst by a bubble. The energy patterns on the surface dimmed and shattered at a visible speed. The close defense artillery set up by the Zeterians on the tower walls had not yet finished charging before being sent flying by the residual waves of the beams, with metal debris wrapped in energy fragments plummeting towards Kalan Star's crimson surface. The shield is down. Charge. The resonant voice of the Warrock army leader exploded in the geomagnetic field as hundreds of rock warriors surged through the breach created by the beam explosions, wielding star energy rock blades against the Zeterian guards. The pale yellow energy blades clashed violently with the azure particle beams beneath the suppression tower, intertwining the low-frequency resonance of the rock core with the rumble of the geomagnetic field, creating the most powerful war drums of Kalan Star. Meanwhile, in the direction of the asteroid belt, 5 pale purple light points were rapidly approaching the orbit of Kalan Star. The 5 Zeterian light frigates had finally broken through the stardust barrier, and the purple light at the muzzle of their main guns had locked onto the flank of the human fleet, the roar of their engines exploding in the cold void of space. Dare to invade Karen Star. All hands prepare to shoot down. Facing the oncoming bombardment, Zhang Chenyu swiftly issued commands on the tactical screen. Left flank, 3 ships, right flank, 3 ships, switch to interception modules, advance auxiliary shields, and form a crossfire net with close defense artillery. The center 4 ships will continue to suppress the suppression tower, targeting the energy interface within the tower with the main guns. As the order was given, the modular battleships instantly completed a momentary module reconstruction. The shields on the left and right flanks advanced forward, connecting with the fleet's linked shields to form a double-layer interception light curtain, while the tongues of fire from the close defense artillery wove into a dense web of firepower, colliding head-on with the particle beams shot from the frigates. The particle beams struck the double-layer shields, exploding into layers of energy ripples. Although the brilliance of the light curtain dimmed slightly, it held firm against the initial impact like a copper wall or iron bastion. The energy loss of the shields was relayed back to the control console in real time, and the energy module immediately replenished power, with the light curtain rapidly restoring to its original state. Meanwhile, the fire from the close defense artillery accurately hit the engine compartments of the frigates, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion from one frigate's engine, its pale purple flames engulfing metal debris as it plummeted towards Karen Star's crimson clouds. Supervisor, order the Warrock Army to form a core team to directly strike the geomagnetic lock of the suppression tower. That is the core suppressor of the Zeterians. Once the lock is broken, the suppression tower will lose its energy supply. Zhang Chenyu focused on the internal structure diagram of the suppression tower displayed on the tactical screen. This was core data that the Karen Rock clan had transmitted to the fleet in advance through the geomagnetic dark frequency. The geomagnetic lock resembled a cold iron chain firmly binding Karen Star's geomagnetic energy at the tower's base, representing the most fatal flaw in the Zeterian defense. The supervisor's rock core immediately achieved a resonant frequency, with the Warrock Army transmitting the order to the ground. Chien Peak Core Team, main attack on the geomagnetic lock. Utilize rock core resonance to draw out geomagnetic energy in conjunction with starship artillery. Several core rock warriors immediately broke from the front lines, their broad stone palms pressing firmly against the ochre geomagnetic lock at the base of the suppression tower. The resonance frequency of the rock core suddenly spiked, perfectly synchronizing with Karen Star's geomagnetic field. The pale purple Zeterian energy patterns on the lock began to tremble violently, and rich red geomagnetic light gushed forth from the seams of the lock. Inside the tower, Zeterian technicians frantically manipulated their control panels, attempting to forcibly suppress the backlash of the geomagnetic energy, but it was all in vain. Center 4 ships' main guns fire at the Chien Peak geomagnetic lock. Once again, 3 golden beams shot forth from the fleet, accurately striking the geomagnetic lock of the Chien Peak suppression tower. The red light and golden light intermingled and collided, instantly shattering the lock into countless fragments. The geomagnetic energy surged upward like a dragon breaking free from its shackles, the energy core of the suppression tower emitting a piercing hum as the pale purple energy light visibly dimmed and dissipated. The Chien Peak suppression tower is incapacitated. Teams from Haging Valley and Launchy Gorge follow up. The assault of the Warrock Army intensified, empowered by the geomagnetic energy. The star energy rock blades wielded by the rock warriors became even more formidable, causing the Zeterian defenses to crumble. The azure bodies of the Zeterians fell one after another under the rock blades, and Karen Star's crimson soil was finally stained with the blood of the invaders. In the cosmos, 3 of the Zeterian light frigates had been shot down, while the remaining 2, sensing danger, attempted to turn their engines and flee. However, they were relentlessly pursued by the close defense artillery of the human fleet, which accurately struck their energy compartments, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that scattered them into stardust over Karen Star's orbit. Just as the geomagnetic lock at Haging Valley was about to be breached by the Warrock Army, the stardust layer synchronizing with Karen Star's orbit was suddenly torn apart. A massive pale black particle beam shot forth, carrying a world-destroying might, accurately striking the linked shield of the human fleet. Alarm. Encountering high-energy weapon bombardment. Linked shield energy loss at 40. Left flank ship number 2's auxiliary shield has developed a crack. The flagship's alarm blared sharply, revealing on the tactical screen a Zeterian battleship, completely black and surrounded by a pale purple energy flame slowly emerging from the stardust. Its hull bore the unmistakable insignia of Zeterian frontline commander Morak. The muzzle of its gigantic annihilation particle cannon was still emitting faint black smoke. It's Morak's flagship. All fleet Titan formations and activate ultimate defensive shields. Center ships cease bombardment, and supply all energy modules to the shields. The left flank ship number 2 deployed nanorepair drones to fix the cracks in the shields. Zhang Chenyu ordered sternly as the energy modules of the modular battleships instantly completed a critical switch redirecting all star energy originally allocated to the main gun to the defensive system. The triangular formation rapidly contracted inward, and a thick, dark golden ultimate shield unfolded from the flagship with the shields of the other warships quickly connecting to it, forming an impenetrable golden light curtain around the fleet. This was the last line of defense for the modular battleships, directly powered by star essence crystal energy, capable of withstanding 3 rounds of bombardment from a main battleship. It was also Zhang Chenyu's contingency plan against the advanced combat powers of the Zeterians. Morak's roar exploded through the cosmic communication frequencies, filled with extreme fury, a bunch of worthless rock slaves and unsuspecting humans. Dare to destroy my suppression tower. Today I will bury you in the orbit of Karen's star. Before his words faded, the annihilation particle cannon of Morak's flagship charged again, the pale black light at the muzzle growing ever more intense. The second particle beam shot forth, crashing heavily against the dark golden ultimate shield. The light curtain trembled violently, surface cracking with countless fissures, yet it still held firm, with the energy loss percentage rising to 75. The fleet's energy modules emitted a heavy hum, but maintained a steady output. At this moment, the geomagnetic locks at Haging Valley and Lanchi Gorge had been completely breached by the Warrock army. The energy cores of the 3-star energy suppression towers were all incapacitated, and the ochre geomagnetic energy surged over every inch of Karen's star like a tidal wave, completely engulfing the pale purple Zeterian energy. The tower's structure began to collapse layer by layer, with debris raining down to the ground, stirring up clouds of crimson dust. More critically, the geomagnetic resonance waves of Karen's star surged upward along the orbit, crashing heavily against Morak's flagship. The energy system of the ship instantly fell into chaos, and the charging progress of the annihilation particle cannon abruptly halted at 90. Morak, did you forget? The geomagnetic field of Karen's star has never been something you outsiders can control. The resonant voice of the Warrock army leader echoed throughout the geomagnetic field, filled with a millennium of hatred and victorious fervor. Today is your doomsday. Fleet, hearken to orders. Energy modules switch back to main gun mode, maintaining 10 energy supply for the ultimate shield. All 10 ships' main guns synchronized, charging, locking onto the energy core of Morak's flagship. Zhang Chenyu seized this fleeting opportunity, pressing the launch button with determination. Warrock army draw upon the geomagnetic energy and assist the fleet. All 10 modular battleships' star essence crystal main guns simultaneously completed their charge, coalescing into a thick golden beam that shot from Karen's star's low orbit straight up to the synchronized orbit. The red geomagnetic light from Karen's star's surface surged up the track like a crimson dragon, tightly entwining with the golden beam. The two energies intertwined, carrying the might to devastate worlds, heading straight for Morak's flagship. Morak's flagship hastily deployed its shields, but was riddled with holes by the geomagnetic resonance waves. The golden beam effortlessly tore through the pale purple shield, accurately striking the flagship's energy core. A deafening explosion erupted in the synchronized orbit as the pale black hull was instantly consumed by the golden and red lights, with metallic debris wrapped in energy fragments raining down like raindrops onto Karen's star's crimson surface. Morak's final roar dissipated into the cold void of space, leaving no more echoes. In Karen's star's low orbit, the dark golden ultimate shield slowly dissipated. The 10 modular battleships, though marked with scorch marks from the bombardment, remained steadily hovering. On Karen's star's crimson land, the 3-star energy suppression towers had completely collapsed, and the ochre geomagnetic glow enveloped the entire planet. The warriors of the Warrock army raised their stone hands, their rock cores resonating in unison with the geomagnetic field, emitting a deep and resolute rumble. In the communication devices of the human fleet, Zhang Chenyu's voice intertwined with the resonant voice of the Warrock army leader, echoing through the geomagnetic field, and the cosmos resonating across every inch of Karen's star reclaimed. The red wind swept across the land of Karen's star, stirring up clouds of stardust and stone fragments. It was the wind of freedom, the victorious wind belonging to the Karen Rock clan and their human allies. The stealth of the stardust, the peril of the ambush, and the bombardment that tore through the sky ultimately led to this long-awaited liberation, delayed by a millennium. Meanwhile, in the depths of the distant universe, the main force of the Zeterians had quietly set off. A larger storm was brewing, but the alliance between humans and the Karen Rock clan had become as solid as the geomagnetic field and as eternal as the stars, ready to face whatever was to come. The acrid smoke of battle above Kalen's star slowly dissipated in the cosmic wind, while the faint golden afterglow of stellar marrow crystals intertwined with the ruddy light of the planet's geothermal veins diffusing a soft luminous veil across the crimson cloud layer. 10 modular warships hung in low-orbit formation, their hulls still bearing scorch marks from recent artillery fire. Yet beneath the diligent movement of nanoscale repair drones, those scars faded visibly. Silver-gray robotic swarms flowed like rivulets along fissures in the armor, pale blue star energy resin spread along structural grooves, and within moments the damaged lateral shield interfaces were restored to seamless matte black nanocoating. Zhang Chenyu stood before the flagship's command console, his fingertips gliding across the tactical display as real-time data flickered into view. The port-wing secondary vessel had completed replacement of its auxiliary shield module, its core energy reserves were replenished to 98, and its stellar marrow main cannon recharging system had fully resumed operation. All other vessels had undergone routine repairs. Only 3 remained on orbital sentry duty, while the remaining 7 activated material transfer conduits steadily delivering supplies, including star energy rock blades and geothermal resonance amplifiers, to the provisional outpost at Chiyang Peak on Kalen Star. Captain Fleet restoration is now at 80%. Kalen Star's geothermal energy remains stable. The Warrock Legion has cleared the ruins of all 3 suppression towers, and the last Zeta Clan garrisons have been eradicated. Li Wei's voice carried unmistakable exhaustion, but also fierce exhilaration, as he transmitted a supply manifest to the main screen. Per our agreed-upon resupply protocol, the first batch of star energy equipment has arrived. The Rockfolk report that reconstruction of the geothermal lock lamps has already commenced. Zhang Chenyu nodded, his gaze shifting downward to the live feed on the tactical display. Upon Kalen Star's rust-colored expanse, human technicians and Kalen Rockfolk warriors labored side by side. Rockfolk warriors steadied human-engineered geothermal resonance analyzers with stony palms as ruddy geothermal energy coursed through the instruments in grave pathways, perfectly synchronized with the technicians' calibrated star energy frequencies. Young rockfolk gathered around star energy nourishment chambers, their small stone hands gently touching the pale blue luminescent surface. Their inner rock cores emitted delicate harmonic vibrations, whispering in quiet resonance with the planet's deep veins. The chief overseer stood beside the rubble of Chiyang Peak, his chest cavity pulsing in rhythmic harmony with the planet's geothermal rhythm. The amber glow of his compound eyes softened, gentle for the first time in centuries. A resonant transmission suddenly crackled over the comlink. The voice of the Warrock Legion's commander, thick with the timbre of living stone, yet brimming with sincerity. Allied humans, Kalen Star's freedom would not exist without your steadfast valor beside us. Today we swear upon the geothermal veins themselves, and raise a cup of stellar marrow wine in your honor, celebrating our shared rebirth. The scene shifted to the temporary camp atop Chiyang Peak. Upon a table carved from solidified geothermal energy, several crystalline stone goblets gleamed, each filled with translucent golden-hued stellar marrow wine, a rare vintage brewed by the Rockfolk from planetary geothermal marrow and stardust blossom nectar, reserved exclusively for their most honored guests. Human soldiers and Rockfolk warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, clinking goblets, the sharp resonant chime of stone striking metal echoing across the night. No grand speeches followed, instead palms pressed together, warmth of human flesh meeting the lingering geothermal pulse of stone, a silent, profound bond forged across species. Rockfolk warriors encircled the bonfire, their stony feet striking the rust-red soil with deep, unwavering thuds. The harmonic resonance of their inner rock cores merged with the planet's subterranean rumble, composing the most primal, majestic symphony imaginable. Human soldiers joined the circle, laughter blending with the Rockfolk's guttural chants reverberating across Kalen Star's starlit sky, lingering long into the night. Zhang Chenyu stood at the flagship's observation viewport, watching the distant flames and revelry below. His fingers tapped lightly against the frame, a faint, quiet smile touched his lips. That battle had been arduous, yet it had forged an unbreakable alliance between humanity and the Kalen Rockfolk, tempered in fire and sealed in mutual sacrifice. As night deepened, the jubilation on Kalen Star gradually subsided into calm, but orbital sentinels remained vigilant, their nanoscopic detectors sweeping the surrounding void with steady pale blue beams. No sooner had Zhang Chenyu returned to the command console, his fingertip not yet brushing the activation button for crew rotation and rest, than the tactical display shrieked with a piercing alarm. A crimson Level 1 deep space alert erupted in the upper right corner, triggered by one of the deep space beacons deployed beyond the Kalen system. A faint but unmistakably violet energy signature, traveling at superluminal velocity, was approaching from the Obsidian Nebula, 100 light-years away. Its spectral profile matched precisely with the core energy signature of Zeta Clan starships. Magnify deep space visuals immediately, lock onto the violet signal source, and initiate full bandwidth spectral analysis. Zhang Chenyu's voice dropped to a taut commanding hush as his fingers slashed across the display, expanding sensor range instantly to the Obsidian Nebula 100 light-years distant. On the tactical screen against a backdrop of inky cosmic blackness, a slender violet speck pierced through interstellar dust at blinding speed, trailing behind it a vast nebula-shrouded violet band. Though its energy bleed was veiled by layers of cosmic dust, readings confirmed its output exceeded that of the Morak flagship by over 100 times. More chilling still was its trajectory locked with surgical precision onto Kalen Star itself. At the Zeta Clan flagship's standard transit velocity, it would reach the outer edge of the Kalen system in no more than 7 days. Captain, signal source energy analysis complete. Confirmed as the primary jump signature of the Zeta Clan main fleet. Preliminary assessment indicates at least 50 heavy capital ships supported by 100 light frigates, and 3 Stellar Domain-class motherships equipped with Annihilation-grade main cannons. The technician's fingers flew across the keyboard, sweat beading on his brow. The Obsidian Nebula's obscuration is extreme. We cannot detect hidden assets. But judging by energy fluctuations, high-tier Zeta Command elements and elite combat legions are certainly aboard. At that, the Chief Overseer surged forward to the command console, his amber compound eyes locking fiercely onto the violet band. His chest cavity's rock core pulsed rapidly, sharp with alarm and fury. When the Zeta deploys stellar domain motherships, they intend total planetary annihilation. They seek vengeance for the destruction of the suppression towers for Morak's death, and will grind Kalen Star into cosmic dust. Zhang Chenyu's gaze remained fixed on the violet band. His fingertips traced rapid vectors across the screen as calculations raced through his mind. 10 modular warships orbited Kalen Star. Fully repaired, they still stood no chance against the Zeta main fleet. Yet the modular fleet's defining strength lay in its adaptability, disassembly, recombination, and cross-system reinforcement via Stargate chains. Enabling infinite battlefield iteration was the sole viable path to victory. He turned to Li Wei, issuing orders with lightning precision. Immediately activate the Qinglan Star Modular Fleet Cross-System Reinforcement Protocol. Transmit encrypted burst frequency commands via the Qinglan Kalen Geothermal Resonance Channel. This channel rides the universe's deepest geothermal harmonics. The Zeta cannot intercept it. 3 directives follow. First, dispatch 30 fully equipped modular warships in 3 waves. The first wave of 10 must arrive within 3 days. Upon arrival, they shall immediately disassemble and reconfigure their jump power and hull modules to construct tactical-grade jump gates, paving the way for subsequent waves. Second, all reinforcements must carry spare stellar marrow main cannon modules, nanoscale docking manipulators, and additional shield arrays, not only to replenish current fleet capacity, but also to assemble planet-killer cannons on site. Third, 10 vessels remain stationed at Qinglan Fortress. All modular production facilities must operate at maximum throughput, ensuring uninterrupted delivery of critical components to the battlefield. Understood. The geothermal resonance channel is active. Encrypted commands are transmitting now. Li Wei pivoted toward the communications console, fingers dancing across keys as he encoded the orders into geothermal dark frequency signals, launching them along the universe's subterranean geothermal currents, hurtling toward Qinglan Star. Zhang Chenyu then turned to the Chief Overseer, tapping the holographic 3-dimensional model of Kalen Star on the tactical display, marking the ruins of the 3 suppression towers, the underground caverns beneath Qiyang Peak, and the geothermal core zone at Lanchi Stream. His tone was calm, yet unyielding. Chief Overseer, immediately coordinate with the Warrock Legion to activate the planet-wide geothermal defense array and harness Kalen Star's geothermal veins to power our modular assembly. First, establish 3 modular assembly zones centered on the suppression tower ruins. Once main cannon and targeting modules arrive, construct tactical-grade planet-killer cannons there, 4 per zone, powered directly by geothermal energy for zero-energy coast firing. Second, evacuate all young and elderly rockfolk to the deep caverns beneath Qiyang Peak. Their geothermal rock strata can withstand annihilation cannon shockwaves. Meanwhile, rockfolk warriors must secure the Lanchi Stream geothermal core, the vital resonance nexus, ensuring the Zeta never sever our energy lifeline. Third, deploy rockfolk elite combat units to assist in establishing protective perimeters around each assembly zone, guarding against Zeta vanguard raids. The Chief Overseer's rock core resonated with deep, stirring intensity. His amber eyes blazed brighter than ever. The rockfolk's geothermal veins are our allies' power source, and the rockfolk warriors are Kalen Star's shield. I shall sound the call across the geothermal network, mobilizing every warrior, forging our defenses alongside you, and holding Kalen Star, no matter the cost. With that, he strode toward the geothermal comm station, his resonant voice surging through the planet's very bones, echoing across every ridge and ravine of Kalen Star. Orders cascaded outward, and Kalen Star, once tranquil, snapped instantly into maximum wartime readiness. In orbit, the 10 modular warships ceased all supply drops and initiated full-speed mid-flight repair. Nano-repair drones operated at peak capacity, damaged modules were swapped out with spares, a stellar marrow main cannons began pre-charging. 3 Sentry vessels advanced to the system's outer perimeter, deploying a Stardust early warning net, releasing tens of thousands of nanoscopic surveillance drones to form an impenetrable deep space monitoring grid. The remaining 7 vessels reconfigured into defensive formations, encircling the 3 suppression tower ruins, activating full shield arrays to safeguard the imminent modular assembly. Across Kalen Star's surface, ruddy geothermal light surged anew. Warrock Legion warriors wielded star energy rock blades, clearing flat, precise assembly fields around the suppression tower ruins overnight. Rockfolk master artisans erected modular docking bases from geothermal stone, collaborating with human technicians to calibrate geothermal energy coupling ports, ensuring seamless integration of future stargates and planet killers. Human and Rockfolk soldiers worked side by side, transporting defensive gear. Rockfolk warriors distributed heavy crystal shields to human comrades, while humans taught Rockfolk how to operate nanoscale docking manipulators. Across species, synergy deepening with every passing hour of mounting tension. Meanwhile, from Qinglan Star, the moment the encrypted geothermal command arrived, the modular warship Drydock roared to life. 30 fully equipped modular warships emerged in sequence, their nanoscale docking manipulators already primed. The first wave of 10 ignited ultra-short consecutive jumps, their bow-mount jump engines tearing through stardust as they surged toward Kalen Star. Qinglan Star's modular production facilities likewise ramped up to full capacity. Jump drives, main cannons, and shield arrays packed into standardized crates loaded aboard following waves to guarantee uninterrupted battlefield assembly. At the temporary camp atop Chiyang Peak, the embers of celebration still glowed, but all merriment had vanished, replaced by focused, disciplined urgency. Crimson geothermal light and azure starship luminescence wove together across Kalen Star's night sky. Modular assembly foundations rose steadily from the rush-dread Earth. Deep space alerts continued to stream in, yet not a trace of panic stirred. Humanity's modular fleet and the Rockfolk's geothermal might had already fused into one indomitable force, the strongest defense Kalen Star had ever known. 3 days later, within the stardust belt skirting Kalen Star's outer system, 10 dark silhouettes tore violently through jump waves. The first wave of Qinglan Star's modular reinforcements arriving precisely on schedule. The moment the 10 vessels stabilized from jump, they entered Kalen's orbital assembly zones under cover of the Sentry ships. Their nanoscale docking manipulators unfolded instantly, disassembling jump power and hull modules with surgical precision, rapidly assembling them at one of the 3 suppression tower ruins. Within 30 minutes, a tactically assembled jump gate shimmered into existence above the crimson cloud layer, its pale blue transit corridor glowing steadily as quantum anchors locked onto Qinglan Star, paving the interstellar highway for the next 2 reinforcement waves. Zhang Chenyu stood before the flagship's command console, watching the tactical screen's newly lit blue jump channel glow, then glancing down at the 2 other assembly sites below, where foundations were rising and main cannon modules awaited. Slowly, deliberately, his finger hovered over the Universal Alliance comms button. His voice, carried across encrypted channels threading through stardust and geothermal currents, resounded in every modular warship's bridge, across every inch of Kalen Star's rush-dread soil, and into the ears of every soldier assembling the Stargate. The Zeta main fleet approaches. In 7 days, the Kalen system becomes our battlefield of final reckoning. The first wave has arrived. The tactical Stargate stands ready. Reinforcements and modules flow without end. We forge our defense from modular assembly. We draw limitless power from Kalen's geothermal veins. Stargates may be built. Planet killers may be forged. Warships may be reconfigured, again and again. Today, humanity and the Kalen Rockfolk wield modules as blades, and geothermal veins as shields, to defend Kalen Star, protect our allies, and fight until the very last breath. From the other end of the comlink came Li Wei's voice and the unified response of the fleet, joined by the Rockfolk's thunderous geothermal resonance. Their voices merged like war drums, shaking the very fabric of the Kalen system. The newly assembled tactical jump gate burned with ever brighter blue light, while 100 light-years away in the Obsidian Nebula, the Zeta main fleet continued its superluminal advance, its violet energy band cleaving through layers of stardust, bearing apocalyptic fury straight toward Kalen Star. The deceptive stillness of drifting stardust had ended. The modular defense line was rising, swift, precise, and unyielding. A galactic confrontation of modular ingenuity versus overwhelming force, of infinite adaptability versus finite might, had entered its final decisive countdown. The blue light of the tactical level jump gate grew ever more brilliant above the crimson clouds of Karen Star as faint blue quantum ripples spread out along the edge of the gate, firmly anchoring the jump coordinates for the reinforcement fleet from Qinglan Star. This gate, constructed from modules of the first 10 reinforcement ships, intertwined metal with Karen crystal at its base, as the ochre energy of the Earth's veins surged along the patterns of the gate, merging with the quantum jump energy to form a rotating blued light curtain at its center, a sign of the completion of Earth vein charging and a signal for instantaneous cross-star domain connection. Beneath the gate, the construction area beside the ruins of the suppression towers was abuzz with activity as human technicians and skilled craftsmen of the Karen Rock tribe collaborated around the freshly disassembled modules, the sounds of metal clashing and the humming of Earth vein energy resonating in unison. Zhang Chenyu walked down the flagship along the gravel path of the Red Rock, his gaze first falling on the brand-new jump gate, then sweeping across the 3 construction areas on the left. 4-star annihilation cannon barrel modules had already connected to the Earth vein base, with faint red energy points gathering at the cannon mouths. In the center, the array of shield modules was being layered together as nanomechanical arms moved like silver serpents. On the right, the emergency module reserve area had rock warriors building a protective wall of stone to guard the star marrow crystal modules. Captain, the first charging of the jump gate is complete. The coordinates for Qinglan Star have been calibrated, and the stability of instantaneous jumping is at 98. It can connect 10 fully equipped warships at a time, with only 1 hour needed for cooling under the infinite energy supply of the Earth veins. Li Wei hastily followed with the tactical board data continuously fluctuating. The second batch of 20 reinforcement ships has completed assembly at Qinglan Star to be connected in 2 groups. The first batch is ready to jump at any moment, and upon arrival, they will directly disassemble the modules without the need for secondary debugging. Zhang Chenyu nodded, lightly tapping the 3-dimensional model of Karen Star on the tactical board, as the 3 construction areas were linked by Earth vein energy bands, forming an integrated offensive and defensive layout with the jump gate. The technical team will guard the jump gate and provide connection guidance. Once the first batch of ships arrives, prioritize disassembling the main cannon and shield modules to send to the construction area, while deploying 2 tactical mechas to guard the area around the jump gate, preventing jump fluctuations from attracting deep space anomalies. He looked toward the direction of the core of the Blue Creek Canyon's Earth vein, asking the chief engineer, can the energy distribution of the Earth vein support both the jump gate and the construction area simultaneously? A heavy resonance from behind signaled the approach of the chief engineer, who walked with a steady pace. The multifaceted yellow light scanned the tactical board. Human allies, all 18 core Earth vein nodes, are fully activated. The Red Rock Peak, Blue Creek Canyon, and the ruins of the suppression towers form an Earth vein triangle, with energy distribution debugging complete. 30 for the jump gate, 50 for the construction area, and 20 as a reserve. Even with continuous connections to the jump gate, it will not affect the assembly of the star annihilation cannons and shields. He raised his hand to point at the Karen Star's crystal conduit on the jump gate base, saying, as long as the crystal lock does not lose energy, this jump gate, standing on Karen Star, will be an ever-active cross-star domain channel. Before his words could finish, the light curtain at the center of the jump gate suddenly blazed, a quantum ripple penetrating the curtain as 10 dark modular warships slowly emerged along the wave, hovering above the construction area after completing their jump with nanomechanical arms already deployed. At Zhang Chenyu's command, the warships simultaneously activated module separation mode, with the main cannon shield and energy core modules accurately dropping into their respective construction areas as rock warriors moved forward to support the several-ton heavy modules, quickly completing the connection, with human technicians doubling the construction efficiency in an instant. As the blue light of the jump gate faded into a 1-hour cooling and charging phase, the construction area grew increasingly busy. A moment later, the urgent resonance from the Blue Creek Canyon's Earth vein guards came through the communicator, filled with alertness. Chief Engineer. Human allies. The Deep Space Detection Network has captured signals from 3 Zeta reconnaissance ships rapidly approaching from 50,000 light-years away. The signal frequency matches completely and is expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Zhang Chenyu's expression instantly hardened as he opened the detection interface. 3 faint purple dots broke through the stardust belt, heading straight for the jump gate. They had clearly sensed the jump fluctuations and intended to destroy the cross-star domain channel. At this moment, the jump gate was cooling and unable to jump, and the star annihilation cannons had not reached firing conditions, leaving them to withstand the attack with their current strength. The orbital fleet immediately adjusted its formation, with 7 ships guarding the center of the jump gate, shields fully deployed to form a double-layered defense, with the ground array of 5 tactical mechas ascended and spread out in a fan shape. 3 alert ships moved forward into the stardust belt, feigning to intercept the jump gate's cooling vulnerability and luring the enemy deeper. Remember, do not activate the main cannon to expose firepower. Annihilate the incoming enemy without leaving any detection data. Understood, came the synchronized replies from the communicator as the three alert ships immediately headed toward the Stardust Belt, their shields partially open, feigning a weak defense. 3 minutes later, three purple figures broke through the dust as the Zeta reconnaissance ships charged toward the orbit, like arrows unleashing their purple energy cannons directly at the jump gate base, but the double-layer shields held firm, stirring up ripples without breaking through a single inch. The reconnaissance ships spread out, launching a fierce attack on the shield array from 3 directions as purple energy cannons rained down like a deluge, while the ship's detection instruments activated simultaneously, frantically scanning the layout of the jump gate and construction area in an attempt to transmit defense data back to the main fleet. Their detection instruments are online. We can't delay any longer. Zhang Chenyu stood at the high point of Red Rock Peak, coldly issuing orders. The tactical mecha squad will flank from the left and circle from the right and cut off their retreat route. The orbital warships will close their formation, leaving 1 complete ship to analyze, while the remaining 2 will be destroyed immediately. As soon as the command was given, 5 mechas suddenly accelerated their thrusters, exhaling faint blue flames like 5 lightning bolts pouncing on the reconnaissance ships. The 2 mechas on the left struck first as the star energy rock blades cleaved down, channeling the earth vein energy into a crimson blade of light, fiercely slicing into the side of one reconnaissance ship, tearing open a gash deep enough to see bone, with purple energy fluid seeping out and crystallizing into starlight in the cosmos. The detection instrument instantly rendered inoperable. The remaining reconnaissance ships hastily adjusted their direction, but fell right into the encirclement of the right-wing mechas as the rock blades relentlessly hacked at their hulls, causing cracks to spread rapidly. Seeing the dire situation, the 3 reconnaissance ships immediately activated their jump engines to escape, but the orbital warships had already formed a tight encirclement, with 7 ships unleashing their star energy cannons in unison, the faint blue energy beams precisely striking the jump engines. After 2 violent explosions, the hulls of 2 reconnaissance ships burst apart, with purple flames igniting in orbit, their wreckage drawn by gravity, plummeting into the atmosphere and burning to ashes. The only remaining ship, having sustained lighter damage, was controlled by 5 mechas dragged toward the dock for disassembly and analysis. The battlefield was cleared in just 10 minutes as technicians dismantled the core modules of the captured reconnaissance ship and integrated them into the tactical analysis system. The screen rapidly decrypted the encrypted codes. The technicians' faces growing serious. Captain, analysis is complete. These 3 are advanced scouts of the Zeta tribe, aiming not only to destroy the jump gate, but also to confirm the coordinates of Karen Star. The codes show that the main fleet of the Zeta tribe is set to initiate superluminal jumps concealed by the dark star clouds, expected to arrive in the Karen Star system in 5 days, 2 days earlier than initially predicted. The chief engineer's core resonated urgently, the multifaceted yellow light brimming with anger. The Zeta tribe must be planning to launch a surprise attack, while the defense line is not yet fully constructed. 5 days is too tight to complete the assembly of 12 star annihilation cannons and the full coordination of the shield array. Zhang Chenyu stared at the analysis screen, his fingers swiftly tapping on the tactical board, his gaze shifting to the jump gate, now glowing blue again. 2 days earlier may not be a bad thing. Let them experience the taste of an unformed yet indestructible modular defense. Li Wei immediately contact Qinglan Star and have the last 10 reinforcement warships of the second batch jump immediately. All subsequent reinforcement ships do not need to wait for batches and can connect immediately after completing their module configurations. The jump gate must maintain continuous charging for 24 hours with uninterrupted connections. The module production base will prioritize the production of targeting modules and shield cores, and each warship must complete disassembly and integration into construction within 10 minutes of arrival. He turned to the chief engineer, speaking steadily, please mobilize the core battle group of the Rock Tribe. Half will assist the technical team in assembling modules, as the power of the Rock Tribe can significantly expedite the connection speed. The other half will be positioned at the jump gate and Blue Creek Canyon for defense, strictly preventing further reconnaissance ships from the Zeta Tribe from launching surprise attacks. Increase the energy distribution of the Earth Vein Triangle by another 10, fully supporting the jump gate and construction area. The warriors of the Rock Tribe are the shield of Karen Star. The chief engineer's resonant voice was steady yet impassioned as he issued heavy orders to the surrounding Rock Tribe warriors. Dozens of core battle group warriors responded, with some quickly carrying heavy modules towards the construction area, while others moved toward the jump gate and Blue Creek Canyon, their red figures weaving across the crimson earth, forming the most solid defense. Li Wei immediately contacted Qinglan Star through the Earth Vein Resonance Communicator. As soon as the order was issued, the blue light of the jump gate blazed once more, with 10 modular warships slowly emerging along the quantum ripples, activating their module separation mode as soon as they completed their connection. The main cannon targeting and shield modules fell like raindrops, quickly taken by mechanical arms and rock warriors, as the progress bar in the construction area visibly surged upward. At this moment in the orbit of Charon star, the blue and red light curtains of the jump gate continued to alternate the processes of cooling, charging, connecting, and disassembling, flowing seamlessly. The reinforcement modules from Qinglan star were continuously arriving at Charon star. In the ground construction area, all 8 star annihilation cannon barrels had been fully assembled, while technicians were debugging the newly arrived targeting modules, the cannon mouths glowing ever brighter. The shield module array was 80 complete, with a faint blue light curtain enveloping the 3 construction areas, interweaving with the Earth vein energy to form an unbreakable protective net. In the core area of the Blue Creek Canyon, the ochre Earth vein energy surged like magma as the Rock Tribe's Earth vein guards patrolled tirelessly with star energy rock blades in hand. The tactical mecha squad in orbit was divided into 2 teams, one guarding the jump gate and the other patrolling the construction area, the cold light of the star energy rock blades slicing through the sky. Within the dock, technicians raced against time to analyze the captured reconnaissance ship, trying to uncover the weaknesses of the Zeta Tribe's main fleet from the core modules. And in the dark star cloud region, 100 light-years away, the purple light trails of the Zeta Tribe's main fleet grew increasingly distinct. The energy fluctuations brought by superluminal jumps could even be detected by Charon star's detection system from several light-years away. 50 heavy capital ships, 100 light frigates, and 3-star domain-level motherships flickered into view within the purple light trails, the annihilation cannon barrels of their hulls slowly unfolding, emanating a chilling aura as they pierced through layers of stardust, racing toward Charon star. On the red earth of Charon star, the bustle continued, yet there was no trace of panic. The modular technology of humanity and the Earth vein power of the Charon Rock Tribe were being forged into one through that jump gate. The blue light of the gate remained brilliant as reinforcement modules continued to arrive, the assembly of the star annihilation cannons gradually taking shape, while the shield array's defenses grew increasingly solid. Zhang Chenyu stood at the high point of Red Rock Peak, gazing at the jump gate, continuously spitting out warships, then looking toward the distant starlit sky, tinged with faint purple light, his fingertips lightly tapping the tactical board, where the countdown to the decisive battle began to tick down. 5 days may seem short, yet it is enough for the alliance of humanity and the Rock Tribe to forge the power of modules and Earth veins into a sharp blade to confront their foes. The Zeta Tribe's advanced scouts have been annihilated. The cross-star reinforcement channel is now open, and the assembly of the modular defense is advancing swiftly. In 5 days, amidst the stardust of the Charon star system, an ultimate showdown between the modular alliance and the interstellar fleet is about to unfold. The alliance of humanity and the Charon Rock Tribe is already fully prepared, using the jump gate as their pulse, the modules as their blades, and the Earth veins as their shields, vowing to protect the rebirth of Charon star beneath this stardust and to safeguard the alliance and hope across races. The transition star gate of Karun's orbit pulsated with blue light, alternating between blue and red luminescence. The cooling, charging, and docking processes were intricately connected as the reinforcement warships from Qinglan star continuously emerged along the quantum wave patterns. This stargate, constructed from the modular disassembly of the first 10 warships, maintained a quantum transition stability of over 98 under the enhancement of geological energy. The junctions between the metal and rock crystal bases were repeatedly sealed with stardust adhesive, significantly reducing the spatial tremors caused by continuous docking. The moment each warship docked, the module separation procedure was initiated. Dozens of nanomechanical arms lifted from the assembly area, coordinating with the Rock Warrior's stone arms to steadily lift several tons of main cannons, targeting and shield modules, rapidly transporting them to the 3 corresponding assembly areas. The high-frequency humming of metal intertwined with the heavy sounds of rock, creating a rhythm that marked the most intense preparation for Karun star. Zhang Chenyu stood before the observation window of the command platform on Qi Yin Peak, his fingertips gliding across the holographic projection of the tactical board. The defense line's progress flickered in real time. 2 geological annihilation cannons had completed the seamless docking with the geological bases. 50 large cosmic main cannons were being assembled in sync. The calibration of the targeting modules had reached 70, and nearly 100 star domain coordinates were accurately recorded. The reddish geological energy flowed along the spiral patterns of the cannon barrel, merging with the pale blue star energy from the star marrow crystal in the cannon chamber, occasionally flashing with purple-gold resonance streams from the cannon's mouth. The large main cannons were compact in structure with faster firing rates and wider coverage specifically designed for fleet suppression and the extermination of medium and small ships, forming a three-dimensional firepower system in sea. Captain, the third batch of reinforcements from Qinglan Star has completed 10 dockings with all modules of 100 warships disassembled, and the remaining 20 will finish the final docking within an hour. Li Wei's eyes were bloodshot, but his voice remained steady as his fingertip traced the module list on the tactical board. The gaps in the targeting module's nanomechanical arms and shield cores have all been filled. The materials for the 2 geological annihilation cannons and 50 large cosmic main cannons are ready. The technical team and rock craftsmen are working in 3 shifts without rest with dedicated quality inspectors for each assembly step. We expect to complete the full assembly and basic energy charging adjustments by dawn tomorrow. Zhang Chenyu nodded, his gaze falling on the energy consumption panel of the Stargate, where the pale blue energy consumption curve remained steady and undisturbed. The energy distribution of the geological triangle had been adjusted to 40 for the Stargate, 50 for the assembly area, and 10 for emergencies. The energy locking efficiency of the rock crystal conduits exceeded calculations. Even after 12 hours of continuous docking, the overall fluctuation of geological energy did not exceed 3. Have the technical team install 3 layers of rock crystal shields on the Stargate, seamlessly connected at the junctions, with nanomechanical arms reserving a 5-meter buffer zone between layers to deploy micro-star energy cannons for tiered defense. Let the Rock Clan's Flying Rock Battalion guard the Stargate, with 30 rock warriors paired with 10 human mecha soldiers in each batch. After each docking, the mecha team will immediately conduct a full deep space sweep within 100,000 kilometers around the Stargate, ensuring that Zeta Scouts cannot approach. He raised his hand to point at the red dot of Blue Creek Gorge on the tactical board. Is the output of the geological core stable? Are there any resonance anomalies at the 18 core nodes? As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy resonance voice of the chief supervisor came through the communicator with the background noise of rock crystal and metal pounding. Human allies, the output of the Blue Creek Gorge geological core remains stable, and the resonance error at the 18 nodes does not exceed 0.5 Hz, and the outer perimeter of the core area is covered with 3 layers of rock spikes embedded with resonance sensing stones, which will trigger a full area alarm if any foreign object approaches. There are only minor energy leaks at 6 rock crystal conduit docking points in the assembly area, although they are less than 0.1, but the craftsmen have already used stardust adhesive to fill them and installed micro-energy recovery devices to redirect the leaking energy, which can be completely repaired within half an hour. Ensure that these 6 points are closely monitored. Even the slightest weakness during wartime can be magnified infinitely by the Zeta clan. Zhang Chenyu urged solemnly, have the craftsmen reinforce the double-layer rock crystals at the docking points combined with human nanosealing layers for double protection. Additionally, dispatch 20 warriors proficient in geological resonance from the core rock fighting group to guard the 2 annihilation cannon positions and key main cannon firepower spots, collaborating with the human gunners to familiarize themselves with operations and charging rhythms in advance, enhancing efficiency during wartime. Received. Immediate arrangements. The chief supervisor's resonating voice echoed, and the pounding sounds in the communicator became increasingly dense. At this moment, in the left assembly area, 6 human gunners were surrounding the foremost geological annihilation cannon, making aiming adjustments. The pioneer K2 of the Rock Clan stood beside the cannon position, adept at guiding geological energy. His stone hand gently pressed against the cold cannon barrel, and the reddish geological energy seeped from his palm, flowing into the cannon barrel through the rock crystal interface. Once integrated with the star energy, the cannon's mouth glowed brighter, and its pulsing frequency stabilized. The star energy of this cannon barrel is very similar to our Rock Clan's core resonance frequency, both flowing along the patterns. The star energy is fiercer, while the geological energy is more stable. K2's voice was rough like rock, with his compound eyes focused on the energy flow within the cannon barrel during wartime. If we fully inject geological energy, we can increase the cannon's power by 30%, and the charging speed can also be enhanced. The main gunner Chen Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. He understood the importance of charging speed and firepower on the battlefield. He raised his hand to pat the rock crystal interface of the cannon barrel. Then let's synchronize our charging after debugging. You inject geological energy steadily with the rock core, and it'll control the charging valve to adjust the star energy output, stabilizing the charging time. This will be our unique cross-species collaboration tactic. K2's eyes brightened, suddenly nodding his stone head heavily. In the next half hour, the 2 repeated tests of synchronous charging more than a dozen times, from the initial energy imbalance and flickering cannon light to later energy perfectly merging, and the purple-gold light stabilizing K2's rock core resonance frequency became increasingly stable, and Chen Yang's control of the charging valve grew more precise, ultimately reducing the regular charging time of the annihilation cannon from 5 minutes to a steady 3 minutes the cannon's mouth, glowing with more brilliant purple gold light, and the firepower increased by nearly 40% compared to before. It's done. Finally stable. Chen Yang's cheer echoed in the assembly area, and surrounding human technicians and rock craftsmen quickly gathered around looking at the numbers on the charging panel with excited smiles, the fruits of this cross-species collaboration giving everyone a glimpse of victory. The cheers in the assembly area carried through the wind to the command platform at Chiyuan Peak, where Zhang Chenyu looked at the charging data, synchronously transmitted on the tactical board, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. The tacit understanding of cross-species collaboration from initial unfamiliarity to now standing shoulder to shoulder was gradually solidifying into tangible combat power in the process of co-forging rock machines, which was more important than any advanced modules or weapons. At this moment, the tactical board suddenly emitted a rapid deep space detection alarm with faint red dots flashing quickly at 100,000 kilometers outside the Stargate. The technicians' exclamations immediately followed. Captain, it's the Zeta Clan's micro-detection drones, 3 in total, approaching the Stargate hidden behind the stardust, with signal frequencies consistent with the captured reconnaissance ship. This is a second reconnaissance. These drones are equipped with high-density self-destruct devices attempting to crash into the Stargate and core modules. Deploy 3 mecha units, engage swiftly, cut the signals, and deep space detonate. Don't let the fragments approach the core area. Zhang Chenyu's orders were crisp and decisive. As soon as the command was issued, 3 tactical mechas on the track immediately took off their thrusters, spewing pale blue flames cutting through the stardust like 3 bolts of lightning. The star energy rock blades of the mecha, infused with the geological red glow, severed the signal transmission lines of the drones the moment they struck, and then the star energy bullets accurately hit the self-destruct core. 3 bursts of pale purple flames erupted in the starry sky, with not a single fragment drifting toward the Stargate. The entire cleanup process took no more than 30 seconds. After clearing the drones, Li Weiss' voice, barely concealing his joy, came through the communicator. Captain, the Qinglan Star Module production base is now operating at full capacity, with continuous supply of subsequent emergency modules and star marrow crystal energy for single ship docking. No need to wait for batch gathering. The reinforcement efficiency has increased by another 20%. The technical team has also deciphered the Zeta's weak point from the captured reconnaissance ship. They formed their star domain-level mothership's outer shields through quantum resonance, and strong geological energy can completely disrupt their frequency, reducing the protection efficiency by 50%. This is the best preparation. Confidence. Zhang Chenyu's eyes sparkled, his fingers quickly sketching out battle plans on the tactical board. Have the chief supervisor assign 10 of the strongest resonance-capable rock warriors to form a geological interference team equipped with human portable resonance devices for immediate training, familiarizing themselves with operations and energy release control. The technical team will simultaneously tune the energy wavebands of the 2 annihilation cannons and 50 large main cannons to resonate in sync with the geological energy. During the war, the team will release strong resonance from the mothership's flank, with the annihilation cannons responsible for breaking shields, and the large main cannons focusing on full area suppression, delivering a heavy blow to the mothership. Understood. Immediate training, assembly, simultaneous initiation of cannon body waveband adjustments. Li Weiss' voice was instantly invigorated, commands cascading down the preparation rhythm of Karun, star elevated yet again. By Blue Creek Gorge, the training of the geological interference team swiftly commenced, with 10 rock warriors surrounding human technicians, seriously learning how to operate the resonance devices, adjusting energy thresholds, and controlling resonance frequencies, practicing dozens of times. Initially, the rock warriors' geological energy release was too intense, frequently causing the resonance devices to overload. Under the technicians' guidance, they gradually mastered the control techniques, accurately containing the geological resonance energy within the designated frequency, perfectly coordinating with the resonance devices to form a powerful geological interference wave. At this moment in the orbit of Karun, star, the blue light of the transition Stargate remained brilliant as the last batch of reinforcement warships from Qinglan Star slowly exited along the light curtain, the sounds of mechanical disassembly ringing continuously without pause. The 2 geological annihilation cannons and 50 large cosmic main cannons in the assembly area entered the final assembly stage, their barrels all pointed towards the starry sky, the annihilation cannon's mouth glowing with purple gold light, while the main cannon array shone coldly arranged in formation at the junction of the shield array and rock crystal barrier. Rock craftsmen and human technicians worked side by side to reinforce, creating a tightly woven energy defense net with zero leakage. In the core area of Blue Creek Gorge, the reddish geological energy surged steadily like lava, with the rock light of 18 core nodes illuminating each other, continuously flowing through the densely packed rock crystal conduits towards the Stargate firepower platforms and shield array. becoming the most solid energy support for the entire defense line. The old, weak, and young rocks of the Rock clan had all been relocated to the natural cave deep within Chi Yin Peak, the cave entrance sealed with rock crystals and metal wrapped in geological energy to keep them warm and safe. The young rocks huddled together, their stone hands pressed against the rock wall, their tender rock cores resonating gently with the rhythm of the geological energy, a symbol of the new hope of Karun's star and the light that all soldiers vowed to protect with their lives. As night deepened, the red earth of Karun's star was shrouded in the blue light of the Stargate and the flowing light of the firepower platform. The sounds of metal clashing, energy humming, and cross-species warriors conversing intertwined to create a powerful battle preparation song echoing under the starry sky. Zhang Chenyu stood before the window of the command platform, gazing down at the brightly lit assembly area at the continuously operating transition Stargate. The countdown to the decisive battle on the tactical board had dwindled to less than 4 days, with red numbers flickering constantly, reminding everyone that the Great War was imminent. 100 light-years away in the dark star cloud region, the purple light band of the Zeta clan's main fleet grew increasingly dazzling, with intense energy fluctuations from superluminal transitions clearly captured by Karun star's deep space detection network. 5 Zeta heavy battleships broke away from the main forces, transforming into the Vanguard fleet, racing towards the Karun star system, their hulls charged with purple energy, exuding a devastating might. The ship's detection instruments continuously scanned the coordinates of Karun star as the curtain of an interstellar war slowly rose amidst the stardust. The defense line of Karun star was nearing completion. The Stargate functioned continuously, modules formed sharp edges, rock machines were co-forged, and geological energy served as the source. The cross-species alliance between humans and the Rock clan had forged a defense line composed of flesh and metal, geological energy, and star energy, which was unbreakable. 4 days later, when the purple light band of the Zeta clan pierced through the stardust of the Karun star system, what awaited them would be the annihilation cannon's world-destroying strikes and the dense fire net of 50 large main cannons, a three-dimensional firepower interwoven with geological and star energy, and the immortal battle spirit of 2 clans standing side by side, vowing never to retreat. With 6 hours left until the decisive battle, the deep space detection network of the Kalan star system captured dense energy signatures, just 5 light-years away from the Zeta Vanguard fleet. The gravitational disturbances from the main fleet followed closely behind, the fading violet-blue glow of the main cannon charging, turning the starlight in the distance into an eerie blood red. On the orbital defense line, 2 Earth-vane star destroyers stood tall like giant peaks, while 50 large cosmic main cannons were arrayed in formation, their barrels reflecting the pale blue glow of Kalan star. When the final group of energy core calibration data turned red, the Rock tribe warriors emitted a low, resonant sound. Each heavy cannon was equipped with 3 sets of backup modules for the barrel targeting system, and energy core ready for the instant replacement assembly line in the assembly area. The storage area was organized by type, with 24 groups of nanomechanical arms forming rotating teams with Rock tribe warriors to compress the battle damage removal connection debugging process into a single button trigger, with actual replacement times of 6 minutes at best and 9 minutes at worst. The dual-layer defense of the full domain shield and rock crystal barrier completed the overall fortification, with the Stargate operating continuously around the clock. The reserve modular warships from Qinglan Star had locked onto a single ship jump coordinate, ready to fill any gaps in the defense. In the center of the command platform, the data stream of the core control interface surged like a waterfall. The technical team, relying on the core's computing power, implanted the infiltration program developed for the Zeta system into the decoy probes and the wreckage of captured reconnaissance ships. The 4-step logical chain of infiltration, lurking, seizing, control, takeover had passed the ultimate pressure test. Zeta ships come with emergency firewalls and independent Zeta intelligence cores. Forced intrusion will trigger countermeasures within 3 minutes. We must engage in a tug-of-war and find gaps. The voice of the technical team leader was urgent as Zhang Chenyu gazed at the holographic sand table's red dots. He tapped lightly. The Earth-vane disturbance team and the mech squad will immediately occupy the flanking asteroid belt. Once the program breaks through for the first time, coordinate immediately with the interference frequency. The firepower strategy was finalized. 50 large main cannons would bombard in 3 batches, continuously suppressing and forcing the enemy to operate at full capacity. 2 star destroyers would remain on standby, only executing pinpoint elimination once the target's shield collapsed or control was seized. The swirling purple, gold, and incandescent white glow at the cannon mouths represented the synchronized frequency bands of the Earth-vane star energy, enhanced by nearly 40% compared to the initial installation. Maintain continuous suppression with the large main cannons. The star destroyers are not to fire indiscriminately, conserve energy, and await the takeover signal. Zhang Chenyu's voice echoed through the communication channels to every firepower platform. Gunners tightened their grips on the control sticks while the stone-handed warriors of the rock tribe pressed their palms against the cannon barrels. The earth vein energy had been preheated ready to unleash. The alarm suddenly shattered the calm of the command platform as the Zeta Vanguard fleet broke through the Stardust Belt. 5 heavy Vanguard ships led the way like ferocious beasts, their surfaces glowing with bloodthirsty purple energy patterns, while 20 light escort ships followed in a wedge formation. The purple annihilation beams shot forth like venomous snakes, and the energy barrage transformed into a torrential rain of fire crashing down on the Kalen Star orbital defense line. The double-layer defense barrier was instantly torn apart, spiderweb-like cracks appearing as the pale golden shield violently trembled under the dense barrage. One shield amplification module overloaded and exploded, orange flames scattering metal fragments. A modular warship at the orbital edge sustained heavy damage, the energy barrage piercing through its side armor, and the secondary cannon module erupted into a fireball, internal wiring bursting forth with sparks like shooting stars while the shield energy reading plummeted to 37 and the ship tilted off into deep space. Activate the instant replacement plan. Replace the secondary cannon module on the No. 7 battleship. Hurry. Zhang Chenyu's commands were urgent as the instant replacement team for that area sprang into action. The backup secondary cannon modules in the storage area were snatched up by nanomechanical arms at supersonic speed, shooting out along preset trajectories, the sound of metal cutting through the air piercing the vacuum. Rock Tribe warriors roared as they rushed toward the damaged warship, their stone-textured hands gripping the smoking battle-damaged module. With all their strength, they ripped it apart, severed wires emitting glaring arcs of electricity that illuminated their faces in crimson. The mechanical arms and humans connected seamlessly, the backup modules aligning perfectly with the interfaces. The blue and white sparks erupting during the energy connection lit up the side of the warship, while the system debugging data stream refreshed like lightning. When the holographic timer ticked down to 7 minutes, the new secondary cannon suddenly emitted a deafening charging roar. The star energy barrage fired from the cannon merged with the firepower of the other warships, weaving a net, and the shield energy reading soared to full capacity. The tilted ship righted itself, rushing back into the battlefield with vengeful fury. Large main cannons, 3-phase bombardment, fire at full strength. Zhang Chenyu's roar reverberated through the communication channels as the 50 large main cannons unleashed their fury in batches, incandescent and pale blue light pouring down like a torrential rain, instantly covering the entire Vanguard array. The first wave of firepower accurately struck the weak points of the Zeta light escort ships, tearing them open into gaping wounds. The internal energy cores detonated in a blinding white light, and metal shards accelerated through the explosion's shockwave like a deadly meteor shower. The subsequent batches of main cannons followed seamlessly, their firepower cascading like a waterfall. The wedge formation of the Zeta Vanguard fleet was brutally shattered, and the light escort ships scattered in a frantic escape, yet they could not evade the fate of being shredded one by the concentrated fire. The heavy Vanguard ships raised thick quantum shields, the purple barrier violently shuddering under the barrage, desperately protecting the Allied ships attempting to break through. Deploy the decoy probes and execute the core-guided infiltration. Zhang Chenyu slammed his fingertips onto the control panel as 30 decoy probes, disguised as energy signals from the Stargate, slowly drifted toward the Zeta fleet. The Zeta Vanguard fleet indeed took the bait, and dense firepower rained down on the probe swarm. In an instant, as the probes detonated, the preset quantum link was violently activated, and the infiltration program, empowered by the core's computing power, flowed into the Zeta detection channels, launching a reverse invasion. On the command platform's monitoring interface, green invasion paths spread like a venomous snake, instantly paralyzing the weapon systems of 3 light escort ships. Their cannons drooped hopelessly, and their shields burst like soap bubbles, reducing them to floating targets in deep space. But the countermeasures from the Zeta intelligence core struck like lightning. The energy signals from the command ship of the Vanguard fleet surged suddenly as the blue emergency firewalls activated with full force, and the countermeasure data streams clashed violently with the green invasion paths on the monitoring interface, erupting in blinding white light like 2 armies engaging in a melee on the digital battlefield. The technical team's screens flashed with crimson warnings. The enemy Zeta intelligence core is parsing the program feature codes, and the invasion speed has plummeted by 80. The cross-ship transmission channel has been severed. The program is trapped in a single ship. In just 2 minutes, the remaining Zeta warships completed their firewall upgrades, abruptly cutting off the expansion momentum of the infiltration program. The green paths struggled futilely before the firewalls, falling into a passive state. Let the program disguise itself in sleep mode. The core must fully crack the firewall structure and upgrade the protocol immediately. The technical team leader shouted as he pounded the keyboard, his knuckles turning white from force. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, turning the control panel into mist. The infiltration program instantly switched to a lurking mode, disguising itself as redundant data of the Zeta ships, like a dormant hunter avoiding detection by the Zeta intelligence core. Meanwhile, the core rapidly disassembled the underlying code of the captured ship's wreckage with supercomputing power as the new disguise protocol quickly took shape within the data stream. 5 minutes later, the upgraded program carrying the new feature codes suddenly activated, piercing through the defense gap of a heavy Vanguard ship like a sharp blade aiming straight for its propulsion and fire control cores. On the monitoring interface, the energy readings of this heavy Vanguard ship plummeted catastrophically, the engines emitting a piercing wail before shutting down completely. More critically, control over the firepower was directly usurped. Successful takeover. This ship now belongs to us. Zhang Chenyu's eyes gleamed with intensity as he commanded the commandeered ship turn all main cannons to fire upon the nearest allied ship. The large main cannons continued their suppression, denying the Zeta intelligence core any time to repair the network. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded on the battlefield. The heavy Vanguard ship, which had shut down and come to a halt, slowly pivoted. The purple annihilation cannon, originally aimed at the defense line, suddenly turned to point at the unsuspecting allied ship beside it. Two thick purple beams were fired without warning, instantly shattering the shields of the adjacent escort ships, tearing open massive fissures in their hulls. Internal pipelines and structures were exposed to the cold depths of space as sparks and leaking energy wove a scene of despair. Physical network disconnection. Too late. Zhang Chenyu sneered. To minimize losses, the Zeta command ship ruthlessly severed the communications link to the captured ship, but the underlying logic of its fire control and propulsion had been completely rewritten by the core. Even offline, it executed its last command, self-destructing its core energy while unleashing all remaining munitions towards the nearest Zeta ship. The intense detonation exploded in blinding light, engulfing 3 surrounding escort ships as debris splattered in all directions. The halted heavy Vanguard ship became the turning point of the battlefield. The quantum shield's energy plummeted by 60, the pale purple barrier dimmed and became translucent, riddled with cracks. Zhang Chenyu slammed the control panel. 2 Star Destroyers concentrate fire. Smash its core. The large main cannons maintain their suppression, allowing them no opportunity to breathe. The long quiet Star Destroyers suddenly radiated blinding purple-gold light as Earth vein and star energy resonated in the barrels, unleashing 2 beams as thick as mountains across the starry sky, reaching their targets in an instant. The pale purple shield could not withstand even half a second, collapsing with a roar as the beams directly pierced through the core of the ship, triggering a series of catastrophic explosions. A massive fire ignited in deep space, its brightness rivaling that of a star, the scorching shockwave sweeping in all directions, instantly vaporizing surrounding stardust and illuminating the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, the Earth vein disturbance team, concealed in the flanking asteroid belt, boarded their mechs, stealthily approaching the remaining 4 heavy Vanguard ships. The Earth vein resonance generators mounted on their shoulders roared to life, sending out ochre energy waves that accurately struck the Zeta warship's shield generators. The frequency of the quantum shields was forcibly disrupted, rippling with distortions on the surface, and the protective efficiency dropped by 40%. The previously impenetrable defensive barriers now displayed visible weak points as fragile as paper. The firepower of the large main cannons surged to its limit. 50 heavy cannon fires poured down like a torrential storm, combined with the star energy cannons of the orbital warships, forming an all-encompassing fire coverage. The incandescent pale blue and purple gold light bands intertwined to form a deadly net, ensnaring the Zeta fleet. The light escort ships under the relentless barrage were torn apart one by one like fragile paper boats, with metal shards and energy debris floating in deep space, creating a deadly zone. The remaining heavy Vanguard ships, thanks to the Zeta Intelligence Corps' countermeasures, barely maintained core system operations, but their hulls were riddled with gruesome cracks from the sustained assault, and the output power of their energy cores continuously declined, their surface energy patterns flickering like a candle in the wind. Seizing the golden opportunity as the Zeta fleet struggled to evade fire and the Zeta Intelligence Corps' calculations momentarily faltered, the technical team launched a full-scale assault. This time, the program carrying the cross-ship disguise infiltration function successfully breached the Zeta command ship's firewall like an invisible assassin. The command ship's weapon control system fell instantly, and the targeting coordinates of the main cannon were forcibly altered. The purple annihilation cannon, originally aimed at the orbital defense line, suddenly turned towards the allied ships beside it. 2 thick purple beams struck the adjacent heavy Vanguard ships without warning, shattering their shields in an instant and tearing open gaping wounds thousands of meters long, exposing internal pipelines and structures. Taking advantage of the chaos as the Zeta fleet descended into self-inflicted harm, Zhang Chenyu shouted, "Star Destroyer's target designated." Two beams of purple-gold light again ripped through the starry sky, accurately striking the cores of two heavily damaged warships, exploding in brilliant light, vaporizing the ships completely. The last heavy Vanguard ship's shield was on the verge of collapse, struggling for seconds under the continuous grinding of the large main cannons and the intimidation of the Star Destroyers, and was ultimately erased by a beam from the Star Destroyer. As the last remnants of the Zeta Vanguard fleet disintegrated into stardust, a brief and frenzied cheer erupted from the command platform, but the Deep Space Detection Network soon captured an even more suffocating energy fluctuation. The Zeta main fleet had broken through the Dark Star Cloud. 50 main ships accompanied by 3 Domain-class motherships rolled in like a black cloud, closing in on the Kalen star system at a distance of only 0.5 light years. 5 light years. The mothership's annihilation, main cannon fully deployed, its cannon barrel stretching thousands of meters, emitting a chilling purple glow as energy waves swept in like a tsunami. Detection data indicated that its onboard Zeta intelligence core was of a higher level, with firewall strength increased by more than 3 times. All personnel on alert. The instant replacement team must repair the damaged modules without delay. The technical team must have the core analyze the Vanguard ship data and optimize the takeover program to perfection. Zhang Chenyu's voice was as steady as iron, carrying an undeniable resolve. Stargate set to maximum power. Reserve warships prepare for jump. This battle, we are not here to destroy them, but to take control of them. The instantaneous change squad dispersed like arrows released from a bow, rushing towards various main cannons, annihilation cannons, and warships. Nanomechanical arms swiftly replaced slightly damaged weapons and shield modules, while the roars of the rock warriors intertwined with the booming of machinery, creating a battle song. The core disassembled the underlying logic of the Zeta intelligence core, with extreme computational power infiltrating the program, to add a mandatory takeover of offline lock function, which could completely strip the enemy's intelligence core of its permissions. Zhang Chenyu readjusted the deployment, locking the core objective of power seizure onto 3-star Domain-class motherships, retaining the large main cannons for bombardment, while the annihilation cannons focused on incapacitating the mothership's shields. The Earth Vein Interference Squad switched to high-speed assault mesh, darting towards the designated flank of the mothership like arrows release. In the orbit of the Kalen star system, the shield's blue light, the main cannons fiery white, the annihilation cannons purple gold, and the Earth Veins ochre red intertwined to form a magnificent, yet dangerous light curtain. The Zeta fleet's purple light band had covered half the starry sky, resembling a bottomless abyss that devoured everything. The infiltration program controlled by the core lay in ambush at the edge of the Zeta network, ready to strike. The modular instantaneous change system was poised for action, with 50 large main cannons maintaining an increasingly steady suppression rhythm, while 2 annihilation cannons quietly accumulated energy. The cannon mouths glowed with a purple-gold light like swords hanging overhead, illuminating the determined faces of every warrior, their eyes burning with the flames of victory. An ultimate showdown concerning the survival of the star system officially commenced amidst the covert power struggles between the core and the Zeta intelligence core, as well as the overt battles of modular rotations. The wreckage of the Vanguard fleet scattered metallic debris and residual energy along the orbit of the Kalen star system, while the instantaneous change squad swept through the entire battlefield like a swarm of bees. The nanomechanical arms and the rock warriors' stone hands worked in perfect harmony, methodically replacing the slightly damaged main cannon components, shield amplification cores, and energy conduits. Within just half an hour, 50 large cosmic main cannons and 2 Earth Vein annihilation cannons restored full combat capability, while the spare module storage area was once again filled to capacity, with the assembly line maintaining 0 latency response. Inside the command platform, the core's holographic light domain covered the entire wall, with data streams rolling and refreshing at a speed exceeding conventional computational power by 100-fold. The technical team leveraged the wreckage of the seized Zeta ships to thoroughly analyze the enemy's main fleet and Star Domain-class mothership communication protocols, shield frequencies, and fire control logic, even uncovering the update patterns of the Zeta intelligence core's emergency firewalls. The computational intensity of the mothership-class intelligence core is 7 times that of the Vanguard ships, with 3 layers of insurance network disconnection countermeasures, permission rollback, and bottom-layer formatting. Once the infiltration is detected, external access will be completely locked down within 3 seconds. The head of the technical team focused intently on the structural diagram appearing in the light domain, his voice serious, yet barely concealing his excitement. But we have obtained its underlying identification code. As long as there is a 1-second energy gap, the core can forcibly implant the takeover program. Zhang Chenyu lightly tapped the sand table, illuminating the orbital defense line, the asteroid belt ambush points, and the energy supply nodes of the Earth vein one by one. Tactics remain unchanged. The 50 large main cannons will fire in 3 batches to suppress the escort ships and wear down the main fleet shields, forcing the Zeta Intelligence Corps to operate at full load. The 2 annihilation cannons will remain on standby, targeting only the weak points of the mothership's shields and energy connections, avoiding excessive fire. The Earth Vein Interference Squad will all board assault mechs and synchronize resonance interference as soon as the annihilation cannons create a gap, providing the Corps with a window for access. He scanned all personnel, his tone resolute. This battle does not seek destruction, but aims for takeover. Once we seize the mothership, it becomes our strongest shield and most powerful cannon. Before his voice faded, the Deep Space Detection Network suddenly erupted with a blinding scarlet alarm, and the entire star map was covered with dense purple energy light points. The main Zeta fleet was fully pressing forward. 3-star domain-class motherships formed a triangular formation at the center, their 10th centimeter vessels resembling moving steel fortresses. The dark purple halo of the annihilation cannons at the bow nearly obscured the entire starry sky, and the energy patterns flowing across their hulls were several times thicker than those of the vanguard ships. 50 heavy main ships flanked them, while thousands of light escort ships and assault boats formed a dense spearhead. The synchronized charging hum of the ship cannons could be accurately captured by the Corps, even from light years away. What was most suffocating was that the Zeta intelligence cores of the 3 motherships formed a computational network, and an invisible electronic interference wave surged like a tsunami, attempting to directly paralyze the communication and detection systems of the Kalen Star defense line. Core initiate full area anti-jamming. Zhang Chenyu commanded sharply. The pale blue computational light domain instantly expanded, shrouding the entire command platform, orbital defense line, and stargates. The core, supported by Earth Vein energy as backup computational power, forcibly resisted the electronic suppression of the Zeta Intelligence Corps. Frequency-hopping decoy signals and pseudo-communication links were activated in synchrony, dismantling the enemy's interference wave layer by layer. The detection screen flickered for only a few seconds before restoring clarity. The Zeta fleet's formation coordinates and energy readings were all clearly visible, with not a single communication or fire control link interrupted. First round of fire coverage incoming. The Zeta mothership did not hesitate for any probing. The 3 annihilation cannons at the bow simultaneously charged, and 3 dark purple light columns, each several thousand meters wide, traversed the starry river, carrying enough power to penetrate planetary crusts and slammed into the core shield area of the Kalen Star orbit. The double-layered defensive barrier trembled violently, and a web of cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the pale golden shield. The rock crystal barrier exploded in bursts of fire, and 3 shield amplification modules overloaded and melted down, scattering energy fragments like a meteor shower. Instantaneous change. Squad, repair the amplification modules. Large main cannons fire in 3 segments. Open fire. 50 large main cannons roared in response. Streams of fiery white and pale blue light surged forth in seamless batches, instantly engulfing the Zeta Vanguard escort fleet. The dense barrage tore through the shields of the light ships, blasting them into countless fragments. Although the quantum shields upheld by heavy main ships barely resisted, they continued to tremble under the sustained bombardment, and energy readings plummeted rapidly. The Zeta Intelligence Corps was forced to allocate 30% of its computational power to control the shields and retaliate, creating a barely noticeable gap in the networked computational power. Now's the time. Earth Vein Interference Squad, engage. Dozens of assault mechs lurking in the asteroid belt suddenly activated their engines, the ochre-red Earth Vein resonance generators operating at full power, circling towards the flank of the leftmost mothership like phantoms. Several robust ochre energy waves accurately struck the shield generator, causing the mothership's shields to ripple with distortion, the frequency completely thrown into chaos, and the protective efficiency plummeted by 50%, opening a gap of several thousand meters wide. Annihilation cannons concentrate fire on the gap. The 2 long silent Earth Vein annihilation cannons simultaneously emitted blinding purple-gold light, resonating with the Earth Vein and stellar energy within the barrels. 2 beams as thick as mountains merged into one, piercing through the gap in the mothership's shields and smashing into the energy connection point of the hull. The violent explosion ripped open the heavy armor, and the exposed energy pipelines erupted with blinding sparks, creating a sustained 3-second core access window for the core. Core, penetrate with full force. Inject the takeover program. The head of the technical team shouted, his voice echoing throughout the command platform. The core concentrated all computational power into a single point, following the energy link generated by the explosion, forcefully surging into the core chamber of the leftmost mothership. The Zeta Intelligence Corps instantly detected the intrusion, erecting layers of blue emergency firewalls. The counteracting data streams surged back furiously, attempting to format the access signals, sever external links, and roll back all permissions. The battle at the data level was even more brutal than that on the actual battlefield, as the holographic light domain saw green and purple data streams colliding violently, erupting in bursts of dazzling light. The enemy intelligence core has activated computational networking support, and the penetration speed has dropped by 60. Permission lock triggered the last layer of bottom-level permissions. Hold on. Zhang Chenyu decisively commanded, inject Earth vein resonance at full power into the core, overwhelm its computational power. The core of the Blue Creek vein instantaneously overloaded. Ochre energy surged wildly along the rock crystal conduits into the core's power supply system, causing the core's computational power to soar. The green invasion path crashed through the last firewall, directly locking onto the core permissions of the mothership's Zeta intelligence core, forcefully stripping, locking, and covering. 3 seconds later, the dark purple halo of the leftmost mothership abruptly extinguished, replaced by a pale blue energy light identical to that of our defense line. Fire control systems, shield systems, power systems, main cannon permissions, all fully taken over. Mothership control secured. The command platform erupted with jubilant cheers, and a gleam of excitement shot through Zhang Chenyu's eyes as he sternly issued orders. Mothership under control. Redirect the annihilation cannons. Aim at the enemy's middle mothership. Suppress the escort ships with large main cannons, and the annihilation cannons will finish off the shield's blast through their formation. In the next moment, the battlefield was completely turned upside down. The Star Domain-class mothership, which originally belonged to the Zeta, slowly rotated its hull. The 10th Assam-meter annihilation cannons, charging light, shifting from dark purple to pale blue. A beam far exceeding the power of the Vanguard ships blasted forth with a tremendous force, slamming into the unguarded bow of the Allied ship. The shield of the central mothership shattered violently. A massive gap melted through the bow armor, and the white light of the energy core's detonation illuminated the entire starry river. The Zeta fleet instantly fell into chaos. Their networked computational power severed the intelligence core computations in disarray, and countless ships lost command, wildly avoiding collisions and blocking each other. The remaining 2 motherships furiously retaliated, unleashing full firepower against the seized mothership and the Kalan defense line. The purple light of the annihilation cannons erupted continuously, yet the shield of the seized mothership managed to withstand the majority. The fire net from the 50 large main cannons grew increasingly dense, while the 2 annihilation cannons accurately targeted the weak points of the enemy's shields. The Earth Vein Interference Squad continued to maneuver and disrupt, while the core reached out once more to the second mothership through the chaotic communication links. Above the Star River, the Zeta fleet that had originally been pressing forward was thrown into disarray by the defection of a single mothership. Zhang Chenyu stood at the center of the command platform, observing the reversed situation on the holographic star map, his voice calm and cold. Do not rush to destroy, continue to seize. Their ships, their cannons, their intelligence core, from now on will all be ours to use. The seized mothership began charging again, its pale blue main cannon light slowly locking onto the next target in the Star River. The seized Star Domain-class mothership's hull gradually adjusted, the pale blue annihilation cannon light continuously gathering in the Star River, its previous momentum of penetrating the bow of the Allied ship still lingering as the cannon's mouth locked onto the energy core area of the second Zeta mothership. The core's computational power continued to spread along the commandeered command links, fully optimizing the fire control accuracy, shield response, and power output of this turn mothership, enhancing its combat power by another 30% compared to when it was controlled by the Zeta intelligence core. The remaining 2 Zeta motherships were thrown into utter chaos, with a fatal gap emerging in the networked computational power due to the defection of a flagship-level unit. The previously impenetrable electronic defense net was suddenly riddled with holes. The central mothership, heavily damaged, desperately tried to repair its hull and shields as sparks from the energy pipelines erupted wildly in deep space. The massive melting gap at the bow exposed the internal cabin structures, yet under the forced commands of the Zeta intelligence core, all annihilation cannon mouths were still aimed at the defected mothership, attempting to destroy this traitorous piece. Meanwhile, the intact mothership on the right fully unleashed electronic countermeasures, wildly sweeping the core's infiltration paths, while commanding 50 heavy main ships to form a dense shield formation, using their hulls to withstand the barrage of fire from 50 large main cannons, buying time for their own computational power to reorganize. Maintain 3-segment barrage with large main cannons, crush the enemy's main fleet shield formation, do not allow the Zeta intelligence core any breathing room. Zhang Chenyu's orders were transmitted smoothly through the all-area communication channel without a hint of panic. Earth Vein Interference Squad maneuver to the rear of the right mothership, lock onto its secondary shield generator, and continuously create frequency disturbances. The annihilation cannons stand by waiting for the second energy gap to appear and will strike immediately. The roar of the 50 large main cannons never ceased as streams of fiery white and pale blue crashed against the Zeta main fleet's shield formation like waves, each round of salvo causing the heavy quantum shields to ripple violently with energy readings dropping at a visible rate. Several heavy main ships that failed to evade were torn apart by the artillery fire, with the white light of their power compartments detonating in succession, scattering into metallic debris in deep space. The Zeta fleet's shield formation shrank further, their formation on the brink of collapse. The geological disturbance squad's assault mechs, shrouded by the cover of artillery fire, penetrated the interception line of the Zeta Guardian ship, like phantoms maneuvering to the blind spot behind the right side of the mothership. 10 mechs simultaneously activated the geological resonance generators, crimson energy ripples stacking upon each other like heavy hammers striking the shield's auxiliary generator. The mothership's full area shield instantly erupted into massive twisted ripples, its protective strength plummeting below the warning line, with blue electric arcs erupting from multiple armor seams, the internal energy torrent almost breaking free. In the distant depths of space, remnants of artillery fire, not yet fully dissipated, flickered as the first captured mothership continued to unleash firepower, tearing apart the formation of the remaining Zeta main force. Each time the pale blue annihilation beam struck down, it would blow massive gaps in the enemy's hull, the acrid scent of molten metal seeming to transmit through the vacuum via detection sensors. The gap has appeared. Fire the annihilation cannon. The barrels of the geological annihilation cannons gleamed with intimidating golden-purple light once more as geological and stellar energies roared in resonance within the barrels. Two beams of solid light shot forth, accurately piercing the most vulnerable energy docking node of the right side mothership's shield. A violent explosion sent several tons of armor plates flying, molten metal scattering like shooting stars. The core energy link was briefly exposed, creating a 5-second penetration window for the core. This time the Zeta Intelligence Core's computing power was exhausted and its defenses completely collapsed. The window was far wider and more lethal than the first, with even the internal pipeline layout and core chamber positions clearly exposed under the core's full area scan, leaving no hiding spots. Core full power injection forcibly take over the second mothership. Without needing additional commands, the core had already locked onto half of its computing power on the target, with the infiltration program carrying 3 deadly tactics: offline lock, authority override, and intelligence core extraction, driving straight along the exposed energy link. The Zeta Intelligence Core's counter data streams were as futile as air, layers of firewalls crumbling under the crushing computing power. The triple insurance of authority rollback, physical disconnection, and lower-level formatting all failed. In just 2 seconds, the dark purple halo of the right-side mothership was completely extinguished, replaced by a chilling pale blue glow identical to our defense line. The indicator lights throughout the ship synchronized in color change, the formerly menacing combat insignia erased completely. The power output, frequency, shield resonance wavebands, and weapon targeting baseline were rewritten in an instant, seamlessly integrating with the defense system of the Kalen Star system. Meanwhile, the core simultaneously locked down the entire ship's security airtight hatches and command links, cutting off all crew combat terminals, paralyzing the mech bay and self-destruct protocols. The Zeta combat units and intelligent machine operators aboard became isolated islands, unable to call for help or resist, merely watching as the ship changed hands within the sealed compartments. Some Zeta personnel attempting to forcefully break through hatches and activate emergency weapons were repelled by high-voltage currents as soon as they touched the control panels. All external communication channels were thoroughly blocked, and even the most basic distress signals could not be sent. The entire mothership became a massive prison, firmly locking away any possibility of resistance. The second Star Domain-class mothership successfully turned sides. The battlefield's dynamics were completely rewritten at this moment. The Zeta main fleet, which once held absolute dominance, instantly lost half of its core combat power. 2 out of the 3 motherships fell under core control, with only the heavily damaged central mothership stranded in dire straits, its hull surface covered in scorch marks and breaches left by artillery engine output plummeting to less than 30%, making even basic shield stabilization exceedingly difficult. The Zeta Intelligence Core's computing power was utterly severed, unable to network for coordinated combat, nor capable of organizing effective counterattacks. It could only control the remaining escort ships and light main ships in futile, desperate struggles. These uncommanded vessels flailed in the deep space, colliding with each other and scattering their formations like leaves caught in a tempest, utterly unable to form any effective resistance. The 2 deflected motherships simultaneously aimed their 10th-centimeter annihilation main guns, and the pale blue beams surged forth side by side, striking the shield of the last mothership fiercely. The already damaged quantum shield disintegrated with a sound. The main armor was instantaneously melted through, and high-temperature energy flows directly tore through multiple layers of hull structure, exposing the core energy compartment naked under artillery fire, the pulsating purple energy core flickering like a candle in the wind, at risk of total destruction at any moment. Nearby Zeta small ships attempted to provide cover, but were instantly overwhelmed by the concentrated firepower of 50 large main guns. Explosions of white light burst continuously in the deep space, debris and fragments forming a deadly metal storm, shredding every target that came too close. Do not destroy it. Leave the core chamber. Core, prepare for the third takeover. Zhang Chenyu sternly halted the gunners about to finish off the target, his gaze like a blade locking onto the last trace of purple on the star map. Complete extraction of the intelligence core. Lock down the entire ship. Eliminate internal resistance units. His voice echoed through the universal communication channels, reaching every combat unit. Calm and resolute, showing no signs of panic or hesitation. Having experienced consecutive battles with vanguards and main forces, this commanders will have become as solid as steel, each order precisely timed to the rhythm of the battlefield. The 50 large main guns immediately reduced their power, shifting from devastating bombardment to precise suppression, only targeting the remaining escort and main ships without harming the core of the mothership. The energy luminescence from the barrels slowly converged, and the targeting systems reacquired the scattered, fleeing enemy small ships. Each shot was accurate like a surgical scalpel, excising every threat, wasting not an ounce of energy. The geological disturbance squad encircled and continued to release resonance waves, disrupting the intelligence core's computations, thoroughly shattering the last remnants of Zeta's defense system. The crimson energy ripples formed an invisible giant net, tightly wrapping around the final mothership, causing its internal intelligence core system to descend into computational chaos, unable even to initiate the most basic self-defense. The two deflected motherships opened their heavy shields, protecting the Kalen defense line, stargates, and assembly zones behind them, transforming into an immovable mobile fortress. The pale blue shield light curtain unfolded in the depths of space, resembling two enormous full moons, blocking all incoming artillery fire completely. The armor on the surface of the hull gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the energy enhancement, and the once menacing behemoth of the invaders had now become the most solid shield guarding this galaxy. The core's infiltration path ensnared the last mothership like a spider's web, data streams surging like tides into every node, every pipeline, and every control terminal. The Zeta intelligence core made a final desperate counterattack as red counter data streams collided fiercely with the green infiltration paths on the virtual battlefield, erupting with countless dazzling light bursts, yet still retreating step by step. Core computation units were devoured, formatted, and replaced one by one, ultimately culminating in a sound of virtual shattering, with all resistance completely dissipating, core permissions thoroughly stripped, sealed, and formatted. 3 seconds later, the last trace of dark purple light faded away, and the third star, domain-class mothership, was fully submitted. The core immediately locked down all airtight passages throughout the ship, cutting off energy to non-core areas, paralyzing all shipboard weapons and control terminals. The remaining Zeta units aboard were completely disabled, leaving no room for even the slightest resistance. Emergency lighting, life support, and power valves were all taken over, and the entire mothership from the inside out was completely rebranded with the insignia and frequencies of the Human and Rock Alliance, becoming the most complete and combat-ready of the 3 surrendered motherships. All 3 10th star domain-class motherships fell under the core's command, redirecting their firepower, raising shields, and synchronizing computing power, becoming the most terrifying force in the hands of the Human and Rock Alliance. The motherships hovered side by side in the orbit of the Kalen star system, their pale blue energy halos merging into one, dyeing the entire starry sky with a calm and majestic hue. The destructive power that once belonged to Zeta had now become the sharp blade for counterattack. The remaining Zeta ships lost their intelligence core command, flailing in the deep space like headless flies, with no formation and no firepower. Under the cleansing fire of the 50 main guns, within just 1 minute, they all turned to stardust, with no complete combat ship left to threaten the safety of the Kalen star system. The starry sky of the Kalen star system fell silent once more, with only the pale blue glow of the deflected motherships, the blazing white light of the main guns, the golden purple afterglow of the annihilation cannons, and the crimson geological patterns intertwining and reflecting, completely dispersing the once all-consuming purple abyss. Stardust and debris slowly drifted apart under gravitational effects, the cooled energy traces faintly flickering in the darkness. After several days of intense combat, the curtain finally fell. In the cold depths of space, only the victorious ships and defenses stood silently, proclaiming the ultimate victory of this defense battle. The instant transition squad and the boarding clearance team moved out simultaneously, with some repairing external modules and connecting geological energy conduits. Nanomechanical arms swiftly operated, repairing damaged pipelines, armor, and weapon interfaces one by one, with backup modules precisely aligned and seamlessly connected, allowing the combat power of the three motherships to quickly recover to peak condition. Another group boarded assault boats to penetrate the interiors of the three motherships, with soldiers clad in heavy combat armor sequentially entering sealed compartments to carry out thorough cleanups of the remaining Zeta units, completely eliminating residual intelligence, core commands, and hidden backdoors. Every compartment, every corridor, and every concealed corner was meticulously inspected to ensure the absolute safety of the ship, with no hidden dangers or possibilities of rebellion. Rock warriors boarded the mothership's deck, placing their stone palms against the energy core of the ship, sensing the resonance frequency shared with the geological energy. A deep and resonant sound permeated through the metal hull as the ancient geological energy and the core energy of the interstellar warship intertwined, forming a new stable energy cycle that enhanced the mothership's endurance and combat power once again. Their rough and sturdy hands brushed against the cold armor, as if forming a pact with this steel behemoth, declaring that the collaboration between humans and the rock people had transcended the boundaries of race and planet. Inside the command center, the tension that had been taut for days finally relaxed, cheers breaking through the oppression echoing in every corner. Technicians vigorously waved their arms, embracing each other in celebration. After several hours of high-intensity computations, program debugging, and battlefield monitoring, they finally welcomed the best outcome. The core's holographic light field pulsed steadily, synchronizing the fire control shield's power and internal safety statuses of the three motherships, with data flowing clearly and smoothly, without a hint of disorder, all systems operating at optimal levels. Zhang Chenyu walked to the observation window, gazing at the three towering, deflected motherships in the Star River, at the 50 main guns and 2 annihilation cannons on high alert, at the reinforcements from the Qinglan Star continuously arriving from the other side of the Star Gate, slowly clenching his fist. The vast Star River outside the porthole consumed the majority of the field of view. The huge silhouettes of the three motherships stood out prominently against the darkness, the pale blue glow especially striking, representing the light of victory and heralding the onset of counterattack. He knew clearly that defeating the invasion was just the first step. The true war had only just begun. The Zeta invasion had been thoroughly shattered. What they had taken was not just a victory, but an entire Star Domain-class fleet. Core, take over all mothership systems and integrate into the Kalen Star system defense sequence. His voice was calm, yet carried undeniable authority, as his gaze pierced through the endless Star River, as if he could already see the distant Zeta homeworld. Activate the mothership's superluminal engines, lock onto the coordinates of the Zeta homeworld. This time we will take the initiative to strike and end this war. The engines of the 3-star Domain-class motherships simultaneously lit up with pale blue light, slowly adjusting their course, their gun muzzles pointing straight into the depths of the Star River. The engines sprayed long streams of particles, tracing beautiful and majestic trajectories in the darkness. The hull began to tremble slightly as the pre-jump procedures for superluminal travel were fully initiated, with space slowly distorting around the hull, starlight being stretched into slender beams heralding the imminent launch of a cross-galaxy expedition. 50 large main guns stood ready, their fiery white radiance steady and restrained, poised to unleash world-destroying firepower at any moment. The muzzles of the 2 annihilation cannons glimmered with golden-purple light, the fusion of geological and stellar energy quietly lying in wait within the barrels, akin to a slumbering dragon. Geological energy surged continuously through the entire star system defense line, transmitting through pipelines and conduits to every combat unit, every warship, and every artillery platform, providing relentless power support for the upcoming expedition. The flames of war in the Kalen Star system had already been extinguished, but the revenge and counterattack crossing the Star River had just begun. The smoke of deep space has yet to dissipate, and the residual energy from the fierce battle lingers like a faint purple mist, slowly floating around the Star Gate, enveloping the entire star region in an atmosphere of silence and lethal tension. The defense line of the Karen Galaxy has completely transitioned from wartime aggression to a post-war silent defense state. 3 captured Zeta-class motherships hover above their preset coordinates, with their engines sustaining only the bare minimum of dim operation. The dark purple halo that once belonged to the invaders has been entirely erased, replaced by the light blue cautionary glow of the coalition, flowing gently along the 10th-centimeter silhouette of the ships, like 3 dormant steel mountains silently guarding the core of the galaxy and the Stargate hub. The surrounding battlefield debris continues to drift chaotically under weak gravitational forces. Fractured armor plates, severed energy conduits, damaged mech bodies, and exploded ship fragments slowly rotate in the darkness. The burn marks and energy erosion traces on the metal surfaces are clearly visible, reminiscent of a silent and cold metallic graveyard, silently narrating the brutal carnage that was capable of tearing apart the galaxy. In stark contrast to this chaos and ruin is the efficient operation and orderly scene of the Coalition's modular warship fleet. Repair modules detach from the main ship body, connection modules precisely engage with universal interfaces, armor modules quickly replace damaged sections, and energy modules simultaneously replenish and fill circuits. Nanomechanical arms shuttle across the ship's surface like weaving threads as the sounds of metal clashing, energy resonance, and module reassembly intertwine into a steady and powerful rhythm. The broken shield nodes reignite, and the damaged weapon systems instantly return to standby mode, with the entire fleet recovering combat readiness at a visibly rapid pace. The core advantage of the modular warfare system is fully demonstrated in the post-war maintenance phase. Localized damage does not affect the operation of the entire ship. Damaged modules can be directly discarded and replaced. New modules are immediately effective. Multiple ships cooperate, and synchronized calibration and defense line nodes can be quickly spliced and reinforced without the need for lengthy dock repairs or complete ship overhauls. With universal interfaces and standardized components, a battle-worn fleet can be restored to full combat readiness within hours. In contrast, the 3 captured Zeta motherships show no signs of autonomous operation or repair since being fully taken over by the core. The closed, integrated casting of the ship's body has no disassemblable structures, no external repair interfaces, no spare module slots, and no universal energy connection points. Even minor surface armor cracks, slight ruptures in conduits, or partial overloads in shield generators leave them standing rigidly in their original state, unable to self-repair, self-adjust, or switch to backup systems. They resemble steel behemoths completely severed from their nerves. Massive, heavy, structurally intact, yet devoid of all agility and vitality, passively receiving commands from the core, unable to breathe, operate, or regulate energy autonomously, and certainly incapable of the flexible reassembly and rapid reinforcement displayed by the Coalition's warships. No matter how powerful each individual ship is, it ultimately remains a soulless, heavy shell. Within the command center, the atmosphere is solemn and tense. The fatigue from consecutive high-intensity battles has not caused the slightest confusion. Everyone is diligently performing their duties in an orderly manner. Technical personnel take shifts on duty with a myriad of battle damage statistics, casualty transport data, energy load, curves, debris recovery progress, geological, node stability indices, and core-wide self-inspection reports scrolling across the holographic screens. The lighting is set to a soft, cool white, with only the central giant star map remaining bright and glaring, clearly marking defense positions, clearing area, safety ranges, complete blockade lines, and warning boundaries. Zhang Chenyu stood at the center of the command platform, his posture erect like a gun, his gaze calm, like the cold stars of the deep sea. His fingertips lightly tapped on the cold surface, his voice steady and clear, resonating through the all-domain communication channel to every combat unit, devoid of any excessive emotion, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Repair teams prioritize reinforcing the core modules of the Stargate shield and the close defense artillery array nodes. The debris recovery team should sort materials by region, categorizing usable high-strength alloys, undamaged electronic components, and intact energy containers into storage as reserves for future module production and defense line reinforcement. Medical ships will continue to shuttle between the battlefield and the rear medical ships, prioritizing the transport and treatment of severely wounded personnel. The list of casualties will be registered one by one. The entire army will maintain a level 3 alert status with the Stargate passage completely blocked. Any unknown signals, unidentified ship shadows, or abnormal energy fluctuations will be intercepted first and verified later. The moment the orders were issued, the entire Karen Galaxy defense line responded in unison. The modular artillery platforms fully deployed, the shield curtain slowly raised to maximum power, patrol ship formations started their engines and departed from the defense points, recovery ships gradually entered the debris field to commence operations, and repair modules quickly spliced and reassembled across the broken defense line nodes. Every step, every unit, and every node connected precisely, without any confusion. After experiencing a near-annihilation battle, the Karen Galaxy is astonishingly returning to order at an incredible speed, and the foundation of this order is the unique, flexible, efficient, and evolvable modular warfare system of the Human and Rock Tribe Coalition. Moments later, the head of the technical team approached briskly with a serious expression, holding a complete intelligence core decryption report that had undergone multiple verifications by the core, his tone imbued with professional rigor and a hint of unnoticeable gravity. Commander, the core intelligence core of the Zeta mothership has been fully stripped, deeply decrypted, and scanned across all domains. There are no hidden backdoor programs, no remote awakening beacons, no dormant assault commands, and no self-destruct triggers. All data is secure and controllable. The true identity of the enemy, their affiliated power hierarchy, core combat objectives, internal civilization structure, and ship design logic. All thoroughly investigated without omission. Zhang Chenyu slightly nodded, his gaze directed straight at the central holographic screen. In the next moment, the core projected all decrypted intelligence layer by layer text annotations, star domain maps, power structure diagrams, ship class, sequences, mission execution files, and energy technology parameters unfolded one after another. In the deep darkness of space, the entire truth of the invaders was finally laid bare before the coalition. Through comprehensive data comparison and intelligence core tracing, it has been confirmed that the fleet invading the Karen galaxy is neither a regular military force directly under the Zeta homeworld nor the main combat strength of the Zeta civilization. Instead, it belongs to the Blackthorn Expedition Consortium within the Zeta Star domain, a semi-militarized organization focused on cross-star colonization, resource monopoly, and Stargate seizure, which does not belong to national organizations, nor to the homeworld's guard sequence, nor to the coalition of all domains, but is merely one of the many aggressive and expansionist powers among the fragmented warlords within the Zeta domain. The 3 invading Star Domain-class motherships were crafted by the Blackthorn Consortium, utilizing a century's worth of industrial accumulation and concentrating all top-tier technology, representing the core expeditionary fleet, with no other ship within the consortium able to rival them. They embody the highest standards of their military industry and technology, yet when placed within the entire Zeta civilization hierarchy, they only belong to the top tier of the consortium, and are significantly weaker than the official regular fleet of the Zeta Nation, let alone reaching the heights of the core guard fleet of the homeworld. The enemy's combat intentions are clear: to seize control of the Karen Star Gate hub, plunder the unique high-density geological energy resources within the galaxy, establish long-term colonial outposts and military bases, and designate the entire star region as private resource territory of the Blackthorn Consortium. This is not a comprehensive war of extermination against humanity and the Rock Tribe, but rather a typical interstellar plundering expansion operation initiated by a private consortium. As the intelligence is fully laid out, the true outline of the Zeta civilization also becomes clear. This is not a highly centralized, unified interstellar empire, but a multifaceted civilization system centered around the homeworld, with various powers coexisting, where financial magnates and the official authority mutually restrain and compete. The Blackthorn Consortium is merely one of the plundering powers among them, far from being the embodiment or representative of the entire Zeta civilization. The technical lead continued to report, his tone calm and professional, thoroughly clarifying the core design differences between the enemy and our ships, completely addressing all prior logical flaws. The core has completed a comprehensive dimensional structure analysis of the Zeta ships. All their vessels adopt a closed integrated casting design, deeply binding the ship structure, energy core, weapon systems, and intelligence core units, with no universal interfaces, no modular disassembly capabilities, no external connection slots, and energy and communication protocols completely closed off, making it impossible to interface with any of our system's modules or nodes. Direct structural modifications, module replacements, or component swapping are also completely impossible. Currently, the management of the 3 captured motherships relies solely on the intelligence core's permissions for comprehensive coverage, precise alignment of communication frequencies, and adaptation of energy protocols, integrating them as independently controlled combat units into the coalition's defense line system. The true strategic value of these 3 colossal ships does not lie merely in augmenting 3 heavy combat units, but in providing a complete, original, and undamaged sample of top-tier alien technology. Ultra-high-strength ship body alloys, annihilation grade, main cannon energy principles, quantum leap engine structures, high-level quantum shield resonance frequencies, intelligence core, parallel computing architectures, and closed-loop energy cycle logics. All of these can be transformed into the upgrade foundation for our modular warships through reverse analysis and data standardization, used to develop new generation universal defense modules, assault weapon modules, and long-range propulsion modules, achieving an intergenerational iteration and essential enhancement of the entire coalition's combat power system. This is the true significance of capturing the 3-star domain-class motherships, not merely adding 3 war behemoths, but opening a door to higher-level technology for the entire civilization's war system. Meanwhile, the final verification report from the boarding and clearance team was simultaneously transmitted back to the command center. All chambers, passageways, core compartments, energy rooms, weapon bays, and control terminals within the 3 motherships had completed thorough inspections without any blind spots. Remaining Zeta combat units were completely eliminated, and leftover intelligence core commands, concealed backdoor programs, and external awakening links were all formatted and cleared. The ship's entire domain is now secure and controllable with no potential threats or rebellion possible and can officially be integrated into the permanent defense sequence of the Karen Galaxy. The Rock Tribe warriors have also completed their first round of geological energy interfacing. They did not alter the mechanical structure or hardware systems of the Zeta motherships in any way, but gently placed their heavy stone palms against the energy core's outer wall, inducing a gentle resonance with their own primordial geological energy. The low, deep vibrations spread through the metallic hull, calming the internal chaotic energy flows, stabilizing the shield's resonance frequency and reducing the long-term load on the engines. For the first time, these three war behemoths from alien star seas established a gentle and firm energy connection with the primordial source of the Karen Galaxy, no longer remaining cold foreign weapons, but becoming solid barriers integrated into the local defense line. There were no violent modifications, no forced integrations, only resonance, cooperation, and guardianship at the energy level. Within the command center, casualty statistics were fully completed, battle damage assessments were accurately concluded, defense line repair progress surpassed halfway, debris recovery was steadily advancing, the captured motherships were stationed, and the geological energy nodes were comprehensively stabilized. After experiencing a cataclysmic war that could have annihilated the civilization, the Karen Galaxy has finally returned to a stable and orderly state. Deep space has returned to silence, with only the faint glow of warships, the shield curtain, and the geological energy patterns quietly flickering in the dark, forming a solemn and peaceful celestial river scene. Zhang Chenyu gazed at the complete, stable, and progressively layered defense line array on the star map, at the three Zeta motherships lying quietly, their faint glow circulating, and at the modular warship fleet that was continuously being repaired, reinforced, and flexibly reorganized. His expression was steady and profound, devoid of any arrogance from the victory, only a clear awareness and firm control over the future battlefield. Defeating the Blackthorn Expeditionary Army is merely the first line of defense to protect the homeland. Understanding the enemy's details, solidifying the foundation of the star region, upgrading the combat power system, and preparing thoroughly for battle are the true core tasks at hand. Deep space is silent and the remnants of stars return to order. Karen has won this battle for survival, but the Blackthorn Consortium's towering wrath, the unknown shadows of the Zeta star domain, and the more formidable enemies and crises lurking in the depths of the star sea have never truly dissipated. The tranquility before us is but the briefest and most dangerous respite before the next storm descends. And the coalition within this tranquility sharpens its blades, fortifies its barriers, and gathers energy, quietly awaiting the forthcoming trials. The embers of war in the Kalen star system have yet to fade, with debris from fierce battles and faint purple energy mist still lingering in the deep space. The entire star domain has smoothly transitioned from the life and death mode of wartime offensives to the post-war consolidation and strategic defense phase. The coalition's modular warship fleet is orderly arranged between the Stargate and the core defense nodes, with repair, supply, and alert units performing their respective duties. Nano-mechanical arms dart rapidly across the ship's surface, precisely unloading damaged armor modules, while new standard modules click into place through universal interfaces. Severed energy lines are reconnected, and the dim shield nodes sequentially light up as the entire fleet quickly restores its complete combat capability with mechanical efficiency. The main defensive light curtain of the Stargate hub unfolds once more, with faint blue energy patterns flowing like the veins of the galaxy, firmly enveloping the core airspace, isolating darkness and the unknown, and upholding the last barrier for the survival of civilization. Three captured Zeta-class motherships hang motionless at preset strategic coordinates, their 10th-centimeter hulls resembling silent mountains of steel. The dark purple halo that originally belonged to the invaders is completely suppressed, replaced by the coalition's standard faint blue alert light, slowly gliding along the contours of the ship. They have lost their original intelligent core control and autonomous combat capabilities, yet under unified coordination, they become the most substantial strategic support for the Kalen defense line, transforming from war behemoths that plunder the star sea into a solid barrier protecting their homeland. The atmosphere in the command center is solemn and quiet, free of victory cheers and idle whispers, with only the shimmering data light on the holographic screens, the soft sounds of operators tapping on terminals, and the lingering tension from the battlefield. Everyone understands that defeating an extraterritorial expeditionary force is by no means the end of the war, but rather the beginning of the star domain's involvement in a greater interstellar game. Heads of departments in technology, operations, logistics, and intelligence have gathered. The leader of the Rock clan stands steadily, surrounded by a faint energy halo. A central giant holographic star map floats in the middle, marking the entire Kalen area, surrounding unknown star regions, black thorn strongholds, secret transition channels, and dangerous fault lines, with intricate lines and signals layered to create a vast and complex strategic picture of the star sea. Zhang Chenyu stands at the center of the command platform, his posture upright, and his gaze calm and sharp, his battle-worn face showing not a trace of arrogance, only the calm decisiveness forged through life and death. He slowly scans the crowd, his voice steady and powerful, penetrating the silence of the command center and spreading through the communication links across the star system, reaching every combat unit, every warship, and every defense node. The main force of the Blackthorn expedition has been completely annihilated, and 3 Zeta-class motherships have been captured and controlled. The enemy's intelligent core data, hull technology, power hierarchy, combat intentions, and civilization structure have all been deciphered. Kalen has held the first line of defense, and we have survived. But this is not the end, nor even a temporary victory. It is merely a brief respite before the arrival of a greater storm. Today's meeting is not for celebration or empty talk. We will decide one thing. Before we understand the layout of the Zeta Star region, address our combat shortcomings, and stabilize the foundation of the star domain, how we should advance, how we should defend, and how to prepare for every future war. The operations officer steps forward first, lightly tapping the edge of the star map in the deep red high-risk area, his expression grave and cautious. Commander, the core simulation shows that between the Blackthorn territory and Kalen, there are 3 star domain fault lines, 7 starless dead zones, and 12 unstable transition channels requiring 9 stargate jumps for interstellar expeditions. The supply line exceeds 7 times the conventional operational radius, and the forces along the way are completely unknown. Acting alone would easily lead to isolation and danger, making the strategic risks uncontrollable. This is not a viable option at this time. The technology officer follows closely, bringing up a full-dimensional analysis chart of the Zeta ship, speaking in a professional and rigorous tone. The captured Zeta vessels are of a closed, integrated architecture with hulls, energy weapons, and intelligent cores deeply bound together, lacking universal interfaces, modular slots, and external connection capabilities. The protocols are closed and exclusive, completely incompatible with our modular system's underlying logic. At this stage, they can only be integrated into the command system through intelligent core permission coverage, frequency alignment, and protocol translation. They cannot be disassembled, modified, or incorporated into our combat capabilities, nor can they be directly transformed into usable modules. If we are to convert Zeta technology into coalition combat power, we must complete alloy replication, energy principle reconstruction, engine adaptation, and shield synchronization, and then undergo testing, iteration, standardization, and compatibility testing in order to develop a new generation of universal modules. This process will be lengthy, and there will be no expedition capability in the short term. Of forcing an attack would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. The leader of the Rock clan resonates with a deep, heavy energy, his stone-like face showing a slight glow, his tone filled with reverence for the star domain's veins. Our strength is rooted in the texture of the planets and the veins of the star domain. An interstellar expedition would weaken the energy resonance and dilute the coalition's combat power. A firm defense ensures stability of the veins and fullness of energy. A rash attack would destabilize the foundation and lose the advantage, putting the clan in jeopardy. Opinions converge with a clear consensus: steady defense, gradual progress, and absolutely no rash moves. Zhang Chenyu slightly nods, his gaze sweeping over the star map, establishing the coalition's long-term core strategy, his voice resonating powerfully, imprinting every word on the hearts of the listeners. I announce that the coalition will implement a 16-character policy of securing territory and stabilizing the foundation, gradually eliminating threats, planning carefully for future actions, and sustaining war through war. We will not launch expeditions into the Blackthorn territory, will not touch the high-risk areas of the Zeta homeworld, and will not gamble the survival of civilization on a full-scale battle. Our enemy is not the unified interstellar empire, but merely a plundering consortium driven by self-interest, fragmented internally, with weaknesses, divisions, and peripheral strongholds that can be isolated and picked off, requiring only steady progress and careful advancement. He traces the star map with his fingertip, clearly delineating the 3-step strategy. Step 1. Solidify the entire defense. Focusing on the Stargate, reinforce the modular defense line, complete the refurbishment of warships and module replacements, deepen the energy cooperation between humans and rocks, deploy the captured motherships to critical points, and establish 3 layers of defense, far, medium, and close, to ensure absolute safety at home. Step 2. Eliminate threats point by point. Using Kalen as the pivot, sweep out Blackthorn outposts, supply ports, mining bases, and small fleets, cutting off their intelligence resources and troop channels, compressing their living space, seizing resources and intelligence, and pushing the battlefield into enemy territory. Step 3. Gather strength and await the opportune moment. Relying on the technology samples from the captured motherships, upgrade the modular system, develop new universal modules, expand the fleet, perfect the intelligence network, clarify the division and balance of Zeta power, and after ensuring ample combat power, complete intelligence, and stable geography, cautiously engage, negotiate, and even confront. We are not fighting a quick victory to annihilate a nation, but a long-term star domain war centered on survival, aimed at development, and utilizing technological iteration and power struggles as means. Stability is victory, survival is winning, and becoming stronger is the ultimate path. After the strategy is set, everyone solemnly accepts the order, and all departments begin to execute efficiently. The modular warships are divided into patrol, repair station, defense, and elimination teams working in coordination. The 3 captured motherships are deployed to the front of the Stargate left flank, and core rear, undertaking firepower suppression, shield support, and emergency assistance. Rock Clan warriors occupy the warships and vein nodes, stabilizing shields, replenishing energy, and reinforcing the hulls with primal energy, achieving a deep integration of mechanics and energy. The technology team initiates reverse engineering of alien technology, focusing on Zeta alloys, annihilation weapons, quantum engines, high-level shields, and intelligent core architectures, striving to develop a new generation of universal modules, turning alien technology into a foundational combat power that is iterative, scalable, and mass-producible. The logistics forces speedily recover usable resources from the battlefield, the medical teams transport the wounded and register the fallen soldiers, and the intelligence teams draw up maps of the Blackthorn forces, providing precise support for future eliminations. The entire star domain operates in a rhythm of silent determination, with everyone preparing for the next war. Deep space returns to calm, with only the faint lights of warships and the patterns of shields flashing in the darkness, while beneath the calm, surging undercurrents and deadly storms are quietly brewing. Just as the defense enters the right track and order is fully restored, the smoothly operating core suddenly erupts with intense energy fluctuations. The computational light beams flash and distort like mad, and the holographic interface is instantly filled with crimson alarms, sharp warning sounds slicing through the tranquility like thunder, making everyone's nerves tense in an instant. Warning: detected deep layer encrypted communication across star domains. Signal strength is extremely high. Source locked to the core terminal of the Blackthorn Consortium. Warning: communication link decryption completed. Content deciphered. Highest priority. Warning: a large number of unknown transition coordinates have lit up with energy signals densely massive directly pointing to the Kalen Stargate. The technicians' faces turn pale, their fingers flying over the controls as a vengeful command filled with rage, killing intent, and a desire for destruction fully appears on the holographic screen, each word cold and brutal, like a death sentence from the abyss. The expedition fleet has been completely destroyed. 3 Zeta-class motherships have been captured. Core combat power has been lost, and the Kalen forces trample on the dignity of the Blackthorn, destroying the foundations of the consortium. Immediately initiate the highest mobilization for revenge, gathering all reserve motherships, cruisers, escort fleets, mobile artillery, assault mechs, and shipborne annihilation weapons targeting the Kalen Stargate. Order: cleanse the entire area, flatten the star domain, destroy all resistance, leave no living creature, leave no wreckage, repay blood with blood, and use the punishment of extermination to comfort the fallen soldiers. The alarms continue to blare. Crimson light envelopes the command center, and in the darkness of deep space outside the star map, countless transition coordinates light up one after another, like ferocious eyes densely packed, with massive high-energy signals rapidly crossing the star sea, heading straight for Kalen. The main force of the Blackthorn's revenge has gathered without probing or vanguard, charging straight towards the star system with all reserve combat power. The space ripples violently with transition waves. The light and shadows of the stars twist and stretch with countless massive ship silhouettes speeding through the transition passage, the aura of destruction pressing in like a tide, making the entire star domain tremble slightly. Zhang Chenyu's gaze is as sharp as a cold blade, his expression icy and determined, showing no signs of panic or hesitation. He suddenly raises his hand, his voice forged like ice, commanding with authority, issuing the highest level of combat readiness order across the domain. Level 1 wartime status fully activated. The modular defense line is powered up to full capacity with defense shields, close defense, and main gun modules all ready to fire. The 3 captured motherships' main guns preheated and charged, engines elevated to combat power, lock onto the front of the Stargate, ready to suppress fire at any moment. All combat units return to position. Patrol and elimination teams are fully defensive. Repair and supply teams move into support positions, and the medical teams stand by at full readiness. Direct the energy of the veins into full force, with all Rock Clan members resonating regardless of consumption, steadfastly defending the Stargate. As the command is given, the Kalen star system awakens with a thunderous roar. The modular warships instantly form ranks, gun barrels glowing with blazing white energy shield light, curtains swelling like walls of light. The three Zeta motherships roar with engines their blue annihilation, main guns charging upward like three massive swords pointing at the galaxy. The energy from the vanes surges like a torrent, perfectly resonating with mechanical systems, filling every node, every main gun, and every layer of shield with power. Repair supply and medical units move, rapidly ready to replace losses at any moment. The disturbances from deep space transitions become increasingly violent ripples stacking one after another, and at the end of darkness, countless menacing ship silhouettes flicker in and out of view, rushing in with a force of destruction. The vengeful army of the Blackthorn Consortium has arrived at the gates. The battle to defend the Kalen star system has truly begun. This time it is a direct confrontation between two major forces, two systems, and two civilizational logics. To win is to ensure the survival of our homeland, finding a way to live, grow, and establish ourselves in the sea of stars. To lose is for the Stargate to shatter the star domain, to fall civilization, to perish and be reduced to the debris of deep space. Zhang Chenyu stands before the command platform, his gaze locked onto the approaching enemy signals, his fingers tightly clenched, his eyes devoid of fear, filled only with the fighting spirit that ignites the star sea. All modular combat units execute annihilation cannon transformation and integration. Weapon modules are linked, energy modules are connected, shield modules support the cannon base, using the deciphered Zeta technology as the standard to form two modular annihilation main guns. The three captured Zeta motherships' annihilation main guns fully charged lock onto the enemy's transition exit coordinates. All domain firepower on low power standby. Do not activate prematurely. Wait for the enemy ship to completely exit the transition and be momentarily stunned, then fire in unison. Direct the energy of the vanes into the annihilation cannon array regardless of consumption, ensuring one strike penetrates the enemy formation. With the command given, the Kalen star system enters a lethal stance. The modular warships clatter as they reorganize, hulls connect, gun barrels link, energy synchronizes with two giant combined annihilation cannons unfolding before the Stargate, their muzzles condensing a repressed, blazing white halo. The main guns of the three captured motherships lower in unison, 5 annihilation class. Main guns lock onto the dark, deep space, ready to unleash judgment upon the enemy at the first sign of movement. No probing, no holding back. This battle is one of annihilating firepower across the entire territory, betting on a transition ambush. To fight, we will fight to the end. To defend, we will hold until the very last moment. The Kalen star system will never fall. The void of deep space was eerily silent, as if even the trajectories of stardust were frozen by an unseen force. At the forefront of the Karen star system's Stargate 5 annihilation class, main cannons hovered in a sharp formation, their dark blue glow suppressing the energy emanating from the captured Zeta mothership's annihilation gun ports. Two combined annihilation main cannons formed by modular warships stood like colossal pillars of the galaxy, their bases locked together by the defensive modules of 1,000 warships with lethal energy conduits flowing through the gaps of the hull. The energy from the Earth's veins continued to pour in like an invisible torrent, with the cannons charging glow subdued to the point of near invisibility, neither revealing its lethal intent nor depleting its core power, waiting only for a singular opportunity to strike. Inside the command center, the operators dared not breathe, their only sound the rapid scrolling of data on the screens, providing real-time feedback on every detail of the battlefield. Zhang Chenyu lightly tapped the command console, his cold gaze locking onto the numbers of the fluctuating data, his voice lowered to a near whisper, yet it penetrated the entire communication network, precisely reaching the ears of every cannon crewman. Lock onto the transition wave signal throughout, and automatically allocate attack power according to the ship's energy level. Small ships to full power for clearance, medium ships to control paralysis, and large motherships to reduce output to 35, damaging only the power but not the hull. All firepower prioritizes eliminating escort ships in front of the mothership to ensure the integrity of the large vessel structure. Remember, capture if possible, and leave if you can. This is not a battle of annihilation, but a battle of capture. The technical team fixed their eyes on the fire control panel as the core had automatically graded the targets based on the intensity of the transition signals. The stronger the fluctuation, the larger the target, the lower the firepower. The weaker the fluctuation, the smaller the target, the fiercer the firepower. This precise millisecond-level intelligent kill logic kept the Blackthorn fleet firmly under control from start to finish. A young operator in charge of communication monitoring couldn't help but mutter, "It's truly impressive how the commander thought of this, controlling the power so precisely, like tailoring surgery for the enemy." Beside him, an old soldier glanced at him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Less talking and more watching. This is what we call the art of command. We incapacitate without destroying. What we capture becomes our own assets." In the next moment, the dark expanse of space erupted violently. 100 purple-black transition ripples exploded simultaneously, distorting space into a violent vortex as the main fleet of Black Thorn forcefully broke free from the transition channel, falling into the real space of the Karen star system. With no buffer, no probes, a large number of assault ships and cruisers transitioned directly in front of the mothership, forming a dense protective formation, with 12 Star Domain-class motherships arrayed in the center, hundreds of medium ships in a circular escort, and thousands of small vessels swarming around their dark purple paint in the darkness, resembling ferocious beasts ready to unleash their destructive fury. In the command cabin of the Blackthorn flagship, the consortium leader gazed at the nearby Karen Stargate, laughing viciously, roaring in a harsh, incomprehensible tone. This is it. Crush their Stargate, burn all living things, let these lowly ants know the consequences of offending Blackthorn. The adjutant immediately bent forward to respond, his tone fervent. The entire army is in position, shields about to deploy, main cannon fully charged. In just 1 second, we can turn this star domain to ashes. But they were ultimately a moment too late. The spatial rigidity brought about by the transition locked all the ships in place, the engines uncalibrated, shields still dormant, and weapon systems not armed, leaving the entire fleet as an unprotected giant target exposed under the muzzles of the Coalition's 5 annihilation cannons. The Blackthorn commander was still shouting into the communicator, completely unaware that death was mere moments away. Now is the time. Zhang Chenyu's fighting spirit erupted explosively, his roar reverberating through the command center. Fire. In an instant, 5 faint blue annihilation beams tore through the eternal darkness as the Corps executed a graded strike in a split second. Small ships at the forefront responsible for covering the mothership were identified as low-energy targets, and the annihilation firepower was unleashed, fully vaporizing them instantly, leaving no debris. The cruisers and medium ships caught in the middle were deemed medium-energy targets, with firepower suppressed at 50, hulls breached, engines paralyzed. Weapons rendered useless, yet overall structure intact. The 12 massive motherships at the rear were identified as high-energy targets, with firepower maintained at only 35, breaking armor, destroying engines, severing command, but never shattering the hull. In just a moment, the battlefield was clearly stratified. The small and medium ships blocking the mothership were completely annihilated, leaving a vacuum with flames and particle storms sweeping through, clearing all obstacles for the subsequent capture of ships. The manic laughter within the Blackthorn flagship abruptly ceased as the commander stared at the instantaneously cleared escort fleet data on the screen, his pupils constricting in disbelief, letting out a shrill scream. How is this possible? They actually managed to differentiate the sizes of the ships. Meanwhile, the 12 Star Domain-class motherships were unharmed by the control strikes, all remaining intact. 6 standard motherships had their power completely destroyed and weapons incapacitated, drifting silently. 5 suffered lighter damage, but had their engines shut down and shields failed, losing all capacity to resist. Only the Blackthorn flagship, with its super specification armor, endured the residual impact. Its bow melted, command tower collapsed, and 70 of the engine wrecked, yet still maintaining an intact hull, like a grievously wounded, yet silent steel behemoth. With a single strike, all small ships were cleared, medium ships were left crippled, and large ships remained intact, perfectly achieving Zhang Chenyu's ultimate tactical goal of clearing obstacles, controlling power, and capturing ships. As the annihilation energy storm gradually dissipated, only 12 intact motherships, dozens of reparable medium ships, and scattered debris remained at the forefront of the Stargate. The once mighty, vengeful army had swiftly turned into prey, prepared for slaughter. Inside the command center, after a moment of silence, an uncontrollable low murmur erupted. Report to the commander. All escort small boats have been annihilated, all medium and large targets incapacitated, not a single ship destroyed meeting the capture criteria. Graded strikes were accurately completed, the mothership structures intact, core compartments, intelligence core compartments, and power compartments, all preserved. Enemy ships showed no self-destruct, no resistance, no escape, full takeover possible. Someone couldn't help but joke quietly. These Blackthorn folks were just about to flatten us, yet they showed up and laid down for us instead. Another replied in a low voice. That's right, they put on a grand show only to deliver themselves to us for expansion. This reinforcements arrived faster than our own logistics. The leader of the rock race, listening to the humans' quiet banter, showed a faint ripple on his stone-like face as the light of the Earth's veins flickered slightly, seemingly agreeing with this relaxed remark. Zhang Chenyu's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand for a second full domain order, the rhythm as swift as thunder, leaving no chance for the enemy to counter. Modular warships disengaged, the annihilation cannon combination switch to ship capture lockdown mode. Connection modules deployed, electromagnetic locks activated, interference beams fully covered, prohibiting any enemy ships from restarting their systems. Boarding assault teams, all out, taking over all medium and large ships in batches, prioritizing control of the intelligence core engine compartment and self-destruct mechanisms. 3 captured motherships maintained firepower vigilance. Any who dare resist and activate self-destruct shall be directly destroyed. The rock race warriors followed suit to stabilize the captured vessels, with Earth vein energy preventing structural collapse. With the command issued, the coalition warships once again executed extreme transformations. The modular warships that had just combined into the Annihilation main cannon instantly disassembled, with thick electromagnetic coupling locks popping out from both sides of the hull. Interference modules operating at full speed, the faint blue force fields firmly enclosing all incapacitated motherships, as if shackling each steel behemoth. Boarding assault boats roared out from the ships' hatches, swarming towards the target motherships like a swarm, precisely docking at the hull breaches and emergency hatches. The rock race warriors' Earth vein energy transformed into gentle yet stable light patterns wrapping around the damaged mothership hulls, stabilizing the structures on the verge of collapse. The few remaining crew members of the Blackthorn fleet were still stubbornly resisting, trying to restart their weapons or initiate self-destruct protocols, while the commander, trapped in the flagship cabin, frantically pounded the control console, cursing in his native tongue. Useless. All of you are useless. Can't even manage a self-destruct. I will dismantle all of you. Yet his furious roars were in vain, as the coalition boarding teams had already burst into the ship's corridors using modular equipment, electromagnetic blasts, incapacitating all electronic systems, and anesthetic shockwaves sweeping through the compartments, leaving the resistors with no chance to send signals before being entirely controlled. The high-ranking personnel within the flagship wore expressions of despair, never imagining that the vengeful army that had poured forth would become the enemy's spoils in such a humiliating manner. In just 10 short minutes, the battlefield situation had completely reversed. The 12 Blackthorn motherships and dozens of cruisers had all been captured, their dark purple hull lights extinguishing one by one, replaced by the coalition's standard faint blue light, slowly traversing the massive vessels, transforming overnight from invaders flattening Karen to the newest combat force guarding the coalition's territory. Logistics and technical teams had been dispatched urgently, with nanotech repair robots surging towards the captured ships, beginning to seal breaches, restart backup power, connect to the coalition's command core, and eliminate remaining threats. The technical director glanced at the rapidly synchronizing mothership data on the screen, unable to suppress a smile towards his colleague. I was worried we couldn't integrate Blackthorn technology before, but now they delivered an entire fleet for us to study at our leisure. Blackthorn has been generous. His colleague nodded repeatedly. Indeed, our modular defense line can directly use the enemy's motherships as the core, just saying it would shock the surrounding star domains. The Stargate's protective barrier remained stable. The 5 annihilation cannons had entered a cooling state. Deep space returned to calm, devoid of any dangerous aura, leaving only the coalition fleet's orderly array and the steel defense line, composed of the newly acquired massive spoils. Inside the command center, a combat officer hurriedly approached, barely containing his excitement. Commander, the assessment of the overall battle results is complete. Blackthorn's vengeful fleet, all escort small boats, annihilated 12 motherships, fully captured 27 cruisers, reparable, no self-destruct, no escape, no omissions. Our side 0 ship losses, 0 personnel casualties, only consuming some energy and Earth vein resonance. Zhang Chenyu nodded slightly, but his gaze did not linger on the joy of victory, instead directed towards the depths of the holographic star map at the unknown darkness belonging to the Zeta Star domain. He was well aware that Blackthorn was merely a loosely organized plundering consortium, and the annihilation of one vengeful fleet would only invite a more frenzied and larger retaliation. As the Blackthorn commander was led out of the flagship, he still glared hatefully in the direction of Karen, his venomous words endlessly roaring, yet he could no longer stir any waves. He raised his hand, his voice steady and firm, resonating throughout the domain. All captured motherships immediately deploy to the outer perimeter of the Stargate. Establish fixed defenses, guard the territory. All cruisers to undergo uniform repairs, incorporated into secret transport sequences later sent to Earth for disposal. The technical team will only perform basic repairs, no modifications, no integrations, and no exposure of the modular system. The intelligence team will deeply analyze flagship data to grasp the movements of all forces in the Zeta Star domain. We have won this battle, but the real game has just begun. Prepare for battle. Fight without ceasing, guard without resting. In the depths of space, the captured motherships stood in formation, modular warships hidden in the shadows, merging Earth vein energy with mechanical power perfectly. A battle to capture enemy ships had concluded, while the Karen Star system had truly taken its first step from mere survival to lurking with hidden strength in the starry sea. In the depths of darkness, new storm clouds were brewing, but this time the coalition had enough confidence to face whatever storm might come. The smoke of deep space was completely blown away by the cold star winds, and within the gates of the Karen galaxy order was rapidly reshaped in silent efficiency. The remnants of the battlefield were collected and refined by giant logistical salvage ships, their signature dark purple paint exclusive encrypted signals and armor-piercing blades at the bow melted into metal ingots in the high-temperature ion flow, leaving no trace for outside forces to track. From an external perspective, this star region remained silent and desolate, shrouded in dark matter dust that obscured all energy remnants, as if the fierce battle of annihilation and fleet destruction that had occurred not long ago had never happened. Inside the command center, a pale silver holographic screen covered the walls, and the data stream of post-war assessments slowly rolled by. The operations officer clad in a black combat uniform spoke in a steady voice, clearly reporting the final battle results. Report to the commander, the total battle results have been calculated. All medium and small assault ships, orbital maneuvering artillery, and individual mech clusters have been completely eliminated. 27 medium cruisers are all incapacitated but intact with structural integrity that allows for quick repairs. 12 motherships of the Blackthorn Galaxy class and 1 flagship are all heavily damaged and incapacitated with core chambers, power compartments, and intelligence cores intact. No disassembly, no self-destruction, and no crew escape. All have been captured. Our side has 0 ship losses and 0 casualties. The modular warships operated covertly throughout the entire process, exposing no characteristics or energy spectra, and battlefield information is completely closed-loop, with no signals returned or data leaked to the outside. As the words fell, the tense atmosphere in the command center finally relaxed, and a few low-voiced jests echoed through the communication channel, breaking the solemnity. What did I say? Those Blackthorn guys aren't here for revenge. They are clearly delivering equipment to us as a group, and we don't even have to pay for the shipping. Exactly. Small ships deliver achievements, medium ships provide resources, large ships deliver defenses, a complete service chain. From now on, Karen shouldn't even call it a star domain defense line. It should be renamed the Interstellar One-Way Gate, easy to enter, but hard to exit with no return. The leader of the Rock clan had a faint aura of earth veins gently ripple around him, and a slight, almost imperceptible wave passed over his stony face, clearly understanding the soldier's jest. Zhang Chenyu's lips curled slightly before returning to calm, his fingertips lightly tapping the holographic screen to issue the final orders for the captured ships. All motherships and flagships are to undergo only basic repairs, restoring power, weapons, and shield functionalities, no modifications, no disassembly, and no integration into the modular combat system. All are to be deployed to strategic nodes outside the gate as fixed defensive fortifications. 27 cruisers will have their identifiers and signal characteristics uniformly erased, disguised as generic interstellar civilian ships, and after repairs are completed, they will be handed over to the Earth military through hidden safe routes in batches, leaving no traces of Karen's involvement. The orders were clear. The divisions defined fully adhering to the core strategy of large ships guarding home and medium ships for external sales. The technical head immediately took the order, unable to resist, whispering to his colleague, "No need for compatibility, no need for modifications, who just repair, without selling, only guard without fighting." This both conceals real combat power and stabilizes the star domain defense line. The commander's move is incredibly stable and ruthless. His colleague nodded repeatedly. Hiding true strength is more frightening to the enemy than showing off power. With everything settled, Zhang Chenyu dismissed those around him, leaving only the core communications officer to open the highest-level quantum encrypted link directly to the senior military officials of Earth. A pale blue holographic screen lit up, and the figures of high-ranking officials from the Earth Federation appeared, their expressions filled with long-standing seriousness and anticipation. Karen has been silent for a long time, and we have been worried about the battle situation. Now that we have finally made contact, our hearts can finally rest. Zhang Chenyu slightly nodded, his voice steady and calm. The Blackthorn Revenge fleet has been entirely dealt with no intelligence leaks and no combat power exposure. This contact is to transfer the warship resources and synchronize safe routes for Earth's interstellar development. He glided his fingertip to synchronize all the hidden safe routes, evasion routes, and coordinates of free trader domains he had explored in the past as an interstellar merchant to the Earth military terminal. This route is hidden and safe, with no large forces occupying it, suitable for small and medium-sized ships to pass covertly. The captured and repaired cruisers will be sent back to Earth in batches via this route, where the military will sell them off, exchanging them for industrial equipment, basic resources, rare minerals, and interstellar intelligence, sustaining war with war and strengthening the military through commerce. The high-ranking officials of Earth brightened at this, quickly understanding its profound implications. Karen does not show itself or expose its position, merely serves as a source of goods and escort, while Earth acts as the agent, ensuring safe profits without revealing Karen's location and combat power. A seamless operation of light and dark. This move is prudent, we will immediately arrange for reception and sales. However, the risks of interstellar navigation are unpredictable. How should the escort be deployed? The escort issue will be handled by Earth's self-made modular warships, Zhang Chenyu replied calmly, throwing out a well-planned layout. The modular warships developed by the Earth military can freely transform and adjust their appearance made from low-detection alloys. They can disguise themselves as ordinary escort ships or transport ships, their appearance low-key, perfectly blending into merchant fleets. The hull is equipped with space compression technology, greatly expanding the internal space of the ship's cabin, allowing for the transport of local specialties for trade, sustaining the military through commerce. In the event of danger, the dispersed and disguised modular warships can instantly link and reconfigure, freely switching between combinations to form more powerful combat vessels, dismantling immediately after combat, leaving no traces of battle and exposing no core capabilities. The high-ranking officials of Earth listened with shining eyes. This strategy of hiding soldiers behind commerce and using escorts for warfare was both concealed and flexible, perfectly avoiding the gaze of all outside forces. This plan is brilliant. Modular warships disguise as escorts and space technology carries out trade. On the surface, it appears to be an ordinary merchant fleet, but secretly, it is a mobile force capable of combat and defense, absolutely ensuring that Karen's connection with Earth remains concealed. Remember this one point. Zhang Chenyu's tone became slightly serious, his eyes sharp. The transformation, reconfiguration, and combat capabilities of the modular warships must never be exposed to any outside forces. On the surface, the fleet consists only of ordinary escort ships and transport vessels. Secretly, the modular warships only serve as hidden escorts, not engaging in combat unless absolutely necessary, and not exposing themselves unless victory is certain. This is the bottom line. Understood? We will absolutely keep the secrets and not leak a single detail. After the encrypted communication ended, the quantum link was instantly severed, and the secret collaboration between Karen and Earth officially took shape. On the surface, the preparation for the trading fleet was steadily advancing, with the space compression cabins filled with specialties and the disguised warships lined up in silent formation, their engines dimly glowing, ready to set sail at any moment. Meanwhile, the captured motherships quietly hovered outside the gate, their armor closed and cannon ports retracted. The modular warships remained hidden in the dust of deep space, engines, silent weapon systems in standby mode, ready to reveal their fangs at any moment. The official Zeta forces continued to maintain a neutral stance, indifferent to the border disturbances. The three major factions were forced to band together, but the reconnaissance ships they dispatched seemed to have vanished without a trace. They speculated, deduced, and guarded against the darkness, yet were unable to grasp the true level of Karen's power. In their view, this was merely an ordinary merchant fleet set to embark. Yet beyond their sight, shadows had long since spread, waiting for any intruder to fall into the web. Zhang Chenyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the command platform, his gaze penetrating the observation window, falling upon the boundless sea of stars. His fingertips gently tapped the cold surface, each soft sound echoing distinctly in the quiet command center. He slowly began to speak, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable conviction resonating throughout the entire command center. Hiding one's strength behind commerce, using protection to prepare for battle steadily, and steadily concealing power in the dark. From today onward, Earth will not actively provoke conflict, nor will it reveal its strength. But any enemy daring to spy or invade. He paused for half a second, his tone suddenly turning cold. One that comes will be swallowed, a group that comes will be exterminated. As his words fell, all operators in the command room straightened their backs in unison. The shadows had been concealed, the brilliance reigned in. From this moment onward, the initiative in this chess game of the star sea was firmly in his hands. Within the command center of Karen, a cold, white holographic screen occupied the entire wall, while the parsing progress bars of 3 Zeta stealth reconnaissance ships gradually approached zero in the corner, ultimately transforming into a silent completion directive. The command terminal of the Blackthorn flagship, which had been completely captured, was fully decrypted. At the moment the encrypted database was unlocked, a meticulously annotated star map unfurled slowly in the center of the holographic screen. On the star map, the core control area of the Blackthorn Consortium was highlighted in deep purple. 3 habitable planets were arranged along stable stellar orbits, with the urban lights, ecological reserves, and energy collection bases on the surface clearly discernible. 7 resource mining planets circled the outer side of the habitable planet with strong signals indicating the presence of mineral veins. Large mining platforms clung to the planetary surface like iron beehives, while transport ships continually traversed between the mining area and the space station. Military ports and defensive structures were layered along the territorial boundaries. The complete defense system consisted of large warship docking ports, fixed artillery batteries, border patrol stations, and emergency supply nodes, with every coordinate facility type and patrol route meticulously recorded. Beyond the territory of Blackthorn in the area bordering the Chia and Iron Spine consortiums, only a blurred boundary line formed by years of warfare was marked with scattered garrison points, abandoned mines, and temporary lookout posts interspersed. Further in there lay a dark gray blind spot devoid of any data support. Zhang Chenyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the holographic screen, calmly scanning the entire star map, his fingertips lightly tapping in the void. Activate the Shadow Swarm. The low command echoed throughout the Karen domain as 127 concealed reconnaissance pods hidden within the asteroid debris and interstellar dust simultaneously opened their doors. There was no violent engine roar nor blinding jet flames. 1 million micro-shadow detectors surged forth like fine silver stardust along their preset trajectories, forming an invisible mist in deep space. The detectors were constructed from full-spectrum stealth materials, emitting no active electromagnetic radiation or directional communication signals. They relied solely on inertial gliding and gravitational adjustments for movement, appearing as harmless cosmic dust, even when passing over enemy monitoring equipment. They strictly followed the known routes of the Blackthorn star map, splitting into 3 streams that infiltrated the core control area of Blackthorn, the airspace bordering Blackthorn and Chia, and the airspace bordering Blackthorn and Iron Spine, never rashly entering the unknown blind spots without data support. The group of detectors penetrating the core territory of Blackthorn glided over the synchronized orbits of the 3 habitable planets, capturing real-time data on atmospheric composition, surface temperature, ecological distribution, and population density, relaying complete planetary parameters back to the command center. Above the orbits of the resource planets, the detectors hovered at a safe distance, analyzing the types of mineral veins, reserve levels, extraction efficiency, and transport routes, marking every industrial production node thoroughly. Within the military port, the types, numbers, weapons configurations, and shield strengths of the docked warships were recorded one by one, with no detail overlooked regarding the defensive turrets, firing ranges, energy supply routes, and the location of the command center. The detectors delving into the 2 bordering airspaces primarily marked the scale of border garrison troops between Chia and Iron Spine, the structures of temporary fortresses, the distribution of resource extraction points, and the rotation patterns of patrol fleets, conducting passive observation without triggering any monitoring devices or leaving traces of activity. A vast amount of intelligence data surged back to the Karen Command Center like a tide as the previously simplified star map was continuously filled and refined, illuminating the ecological outlines of habitable planets, the distribution of mineral veins on resource planets, the arrangement of fleets in military ports, and the defense nodes along borders, weaving an impenetrable web of intelligence. The core territories of the Chia and Iron Spine consortiums remained shrouded in darkness. Zhang Chenyu felt no impatience. He believed that the most prudent path was to seize control of the enemy command terminal during the actual confrontation. As the Shadow Swarm was fully deployed, Zhang Chenyu initiated the highest level of quantum encrypted communication with the Earth military. A faint blue holographic screen flickered to life, revealing the figure of the Earth military official, whose expression was calm and solemn. Zhang Chenyu exchanged no pleasantries, lightly tapping the screen as a set of deep space coordinates was sent to the other terminal. This is a deep space rendezvous point equivalent in travel time to the journey between Karen and Earth, with no large forces present and no fixed monitoring devices. It is suitable for fleet gathering. Again, he slid his fingertip across the screen, synchronizing a long string of secret routes, spatial jump nodes, gravitational stability anchor points, and asteroid avoidance paths. This route extended toward the opposite side of the solar system, completely opposing the direction of the Zeta Star domain, avoiding official routes and spheres of influence throughout a safe trade passage he had explored in his early years as an interstellar merchant. Following the route were 2 sets of encrypted communication frequencies, docking codes, and identity voice prints. Shattered Star Deep Space, Trade Station Registration, Desk, Liam Merchant Kellen. The communication methods and docking codes have been synchronized. I have informed in advance, and we can proceed with normal interstellar etiquette. The Earth military official diligently recorded each set of data, nodding slightly to indicate complete reception. The fleet is fully prepared with 6 modular escort ships and 3 60,000-ton interstellar cargo ships. The space compression chambers are fully opened, loaded with supplies ready to launch at any time. On Karen's side, 27 refurbished cruisers have erased all military markings disguised as civilian transport ships serving as trade exchange assets and will proceed immediately to the rendezvous point. After merging, we will head directly to the Shattered Star trade station without any detours or stops. Understood. The quantum encrypted link closed silently, leaving no traces of signals. The Karen Star gate slowly opened, and the 27 cruisers, having undergone basic repairs, sailed out one after another. The original black thorn markings on their hulls had been completely removed, and their paint was changed to a light gray typical of civilian vessels with weapon systems in silent shutdown, making them indistinguishable from ordinary interstellar transport ships at a distance. The fleet maintained a steady speed heading toward the designated deep space rendezvous point without turning on active radar or emitting any extraneous signals. At the same time, in Earth's near-Earth orbit, the already prepared fleet slowly ascended. The modular escort ships were crafted from low-detection alloys featuring a low-profile appearance that completely concealed their core combat capabilities, while the three bare ships of over 60,000 tons in tonnage followed closely behind. The internal space compression systems were fully activated, increasing the cargo capacity 20-fold, loaded with Earth's high-value native products, ecological tea, aged distillate, specialty ingredients, rare minerals, and handcrafted items sealed to industrial standards, constituting the most sought-after hard currency in interstellar trade. The two fleets entered deep space from different directions, sailing steadily along their established routes, arriving punctually at the open deep space rendezvous point after several hours. This location lay at the edge of an interstellar dust belt surrounded by asteroids of various sizes, with dim lighting and a concealed environment serving as a natural gathering spot for fleets. The cruiser group from Karen successfully merged with Earth's escort and cargo ship fleet, completing a brief connection of command systems and reorganizing into a standard interstellar trade convoy. The 6 escort ships formed a circular defensive formation with the cargo ships in the center and the 27 cruisers lined up behind the formation, loose yet orderly, entirely in line with the navigation characteristics of a civilian trade convoy. After confirming the course was correct, they headed straight toward the Shattered Star Deep Space Trade Station. Halfway through the journey, a dense asteroid belt loomed in front of the route. As the convoy just entered the edge of the asteroid belt, the Folario warning radar captured several weak, concealed signals. The other party had already completed their ambush using the asteroids as cover, first sending unmanned drones for 3 rounds of reconnaissance to confirm that the convoy bore no large combat ship markings or public military signals before daring to slowly reveal themselves. In an instant, 12 pirate assault ships, having undergone covert modifications, emerged from the gaps between the asteroids in batches. Their hulls were coated with low-detection armor, with their weapon systems partially exposed, their formation scattering, yet encircling, maintaining a deterrent, while allowing for retreat space, clearly seasoned marauders accustomed to roaming deep space. They did not rashly launch an attack, but first issued a forced boarding check signal attempting to intimidate the convoy into a halt, while waiting for an opportunity to seize the cargo ships and supplies. The convoy maintained its formation as the 6 modular escort ships simultaneously activated their secondary alert modes, slightly adjusting their hulls to form a circular defensive line. Seeing that the other party showed no intention of backing down, the pirate ships immediately opened fire in a probing shot, energy projectiles grazing the edges of the convoy's shields, aiming to force the convoy to reveal its defensive strength. In the next moment, the shields of the escort ships glimmered slightly, and the secondary artillery arrays simultaneously locked onto the targets, firing several precise energy beams directly at the pirate ship's power compartments and weapon mounts. There was no violent explosion, only the silent failure of engines and weapons as the pirate ships instantly lost their maneuverability, unable to attack or flee. The remaining pirates, sensing the situation was dire, immediately abandoned their plundering intent, activating their emergency escape pods to detach from the hull, while the remnants of their ships were completely shattered under asteroid impacts. The convoy's sailing speed and formation remained undisturbed as they continued smoothly into the safe route on the other side of the asteroid belt. After several more hours, the massive circular structure of the Shattered Star Deep Space Trade Station finally appeared in sight. This neutral trade station, floating in deep space, had a diameter exceeding 100 kilometers. The circular body was covered with docking bays, trading halls, supply warehouses, and living quarters, with various neon signal lights flashing and flowing along the edges of the structure. Interstellar ships from different civilizations docked at the bays, boasting bizarre shapes, while merchants of various races moved about, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Following the trade station's guiding signals, the fleet slowly entered the designated large docking bay. Heavy mechanical arms automatically secured the ships, and multiple airtight passageways simultaneously connected, ensuring a smooth docking process without drawing any unnecessary attention. The Earth trading team organized their attire, carrying formal trade letters and ceremonial gift boxes onto the station, with team members divided into business, inspection, storage, and security groups, maintaining an orderly formation. Inside the registration hall, order was well maintained, with traders from various civilizations queued to complete their procedures. The lighting was soft, and the atmosphere was calm. Lia sat behind the counter, the faint blue lines on her forehead slightly glowing as she focused on processing the holographic paperwork in front of her. Upon seeing the team approach, she raised her eyes to scan the docking codes and voice prints presented by the others, a flicker of understanding crossing her gaze as her fingers swiftly operated on the holographic screen. The docking bay has been fully reserved, and the docking procedures will be completed immediately. Lia's tone was warm and her process was efficient, not probing further regarding the origins or purposes of their visit. Thank you, Miss Lia. Just a small token from my hometown, not much of a gift. The team leader gently pushed the gift box to the side of the counter, maintaining proper etiquette. Lia did not decline, nodding slightly to accept it, and handing over the completed access card storage certificate and unloading permissions, saying, "Wishing you a successful transaction." Stepping out of the registration hall, Kellen was already waiting at the passage with his assistant, his 6 arms naturally hanging down the amber compound, eyes curling into a smile. "At last I was waiting for you. Mr. Chenyu had mentioned your arrival in advance, and I have set aside all the supplies you required." He guided everyone into a large dedicated trading chamber, the door closing behind them, as signal jamming activated with internal inspection stations, settlement screens, and transport tracks all present. Dark pattern protective materials, micro-spatial coordinate anchors, energy conversion rings, nanobot raw liquid, and ship spare parts were neatly arranged of high quality and clearly categorized. The Earth team immediately split into groups, conducting sampling inspections, quantity verifications, and parameter checks simultaneously, while Kellen skillfully quoted prices, verified lists, and explained the uses of the materials, moving swiftly and with sincere attitude. In the interlude between transactions, both sides chatted about the market situation of materials within the station, the current conditions of the routes and transaction practices, with Kellen conveniently reminding them of the station's rules and safety zones, all practical experiences for traders. Earth's native products were successfully exchanged for various strategic materials needed for ship repairs, interstellar travel, and industrial production. Within the Karen Command Center, the first round of full area shadow reconnaissance had officially concluded. On the holographic screen, the complete star map quietly hovered, clearly delineating the entire territory of the Blackthorn Consortium, with the 3 habitable planets, 7 resource mining planets, all military ports and fortresses, and border defense lines marked in detail. The border areas between the Chia and Iron Spine Consortium's known garrison points and publicly available resource planets were all fully explored and clearly marked. Only the core territories of the 2 consortiums remained a dark gray blank. Zhang Chenyu lightly traced the blank area of the star map, with his fingertips slowly retracting his gaze. He had already mastered all the publicly available intelligence of the Zeta Star domain, clearly understanding the boundaries and defenses of the 3 major corporations. However, the Zeta side remained in the dark, unaware of his coordinates, combat strength, or civilization affiliation, still in fear and vigilance, blindly forming alliances and mobilizing troops. In the depths of space, the Shadow Swarm continued to silently patrol the known area, continuously gathering real-time intelligence. On the other side of the solar system, the transactions at the Broken Star Trading Post came to a smooth conclusion. The fleet completed its supply replenishment, and 6 modular escort ships entered a state of readiness, ready to set sail for their return. A secure and secret interstellar trade route had been fully opened, and an intelligence network covering the Zeta borders quietly spread out. Zhang Chenyu looked up at the endless sea of stars outside the observation window, gently tapping the cold surface of the command platform. The Shadow has advanced, reconnaissance has been completed, and the trade route is open. On the chessboard of this star sea, he had firmly grasped the advantage of intelligence and initiative, while the 3 major corporations of Zeta remained in uncertainty and panic, waiting for the next move. The deep space was silent, with only stardust slowly drifting, hiding the storm to come. The smoke of war in deep space was swept away by the interstellar wind, and the Karen star system sank back into a tranquil and orderly calm. The captured Blackthorn fleet was battered with burn marks from cannon fire, still visible on the hull. Over 1,000 alien prisoners were confined in separate chambers, shackled by energy restraints, their spirits low, yet still harboring defiance, like thorns lurking in the shadows, ready to pierce through any moment of complacency. The entire Karen Stargate spaceport was so quiet that only the low hum of energy circulation remained, the atmosphere tense and grave. Zhang Chenyu dismissed all combat personnel from the command center, leaving only himself and the cold white glow emanating from the central control console in the empty chamber. He lightly pressed on the encrypted panel, unlocking multiple layers of permissions. The highest level quantum encrypted communication link was instantly activated, its signal penetrating billions of kilometers of starry sea at speeds exceeding light, directly connecting to the core decision-making body on Earth. A pale blue light screen rippled like water and then stabilized, revealing several high-ranking figures in formal attire, their expressions solemn, who had long been waiting. The Blackthorn campaign has been thoroughly cleared, 17 ships captured, 1,243 prisoners taken. Classification has been completed without omissions or escapes. Today's communication is to establish long-term regulations together to properly handle the situation, to prevent future troubles, and to solidify humanity's foundation in the Karen star system. His voice was low and steady, devoid of any superfluous emotion, yet carrying an undeniable decisiveness. He first listed the prisoners according to their danger levels and functional divisions, then clearly reported the defensive deployments in the Karen star system energy nodes and the current cooperation status with the Rock Clan. Each set of data and each arrangement was precise and detailed, reflecting the composure and decisiveness accumulated over months of external warfare. The high-ranking officials on Earth looked grave, nodding slightly, their tone serious and earnest. Chenyu, you are expanding humanity's territory in the outside world, and Earth will always be the most stable rear. All arrangements must prioritize safety, control, and longevity. We will fully cooperate to establish interstellar regulations. There were no hollow pleasantries, no lengthy discussions. The dialogue between the two went straight to the core, swiftly finalizing a set of ironclad rules applicable throughout the universe regarding prisoner treatment, coexistence with aliens, and star domain security. The treatment plan for the Blackthorn clan was particularly harsh yet fair. All prisoners, regardless of status or position, would universally participate in labor reform, redeeming their war crimes through labor, with their future treatment determined by their performance. The only distinction lay in the security level of the labor reform areas, the intensity of labor, and the allocation of job types. All individuals would start from basic mining on resource stars, and those who met standards and displayed docility could gradually adjust their positions with absolutely no privileges or exceptions. Of utmost importance, Zhang Chenyu's tone was particularly firm. Karen Star is the home planet of the Karen Rock Clan, a sacred and inviolable place. No prisoner is allowed to step half a foot onto the Karen home planet, nor will it be used for confinement, labor reform, or control. All Blackthorn prisoners will be placed on barren, uninhabited mining stars, abandoned celestial bodies, and asteroid belt regions outside the Karen star system, completely isolated from the Rock Clan's homeland, maintaining the dignity of allies while eliminating all safety hazards. The high-risk core members, Blackthorn commanders, battlefield commanders, and high-ranking personnel who possess secrets of the corporations and blueprints of warships will all be sent to the highest security independent unmanned mining stars in the outer ring of the Karen star system. The environment here is harsh, with chaotic gravity and poor mineral layers. They will be kept in solitary confinement, completely isolated from any communication, only engaging in the highest intensity of manual mining labor reform, with no qualifications for position adjustments or possibilities for sentence reductions under permanent lockdown, unable to leave the mining area for life. For the technologically specialized personnel, ship engineers, power engineers, navigators, communication technicians, and other specialized captives, they will first be sent to the Outer Ring's dedicated resource star for a 3-month mining assessment. During this period, those who comply with management, show no resistance, do not slack off, and do not engage in destructive behavior may be transferred to the military maintenance area in the Outer Ring to engage in warship repairs, alien technology analysis, equipment debugging, and other technical labor reform, exchanging their expertise for a relatively lenient working environment and basic supplies. For the lower-tier crew, ordinary soldiers, logistics personnel, gunners, maintenance personnel, and other lower-level prisoners without core secrets, they will be uniformly assigned to collective mining operations at general labor reform mining stars in the Outer Ring. Those who obey commands, work diligently, and perform well may be promoted to auxiliary positions such as mining area co-management, infrastructure, transportation, material transfer, and equipment maintenance. Long-term satisfactory assessments and completely docile individuals may gradually participate in star-based construction, channel maintenance, and other foundational work, gaining limited activity freedom. The 3 categories of prisoner labor reform areas will be completely physically isolated, with multi-layered blockades in the star domain's transport routes, full coverage of monitoring, no contact, no communication, and no interference, executing all operations in the barren areas of the outer star system, never approaching the Karen home planet, and never sending them to Earth, firmly safeguarding the safety baseline of humanity's home planet while maintaining the foundational trust for coexistence with the Rock Clan. When discussing alien integration, Zhang Chenyu's gaze was open, his tone sincere and firm. The Karen Rock Clan has known humanity the longest, jointly guarding the star domain, fighting powerful enemies together with a calm and steady temperament, adhering to order and trust. Having undergone numerous tests of war, both sides are well acquainted and completely united. They have aided the battlefield with the power of the Earth veins, serving as humanity's support from their home planet, fully qualified for coexistence and integration with humanity. Karen Star will always belong to the Rock Clan. Humanity will only assist in defense and joint construction as allies, sharing resources and jointly resisting external enemies, never overstepping boundaries, never occupying and never interfering in internal clan affairs. On the other side of the light screen, the high-ranking officials on Earth pondered briefly before expressing unanimous agreement. The Rock clan has repeatedly aided with the strength of their entire clan fighting side by side, without betrayal or disobedience, having long been a loyal ally worthy of trust. As the first alien race to accept coexistence with humanity following their venture into interstellar space, it is both reasonable and in line with the trend. At the moment the resolution was finalized, it was as though a cornerstone of order was established for the entire Karen star system. The Karen Rock clan officially stepped away from their ally status and fully integrated into the human-led interstellar system, becoming the first alien race to coexist and prosper with humanity, treated as equals. Members of the Rock clan can freely participate in all affairs such as star domain defense, Earth vein energy regulation-based construction, and management cooperation, enjoying a status fully equal to that of humanity. Outstanding individuals may enter the core cooperation layer, jointly controlling the future of the star domain. With regulations established, everything was set to take effect immediately. Fully armed garrison teams escorted the Blackthorn prisoners one by one to the corresponding labor reform celestial bodies in the outer ring of the Karen star system. On the barren mining stars, energy fences rose from the ground, monitoring drones patrolled 24 hours a day. The prisoners held mining tools, laboring with their heads down in the harsh environment, all starting from self-mining, subjected to control and evaluation on the silent planet with operations orderly, no riots, no leaks, and no escapes. Meanwhile, on the Karen home planet, the Rock clan, led by their chief, remained at ease. The ancient Earth vein energy intertwined with humanity's advanced mechanical technology, city lights gradually illuminating slowly, presenting a warm prototype of coexistence and harmonious living among myriad races. In the command center, Zhang Chenyu gazed at the steadily fluctuating control data on the screen, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly as his fingertips slowly left the cold control console. With prisoners accounted for, regulations for aliens established, allies free of grievances, and no hidden dangers in the rear, all concerns were swept away at this moment. He did not hesitate, his fingertips once again touching the control console layer upon layer, closing the public communication links connected to the official channels, instead initiating an ultimate private quantum channel with the highest level of permissions, signal encryption, untraceable trajectory, accessible only to his closest family. This was a secret passage belonging solely to him and his family. Besides the 7 individuals he held dear in his heart, no one else could connect, spy on, or intercept. The soft glow of the light screen flowed gently, and the next moment familiar faces appeared one after another. His father Zhang Jinglan, with a touch of gray at the temples, wore a calm expression. His mother Zhang Chenyu, with gentle eyes, was filled with concern. His elder brother Zhang Chenyu, with a resolute demeanor, held a determined gaze. His sister-in-law Lin Xiaoya stood gracefully, her smile warm. His wife Su Wan, with affectionate eyes, concealed endless longing. And his 2 sons, Zhang Xiaoxing and Zhang Xingyao, both tall and full of admiration for their father. The 7 members of the family, blood relatives without any collateral branches, outsiders or unrelated individuals, gathered before the light screen. Zhang Chenyu's cold and hard aura instantly melted away, his brows relaxing as his voice stripped of all sharpness, leaving only warmth and seriousness directed at his family. Dad, mom, brother, sister-in-law, Wan, kids, I am doing well. The war has settled, do not worry. All the alien technology blueprints, core parameters, and confidential data I am about to transmit back are known, controlled, and used only by us 7. They are never to be leaked, handed over to officials, or disclosed to any collateral or unrelated persons. This is the foundation for our Zhang family to establish ourselves in the interstellar realm and maintain stability for generations. It must be guarded at all costs. As his voice fell, he waved his hand lightly, and a vast array of decrypted technical blueprints spread across the screen like a galaxy. The propulsion core of the Blackthorn warships, onboard stealth shields, interstellar navigation systems, high-energy power modules, and ultra-distance detection technologies appeared in succession, dazzling and awe-inspiring. At the very center, in the most dazzling and core position, was the complete production blueprint and core parameters for the hyperspace microcompression technology. Space compression badge, which he had personally researched, endured countless failures, and ultimately verified as mature. From rewriting spatial anchoring coordinates, star core resonance guidance, matching material frequency resonance calibration, to batch categorization and storage badge, carrier shaping, and stability restoration mechanisms, every light golden line, every precise parameter, and every core program were complete and intact, ready for immediate mass production without further need for testing or adjustments. This is the space compression badge, which can compress giant spacecraft, large buildings, massive resources, and heavy equipment into the size of a palm, with a single button, effective only on non-biological entities, safe and without loss, portable and easy to conceal. It is the core trump card for our Zhang family to dominate the interstellar realm. Zhang Chenyu's tone was steady and powerful, each word clear. The technology has been fully verified, and poses no hidden dangers. You should directly set up a top-secret production line according to the blueprints with core technology production and management rights firmly held in our 7 hands. Next, he called up another set of blueprints for a simple, streamlined circular device, which was entirely matte silver gray, exquisitely small in design. In addition, I am synchronously transmitting the complete technology for the interstellar encrypted wristbands, which are based on alien basic communication technology improvements and are the first personal terminal devices we the Zhang family will popularize. They are unobtrusive and appropriate for current use. They can achieve quantum encrypted communication, holographic information projection, life sign monitoring, star domain identity authentication, emergency distress signals, and short-distance data transmission, maintaining a secure connection with the Stardust and core ships 100,000 times safer than existing communication tools on Earth, and will first be used by our family before gradually expanding to a limited range depending on the situation. After a brief pause, he continued to arrange the subsequent plans, his gaze firm and his words resolute. I have commanded the core of the Stardust to initiate the fully automated return procedure, allowing the Stardust to autonomously navigate back to Earth. From now on, the Stardust will no longer be merely an exploration spaceship, but an exclusive interstellar base for the Zhang family. All family affairs, technical research, production arrangements, industrial management, security, defense, and external connections can be discussed with the core, which will assist in handling everything. The core is absolutely loyal and fully capable. It can be entrusted without reservation. Additionally, during its return journey, the core will first head to the lunar base to retrieve a batch of custom-designed bioengineered soldiers returning to Earth alongside the Stardust to be directly managed by the family. These bioengineered soldiers have undergone strict programming and training ensuring absolute loyalty, without any second thoughts. Their capabilities span management, research, protection, and operations, directly serving as the core management team of the Zhang family, helping to safeguard the family business, advance the production line, and manage all internal and external affairs to ensure everything is secure. On the other end of the screen, the family listened quietly, their expressions serious. Zhang Jinglan nodded slowly, his gaze resolute. Su Wan looked at her husband on the screen, her eyes filled with concern and pride. Zhang Chenyu was already silently planning every detail of the production line's implementation and base construction. The 2 children sat up straight, their eyes full of admiration for their father. I will continue to send back samples of alien materials, experimental data, and technical upgrade content, still only to our 7 private terminals, never passing through any third party. Rest assured, the official side is only responsible for providing external security and policy cooperation. Our core technologies, core industries, and core strengths will never be released to outsiders. Don't worry, we will guard everything at home. All will be secure. Zhang Jinglan's voice was calm and powerful, like a stabilizing anchor providing his distant son with the strongest support. Focus on your work outside without worrying about home. Please take care of your own safety. Brief greetings, gentle reminders, and the children's cheerful calls filled this private communication channel. Moments later, the quantum communication quietly disconnected, and all technical data and instructions were securely stored in a highly confidential database accessible only to the 7 of them. At the same moment, aboard the Stardust in the Karen Star system, the core received the ultimate command. The fully automated return procedure was fully initiated, the engines warmed up, and the flight path was locked, ready to set sail at any moment. Zhang Chenyu looked out the observation window at the endless depths of space, where dark currents surged toward the Zeta Star domain, and the internal strife among the 3 major corporations escalated. The mysterious forces lurking in the shadows had yet to reveal themselves, and the road ahead was still fraught with uncertainties and dangers. But at this moment, he felt no hesitation or concerns. The low, determined command penetrated the silent command center and resonated throughout the Karen Star system. Regulations are established, and each will perform their duties. The defending unit will secure Karen, assist in guarding the Rock clan's home planet, and control the Outer Circle captives. The covert team will remain stationed for defense, while the Shadow Swarm monitors the entire Zeta area, and I will oversee the entire situation from Karen. As his words fell, the order in the Karen Star system was impeccable, and all races returned to their ranks. In the shadows of deep space, Zhang Chenyu's plans had quietly unfolded. On the desolate mining planet at the outer edge of the star system, high-intensity energy barriers rose from the ground, glowing with a faint blue light firmly enclosing the entire mining area. Above the sky, the monitoring arrays patrolled 24 hours a day without interruption, with infrared scanning and spiritual wave detection overlapping, leaving no dead angles. The black-spiked captives, classified into high-risk technical and bottom-level tiers, worked in an orderly fashion under the supervision of control robots, mining, transporting, and sorting their movements, mechanical and regimented. There were no wails, no riots, no whispers. The once fierce and unruly alien warriors had, under the strict yet fair regulations, long since lost all sharp edges, leaving only submission and numbness. In the command center, the cold white holographic screen occupied the entire wall, data flowing like a starry river. Zhang Chenyu stood with his hands behind his back at the control panel, calmly scanning the real-time, monitoring images of the Zeta Star domain. The images returned by the Shadow Swarm were crystal clear. The remnants of the black spikes huddled in the core star domain, their warships sealed production at the mining fields, reduced completely, losing the courage for external expansion. Although the Chihua and Iron Spine corporations knew the coordinates of the Karen star system, they remained distrustful and restrained toward each other, unwilling to take the first deadly step. Minor skirmishes continued at the borders, yet the decision for large-scale troop deployments remained unresolved. The so-called tripartite alliance was merely a thin layer of paper that would shatter at the slightest touch. Zhang Chenyu tapped his fingertips on the table, issuing no intervention orders. This internal strife among the cornered beasts needed no external force to drive it. It would naturally lead to depletion and collapse. His true focus had long since shifted to the more distant Star Sea. Initiate the full-scale expansion command for the Shadow Swarm. A deep voice resonated in the vast command center, traveling along the encrypted link to the entire detection unit. Activate the automated production line of the captured Black Spike mothership, utilizing the energy stations of the Rock Clan to supply power, increasing the current base of shadow detectors from millions to hundreds of millions. All detectors will complete the installation of silent cold propulsion systems, presetting gravitational slingshot flight paths centered on the Karen star system, and will disperse indiscriminately throughout the universe. The operators perked up their hands, flying swiftly across the control panel. Understood, Commander. The expansion program is initiated. The production line is running at full speed. Energy allocation is complete. Detector parameters are set. Silent invisibility, no electromagnetic radiation, no infrared characteristics, with a basic cruising speed of 0.1 light-years per day. Peak acceleration after gravitational slingshot can reach 0.2 light-years per day. Exploration targets locked: rare mineral veins, high energy, celestial bodies, habitable planets, intelligent civilizations, secret routes, with full-spectrum scanning and real-time data transmission. Within half a day's time, over 100 concealed detection pods at the periphery of the Karen star system were activated simultaneously. Hundreds of millions of shadow detectors surged forth like scattered silver dust across the gravitational pathways, without flames, without roaring, without any detectable signals, transforming into a formless mist that rapidly spread in all directions into the depths of space. They swept through the cold asteroid belts, traversed dense clouds of dark matter, and automatically engaged gravitational slingshot orbits when passing stars, using their momentum to accelerate and correct their paths, silently weaving a celestial net that spanned the star sea. In just a few days, the first batch of full-scale exploration data flooded into the command center like a tide. On the holographic screen, the originally empty and monotonous interstellar star map was illuminated by dense new markers. Within a 300 light-year radius of the Karen star system, 3 high-purity dark vein deposits were precisely locked, with reserves far exceeding the total of the current stock. A gas giant with a stable stellar core reaction emerged, containing high-energy compressed energy within enough to sustain the continuous development of the entire star region for 1,000 years. 2 habitable planets with complete ecosystems, oxygen-rich atmospheres, and no native high-risk species were discovered, with clear plains, rivers, and vegetation visible on the surface, meeting all conditions for direct colonization and development. Further away, a gentle and regular signal wave was captured. The signal source was located 520 light-years beyond the Karen star system, with stable frequency bands, no armed response, and no signs of war. After rapid analysis by the core, it was determined to be a peaceful, intelligent civilization, thriving on interstellar trade, with no aggressive tendencies or expansion intentions, possessing the basic conditions for contact and cooperation. Meanwhile, 12 secret routes spanning the star domain were completely mapped, avoiding all known power ranges, gravitational turbulence zones, and dangerous nebulae, with safety factors far exceeding existing interstellar trade routes, leaving sufficiently secure channels for future trade expansion and troop deployment. Zhang Chenyu lightly tapped his fingertips, categorizing and archiving all data, prioritizing habitable planets, rare mineral veins, and high-energy, celestial bodies for development, marking the peaceful civilization signal as a key observation target, and directly incorporating secret routes into the overall framework of interstellar passage. Without stepping out, the resources and networks of the entire star sea had already unfolded clearly before him. Meanwhile, billions of kilometers away on Earth, another plan vital to the Zhang family's generational foundation was quietly taking shape. The Stardust spacecraft remained silent, and invisible throughout the journey, avoiding all ground monitoring and orbital satellites, successfully reaching the lunar base and, according to preset instructions, retrieving a batch of strictly programmed and absolutely loyal custom bioengineered soldiers before silently entering the Zhang family's deeply hidden top-secret base underground. Deep within the base, the highly classified production line for spatial compression badges was fully activated. From materials smelting, engraving patterns, parameter calibration, to finished product testing, everything was managed in a closed loop by the bioengineered soldiers with no external interference and no information leakage. The first batch of products was successfully produced, capable of one-click compression, lossless restoration, and stable safety, perfectly meeting all standards set by Zhang Chenyu. The interstellar encrypted wristbands were mass-produced, simultaneously equipped with functions such as quantum encrypted communication, holographic information projection, life sign monitoring, and star domain identity verification, prioritized for distribution to the 7 members of the Zhang family and core bioengineered soldiers, establishing an absolutely secure internal communication network. The Corps fully took over the base's operations, coordinating technical research, production, scheduling, security, defense, and resource management, becoming the Zhang family's exclusive core intellect. Father Zhang Jinglan presided over the organization, maintaining control of the overall situation. Elder brother Zhang Chenyu managed industrial implementation and external connections. Wife Su Wan oversaw core technology and internal security. And the 2 young Zhang Xiaoxing and Zhang Xingyao began systematically learning about interstellar data exploration knowledge and technical principles under the guidance of the Corps, gradually approaching the family's most core secrets. There was no uproar, no ostentation. The Zhang family's interstellar foundation, independent of Earth's official influence, had quietly taken shape. In the command center, Zhang Chenyu gazed at the spreading points of the detectors on the screen, as well as the smoothly operating data from the Earth base, his expression remaining calm and steady. Although the Zeta turmoil had not subsided, it was not to be feared. The Karen territory was secure with no worries from behind. The exploration of the star sea was unfolding with infinite possibilities ahead, and the family's foundation was established, ensuring stability for generations. He raised his hand to lightly press the control panel, storing the latest batch of exploration data into the star domain hub, and then issued a new round of commands. The Shadow Swarm will continue to expand, with exploration range expanding without limits. The Karen Station troops will solidify defenses according to established plans, simultaneously initiating preparations for the development of new resource stars. The Rock Clan will cooperate in the construction of the star domain and share the development results. The Earth base will remain silent, steadily increasing production capacity, strictly guarding core technologies from leaking outside. With the commands issued, the entire domain responded. The order in the Karen star system was impeccable. The Shadow Swarm stealthily traversed the star sea, and the Earth base was quietly gathering strength. Zhang Chenyu turned around, his gaze penetrating through the observation window, looking toward the boundless depths of the universe. The star sea was vast, with countless unknowns. The chess game had only just begun. The holographic display of the command center was filled with the light and shadows of the entire starry sea, as billions of stealthy shadow swarms silently swept through the deep space at a speed of 1 light-year per day, transmitting the most authentic cosmic scenes back to the Kalen star system without missing a detail. As a continuous stream of high-definition images covered the entire wall, even the technicians beside the control panel found themselves holding their breath involuntarily, with some instinctively raising their hands, as if to touch the verdant view transmitted through the display. This was not an ordinary blue planet. Viewed from an orbital perspective, its atmosphere was a light ice blue, like a sheer veil dyed by the morning light, with clouds tinged in soft milky white, gently swirling above the continents, without forming any dark storm clouds. The dawn and dusk line created by the planet's rotation gracefully swept across the surface, showcasing the beauty of both day and night. On the sunlit continent, emerald mountains rose and fell layered like jade hairpins, yet they were not sharp peaks, but rounded hills covered in moss, with sunlight casting rich shades of dark green, bright green, and tender green. The rivers rushing between the mountains flowed like long azure ribbons winding down from the snow-capped peaks, their water crystal clear, revealing colorful stones and silver-scaled fish clearly at the bottom, flowing through forests and valleys into the mirror-like lake nestled in the center of the plain. On the lake's edge grew clusters of umbrella-shaped trees towering 30 meters high, their trunks a light golden color, the crowns spreading like giant umbrellas, with leaf edges shimmering with tiny silver glimmers. As the gentle breeze passed, it carried a faint sweet fragrance of gardenias and honey. Above the plain, velvety flowers formed an endless sea of blossoms, interweaving in shades of purple, yellow, and pink, while half-meter-tall grasses bore plump seeds ready to serve as food without any need for domestication. In the surface images transmitted by the stealthy shadow swarms birds with wings like glass flitted through the woods, leaving trails of glowing light. Small furry beasts on the ground were gentle and tame, leaping into the flower beds upon seeing people, showing no signs of ferocity. Here the gravity was gentle, the oxygen content at a golden ratio, with minimal temperature differences between day and night, no earthquakes, no volcanoes, no typhoons, and no viruses. The soil was soft and warm, the air clean and sweet, even the wind carried the fragrance of grass and moisture. This was a unique gem in the universe, a perfect home meticulously crafted by the Creator, a starry sanctuary that humanity could hardly touch even in their wildest imaginations. Zhang Chenyu gazed longingly at the tranquil and nearly sacred planet on the display, his fingertips gently touching down, his tone shifting from the cold, hard commands of battle to one imbued with solemnity and tenderness for his homeland. In this world of turmoil and perilous starry seas, I only wish for this land to allow those who follow me to live peacefully and without disturbance. He paused, his gaze calm and resolute, deliberately bestowing this planet with a new name. From now on, this star shall be called Anlan Star. He shifted slightly, pointing to the nearby resource-rich and solid secondary planet, his tone steady. The secondary planet is rich in resources, serving industry and safeguarding livelihoods. Thus, it shall be named Qingwei Star, signifying tranquility and prosperity, a cycle of life. There was no haste, no perfunctory manner. Each name and star, each place held the promise for the future and the protection of his kin. Data was repeatedly verified. Ecology, hydrology, geology, and climate all met the standards, allowing for direct settlement, farming, factory construction, and city establishment without large-scale modifications. Looking at this untainted sanctuary, watching the silvery trees and azure mountains swaying in the wind on the display, Zhang Chenyu's long-formed plan was finally set in stone. He intended to move the Zhang family's roots from Earth into this starry sea, not to abandon, but to be reborn. He aimed to bring all immediate family members, blood relatives, and trusted friends, to take everyone willing to leave the crowded, constrained, and risky Earth to head towards a truly free and stable world. He would transfer all core technologies from the lunar base, the loyal bioengineered army, the Stardust ship, and the classified production lines to Anlan Star, while leaving the old equipment, basic materials, and idle units from the lunar base to the Earth authorities in a dignified and clean manner without leaving any conflicts behind. At the same time, he looked at the stone-skinned leader of the rock tribe, standing by his side, with a serious and sincere tone. Anlan Star is rich in water and soil, vast in territory, enough for myriad tribes to coexist. I am willing to open this star to accept the Kalan Rock tribe members to settle here and share this peaceful land. He paused, establishing fair and secure rules, but for the overall order and safety of Anlan Star, those who wish to migrate must undergo identity verification and character checks. Only those without a history of war or destructive tendencies, loyal to the pact of coexistence, may take root and thrive here. Those who wish to keep this land peaceful shall find it to be their homeland. The rock tribe leader's stone skin radiated a warm glow, deeply bowing with gratitude. We, the rock tribe, shall forever uphold the pact and not betray Anlan. With his thoughts settled, Zhang Chenyu initiated the highest level of quantum encrypted communication to Earth. The display lit up. The figures of the Earth Federation's high-ranking officials appeared, their expressions still bearing awe and anticipation towards the direction of Kalan. Zhang Chenyu had no concealment, directly transmitting the complete exploration data of Anlan Star and Qingwei Star, including those captivating images of the surface ecology. Our department has discovered 2 habitable and resource-rich planets during deep space exploration, and we are formally reporting to the Federation. His tone was steady, the conditions he presented instantly moving the high-ranking officials of Earth. The shared rights to the mining of 30% of Qingwei Star's rare mineral veins were offered for free. 2 completely new secret interstellar routes were fully opened, and more importantly, he would build an exclusive interstellar intelligence brain for the Earth Federation at no cost. This intelligence brain was based on the core algorithm of the Black Thorn mothership, optimized with existing human systems independent of the Zhang family's core, not connected to any confidential permissions, solely responsible for assisting Earth in interstellar planning, defense simulations, resource coordination, and civil management. This was not charity, but support, to help humanity move faster, more steadily, and further. As for the Anlan Star immigration, Zhang Chenyu merely mentioned it lightly as a voluntary matter. Without political colors, without establishing an independent regime, without occupying official resources, just a group of ordinary people heading towards a new home that belongs to them. The high-ranking officials of Earth had almost no hesitation, granting their full agreement on the spot. Looking at the beautiful Anlan Star on the display, with its verdant mountains and clear waters, several officials even showed a hint of envy. This was indeed an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for humanity currently trapped within the solar system, enduring resource scarcity and environmental pressures. As the communication concluded, the double-line layout between Kalen and Earth was simultaneously initiated. The construction plan for Amlin Star rapidly took shape on the display. In the northern wind-sheltered plains, a core interstellar base for the Zhang family was established, surrounded by high walls and a closed defense loop, serving as the command research and security center. Around the central Mirror Lake, ecological residential areas were planned with low-rise buildings by the water, allowing views of the layered green mountains and rippling blue waters devoid of crowded high-rises and noisy traffic, only openness and tranquility in the southern hilly areas. Fully ecological factories, energy stations, ship repair yards, and space compression equipment production lines were built to achieve self-sufficiency. In the eastern plains, large plots of land were designated to establish interstellar schools, technical training centers, medical stations, and physical training grounds, allowing the elderly to enjoy their remaining years on forested paths and children to grow up under fields of flowers and starry skies. The Rock Tribe's geomancers set out first to Amlin Star to lay down stable formations nourishing the mountains and rivers with the power of the earth, ensuring that this land became even more peaceful and stable. Almost simultaneously, the complete relocation of the lunar base also commenced. The Stardust ship, along with 3 captured Black Thorn motherships, formed a transport fleet shuttling between the Moon and Amlin Star. Core technical blueprints, prototypes of space compression badges, production lines for interstellar encrypted wristbands, loyal bioengineered troops, and high-precision detection equipment were all safely transported. Old mechas, ordinary monitoring equipment, basic materials, and idle energy units were organized into a formal handover to the Earth's Aerospace Department. A silent handover, clean and efficient, dignified and comprehensive. Meanwhile, on the Earth side, the Intelligence Brain construction project proceeded simultaneously. The bioengineered technical team delivered core components, rapidly constructing at the underground base designated by the Federation. Hardware setup, line connections, system debugging, permission isolation, everything was strictly executed according to Zhang Chenyu's requirements. 3 days later, the Intelligence Brain, named Kunlun, officially activated, completing the optimal mining plan for the mineral veins of Qingwei Star, evaluating the safety of interstellar routes, and optimizing Earth's near-space defense in its first operation, achieving efficiency far exceeding that of existing human systems by hundreds or even thousands of times. From this point on, the Earth Federation truly stepped into the era of interstellar intelligence computation. With everything in place, Zhang Chenyu opened the family's exclusive encrypted communication channel. He made no grand announcements, merely contacting family members, relatives, and trusted friends one by one, synchronizing the real-time images of Amlin Star. Silver trees, crystal rivers, flower-filled plains, and glowing birds, each scene more persuasive than any words. In the depths of the distant starry sea there exists such a planet. Zhang Chenyu's voice carried a rare softness. The air is clean, the water is sweet, the land is fertile, without smog, disputes, or crowding. I have built a home there with schools, hospitals, and everything you desire for a stable life. For those willing to go, I will arrange ships to take you. For those who do not wish to leave, I respect that this place will always be your support. News spread rapidly within a small circle, instantly igniting uncontrollable excitement. The world in the display was too beautiful, like a poem, a painting akin to a fairyland. No one wanted to refuse such a land. Elderly people longed for peace, middle-aged individuals sought careers, the young yearned for freedom, and children dreamt of a pure land where they could run, laugh, and connect with nature. The immigration list grew rapidly, with family, friends, and acquaintances nearly all willing to head to Amlin Star. 5 batches of transport teams were swiftly organized, and all supplies, medical assistance, and resettlement points were fully prepared. The starry sea was vast and information was isolated. All plans for the foundation of Amlin Star family migration and the expansion of the star domain advanced rapidly in silence and secrecy, leaving no trace. Deep within the Zeta Star domain, remnants of the Black Thorn were still hunkered down in a defensive posture, while the Crimson Teeth and Iron Spine fought fiercely over a few barren mineral veins, with border conflicts continuing unabated and their military strength was being depleted in internal strife. Despite having vague coordinates of the Kalen star system, they remained trapped in a mire of grievances for a century, unable to dispatch even a decent reconnaissance ship, let alone detect that thousands of light years away, a new homeland capable of altering the entire star domain was quietly born. Zhang Chenyu did not intervene at any point. He did not need to lift a finger. The enemies would exhaust themselves. In the northern plains of Amlin Star, the first rays of interstellar sunlight broke over golden mountains, casting light upon the land by the Mirror Lake. Bioengineered engineering mechs entered the site in formation, gently avoiding the native flower fields. The light patterns laid down by the Rock Tribe's geomancers glowed softly, firmly stabilizing the geological structure. Heavy equipment firmly sank into the soil, and the first foundation stone carrying the warm soil of Amlin Star officially landed in a quiet moment. Beside the foundation stone, several seedlings of silver trees were carefully planted, stretching their leaves in the morning light, glowing with delicate and gentle light. There was no ceremony, no cheering. Yet the future of a family, a group of people, and a new homeland had taken root. Kalen maintained its territory. Anlin laid the foundation of a new home. The Earth's intelligence brain lifted off, and the stealthy shadow swarms continued to race through the depths of the starry sea. Above the orbit of Anlin's star, the pale golden morning light slowly spread along the line of dawn and dusk, dyeing the planet's icy blue atmosphere into a gentle orange-pink. 3 modular motherships smoothly entered the docking orbit at an extremely low speed, currently in the civilian passenger module state, their hulls displaying a simple light gray matte appearance with only low-key universal navigation markings on the bow. This was the secret form preset by Zhang Chenyu, requiring no modifications. With just a single button press, it could freely switch between various forms, such as passenger transport, cargo transport, reconnaissance, and defense, ensuring both safety and discretion while being prepared for emergencies. Inside the bridge, there was no solemnity of commanding operations, only an overwhelming silence that could not be contained. Zhang Jinglong leaned against the porthole, his gaze lingering on the slowly rotating blue-green planet, the slight frost at his temples shimmering softly in the morning light. Zhang Chenyu gently covered her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes, her fingertips tracing the clear display of emerald mountains and silver rivers. Su Wan leaned by Zhang Chenyu's side, her palm tightly gripping his hand, her eyes filled with both an expectation of the unknown and a determination for stability. Yu Zhang, Xiaoxing, and Zhang Xingyao stood side by side at the front, their cheeks pressed against the cold porthole, their eyes wide open, even their breaths quieted, fearing to disturb this scene that seemed to have stepped out of a painting. "Dad, Mom, we've arrived." Zhang Chenyu's voice broke the silence, carrying a sense of relief from shedding burdens. He raised his hand to press the control panel, and the ship's intercom echoed with a soft prompt. "Dear passengers, this passenger fleet has arrived at the orbit of Anlin's star and will soon land at the Northern Plain Airport. The journey is safe and stable. Please prepare to disembark." The modular mothership slowly descended, passing through the thin clouds, the contours of the ground becoming increasingly clear. The temporary airport in the northern plains had long been established, featuring a circular layout with silver-white alloy runways extending outward, flanked by low navigation towers and energy beacons. On the outskirts of the airport, the biochemical engineering team had cleared a spacious reception area with the ground laid with light gray anti-slip tiles transported from Earth and dozens of brand new anti-gravity hover vehicles neatly arranged on both sides. Further away, the first batch of approved members of the Rock clan were waiting in line, dressed in lightweight stone armor engraved with earth vein patterns, surrounded by a faint earthy glow, their expressions solemn yet gentle. As the mothership's landing gear touched down steadily and the cabin door slowly opened, a breeze mixed with the fragrance of grass and wood along with the sweet moisture rushed into the ship. It was a breath entirely different from that of Earth. No urban exhaust, no industrial smoke, only the dampness of a forest after rain, the sweet scent of flowers, and a faint hint of fruity fragrance. Everyone took a deep breath, as if even the fatigue in their chests was cleansed by this pure air. Zhang Chenyu was the first to step down the gangway, with sunlight falling on his shoulders, warm, yet not glaring. "Chenyu." Zhang Chenchuan strode ahead, giving his brother's shoulder a hearty slap, not lacking in strength, yet his eyes were filled with excitement and reassurance. Zhang Jinglong and Zhang Chenyu followed closely behind. When their feet truly touched the soil of Anlin's star, the two elders simultaneously halted, bending down to gently caress the soil beneath them. The soil was soft and warm, carrying just the right amount of moisture, and at the moment their fingertips made contact, it felt as if they could sense the faint warmth of the earth veins flowing beneath. "This is Anlin's star," Zhang Chenyu whispered, tears finally falling from her eyes. "It's even better than I imagined." "Of course it's good," Zhang Chenyu replied as he took the coat Su Wan handed to him and draped it over her shoulders. He scanned the approaching crowd, his tone serious, yet gentle. "This is our new home." Before the warmth of the greetings had dissipated, Zhang Chenyu raised his hand to direct everyone's attention towards the transportation facilities outside the airport. "Dad, brother, the travel arrangements here are all set, no more troublesome than on Earth." He pointed to the neatly arranged hover vehicles on both sides. "This is the first generation of household anti-gravity hover vehicles assembled by the Qinghua Star Industrial Module Production Line, all using clean energy, with zero noise and zero emissions." As he spoke, a biochemical driver stepped forward respectfully and opened the car door. The vehicle had a streamlined shape, entirely in a warm, creamy white, with windows made of highly transparent, radiation-resistant material, spacious interior, and soft, comfortable seating. "All ground transportation relies on it," Zhang Chenyu continued to explain. "From the airport to the residential area, lake area, and farmland, there are fixed autonomous driving routes. Simply input the destination, and you can go directly, easy enough for the elderly and children to operate." For short-distance interregional travel, the shuttle airships above will handle the connections. Everyone followed his gaze and saw 3 small silver airships gliding slowly over the airport, their hulls marked with light green vegetation, symbols moving smoothly without any bumps. As for interstellar travel, Zhang Chenyu shifted the topic, pointing to the modular fleet in the direction of the orbit. I have opened 3 fixed secret routes connecting Amlin Star Earth and the Karen Star system. All ships are fully modular warships requiring no modifications. With just one button, they can freely switch between passenger ships, cargo ships, reconnaissance ships, and escort ships. He paused, clearly explaining, the passenger module is responsible for transporting family and immigrants, the cargo module handles resource and goods transport, and the combat module remains silently on standby, ensuring absolute safety of the routes. Friends and relatives on the Earth side only need to report through the family terminal, and once approved, the fleet can switch to passenger mode to pick them up at any time. Zhang Jinglan nodded, his gaze filled with approval, well thought out with flexibility and approach secure. There's even more convenience. Zhang Chenyu smiled slightly, leading everyone towards a silver-white square building on the north side of the airport. The building was entirely made of special alloys, with 2 biochemical guards standing at the entrance. On the ground before them, intricate light blue spatial patterns were engraved. This is the space shuttle door. He walked to the center of the patterns, raised his hand to gently press the interstellar encrypted bracelet on his wrist, and the ground patterns instantly lit up. It is an extension product of spatial compression technology, not built out of thin air. A light screen slowly unfolded, revealing 3 clear coordinates: Northern Core Base, Central Jinglan Lake Residential Area, Southern Ecological Factory. At present, only 3 have been constructed, all used for rapid commuting within the core areas of Amlin Star. Zhang Chenyu explained, driving from the base to the residential area takes half an hour, while passing through the shuttle door only takes an instant. It is only open to family members and approved members of the Rock clan, utilizing dual verification through voiceprint authentication and encrypted bracelets, ensuring safety and confidentiality. As his words fell, he was the first to step into the shuttle door, selecting Central Jinglan Lake Residential Area. The light blue glow flickered, and his figure instantly disappeared. Su Wan followed closely with the children, while Zhang Jinglan and Zhang Chenyu exchanged glances and also stepped in. In the next moment, everyone found themselves in a spacious square by the lake. The ground was paved with blue stone slabs. Beside them was the shimmering Jinglan Lake, the water as clear as a mirror reflecting the clouds above and the silver glowing trees along the shore. Surrounding the square, rows of low-rise buildings were distributed in an orderly manner, their walls a warm light wood color with roofs covered in leaves from silver glowing trees, each house featuring an independent courtyard already planted with flowers and grass brought from Earth. Is this the residential area? Shen Xingyu quickly walked to the lakeside, bending down to look at the silver-scaled fish swimming in the water with eyes full of surprise. It's beautiful. Each household has an independent courtyard. Zhang Chenyu pointed to a nearby building. The biochemical beings have completed the arrangements in advance, with furniture and appliances configured according to Earth's habits, ready for immediate move-in. The medical station is located on the east side of the square, equipped with top-notch medical facilities from Earth and a professional team of biochemical medical staff. The Interstellar School on the north side has also been preliminarily established, offering not only basic courses, but also specialized courses like interstellar exploration, Earth vein utilization, and ship modular operation. Su Wan held the hands of her 2 children and entered their own courtyard. In the yard, roses were blooming, vibrantly grapevines had climbed up the trellis, and a swing in the corner swayed gently in the wind. Inside the house, the living room was spacious and bright, with floor-to-ceiling windows facing Jinglan Lake, the kitchen cabinets filled with brand-new cookware, and in the children's room, toys and books were neatly arranged everywhere, emanating the warmth of home. Mom, there's my Lego. Zhang Xiaoxing cheered as he dashed into the room, while Zhang Xingyao stood by the window, gazing at the endless sea of flowers outside, filled with yearning. Just as everyone was immersed in the warmth of their new home, a heavy and steady sound of footsteps came from a distance. The first batch of approved members of the Rock clan had arrived. Leading them was Shiguan, the direct disciple of the leader of the Rock clan, tall and robust, his stone-like face engraved with clear earth vein patterns. Behind him followed 50 Rock clan members, including earth vein masters, young adults, as well as elders and children, all having passed identity and character assessments to ensure adherence to the cohabitation agreement. Commander Zhang, Shiguan bowed respectfully, his voice deep as rock. The first batch of Rock clan migrants has arrived as promised. Zhang Chenyu stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, his gaze scanning the gathered members, his tone serious yet calm. Master Shiguan, welcome to Amlin Star. The Western Hills have been designated as the exclusive living area for the Rock clan, rich in earth veins and with a stable environment suitable for your growth and cultivation. From now on, humans and the Rock clan will coexist and prosper together, safeguarding this peaceful land. Shirguan nodded solemnly, raising his hand to signal the earth vein masters behind him to approach and sit cross-legged. A faint golden glow emerged around them, and intricate earth vein patterns slowly appeared in the soil beneath their feet, integrating completely with the native land of Amlin Star. I, the Rock Clan, vow by the earth veins to protect Amlin and never betray. As the sun set, the glow of the sunset by Jinglan Lake painted half the horizon red. The Zhang family gathered under the grape trellis in their courtyard with a stone table set with tea brought from earth and the sweet native fruits of Amlin Star. Biting into a wild fruit, the juice was sweet and refreshing, filling the mouth with the fragrance of nature. Zhang Xiaoxing and Zhang Xingyao had already mingled with the children of the Rock Clan, running freely through the sea of flowers, followed by a few gentle plush native beasts, while translucent-winged, glowing birds circled above, scattering fine glittering dust. Zhang Jinglan raised his teacup, his gaze slowly sweeping over his family beside him, then looking towards the distant rolling green mountains and clear lakes, his voice steady and strong. Today the Zhang family takes root in Amlin, seeking not to dominate the starry seas, but only to ensure the safety of the family and the well-being of the descendants. Seeking not to dominate the starry seas, but only for peace and health. The crowd responded in unison, their cups clinking together, producing a crisp and warm sound. The evening breeze rustled through the leaves of the silver-glowing trees, intertwining with the laughter of family and the playful shouts of children, composing the most peaceful melody on this brand-new land. Meanwhile, billions of kilometers away in deep space, the shadow bees were silently sweeping through the Zeta Star region. The images transmitted back showed a battleground ablaze. The fleets of the Red Fawn Consortium and the Iron Spine Consortium were engaged in a furious exchange of fire in the border space, energy cannons tearing through the darkness and wreckage of warships continuously falling. The remnants of the Blackthorn clan were huddled on their home planet with a chaotic pile of damaged ships in the port. The infighting among the three major consortia had reached a boiling point, leaving them unable to care for themselves. As night fell over Amlin Star, the starry sky was clear and dazzling as diamonds. Zhang Chenyu stood in the courtyard, gazing at the vast starry river, his fingertips lightly touching the encrypted bracelet on his wrist. With family by his side, their home established, the fully modular fleet stood silently on standby, and the Rock Clan was united in purpose. The new chapter of this starry sea had just begun. The dawn of Amlin Star gradually awakens from the mist among the woods, and the light haze over Mirror Lake. Silver-hued trees hang with dewdrops, and as the wind passes through the treetops, pearls and jades softly tumble onto the bluestone path, leaving behind a circle of cool, damp traces. A layer of pale golden morning light spreads over the lake's surface, where several luminescent winged birds skim low over the water, their wing tips slicing through the mirror-like surface, turning the tranquil lake into a mosaic of shimmering waves. After several days of careful settling, the Zhang family has fully integrated into this interstellar paradise, living in an orderly manner, and the courtyards are filled with a warm, stable aura of everyday life. Su Wansheng is tending to the flowers and plants transplanted from Earth, her fingertips gently brushing the leaves filled with the warmth of her homeland. Shen Qingyu accompanies her, chatting idly, occasionally raising her hand to touch the newly planted exotic flowers of Amlin Star at the corner of the courtyard, their pure-colored petals elegant and refined with a faint fragrance lingering around her. Not far away, Zhang Xiaoxing and Zhang Xingyao are training their basic physical abilities under Zhang Chenchuan's guidance, with the morning sun casting a warm glow on the boys' upright figures, their breaths mingling with the crisp fragrance of the woodland. Zhang Chenyu walks slowly toward his parents, his gentle gaze sweeping over the joyful family scene, softly inquiring, "Dad, Mom, how are you finding living here?" Zhang Jinglan looks up at the rolling green peaks in the horizon, his expression calm as he nods. The heaven and earth are clear, the land and water are spiritually endowed, more comfortable and secure than I had imagined. Everything in life has been arranged properly. Zhang Chenyu speaks in a steady tone, detailing the layout within the planet. The surface transport is equipped with anti-gravity hover vehicles, fully automated and with fixed routes, making it convenient to reach the residential area, Mirror Lake, agricultural zones, and core base. The airspace is serviced by short-range shuttle airships, allowing for faster and more efficient interregional travel. The 3 interstellar transit gates within the planet are open only to the direct descendants of the family and approved members of the Yin clan, with dual identity verification in place, allowing travel from the core base to Mirror Lake in an instant. Shen Xingyu's eyes light up with reassurance. The transport is convenient, the environment is peaceful, and the children are happy. That's enough for me. Zhang Chenyu's gaze sharpens slightly as he brings up the family's core matters. There is one item that needs to be equipped for everyone in the household to ensure safety. He gestures, and a bioservant dressed in formal attire steps forward, carrying several exquisite small silver boxes. Inside the boxes lies a thin biocompatible implant chip, its color blending almost seamlessly with the skin, subtly glowing without any sharp edges. This is the highest standard biological chip of the Zhang family, directly implanted under the skin, requiring no external devices. Zhang Chenyu speaks calmly, yet with an undeniable seriousness. The chip binds identity information, permission levels, health monitoring, interstellar long-distance communication, and spatial system authorization, all core facilities, interstellar fleet backgrounds, and global defense mechanisms within the planet rely on this as the highest passage credential. Starting today, every member of the Zhang family, regardless of age, will undergo uniform implantation. This is the foundation for our survival in the Starry Sea and the core guarantee for safeguarding our family's peace. Zhang Jinglan and Zhang Chenyu exchange a glance, showing no hesitation. We will follow your arrangements. Su Wan brings the two children closer, her gaze clear and resolute. We are a family, standing together through thick and thin. In a moment, the entire family completes the chip implantation. There is no pain, no discomfort, just a subtle, nearly imperceptible light mark left beneath their wrists, quietly binding with each person's life force. At this moment, it also signifies that all members of the Zhang family are truly connected, bound to Anlin Star. Once the chip matter is settled, Zhang Chenyu takes out several uniform, smoothly textured circular emblems. The emblem, measuring just 2 centimeters in diameter, features a matte silver base engraved with intricate starry patterns surrounded by a ring of fine spatial resonance grooves, and the back is covered with a nano-adhesive layer. This is the foundation of the Zhang family's interstellar presence, the star emblem compression token. This is the star emblem, the family treasure that secures our existence. He demonstrates on the spot, lightly pressing the star emblem against the body of a hover vehicle. In an instant, the faint light flashes and the large vehicle silently vanishes into the emblem, which then returns to his palm, as light as a feather. He then lightly tosses the star emblem into the air, where it hovers and radiates a soft glow, allowing the hover vehicle to smoothly emerge from the light and land steadily on the ground, while the star emblem automatically flies back into his hand. The process is simple and efficient, without any superfluous showmanship. Everything used by our family is of the highest standard. Zhang Chenyu distributes the star emblems to his family, stating for those sent to Earth there will be simplified versions of the star emblem and low-end star chain wristbands retaining only basic storage and communication functions. Core technology must not flow out to protect our family's foundation. His words are clear and concise, and the family understands implicitly. By keeping the high-end for themselves and offering only the low-end externally, they can remain stable amidst the ever-changing Starry Sea. As for the Star Source Gene Potion, Zhang Chenyu firmly upholds the bottom line, with no intention of selling it to the outside world. The potion is limited to internal family use, capable of optimizing physique, enhancing adaptability to interstellar environments, and delaying the deterioration of life. This is the unique confidence of the Zhang family, and it must not flow into the market or spread even a little. There is, however, one exception that I have already planned. I will privately send a portion of gene potions and biological chips to the higher-ups in Huagua purely as a gesture of goodwill, not for trade. Zhang Chenyu's tone is calm, yet carries long-term considerations. With our home planet stable, we can worry less when we are outside, supporting each other discreetly and maintaining a balance. I have reached an understanding with the core decision-makers of Huagua via interstellar encrypted channels. They have promised to keep the existence of Anlin Star and the secrets of interstellar technology confidential, not to publicize exploit opportunities or get involved in international disputes, providing necessary protection for the Zhang family only within Earth. The transportation of materials will be handled through officially designated secret channels, proceeding silently, without a trace, and without revealing themselves, maximizing the security of both parties. Earth is the root, Anlin Star is home. With one inside and one outside, we can move freely. Zhang Jinglan looks at him deeply and nods in approval. You control the balance well. He pauses, scanning the family, his voice steady and powerful. From now on, both inside and outside the Zhang family will take Chenyu as the cornerstone, united in heart and spirit as we protect our family business. With everything decided, Zhang Chenchuan takes the initiative to volunteer. Leave the trade with Earth to me. The modular battleship will switch to the cargo module, transporting a batch of simplified star emblems, low-end wristbands, and unique ecological products from Anlin Star, along with high-purity ores and rare materials from Qinghua Star, enough to open the market. Good. Zhang Chenyu does not offer excessive advice, merely stating act discreetly, do not flaunt or rush. When dealing with the Earth authorities, keep exchanges to a minimum, maintain neutrality, and avoid entanglements or grudges. The modular battleship requires no modifications or debugging. With a single keystroke, the massive hull transforms into a stable transport form, and the storage space opens up, allowing for the smooth loading of various materials. The flight route is set to be discreet, traveling directly from Anlin Star to Earth, with silent navigation throughout, avoiding any external scrutiny. Meanwhile, in the western hilly region, the Yen clan members are also settling down securely. Shi Yuan leads the first batch of approved clan members to settle here, while the Earth Vein masters of the clan meditate quietly all day, channeling the Earth Vein's spiritual energy to merge with the native soil of Anlin Star, stabilizing the geology and nourishing the land. Humans and the Yin clan each occupy their own territory, not disturbing one another. When they encounter each other, they nod in greeting, maintaining a peaceful and orderly coexistence. Shi Yuan has long sworn allegiance with the Yin clan, dedicating themselves to the Zhang family for generations, guarding the Earth Veins of Anlin Star and becoming the Zhang family's most solid external support on this planet. At the Interstellar School, Zhang Xiaoxing and Zhang Xingyao officially enroll. The courses focus on star knowledge, star emblem manipulation, basic ship theory, and interstellar ecological understanding with content that is easy to comprehend. The two children study attentively, quickly adapting to the new learning rhythm. The school is exclusively established by the Zhang family, with teachers being biotutors who have undergone strict selection, imparting only controllable knowledge of the family, ensuring safety, purity, and no external interference. The construction of Anlin Star proceeds steadily in a low-profile manner. The core base is reinforced, and upgraded ecological factories are orderly put into production. Defense systems quietly unfold, and facilities for energy storage, living, medical care, and education are successively established, maintaining discretion and avoiding blind expansion, simply guarding this piece of home and quietly taking root and growing in the interstellar realm. The 3 layers of silent alert networks around the planet, the annihilation-level defense platforms in low Earth orbit, and the multidimensional emergency shelters underground have all been deployed silently, undetectable by outsiders, capable of directly confronting the firepower of main fleet-level battleships and annihilation cannon-level coverage strikes. Within the depths of space, the Shadow Swarm patrols along its established route, maintaining vigilance. The Zeta Star domain is engulfed in continuous warfare, with various factions entangled in combat, fleets skirmishes frequent, and the airspace in perpetual turmoil, leaving all parties unable to spare attention for this peaceful land. Zhang Chenyu stands before the light screen of the core command center of Anlin Star, thoroughly sorting out the diplomatic and cooperative threads concerning Earth. Today, Earth has long ended its chaotic pattern, returning to the jurisdiction of a unified Earth United Government, with Huagua holding the core discourse power of the United Government and directing the global order. Yet even within the same administrative system, the Zhang family's attitude and stance must be distinctly clear, with differences in closeness. Towards Huagua, he is determined to base his foundation on his homeland's affection, engaging in comprehensive, in-depth cooperation that is not publicized, not external, and leaves no trace, from technology sharing and intelligence exchange to security backing and resource complementing, all with sincerity, watching over each other discreetly. While towards the nominally global Earth United Government, he maintains only superficial commercial exchanges and routine connections, keeping interactions minimal and to the point, never revealing any core secrets, never getting involved in political disputes, and will not expose the true depth of Anlin Star and the interstellar family to public view. With a profound and a superficial approach, maintaining a balance between closeness and distance, these two routes run parallel, without conflict, simultaneously upholding the affection of the homeland and safeguarding the family's foundation, becoming the core principles for the Zhang family's stance in the stars and connecting to their home planet. Zhang Chenyu turns to gaze at the serene scene of his family in the courtyard, having already finalized the family's responsibilities and Anlin Star's positioning in his heart. Since this planet is to serve as the Zhang family's absolute core and ultimate foundation among the stars, it must not merely be a hidden retreat, it must also become an open and inclusive interstellar sanctuary that attracts the hearts of all. Aside from absolute closures in areas such as sovereign defense, military, industrial research, and core technology, public resources such as medical care, education, ecological health, and interstellar treatment will be fully open to the outside. Regardless of race or origin, as long as they adhere to the order of Anlin Star, they may come to study, seek healing, or settle and communicate using top-tier medical skills to prolong life, gathering talent through high-end education and uniting people with a peaceful environment. Father Zhang Jinglan, steady and composed, oversees the family regulations, internal affairs, security supervision, and planetary order at Anlin Star, safeguarding the foundation of this interstellar homeland. Mother Zhang Chenyu, meticulous and comprehensive, manages family life, the healthcare system, ecological parks, and children's education, ensuring the well-being of the family. Elder brother Zhang Chenchuan, prudent in action and skilled in external negotiations, is fully responsible for frontline affairs on Earth, strictly executing the dual-line strategy of distinguishing between closeness and distance with Huagua and the United Government, not overstepping, not rushing, and not revealing any bottom lines. Each of the four maintains their domain, working together internally and externally, becoming the most solid support for the Zhang family in the Starry Sea. Zhang Chenyu stood in front of the central holographic screen of the Amlin Star's core command center, his fingertips gently gliding over the star map and planetary planning model, decisively finalizing the future layout of this central planet. In order to make Amlin Star an unshakable foundation for the Zhang family amidst the sea of stars, he no longer limited it to a hidden refuge. Instead, he aimed to transform it into a unique neutral safe core star within the entire star domain. Under the comprehensive planning, the entire planet was clearly divided into 4 major functional zones: a core restricted area, primarily consisting of the command center, military industrial research, and annihilation-level defense facilities accessible only to core members of the Zhang family and the highest authorities. A family-exclusive residential area featuring beautiful scenery and stable environment protecting family members from outside disturbances, an open service circle encompassing medical, educational, ecological, and research services, welcoming all within the star domain, and a deep space reception hub exclusively for the docking of interstellar spacecraft personnel, immigration review, and foreign affairs exchanges, where all incoming personnel must complete identity verification and safety scans before entering the planet. With distinct areas, strict permissions, and comprehensive oversight, Amlin Star ensures that while being fully open, it maintains absolute order and security, never losing control due to inclusiveness and never exposing its core secrets through openness. Accompanying the official delineation of functional zones, the 4 major core public infrastructure projects of Amlin Star simultaneously entered the comprehensive launch phase, with the construction pace of the entire planet accelerating unprecedentedly under the efficient operations of biomechanical legions and automated engineering fleets. The interstellar top-tier medical center, built to the highest specifications, will incorporate the most cutting-edge gene repair, organ regeneration treatment of annihilation, radiation aftereffects, and deep space trauma emergency rescue technologies mastered by the Zhang family, sufficient to tackle the majority of complex diseases and war injuries within the star domain. The concurrently constructed Interstellar Elite Academy aims to cultivate talents in high-end research, interstellar navigation, star domain management, and precision engineering, equipped with the most advanced simulation teaching systems, real-time training pods, and top-tier research facilities, attracting talented and potential youth from across the star domain. The planned deep space ecological wellness area relies on Amlin Star's unique natural environment and stable ecology, combined with cutting-edge technologies for life support, environmental purification, and mental relaxation, providing a safe and comfortable. With the simultaneous commencement of the 4 projects and layered support, Amlin Star's open layout is gradually transformed from a planning blueprint into a tangible reality. In the context of Amlin Star's full openness, Zhang Chenyu meticulously defined the entry rules and acceptance criteria, with each guideline undergoing repeated simulations reflecting both inclusiveness and a firm commitment to security. For the interstellar refugees who have lost their footing in the vast star sea, for independent researchers weary of power struggles and seeking a pure land for deep exploration, and for ordinary interstellar citizens and small neutral groups adrift in deep space, Amlin Star will open its doors with the utmost goodwill. They will receive basic housing arrangements, stable energy supply, foundational medical security, and fair educational opportunities, here no longer facing the threats of war, free from the anxieties of survival, and able to restart their lives in a truly safe, orderly, and peaceful environment. For all large groups with obvious armed attributes, unclear backgrounds, and ambiguous intentions, Amlin Star maintains the highest level of vigilance and restrictions, rigorously verifying identities, strictly controlling activity ranges, and severely limiting stay durations, absolutely prohibiting any factors that could incite conflict, disrupt order, or pry into core secrets from penetrating this planet, which the Zhang family regards as its ultimate foundation. A balance of leniency and strictness with clear distinctions between internal and external matters not only makes Amlin Star a sought-after haven within the star domain, but also ensures the stability and safety of this core planet from its very roots. After finalizing the external admission criteria, Zhang Chenyu promptly began establishing a dual-line cooperation system at the Earth level, translating the differentiated core strategy into specific actionable plans. As the birthplace of the Zhang family, Huagua will enjoy the highest exclusive treatment within Amlin Star's external cooperation system, not only having unconditional priority access to the Interstellar Medical Center designated training slots at the Interstellar Elite Academy and reserved positions in the Deep Space Ecological Wellness Area, but also opening up a series of deep cooperation permissions such as technological exchange, information sharing, and resource complementarity, with all supports and inclinations being advanced in a discreet, steady, and long-term manner without publicizing or leaving any trace for outside speculation. In contrast, for the Earth United Government, which nominally governs the globe, Zhang Chenyu maintains a calm and restrained approach, only opening public service channels with limited quotas, standardized processes, and basic permissions without involving any core resource inclinations, making no implicit promises, and refraining from participating in any internal affairs or disputes of the United Government. With distinct approaches, the two cooperation routes run parallel, without interfering with or overlapping each other, upholding the principle of prioritizing the homeland, while preventing the core strengths of the Zhang family and Anlin Star from being prematurely exposed in the interstellar arena, ensuring a cautious and meticulous approach. After fully grasping the nuances and bottom lines of the dual-line cooperation details and permissions, Zhang Chenyu immediately took command to prepare for various matters related to the trip to Earth. What he carried was not merely a formal plan and quota list, but also the most secret and crucial link between the Zhang family and their home planet. Before departure, all exclusive channels, reserved quotas, and connection keys had been fully configured, awaiting his arrival on Earth to directly engage in private discussions with high-ranking officials of Huagua, implementing deep cooperation in medical, educational, wellness, and technological fields one by one. The public docking process with the Earth United Government was equally prepared, complying with all regulations, reasonable and transparent, maintaining only necessary exchanges and shallow cooperation, and never stepping beyond the established limits. With distinct approaches, the two lines of cooperation do not interfere with each other, adhering to the principle of prioritizing the homeland, while avoiding premature exposure of the core strengths of the Zhang family and Anlin Star in the interstellar vision, ensuring a cautious and meticulous strategy. At the same time, the formal alliance between the Rock clan leader Xuan and the Zhang family was successfully established within the core hull of Anlin Star. As one of the earliest followers of the Zhang family, deeply involved in the foundational efforts of the planet, the Rock clan, with its innate mastery over planetary structures, energy veins, and geological formations, has become an indispensable cornerstone force for Anlin Star. According to the terms of the alliance, the entire Rock clan will permanently reside on Anlin Star, fully responsible for the stability of the planet's energy veins, energy, shielding, underground fortification, and maintenance of hidden formations, using their innate abilities to completely conceal Anlin Star's external signals, core fluctuations, and defense outlines within the backdrop of deep space, rendering any long-distance detection and interstellar scanning incapable of capturing true information. They root themselves deep within the planet, constructing an invisible yet unbreakable natural defense barrier, with their unique life forms and energy characteristics resonating with the surface's annihilation-level weapon systems and comprehensive monitoring network, elevating Anlin Star's security level to unprecedented heights. This cross-tribe alliance is devoid of extravagant oaths, only possessing substantial trust and commitment, becoming the most solid support for the Zhang family in controlling this core planet. To make Anlin Star's management system more rigorous and orderly, the comprehensive authority certification system, personally promoted by Zhang Chenyu, has also been fully launched at the same time. This system uses the Zhang family's unique biological chips and identity star emblems as carriers, categorizing all personnel entering Anlin Star into 4 strict levels, with clearly defined boundaries for permission ranges, activity zones, energy usage, and information access at each level. Core members of the Zhang family hold the highest level of authority, able to freely enter and exit the core restricted area command center and military industrial research sites, fully controlling the planet's defenses, energy, and core secrets. Direct family members and core collaborators enjoy the next level of authority, participating in planetary management, public service operations, and external affairs, but are strictly prohibited from accessing the highest defense systems and core technical data. Ordinary visitors seeking education, medical care, or residence can only operate within the open service circle, ecological wellness area, and reception hub, enjoying the safety and convenience Anlin Star provides, while temporary visitors for short-term exchanges are limited to the areas surrounding the reception port, and without special applications they may not set foot into the planet's interior. The 4-level authority system is intricately nested and interconnected, combined with comprehensive, all-encompassing monitoring and intelligent control centers, fundamentally eliminating the possibilities of overstepping authority, prying into secrets, and disrupting order, achieving the most perfect balance of openness and security on Anlin Star. Once all arrangements were settled, Zhang Chenyu stood alone on the observation platform of the command center, gazing at the vast and tranquil land of Anlin Star. From an unknown hidden planet to a neutral, safe core that is about to open its arms to the entire star domain, this planet, carrying all the hopes and future of the Zhang family, is gradually transforming in his hands into a true bastion in the sea of stars. He never intended to stir up the winds of the star domain with force, nor did he wish to be embroiled in endless power struggles. The ultimate mission of Anlin Star has always been to protect, embrace, settle, and grow. With top-tier technology as its backbone, solid defenses as its shield, and an open heart as its wings, let this place become a refuge amidst turmoil, a sacred ground for seekers of knowledge, a healing haven for the weary, and the final home for all who yearn for peace. Not ostentatious, not reckless, not covetous, not timid, safeguarding the bottom line with absolute strength and uniting hearts with enduring goodwill, such a subtle layout is far more powerful than fleeting dominance and expansion, enabling the Zhang family to carve out a stable and long-lasting path of its own amidst the vast interstellar expanse. Thus, the open structure of Anlin Star internal and external order, external cooperation, and foundational defense systems have all taken shape, with every interlinked arrangement silently constructing a solid foundation for the Zhang family's presence in the stars. From planetary functional zoning to public infrastructure implementation, from admission criteria formulation to dual-line execution on Earth, from the Rock Clan Alliance to comprehensive authority control, every strategic step focuses on the long term. Every arrangement is rooted firmly, with no signs of impatience or recklessness. Zhang Chenyu understood that true strength is not about momentary brilliance, but about maintaining a stable realm amidst the ever-changing tides of the star sea, protecting close kin and connecting deeply with one's homeland, gathering the hearts of many. At this moment, Anlin Star has shed its form as a secret refuge, steadily advancing towards becoming a unique safe core and a civilized oasis in the star domain, while the interstellar journey of the Zhang family embarks on a new trajectory that is broader, deeper, and more sustainable. The Anlin Star Deep Space Reception Hub is far from an ordinary interstellar docking point. It is a colossal cosmic structure measured in kilometers. The main body of the port stretches 12 kilometers with a lateral span of 4 kilometers divided into 7 layers of operational space. Its main framework is cast from annihilation-grade dark gold alloy covered by a full-spectrum stealth energy curtain that can distort all incoming detection waves, resembling a silent divine city lying dormant within a nebula, imposing enough to intimidate the entire star domain. The port is equipped with over 100 specialized berths for million-ton spacecraft, 30 dedicated docking areas for passenger arcs, as well as independent hazardous material isolation chambers and emergency avoidance airspace. Each design adheres to the highest safety standards of the star domain, ensuring that even in the event of sudden spatial turbulence, the balance between the ship and the port can be maintained through its stable structure and emergency gravity devices. After undergoing 72 hours of continuous extreme pressure testing, the only external gateway of Anlin Star finally reached its conclusive phase. From the smooth entry of a million-ton interstellar cargo mothership, precise locking of the ship's body by gravitational locks, and the airtight docking by heavy mechanical arms, to the millisecond-level verification of identity by dual systems of cross-stellar genes and mental imprints, followed by a fourfold security check covering physical energy, spatial fluctuations, and dark matter residue, the entry guidance light, rail, and unmanned vessels facilitate seamless traffic. Every step flows like water, with zero errors, zero delays, and zero anomalies. As the main control light screen illuminated with azure stable light patterns, the Anlin Star Deep Space Reception Hub officially gained the top-tier qualification to accommodate interstellar giant ships, facilitate large-scale personnel exchanges, and engage in comprehensive foreign affairs. Simultaneously entering operational status with the starport, the Interstellar Medical Center is situated within the core protective airspace of the open service zone, entirely enveloped by multiple layers of energy shields with medical standards reaching the pinnacle of the star domain. The interior of the center is divided into 4 major functional areas: critical care zone, gene repair zone, deep space trauma, emergency zone, and wellness recovery zone. Each area is connected by sterile energy passages, enabling rapid contactless transport of patients while minimizing cross-interference and infection risks. The engineering core and life sciences expert group have persistently tackled challenges, completing the final debugging and commissioning of the first batch of core equipment. The 10-meter-high gene repair chamber flows with a luminous white life pattern, incorporating a full suite of modules for gene sequence correction, limb regeneration, cell activation, and disintegration repair. Even in the face of gene disintegration or body annihilation-level injuries caused by star domain-grade weapons, it can achieve reconstruction in the shortest time. The Deep Space Emergency Station is equipped with a life stabilization system that can instantly lock onto the source of trauma, seal energy loss, and stabilize vital signs to respond to any sudden critical conditions during navigation. The Anti-Radiation Treatment Unit addresses fatal injuries from cosmic high-energy radiation, dark energy erosion, and stellar ray pollution, constructing a complete medical closed loop from removal, purification to repair. All equipment is operating at full capacity in synchronized trials with data perfectly meeting standards. This medical center, embodying the highest life sciences technology of the Zhang family, is now capable of receiving critical patients from across star domains and conducting top-tier medical treatments, becoming Anlin Star's most attractive core asset. At the same moment the medical center commenced operations, the Cross-Stellar Elite Academy also completed its final comprehensive arrangements, officially opening the pre-registration channel for student enrollment across the Star Sea. The Academy occupies an expansive area divided into 4 main sections: theoretical teaching area, practical training area, research innovation area, and living relaxation area. Each space has been meticulously planned to balance learning efficiency and living comfort. The teaching pod is equipped with a real-time, star domain simulation system, consciousness direct transmission knowledge modules, and a comprehensive civilization theory database, instantly recreating extreme scenarios, such as stellar explosions, black hole edges, ship control, and energy experiments, allowing students to master knowledge and skills in the most authentic environments. The training center houses standardized interstellar fighter jets, engineering ship operation platforms, advanced research experiment tables, and energy weapon debugging platforms, with equipment specifications far exceeding the military standards of ordinary civilizations, capable of supporting students through all stages of training, from basic operations to advanced combat. The dormitory and living areas undergo ecological energy purification, ensuring air, water, and energy supplies meet the highest standards suitable for life forms, quiet, safe, and free from interference. With the pre-registration system fully online, countless youths buried in the flames of war and those with talents left unrecognized in barren civilizations finally possess a pathway to the pinnacle of the Star Sea. Anlin Star's long-term strategy of gathering talents through education and establishing a star with its human resources has thus taken root. To ensure the efficient operation of the planet after its opening, the first batch of biochemically engineered human service teams, rigorously selected, deeply calibrated, and job-ready, have officially arrived at their respective positions. They are precisely assigned to 5 core systems: medical care, educational assistance, starport reception, comprehensive security, and logistics operations. Every command, every action, and every response has undergone millions of simulation calibrations, exhibiting stability, precision, and execution abilities surpassing organic life. These biochemically engineered individuals are equipped with Anlin Star's exclusive smart chips, allowing real-time data communication with the command center. In the event of an emergency, they can promptly report and autonomously initiate emergency plans without the need for human intervention to complete basic handling. In the medical center, they assist in diagnosis and treatment care for critical patients and maintain equipment. In the Elite Academy, they manage teaching resources, debug training platforms, and maintain order. In the Deep Space Hub, they are responsible for navigation guidance, visitor registration information, inquiries, and emergency responses. In every corner of the planet, they patrol, silently monitor abnormalities, and eliminate hazards. These silent and efficient figures, akin to precisely engineered cosmic gears, seamlessly connect every service, every process, and every link of Anlin Star, supporting the planet's high-speed operation. Far across the galactic arm, in Earth's low Earth orbit, a secret ship hidden within cosmic dust quietly enters the coordinates. The ship is covered with anti-detection coatings, producing almost no energy fluctuations during engine operation. Even the most advanced deep space monitoring radar of the Earth United Government cannot capture its traces. Zhang Chenyu sits at the command position within the ship, lightly touching the control panel, revealing no traces nor connecting to the Earth United Government's monitoring network, but directly activating the highest-level encrypted channel of the star domain. The signal undergoes multiple layers of spatial folding, frequency hopping, and trajectory concealment, completely bypassing the global monitoring system and establishing a point-to-point private contact with the upper echelons of Hua country. Without unnecessary pleasantries or hesitation, both parties quickly finalize the time, place, and method of the covert meeting in silence, ensuring all information leaves no traces, no records, and is not leaked, in the slightest, guaranteeing that this dialogue concerning the future of their homeland and the foundation of Anlin Star remains completely isolated from any third-party views. Following the dual-line strategy established by Zhang Chenyu, Zhang Chenyu subsequently meets with the Earth United Government in an open, compliant, and low-profile manner. The entire meeting process is standardized, attitudes restrained, and every detail meticulous. He submits only the basic navigation reports, routine information exchanges, and ordinary cooperation applications between Anlin Star and Earth, revealing no core technologies, displaying no advanced combat capabilities, promising no resource concessions, nor involving any core secrets. In response to the probing questions from the United Government officials, he remains composed, his words tight-lipped, maintaining Anlin Star's neutral stance, while raising no suspicions from the other side. Everything is conducted according to protocol, every interaction is brief. The United Government perceives it merely as an ordinary contact with interstellar powers, completely unaware that beneath the surface a deeper, more stable, and core channel has already been quietly established. The covert meeting takes place as scheduled in a strictly confidential environment. No monitoring, no records, no outsiders, only the core personnel of both sides are present in the sealed space, with an atmosphere of solemnity and gravity permeating the air. Zhang Chenyu steadily transfers core resources imbued with sentiments for his homeland Anlin Star's exclusive access key, allowing free entry into the planet's open areas with the highest priority, lifetime priority treatment quotas at the Interstellar Medical Center, reserving precious life protection for the Dysya compatriots. Exclusive directed quotas at the Cross-Stellar Elite Academy, granting access to the top educational resources of the Star Sea, and a complete set of secure and discrete preliminary plans for technical exchanges, resource complementarity, and information sharing. Each document and each permission embodies the Zhang family's sincerity and guardianship toward their mother planet, with no reservations whatsoever. The high-ranking officials of Hua country appear solemn and respond officially on the spot. They promise to strictly maintain all secrets, steadily advance the connections, and will select the first batch of top talents, medical experts, young students, and researchers at the fastest speed to go to Anlin Star under non-official, low-profile, and unmarked secret identities to conduct studies, treatments, technical exchanges, and deep cooperation. The two sides do not exchange excessive pleasantries, but reach the most resolute tacit understanding through their exchanged glances. With one line visible and the other hidden, one surface and one interior, the two routes do not interfere with each other or expose themselves. The dual-line cooperation layout of Earth has thus been firmly established, constructing a secret bridge capable of changing the future between their homeland and Anlin Star. In the airspace of Anlin Star, the Shadow Swarm Star Domain Detection System completes a new round of full area scanning. Thousands of hidden detectors are scattered within a 1,000,000-kilometer radius around the planet, forming a dense web that captures and analyzes ship trajectories, energy fluctuations, spatial anomalies, and detection signals without missing a spot. Even the slightest spatial ripple or weak detection wave cannot escape monitoring. The final data returns to the command center: no unfamiliar ships, no hidden spying, no military threats, and no risk signals in the surrounding airspace, ensuring an absolutely safe navigation environment. The invisible net has long been cast, snuffing out all potential threats in their infancy, establishing the last line of defense for Anlin Star's path to openness. In the command center, Zhang Chenyu stands before the central light screen, calmly surveying the progress of the Starport Medical Center Elite Academy Comprehensive Permission Network and the dual-line connection with Earth. All arrangements are settled, all infrastructure is ready, all personnel are in position, and all security measures are flawless. From the functional support within the planet to external security defenses and to the secret connections with the homeland, every link is tightly interconnected, every step is stable as a mountain. He slightly raises his hand, and his calm, yet authoritative voice reverberates throughout the Anlin Star command system, transmitted through hidden signals echoing in every corner of the interstellar channels and command hubs. The external reception channel of Anlin Star is officially open for limited trial operation. The first batch will accept small-scale low-risk visitors, running smoothly while cautiously expanding. With the command given, the nodes representing the interstellar portal slowly light up on the light screen. The starport initiates and the navigation channels are fully opened. The voice of the homeland resonates across the Star River. This planet, which has transformed from a hidden refuge into a neutral safety core in the Star Sea, officially steps onto the grand stage of the vast Star River. The interstellar era belonging to the Zhang family has now commenced. Not long after the directive for the open trial of the Anlin Star's external passage was issued, Zhang Chenyu returned to the private communication area of the core command center. The central holographic screen slowly unfolded before him, revealing multiple encrypted interstellar communication channels, each corresponding to reliable contacts retained from past transactions. He did not make a grand announcement nor activate any public broadcasts. Instead, he calmly sifted through the past contact records, selecting a group of sufficiently stable and trustworthy contacts. Kellen, a merchant from the multi-armed clan, was someone he had met during early transactions. He was prudent, had an excellent reputation, and his trade routes spanned the star regions surrounding the Shattered Star Trade Station. He never involved himself in armed conflicts or illegal dealings, making him one of the few extraterrestrial merchants Zhang Chenyu felt he could let his guard down around. Aulia, the administrator of the Shattered Star Trade Station, held the flow of customers and information within the station and was known for her discretion. She maintained neutrality with various factions and was the most suitable candidate for conveying messages within a small circle. In addition, the screen also listed a number of other contacts with communication channels, all of whom left a good impression during past transactions and were trustworthy merchants. Although they had no deep connections, none had any bad records or factional backgrounds, and were all within the realm of trust. Zhang Chenyu lightly tapped with his fingertips, sending messages one by one through the highest-level encrypted channels. The content was concise and clear. Anlin Star has completed the construction of its starport, and entered a limited trial open phase only allowing docking resupply medical services and educational access for acquaintances. Armed groups are not accepted. Participation in regional disputes is avoided, and there will be no public announcements. Those willing to abide by the rules are welcome to come. The message carried no sense of hype and was devoid of any large-scale recruitment intentions. It was merely a private notice to old acquaintances, understated to the point of being nearly secretive. He understood very well that what Anlanstar needed most at this moment was not noise and popularity, but order, safety, and time. Slower progress meant greater stability. With greater stability, they could go further. Not long after the messages were sent, responses began to come in. Leo was the first to reply, stating that there were already many wanderers, independent scholars, and small merchant teams seeking a safe haven within the shattered star trade station. She would relay the message within a very small circle of acquaintances and would never spread it further nor disclose the exact coordinates of Anlanstar. The merchant Kellen from the multi-armed clan was even more straightforward, directly stating that he would immediately organize a purely civilian non-armed small merchant team as the first visitors to Anlanstar to personally verify this newly established neutral safe star. The other merchants he contacted also responded, either promising to set out soon or indicating they would introduce trustworthy individuals. None tried to pry into core secrets, nor did anyone attempt to seek special treatment. This was exactly the state Zhang Chenyu desired. No noise, yet there was still sound, no distant pursuits, yet visitors would come. Days later, signals from several familiar small ships appeared on the remote monitoring holographic screen of the Anlanstar Deep Space Reception Hub. The merchant team led by Kellen arrived as promised with no additional accompanying ships, no hidden arms, and they obediently followed the navigation guidelines into the starport, fully cooperating with the instructions without any overstepping. When Kellen finally laid his eyes on this cosmic structure of 12 kilometers towering like a steel divine city amidst the nebula, even he who was accustomed to the star domain trade routes and had seen many interstellar wonders could not help but let out a low gasp of astonishment in the cockpit. The multi-armed merchant instinctively trembled, slightly unable to imagine that within this star domain lay such a high-standard, orderly interstellar portal. The gravity lock smoothly engaged, precisely locking onto the ship's hull, while the heavy mechanical arms silently completed the airtight docking. From identity verification, 4 layers of security checks, to entry guidance and permission allocation, the entire process flowed seamlessly without difficulties, congestion, or any oversights. The Bioman service team responsible for reception was composed and efficient, with every step showcasing the rigor and confidence of Anlanstar. Kellen and his team were guided to the temporary docking area of the open service zone. Along the way, they saw nothing but clean, ecological environments, stable energy barriers, and orderly operational systems, in stark contrast to the noisy chaos of the shattered star trade station. There was no plunder, no oppression, and no conflicts likely to erupt at any moment. Only a truly peaceful interstellar sanctuary, which instantly brought a sense of security to the merchants who had long traveled through dangerous star domains. One accompanying merchant, long afflicted by deep space radiation, had sought treatment at the shattered star trade station without success, and upon arrival was immediately sent to the Interstellar Medical Center. The 10-meter-tall gene repair chamber glowed with a pearly life light, and the anti-radiation treatment unit was activated simultaneously. Within just a few hours, it completely cleared the accumulated radiation from his body, and his previously weakened state quickly improved. Witnessing this scene, Kellen had no doubt left in his heart and firmly believed that Anlanstar was the safe supply point and life assurance he had long been seeking. He had already made up his mind to only bring reliable individuals in the future, ensuring that he would not cause any trouble for this planet. Meanwhile, the pre-registration system for the Cross-Star Elite Academy welcomed its first batch of genuine applicants. Most of them were young people introduced by merchants like Kellen without the protection of powerful factions or complicated backgrounds, yet with the ambition to pursue education and self-improvement. Their talents and character passed the system's scrutiny. There were no crowds rushing in, nor were there prying onlookers with ulterior motives. Everything progressed slowly and steadily in the most peaceful and gentle manner, just as Zhang Chenyu wished. Meanwhile, on distant Earth, the dual-line layout continued to land steadily in silence. The unified government was already led by Huagua, with no fundamental differences in overall framework and decision-making direction, and naturally Zhang Chenyu had no intention of opposing it. It was just that in terms of resource allocation, open permissions, and information connections, he still maintained a clear distinction, prioritizing the compatriots of Daxia within the system, subtly leaning in their favor, while maintaining a standard regulated yet not overly friendly attitude towards members of other nationalities and factions within the unified government, neither deliberately making things difficult for them nor revealing core secrets. The unified government had indeed noticed this subtle bias, but on one hand, there was no evidence on the other hand due to Huaguo's dominant position, and moreover Anlin Star did not fall under Earth's jurisdiction, so even if others had thoughts they could not question it, nor could they interfere, and they could only proceed smoothly according to the established process. Behind the scenes, Huagua had already completed the secret selection of the first batch of personnel as agreed. Top young scholars, seasoned medical experts, precision engineering technicians, and discreet tight-lipped staff were all gathered at a secret base inland. Under the cover of night, a small shuttle, without markings or records, silently ascended quietly, entering Earth's low orbital space. Zhang Chenyu, who had long been waiting here, completed the reception, using the stealth ship, activating anti-detection and space concealment devices throughout the process, escorting this team, carrying hopes from their homeland into the interstellar channel, completely avoiding external unrelated surveillance. Between the homeland and Anlin Star, the first truly significant personnel secret line was successfully established. In the airspace above Anlin Star, the Shadow B swarm's full-scale scanning had never ceased. Tens of thousands of concealed units like silent sentinels were spread across 1,000,000 kilometers of space around the planet, detecting even the slightest abnormal fluctuations. The leader of the Yalong clan, Shiwan, personally stationed at the core of the Earth's veins, continuously strengthened the concealment barrier with the racial talent, firmly suppressing the energy fluctuations of the planet's core, making it so that any long-distance detection could only view Anlin Star as a piece of ordinary cosmic dust. The monitoring network occasionally captured distant blind search detection signals from the Zeta clan. However, these were merely aimless probing scans that never locked onto Anlin Star's accurate coordinates. They were silently masked and erased by the Shadow B swarm. The external enemies had yet to detect the existence of this star, sea sanctuary, and all threats were nipped in the bud. In the command center, Zhang Chenyu observed the smoothly operating data on the holographic screen. The starport was orderly, the old merchants were at ease, the medical and academy systems were functioning normally, the Earth's secret line was progressing smoothly, and the outer star domain was safe and sound. He slightly nodded, and his mind was already clear. Inside the core command center of Anlin Star, the central giant holographic screen remained illuminated with a faint and stable cold light, with real-time monitoring images flowing orderly across the screen. The giant docking station at the Deep Space Reception Hub stood quietly, with the gravity lock system maintaining a low-power standby state. Several small merchant ships from the Shattered Star Trade Station docked smoothly, while the Bioman Patrol team followed the designated route, monitoring the navigation channels, airtight conditions, energy shield strengths, and a series of data, all maintained within optimal ranges. The 7-layer operational airspace of the port performed their respective duties, with resupply channels, maintenance channels, and visitor channels not interfering with one another. The intelligent scheduling system optimized traffic efficiency in real time, ensuring that even in low-traffic operating conditions, the highest safety standards were maintained. Inside the Interstellar Medical Center, life support equipment operated smoothly, with gene repair chambers and anti-radiation treatment units ready to be activated at any time. Various life parameters were being uploaded to the central system in real time, and the merchant who had just received treatment was already recovering significantly, resting quietly in the recovery area. The pre-registration system of the Cross-Star Elite Academy continued to operate at low load, with the screening program automatically filtering background information and talent data, comprehensively assessing from multiple dimensions like civilizational affiliation, energy, talent, and mental stability, ensuring no good talent was overlooked and no risk was missed. The Yalong clan's enhanced Earth vein shielding signal was stably output, firmly masking the energy fluctuations at Anlin Star's core, while the Shadow B swarm continuously patrolled within 1,000,000 kilometers of space, instantly capturing, analyzing, and eliminating any weak abnormal signals. The entire planet from the outside to the inside, from top to bottom, exhibited a highly orderly and calm operational state, with no disturbances and no oversights. Everything was progressing steadily according to Zhang Chenyu's expectations. In the silent deep space corridor, a ship's signal processed through multiple concealment methods quietly appeared at the edge of Anlin Star's alert range. The command center's early warning system did not trigger an alarm, but directly marked it as a friendly encrypted route. That was the first batch of secret personnel escorted by Zhang Chenyu from Huagua on Earth. The ship's engines had undergone special noise reduction treatment, leaving almost no traceable trail in the cosmos. The hull coating effectively distorted conventional detection radar waves while avoiding spatial fluctuation detection and dark matter residue scans. Even close approaches would only perceive it as a piece of floating cosmic dust. Inside the ship, there were no unnecessary lights or sounds. All personnel maintained silence, strictly adhering to interstellar stealth navigation rules, with breaths and actions kept at the lowest disturbance levels. As the distance continued to shorten, the ship's coordinates precisely docked with the reserved secret berth of Anlin Star. The navigation guidance system silently activated, creating an exclusive channel that went unnoticed by the outside world, avoiding public monitoring areas and the visual range of incoming merchants. The entire welcoming process had no ceremonies and no unnecessary sounds, remaining under the highest level of confidentiality. Even Kellen and others who were currently resting and exchanging trade information in the public port area were completely unaware that a group of personnel carrying hopes from their homeland was silently stepping into this star-sea homeland that belonged to them. In the data stream of the command center, the connection signal of the Earth's secret line had stabilized into a pale blue color, subtly resonating with the operational light patterns of the starport. He suspended his fingertip over the terminal, watching as the coordinates of that secret route were firmly locked, knowing that the first passage from the homeland to Amlin Star had finally become reality. The shuttle, concealed through multiple layers of cloaking, slowly settled down. As the boarding ramp unfolded, it docked at the same port as the Kellen Trading Company's civilian vessel, yet maintained a safe distance of several kilometers, like two unperturbed stars quietly nestled in the berth of Amlin Star. A group of individuals who had traveled a great distance from Earth stepped down from the ship, setting foot on the port of Amlin Star. The clean, slightly cool air, the orderly and spacious interstellar port area, and the well-organized enforcement team all displayed the unique calmness and orderliness of this planet. The students, doctors, and engineers in the group all appeared composed. Even though they were filled with awe at the alien civilization before them, they maintained a calm and dignified demeanor, quietly awaiting the next arrangements. The biotic reception group waiting by the berth stepped forward in an orderly manner, dressed uniformly and moving in sync with no unnecessary actions or delays. They distributed identity terminals and authority wristbands, which had been pre-recorded with information to each guest, in turn guiding them to the temporary registration point on the side of the port area to complete the final information confirmation. A pale blue light screen gently unfolded in front of the registration desk, executing iris scans, identity, binding, authority level, division activity, area marking, and emergency contact code synchronization in a series of steps that were completed within seconds, with all information directly fed into the core command system of Amlin Star, forming a complete personnel record. The entire process was efficient, standardized, and transparent, with no deliberate special treatment, nor excessive questioning or difficulties. It aligned with the standard procedures for receiving foreign merchants, while subtly conveying a sense of security and importance for the guests from their homeland, instilling a greater sense of stability and ease in those who had stepped onto alien soil for the first time. Under the guidance of the biotic personnel, the group moved forward along the planned route, their gazes involuntarily drawn to the surroundings. The port area of Amlin Star was devoid of excessive decorations, yet exuded a sense of rationality and order that had been meticulously designed. The ground was paved with high-strength composite materials that could withstand the repeated crushing of heavy ships and large machinery. Concealed between the walls and columns were energy circulation pipelines and emergency shield nodes. Beneath the seemingly tranquil environment lay a complete and reliable security system. In the nearby public docking area, Kellen and others were conversing and resting with accompanying merchants, maintaining a respectful distance while regarding each other as ordinary interstellar visitors without unnecessary intersections. The occasionally passing enforcement personnel stood tall, their gazes focused, responsible solely for maintaining order and responding to emergencies without interfering with the normal actions of the passing individuals. The entire interstellar port operated in a quiet and orderly rhythm, allowing the team from Earth to unconsciously shed their initial reservations and anxieties. Upon arriving at the pre-planned living and working area, the individuals from Earth directly experienced the meticulous order and attention to detail of Amlin Star. In the accommodation area, the room layouts were uniformly tidy, with all basic living necessities provided. Energy supply, air circulation, and temperature control systems operated in fully automated modes, maintaining the most comfortable living environment without the need for manual intervention. The working area was clearly divided according to different functions, with the medical assistance area adjacent to the Interstellar Medical Center, facilitating the doctors immediate access to their posts. The engineering technology area directly connected to the Starport Operations Center and Energy Station, allowing engineers to quickly interface with equipment and familiarize themselves with systems. The area for young students was linked to the Interstellar Elite Academy, providing a quiet learning environment and complete foundational support, laying a stable foundation for their subsequent studies and skill enhancement. The biotic guide patiently answered simple questions, quietly retreating to the side to await new instructions only after confirming that everyone was properly settled, maintaining a quiet and efficient demeanor without overstepping or redundancy, in perfect harmony with the operational rhythm of the entire planet. After a brief settling in, the medical team directly proceeded to the Interstellar Medical Center for job integration. Inside the center, the lighting was soft, with various high-end diagnostic devices arranged in order. The gene repair chamber quietly emitted a warm white light, and various life monitoring systems refreshed data in real time, creating a quiet and solemn atmosphere. The medical head, already on standby, briefly introduced the center's operational model equipment usage protocols and common treatment methods for interstellar ailments. The doctors from Earth listened attentively, while closely observing the operation states of various instruments, silently committing the key processes and precautions to memory. Most of them had rich clinical experience and adapted quickly to new things. In just a short time, they had roughly sorted out their work thoughts, and after a brief familiarization, would be ready to formally engage in medical assistance, work contributing the strength of their homeland to the medical system of Amlin Star. The engineering technicians then entered the Starport Operations Center and Energy Core area under guidance. The scene before them far surpassed the conventional equipment they had encountered on Earth, with modular energy units, fully intelligent shipping lane scheduling systems, and emergency guarantee mechanisms designed with multiple redundancies, each reflecting a technological level beyond Earth civilization. The technical biotic responsible for the integration presented the central operational logic, energy distribution rules, and emergency handling processes one by one. The engineers fixed their eyes on the continuously refreshing data on the light screens, occasionally whispering to each other, rapidly absorbing this entirely new technical system. They understood that this knowledge would not only help them integrate into the operations on Amlin Star more quickly, but also accumulate valuable experience for the future technological development of Earth. Each person was fully engaged in the integration process with utmost focus. The young students who had come along stepped into the preparatory area of the Interstellar Elite Academy under guidance. There were no classrooms or desks commonly found on Earth. Instead, there were spacious training grounds, precisely controlled energy simulation cabins, and holographic projection classrooms for theoretical learning. Gentle and stable energy fluctuations floated in the air, effectively assisting physical training and bodily function enhancement. Looking at the well-equipped environment designed for learning and practical training, the young individuals selected from Earth could hardly conceal their excitement and anticipation. They knew that the systematic learning on Amlin Star would be a key opportunity to change their destinies and enhance their overall capabilities. Each of them unconsciously straightened their posture, revealing a determination not to squander this opportunity. Zhang Chenyu waited in the inner area of the Port Management Center, observing the team from his homeland settling in an orderly manner. His expression remained neutral, only his eyes harboring a firm resolve for the future. Once the initial integration of positions was completed, he walked slowly to a place with the team leader, without any ostentatious ceremony or lengthy speeches, simply standing before the silent light screen, clearly outlining the current situation and positioning of Amlin Star. He clarified the planet's neutral stance towards external affairs, the acceptance criteria for visiting merchants, and the internal order that must be strictly adhered to. He also explained the responsibilities and cooperation methods of the three major sectors: medical, academy, and logistics. His tone was steady and the content was pragmatic, with each statement grounded in reality, allowing the other party to quickly understand the upcoming work focus and operational guidelines. After completing the briefing, the team leader nodded solemnly, committing Zhang Chenyu's words to memory. As the leader who had come from Earth, he understood the profound significance of this journey to Amlin Star. It was not merely a simple personnel support mission, but the beginning of a deep connection between their homeland and this new interstellar home. The medical team was to safeguard the health and lives of the planet's inhabitants, the engineers were to ensure the stable operation of various facilities, and the young students were to acquire knowledge and undergo transformation here. Every position was indispensable, and every contribution was tied to the future of both Amlin Star and Earth. He immediately stated that he would strictly adhere to the planet's regulations, lead everyone to quickly integrate into their work, never slowing down the overall operational rhythm, and would certainly not engage in actions detrimental to the order and reputation of Amlin Star. His words were filled with steadiness and responsibility. Before long, the entire team from Earth was thoroughly settled in. The medical center had taken on a familiar aura from their homeland, with engineers bustling through the operations center and the elite academy resonating with the soft conversations of young students. Amlin Star, originally maintained by biotic beings, quietly gained an additional layer of warmth and humanity after the arrival of these vibrant guests from their homeland. The operational efficiency of various facilities steadily improved, and both internal and external orders remained intact with no chaos or errors. Zhang Chenyu stood on a high observation platform, quietly overlooking the smooth operation of the port and urban areas, his gaze sweeping over the real-time feedback data to confirm that all links were proceeding as planned without any omissions or anomalies. After taking everything in, Zhang Chenyu turned and entered the core command center. In the vast space, dozens of light screens floated at varying heights, continuously refreshing the real-time status of Amlin Star. Records of starport entries and exits were stable, An orderly visitor flow remained within reasonable limits. The operational data of the medical center and elite academy were all normal, and the energy core and defense shield's energy consumption indicators were stable within safety lines. The geodetic shielding device set up for the Yuelong clan operated continuously without any fluctuations, and the hidden monitoring net formed by the shadow bees at the outer edges of the star domain had not captured any suspicious signals. Even the Zeta clan, which had been hovering at the fringe of the star domain, remained in a phase of blind searching, unaware of Anlin star's specific location and internal conditions. Confirming that the entire domain was stable and secure, Zhang Chenyu did not linger in the command center. He walked along the quiet corridor toward the observation platform, where the city outline of Anlin star gradually unfolded outside the window. Floating airways traversed in an orderly manner, and energy lighthouses quietly flickered at the edge of the skyline, deepening the nightscape of the entire star domain. From initially establishing a presence here to building a complete defense, living, training, and trade system, and now with the arrival of guests from their homeland, both the internal and external environments of this planet were now stable. It was no longer a temporary refuge, but a true home worthy of entrusting the future. And precisely because the foundation was solid, he understood even more that mere preservation was never a long-term strategy. Anlin star needed more stable material circulation, more precise external intelligence, the establishment of a low-key, yet solid position amidst the complex powers of the fragmented star belt, and the need to pave a sufficiently safe and broad path for Earth and all its followers. The threats lurking at the edges of the star domain, the unclear power dynamics, and the opportunities hidden in the dark of interstellar space could not be addressed solely through monitoring and waiting. He lightly tapped the railing with his fingertips, his resolve taking shape in his heart. It was time to leave the safety of the rear and personally step into the core area of the fragmented star belt, engaging directly with various forces and quietly extending Anlin star's influence outward. This journey was destined to be anything but peaceful, but compared to the unknown risks, he was even less willing to see everything he had painstakingly built become stagnant and confined to a corner. Zhang Chenyu took a deep breath, turned, and walked toward the internal corridor, preparing to formally entrust the planet's daily defense and management responsibilities before embarking on his journey. With his homeland in place and the rear secured, his gaze had long since turned towards the deeper expanses of the starry sea. The darkness of deep space remains forever silent, with only stardust and energy streams silently surging, wrapping the entire star domain in a shroud of lifeless tranquility. There is no light, no sound, no warmth. Only endless emptiness and coldness form the most primal and genuine visage of the universe. Yet beneath this seemingly peaceful facade, surging undercurrents have long accumulated to a critical point, waiting for a slight opportunity to erupt, entirely shattering all order and rules. The order of the Zeta star domain is fundamentally built on plunder and balance. This inherently thieving race has never understood coexistence, guardianship, or bottom lines since its inception. Their civilization's core only engraves the phrase survival of the fittest. Invasion is instinct, plunder is survival, and slaughter is routine. The entire race relies on disturbing surrounding civilizations, occupying habitable planets, and plundering mineral resources to thrive, never having any reverence for any force nor any pity for any life. In their perception, power is everything and weakness is original sin. Even among their own kind, there is only exchange of interests devoid of any affection. The official council of the star domain is merely a facade and is utterly incapable of restraining the ambitions of the three major corporations. Blackthorn, Crimson Fang, and Iron Spine have fought each other for a century with grudges deeply ingrained in their bones. Even a slight friction can ignite the flames of war across the entire star domain. Not long ago, in an effort to regain face, the Blackthorn Corporation exerted all its strength to assemble a revenge fleet, brazenly crossing the border to test human territories, only to be completely routed in an instant. The main battle fleet was annihilated with heavy losses among elite crew members. For a time, Blackthorn's military strength suffered a significant blow, leaving wide gaps in border defenses and plunging the overall situation into unprecedented passivity. However, the human assault was limited to the invading fleet and did not affect Blackthorn's native territories. Their home planets, ecology, resource mining planets, and core military ports remained intact, and their industrial system and population base were also undisturbed. At this moment, Blackthorn is not on the brink of extinction, but has merely lost its fangs for external expansion, falling into an awkward state of strategic retraction. The once rampant arrogance of their race has nearly vanished, forcing them to urgently consolidate their remaining forces, firmly hold onto core areas, and barely maintain their territorial defense line. Faced with the prying of surrounding forces, they can only adopt passive defense, unable to initiate any proactive attacks. Such a weakening of strength naturally did not escape the eyes of the Crimson Fang and Iron Spine corporations. These two forces, also living by plunder, have fought against Blackthorn for a century and have long been coveting the resource planet's trade routes and border fortresses in each other's hands. Now, seeing Blackthorn's military greatly diminished and defenses empty, it is the perfect opportunity for them to invade and expand, and they can no longer suppress the greed and violence within. Almost simultaneously, the two major corporations unreservedly deployed their main forces to the border, battleships arrayed across the starry sky, cannons roaring in unison, radiating murderous intent as they surged into Blackthorn's territorial borders, igniting a full-blown plunderous melee between the same race. The three fleets erupted into a chaotic battle in the vast interstellar belt, cannon fire tearing apart the once tranquil starry sky, energy turbulence sweeping across the area like a tsunami, with wreckage of battleships and fragments of celestial bodies scattering violently amidst the explosions, transforming into a sky filled with cold stardust. The greed and brutality of the Zeta race were laid bare in this internal conflict. They fought each other with reckless abandon to seize border fortresses, plunder mineral resources, and control navigation nodes, employing barbaric tactics and ruthless means, completely disregarding the significant gaps in the overall defense system of the star domain and the impending exposure of this area to unforeseen dangers. For them, the only pursuit is to seize every available resource and occupy every inch of space. As for the disasters that may come in the future, they have never been within the consideration of this group of robbers. At the edge of the human domain, the entire fleet maintained absolute silence, with no engine roar, no radar emissions, and no energy leaks, like a boulder hidden in the darkness, quietly lying in wait, motionless. All combat units were in a state of minimal energy consumption, observation systems passively receiving data, command links remaining silent and encrypted throughout. The entire fleet seemed to have completely merged into the shadows of deep space, undetected, undiscovered, and undisturbed. Zhang Chenyu stood in the command cabin, observing the distant starry sky slaughter through the high-intensity observation window. He stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calm and undisturbed, with no intention of intervening nor a hint of excessive emotional fluctuation. No matter how intense the cannon fire was or how brutal the slaughter among kin to him, it was merely a farce unrelated to humanity. He understood better than anyone that the Zeta race is fundamentally a group of plunderers, vagabonds drifting through the stars, and born destroyers. They survive by disturbing other civilizations, and seizing resources. Betrayal is the norm, and turning back on promises is instinct. They have never had a bottom line and have never understood reverence. Their lives and deaths, their internal strife, and their demise have nothing to do with humanity. His previous instantaneous annihilation of the Blackthorn revenge fleet had already spread like thunder throughout the entire star domain, making all Zeta forces acutely aware. Human territory is an unapproachable, untouchable, and inettable steel plate. Whoever provokes, it will meet a gruesome end. It is precisely because of this that human territory can remain completely aloof in this mad chaos, untouched and undisturbed, firmly occupying the position of a bystander. Zhang Chenyu coldly observed the farce of the thieving race's infighting, feeling not a shred of pity nor any wavering. What he wants is never to actively exterminate this group of robbers, nor to sweep the entire star domain with war, but to let them exhaust and weaken each other in endless internal strife, until they thoroughly lose their ambition for external expansion, their ability to unite against humanity, and the capital to threaten human territory. Only when this group of robbers falls into total chaos and exhaustion will those remnants scattered in the war, homeless and desperate, become the most docile, most controllable, and most integrable subjects. By then, humanity will be able to take control of the entire Zeta star domain with minimal cost, the most stable approach, and absolute order, leaving no hidden dangers, no resistance, and no concerns. Just as the three-way battle reached its peak, with energy fluctuations at their most intense and chaotic, a bizarre extreme energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from deep space. The fluctuation was weak, cold, and eerily silent, lacking any intelligent will or intent to attack, yet carrying a chilling instinctual sense of devouring, as if an abyss was slowly opening its eyes in the darkness. A mysterious cluster whose only survival instinct is to devour energy and matter was forcefully attracted by the immense energy released from the conflict, rapidly approaching the Zeta star domain with no direction, no discrimination, and no pause. They had no clear targets for attack, no precise combat tactics, no camp affiliations, and no communication signals. The only instinct was to devour everything visible: energy, matter, celestial bodies, battleships, and lives. They do not distinguish between friend and foe, strong and weak, or camps. Any existing entity, any flowing energy becomes their target for consumption. This is merely one of the aimless swells in deep space, a trivial part of countless devouring clusters, yet due to its terrifying consumption capability and fission reproduction speed, it is enough to bring a truly catastrophic disaster to the already chaotic and defenseless Zeta star domain. The moment Zhang Chenyu captured this abnormal fluctuation, his gaze remained calm, without a hint of panic or surprise. He had long been aware of the activity patterns, movement trajectories, and energy characteristics of various unknown forces in deep space through the comprehensive monitoring system and the vast data transmitted back by the shadow drones. The emergence of the Devourer race is merely an inevitable link in the progression of the situation, the beginning of this group of robbers' self-destructive consequences, and had long been within his expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately issued commands which were transmitted silently, accurately, and without waves along the silent command chain, to every combat unit. The human fleet instantly began to act, completing preliminary battlefield deployments in the direction where the Devourers were most likely to strike, establishing the first security line with full stealth defense mode, exposing no combat characteristics, generating no excess energy fluctuations, and activating no proactive attack systems solely to guard against unforeseen events and ensure the absolute safety of human territory, isolating all threats beyond the domain. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miniature reconnaissance drones were quietly released from the fleet array. These detectors, crafted from full-band stealth materials, are entirely silver-white, as thin as stardust, with no active electromagnetic radiation or directional communication signals, advancing solely through inertial gliding and gravitational microadjustments. Even passing over the most sophisticated enemy monitoring devices, they would only be classified as harmless cosmic dust. They spread like an invisible silver mist, rapidly expanding toward the direction from which the Devourers were approaching, forming a vast reconnaissance net covering a wide area of space. Their only task is to monitor in real time the movement, scale, density, and advancement speed of the subsequent Devourer clusters, continuously relaying data back to secure sufficient warning time for humanity, firmly grasping all initiative in the battlefield of the entire star domain, leaving no opportunity for any unknown threats. Having completed all this, the human fleet returned once again to utter silence, as if they had never moved. Zhang Chenyu turned his gaze back to the Zeta star domain, to that chaotic land shrouded in both war and the shadow of devouring. The internal strife of the thieves has not ceased, and the Devourer tide has arrived. A storm destined to overturn the entire structure of the star domain and rewrite the fates of all forces has officially begun. And he remains the detached observer in control of the whole situation. Coldly waiting for the best moment to strike, waiting for this group of robber civilizations to pay the most painful and irreparable price for their greed and brutality etched into their bloodline. The wind of deep space remains cold, the stardust continues to flow slowly, and the starry sky is still utterly silent. Yet no one knows that the fate of this sea of stars has long been firmly grasped by a pair of calm and steady eyes. The darkness of deep space was like an eternal curtain firmly shrouding the edges of the Zeta star domain. Stardust drifted slowly through the boundless void where faint glimmers of residual energy from the chaotic three-way battle still flickered. The wreckage of warships and shattered metal fragments floated together, forming a cold cemetery that silently narrated the relentless plunder and slaughter in this star domain. Broken communication signals echoed intermittently in the void, mingled with the screams of soldiers and the residual sounds of ship explosions, intensifying the already turbulent atmosphere of the star domain, making it more oppressive and perilous. The fleet of the Chiya Corporation had just gained the upper hand in the border skirmishes, seizing the opportunity during the weakened state of the Blackthorn's army and the hesitant Iron Spine, capturing multiple navigation hubs and resource collection stations in one fell swoop. The plunder teams on the ships were busy transporting rare ores and energy cores from the collection stations into storage, while the officers in the command tower raised their glasses in celebration, planning the next expansion route. The warships advanced slowly in the starry sky, their cannons still charged, as the entire fleet reveled in the frenzy of expansion and plunder, with no one willing to look up at the unfathomable darkness, and no one realizing that a disaster from the depths of deep space had quietly descended. A shadow nearly merging with the darkness was slowly approaching along the chaotic energy waves. It had no fixed form, no clear outline, merely a mass of constantly writhing, rolling mist, eerily quiet. It emitted no engine roar, released no aggressive signals, but simply followed the most violent energy trajectories in the star domain, inching closer to this area, filled with slaughter and plunder. Only when it completely breached the outer perimeter of Chiya's defenses did the alarms at the border monitoring station suddenly shatter the silence, with red warning lights flashing frantically in the command cabin and the piercing alarm sound instantly shattering all the noise and excitement. A large-scale abnormal cluster has appeared in the unknown space. Energy characteristics unidentifiable. Target is closing and speed stable, no active attack signals. Activate the main cannon array for full saturation strike. The commander's furious shout echoed within the cabin, imbued with the inherent ferocity and arrogance of the Zeta people. In his view, no matter what force the intruders belonged to, they could never withstand the firepower of the Chiya fleet, nor could they stir up any waves in their home territory. In the next moment, dense beams from the main cannons erupted explosively, pounding down upon the eerie shadow, like a torrential downpour, instantly illuminating the entire border space, making the floating wreckage and stardust shine brightly. A chilling scene unfolded. The violent cannon energy struck the shadow, but did not trigger any explosions, did not generate any shockwaves, and left not a trace. All the firepower seemed to be silently devoured by the void, vanishing without a trace, not even a ripple of energy stirred. Yet the shadow continued at its original speed, progressing steadily, neither surging nor going berserk, merely spreading like a tide, as if the firepower capable of tearing apart warships was just dust falling upon the water's surface. Firepower ineffective. Target not weakened. The observer's voice trembled with unmistakable panic as his fingertips slid rapidly across the control screen, attempting to relock onto the target's energy core, only to find no traceable energy nodes within the entire shadow. Continue firing. Full power output. I refuse to believe we can't shatter it. The commander's hysterical order was issued, with more main cannons joining the firing, energy beams pouring out like a long river, turning the entire space into a blinding white. Yet no matter how dense the firepower was, the shadow remained as steady as a mountain, steadily consuming all attacks, continuing to advance at a constant speed, showing no signs of explosive expansion or collapse, as if it possessed boundless resilience, turning all assaults into part of itself. In just a few minutes, the shadow had reached the forefront of the Chiya fleet. Countless tiny black dots separated from the main fog, flocking towards the warships like a swarm. They did not instantly shred the ship's hull, but slowly adhered to the surface of the armor, corroding, gnawing, and dismantling it bit by bit. The Chiya fleet's proud high-strength alloy hull was not immediately devoured, but was being slowly eroded at a visibly perceptible rate, the shield energy dropping like flowing water. The power system, emitting faint malfunction alarms, the lights inside the ship flickering, and various control interfaces experiencing stuttering and failures. 1 ship, 2 ships, 5 ships. The frontline warships consecutively lost their mobility, floating in the starry sky like lifeless iron blocks. The soldiers inside didn't even have time to send out distress signals before being completely trapped in the cold steel cage, helplessly watching as they were gradually consumed by darkness. The fleet formation began to scatter, and the soldiers' panic erupted. Completely escape pods detaching from the mothership, one after another, engines spewing brilliant blue light as they frantically fled in all directions. Some fled towards the Zeta mother planet, some tried to hide within the defense range of Iron Spine, while others in a panic flew towards the edge of human territory. The once arrogant Chiya fleet appeared so fragile and helpless in the face of this eerie shadow, all their arrogance and ferocity dissipating into nothingness and despair. The commander stared fixedly at the deteriorating front line on the screen, his knuckles turning white, his palm drenched in cold sweat. He knew all too well that conventional firepower had completely failed, and if there were no trump cards left, the entire fleet would be utterly annihilated. The military strength that the Chiya Corporation had accumulated over a century would vanish in this unknown disaster. In a desperate situation, he finally gritted his teeth and issued the final command, his voice trembling with determination. Activate the strategic annihilation cannon. The low command was issued, and several heavy ships at the rear of the fleet slowly turned their cannons, massive barrels charging up, wildly blinding light bursting forth, and terrifying energy fluctuations enveloping the entire space, even causing the distant Iron Spine and Blackthorn fleets to tremble instinctively, stopping all actions and hiding behind defensive structures too fearful to make any unnecessary moves. This was the final trump card of the Chiya Corporation, scarce in number, but unparalleled in power, an ultimate weapon capable of altering the course of battle, one they rarely dared to use, now becoming their only lifeline. Moments later, 4 colossal energy beams crisscrossing the starry sky came crashing down, carrying the momentum to obliterate everything as they struck fiercely into the shadow. The intense light erupted instantly, and the energy shockwave violently spread outward, vaporizing the floating wreckage of warships, the stardust swirling to form circular ripples that expanded to every corner of the star domain. Large portions of the shadow crumbled under the terrifying energy levels, dissolving into specks of light in the void, with the scale of the Vanguard cluster directly reduced by nearly half, the once dense mist becoming much thinner. However, the remaining shadow continued to slowly consume the dissipating energy, showing no signs of chaotic expansion despite absorbing high energy, maintaining a stable state, as it pressed onward towards the main force of the Chiya fleet, as if the previous devastating strike had merely caused a momentary setback, never truly shaking its foundation. The commander completely slumped in his command chair, his gaze hollow, his face ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even the last resort strategic annihilation cannon could not completely eradicate the threat. They had no room left to resist, only the desperate path of escape remained. The command system of the Chiya fleet completely collapsed. The high-ranking officials abandoned command, hastily boarding the flagship to flee, leaving all their soldiers and ships behind. Numerous clan members piloted escape pods, desperately fleeing towards the Zeta mother planet Iron Spine territory and the edges of human territory, like lost dogs seeking to escape from this land of death, no longer displaying any of the former arrogance and ferocity of thieves. The distant Iron Spine Corporation witnessed this scene of despair, frightened to the core, immediately ordering the entire army to retract their lines, abandoning all the territory they had plundered, recalling all ships back to their homeland, and activating the highest level of defensive barriers, no longer daring to entertain any thoughts of expansion. The already passive Blackthorn Corporation completely sealed off all star domain channels, relying on their dilapidated fortifications to barely survive, not daring to breathe, curled up under the protection of the core planet, praying that disaster would not befall them. The official fleet of the Zeta mother planet hastily gathered for support, with a grand array of warships entering the battlefield, their hulls engraved with the official emblem of the star domain, their firepower and tactical arrangements far exceeding those of the three major corporations. But their attacks mirrored those of the Chiya, as conventional firepower was steadily consumed, heavy main cannons failing to exert effective pressure, the fleet gradually retreating under slow attrition, their lines continuously shrinking, unable to halt the advance of the Shadow, and the once imposing official fleet could only retreat in disarray, barely maintaining their last line of defense. The entire Zeta star domain had plunged into boundless panic and chaos. The communication channels were filled with cries for help and wails of anguish. The inhabitants on the planet's surface began hoarding supplies, and all major factions closed their doors. The once boisterous star domain now left with only the deathly shadow spreading rampantly. At the edge of human territory, the command cabin was silent. Zhang Chenyu stood with his hands behind his back, observing the tragic scene of the distant star domain through the high-intensity observation window. He stood tall, his gaze calm and unperturbed, with no emotional fluctuations nor any thoughts of intervening, merely a cold observer, quietly watching everything unfold. The light and shadow projected on the observation window cast his profile in a cool and resolute manner, as if all the turmoil in this star domain had nothing to do with humanity. The previous feat of annihilating the Blackthorn fleet had long made all Zeta factions recognize the untouchability of humanity. Even now, in the face of despair, they would not dare to entertain any thoughts of probing into human territory, only able to struggle, disband, and flee in despair, lacking even the courage to seek human aid. Commander, the Chiya fleet is in full collapse. Strategic weapons have severely damaged the target, yet it continues to advance steadily. Iron Spine and Blackthorn are in full retreat. The Zeta official fleet has failed to intercept, and the defensive line is continuously shrinking. The duty officer's voice was steady and calm, devoid of excessive emotion, merely reporting all monitored data objectively. The reconnaissance swarm continues to track. The target has no trajectory approaching human territory. Zhang Chenyu nodded slowly, his fingertips lightly tapping on the cold command platform, the rhythm stable and orderly, each tap resonating like a pulse of the star domain. Human territory maintains silent defense, does not intervene, does not rescue, and does not expose itself. The reconnaissance swarm extends into deep space, monitoring the target's movements throughout and marking the positions of all disbanded remnants. The modular fleet will maintain its current formation, ready at any time. With the command issued, the command cabin fell silent once more, the only sounds being the faint hum of various instruments echoing in the quiet space. He continued to calmly observe the ever-expanding shadow in the distance, watching the Zeta people fleeing in all directions, watching this star domain, which had fallen into destruction due to greed and plunder. No mercy, no wavering, no hesitation. The shadow of deep space continued to advance steadily. The disbanding of the thieves persisted, and darkness gradually consumed the light of the starry sky. The distant remnants of energy slowly dissipated in the void, leaving behind a suffocating silence, as if even time had paused at this moment, allowing darkness to swallow all beauty and life. Wreckage of warships floated like a cold ocean escape pods, cutting through the dark trajectory as soldiers fled in despair, while the official fleet retreated step by step under the pressure of the shadow. The once bustling navigation routes fell silent, the previously noisy collection stations became ruins, and the once arrogant bandit civilization crumbled before the unknown calamity. This was not a battle. This was a complete defeat of civilization in the face of the unknown. And at the center of it all, the shadow continued to spread slowly, steadily, and irresistibly. It was neither frenzied, nor furious, nor out of control. It merely dragged the entire starry sky step by step into the abyss, riding the most brutal destruction in the calmest manner. Humanity lay quietly in wait at the edge of their territory, making no sound, revealing no strength, merely silently recording the impending destruction that would engulf the entire Zeta Star domain. All monitoring data was precisely recorded, every movement tightly controlled, as humanity assumed the role of a player quietly waiting for the best moment to make their move amidst the chaotic board. The winds of deep space remained cold and stardust continued to drift slowly. The fate of the entire star domain was quietly undergoing a shift, former plunderers becoming lambs to the slaughter, the chaos of the past welcoming the prelude to its end, and an ultimate collision between order and chaos was just beginning. In the deep space at the edge of human territory, an almost suffocating silence prevailed. Unlike the distant Zeta Star domain, which was engulfed in chaos and turmoil, this territory belonging to humanity maintained a perfectly synchronized cruising posture for each ship, with monitoring systems operating around the clock, data flowing quietly across the command cabin's display, and all commands being accurately collated, analyzed, and executed. Zhang Chenyu stood at the forefront of the command center, his gaze piercing through the heavy star curtain towards the unknown expanse beyond, where every set of data, every faint energy fluctuation, and every ship's movement captured by the comprehensive monitoring system was clearly presented on the display, awaiting further analysis and action. After an extended period of silent observation and data review, Zhang Chenyu had thoroughly grasped the core operational logic of this unknown entity. Based on its characteristics of devouring everything and leaving disaster in the star domain, he officially named it the Shurhai clan. These strange entities from deep space possessed nearly absolute resistance to conventional firepower and physical attacks. Even concentrated fire from main cannons, bombardments from heavy artillery, or strategic weapons at the corporate level could not inflict fundamental damage upon them. On the contrary, the more intense the attack, the more it served as nourishment for their growth. The higher the attack intensity, the more violent the energy released, thereby increasing the Shurhai swarm's efficiency in devouring. Prolonged resistance would only lead to the continuous depletion of humanity's defenses, ultimately turning them into stepping stones for expansion. In the face of this unprecedented crisis, the conventional combat system had lost all significance. Only by activating the core strategic configuration of the human fleet could a truly indestructible defense be established to safeguard the order and tranquility of this space. Inside the command cabin, the on-duty staff held their breath, meticulously recording all data, the status of each ship, the movements of every firepower node, and the fluctuations of every energy wave were firmly locked in. Zhang Chenyu slowly raised his hand, his fingertips lightly touching the control interface before him as a concise, yet resolute command instantly spread throughout the entire human fleet array. All fleet execute modular rapid reconfiguration. At the moment the order was given, the battle fleet, which had been maintaining a conventional cruising form, simultaneously erupted with astonishing mechanical rhythm. Tens of thousands of ship structures started the disassembly procedure in sync: outer armor plates, secondary cannon units, regular, main gun modules, and general combat components separated, contracted, and stored in an orderly manner according to preset sequences. The soft sound of metal friction echoed quietly in the void, devoid of cacophonous roars or chaotic movements. Every component's movement was precise to the millisecond, and every connection was seamless. The advantages of modular warships were fully displayed at this moment. There was no need to change the overall layout, adjust the core structure, or conduct manual on-site debugging. In an instant, they completed the transition from conventional combat to strategic defense, consolidating all combat power into the most core defense system. The Annihilation Cannon Combat Module was the first to initiate docking as a massive cannon body smoothly emerged from the fleet supply ship, precisely connecting with the core base of each main ship. Energy conduits automatically connected, and the locking procedure was completed in an instant with no delays or errors. Following this was the strategic module for the Star Domain Destruction Cannon, the ultimate armament of the human fleet, configured only on the core flagship and a few heavy strategic vessels. The massive cannon body, exuding a heavy metallic texture, pointed deep into the depths of space, quietly lurking. Meanwhile, in the distant Zeta Star domain, the battle situation continued to deteriorate at a visible pace. The main fleet of the Chia Corporation had long been devoured, and the remaining ships and personnel scattered in flight. The once arrogant and domineering corporate power was now reduced to mere fading embers. The local territories of the Tieshu and Heji corporations were being steadily approached by the shadows of the Shurhai swarm, their outer defensive structures slowly being eroded, shield energies plummeting. Even with the full might of their military to intercept, they could not halt the steadily advancing darkness. Zhang Chenyu stood before the observation window of the command cabin, his gaze penetrating the thick starry sky, fixated on the ever-expanding shadows in the distance. Inside the command cabin, the on-duty staff operated the monitoring equipment in an orderly manner, with every ship's status data, every firepower node's real-time movements, and every energy waste fluctuations meticulously recorded. Every detail of the human fleet was under his control, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier that firmly protected the safety of human territory. The reconnaissance swarm spread like countless stars, continually extending deeper into the vast void, with every inch of space beyond the conventional monitoring range quietly covered by miniature detectors. They continuously transmitted real-time monitoring data on the Shanghai swarm. Each newly appeared cluster's location, trajectory, and scale were accurately marked on the star domain map, providing the most reliable basis for dynamic adjustments to the defense system. Inside the command cabin, the on-duty staff remained focused, data circulating accurately, as the entire fleet operated like a precisely functioning war machine, with every firepower unit, every ship, and every defense node maximizing their utility, standing ready for the impending ultimate confrontation. Zhang Chenyu's expression remained calm and resolute. He understood deeply that this confrontation was not a mere short conflict, but a prolonged standoff concerning the survival of human civilization. Every defense, every layout, and every deployment of firepower before him bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding human territory. He raised his hand and gently touched the command interface before him, his fingertips gliding over the cold metallic surface, his gaze resting upon the approaching Shanghai swarm. From this day forth, this unknown space shall be named after the Shanghai. His voice was calm and firm, resonating through the command system, spreading throughout the entire human fleet array, reaching every ship, every firepower node, and every inch of defense space. In the distant Zeta Star domain, the remaining ships of the Chia Corporation were being slowly consumed, while the local territories of the Tieshu and Heji corporations were gradually being eroded by the shadows of the Shanghai swarm. Yet humanity's defenses stood like a steel-forged barrier, steadfast in the depths of space. Zhang Chenyu watched the constantly refreshing data on the monitoring system, observing the encroaching darkness, already formulating a complete defense strategy in his mind. The human fleet advanced according to the established strategic deployment, progressing layer by layer, step by step. Each ship maintained a strict silent cruising state, engines running smoothly, energy supply stable, with no hint of panic or complacency. The monitoring system operated around the clock, with all data being precisely collated, analyzed, and recalibrated, forming a comprehensive defense network that tightly controlled every movement, every threat, and every energy fluctuation. In deep space, the advancement speed of the Shanghai swarm grew increasingly rapid as they attempted to break through humanity's defenses and consume the vitality of the entire star domain. Yet humanity's modular warships stood as indomitable steel fortresses, each ship bearing formidable defensive power, every firepower node poised to strike layer upon layer of protection. Zhang Chenyu stood at the command center, gazing at the encroaching darkness in the distance, his fingertips lightly touching the control interface before him. He knew clearly that this confrontation would not be easy. The threat posed by the Shanghai clan far exceeded expectations. They attacked with conventional main cannons, suppressed with heavy artillery, and slaughtered with strategic weapons, yet they still could not breach the defenses constructed by humanity. Humanity's modular warships, with their unique defensive structure and firepower configuration, became the core force in resisting the Shanghai threat. Inside the command cabin, the on-duty staff meticulously recorded every data set, every firepower output, every ship's movement, and every energy fluctuation were completely captured. Humanity's defenses resembled a steel-forged barrier, steadfast in the depths of space, resisting every assault from the Shanghai swarm. In the distant Zeta Star domain, the main fleet of the Chia Corporation had been entirely consumed, while the local territories of the Tieshu and Heji corporations were gradually being eroded by the shadows of the Shanghai swarm. Yet humanity's fleet remained steadfast in the depths of space, with modular warships fitting perfectly together, their firepower configuration precise and efficient, each ship standing like an unfalling fortress guarding human territory. Zhang Chenyu slowly turned around, observing every monitoring device within the command cabin. His gaze was resolute and profound, exuding an undeniable determination. He understood clearly that to completely repel the threat of the Shanghai clan, not only a solid defense was needed, but also precise tactics, efficient firepower, stable energy supply, and the close coordination of every ship and firepower node. Following the strategic plan, the human fleet precisely adjusted firepower configurations and optimized defensive layouts, ensuring that each ship's weapon system remained in optimal condition and every firepower node accurately locked onto its target, ready to deliver a lethal strike. The monitoring system operated around the clock, continually feeding back the latest movements of the Shanghai swarm, with the defense system recalibrating in real-time, firepower configurations adjusting accurately, and the entire fleet forming an impenetrable combat, whole jointly resisting this unprecedented crisis. In deep space, every impact from the Shanghai swarm was steadily blocked by humanity's modular warships. They attempted to break through the defenses with conventional firepower, but found humanity's defenses to be indestructible. They tried to decimate with heavy weapons, but discovered that humanity's firepower configuration was more precise. They sought to suppress with strategic weapons, but realized that humanity's tactical system was more refined. Zhang Chenyu stood at the command center observing the Shanghai swarm continually assaulting the defenses, his gaze calm and resolute. He knew that this confrontation would not be achieved in a day. Humanity's defenses needed to not only withstand the current assaults, but also prepare thoroughly for the battles to come. The darkness in deep space forever concealed unknown dangers. Every defense node, every ship, and every firepower unit of humanity must remain vigilant at all times, ready to meet new challenges. Inside the command cabin, the on-duty staff meticulously recorded every data set, every firepower output, every ship's movement, and every energy fluctuation were thoroughly captured. Humanity's defenses resembled a steel-forged barrier steadfast in the depths of space, resisting every assault from the Shanghai swarm. In the distant Zeta Star domain, the waves of collapse grew larger as the ships of the Chia Corporation were consumed, and the local territories of the Tieshu and Heji corporations were also drawn into the chaotic vortex. Yet humanity's fleet remained steadfast at the edge of their territory, modular warships, fitting perfectly with precise and efficient firepower configurations, becoming the only bastion and hope in this turbulent star domain. The winds of deep space remained cold, and the stardust continued to flow slowly. Humanity's defenses stood firm as a rock silently lurking. Each ship maintained a strict silent cruising state, every firepower node poised to strike, every dataset accurately recorded, and every defense executed flawlessly. Zhang Chenyu stood at the command center gazing at the approaching darkness in the distance, having prepared for all contingencies. The entire human fleet with ironclad was ready to face this ultimate confrontation concerning the survival of civilization. The tide of the Shanghai clan surged forth, their insatiable devouring instinct rooted in the very essence of the universe, grinding the war system painstakingly built by the Chia Consortium into dust. The main fleet of the Chia Consortium, once a fearsome blade of plunder at the edge of the Zeta Star region, could shroud half the starry sky when 1,000 warships assembled, their energy cannons' dim glow illuminating the entire star belt. Yet under the indiscriminate, devouring assault of the Shanghai clan, these warships marked with the insignia of raiders crumbled like paper puppets. As the energy shields first collided with the corrosive energy of the Shanghai clan, they were instantly riddled with countless holes. The armor of the ships peeled away under the claws of the giant ape-like Shanghai beasts, and the core energy furnace erupted with dazzling orbs of light, only to be devoured without leaving even a trace of warmth. The breakdown of the command chain did not occur suddenly. It began at the front lines and rapidly spread like a spider's web to the flagship. In the communication channel of the flagship master of Chia, the distress signals from various subfleets first became intermittent, followed by a chorus of screams until only the silence of static remained. The fleet commander sat slumped in the command chair, watching the flashing red dots labeled missing in the holographic projection, fingers pounding on the control panel, yet he could not issue a single effective order to gather the forces. When the corrosive energy of the Shanghai clan finally tore apart the flagship's energy core, the entire warship transformed into a burst of stardust, marking the complete loss of unified command for the armed forces of the Chia Consortium. The Shanghai clan never cared for leaving no survivors. In their logic of survival, there was only devouring and expansion, which provided the remnants of the Chia Consortium a slender chance of survival. Countless damaged small and medium-sized warships, their hulls riddled with bullet holes and signs of corrosion, could only maintain the bare minimum of emergency power for warp travel, stumbling through the starry skies like dying insects. The escape pods that had been urgently ejected were crammed with hundreds of ragged Zeta people, with sharp beeping alarms for oxygen and sporadic crackling sounds from the life support systems. These vessels carrying the scattered remnants of the Zeta people fled in 3 frantic directions, one towards the Zeta home planet attempting to take refuge in their local defense systems, another headed to the edge territories of the Iron Spine domain, hoping to temporarily avoid danger by relying on the remnants of the Iron Spine Consortium, and a third, in a desperate gamble, fled towards the fringes of human territories, seeking to use human power as a shield against the pursuit of the Shanghai clan. The Zeta people, having lost their unified commands, were long stripped of the arrogance and brutality they once displayed during their plundering. The main cannon of the warship was carelessly discarded in the ship's warehouse, and the plundered resources lay scattered along the routes. Once wielders of energy weapons and clad in armor, the raiders now huddled in the corners of escape pods, some curled up, trembling, others frantically tearing at their clothing in a mad attempt to cool down, while some repeatedly shouted into their communicators for companions who would never respond. They were like dogs with their tails between their legs, eat every passing stardust, and every disturbance in energy waves sent the entire crew into brief panic, and the glories of their past plundering shattered into dust at this moment. And these scattered remnants on the ground were the perfect target for the protagonist who had long been lying in wait. After devouring the war resources of the Chi-Ya consortium, the scale of the Shurhai swarm saw explosive growth. The cores of the devoured warships were dismantled and reassembled into larger devouring warships. The absorbed energy reserves provided an unending supply for the Shurhai clan's corrosive energy. Even the genetic fragments of the devoured raiders were assimilated by the Shurhai clan, transforming into even more powerful Shurhai combatants. Originally just a scattered force of devourers in the starry sea, the Shurhai swarm now swelled like an inflated balloon, its size increasing several-fold, with a dark fleet blotting out the sun and the glowing shadows of corrosive energy linking together in the starry sky, leaving nothing but clean stardust in their wake. Without a moment's hesitation, the Shurhai swarm split into two routes like two poisoned blades, simultaneously striking towards the Iron Spine consortium and the already precarious Black Thorn consortium. The Shurhai fleet charging towards the Iron Spine consortium directly broke through its 3 layers of outer energy defenses. The defenses of the Iron Spine consortium had once prided themselves on being as solid as a fortress filled with automated laser turrets and energy minefields, yet in the face of the corrosive energy of the Shurhai clan, these defensive facilities were as fragile as toys. Corrosive energy surged into the power interfaces of the turrets, causing dozens of turrets to lose power in an instant, while energy mines were corroded into piles of scrap metal as soon as they were touched by Shurhai beasts. The high-ranking officials of the Iron Spine consortium had long been terrified by the might of the Shurhai clan. They hid in the secret chambers of the core command ship, watching the continuous reports of defeat from the front lines, having no intention of organizing a resistance, and instead initiating the flagship's highest-level warp procedure at the first opportunity. Hundreds of elite soldiers were forcibly crammed into the escape pods of the command ship, while tens of thousands of lower-tier soldiers, along with countless civilian warships and resource stations, were completely abandoned within the devouring range of the Shurhai clan. These abandoned soldiers gazed at the distant glow of the Shurhai fleet, some raising weapons in desperate resistance, some sitting on the decks of their warships weeping, and others attempting to pilot damaged ships to escape, only to be engulfed by the corrosive energy of the Shurhai clan, turning into a wisp of blue smoke in the cosmos. The outer defenses of the Iron Spine consortium collapsed completely under the impact of the Shurhai clan, unable to withstand even half an hour. The once prosperous plundering star station was left with only burning wreckage and floating metal fragments. The previously bustling resource collection star region was shrouded in corrosive energy, with even the minerals on the planetary surface devoured to the point of desolation, turning into a lifeless wasteland. As for the Blackthorn consortium, it was already on the verge of extinction due to years of internal strife and failed plunder. Their fleet consisted of less than 100 severely damaged warships with fewer than 10,000 soldiers and only 3 planets in the core star region barely maintaining operation. At this moment, facing the Fulan assault of the Shurhai swarm, the resistance of the Blackthorn consortium was like a drop in the bucket. The warships of the Shurhai clan directly shattered the orbital defense shield of the core planet of the Blackthorn consortium as corrosive energy surged into the atmosphere, instantly devouring the cities on the planetary surface, causing skyscrapers to collapse like blocks, while rivers and oceans evaporated under the corrosive energy. Even the creatures beneath the sea were instantly consumed. The highest commander of the Blackthorn consortium stood on the deck of the command ship, watching the spreading scenes of destruction on the planet below, letting out a desperate roar, yet still unable to stop the advance of the Shurhai clan. In the end, the remnants of the Blackthorn consortium were crushed to the near-Earth orbit of their core home planet, with the few remaining warships forming a circle like dying beasts, letting out their last roars at the Shurhai fleet. But such resistance was merely a futile struggle, poised to be completely erased by the Shurhai clan, turning into cosmic dust. The regular army of the Zeta home planet only truly realized the crisis of extinction at this moment. As the core home planet of the Zeta clan, it had once housed the most elite regular troops of the Zeta clan, with 1,000 warships, tens of thousands of energy warriors, and layers of planetary defense systems, making it the most formidable fortress in the entire Zeta Star region. But when the fleet of the Shurhai clan approached the Zeta home planet, this regular army exposed all its flaws. Due to the defeat at the front lines, a large number of elite soldiers were reassigned, severely diminishing the combat power of the remaining regular troops. The command level fell into chaos due to panic, with commanders of different legions shirking responsibility and even engaging in internal conflicts over command authority. Tactics were utterly chaotic, with some units recklessly launching attacks only to be surrounded by the corrosive energy of the Shurhai clan, while others held their ground but lost the capability to resist due to energy depletion. Countless warships exploded in the starry sky, the light of energy cannons intertwining with the eerie glow of corrosive energy illuminating the night sky of the Zeta home planet. Soldiers wielding energy weapons fired furiously at the Shurhai beasts, quantum bullets striking the beasts left only fleeting marks before being devoured by the corrosive energy. The screams of soldiers, the explosions of warships, and the hissing of corrosive energy merged into a lament of doom. The advance of the Shurhai clan never ceased, their fleet inching closer to the Zeta home planet, the shadow of corrosive energy looming over the planet, blocking out the sunlight and plunging the entire planet into a dark fear. The people on the home planet hid in underground shelters, listening to the disturbances outside, filled with despair, knowing that once the planet's defense systems were breached, total destruction awaited them. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood amidst the starry sea, surrounded by a faint aura of chi, coldly observing the calamity sweeping through the entire Zeta Star region. His gaze swept over the scattered remnants, the defeated fleets, and the wailing tribesmen, harboring no trace of pity or wavering in his heart. The Zeta clan had always lived by plundering for survival, with thievery as their creed of glory. For thousands of years, they traversed various star regions, burning, killing, and plundering. Countless civilizations had perished because of them, and countless tribes had been displaced. They piloted warships into the airspace of innocent planets, seizing resources, enslaving natives, and destroying ecologies, leaving chaos in their wake. They claimed the plundered wealth as their own, held the thrill of plundering as their creed, and had never felt a shred of guilt. Today's defeat, collapse, and impending extinction are nothing but the karmic retribution for the Zeta clan's numerous misdeeds, the result of their own making. The protagonist had never felt any sympathy for these raiders. In his eyes, they were merely a group of parasites that only knew how to take and not give, destroyers of the order of the entire starry sea. The protagonist's goal was never a momentary defeat, but to thoroughly cripple, shatter, and extinguish all the arrogance and plundering power of this unruly clan. He aimed to let the remnants of the Zeta clan taste despair, stripping them of all means of resistance, making them understand that in the face of absolute power, the glories of their past plunder were nothing but a farce. Only when this group of thieves was beaten to the point of having no power to fight back and stripped of all plundering capabilities could humanity, with absolute strength and control, fully incorporate these scattered remnants. These remnants of thieves, having lost their homes, their leaders, and their ability to resist, would become an important force for human expansion. They were familiar with the routes of various star regions, possessed the plundered resources and technologies, and had rich experience in interstellar combat. Integrating them would not only fill the gap in human forces, but also provide support for human development. The wind of the starry sea continued to howl, carrying the stench of corrosive energy and the smoke of warship explosions sweeping past the protagonist. He watched the Shurhai clan continue their advance, observing the remnants of the Zeta clan fleeing in panic, his heart already prepared to close the net. The era belonging to the Zeta thieves was coming to a complete end in this starry sky, and the era belonging to humanity was about to open a new chapter upon this ruin. The dark vanguard of the Devourer clan surged forth from the chaotic depths of the universe, an ancient torrent of consumption devoid of the outlines of warships or the creations of technology. It was merely an instinct-driven swarm of countless mindless insects tearing through the Zeta eternal defense line built with painstaking effort over tens of thousands of years. This defense line was the ultimate barrier that the Zeta clan prided themselves on, composed of 300 heavy orbital fortresses, 12,000 automatic quantum defense cannons, a 5-layered array of energy shields, and countless invisible sensing minefields. The alloy armor of the orbital fortresses was over 100 meters thick, capable of withstanding attacks from Annihilation-class main cannons. The energy shields could absorb and reflect over 90% of conventional energy assaults. The invisible minefields could instantly detonate as targets approached, unleashing energy shockwaves capable of tearing small fleets apart. Yet before the gnawing and corrosive force of the Devourer swarms, this seemingly impregnable defense system crumbled like paper. The countless larval Devourers were no larger than fighter jets, their dark purple exoskeletons covering their bodies with their abdomens wrapped in fine needle-like tendrils. Adult individuals grew to 15 meters in length, resembling large passenger aircraft, with 3 rings of chitinous teeth, rotating and interlocking, capable of tearing through alloy and energy shields with each gnash. They had no formation, no evasion, relying solely on instinct. They surged toward the energy shields in layers, the tendrils secreting a dark purple fluid that sizzled as it crazily infiltrated along the energy patterns of the shield. In just a few moments, the originally indestructible energy barrier was riddled with countless cracks, ultimately shattering with a loud bang dissipating into a myriad of glowing energy particles scattered across the starry sky. Immediately thereafter, adult devourers crashed directly into the orbital fortresses, their 15-meter-long bodies slamming into the fortresses with a force that easily tore through the 100-meter-thick alloy armor, directly burrowing into the core of the fortress, devouring the energy furnace, energy conduction systems, and weapon control consoles. One by one, the towering orbital fortresses erupted in blinding white fireballs, the chain explosions triggered by the consumption of core energy causing the fortress hulls to disintegrate from within, transforming into a rain of burning metallic debris, like a desperate metallic storm crashing into the atmosphere of Zeta's home planet. The automated defense cannons on the orbitals fared no better. The corrosive fluids of the devourer swarms poured into the energy chambers through the cannon barrels, rendering countless quantum cannons and laser cannons instantly inoperative. Some of the cannons were even directly twisted and deformed by the corrosive action, with the broken remnants of their barrels floating in the starry sky, devoured clean by the dark purple liquid before Zeta soldiers could salvage them. The fate of the invisible minefields was even more tragic. The minefields laid by the Zeta clan were intended to counteract naval attacks, yet they proved completely ineffective against the devourer swarms, which lacked any technological energy signatures. The sensing devices could not detect the energy of the swarms, and by the time the devourers crushed the minefield shells, the energy shock waves only killed a few larvae. More swarms continued to surge forward, and the minefields were ultimately completely covered, transformed into a silent graveyard of biological remains. The devourer clan consumed everything: metal, energy, flesh, and even rock dust. All things in the world were their food. Even when surrounding resources were exhausted, they would turn to cannibalism, gnawing on each other to facilitate digestion and division, their frenzied instincts never pausing for a moment. In just 3 short hours, the Zeta Eternal Defense Line completely collapsed, leaving the outer space unimpeded. The Zeta home planet was now exposed to the consuming threat of the devourer swarms. The dark torrent formed by billions of insects advanced at a speed of 3 light-years per hour. With every inch they moved forward, new larvae split from their bodies, and the shadow of extinction weighed heavily on the hearts of every Zeta. The official fleet of Zeta's home planet had long since fought, until they were out of energy, utterly incapable of resistance. This fleet was once the most elite armed force of the Zeta clan, boasting 5,000 main warships, 2,000 auxiliary warships, 100,000 energy warriors, and over 10,000 fighter jets and mechs. However, after days of fierce battles against the devourer swarms, the fleet suffered losses far beyond imagination. More than 70% of the warship shield generators were completely destroyed by corrosive fluids, and the hulls were covered with dark purple corrosion marks. Some warship engines were half destroyed, leaving them helplessly adrift in space, unable to perform even the most basic evasive maneuvers. Energy reserves were nearly depleted. The main energy furnaces of the warships could only sustain life support systems and basic communications, while the main and auxiliary cannons were all rendered inoperative. The energy of the fighter jets and mechs was exhausted, with half of the wreckage floating in the battlefield, and the few surviving craft could not take off due to a lack of maintenance. The casualties among the soldiers were shocking. Out of 100,000 energy warriors, less than 30,000 remained, most of whom were severely injured. Some had limbs that could not heal under the influence of corrosive fluids, forced to sit on the decks of their warships and endure excruciating pain. Others had mentally collapsed, wailing in despair towards the direction of the devourer swarms. While some fought their last stand, wielding energy weapons and firing frantically at the approaching devourers, but the quantum bullets left only a brief white mark upon impact, quickly consumed by the corrosive fluids. The command structure had also plunged into chaos. The fleet commander was killed in action when the command ship was gnawed through by devourers, and various levels of commanders either perished or fled. The lower-ranking officers were left leaderless, fighting independently, some attacking each other for the remaining energy, while others tried to pilot the damaged ships to escape. The once disciplined regular fleet had now become a disorganized mob, utterly incapable of sustaining even a moment's effective resistance. At the moment when the Zeta clan faced the brink of extinction, all the remaining Zeta forces finally crushed their last shred of arrogance and stubbornness, letting go of all pride and dignity, and sent out a desperate plea for help to the star domain where humanity resided. The remnants of the Blackthorn Corporation were the only force that had ever clashed head-on with humanity. In 2 previous provocations, the Blackthorn Corporation had poured all its combat strength into the fray, but was instantly crushed by the protagonists' overwhelming power. Their main forces were annihilated, leaving fewer than 50 warships and 5,000 soldiers barely clinging to life, now curled up in low Earth orbit around their core home planet, facing the approach of the devourer swarms with no means of resistance. The temporary commander of the Blackthorn Corporation repeatedly sent out distress signals through the communicator, his hoarse voice filled with pleading in Zeta language: "Human civilization, save us. We are willing to submit and offer all our resources, just please drive away these monsters. The Iron Spine remnants, cruelly abandoned by their superiors, scattered at the edges of the Iron Spine territories. Tens of thousands of soldiers piloted damaged warships, aimlessly drifting through space with food and energy on the brink of exhaustion. They looked in the direction of the devourer swarms, fully aware of their inability to resist, and could only pin their hopes on humanity, who had once instantly crushed the Blackthorn Corporation. The communication channels were filled with the cries and pleas of soldiers. The scattered members of the Red Tooth clan fled like frightened dogs, spread across every corner of the Zeta Star domain. Millions of Zeta people squeezed into thousands of small and medium-sized warships and escape pods. Some warships barely had any emergency energy left, while the life support systems of some escape pods were on the brink of collapse, with oxygen levels continuously dropping. They frantically sent signals toward the direction of humanity, some even risking proximity to human monitoring zones, hoping to receive even the slightest hope of rescue. The final official command structure of Zeta sent out all available communication channels. In a holographic projection, the highest ruler of the Zeta clan appeared, pale, the once proud demeanor completely gone, bowing deeply towards humanity's communication channel, trembling, as he said, "Humans, we are willing to relinquish all rights to plunder, willing to become your vassals. Just please save Zeta's home planet and preserve our civilization." In an instant, the monitoring star domain, where humanity resided, was completely inundated with dense pleas for help in Zeta language. This group of interstellar robbers, once proud of their plundering and reveling in trampling the weak, had now shed all their sharpness and arrogance, bowing their heads in fear of death, surrendering to humanity, who had repeatedly threatened them in the past, but could now instantaneously annihilate the Blackthorn Corporation, letting go of all their dignity and status in exchange for a sliver of survival. This scene of devastation and despair was precisely the perfect opportunity that Zhang Chenyu had been patiently observing and planning for. He stood in the central command cabin of the human modular flagship Starshine, surrounded by real-time, transmitted holographic projections of the battlefield. The 360-degree panoramic windows captured the dark starry sea, the burning wreckage of warships, and the overwhelming torrent of devourer swarms. His fingertips lightly tapped the control panel, with screens displaying the battle power distribution of various Zeta factions, the advancing speed and proliferation patterns of the devourer swarms, the escape routes of the remnants, and the safety status of the space surrounding humanity, along with the fleet's combat readiness. Every piece of data was precisely accurate, and each analysis was without error. He watched as the Zeta clan moved closer to annihilation, as the devourer swarms advanced step by step, observing how those once arrogant marauders gradually shed their dignity. In his heart, there was no ripple of emotion, only calm judgment and firm strategy. The three major Zeta corporations were now completely crippled. The Red Tooth Corporation's main warships were devoured by the devourer swarms, their command structure completely shattered, key figures either dead or fled, utterly losing their organization. The Iron Spine Corporation's upper management, fearful for their lives, abandoned their frontline soldiers, hastily retreating with their core forces, leaving vast territories and countless forsaken soldiers to the devourer swarms there. Defenses fully collapsed, reduced to a scattered, defeated army. The Blackthorn Corporation had already been crushed twice by humanity, losing their main forces, and after this battle, they were pushed to the edge of the atmosphere of their core planet, on the verge of complete destruction. The battle power of Zeta's home planet had long been exhausted. Their defense systems collapsed entirely, leaving them with no capital for resistance or negotiation. The fleeing marauders were scattered across every corner of the Zeta Star domain, losing their homes, losing their leaders, and losing order like a loose sand, easily manipulated. At this moment, the Zeta clan had been thoroughly beaten down, crushed, and stripped of all their plundering confidence and arrogance, posing no threat to humanity. For human civilization, this was undoubtedly a once-in-a-millennium strategic opportunity. Deploying troops for reinforcement could not only swiftly eradicate the vanguard of the devourer swarms, cutting off the tentacles of this consuming force from encroaching upon human territories, thus securing absolute safety on the flanks of the human star domain. It could also present an image of overwhelming strength as humanity descended at the most desperate and helpless moment of the Zeta remnants, naturally consolidating all scattered forces and completely bringing the Zeta Star domain and all remnants of the marauders under human control. More importantly, this military deployment would showcase the powerful strength of human civilization to the entire star sea, deterring those forces that eyed humanity covetously and laying a solid foundation for humanity's future interstellar expansion. The timing, the advantage of the terrain, and the support of the people were all in humanity's hands at this moment. There was no need to wait any longer, nor to observe. The protagonist's gaze suddenly sharpened, exuding an undeniable authority. A faint aura of energy slowly emanated from his body, causing the air around him to subtly distort. He addressed the communication channel of all human forces with a steady and powerful voice, solemnly issuing the final command: modular fleet, all units engage. Maintain strategic bombardment formation engines at full power target. Zeta's home planet space. The annihilation cannon arrays and destruction cannons are on full combat readiness, prioritizing the eradication of the Devourer vanguard. Any Devourer organisms approaching the human fleet are to be completely exterminated. The command instantly pierced through the star sea, transmitted at superluminal speed to the command cabins of every human warship. The modular fleet, which had long gathered around the starshine, activated immediately. 6 modular warships, each carefully reorganized and upgraded, their hulls adorned with energy patterns, all weapon arrays and defense systems adjusted to optimal states. The massive antimatter engines expelled brilliant blue tails of flame, the powerful thrust tearing through the surrounding starry sky as the ships sped towards Zeta's home planet, leaving a clear and dazzling trail. The colossal annihilation cannon arrays on both sides of the ships slowly unfolded, each annihilation cannon measuring over 100 meters long, the cannon muzzles gathering suppressed, dark, golden energy, the energy fluctuations causing the surrounding stardust to tremble slightly. The primary destruction cannon at the bow maintained full charge readiness, its stable, yet terrifying energy waves sweeping through the surrounding star domain, the energy indicator lights on the barrel flickering continuously as if ready to unleash world-ending power at any moment. Auxiliary warships quickly formed a tight formation around the main warships, creating an impenetrable defensive circle with fighter jets and mechs ready to launch into battle at any moment to respond to emergencies. The orderly arrangement of the human fleet, imposing like a vast mountain range, carved a cold and majestic line across the dark starry sea. In stark contrast to the disarray of the Zeta remnants and the chaotic frenzy of the Devourer swarms, a powerful sense of oppression enveloped the entire battlefield. This was not merely a rescue, it was the formal takeover of a broken star domain by the strong, the final resolution of humanity against the remnants of the Zeta marauders, and the solemn prelude to the arrival of a new order in the star sea. Ahead lay the Zeta home planet on the brink of destruction, the desperate remnants of the marauders seeking help. Behind was the resolute march of human civilization's expansion, the bright future of a new order in the star sea. The protagonist stood atop the command tower of the Starshine flagship, energy swirling around him, his gaze piercing through the raging flames of battle and the dark torrent of Devourer swarms, calmly looking toward the star domain that was about to fully submit. In his heart, he had long since made plans. This military deployment aimed not only to eradicate the vanguard of the Devourer swarms and assimilate the Zeta remnants, but also to use the Zeta star domain as a springboard to further expand humanity's interstellar territory and establish a star sea order belonging to humanity. The struggles and cries of the Zeta clan end here. The era of the star sea that belongs to humanity officially begins. The new order of the star sea will be forged by human hands. The human fleet broke through the cosmic dust, instantly arriving at the Zeta homestar system. They first launched a probing attack with conventional energy projectiles, beams, and particle streams pouring toward the vast dark swarm of insectoids that spanned several light years, only to be met with a dense, writhing mass of dark purple. All energy was instantly devoured by the swarm, leaving not even a trace of backlash, and the swarm's advance speed subtly increased as it consumed the conventional energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Chenyu stood before the holographic projection in the command cabin, his fingertips gliding over the battlefield's real-time data, the cold numbers flashing across his retina. He spoke into the fleet's communication channel, issuing the highest combat order in a deep voice: cease conventional attacks, activate the annihilation cannon array, and fire freely. As the order was given, thousands of giant annihilation cannons simultaneously unfolded from the weapon bays on both sides of the warships. The energy patterns on the cannon barrels surged like living creatures. Dark golden beams of high-energy light tore through the dark starry sky, and thousands of light columns pierced through layers of stardust, accurately striking the core cluster of the devouring insect swarm. The ultra-high concentration of energy impact far exceeded the devouring and digestion limits of the insectoid race. The struck insect bodies instantaneously evaporated and shattered, leaving not even a complete form, let alone digestion, backlash, or division. A vast expanse of the dark insect swarm was forcefully cleared, revealing a sudden silence in the previously overwhelming tide of consumption, and for the first time under the starry sky, a genuine open area emerged. Even stardust was blown away by the high-energy airflow. Yet even so, countless scattered larvae managed to escape from the gaps in the high-energy flood, either clinging to the wreckage of warships or the residual traces of energy waves, or hiding under the cover of dense stardust. They crawled slowly in the silence, instinctively approaching the surrounding remaining energy and broken bodies, accumulating the most primitive energy for subsequent consumption and division. The dark purple bodies glimmered slightly in the starry sky, like lurking deadly embers. Facing the still vast main cluster of the devouring insects, Zhang Chenyu fixed his gaze on the battlefield's holographic projection, recognizing the necessity of high-energy coverage, and issued another deep command. Activate the ultimate deterrent weapon. Initiate the Star Domain Annihilation Cannon strike, with full coverage. The core warship gathered all the fleet's energy to its utmost capacity, the massive annihilation cannon at the bow charged to critical levels, and a colossal energy beam spanning the entire starry sky thundered down, completely enveloping the core area of the devouring insect race. As the light faded, there was no trace of the high-density insect swarm left in the starry sky, only faint energy remnants and floating fragments. The devouring main force that threatened the Zeta star system was temporarily eliminated. However, they were not completely exterminated. In the depths of space, those surviving scattered larvae were quietly commencing a new round of consumption. They greedily consumed the thin energy remnants left by the annihilation cannon, causing their bodies to slightly swell, then turn towards the floating wreckage of warships and the vaporized insect corpses. Metal debris and insect remnants rapidly dissolved in their digestive fluids, intertwining with one another, feeding on their own bodies and completing the most primitive energy transformation. The dark purple bodies gradually grew robust through the process of consumption, their digestion cycles quietly operating. Each one was accumulating strength for subsequent division. Beneath the silent starry sky, a new cycle of consumption was quietly beginning. Outside the atmosphere of the Zeta home planet, all remaining Zeta forces were in a state of shock. The remnants of the official fleet leaned against the railings of their damaged warships, their knuckles turning white from gripping tightly as they gazed at the human fleet formation, hardly daring to breathe loudly. They had witnessed the entire process of conventional weapons being devoured, annihilation cannons tearing through the insect swarm, and the annihilation cannon clearing the core. Their earlier arrogance had long since vanished, leaving only fear and awe of the unknown power. The remnants of the Blackthorn Consortium, who had suffered 2 previous defeats, huddled at the edge of the escape pods, gripping the walls with white-knuckled hands, watching the energy beam that spanned the starry sky, their backs soaked in cold sweat, not daring to entertain even the slightest thought of resistance. They understood that any further provocation would lead to a fate worse than being devoured by the swarm. The tens of thousands of soldiers from the Iron Spine army stared at the star. They had once been a tribe of pirates plundering the starry sea, dominating the weak, and embracing plunder as their way of life, rampaging through the star domain for centuries. Now, however, they could only bow their heads before the absolute power of the human fleet, lacking even the courage to lift their heads and gaze directly. In the next moment, a calm yet authoritative voice echoed through the universal communications, reaching every corner of the Zeta star domain. The Zeta tribe survives by plunder, embracing thievery as their way. Today's plight is of your own making. But from this day forth, those who scatter, those who submit, and those who yield shall all be incorporated into human order. You no longer need to be a wandering tribe of thieves. Humanity will provide you with a new home, provided that you always comply with human rules. As the words fell, the modular fleet quickly changed its formation, transforming from a combat formation into 3 roles: defense, engineering, and patrol. The energy shields of the core warships fully deployed, covering the Zeta home planet and surrounding star domain, forming the first permanent defense perimeter. The pale blue light of the shields enveloped the entire space, isolating stardust and potential threats. The engineering fleet slowly descended to the surface of the Zeta home planet, deploying heavy mechanical arms to initiate repair and reinforcement procedures, systematically patching the damaged orbital fortresses and defensive facilities, while mining the planet's internal mineral resources to prepare supplies for future defensive layouts and civilization development. The patrol fleet dispersed across various traffic routes in the star domain, establishing dozens of permanent defense nodes equipped with automatic monitoring and attack devices with radars and sensors continuously operating, scanning for potential threats in the airspace. Meanwhile, the human fleet initiated the assimilation program. Registration teams from each ship boarded small transport vessels and approached the warships and escape pods of the Zeta remnants, conducting information registration, personnel statistics, and combat power assessments. The remnants of the Blackthorn Consortium voluntarily submitted allegiance documents, laying down all arms and accepting human control. Their remaining warships and resources were uniformly registered with each ship's number and each resource's quantity meticulously documented. The tens of thousands of soldiers from the Iron Spine army, under the deterrent power and resettlement promises of humanity, voluntarily laid down their weapons, following the registration team's instructions to proceed in batches to designated star domains for rest and undergo basic order education. Strange rule manuals were distributed to each soldier. The scattered members of the Red Tooth tribe were guided to safe areas around the Zeta home planet, gradually being incorporated into the human interstellar order system. Humanity allocated resource quotas for each remaining force, delineated clear activity ranges, and specified the exact terms for compliance with rules. The once scattered tribe of thieves began to gradually return to order, forming a semblance of structure under the starry sky for the first time. The defenses of the Zeta Star domain were completely taken over by humanity. In the core command cabin, Zhang Chenyu stood before the holographic projection, lightly tapping the deep space exploration data displayed on the screen. The detection screen clearly displayed that although the main force of the devouring insects had been eradicated, there were still sporadic clusters of larvae slowly proliferating at the edges of deep space, feeding on the wreckage and thin energy, with their digestion cycles continuously progressing. Although their division speed was slow, it had never ceased. These surviving larvae represented both a future threat and a key sample for humanity to understand this devouring race. The detection data also marked the distribution density and proliferation rate of the larval clusters, with each curve clearly outlining their survival patterns. He understood that this was merely a vanguard of the deep space devouring race, far from the entirety. The origin of the devouring race, the chaotic area of deep space, likely harbored even larger swarms of devourers where the environment might nurture even stronger devouring entities. The challenges ahead would be far more daunting than the vanguard before them. Yet at this moment, human civilization had established a controllable, stable, and absolutely secure interstellar territory through this decisive battle. The Zeta Star domain had become humanity's forward fortress, blocking the first wave of attacks from the devouring race and laying the most solid foundation for subsequent interstellar development and expansion. This star domain would become humanity's forefront in exploring deep space and responding to threats, and it would also be the fundamental base for human civilization to take root in the starry sea. A moment later, Zhang Chenyu addressed the flagship's communication channel, adding a covert instruction: deploy 3 reconnaissance teams to infiltrate the residual areas of the devouring clusters, focusing on capturing live larvae in their early digestion phase, avoiding high-energy residual areas and energy-dense zones, and ensuring that the core bodies of the samples are not damaged. Bring back the core warships for specialized research, focusing on recording their digestion cycles, division mechanisms, and high-energy tolerance limits, while synchronously monitoring their behaviors of consuming their kind. Research data must be transmitted in real time with no delays. As the silent order was transmitted, 3 miniature reconnaissance ships quietly detached from the fleet formation, heading towards the remnants of the devouring insect swarm in deep space. The outer shells of the miniature reconnaissance ships turned a dark blue to match the starry sky, avoiding energy residuals and stardust obstacles. The engines emitted a faint hum as they precisely locked onto those larvae that were consuming wreckage and slowly growing. However, just as the reconnaissance ships were about to release conventional capture beams, one larva, which was devouring metal debris, unexpectedly shattered the energy bindings and lunged toward the reconnaissance ship's detection probe. Its instinct to consume regarded even the energy field as a digestible nutrient. This scene instantly confirmed for Zhang Chenyu that conventional methods were utterly ineffective. He quickly supplemented a coded instruction requesting the reconnaissance ships to switch strategies, no longer relying on energy bindings, but instead deploying specially designed inert material capture pods equipped with various baits and binding mediums for trial and error. The reconnaissance ships swiftly adjusted their positions, precisely deploying 3 capture pods entirely black and coated with anti-energy layers into the larval cluster. The energy fluctuations on the pod surfaces were intentionally suppressed to the utmost, neither stimulating the larvae's consuming instincts nor failing to trigger the adhesive binding field upon contact. The first capture pod was mistakenly swallowed by a larva, but due to the inert characteristics of its shell, it was not digested and instead unfolded its binding inside, tightly wrapping the entire larva. The second pod emitted a weak energy field, perfectly attracting larvae that were consuming their kin, drawing them close and locking them in the binding field. The third pod enveloped the larvae in a low-temperature energy field, temporarily halting their digestion process, allowing them to be obediently brought back to the core warship. Thus began a secret research initiative targeting the primitive devouring race. Zhang Chenyu also understood that the challenges of this research extended far beyond capturing live specimens. The devouring race's insatiable nature rendered every capturing method a trial and error process. The mediums capable of trapping them, the energies that could suppress their digestion, and the baits that could attract without provoking them, all needed to be explored one by one in real combat. This was merely the first step for humanity in addressing deep space threats. The future path through the starry sea held countless challenges and strategies awaiting Zhang Chenyu and human civilization to advance. The journey of humanity through the starry sea had just begun. The order belonging to humanity would gradually take root and grow in this starry sky, filled with devouring crises based on repeated trials and breakthroughs. The smoke in the Zeta Mother Star's space domain had not yet completely dissipated, and fragments of vaporized carcass-eating bugs still floated in the stardust. 3 miniature reconnaissance ships entirely covered with anti-detection inert coatings glided silently through the depths of space, like 3 silver threads merging into the darkness, precisely slicing into the large docking port on the side of the human flagship, the Star Glory. These 3 reconnaissance ships were specially designed by humanity for covert deep space reconnaissance. Measuring only 20 meters in length, they were equipped with a full-spectrum cloaking system, a miniature space jump device, and an inert material capture system. They relied entirely on passive gravitational navigation, even utilizing a flame-free cold propulsion mode for their engines. Over the 72 hours from departure to return, they triggered none of the monitoring nodes in the Zeta Star domain and did not disturb the scattered carcass eaters wandering in deep space. To capture these 3 living specimens, the reconnaissance team lay in ambush at the edge of the carcass-eating zone for a full 30 hours. Ultimately, they seized the opportunity when 3 juvenile specimens were consuming the wreckage of a battleship using an inert alloy capture capsule for a non-contact capture. Without deploying any energy confinement or releasing any detection signals, they narrowly avoided the juveniles' keen perception of energy fluctuations and brought the live specimens back intact. There was no roar of engines, no energy fluctuations, and not even the slightest sound as the ship's body engaged with the docking port. As the 3 reconnaissance ships locked firmly into their berths, the airtight passage instantly closed, and the full-spectrum signal jamming was activated simultaneously, completely isolating this area from the outside. The hatch slowly slid open, and researchers clad in fully enclosed protective suits hurried forward, carefully drawing out 3 pitch-black, nearly 30-meter-long, closed capture capsules. Crafted from the highest grade inert alloy with walls over 50 centimeters thick and no external interfaces save for a panoramic high-strength observation window, at the front perfectly meeting the capture requirement of no energy, purely physical closure capable of containing even the most agitated carcass-eating specimens. Report to the commander: all 3 living specimens have been safely brought back. The capture capsules remained fully sealed with no energy leakage or corrosive seepage, and the life signs of the specimens are stable. The voice of the research team leader came through the communicator, precisely reaching the flagship's core command chamber, carrying a hint of barely concealed tension and excitement. This was humanity's first time capturing living carcass eaters so closely and completely. Prior to this, all understanding of these bizarre creatures had come solely from remote monitoring and battlefield debris analysis. In the command chamber, Zhang Chenyu lightly tapped the control panel, his gaze fixed on the real-time images transmitted from the capture capsules. His voice was steady and calm: send them into the highest-level biological isolation chamber, initiate all-dimensional monitoring, and record all data throughout the process. Direct contact of any energy form is strictly prohibited. Understood. As soon as the command was given, the 3 capture capsules were smoothly delivered into the already prepared isolation research chamber by heavy-duty towing devices. This chamber, located in the most core area of the flagship, exceeded 100 meters in length, width, and height, surrounded by tundra-thick inert alloy with 3 layers of spatial isolation barriers on the outer layer. It was equipped with independent life support, emergency destruction, and full-spectrum monitoring systems. Even in the event of a specimen leak, the entire chamber could be sealed and subjected to ultra-high temperature vaporization for destruction within 0.1 seconds, effectively locking the risk within the smallest range. The chamber was also separately divided into material testing areas, energy experiment areas, live specimen observation areas, and emergency response areas. All equipment had undergone modifications with inert materials, allowing operations to be completed without the need for energy fields, fundamentally avoiding any possibility of stimulating the carcass-eating live specimens. The research team was already fully assembled, all of them in fully enclosed protective suits, closely watching the 3 capture capsules slowly fixed in the center of the chamber through 3 layers of reinforced observation windows. The research team leader took a deep breath and pressed the activation button on the control panel, not to fully open the hatch, but merely to switch the panoramic observation window to high-definition perspective mode, exposing the internal carcass-eating juveniles fully to the monitoring equipment. The image was clearly projected onto the main screen of the research chamber, causing everyone's breath to momentarily hitch. 3 juvenile carcassiators, each nearly 20 meters long and equivalent in size to a heavy fighter jet, were curled up within the capture capsules. Their dark purple exoskeletons covered their bodies like layers of biological armor, with every piece of bone arranged in a streamlined manner, the edges lined with sharp serrations glistening with a greasy matte finish. Hundreds of fine and resilient tentacles extended from their abdomens, each as thick as an adult's arm, with hollow openings at the tips capable of secreting corrosive fluid. Even in a stationary state, they subtly writhed as if ready to pounce on any potential prey, There were no eyes or vocal organs on their heads, only 3 rings of sharp keratinous teeth that occasionally crushed together, producing a faint tooth-aching friction sound. A high-powered microscope simultaneously projected the image onto a secondary screen, allowing everyone to see clearly that the surface of the juvenile's exoskeleton was covered in nanometer-scale micropores. These micropores served as secretion channels for the corrosive fluid and could also absorb dissipating energy particles. Furthermore, the seemingly soft tentacles had internal structures as strong as high-intensity alloys capable of flexibly bending and wrapping around or instantly hardening to pierce armor. They showed no obvious signs of breathing, no complex movements, only the slight tremors of their surfaces indicated that they were living creatures. Even when enclosed in complete darkness and with no material to consume, they exhibited no signs of agitation, merely maintaining the most basic life signs, perfectly adhering to the underlying logic of no intelligence, only the instinct to consume. This was the most basic life unit of the carcass-eating species, the juvenile that had undergone division, already the size of a heavy fighter jet. When they mature and gain the ability to divide again, their size will reach that of a standard civilian airliner, over 35 meters in length. At that time, a single mature specimen could easily chew through a Zeta-heavy main battleship. According to battlefield debris calculations, the hardness of a mature specimen's exoskeleton is over 3 times that of a juvenile, with tentacle counts exceeding 500. The activity of the corrosive fluid is more than twice that of the juvenile, and even the orbital fortresses of the Zeta mother star cannot withstand the continuous gnawing of 3 mature specimens. Initiate the first round of characteristic testing on Sample 1 energy confinement field. With the research team leader's command, the number 1 capture capsule slowly slid into the dedicated testing area, and multiple binding interfaces opened simultaneously at the top of the capsule. Dozens of faint blue energy beams rushed in, forming a closed energy cage within the capsule capable of confining an interstellar frigate and firmly trapping the nearly 20-meter-long juvenile in the center. This energy confinement system was specially developed by humanity for interstellar combat, with maximum confinement strength sufficient to restrain a small frigate at full speed. Even heavy mechs could not break free in a short time. A mind-numbing scene occurred in an instant. The previously motionless carcass-eating juvenile suddenly unfurled its 3 rings of teeth upon contact with the energy field, and hundreds of tentacles lashed out like snakes, sensing blood wildly striking at the barriers of the energy cage. The openings at the tips of the tentacles wildly secreted dark purple corrosive fluid, and the originally stable energy field began to visibly thin and dim, as if water flowing was being frantically absorbed by a sponge. The energy values on the screen plummeted rapidly. In just 10 seconds, the energy confinement field that had been sufficient to contain a small frigate was completely devoured by the juvenile. After consuming the energy field, the juvenile's body slightly expanded and the sheen of its exoskeleton brightened a bit before it returned to its curled state, as if the earlier consumption had only been an instinctive response. The research chamber fell into a deathly silence, with everyone holding their breath. They had already known from battlefield data that carcass-eating species could consume energy, but witnessing a juvenile consume an energy confinement field sufficient for a frigate in just 10 seconds sent chills down their spines. What should have been the most reliable energy shields, energy confinement, and energy weapons in conventional combat were not attacks against such a creature, but rather offerings. This meant that the most mature tactical approach of the human fleet shield containment energy cannon output was completely ineffective against the carcass-eating species and could even strengthen the enemy. Initiate the second sample test. Zeta, standard shipboard, conventional alloy testing, corrosion rate. Suppressing the tremors in his heart, the research team leader started the second round of testing. The number 2 capture capsule slid into the testing area, and the feeding port on the side of the capsule opened precisely. A 2-meter square, 10mm thick standard shipboard armor alloy commonly used on Zeta main battleships was smoothly delivered into the capsule by a mechanical arm, landing right in front of the juvenile. This alloy had been a standard equipment used by the Zeta species for tens of thousands of years in their wars across the star, capable of withstanding 3 direct hits from conventional shipborne main cannons. Its anti-corrosion and impact resistance had been validated countless times in battle, making it one of the core defenses of the Zeta fleet. This time the juvenile did not hesitate in the slightest. Almost the moment the alloy block landed, it lunged forward, fully opening its hundreds of tentacles, dark purple corrosive fluid surging forth like a tide, instantly covering the entire surface of the alloy. On the monitoring screen, the value representing the thickness of the alloy plummeted at a speed of 0.2 millimeters per second. In the high-definition footage captured by the camera, the hard interstellar warship alloy was dissolving and liquefying under the corrosive fluid, as if soaked in strong acid, leaving not even a trace behind. In just 50 seconds, the entire 10mm thick standard shipboard armor was completely consumed. After finishing the entire piece of alloy, the juvenile's teeth repeatedly crushed together several times, and its tentacles slowly curled up, entering a brief digestive state. Monitoring data clearly showed that the energy within its body was steadily rising. It would have to wait until digestion was complete and energy reached saturation thresholds before it could continue to grow, eventually triggering the division mechanism upon maturation. This again verified the core rule that one cannot divide until digestion is complete. But everyone in the research chamber was too shocked to care about verifying this rule, left only with an overwhelming chill. At a rate of 0.2 millimeters per second, that meant 12 millimeters in a minute and 72 millimeters in an hour. The most commonly used medium-sized warships of the Zeta species had a main armor thickness of only 80 millimeters, meaning a juvenile the size of a fighter jet could gnaw through a medium-sized warship's hull from the outside in just over an hour. And on the battlefield, there was a torrent composed of billions of such monsters. The research team leader immediately pulled up the last damage report log from the Chia Consortium's frontline fleet, which filled the screen with shocking red data. The 37 medium-sized warships of the Chia Vanguard fleet went from encountering the carcass-eating torrent to completely losing contact in less than 2 hours. The 12 heavy main battleships dispatched for subsequent reinforcement also collapsed entirely after only 3 hours. Everyone had previously been unable to understand why the Chia fleet, which had dominated the Zeta Star domain for hundreds of years, would crumble so swiftly. But at this moment, looking at the testing data before them, everything had a clear answer. My God! A young researcher trembled. The collapse of the Chia fleet was no accident. Their conventional warships were no different from paper in the face of such corrosion rates. The shields were devoured, the armor was gnawed at, and they couldn't even hold out for a minute. And this is just the juvenile. The voice of the research team leader was exceptionally solemn, his fingers gripping the edge of the console tightly. According to battlefield debris data calculations, the corrosion rate of a 35-meter adult specimen can reach 0.5 millimeters per second. A Zeta heavy main battleship would be completely gnawed through in less than half an hour. If left unchecked, allowing them to continue to consume and proliferate, the entire galaxy would be devoured by them. This is the true cosmic-level disaster. It is not exaggerated rhetoric. It is cold, quantifiable, and terrifying power capable of exterminating entire civilizational systems in a star system. Initiate testing for Sample 3 Human Standard High-Grade Shipboard Inert Composite Alloy. Simultaneous testing of corrosion rates. Suppressing the chill in his heart, the research team leader initiated the third round of comparative testing. This was the core test determining whether the human fleet could face such monsters heat-in. The mechanical arm delivered a piece of high-density, inert composite alloy of equal thickness, standard equipment for human main battleships, into the number 3 capture capsule, placing it before the juvenile. This alloy was the core protective material for human modular warships, integrating dozens of rare inert elements, and having undergone thousands of impact and corrosion tests representing decades of technological advancements in human interstellar navigation. This time the young organism's reaction was noticeably slower. It first cautiously probed the metal block with its tentacles, secreting corrosive fluid to saturate the surface. The decline in the thickness value on the display screen suddenly slowed down, finally stabilizing at a rate of 0. At a rate of 0.3 millimeters, the corrosion efficiency plummeted by over 1,000 times compared to conventional alloys. Even in its adult form, the corrosion rate against this advanced alloy would not exceed 1 millimeter per hour. To verify the accuracy of the data, the research team conducted 5 consecutive rounds of repeated tests incorporating alloy samples with varying ratios of different inert elements. The test results indicated that as the proportion of inert elements increased and the alloy's low temperature processing was optimized, the corrosion rate could further decrease. Among them, the high-purity inert alloy treated with ultra-low temperature quenching could even render the young organism's corrosive fluid completely ineffective, leaving no trace on the surface. Data confirmed. The recorder's voice finally carried a hint of relieved excitement, stating the advanced inert composite alloy can significantly slow the corrosion rate, and the ultra-low temperature treated high-purity inert alloy can completely immunize against the young organism's corrosion. Our ship's armor can withstand long-term corrosion from the young organism. The tense atmosphere in the research chamber finally relaxed for a moment. This meant that humanity had found the first line of defense against this natural disaster. They could instantly melt through the warships of the Zeta race, yet could not harm the modular human ships. This was also the core reason why the human fleet could steadily block the tide of the devourers in the first round of engagement. In the following hours, the research team conducted hundreds of comparative tests. They tested dozens of different materials and ultimately confirmed that only the high-purity inert alloy processed at low temperatures could completely resist the penetration of the devourer's corrosive fluid, being the only material capable of stably limiting their movements and constructing permanent defensive fortifications. They tried different intensities of energy irradiation, verifying that low-energy flows below the threshold would be quickly consumed, while instantaneous high energy above the critical value would directly overload and disintegrate the young organism, leaving no trace behind. They even tested scenarios of cannibalism among the same species, confirming that in the absence of food, the devourer young would preferentially consume their kin, ultimately leaving only the strongest individual to enter a dormant state. They also tested the impact of different environmental temperatures on the activity of the devourers, finding that ultra-low temperature environments close. All test data were in perfect alignment with the previously established ironclad rules, with no deviation whatsoever. When the research entered its 20th hour, the isolation chamber's door slowly slid open, revealing Zhang Chenyu's figure in front of the observation window. Dressed in a black combat uniform, he stood tall like a pine tree, his calm gaze fixed on the constantly fluctuating monitoring data on the display screen, silently observing the young devourer that had just completed its digestion, its body length steadily increasing as it developed towards adulthood. The head of the research team quickly approached, handing over the organized complete test report, his tone tinged with barely concealed seriousness and excitement. Commander, all core characteristics have been fully verified. The corrosion rate of 0.2 mm per second for the young organism against conventional alloys and the doubled destructive power of the adult form is sufficient to pose a genocidal threat to the vast majority of interstellar civilizations. We have also confirmed their complete life cycle. Young fighter class consumes and grows. Adult passenger class reaches digestive saturation, splits into 2 young, repeating the cycle. As long as there are sufficient resources, it could theoretically expand indefinitely. He paused, adding, at the same time, we have also verified that advanced inert composite alloys and ultra-low temperature inert materials can effectively resist or even completely immunize against their corrosion. Instantaneous superthreshold high energy remains the most effective extermination method. Additionally, we discovered that ultra-low temperature environments can induce deep hibernation in them, providing us with new ideas for subsequent sample capture and defensive fortification construction. Zhang Chenyu took the report, his fingertips quickly gliding over the pages of data, pausing slightly on the pages detailing adult corrosion rate and splitting cycle estimation. The report clearly indicated that under ideal conditions with ample resources, an adult would require just 72 hours from splitting to resplitting. In other words, a single adult devourer could proliferate thousands of individuals in just 1 month, forming a tide capable of engulfing an entire star system. He raised his gaze towards the young organism inside the observation window, his voice steady, yet filled with undeniable certainty. The core directions for our upcoming research are only 2. First, to thoroughly understand their tolerance limits, environmental weaknesses, and lethal thresholds, finding a solution to effectively and cost-efficiently eradicate them on a large scale. Second, to extract and stabilize the corrosive raw liquid, achieving controllable storage and directional release, converting their consumption ability into our standard weaponry. Using their own methods against them. The head of the research team instantly understood his intent, excitement flashing in his eyes. If the devourer's most terrifying corrosion and consumption abilities could be controlled by humanity and transformed into controllable weapons, it would not only perfectly counter the devourers themselves, but also significantly enhance the armor-piercing and assault capabilities of human fleets. Even against the warships of other interstellar civilizations, this corrosion weapon capable of instantly melting through conventional armor would constitute an absolute dimensional strike. Understood. We will immediately initiate the extraction and stabilization project for the corrosive raw liquid, prioritizing the core issues of storage and directional release. Zhang Chenyu slightly nodded, his gaze once again falling towards the isolation chamber. The monitoring display showed that the young organism that had consumed its kin had increased its exoskeleton hardness by nearly 20 compared to before, and the strength of the corrosive fluid had also shown a significant rise. His fingertip gently tapped the observation window, his eyes revealing no surprise. This biological evolution potential had been well within his expectations. One more thing. Zhang Chenyu's gaze shifted to the warning map on the display screen at the edge of the Zeta Star region, his voice deepening. Monitoring data indicates that the activity frequency of the devourer clusters in deep space is on the rise, and the second wave of impact is highly likely to arrive within 72 hours. All research must accelerate. We do not have much time. Yes, we will definitely come up with a stable storage plan for the corrosive raw liquid within 48 hours. The head of the research team immediately stood at attention in response, his tone not betraying a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, the post-war takeover and consolidation of the Zeta Star region had already entered the phase of practical execution. Hundreds of engineering ships from the Human Engineering Corps had fully deployed to the core shipyard and military port of the Zeta Mother Star. Giant mechanical arms smoothly glided along the shipyard tracks, dragging one surviving Zeta warship after another to designated storage berths. Scanning devices moved slowly along the hull, registering the warship's model, weapon configuration, damage status, and energy state, one by one inputting them into the human star domain management system. The entire shipyard was divided into storage areas, dismantling zones, modification zones, and maintenance zones, each warship's flow having clear procedural control with no hint of chaos. In the main control room of the shipyard, several original Zeta military port management personnel stood trembling at the side, not daring to raise their heads. They had once been the rulers of this star region, the marauders of the stellar seas, but now facing the human soldiers taking over the shipyard, they could not even muster a thought of resistance. They had witnessed how humanity had instantaneously crushed the tide of devourers, how they had overwhelmed the three major corporations with absolute power, and were well aware that it was the arrival of humanity that had saved them from the fate of being devoured by the devourers. All combat ships proceed to storage berth A. All onboard weapon systems, attack cores, and combat shield modules are marked for dismantling. Civilian transport and engineering ships should proceed to the inspection berth in Area B, and after verification will be uniformly modified. The engineering commander's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, clear and without room for debate. The Zeta management personnel did not dare to delay, immediately bowing in agreement, turning to coordinate the remaining Zeta crew to assist humanity in the inventory and storage of warships. The entire shipyard operated orderly with no unrest, no resistance, only the low rumble of mechanical operations and the slight tremors of warships docking. Meanwhile, the identity registration work on the surface of the Zeta mother star had also been fully initiated. The human administrative team conducted individual registrations, background checks, and classification for all Zeta individuals across 5 levels: remnants of the 3 major corporations, regular military remnants, technical personnel, ordinary civilians, and war criminals. The identity information, past records, and special skills of each Zeta individual were completely entered into the management system, laying a solid data foundation for subsequent social structure reform and labor system division. In the official command tower of the Zeta mother star, a few remaining high-level Zeta individuals stared at the human management regulations displayed on the holographic screen, their faces pale and silent. One trembled as he scrolled through the complete disarmament clause, his voice hoarse. "They intend to completely pull our teeth. For tens of thousands of years, when have we Zetas ever suffered such humiliation?" Humiliation? Another high-ranking individual let out a bitter laugh, his gaze falling on the image of the red-toothed territory, devoured nearly entirely by the devourers, compared to being cleaned out to the bones by those monsters. What is this slight humiliation? Without humanity, we would have long been the remnants of stardust. But must we really comply completely? What if they unload the donkey after the grind? The Zeta High Chancellor slowly closed his eyes, his voice filled with fatigue and resignation. The regulations provide us with a way to survive, a space to exist, only forbidding us from plundering and waging war. This is not humiliation, but the result we deserve. For hundreds of years, how many civilizations have we destroyed? How many planets have we seized? Today's events are all the result of karma. He opened his eyes, looking at the image of the human fleet arrayed neatly on the screen, ultimately making up his mind. Send the order down. All clansmen cooperate. With registration, all warships cooperate. With storage, no resistance or disturbances allowed. To survive, one must adhere to the rules set by humanity. The meeting room fell into silence, and eventually everyone lowered their heads, raising no further objections. They had no negotiating power. It was humanity that had lent them a hand in the face of extermination, and it was humanity that had controlled the life and death of this star region with absolute power. All they could do was obey, accept, and search for a new place to survive within the order established by humanity. As the sun of the Zeta mother star slowly rose, the first rays of dawn piercing through the atmosphere and illuminating the scarred surface of the planet, the tests in the research chamber also reached a new breakthrough. The research team successfully extracted high-purity corrosive raw liquid from the tentacles of the devourer young and achieved stable storage for up to 72 hours under the low-temperature inert medium without any leakage, corrosion, or deactivation. They also completed the preliminary design of the directional release mechanism, which could achieve precise delivery of the corrosive raw liquid through controllable ruptures of the inert medium, completely avoiding the risk of indiscriminate corrosion. When this report was delivered to Zhang Chenyu, he was standing in front of the flagship's observation window, gazing at the constantly flickering monitoring signals in the depths of space. On the screen, the warning node at the edge of the Zeta Star region had captured traces of massive devourer clusters, weak, yet dense fluctuations like the first thunder before a storm. He had already encrypted and transmitted the complete characteristic data and defense plans of the devourers to the station forces on Anlin Star, Karen Star, and Qinglan Star, initiating the cross-star regional defense mechanism to ensure that the core human star regions would not be affected by the tide of devourers. He lightly tapped the words "stable storage" on the report, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. This war with the devourers had never been about passive defense. Understanding their characteristics and mastering their abilities would ultimately transform this destructive force from deep space into a blade for humanity to protect its own territory. This was his true strategy. Outside the observation window, stardust flowed slowly, and the dawn light of the Zeta Mother Star drew a gentle light band across the starry sky. The monitoring equipment in the research chamber continued to operate steadily. The warship storage work in the shipyard progressed smoothly, and the early warning network at the edge of the star region remained tense. A new order was gradually taking shape in this star region ravaged by war. Meanwhile, the second wave of devourer tide lurking in the darkness of deep space had quietly begun its prelude. The star of Zeta's homeworld rose slowly, pale golden dawn, piercing the atmosphere to spill across a scarred planetary surface. The predatory civilizations that once ravaged the star lanes were now facing a wholesale reordering of their domain. The oligarchic strongholds that scarred the surface long stood empty. The streets no longer thrummed with armed private militias. Only the faint hum of human engineering vessels skimming at low altitude and the distant clatter of mining machinery wove together the new rhythm of the sector. Under the morning light, the disarmament of the Zeta territories and the social overhaul instituted by humanity formally entered their full implementation phase. At the core drydock of Zeta's mother planet, once the shipbuilding heart of the three great conglomerates, birthplace of countless raiding armadas, human engineering forces had now assumed complete control. Hundreds of modular engineering vessels were arrayed along the drydock rails, giant robotic arms gliding with steady purpose. Pale blue scanner trails swept over each surviving Zeta warship, recording model armament arrays and hull condition into the human sector management system with meticulous precision. The holographic command wall in the drydock control hall delineated 4 operational zones, with crystalline clarity: containment, dismantling, repurposing, and maintenance. Every vessel's trajectory was subject to explicit procedural control, fully traceable and auditable. Human soldiers clad in black combat suits patrolled the corridors in orderly formation, their gazes steely and posture erect. There was not an ounce of arrogance or pillaging fervor in them, only a measured maintenance of order and execution of process, a stark contrast to the former swagger of Zeta private forces. All combat vessels will proceed to containment berths in Zone A in numerical order. Shipborne, main guns, attack cores, and combat shield modules are to be marked for removal and incineration. Cargo and engineering vessels will dock at inspection berths in Zone B. After verification, they will enter the repurposing workflow. At the commander's voice broadcast across the entire drydock, the Zeta warships within the basin began to stir. Heavy capital ships that once tore through battlefronts had all power to their weapon systems shut down. The dark purple raiding liveries were tarnished and peeling. Under the guidance of human engineering craft, they obediently eased into containment berths. Massive mechanical arms pierced weapon bays with surgical precision, detaching main guns and attack cores and routing them along dedicated transport conduits to high-temperature incineration workshops. Plasma flames at thousands of degrees liquefied the instruments of slaughter into molten metal, which was then recast into inert alloy plates, utterly stripping them of any combat utility. In the drydock's control chamber, several former Zeta naval administrators stood with hands at their sides, bodies trembling slightly, not daring to raise their heads. They had once lorded over this drydock, overseeing the construction and repair of innumerable raiding vessels and witnessing the glory and expansion of the three conglomerates. Now, watching ship after ship have its weapons removed and be consigned to containment, there was not a trace of rebellion in them, only the fragile gratitude of survivors. They had seen with their own eyes how humanity had shattered the Shanghai tide and obliterated the core fleets of the Chia conglomerate in an instant. They knew better than anyone that, but for human intervention, they would already have been fertilizer for the Shanghai swarms. Not only did they lack the standing to protest the disarmament and containment of their ships, should humanity choose to destroy those vessels outright, they would have no grounds for negotiation. All individual combat equipments and energy weapons removed must be confiscated and sent to the incineration workshop without exception. Any private hoarding of weapons will be treated as a violation of the Star Sector Management Ordinance and dealt with accordingly without leniency. At the words of the engineering commander, the Zeta administrators flinched, bowed deeply, and immediately set about coordinating the remaining Zeta crew to cooperate with weapon collection and ship containment. The drydock operated in orderly silence, no riots, no uprisings, only the low thunder of machinery and the faint tremor as ships entered port. This cradle of war, which had once spawned endless conflagrations, was under human stewardship, shedding its predatory veneer and turning toward production and construction. Running in parallel with the disarmament was a comprehensive program to repurpose the warship's functions. In the repurposing zone on the drydock's far side, dozens of Zeta medium-class warships had already had their weapons removed and were being reconstructed by teams of human engineers together with former Zeta naval technicians. Former gun emplacements were converted into cargo handling bays, combat shield generators replaced with high-thrust propulsion units, onboard ammo stores emptied and transformed into compressed spatial storage chambers. Heavy capital ships were reborn as million-ton interstellar transports tasked with moving or supplies and equipment across the sector. Assault frigates once used for raids became engineering maintenance vessels equipped with heavy manipulator arms for channel upkeep, facility repair, and infrastructure projects. Nimble assault boats were converted into resource collection craft fitted with mineral prospecting and extraction gear for mining asteroid belts and resource worlds. Every refit followed a strict tenet: utterly strip combat attributes and retain only fundamental navigation and operational capabilities, thereby eliminating any root possibility of a Zeta remilitarization. The Zeta shipwrights and military engineers participating in the refits, who began with guarded trepidation, gradually settled into focused concentration. They had been low-level technicians for the three conglomerates, toiling for meager pay day and night to construct warships never afforded respect or security. A single misstep could earn the ire of a conglomerate overlord and cost them their lives. Within the human-led refit program, their skills were finally treated with due respect. Every reasonable suggestion was considered, meeting production quotas, brought full resource rations and safety guarantees, freeing them from perpetual fear. An elderly Zeta engineer with streaked hair watched as a modification he had designed was adopted by the human team. A vessel once intended for slaughter was by his hand transmuted into an engineering ship for transporting goods and rebuilding homes. A complex light kindled in his clouded eyes. He had spent his life crafting warships and witnessing countless raids and bloodshed. Only now did he feel his craft possessed a meaning beyond war. As the ship refits advanced steadily, the social reconstruction of the entire Zeta people rolled out across their homeworld in tandem. Human administrative teams guided by prior identity registrations and background vetting sorted all Zeta individuals by ability and record, integrating them into non-combat labor systems and decisively dismantling the conglomerate oligarchy that had endured for millennia. Former Zeta naval engineers, shipwrights, and maintenance specialists were absorbed into engineering and maintenance corps assigned posts according to technical grade to take charge of ship refits, sector infrastructure, facility repairs, and equipment upkeep. They knew Zeta vessels and industrial systems intimately and became indispensable to the sector's reconstruction. Humanity matched them with appropriate resource allocations and security guarantees so they could devote themselves to production with peace of mind. Interstellar miners, geologists, and resource gatherers who had labored for generations on resource worlds were folded into a resource extraction system responsible for prospecting and mining rare veins of inert alloy and energy crystals throughout the Zeta sector. Familiar with local deposits, as if by instinct, they re-identified 7 high-purity inert alloy veins in 3 days and drafted detailed extraction plans, securing stable raw material sources for defensive constructions and the development of anti-sure high corrosive weaponry. The majority of Zeta citizens, ordinary civilians, were enrolled into logistics, planetary infrastructure, and support systems. Among them were farmers, craftsmen, medics, and ecological stewards tasked with ecological restoration, sustenance, production, basic infrastructure, maintenance, and primary healthcare on Zeta's homeworld. For centuries, they had been squeezed by the three conglomerates, their toil feeding the coffers of the elite, while barely enough provisions remained to survive. Under the new human order, they needed only to meet baseline labor quotas to receive ample supplies and secure housing. They no longer lived in constant dread, and their lives became markedly steadier than they had been before the wars. For the hardened conglomerate elites, war criminals whose hands were stained with the blood of other civilizations, humanity imposed the strictest controls. These individuals were isolated and escorted to desolate mining worlds on the outer fringe of the Zeta sector, consigned to the harshest penal mining regimes under continuous 24-hour surveillance. They were deprived of freedom and forced into relentless extraction labor to atone for their raids and murders. Any attempt at resistance, escape, or collusion would be met with immediate and severe punishment without mercy. From the highest echelons to the lowest ranks, the entire Zeta people were folded into this new non-combat labor framework. The interstellar raiders who once gloried in plunder had now been stripped of their fangs. Under human-led order, they sought anew the value and meaning of survival. On the day the social reconstruction took full effect, Zhang Chenyu broadcast across the Zeta Star sector to promulgate the Zeta Star Sector Management Ordinance, laying down 3 inviolable iron laws to define the sector's new baseline of order. His voice was steady and authoritative, devoid of excess emotion, yet imbued with undeniable force, reaching every corner of the Zeta sector and into every Zeta ear. First contact with any weapons and combat systems is strictly forbidden. Private possession, modification, or manufacture of offensive equipment is banned. Offenders will be purged. Second, organizing any form of armed group or gatherings or inciting resistance and disorder is strictly prohibited. Violators will be purged. Third, unauthorized interstellar travel or any attempt to leave controlled zones without permission is strictly forbidden. Violators will be purged. These three iron laws, weighty as they were succinct, sealed the possibility of the Zeta reverting to their predatory ways. Beyond these strictures, he also made clear the rights Zeta people would enjoy. Those who abide by sector rules and fulfill labor obligations irrespective of origin or past deeds shall enjoy equal guarantees for survival, resource allocation, and opportunity for development. Those who keep the rules will be shielded by humanity. Those who cross the line will find no leniency. After the broadcast, a hush fell over the Zeta sector. Countless Zetas stood before the display screens listening to the three iron laws and to the pledge that those who keep the rules will be shielded by humanity. Their hearts roiled with conflicting emotions. They had expected humanity to treat them as they had treated other defeated civilizations: slaughter, resource plunder, enslavement. Yet instead humanity had given them a chance to live a possibility of secure days while stripping from them only the right to plunder and kill. In the official command tower on Zeta's mother planet, the few remaining top leaders bowed their heads before the projected ordinance. They understood clearly this was not enslavement, but discipline, and not humiliation, but the redemption they deserved. Centuries of pillage and slaughter had already pushed Zeta civilization to the brink of collapse. Absent the Shurhai invasion, they would have consumed themselves through internecine strife and rapaciousness. It was humanity's arrival that offered this dying civilization a new path, a way to survive without predation. Issue the orders, the Zeta Supreme Governor rasped, but with unprecedented resolve. All our people must strictly observe the ordinance and cooperate fully with human arrangements. There must be no disturbances, no resistance. If you want to live, obey the rules. Within 72 hours of the ordinance's proclamation, not a single infraction occurred across the Zeta Star sector. Disarmament and ship refits proceeded steadily. The labor systems ran in full, and the chaotic, war-torn Zeta sector experienced for the first time genuine order and tranquility. The first loads of high-purity inert alloy were surveyed and mined by Zeta resource teams, were placed aboard refitted transport vessels, and stably delivered into the cargo hold of humanity's flagship Xingyao, then transferred to the highest-level biological research bays to supply the ongoing development of anti-Shurhai corrosive weaponry. At that moment, the Deep Space Monitoring Network at the edge of the Zeta sector transmitted a new warning. On the display, several faint but distinct energy signatures were picked up, scattered Shurhai larvae adrift in space. They trailed the battlefield's residual energy fluctuations and were slowly converging on Zeta's homeworld. Though small in number, they unmistakably heralded the approach of a second Shurhai tide. The detection data streamed to the console before Zhang Chenyu. He tapped the larvae trajectories on the screen with calm, unreadable eyes. Zeta's reordering was complete and raw material supplies secured. There were no further hazards at the rear. What remained was to confront directly the truly devouring storm that was about to arrive. The morning light of the Zeta Mother Star's space domain had not yet fully spread, yet within the core biological isolation research chamber of the human flagship Starshine the lights were already blazing. After hours of intense work, every researcher had faint red veins in their eyes, but everyone's gaze remained sharp, showing no sign of fatigue. Beside the low-temperature inert alloy testing platform in the center of the chamber, the entire research team was dressed in fully enclosed protective suits, their eyes intensely fixed on the multiple sealed samples at the center of the testing platform. These sample containers were made from high-purity inert alloys that had been tempered at ultra-low temperatures. Unlike the large capture chambers used previously for preserving live specimens, the containers before them were no larger than a fist, with the smallest barely the thickness of a thumb, filled with an inert condensing medium, close to absolute zero. Suspended in the center of the medium were varying doses of a dark purple viscous liquid, pure corrosive solution extracted from the living specimens. As early as the live specimen characteristic testing phase, humanity had confirmed that this high-purity inert alloy could completely resist the permeation of the corrosive liquid, thus achieving long-term, stable preservation of the living specimens. At this moment, the core challenge that the research team faced was no longer whether preservation was possible, but how to adapt this corrosive solution to complex combat scenarios, achieving core breakthroughs in weaponization, mass production, and controllability across all scenarios. Laboratory-level static preservation could only be achieved in a constant temperature environment free from shock and external interference. However, once entering a combat scenario, the dozens of times gravitational overload from the firing of the ship's main gun, the high-speed vibrations during missile flight across temperature zones, and the bumps and extreme environmental changes encountered by individual soldiers would all pose extreme tests to the stability of the inert preservation medium. At the slightest misstep, if microcracks appeared in the inert outer shell, the corrosive solution would indiscriminately consume friendly equipment, resulting in catastrophic consequences. This was already the 37th weaponization preservation experiment conducted by the research team. In the first 36 tests, they encountered numerous unpredictable challenges. The initially single-layer inert outer shell would easily develop microcracks under the overload shock of simulating the main gun's firing, leading to leakage of the corrosive liquid. After optimizing to a double-layer nested structure, they faced the challenge of miniaturizing the individual warhead, fitting an inert preservation chamber, a cooling and stabilizing medium, and a triggering mechanism into a warhead the size of a thumb, while ensuring absolute safety, was as difficult as building a fortress on the tip of a needle. In fact, there were several occasions when during cross-temperature zone simulations structural instability occurred due to thermal expansion and contraction of the inert medium, nearly resulting in experimental accidents. Countless failures and adjustments finally yielded this nearly perfect set of samples. Report to the team leader: the full-spec samples have been statically preserved for 120 hours, withstanding 5 simulated main gun firing overload shocks and 3 cross-temperature environmental tests, and all containers show no corrosive leakage, with the medium exhibiting no abnormal reactions, and the activity of the raw solution remained stable. The recorder's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement as their fingers swiftly glided over the control panel, projecting the monitoring data onto the main screen. On the screen, the curves representing the activity of the raw solution from different specification warheads, container integrity and medium stability, remained entirely stable, without fluctuations even after undergoing extreme overload and harsh environmental tests, showing no signs of anomalies. The research team leader clenched his fists tightly, letting out a long breath as the tension in his shoulders and back, which had persisted for dozens of hours, finally relaxed for a moment. After hours of intense pressure, the heavy burden on everyone's shoulders finally lifted at this moment. He quickly walked to the testing platform, looking through 3 layers of reinforced observation windows at the rows of weaponized preservation samples of different specifications, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. It worked. We have finally solved the core issue of weaponized preservation of the corrosive solution in combat. This was not just a success of an experiment, but a qualitative leap in humanity's tactical system against the voracious species. Prior to this, humanity's advantage over the voracious species had only been at the passive defense level of ultra-threshold high-energy weapons can kill them. Faced with large-scale voracious swarms, humanity could only rely on star-destroying cannons and domain-destroying cannons for wide-area strikes, which not only consumed enormous energy, but also risked leaving gaps due to insufficient fire density, posing a risk for subsequent defenses. The breakthrough in weaponizing the corrosive solution for preservation meant that humanity could finally turn this terrifying ability from deep space calamities into a blade in their own hands, achieving true reciprocity. Immediately initiate the full scene directional release mechanism test. The research team leader quickly adjusted his state, suppressing his excitement, and issuing new instructions. Core objective: verify the controllable rupture timing of the inert medium in different combat scenarios, achieving precise directional activation of the corrosive solution and eliminating indiscriminate corrosion risks. Upon issuing the orders, the testing platform instantly switched to multi-scenario simulation strike mode. Mechanical arms successively delivered ship-mounted main gun warheads, area blockade projectiles, and portable individual projectiles into the corresponding simulation test chambers, with targets set up replicating Zeta ship alloy fragments recovered from the battlefield, voracious exoskeleton simulations, and inert barrier isolation zones used to verify collateral damage, fully recreating complex environments seen in interstellar combat, positional defense, and individual encounters. As the launch commands were issued sequentially, different specification warheads accurately struck their designated targets. The first round of tests encountered unexpected setbacks. One of the sub-guidance compartments of the position-level area blockade projectile triggered its rupture mechanism prematurely before landing, causing the corrosive solution to leak in midair. Although it did not cause any safety incidents, it also meant that the blockade effect would not meet combat requirements. The research team remained completely calm, immediately retrieving the full monitoring data of the sub-guidance compartment and quickly identifying the root of the problem within 3 minutes. The trigger threshold of the sub-guidance compartment was set to sensitively triggering the rupture mechanism while passing through the simulated dust zone of the asteroid belt. After rapidly adjusting the parameters, the second round of tests officially commenced. This time, all warheads accurately ruptured upon contact with their targets, instantly releasing the preserved corrosive solution and completely covering the target. The inert barriers and walls of the test chamber, traversed by the warheads, showed no signs of corrosion and remained intact. The values on the monitoring screen fluctuated wildly, and everyone held their breath. Ship-mounted level warheads melted through 120 millimeters of Zeta heavy ship main armor within 10 seconds, with an armor-piercing efficiency 3.2 times that of conventional energy cannons. Position-level blockade projectiles formed a continuous corrosive isolation belt 5 kilometers wide upon landing, combined with an embedded low-temperature slow-release medium, effectively putting voracious larvae into a state of activity suppression upon contact, with an obstructive effect far exceeding conventional energy minefields. Individual portable projectiles had an effective kill radius of 8 meters, featuring a dual-layer, inert alloy ultra-low temperature insurance design. Even if the outer shell were to sustain damage, the embedded cooling medium would instantly deactivate the corrosive solution, completely eliminating the risk of backfire. Special-level formulations successfully penetrated the gaps of simulated E. All data confirmed. The full-scene directional release mechanism verification was successful. Cheers erupted instantly in the research chamber, only to be swiftly suppressed by the researchers. They understood that this success meant the theoretical closure of the first generation of voracious corrosive weapons was fully realized. What followed was to adapt this technology to the existing modular combat systems of humanity. At this time, Zhang Chenyu's figure appeared in front of the observation window of the research chamber. Dressed in a black combat uniform, tall and straight, he was flanked by 2 combat advisors, his gaze calmly fixed on the full-scene test data on the screen, without inquiring about the progress of the experiment, simply observing the complete weaponized preservation and release system at the center of the testing platform. The research team leader quickly approached, handing over the organized technical report, with barely concealed excitement in his tone. "Commander, all core technical bottlenecks have been broken through. Based on the dual stabilization technology of inert alloy and low-temperature condensation, we have completed the weaponized preservation of the corrosive solution while achieving full-scene directional release, realizing the complete combat loop of inert medium wrapping precise delivery activation of corrosive upon contact with the target, fully meeting the conditions for standard equipment." Zhang Chenyu took the report, his fingers swiftly gliding over the pages of technical parameters, pausing slightly on the sections of overload stability and full-scene adaptability. The report clearly indicated that this system could be adapted to all active equipment of humanity's modular fleet, without the need for large-scale modifications to ships and weapon platforms, allowing for rapid deployment and formation of combat capabilities. He raised his gaze towards the testing platform, his voice steady, yet undeniably resolute. Centered around this core technology, complete the full system adaptation design for standardized weapons, ensuring it fully aligns with our existing modular combat systems, covering all scenarios of shipboard, positional, individual, and special operations. Submit the design plans within 12 hours and coordinate with the mines and processing plants in the Zeta Star domain to ensure material supply. After a pause, he pointed to this safety redundancy design section in the report and added, "The ammunition supply system of the ship-mounted corrosive main gun must include emergency inert sealing valves. If any leakage faults occur, the entire supply line can be instantly isolated. For individual weapons, an additional biometric lock should be added on top of existing insurance, allowing activation and use only by authorized personnel. Safety is the first principle, and there must be no possibility of friendly fire." "Understood. We will immediately adjust and optimize the plan to ensure timely submission." The research team leader immediately stood at attention, recording Zhang Chenyu's request verbatim. The research team had long prepared a complete pre-research plan, and with the issuance of the orders, the adaptation design work for the first generation of voracious corrosive weapons immediately commenced in full swing. Humanity's fleet already utilized a fully modular weapon system, whether for ship-mounted main guns, missile launch systems, or individual equipment. Standardized interfaces were reserved, allowing for rapid completion of parameter matching, structural optimization, and safety redundancy designs without starting from scratch, significantly enhancing efficiency compared to conventional weapon development. Within a brief 12 hours, the final adaptation design plans for 4 major categories of standardized weapons were completely presented on the holographic screen before Zhang Chenyu, each precisely corresponding to the combat needs against the voracious species. Ship-mounted level weapons divided into corrosive main guns and anti-ship corrosive warheads. Corrosive main guns adapted to existing gun mounts of modular warships would only require changing the barrel and the dedicated ammunition supply system with sealing valves to enable continuous directional firing of the corrosive solution, specifically used for wide-area clearing of large voracious swarms and armor-piercing assaults on heavy targets. Anti-ship corrosive warheads adapted to active ship-mounted missile launch systems employed multi-layer inert alloy shells, enabling ultra-long range, precise delivery, and even if entangled by voracious tendrils during flight, would not prematurely leak the corrosive solution. Position-level weapons consist of area corrosive blockade projectiles. The warheads are equipped with multiple sub-guidance corrosive solution compartments. Combined with low-temperature slow-release media, they can form a corrosive isolation belt up to several kilometers wide in the designated range upon landing. The inert outer shell ensures that the warheads are not prematurely consumed by voracious species during deployment, serving as core equipment for blocking defense nodes and hindering large-scale swarm charges. Individual-level weapons are divided into portable corrosive projectiles and handheld corrosive sprayers. Portable corrosive projectiles are comparable in size to conventional hand grenades, featuring a triple safety design of dual-layer inert alloy shell, ultra-low temperature insurance, biometric lock activating only upon striking the target. The corrosive sprayer is equipped with a micro-low temperature inert preservation chamber, allowing for short-range continuous spraying with the gun body cast in one piece from inert alloy to completely eliminate leakage risks, specifically designed for close quarters extermination and target elimination in confined spaces during individual encounters. Special-level weapons consist of shield-penetrating corrosive agents. Using nano-level inert media wrapping, they can penetrate gaps in conventional energy shields, activating corrosive effects upon contact with physical targets, aimed at high-defense targets, underground bunkers, and enclosed chambers, filling the gap in special operations equipment. The four major categories of weapons form a complete corrosive weapon system that covers all combat scenarios, from large-scale operations of interstellar fleets to close-quarters encounters of individual soldiers, from positional defense blockades to precise strikes in special operations, perfectly adapting to humanity's existing combat logic while placing safety redundancy as the top priority, thoroughly avoiding risks of backfire in actual combat. Zhang Chenyu reviewed all the design plans one by one, lightly tapping the screen to officially approve the plan, immediately initiate the prototype manufacturing and live ammunition testing. Within 72 hours, complete the offline production of the first batch of test prototypes and conduct full scenario validation. Understood. While the weapon adaptation work advanced at full speed, humanity simultaneously launched the plan to complete the life cycle database of the Shurhai tribe. The previous research data mostly came from laboratory conditions with juvenile samples. For the core parameters, such as the activity differences of corrosive liquid between subadults and adults, energy tolerance thresholds, and exoskeleton corrosion resistance, there were only rough data from battlefield remote sensing measurements, lacking precise support from live measurements. To maximize the effectiveness of corrosive weapons, it was essential to obtain precise data from live Shurhai at different growth stages, optimizing the weapon's propellant ratio and triggering mechanism to ensure that even when facing adult Shurhai, it could achieve a single strike to breach defenses. 3 specially modified stealth reconnaissance ships silently departed from the flagship, Xingyao, under the cover of night, heading at full speed towards the Shurhai void at the edge of the Zeta Star domain. The reconnaissance ships were entirely covered with inert alloy coatings, using a flame-free cold propulsion mode throughout the journey. From departure, all active detection equipment was shut down, relying solely on passive optical observation and preset navigation routes, releasing not a single energy signal, merging perfectly with the deep space as 3 shadows, evading the perception of scattered juvenile Shurhai along the way. They delved into the Shurhai void for over 3 light-years, accurately marking the positions of dozens of scattered Shurhai clusters along the way, ultimately finding their target in an area densely packed with shipwrecks, live Shurhai at different growth stages. This area was previously the site of the Chi-Ya fleet's defeat, floating with a large number of shipwrecks and metallic debris. The stardust still retained faint energy residuals, becoming a natural foraging ground for the Shurhai tribe. On the screen, dozens of juveniles could be seen gnawing at the wreckage of warships, their fine tentacles writhing on the metallic surface as dark purple corrosive liquid slowly eroded the thick armor. Not far away, 3 subadults over 30 meters long were tearing at the armor of a broken heavy battleship, each bite tearing off large chunks of alloy, with the ship's hull emitting piercing metallic distortion sounds under their pulls. Further away, an adult Shurhai, over 35 meters long, was coiled on the core chamber of a shattered mothership with more than 500 tentacles, each secretion of corrosive liquid visibly dissolving the core chamber walls at an observable speed, with an erosion efficiency more than double that of juveniles. Ship 1 and Ship 2 capture juvenile and subadult samples respectively. Ship 3 is responsible for surveillance. Energy binding is strictly prohibited. Use only inert capture pods and move quickly. The reconnaissance team leader issued the command in a low voice, and the 3 reconnaissance ships adjusted their positions simultaneously, like 3 silent leopards slowly approaching the target under the cover of the shipwrecks. The capture process was exceptionally smooth. Ship 1 precisely deployed an inert capture pod while a juvenile was foraging in the wreckage, completing a contactless capture. As the pod closed to Ship 2, deployed 2 inert capture pods accurately on the foraging path of the subadults, using fine alloy debris as bait, successfully capturing 1, while the 2 subadults fought over the food, all without alarming the other Shurhai clusters. But just as Ship 3 was preparing to collect samples of the adult's corrosive liquid, an unexpected incident occurred. The adult Shanghai seemed to sense the faint vibrations of the reconnaissance ship's engine suddenly abandoning its gnawing on the mothership wreck. Its massive body abruptly turned and hundreds of tentacles lunged at the ship. 3, like venomous snakes, dark, purple corrosive liquid instantly spewed forth, accurately striking the ship's side armor. Alarm. Side inert armor is being corroded. Thickness is slowly decreasing. The adult has locked onto us. It's approaching at high speed. The cockpit filled with alarm sounds, yet the reconnaissance team leader remained calm and immediately ordered, Ship 3 retreat immediately and increase the distance. Ships 1 and 2 moved forward, initiating critical high-energy bombardment, targeting the core body of the adult. We absolutely cannot feed it with low-energy firepower. With the command given, the bow secondary cannons of the 2 reconnaissance ships instantly deployed, unleashing instant high-energy beams far exceeding the digestion limits of the Shanghai without any hesitation. 2 dark, golden beams tore through the darkness, accurately hitting the core body of the adult Shanghai. Consistent with the results of countless previous practical tests, the adult Shanghai did not absorb this energy far beyond its tolerance limits. Instead, under the instantaneous high-energy shock of ultra-high concentration, its body overloaded and disintegrated in an instant, leaving not a trace of debris, completely vaporized into deep space. Target eliminated. Confirmed no residue. Successfully collected the adult's corrosive liquid sample. The reconnaissance team leader let out a long breath. This operation not only filled in the live physiological data of subadults and adults, but also accurately measured the energy tolerance thresholds of Shanghai at different growth stages, optimizing the database for the activity ratios of corrosive liquids and completely filling the previous parameter gaps. The 3 reconnaissance ships did not linger, quietly withdrawing from the Shanghai void with the captured live samples and liquid samples heading back to the Zeta home planet. As the research team and reconnaissance team advanced in sync, the comprehensive collaboration of the entire Zeta Star domain also entered full swing. The Zeta labor system, after military reform, has unleashed astonishing productivity. The resource extraction teams, leveraging their familiarity with the local star domain, redefined 12 high-purity, inert alloy or veins, 3 of which had an inert element content far exceeding humanity's initial exploration expectations. Zeta's miners, who have labored for generations in asteroid belts and mining stars, possess rich experience in mineral exploration and extraction with efficiency far surpassing humanity's initial expectations. Continuous streams of inert alloy ore were transported from the mining sites, and after purification in automated smelting plants, some were sent to research pods and weapon manufacturing plants for the production of corrosive weapon prototypes, while others were dispatched to the star domain's borders for the construction and reinforcement of defense nodes. Zeta's original military engineers also quickly adapted to humanity's modular maintenance system. In the core dock of Zeta's home planet, an elderly Zeta engineer with graying hair stood side by side with a young human engineer optimizing the battleship modification plans against the holographic blueprints. They were familiar with the construction and maintenance logic of interstellar vessels and understood the structural weaknesses of Zeta battleships. Under the guidance of human engineers, they quickly mastered the maintenance and upkeep techniques for modular battleships, becoming a core supplementary force for the star domain's infrastructure and logistical support. From initial vigilance and anxiety to today's focus and dedication, it had only been a short few days. They clearly understood that humanity had not enslaved them or slaughtered them. They had merely deprived them of their rights to plunder and kill, offering them opportunities to live stable lives through technology and labor. The old engineer, who had spent a lifetime building warships solely for plundering and slaughter, looked at his modified plans, transforming warships originally designed for killing into engineering ships for transporting goods and building homes, and a different light gradually appeared in his murky eyes. The tedious yet crucial tasks of clearing waterways, constructing defense nodes, building supply stations, and maintaining facilities progressed steadily at an astonishing speed through the cooperation of the Zeta tribe and human engineering teams. The once war-torn and chaotic Zeta Star domain was now visibly transforming from a battlefield into humanity's frontline strategic base. Meanwhile, humanity's deep space monitoring network also completed a comprehensive upgrade. Previously, the scattered monitoring nodes only covered the Zeta Star domain and had many blind spots. In asteroid belts and densely populated nebulae, conventional detectors were easily interfered with by cosmic dust and radiation, leading to missed or misjudged detections with only a short warning time of 24 hours. This upgrade extended the monitoring nodes outward to a range of 5 light-years, establishing a 3-layer closed-loop warning system of frontline, early warning layer, mid-layer, containment layer, inner-layer, defense layer. Millions of micro-stealth detectors scattered like stardust within the warning void employed a new distributed networking algorithm that achieved multi-node cross-verification, thoroughly resolving the problem of missed detections in complex environments. Based on all previously collected data on Shurhai activities, a cluster-scale predictive model was trained that could accurately capture the energy fluctuations, movement trajectories, and density distributions of Shurhai clusters, extending the warning time from the original 24 hours to a full 72 hours, providing ample reaction time for humanity's defense and operational deployment. When the first batch of corrosive weapon prototypes rolled off the production line and entered the live ammunition testing grounds for final verification, the entire Zeta Star domain's pre-war preparations were also fully ready. The live ammunition testing ground was set up on an abandoned asteroid in the outer ring of Zeta's home planet, with targets consisting of Zeta heavy battleship armor segments recovered from the battlefield and composite targets simulating Shurhai exoskeletons. As the testing command was issued, the corrosive main cannon installed on the testing platform instantly activated, and the projectile containing the corrosive liquid accurately hit the target, completely melting through the 120mm thick heavy battleship armor in just 10 seconds, with all parameters fully meeting design expectations. Subsequent tests of position lockdown rounds, individual weapons, and special formulations also all passed smoothly, with performance indicators reaching combat standards. The cheers within the testing ground had yet to die down when the highest level red alert suddenly blared in the core command chamber of the Xingyao flagship. The piercing alarm echoed in the command chamber, and the previously stable data stream was instantly covered by glaring red marks. The voice of the on-duty staff carried a hint of seriousness as they quickly reported the latest data. Report, Commander. The Deep Space Monitoring Network has captured signals of large-scale Shurhai clusters. The scale of the clusters far exceeds the previous wave of vanguards, with preliminary estimates indicating a main body width of over 2 light-years and an adult ratio exceeding 30%, moving towards the Zeta Star domain at a speed of 0.2 light-years per hour. Estimated arrival time. Zhang Chenyu's voice remained steady, his gaze fixed on the densely approaching red points on the holographic star map with no signs of disturbance. Estimated arrival time is 72 hours. The command chamber fell silent, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the crimson area on the star map. That was a devouring torrent, terrifying multiple times compared to the last confrontation, a natural disaster capable of annihilating the entire Zeta Star domain. Zhang Chenyu lightly traced the dense red points on the screen, his gaze calm and unruffled, yet his eyes concealed an undeniable sharpness. He slowly turned around, addressing all personnel in the command chamber, and gravely issued the order. Relay the command: the entire star domain is to enter the highest state of battle readiness. The modular fleet's main force will immediately advance to the mid-layer containment zone. All defense nodes will be fully activated. Weapon production lines will operate at full speed, and the Zeta logistical system will enter wartime support status. In 72 hours, we will confront them, Hedon. The blades have already been equipped, and a great battle is imminent. This ultimate showdown between humanity and the natural disaster of deep space has entered its final countdown. The deep void of Zeta Xingyu had never felt like this before. An oppressive stillness that hummed with the imminence of a storm. The faint light of billions of stars was being swallowed by endless darkness. Only the navigation beacons of the human fleet stitched into a silent iron bulwark along the border, a resolute wall of light raised before the abyss. Within the core command chamber of the flagship Xingyao, a holographic star map, dozens of meters across, cloaked the entire circular wall, projecting the full tableau of the Zeta Xingyu. A blood-red marker representing the Shurhai cluster crawled across the map, like a spreading tide, steadily advancing toward the star domain's boundary, while a countdown on the right side of the display ticked down in seconds. 715832. Less than 3 days remained until the decisive confrontation that could overturn the entire star domain. On the opposite side of the map, countless tiny markers of varied hues formed the human fleet's operational schema, each icon denoting a single modular warship. Blue for conventional configurations, purple for vessels refitted with corrosive weaponry, yellow for logistics, white for stealth reconnaissance. Every ship's module redundancy, ammunition load, and energy status synchronized in real time with surgical precision. Zhang Chenyu, clad in black combat attire, stood tall at the center of the map. His presence was as steady as the void itself, yet radiated an unquestionable pressure. With a light stroke of his fingertip across the display, the once unified defensive network cleaved into 3 distinct, clearly bounded, mutually supporting concentric rings, each ring annotated with its responsibilities, firepower allocation, and module adaptation plans. Dozens of top strategic officers were arrayed in the command chamber, fingers dancing over consoles as they verified every nuance of the tactical plan. All eyes fixed on the star map, breaths unconsciously muted as they awaited the finalization of the battle plan. Clarify the core responsibilities of the 3 defensive rings. No one is to cross their assigned boundaries without explicit orders. The forward early warning layer will be the remit of the stealth reconnaissance squadrons. Their tasks are twofold: continuously track the Shurhai cluster's trajectory and structural changes, and precisely tag high-value adult targets. Offensive fire is strictly forbidden at all times. Under no circumstances may the cluster's main body be prematurely alerted. He slid his finger downward to the middle stalling ring 2 light-years from Zeta Muxing and continued, the mid-layer stalling ring is the principal battlefield of this decisive engagement. Anchored by preset defensive nodes and centered on mobile task forces, it is forbidden to employ blanket low-energy barges. We must never feed the sure high cluster energy or accelerate its evolution. That injunction had been carved in blood from past encounters with the sure high, humanity's hard-won bottom line, and the fundamental tenet of this tactical design. 6 mobile task forces will defend the stalling ring in 3 pairs holding the east, west, and south sectors respectively. Each pair will reserve rapidly divisible reaction units that can recombine. The 3 quick response elements together form an all-domain mobile reserve ready to plug breaches in any sector. At a touch, the 6 task force markers reorganized on the map, each module configuration recalibrating differentially. With crystalline clarity, the east sector's 1st and 2nd task forces were designated assault corps, both flagships fitted with dual corrosive main gun modules and stripped of non-essential VLS and landing support modules in favor of high-caliber, over-threshold high-energy cannons, thick, inert alloy armor, and extra power units, sacrificing versatility for maximum breaching potency. To hunt severed adult sure high. The West Sector's 3rd and 4th task forces formed a containment group, every ship fully equipped with high-capacity, standardized universal VLS capable of deploying corrosive blockade rounds, high-energy intercept rounds, and inert isolation rounds with no retrofit. Their mission to carve the mass into isolated units with corrosive isolation belts utterly severing paths to convergence and leap evolution. The South Sector's 5th and 6th task forces were balanced. He tapped again, and dozens of preset defensive nodes flared on the map as he issued orders with inexorable authority. Standardized operational procedures will be executed across the front in a strict 3-step closed loop with no margin for error. Step 1: Forward reconnaissance completes target designation, cluster density assessment, and trajectory prediction, synchronizing data to all units. Step 2: Emplacement to level corrosive blockade rounds are deployed, first using continuous corrosive isolation belts to surgically slice the large cluster, simultaneously dispersing inert isolation rounds to completely sever energy transfer and fusion channels between units. Step 3: Over-threshold high-energy cannons precisely annihilate the core adults within isolated units, coordinated with corrosive main guns for mopping up. At no time are blanket low-energy barges permitted. Hold the core rule of not feeding the enemy. Each directive struck at the heart of the sure high's attributes, maximizing the containment advantages of corrosive munitions while staunchly preserving the safety red line. The foundation of this doctrine was humanity's unique modular warship architecture. Only such freely detachable, recombinable, and adaptable equipment could enable tactics apportioned down to individual vessels and combat units, while retaining enough redundancy to handle emergent contingencies. The inner defensive ring is the final shield of Zeta Muxing. Zhang Chenyu's gaze settled on Zeta Muxing at the map's center. It will be held by remaining garrison and engineering support squadrons. Their core mission is to defend the homeworld and nearby shelters, manage post-engagement clearance in the stalling ring, and transport casualties. Should any sure high slip past the mid-layer, they must be intercepted and annihilated immediately. Under no circumstances may any sure high approach the planet's atmosphere. Orders finalized. The strategy team completed encrypted distribution of the plan within 10 seconds. The 6 mobile task forces initiated formation adjustments and accelerated toward their designated sectors. The operational apparatus of Zeta Chenyu began to turn like a precision instrument at full speed. Concurrently with the issuance of the tactical plan, a fleet-wide large-scale refit operation was advancing through the void with crushing efficiency. This was not a traditional dry dock overhaul requiring days or weeks, but modular warships plug-and-play, standardized module replacement. At a temporary replenishment zone 1. 2 light-years from Zeta Muxing, dozens of escort repair ships and ships awaiting refit sailed in sync. A manipulator arm latched onto the bow main gun housing of a cruiser, and in 15 minutes unlocked and removed the conventional high-energy main gun module, transferring it into a repair ship's sealed hold. A brand new integrated corrosive main gun module was then smoothly slid into the interface, complete with its inert liquid containment cell, dual redundant emergency isolation valves, dedicated ammunition feed system, and independent safety interlocks. Even the associated fire control calibration system had been pre-manufactured, requiring no additional tuning. Locking, mating, power coupling, and fire control synchronization flowed in a single continuum. From old module removal to new module readiness took only 1 hour and 47 minutes. Such refits were proceeding in parallel across hundreds of ships in the fleet. At this moment, the modular warship's core advantage was laid bare. All combat modules used a unified, standardized interface, eliminating the need to alter hulls, power conduits, or fire control platforms. If the interface matched, a module could be hot-swapped even during deep space transit by an escort repair ship without reliance on rear docks, an impossibility within traditional fixed-configuration fleets. It was precisely this overwhelming refit efficiency that allowed the human fleet in mere tens of hours to field corrosive weapons that had just cleared technical barriers, translating laboratory breakthroughs into fighting units at the fastest possible tempo. Beyond main gun swaps, the supreme flexibility of the universal VLS modules furnished unprecedented tactical redundancy for the operation. The fleet's standard universal vertical launch systems all conformed to identical standardized dimensions. Corrosive blockade rounds, anti-ship breaching rounds, high-energy intercept rounds, and even man-portable corrosive dispensers could be fitted without modification. Critically, a single VLS unit could be loaded with mixed munitions according to tactical needs and adjusted up to the eve of combat based on the sector's real-time situation. Even between engagements, a supply ship's modular resupply unit could replace an entire ship's VLS payload within an hour. This meant no warship's role was immutable. A vessel enforcing a blockade one moment could a heartbeat later be reloaded with breaching rounds and become a dedicated hunter of adult Sure-High. And to address the greatest fear, the backfire risk of corrosive agents, the modular design elevated safety redundancies to their roots. All corrosive weapon units were fully independent sealed modules physically isolated from other compartments, power systems, and life support sections of the ship. Even in extreme failures, projectile breach, containment leakage, module corrosion by Sure-High acid, crew members need not rely solely on emergency isolation valves. With the press of an ejection control, the entire faulty module could be expelled intact from the hull, leaving other modules unaffected and eliminating the risk of fleet-wide contamination from corrosive backflow. This was Zhang Chenyu's essential confidence in making corrosive weapons the centerpiece of the decisive battle. The modular architecture resolved corrosive armament's gravest hazard at its design core. With tactical schemes settled, the fleet-wide deployment of corrosive armaments and pre-battle practical drills entered their final sprint. In the live-fire training range outside Zeta Muxing, scores of ships freshly refitted arrayed themselves. The new corrosive main gun barrels gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in the faint starlight, their inert sealing valves closing risks securely within the module. At the command, the lead ship's muzzle emitted a faint inert guidance glow as an inert projectile containing high-purity corrosive liquid screamed away at over 30 times the speed of sound to strike a simulated Sure-High target tens of thousands of kilometers distant. A wanton reproduction of an adult Sure-High's exoskeletal strength and bodily structure, replicating its energy tolerance limit. The impact triggered the preset fuse, the projectile's casing fractured evenly along stress grooves, and a dark purple corrosive liquid instantly coated the target's surface, rapidly degrading its high-strength exoskeleton. Almost simultaneously, the bow twin over-threshold secondary cannons discharged. Two searing high-energy beams far beyond the Sure-High's tolerance tore through the void, precisely penetrating the corrosively weakened exoskeleton to strike the simulated core body. The sequence from corrosive breach to high-energy rupture was seamless. No more than 2 seconds, and the target disintegrated and vaporized completely, leaving no solid residue. Even stray energy dispersion that the Sure-High might exploit was minimized, perfectly embodying the core combat doctrine. Report to Command Task Force 1's main gun coordination drill complete. The corrosive breach high-energy core rupture, procedure executed with zero error. Corrosive main gun dual redundant sealing systems functioning normally, no leakage risk. No sooner had Task Force 1's report concluded than the results from Task Force 2 streamed in. On the other side of the range, a four-ship containment group executed synchronized launches of containment rounds. Dozens of projectiles detonated at preset coordinates to form 3 continuous corrosive isolation belts, each over 2.0 kilometers wide, surgically dividing the simulated cluster into 4 isolated units with boundary errors under 1,000 kilometers, fully meeting combat standards. More impressive, after the first salvo, the group swapped VLS munitions in just 12 minutes, transitioning from a full blockade configuration to a mixed loadout of breaching and intercept rounds, a perfect validation of the VLS modular flexibility. A core subject of the pre-battle drills was the modular system's unique rapid battlefield damage replacement exercise. At the edge of the range, a simulated damaged frigate sounded a fault alarm on its bow corrosive main gun. 30 seconds later, an escort repair ship was in position. Its manipulator arm locked, removed the faulty module, installed a new one, and calibrated fire control, complete in 37 minutes. The frigate, having lost its breaching capability, was reborn and rejoined the fleet at once. This was a miracle impossible in traditional fleets. When a conventional main gun is damaged, a ship must return to dock for days or weeks, effectively removing it from a volatile battlefield. A modular warship, by swapping a single module, could be reborn in minutes, solving the plague of battle damage repairs in interstellar warfare and granting humanity unprecedented sustained combat capability. Subsequently, reports of the successful completion of the solo clearance drill and the reinforcement exercise for the defense node module continuously flowed into the command center of the Xingyao. In just a little over 10 hours, all corrosion main gun modules of the entire fleet completed pressure testing and safety verification with dual redundancy shutoff valves capable of isolating all lines within 0.1 seconds during extreme leakage scenarios. This, in conjunction with the ultimate assurance of the overall module ejection, completely eliminated the risk of backlash in actual combat. All solo corrosion equipment was also distributed, completing safety redundancy verification under extreme scenarios to ensure no friendly fire would occur in close combat. While the human fleet was diligently completing pre-battle adjustments at the front lines, the entire wartime system of the Zeta Star domain also saw an unprecedented activation. Unlike the previous passive compliance marked by defeat and apprehension, this time the entire Zeta tribe actively integrated into this decisive battle for survival, supported by the standardized logic of the human modular system. Around the Zeta home planet, the asteroid belt and 12 mining stars were illuminated by the lights of automated smelting plants burning brightly throughout the night. The high-purity inert alloy veins, recalibrated and extracted at full speed in 3 shifts, were being worked tirelessly by the generations of Zeta miners who knew every vein in this star domain, achieving nearly double the efficiency of extraction and refinement than initially estimated by humans. Unlike before, the ores they were extracting this time were no longer simply smelted into steel ingots to be sent to noble shipyards for the construction of predatory warships. Instead, humans provided them with clear, unified, and standardized modular prefabrication blueprints. From the inert alloy armor modules of defense nodes to the projectile casing modules for corrosive ammunition to the spare interface modules for warship maintenance, every module's dimensions, materials, and precision requirements were clearly marked, devoid of complex core technology barriers. As long as they followed the standards, they could directly adapt to the human modular system and be sent to the front lines for use. This meant that these miners, who had been excluded from the core military-industrial system for generations, were participating for the first time in the core preparations to protect their homeland with every piece of or they mined, genuinely safeguarding their kin. In the past, mining was for the nobles to build warships for plundering and killing. We couldn't even touch the core modules. In the control room of the mine, a young Zeta miner, his face covered in mining dust, whispered to his companion, "Now mining these is to forge armor that can withstand the monstrous beasts and protect our home." His companion said nothing, merely nodding vigorously, his fingers hastening the operation speed of the excavation equipment. Continuous streams of high-purity inert alloy were being transported from the mine, with some being directly prefabricated into armor and ammunition modules for immediate dispatch to the front lines, while others were sent to the core shipyard of the Zeta home planet for precise assembly and testing by the Zeta military engineers. At the shipyard and the border defense node, Zeta engineers who had built warships their entire lives were working side by side with human engineers, as an elderly engineer with gray hair personally guided his apprentice in repairing the artillery and energy barriers at the border nodes, optimizing energy supply lines, and using a lifetime of experience to fill every potential gap in the defenses. They had once crafted countless iron behemoths for plunder and slaughter, and when the human fleet arrived, they were filled with dread, fearing they would be treated as war criminals. However, they did not expect that humans would bring a fully open interface, standard modular system. They did not need to relearn the complex overall design of human warships. They only needed to master the universal interface standards to quickly engage with the maintenance, testing, and prefabrication of modules. Even young engineers could maintain spare modules according to the manuals, while experienced older engineers could optimize production processes with multiple emergency repair optimization proposals directly incorporated into tactical plans by human engineers. They had once been treated as mere tools for creating machines of slaughter by the nobles, yet now, with their lifetime's technology, they had become the core force in defending their homeland. Watching the artillery they personally repaired and the prefabricated modules become barriers against the oncoming tide of destruction, seeing that humans did not throw them into the front line as cannon fodder, but instead gave them the chance to protect their home with technology, the clouded eyes of these old engineers gradually ignited with a light of hope and dignity that had never been seen before. Even the ordinary Zeta civilians hiding in underground shelters did not fall into chaos and panic. Young people spontaneously formed logistics support teams responsible for sorting supplies, managing storage of spare modules, maintaining equipment, and providing medical assistance. Civilians with planting experience tended to artificial ecological cabins, ensuring the supply of fresh ingredients during wartime. Even children under the guidance of adults learned to organize emergency supplies, labeling and categorizing small modules without crying or causing chaos. From the initial state of vigilance, hostility, and passive compliance to the present active engagement, full cooperation, and joint defense, it took just a few short days. They finally understood that what humans brought was not enslavement and destruction, but the hope of blocking this cosmic disaster and the opportunity for each of them to protect their home. This decisive battle was never just a war for humans, it was a life-and-death struggle concerning the survival of all life in the entire Zeta Star domain. Across the Zeta Star domain, from the flagship command center to the border defense nodes, from deep space training grounds to underground mines, from human soldiers to Zeta civilians, everyone was doing their utmost in their respective positions for the impending decisive battle. The tension of impending battle permeated every corner of the star domain, yet it did not breed chaos or despair. Instead, it coalesced into an unprecedented, united, and determined strength. In the gaps between frontline drills and comprehensive support, advancing at full speed, Zhang Chenyu completed the final strategic linkage with the human core star domain garrison forces in the exclusive encrypted communication chamber of the Xingyao. On the holographic screen, the commanders of the three core garrison bases, Anlin Star, Kalin Star, and Qinglan Star, were all online, their expressions grave. Zhang Chenyu synchronously transmitted the full life cycle characteristics data of the corruption species, core parameters of the corrosion weapons, complete tactical plans, and the adaptation standards of the modular system to the corrosion weapons without reservation. The three garrison bases had long completed a comprehensive upgrade of their defense systems based on the synchronized data, with all station fleets initiating the prefabrication and replacement of corrosion weapon modules, and the newly added three-layer early warning system, super threshold firepower configuration, and rapid modular reorganization plan sufficient to deal with any potential scattered infiltration by the corruption, solidifying the last line of defense for the human core star domain. On the Zeta Star domain side, we will hold the frontline defense of human civilization and will absolutely not allow the corruption swarm to breach the defenses and spread to the core star domain. Zhang Chenyu's voice was steady and powerful. I am establishing two absolute combat red lines here that must not be crossed, and the entire fleet must strictly adhere to them, also notifying the three garrison bases as the core principles of local defense. First, never pursue scattered corruption units deep into space. All clearance operations must be strictly limited to the preset defense perimeter. Second, never use any low-energy coverage firepower that could be devoured and utilized by the corruption, fundamentally eliminating the risk of their evolution. Understood. The three garrison bases will strictly follow the red lines and maintain the highest state of combat readiness. If any sudden situation arises at the front, we will immediately dispatch reinforcement fleets without delay. The commander of the Anlin Star garrison immediately responded, his tone resolute. The communication ended, and the screen slowly went dark. Zhang Chenyu turned to gaze out the porthole into the deep void of space, where silence reigned, with only the distant stars emitting faint yet steadfast light. He understood very well that this battle was not only about holding the Zeta Star domain and blocking this deep space disaster, but also about thoroughly understanding the characteristics of the corruption species, verifying the tactical effectiveness of the modular system against the corruption, and laying the most solid foundation for human civilization to confront this unknown catastrophe. The 7 Titwohur countdown to battle had quietly passed more than half, with everyone in the star domain giving their all. As the last mobile formation completed all subjects of the drill and arrived at the preset combat zone, all warship module configurations underwent final checks, ready to be reorganized and switched according to battlefield conditions. As the last batch of standardized corrosion weapon modules and ammunition came off the production line, fully distributed to every warship and every small squad, with spare module reserves meeting 120 of operational needs, as all border defense nodes completed final repairs and modular reinforcements, fully activating combat readiness, and the strength of energy barriers and firepower configurations reached preset standards, as all modular logistics support lines in the Zeta Star domain were fully connected, entering wartime full-speed operation mode. Every preparation for battle had been completed. The sharp blade had been honed, tactics were finalized, and the entire Zeta Star domain, relying on the unique human modular warship system, had transformed into a fortified steel fortress, layered and mutually supportive, adjustable, at any moment, waiting for the oncoming tide of the corruption from deep space to crash against this prepared defense. But at this moment, a high-priority emergency communication suddenly came through in the command center of Xingyao. The communication screen came from a stealth reconnaissance team that had advanced to the forefront of the corruption swarm. The footage shook violently with the background of the dark void and the dark purple glow of the writhing tentacles of the corruption swarm. The team leader's voice carried an unprecedented gravity, even mixed with a hint of disbelief, resonating clearly throughout the command center. Report, Commander. Emergency situation. The speed of the corruption swarm's advance has increased by 30 compared to predictions, with the expected arrival time moved up to just 50 hours. More importantly, we have observed a clear hierarchical differentiation within the corruption swarm. The screen instantly switched, projecting high-definition optical observation footage onto the main display. In the footage, the corruption swarm, which should have been surging chaotically and ravenously consuming everything, now exhibited a remarkably orderly formation. At the forefront were densely packed corruption larvae spreading out like a tide to serve as cannon fodder. The middle layer consisted of larger subadults uniformly distributed on both sides of the swarm, acting as winged escorts. While at the core of the swarm, hundreds of adult corruption, each over 30 meters in size, tightly enveloped the central area, making it impossible to observe the internal situation. This was completely different from the previously instinctive behavior of the corruption swarm, charging in disarray. It even displayed clear divisions of labor and formation arrangements. We observed them for 3 hours without a hint of chaos in their advancing formation. The larvae were always at the front, and the adults consistently protected the core area. There were even multiple instances where scattered larvae deviated from the advance route, being forcibly pulled back into formation by the subadults behind them. The reconnaissance team leader's voice continued, each word adding to the gravity in the command center. Commander, this is not the behavior of a mindless creature driven solely by its instinct to consume. Their actions exhibit unified coordination, clear hierarchy, and even explicit tactical intent. Our previous understanding of the corruption species as mindless, driven only by the instinct to consume, may have been wrong from the start. The communication abruptly cut off, and the command center fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's gaze was firmly locked on the screen, displaying the well-ordered, hierarchically defined crimson corruption swarm, a chill creeping up the spine of each individual present. They had prepared to face a chaotic tide of disaster, yet now they suddenly realized that what they were about to confront was not a flood driven solely by instinct, but a terrifying legion from deep space that was organized, disciplined, and possessed clear tactical intent, even a unified will. But in that moment of shock and gravity, Zhang Chenyu was the first to react. Standing before the star map, his gaze was fixed on the core area of the swarm, wrapped tightly in the adult forms, his deep eyes swirling with unprecedented seriousness, yet without the slightest hint of panic. His fingers swiftly traced across the holographic star map, instantly transmitting 3 orders to the entire front line. First, all forward reconnaissance formations must immediately expand their reconnaissance range, continuously monitoring the changes in the corruption swarm's formation and dynamics of the core area, ensuring their positions remain concealed. Second, all mobile formations in each combat zone must immediately initiate Level 1 combat readiness, completing module reorganization. Adjustments as per the plan to strengthen lateral defenses and coordination capabilities. Third, all regional reserves must immediately enter a standby state, with all spare modules completing pre-battle verification and ready to be deployed based on battlefield conditions. Relying on the extreme flexibility of the modular system, even with the enemy's arrival time advanced by more than 20 hours and their characteristics exceeding previous predictions, the human fleet could complete tactical adjustments and formation reorganizations in the shortest possible time, avoiding being caught in a passive position. The combat staff in the command center quickly regained their composure, their fingers flying over the control panels, executing the orders, and the entire command center returned to a high-efficiency and tense operational rhythm. Zhang Chenyu's gaze remained firmly locked on the encroaching crimson on the star map. The sharpening of the blade for battle had been completed, the underlying logic of tactics remained intact, and the extreme flexibility brought by the modular system was their greatest confidence in facing this unknown enemy. Yet he was acutely aware that the opponent in this decisive battle was far more unfathomable than any of their previous predictions. Hidden within the core of the swarm, tightly wrapped by the adult forms, surely lay the greatest secret of the corruption species. The deep space of the mid-layer stagnation zone in the Zeta Star domain has never been as turbulent as it is at this moment. With less than 48 hours remaining until the predicted arrival time of the Devourer swarm, after corrections, the countdown to the final battle has passed halfway, and all 3 layers of defense have entered the highest state of combat readiness. In the command cabin of the flagship Starshine, every defense node, every maneuvering squadron, and every ammunition waiting to be fired on the holographic star map is synchronized in real time with the latest status. Zhang Chenyu stands in the center of the star map, his gaze firmly locked on the encroaching crimson swarm, lightly stroking the control console, with his fingertips, his aura as steady as a deep abyss. Just 3 hours ago, the forward reconnaissance squadron transmitted the latest observational data. The Devourer swarm's movement speed remained stable at the predicted value, with the vanguard forces maintaining a distance of approximately 0.8 light-years. The formation still retains a strict hierarchical differentiation. Millions of devourer larvae form a vanguard torrent at the forefront, subadult units flanking to guard, and hundreds of adults tightly protect the core of the swarm, showing no signs of disarray, further confirming their ability for unified coordination and tactical intent. Attention, all battle zones. The vanguard swarm is expected to breach the eastern boundary of the mid-layer stagnation zone in 15 minutes. Strictly follow the established tactical loop, no firing without orders, and absolutely protect the core red line without feeding energy. Zhang Chenyu's voice transmitted through the interdomain communication lines, clearly reaching the bridge of every warship, his calm tone imbued with undeniable authority. Eastern Battle Zone 1st and 2nd Squadrons received. Western Battle Zone 3rd and 4th Squadrons received. Southern Battle Zone 5th and 6th Squadrons received. The firm responses echoed back to the command cabin, the 6 maneuvering squadrons all entering a state of readiness, the automated high-energy artillery of the preset defense nodes completing final calibration, and the corrosive lockdown missiles in the universal vertical launch units all entering the firing sequence. The entire mid-layer stagnation zone resembled a giant bow drawn taut waiting for its prey to breach before unleashing deadly arrows. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. On the star map, the dense crimson dots representing the Devourer Vanguard swarm surged across the boundary of the mid-layer stagnation zone like a tide. Millions of Devourer larvae thrashed in deep space, their delicate tendrils flailing wildly in the air, dark purple corrosive liquid dripping from the tendrils, instantly dissolving even the floating cosmic dust in their wake. They still maintained their instinctive desire to devour, rushing madly towards the nearest human defense node, unaware that they had already intruded into a meticulously laid human trap. Eastern Battle Zone, deploy ground-level corrosive lockdown missiles and execute the first cutting program. Zhang Chenyu's command was issued instantaneously. At the moment the order was given, the 28 preset defense nodes in the Eastern Battle Zone fired simultaneously. Hundreds of ground-level corrosive lockdown missiles screamed out, not targeting the dense center of the larval swarm, but precisely landing in the gaps and edges of the Vanguard cluster. The missile bodies detonated simultaneously at their preset coordinates, and the dark purple corrosive raw liquid instantly spread in deep space, forming 12 continuous corrosive isolation zones over 5 kilometers wide, as if drawing insurmountable death trenches in the void. The millions of devourer larvae once connected were instantly severed into 36 isolated fragments by these 12 corrosive isolation zones, each section separated by high concentrations of corrosive liquid, completely losing the possibility of gathering together or charging as one. Even if some larvae madly rushed towards the isolation zones, they would be instantly disintegrated, their tendrils and exoskeletons vaporized upon contact with the corrosive raw liquid, emitting a silent, sorrowful shriek, unable to take a single step across the lightning pool. This was precisely the core of the tactical essence established through layers of simulations. First, cut and isolate, completely severing the devourer's most critical path to fusion and evolution, and then divide and conquer for precise extermination. Second step, activate automated turrets for precise killing with super threshold high-energy fire, prohibit the use of area firepower throughout. As the second command was issued, thousands of automated high-energy turrets distributed across the defense nodes activated simultaneously, their barrels precisely locking onto the isolated devourer larvae in each segment. There were no widespread cannon fires, only precise dark golden high-energy beams tore through deep space like the scythe of death, each beam striking the core body of a devourer larva with pinpoint accuracy. The energy intensity of the beams was strictly controlled beyond the larval tolerance threshold, leaving them no room for devouring or digestion. The struck devourer larvae, unable to emit even a single cry, completely disintegrated and vaporized under the instantaneous ultra-high energy impact, leaving no solid remnants, and not a shred of energy that could be devoured was allowed to escape. The firing rhythm of the turrets was calculated with precision, each round of fire clearing a segment of larvae before shifting to the next target, methodically sweeping through the segmented devourer swarm as if harvesting wheat. On the star map in the command cabin, the crimson dots representing the devourer larvae extinguished at a visible speed, with no energy anomalies or dispersions occurring, perfectly aligning with the established tactical requirements. Inside the command cabin, the tactical verification officer quickly refreshed real-time data and reported to Zhang Chenyu in a deep voice. Report, Commander, the first round of cutting extermination in the Eastern Battle Zone had 0 deviations, isolation zone integrity at 100, target extermination rate reached 97, no energy dispersions exceeded standards, fully compliant with tactical criteria. Zhang Chenyu's gaze did not leave the star map. He lightly tapped on the screen to enlarge the view of Isolation Block 5, solemnly adding an instruction. 3 larvae have hidden in the gaps of the warship wreckage at the edge of Isolation Block 5. The automated turrets have shooting blind spots. Notify the 2nd Squadron of the Eastern Battle Zone to dispatch 2 stealth carrier aircraft to complete pinpoint eradication with portable corrosive missiles. Absolutely do not leave any survivors, and do not use large area firepower to damage the wreckage, giving them a chance to devour. The command was instantly transmitted, and within 3 minutes the last 3 flickering crimson dots on the star map were completely extinguished, completing the first round of extermination in the Eastern Battle Zone. Zhang Chenyu's gaze then swept across the star map regions of the Western and Southern Battle Zones. His fingertips swiftly skimmed the control panel, issuing a supplementary command across the entire front line. Attention, all battle zones. The Eastern Battle Zone has validated the effectiveness of the tactic. Focus on inspecting the dense nebula areas and wreckage zones within the battle zone, as the Devourer swarm possesses tactical ambush capabilities. Do not let your guard down or report any anomalies immediately, and unauthorized engagements are strictly prohibited. At the moment the command was issued, the squadrons in the Western and Southern Battle Zones immediately initiated blind spot sweeps. The shipborne passive detection arrays were fully activated, conducting comprehensive silent monitoring of the complex airspace within their respective defense zones. It was this preemptive warning command that allowed the Western Battle Zone to prepare its firepower at the first moment of the subadult swarm's assault, avoiding being caught off guard. However, just 3 minutes after the larvae cluster in the Eastern Battle Zone was cleaned up, an unexpected event occurred. On the boundary of the Western Battle Zone, 2 assault clusters composed of nearly 10,000 subadult devourers suddenly burst out from the nebula blind spot on the flank, charging directly at defense nodes 3 and 7. These subadults did not advance alongside the vanguard swarm, but had instead lurked in the dense nebula area, remaining in a very low energy state, cleverly concealing their life signals under the cosmic radiation of the nebula, perfectly avoiding passive monitoring by the warning network, only launching their assault at the last moment. They generally exceeded 30 meters in length, with exoskeletons far thicker and stronger than the larvae, possessing over 100 tendrils. Even brushing against the corrosive liquid of the isolation zone would not cause them to disintegrate instantly like the larvae, but provided them with strong assault capabilities. What was even more concerning was that their assault route perfectly avoided most of the established lockdown firepower points in the Western Battle Zone, clearly indicating that they had thoroughly understood the distribution of defense nodes in advance, not merely relying on instinctive chaos. This further confirmed that the Devourer swarm not only had unified coordination, but had also completed preliminary reconnaissance of the human defensive line. Western Battle Zone Lockdown Team immediately deploy corrosive lockdown missiles to construct temporary isolation zones and block their advance route. The assault team prepare main cannons to engage the subadult swarm. The commander of the Western Battle Zone Squadron issued the order without a hint of panic. At the moment the order was given, the 16 warships of the 3rd and 4th Squadrons simultaneously adjusted their posture, the universal vertical launch units firing at full speed. Hundreds of corrosive lockdown missiles detonated continuously along the advance route of the subadult swarm, constructing 6 continuous corrosive isolation zones within just 10 seconds, effectively halting the swarm's charge. And just as the subadult swarm was stalled by the isolation zones, the human fleet's shipborne corrosive main cannons prepared for their first large-scale live-fire engagement since being equipped. Main cannon calibrated, target locked, inert warheads loaded. Fire! The commands echoed through the bridge of the Western Battle Zone Squadron as 8 cruisers equipped with dual corrosive main cannon modules simultaneously lit up their barrels with a faint inert guidance glow. Inert alloy-wrapped corrosive warheads screamed out at speeds exceeding 40 times the speed of sound, precisely hitting the subadult targets trapped by the isolation zones. The moment the warheads made contact with the thick exoskeleton of the subadults, the preset triggers activated precisely. The inert outer shells cracked uniformly along stress channels, and high-concentration corrosive raw liquid surged out, completely enveloping the bodies of the subadults. The dark purple corrosive liquid invaded the reinforced exoskeleton of the subadults like a parasite, rapidly softening and dissolving the alloy-grade exoskeleton that could withstand continuous bombardment from standard energy cannons at a visible speed. In just 10 seconds, the corrosive raw liquid completely melted through the thick exoskeleton of the subadults, surging into their internal bodies from the gap, thoroughly breaking down their physiological structure from the inside out. The once struggling subadult froze instantly, their massive bodies quickly disintegrating under the corrosive liquid, ultimately turning into a puddle of lifeless dark purple goo, completely dissipating in deep space. Report: Target 1 kill confirmed. Corrosive main cannon penetration took 10 seconds, with a penetration efficiency 2 times that of conventional energy cannons of the same class. No energy dispersions, no backlash risk. Target 2 kill confirmed. Dual main cannon volley completed extermination in 8 seconds. Target 3 kill confirmed. Reports of success streamed back to the command cabin of the Starshine, boosting the morale of the frontline fleet. Inside the bridge, many veterans who had participated in the Alpha Star Domain interception battle were misty-eyed. 6 months prior, they needed an entire squadron to concentrate fire for 10 minutes, sacrificing several warships to take down a single subadult. Now a single ship's main cannon volley could accomplish extermination in just 10 seconds, a transformative change that released the pent-up emotions of everyone. In the squadron channel, battle reports continued to come in, and cooperation became increasingly harmonious. The left-wing cruiser, the Jingzhe, temporarily adjusted its ship module configuration, redirecting all energy from redundant vertical launch modules originally intended for landing operations to the fire control and propulsion systems, enhancing the precision of the lockdown missile deployment and allowing for quicker positional adjustments, successfully driving back 3 subadults attempting to break through the gap in the isolation zone with 2 precise lockdown missiles. On the other side, the Xiantai seized the window of opportunity created by the stalled subadults, firing both main cannons simultaneously. 2 corrosive warheads accurately struck the core bodies of 2 subadults, almost simultaneously completing their extermination. In the previous clashes between humanity and the devouring race, the most troublesome aspect was the heavy exoskeleton of the subadult forms. Conventional energy cannons required sustained bombardment to penetrate their defenses, while prolonged low-energy firepower would provide the devouring race with opportunities for absorption and evolution, often resulting in them becoming stronger with each attack, leading to heavy casualties before a kill could be achieved. Now, the all-new corrosive main cannon has perfectly addressed this pain point. Its inert projectile does not prematurely leak energy, and the corrosive solution precisely breaches defenses without any energy overflow that could be absorbed, completely eliminating the backlash issue of becoming stronger with each attack, truly achieving precise restraint against the devouring race. The subadult assault cluster in the western battle zone was completely cleared in just half an hour under the precise strikes of the corrosive main cannon, with none able to breach the temporary isolation zone and reach the defense node. Meanwhile, the juvenile vanguard cluster in the eastern battle zone had also been completely cleared by automated turrets, marking a resounding victory for the human fleet in the first phase of the initial blockade battle. However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the battlefield monitoring system suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Report to the command center. Anomalies detected in Isolation Block 4 of the southern battle zone. The corrosion resistance of the devouring juveniles has shown an abnormal increase. Repeat. The kill efficiency of the corrosive solution in the target area has decreased by 19.7, approaching 20. The alarm instantly intensified the atmosphere within the command cabin. Zhang Chenyu tapped the screen with his fingertip, and the real-time battlefield footage of Isolation Block 4 in the southern battle zone was immediately projected onto the main screen. In the footage, the corrosive solution, which was supposed to dissolve the juveniles' exoskeletons in 10 seconds, now required nearly 20 seconds to breach defenses. Some juveniles even exhibited a faint silvery gray sheen on their exoskeletons, indicating a significant accumulation of inert elements, visibly enhancing their resistance to the corrosive solution. All these juveniles showing increased resistance were concentrated within Isolation Block 4, without any scattered distribution. The retrospective monitoring footage quickly identified the cause. During the previous round of blockade strikes, several juvenile remains that had been killed by corrosion were not fully vaporized by subsequent high-energy cannon fire and had fallen to the edge of the isolation block, where they were frantically devoured by surrounding juveniles. It was after consuming these remains soaked in the corrosive solution that these juveniles rapidly accumulated inert elements within their bodies, evolving an initial resistance to the corrosive liquid. Even more chilling was the fact that this resistance did not appear solely in the individuals that consumed the remains, but rather across the entire juvenile population in Isolation Block 4, with varying degrees of enhancement. This meant that they not only coordinated their actions uniformly, but could also share information about adaptive evolution at a group level, a capability far more terrifying than humanity had previously anticipated. This scene further confirmed the terrifying potential of the devouring race's absorption evolution. They could not only absorb energy to evolve, but also consume the remains of their kind killed by corrosion, specifically evolving resistance to corrosive weapons. Even though this resistance was currently weak, if allowed to continue evolving, the newly deployed corrosive weapons could very well lose their effectiveness in a short time. Immediately notify the frontline technology research team to urgently optimize the activity ratio of the corrosive solution based on the battlefield data to improve its erosion efficiency against inert-rich exoskeletons. Zhang Chenyu's voice remained steady but carried an undeniable sense of urgency. All frontline formations, pay attention, adjust the combat sequence. After the corrosive warhead strikes the target, high-energy cannons must follow up within 3 seconds. This is the critical window for the corrosive solution to penetrate the exoskeleton, ensuring kill efficiency while leaving no remains that could be absorbed. Understood. Adjusting combat sequence immediately. The command was instantly synchronized across the entire front line, and each formation quickly adjusted their strike procedures. Once the corrosive warhead breached defenses, they immediately followed up with high-energy cannon fire to completely vaporize the target, leaving no opportunity for the devouring juveniles to absorb any remains. The recently observed trend of increased resistance was swiftly curtailed. Even those juveniles that had developed initial resistance could not withstand the dual strikes of the optimized high-activity corrosive solution and the faster-paced high-energy cannon fire for more than 10 seconds, and the kill efficiency returned to expected levels. Almost simultaneously, the encrypted communications from the frontline technology research cabin aboard the Starry Light entered the command cabin. The chief researcher Lin Zhou spoke with a hint of gravity, yet also a sense of certainty clearly transmitted through the communication lines. Commander, we have received battlefield data and are synchronizing the optimization of the solution ratio. Preliminary analysis shows that the devouring race's resistance evolution is only targeted at the current inert element adaptive solution. We have reserved 3 backup active formulas that can be directly replaced without changing the warhead structure, and the production of the first batch of optimized ammunition can be completed within an hour and distributed to the entire fleet. Additionally, we found that their group information sharing has a distance limitation, only able to synchronize within the same isolation unit. As long as our isolation cuts are thorough enough, we can lock their adaptive evolution in a localized area, preventing it from spreading throughout the entire group. Zhang Chenyu replied solemnly, "Very well, once optimization is complete, synchronize the information immediately and prepare for subsequent formula iterations. We must always be one step ahead of their evolution." With the communication ended, the optimized combat sequence and solution formulation were synchronized across the entire front line, and the resistance evolution issue that could have triggered a crisis was completely controlled in a very short time. Meanwhile, reports came from the 6th defense node in the southern battle zone indicating that 12 devouring juveniles had used the cover of asteroid remains to breach the weak points of the isolation belt approaching the outskirts of the defense node. The 6th formation in the southern battle zone did not deploy the shipborne main cannon, but instead sent an 8-member landing team piloting a small landing craft to land on the asteroid. The team members wore modular individual combat armor, wielding portable corrosive sprayers and high-energy rifles, quickly advancing under the cover of rocks. Facing the devouring juveniles hiding in the crevices, they did not employ wide-area firepower, but used precise corrosive sprayers for targeted eliminations. The corrosive solution accurately covered the juvenile bodies, and with the follow-up shots from the high-energy rifles, the cleanup was completed in just 5 minutes, leaving no remains and causing no damage to the defense node. This was the first real combat application of the individual corrosive equipment, perfectly validating its clearing capability in narrow and complex environments and filling the last gap in the tactical system. This sudden incident did not disrupt the combat rhythm of the human fleet, rather it rang alarm bells for everyone. Against such a deep-space catastrophe capable of endless absorption and evolution, any slight negligence could lead to catastrophic consequences. The battle lasted a full 4 hours. When the last subadult devouring creature was exterminated by the combined fire of the corrosive main cannon and high-energy cannons completely vaporized in deep space, the crimson dots on the star map, representing the devouring vanguard cluster, had all extinguished. The first round of blockade warfare officially concluded with the human fleet suffering 0 casualties, and only 3 warships sustaining minor corrosion on their side armor, and 2 crew members sustaining abrasions, while completely annihilating a vanguard cluster composed of millions of devouring juveniles and nearly 10,000 subadults, effectively stalling the advance of the devouring main force. At the first moment after the battle ended, the exclusive engineering support fleet of humanity piloted modular engineering ships synchronously arriving in the battlefield area and defense node alongside the modified auxiliary engineering ships of the Zeta race. Our engineering team was fully responsible for the maintenance of the turret's modular core components, the replacement of the core module of the defense barrier, and the maintenance and calibration of the entire modular system operated entirely by our personnel to prevent any external contact with core technologies. The Zeta engineering team only assisted in non-core basic auxiliary work, supplying conventional ammunition reserves to the defense node, repairing ordinary defense gaps left by the isolation belt's detonation, and clearing battlefield remains without touching any modular-related equipment or technology. In just 1 hour, all defense nodes were restored to full combat readiness, maintaining a complete closed-loop defense without leaving any vulnerabilities. The leading Zeta engineer Colin personally completed the basic calibration of the ordinary turrets at Defense Node 7. Watching the fully loaded operational parameters on the screen, he sighed with emotion, saying to the human engineer in charge of core module maintenance beside him, "I have built warships and turrets all my life, always thinking about how to make firepower more powerful to seize more star regions, never imagining that these steel creations would one day be used to protect our own homeland." The human engineer beside him smiled and patted his shoulder, handing over the latest optimization blueprints for conventional components. "From now on, we will guard together. There are still many areas in this defense line's basic maintenance system that can be optimized, and we will rely on your experience for that." Colin nodded heavily, turned, and took his apprentices diving into the maintenance cabin of the Zeta Auxiliary Engineering ship, with the blueprints not even taking a moment to rest. Meanwhile, the complete monitoring data from this real combat exercise was also synchronized to the command cabin and frontline technology research cabin of the Starry Light. From the cutting precision of the corrosive blockade projectiles, the breach efficiency of the corrosive solution, to the resistance evolution speed of the devouring race, and the changes in energy tolerance thresholds, all data was completely recorded and accurately analyzed. Tactical details and weapon parameter optimization proposals were synchronized to every warship in the fleet within 2 hours after the battle. Inside the command cabin, as they looked at the statistics and optimization proposals on the screen, the operational staff could not hide their excitement. This was humanity's first complete victory with 0 casualties in a large-scale confrontation with the devouring race, and it was the first time they had achieved precise restraint against the devouring race at a foundational level, thoroughly breaking the previous panic that the devouring race is invincible. However, there was no sign of relief on Zhang Chenyu's face. He stood before the star map, his gaze firmly locked onto the devouring main force cluster sitting 0.8 light-years away, with a deep seriousness in his eyes. While the complete victory in the first round of clashes validated the effectiveness of tactics and weaponry, the targeted evolution capabilities exhibited by the devouring race, along with their tactical wisdom, far exceeding expectations, made him acutely aware that was merely an appetizer for the decisive battle, and a true test lay ahead. At this moment, the highest-level red alert of the Deep Space Monitoring Network suddenly echoed throughout the command cabin of the Starry Light. "Report, Commander. Emergency situation. The devouring main force cluster has suddenly halted its advance. All markings of adult devouring creatures are rapidly converging towards the core area of the cluster. A powerful energy fluctuation has emerged in the core area of the cluster, with readings soaring rapidly. A dark purple energy field is expanding quickly, and the cosmic background temperature in the surrounding space is dropping at an abnormal rate." Amidst the piercing alarm, the holographic star map displayed a scene that left everyone breathless. The crimson main force cluster, which had been advancing steadily, now appeared to have been paused completely. Hundreds of adult devouring creatures, originally distributed on the flanks and rear of the cluster, were rapidly converging into the core area, forming a tightly packed, impenetrable sphere at the center. At the very center of the sphere, a terrifying dark purple energy fluctuation was constantly rising and merging, with energy readings increasing exponentially, matching precisely with the previously observed evolutionary fluctuations of the devouring race in the laboratory, but with peak intensities hundreds of times higher, exceeding the measurement range of current monitoring equipment. This energy field carried a strong corrosive and oppressive force, freezing and dissolving even the surrounding stardust as it passed by. The temperature of the entire deep space was subtly dropping, as if a terrifying giant beast from the abyss were slowly awakening in the core area. Rather than charging madly due to the annihilation of the Vanguard cluster, they paused, instead gathering all adult forms to the core, brewing something unprecedentedly terrifying. Silence fell again in the command cabin, with everyone's gaze fixated on the ever-expanding dark purple energy field on the star map, a chill creeping up their spines. Zhang Chenyu stood before the star map, his fingers slowly tightening, with a serious glint in his deep-set eyes. The dazzling first encounter had ended, but the ultimate battle concerning the entire Zeta Star domain, and even the survival of human civilization, was only just beginning. In deep space, crimson artillery fire has illuminated the mid-layer blockade zone for a continuous 72 hours. Zhang Chenyu stood at the center of the flagship Qiming, where the holographic star map displayed dark red patches representing the devouring swarm crashing against the human coalition fleet's circular defense line like an uncontrollable tide. For the past 3 days, this group of predators from deep space has maintained a chaotic charge ingrained in their instincts. Larval forms fearlessly lunging into the artillery net, using their flesh and blood to exhaust interception ammunition, while subadult and adult forms followed closely behind, wearing down human defenses with corrosive body fluids and frenzied gnawing. Everyone on the bridge had long since grown accustomed to this high-frequency war of attrition. Even the observer responsible for real-time monitoring spoke with a tone of fatigue from days of fierce combat. Suddenly, at the center of the star map, a violent split occurred in the densest dark red core of the swarm. Alert! Anomalous energy reactions detected in the swarm core. No, not one, but 10 super high-energy signals are departing from the main swarm. The observer's exclamation shattered the silence on the bridge, and the holographic display shifted to real-time images from the front line. All eyes were glued to the screen, breath caught in their throats. It was 10 devouring super adults that completely exceeded human comprehension. Their length surpassed an astonishing 100 meters, more than 3 times that of ordinary adult devourers. The originally flexible carapace that covered their bodies had been replaced by a dark silver metallic exoskeleton evolved from countless battlecruiser wrecks radiating a cold metallic sheen. The visible flexible tendrils numbered over 1,000, each dripping with a green glowing highly active corrosive liquid. Monitoring data instantly displayed. The activity of this corrosive liquid was 5 times that of ordinary adult devourers. What was even more unsettling was not their terrifying physical parameters, but their complete departure from the previous instinctual behavior logic of devourers. The 10 super adults did not charge recklessly, but like experienced commanders quickly split their swarm. Tens of thousands of larval devourers were pushed to the forefront, fearlessly charging into the heavily defended areas, drawing the majority of fire. Hundreds of subadult forms stealthily flanked the weak points of the defense line, while even adult forms were divided into several assault teams, precisely timing their charges during the gaps in fire rotation. Are they commanding the swarm? The first officer's voice trembled with disbelief. The previous devourers had no coordination ability. They relied solely on instinct to charge. Zhang Chenyu's fingers tightened suddenly, his gaze locking onto the 10 super adults as he spoke in a deep voice. This isn't instinct, it's strategy. Our understanding of the devourers needs to be completely overturned. Before his words faded, the urgent communication from the front line erupted with a piercing electric noise on the bridge. Report. D7 defense node is under attack. 2 high-level devourers are leading the main swarm assault, and our blockade shells have failed. Their corrosive liquid can dissolve the inert shells of the blockade shells in advance. There's a breach. The defense line has been torn open. Turrets. Automated turrets 3, 7, and 11 have been devoured. Requesting support. Requesting fire support from the main fleet. The scene instantly shifted to the D7 defense node. 200-meter-long super adults were at the very front of the defense line, their metallic exoskeleton enduring several low-power, high-energy bombardments, with even strange energy flows appearing at the impacted locations. They could actually absorb some of the energy from the bombardments to offset damage. Only continuous super-threshold saturation strikes could breach their exoskeleton defenses. Meanwhile, the ultra-high concentration corrosive liquid they spewed cascaded down like a green waterfall, splashing onto the energy shield of the defense line. The shield, which could withstand the gnawing of adult devourers for hours, was now visibly dissolving and cracking. In just 10 minutes, 3 lines of iron and energy defense were forcibly torn open, creating a breach several kilometers wide. Tens of thousands of devourers surged through the gap, devouring 3 automated turrets along with their energy stations, leaving only twisted wreckage in their wake. The mid-layer blockade, humanity's core defense line against the devourer invasion, faced its first severe impact since the war began, and the entire line was in jeopardy. All units, attention, emergency tactical adjustments. Zhang Chenyu's voice held no signs of panic as it clearly reached the command rooms of every warship through the combat communication channel. His fingers swiftly traced over the holographic star map, issuing precise commands. First and third mobile formations full speed to support the D7 breach, establish blockade lines on both sides of the gap, and prevent the devourers from further spreading. Frigate groups fire corrosive blockade shells in a crossfire formation, completely isolate the 2 super adults at the breach from their subordinate swarm, eliminating their potential to absorb wreckage for further evolution. Main fleet groups charge the main cannons, synchronize target calibration lock onto the isolated super adults, and upon completion of charging deliver synchronized super threshold high energy strikes to execute precise beheadings. His tactical logic was crystal clear. The coordination ability of the devourer swarm stemmed entirely from the command of those 2 super adults. As long as they could isolate and behead the core, the entire swarm would revert to disordered chaos. This was the only way to quickly stabilize the defense line. The moment the commands were issued, the entire coalition fleet sprang into action. Dozens of frigates surged toward the swarming devourers as blockade shells detonated at predetermined positions, forming several walls of isolation, with thick, inert adhesive trapping the 2 super adults in the center of the encirclement and completely cutting off contact with the swarm behind. But at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The 2 isolated super adults suddenly reversed direction, frantically assaulting the already damaged barrier at the breach. If they were to completely break through the inner barrier and enter the open starfield behind the defense line, the entire mid-layer blockade's circular defense system would collapse utterly. The mobile fleet still needed at least 3 minutes to complete the encirclement, and the charging of the main fleet's main cannon had only 2 minutes left. The defense forces at the breach had already suffered heavy losses and could not withstand the 2 enraged high-level devourers. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, the bridge filled only with the low hum of the main cannon charging and the desperate screams from the front-line communications. At this critical moment, a small silver-gray ship suddenly broke through the artillery net heading straight for the D7 breach. It was an engineering ship from the Zeta tribe. In the bridge of the engineering ship, the gray-haired Zeta engineer Ohm gripped the controls stick tightly, with his wrinkled hands, his murky eyes void of any fear. Behind him, the Zeta engineering team sat firmly in their seats, their fingers dancing rapidly on the control panel, fully prepared. Previously, nearly everyone in the human camp assumed that the Zeta tribe excelled only in logistics and equipment maintenance, confined to absolute safety in the rear. No one ever imagined they would pilot an almost unarmed engineering ship straight into the most dangerous breach. Engineering ship, have you gone mad? Retreat. This is not a place for you. The surviving commander at the breach shouted at the approaching ship, his eyes wide with rage. Ohm's voice came through the public channel, calm, yet unwaveringly firm. The defense line was built together. We have a responsibility to defend it. In an instant after his words fell, the engineering ship had already reached the center of the breach. The material outlets on both sides of the ship opened simultaneously, releasing vast amounts of ultra-low temperature inert alloy, which rapidly solidified at the breach, forcibly plugging the ever-widening gap in the barrier. The corrosive liquid spewed by the 2 super adults splashed onto the alloy barrier, corroding at a rate several times slower than before. Immediately afterward, the engineering ship's connector accurately docked with the main control port of the defense node. Ohm's team completed the permission breach within 10 seconds, directly activating the already disabled ultra-low temperature freezing system of the node. A biting cold instantly swept through the interior of the breach, freezing countless larval devourers that had surged into the defense line, turning them into floating ice chunks in space, completely losing their vitality. Main cannon charging completed. Synchronization calibration finished. Mobile fleet encirclement completed. Blockade line stabilized. The reports in the communications carried a sense of desperation. Zhang Chenyu raised his hand sharply and commanded decisively fire. In that instant, the main cannons of 12 capital ships erupted simultaneously with blinding white light, 12 super-threshold high-energy beams striking precisely and simultaneously at the isolated 2 super adults. This time, the metallic exoskeleton could not withstand the world-destroying energy impact, instantly tearing and melting away. The 2 super adults emitted a piercing shriek as their massive bodies disintegrated and vaporized in the high-energy beams, taking their command cores with them in complete destruction. The Devourer swarm, having lost its command core, instantly reverted to its previous state of chaotic disorder. The already positioned mobile fleet launched a counterassault from both sides of the breach, clearing the surging Devourers in coordination with the reactivated defense turrets, sealing the ripped gap tightly once again. At 12 noon, the crisis at the D7 defense node was completely resolved and the defense line was restabilized. The remaining 8 super adults, seeing their ambush fail, withdrew with the swarm back to the core area, not launching any further assaults. Deep space temporarily returned to silence, with only wreckage of warships and Devourer fragments slowly drifting in the zero-gravity environment. Yet no one felt any sense of relief. This battle had shattered humanity's understanding of the Devourers, and everyone knew that the difficulty of this war had reached an unprecedented level. 3 hours after the battle, in the biological research laboratory of the Qiming, even more shocking news emerged. The research team extracted complete genetic samples and body tissues from the remnants of the slain super adults. They not only discovered a complete command structure resembling a vertebrate nervous center within the high-level Devourers, but also found an extremely bizarre fixed segment in its genetic sequence. This genetic segment completely contradicted the chaotic and disorderly evolutionary patterns of the Devourer species, showing no traces of natural evolution. The sequence was neatly organized, resembling artificially written code, bearing unmistakable marks of human editing. Zhang Chenyu stood in the laboratory, gazing at the genetic testing report before him, his fingers slowly tracing the sequence diagram on the report, his expression gravely serious. Previously, humanity had always thought that the Devourers were a natural disaster born from deep space, chaotic predators of the universe. But now all evidence pointed to a chilling truth. The Devourer race was not a product of natural evolution.